Our male protagonist's name is Wu Chen, handsome with a six-pack body. But as time went on, one day seemed to repeat itself. The protagonist considered himself lucky to be able to enjoy himself without worrying about money. However, after a while, he began to feel bored and started to become lawless and disrespectful. Seeking excitement in life, he engaged in activities such as using a gun to destroy a notorious gang, robbing banks without thinking about the consequences. He even attempted suicide to escape the mundane life, but always returned to the fateful day, July 7, 2020. This is the story our protagonist has experienced for over 30,000 days, now reaching exactly 1,000 years. During that time, he has learned 100 languages, hacking skills, world techniques, and more. The main character was telling a story from his past experiences to woo the girl, but she didn't believe it, thinking that he was just making up stories to impress her, a bit naive. Seeing the main character saying such things, she felt a bit awkward and immediately texted her friend for help as she hadn't seen her arrive yet. But the main character calmly said that her friend wouldn't come, leaving her extremely shocked. Seeing the girl not believing him, the main character explained that her boyfriend had returned, and she would go with him. Of course, she wouldn't have time to come here. If she didn't believe, wait another 9 minutes and 13 seconds, she would call her. Seeing that, she immediately got angry, stood up, but unexpectedly bumped into the people behind her. He then grabbed her hand and demanded compensation for causing harm to his body, but she resisted but couldn't. The main character spoke up and called him to come closer to see what would happen. Seeing the provocative name, he immediately became angry and approached to flick the cigarette but was easily subdued by the male lead. Seeing them, he immediately rushed into a fight with Wu Chen. The stones he threw knocked him off. From a distance, seeing his junior being hit, they led a group of people ready to attack the male lead. But Wu Chen asked him, "How did your big brother Zhao Zi teach your juniors?" Making him furious. Then the male lead called Zhao Zi, asking where his disciple Lu Gu was causing trouble. But the voice on the other end asked how he knew his number. Wu Chen reminded him, "You don't want conflict until the end of May, do you?" Causing Zhao Zi to be shocked that the male lead knew about this. "Manage your younger brothers well, don't let this happen again, it's not just a simple phone call next time," he said before hanging up on the group who were now terrified. They then apologized and left. Make the little sister behind very surprised, not knowing what kind of terrorist history this boy in front of her has. Then she immediately received a call from her best friend apologizing for not being able to come because her boyfriend had returned, making her very surprised and looking towards Wu Chen calling her to go together. When they arrived at the parking lot, the older brother immediately drove the Ferrari towards them, making her very surprised, but the main character confirmed that it was a stolen car. Seeing the main character about to leave, she stopped him because she wanted him to take her home. "Do you really want to leave a weak girl like her alone to go home?" But the main character said, "I'm too shy with a woman with a makeup score below 8 like you, I'm a little not interested." Hearing that, she was very angry, then she immediately wiped off her makeup, and was evaluated by Wu Chen as having a pretty face of 9 points. He then invited her to spend the night at his place to prove he was not lying. The bed was very big and slowly they started talking. She immediately used her hand to support her hip and said, "If you can go, then go, who's afraid of who? If you dare to lie, I will report you to the police." Then the two of them accelerated away. The scene shifted to the next morning at Wu Chen's house. After a passionate night together, Wu Chen opened his eyes and said, welcoming another day, "Goodbye my beauty." But she stepped out from the bathroom and interrogated, "Why didn't it happen like you said? Will the 7th of July repeat? You better explain quickly." "Today is the 8th of July, the male lead was also shocked to see it wasn't the 7th. Outside, she kept knocking on the door and calling for Wu Chen. "What kind of man hides in the bathroom? Come out here, didn't you say you would explain to me?" Inside, Wu Chen was taking a shower, thinking, this is not a dream, time really begins to change. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, he thought, finally, I have escaped from this endless loop, finally getting out, the world awaits me. Suddenly the system displayed a notification that the owner had passed the 10,000-year trial, and the time loop system had been activated. Our protagonist was also surprised when he woke up the system. The system's owner, Hao Shen, had basic attributes of strength 7, speed 9, patience 8, spirit 10,000, non-repeating time, used, time and space quota 365,000, owner's capability, English level 9, shooting 9, etc. In total 354 items, open to view. His body attributes were quite average, but his spiritual power was remarkably high. What exactly was this non-repeating time? Perhaps he could freely repeat time. The system replied, indeed, Wu Chen can freely choose the time to repeat with the end time set at 7 am. If setting the repeat on the same day, the first time costs 1 point, and from the next time onwards it doubles. Wu Chen was very excited that now he could control time actively with 1,354 level 9 skills such as cooking, fighting, shooting, driving, etc. Before that, he was just an ordinary student, going through various ups and downs as evidence that he has never suffered. Now everything has returned to normal, and his current demeanor shows that he is now confident and unstoppable, unable to contain his joy and laughter. Standing outside hearing Wu Chen's loud laughter, Tian also worried that he might have gone crazy. When Wu Chen suddenly walked out, she asked, there were suddenly a group of people knocking on the door demanding the car Wu Chen stole last night. Seeing this, Tian panicked and scolded her brother, you stole a car again, and now they are knocking on our door. But her brother suspected nothing, only the stolen car belonged to Wang Zhiyuan. Hearing this name, Tian wondered, who is he and how powerful is he? Wang Zhiyuan's real name is Wang Zhe. 15 years ago during the university entrance exam, he was the top student in the natural sciences at Donghai. He was supposed to become a top student with a promising future. However, during the summer break after the university entrance exam, his parents were assaulted due to bankruptcy, his father was paralyzed, and in a fit of rage, he stabbed someone. Wang Zhe had to sit in prison for 3 years. After he was released from prison, he started causing trouble and became famous. He had no power, no connections, no criminal record, and no money, but he had an incredibly high IQ that most people did not have. Wang Zhiyuan is now a notorious figure in Donghai, with a huge amount of power. Wu Chen knew how to deal with Wang Zhiyuan, but this time, the timing was not right. In fact, Wang Zhiyuan was only a small issue in this current trouble. The big problem was that yesterday Wu Chen used Li's identity, used it up to this point. If this matter were to be exposed, it would be a big problem, a big trouble. It seems that by that time, everyone in the Huadong area will be hunted down. Wu Chen will erase the server files to reset the time and space for the first time on July 8, 2020. This time consumption was lawless and without respect for authority 1 point, lawless and without respect for authority remaining 364,999 points. On the morning of July 8, 2020 at 7 o'clock, Wu Chen opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, a smile appearing on his face. How do you explain this? Before she could react, Wu Chen quickly placed a finger on her lips to silence her because there was no time to explain at the moment. He was promptly bitten on the hand. She called Wu Chen irresponsible, but unexpectedly persistent. With her identity, she might not be afraid, but he was just an ordinary person. Seeing that Wu Chen knew her true identity, she stopped pretending and promised to help him reconcile with Wang Zhiyuan. Wu Chen hugged the girl gently and asked, so will you save me like I saved you yesterday? The girl blushed and pushed Wu Chen away, saying, you rascal. Just wait to be beaten to death. Wu Chen's tone suddenly became serious. I'm sorry to have disappointed you, but the person I know can easily crush Wang Zhiyuan like an ant. The suspicious girl asked who that person was, and Wu Chen started to recall the image of a very interesting woman, a woman who had caught his attention shortly after Hao Shen had left. The gang of thugs, Wang Zhiyuan, also followed them and yelled while chasing after them, catch up with their car quickly, you guys. The thugs stepped on the gas pedal and approached Wu Chen's car at full speed, the group of Wang Zhiyuan brandishing their guns and threatening, stop your car and give it to me, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Tian, terrified, screamed, they have guns. Hao Shen, intrigued, replied, that's what makes it interesting, not sitting still. And with that, Wu Chen shifted gears and sped off at an incredible speed. The girl couldn't help but be amazed, shouting, are you crazy? What kind of speed are you driving at? Wu Chen could only explain, there's no other way, if we get caught, it's certain death. The red-haired thug in the car angrily scolded his comrades, catch up with them, block their way, and recover the boss's car, then we'll deal with them straight away. While Wu Chen was calling the mysterious woman, a woman on the other end of the line picked up the phone. Wu Chen said, Li CEO warned you, if he finds out you're working against him, you will lose that bet. Li CEO interrogated, who are you, and how do you know about my bet? Haoshan calmly replied, I have my sources, and I know more about you, including your involvement with your brother. Just then, Wang Zhiyuan's gang crashed into Wu Chen's car. He didn't argue with Li CEO anymore, he just left a message, send someone to pick me up at your company in half an hour, we'll talk, and you'll know who I am then. The two cars of Wang Zhiyuan's gang closely followed on both sides of Wu Chen's car. The girl looked worriedly at Haoshan and said, we might get trapped. He calmly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas to increase speed. It will take a while before they can trap us, watch my driving skills. The girl panicked and screamed. Wu Chen hugged the curve and passed the car of a few rascals. The driver couldn't help but exclaim, driving skills are top-notch. The person sitting next to couldn't help but curse, damn it, chase after him quickly. All three cars flew like the wind on the road, but the speed of Haoshan's car easily surpassed the rascal's car and easily passed the corners. The girl in the car in danger could only scream for help, help me. After a while of flying, Haoshan's car also stopped, tell the girl to go home now. The girl looked out the door. The car outside was her house. The girl curiously asked, how do you know my house? Oh well, if I ask, you'll just tell a 1,000-year-old story again. The girl tremblingly got out of the car, not forgetting to turn her head in praise, your driving skills are excellent, where did you learn that? Wu Chen half-jokingly said, I learned it by risking my life, to have such skilled driving skills I had to die many times, but don't follow me, I have countless opportunities to live, you only have one. The blushing girl replied, you scammer, give me your phone number, when I have a guilty conscience, I can contact you. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Wu Chen drove away and disappeared. The angry girl said, I'm so furious, he played with me all night and now he won't even give me his phone number. But then the girl had a sudden thought, that's right, he guessed everything that happened to me, it must be arranged with my best friend, not anything about my family, I will get all the information from that best friend, that despicable man, he can't escape from me. Half an hour later, on the LED screen of a high-rise building, there was a beautiful girl's image. Haoshan recalled, Li Ruobing looks like a famous actress in Donghai City, but in reality, the situation is very complicated, and the person who can make things happen in this city is her younger brother, of course, with a beauty like me in his hands, the relationship is also very deep. At this point, Wu Chen had been taken to CEO Li's office. Haoshan calmly put his hand in his pocket. Looking at Li's CEO, Li Ruobing held his information and read slowly, Haoshan, 22 years old, graduated from Donghai University with a major in information technology, father is Hao Dahai, mother is Zhang Yuan, both are small business owners. In addition, he has a younger sister in high school named Hao Jiao. Haoshan said, Li's CEO is indeed formidable, just a phone call and all the family information can be investigated. Li Ruobing tore up the information sheet about Haoshan, your identity is too ordinary, and an ordinary person should not know about that. Who are you, really? Haoshan remained calm and replied, you can call me an intelligence entrepreneur. He approached Li Ruobing, I know a lot about you. For example, who the traitor next to you is. Give me 1 million yuan and I will tell you his name, the transaction will be smooth. Li Ruobing reached down under the desk, took out a gun, pointed it straight at Haoshan's head, a stranger suddenly running into my office, saying there's a traitor next to me, and demanding 1 million yuan. If it were you, would you agree? I warn you, if you can't give me a proper explanation, don't even think about leaving here. Haoshan gently took the bullets from Li Ruobing's hand. I know, you will use the gun, otherwise how could you kill me? Li Ruobing couldn't help but panic and think, my gun is always under the table, how does he know, is it that time already? Haoshan took the gun from Li Ruobing's hand, I already told you, I am a businessman spy, even the fact that you hide the gun under the table is one of those intelligence, Li CEO, trust my intelligence capabilities, I have no evil intentions, I am just a person who comes for business. Haoshan thought, for her to understand my motives only with money is quite reasonable, actively bringing up money will reduce her guard. Li Ruobing looked coldly at Haoshan, speak, what else do you know? Haoshin played with the gun and replied, "You are the eldest daughter of Li Di, but because of your identity as a woman, all your contributions are not noticed by others. Women may be stronger than men, but in the end, they cannot fight against the words of society. Your mother always spoiled you, and your parents Shibei Zundi and Li De Lianhun have a certain voice, but this time they still advise you to marry Jin Duanlong, without regretting the sacrifice of their daughter's happiness." Haoshin continued, "You once wanted to resist the arranged marriage, but because you were worried about your mother, you couldn't go against it. In order to make Jin Duanlong die, you found 3 different boyfriends, but each one failed. The first fake boyfriend committed suicide, the second was sent to a mental hospital, and the third was imprisoned for life and couldn't overturn the decision. Jin Duanlong is a selfish person, knowing they were just pretending but still didn't hesitate to take action, causing people of the opposite sex to stay away from you. To escape this cursed marriage fate, you and Jin Duanlong made a deal. You both would start a new business, each relying on your own abilities to make the business successful. 5 years later, the bigger business would win. However, you didn't know that Jin Duanlong had arranged for someone to be by your side in order to win, with only 6 months left. This person would steal the research documents and speak at the press conference, which Jin Duanlong would use to ruin the conference and make you lose. Li Ruobing remained stern, not responding but instead writing a check and handing it to Haoshin, then asked, "Tell me, who was that person?" Haoshin laughed, "You'll find out soon." Right at that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the person who walked in was Ma Yan, senior assistant to Li's CEO. Ma Yan handed a document to Li Ruobing, Li's CEO, "You need to sign this document." Haoshin grabbed Ma Yan's head and pushed it down onto the table, pointing a gun at his head. "He is a traitor." Ma Yan panicked, "A traitor? Release me." Haoshin tightened his grip on Ma Yan's neck. "No need to pretend, there are $5 million in your bank account, not a bonus from Jin Duanlong for you." Ma Yan continued to shout, $5 million, Jin Duanlong? "I don't know, miss, I am innocent." Haoshin held Ma Yan down on the table with one hand and took Ma Yan's phone with the other. "It seems you haven't seen a coffin, you haven't shed a tear yet." Haoshin called Jin Duanlong, and as soon as Jin Duanlong answered, he asked, "Have you obtained the documents?" Li Ruobing can't remain calm anymore, Jin Duanlong. Haoshin threw Ma Yan to the ground and asked mockingly, "Do you have any more excuses?" Li Ruobing approached Ma Yan, angrily saying, "Over the years, you have been playing both sides, gaining a lot for yourself. I have supported you for so many years, provided you with many opportunities, and now $5 million bought you." Ma Yan was scared, constantly bowing her head to the ground. "Miss, I did receive the money, but it was all at Madam's request, Madam told me to do so." Haoshin calmly raised his gun and walked towards Li Ruobing. He lied. "Your mother never wanted to marry you to Jin Duanlong like she became a pawn, she was just under pressure from your grandfather and had no choice. This kind of excuse must have been given by Jin Duanlong, he knew your only weakness was your mother." Haoshin handed the gun to Li Ruobing, "Decide how to deal with him yourself." Li Ruobing closed her eyes. "Get out, I don't want to see you anymore." Ma Yan quickly stood up. "Thank you, miss." Haoshin said, "I thought you were going to kill him." Li Ruobing weakly replied, "I just didn't want to kill him with my own hands, but tonight he will end up at the bottom of the river. Actually, now I also suspect your identity, you might also be Jin Duanlong, betraying Ma Yan to gain my trust, right?" Haoshin raised his hand to scratch his head. "Hard to understand, are you still doubtful, but I also have a way to dispel your doubts." Li Ruobing glanced at Haoshin. "What way?" Haoshin smiled. "Very easy, pretend to be your boyfriend." Haoshin explained further, "Jin Duanlong values appearance the most, he will not be arrogant just because he wins a small game. So being your boyfriend is the only way to prove my innocence." Li Ruobing rubbed her chin. "You know the fate of my 3 ex-boyfriends." Haoshin replied, "Of course, but if I get involved with you, my life will be more interesting." Li Ruobing pointed the gun straight at Haoshin's forehead. "I admit you are special, but you are still in danger, aren't you afraid?" Haoshin calmly said, "You don't need to play this trick on me, if you wanted to kill me, you would have called someone already." Li Ruobing thought for a moment and then put the gun away. "I like you." Li Ruobing approached Haoshin. "Now, let's take a close-up photo to prove our relationship." Hao Shen and Li Ruobing both cooperated to take a close-up photo. Hao Shen thought to himself, she will probably give it to Jin Duanlong to make sure I am not a spy for him. Li Ruobing played with her phone and said, from today, you will be my boyfriend, and also my assistant. Someone will come soon to sign the contract and take on the role. Li CEO continued, just speak, how is my younger brother doing? Hao Shen slowly replied, Dong Hai Huang Jun, Zhong Yuan de Fuhao, Nan Hai Guang Chang, and Xing De Ting Chin Club are all under the management of your younger brother Li. Impatiently, Li Ruobing interrupted, everyone knows that. Hao Shen continued, Dong Hai Huang Jun has been involved in some cross-border activities related to high-level individuals. An official investigation has been launched 3 months ago. It is estimated that in just 1 more month, your younger brother's entire system will cease to operate. Li Ruobing exclaimed, what are you saying? Hao Shen calmly continued, not only your younger brother, but this problem also involves Li Di. Once caught, it's only a matter of time before your younger brother is sent to prison. Most importantly, Li Di cannot escape from this disaster. Frowning, Li Ruobing asked, this is a big issue, are you sure your intelligence is reliable? Hao Shen replied, do not doubt me. At Dong Hai Huang Jun Club, a red-haired thug hesitantly reported, the intelligence is correct, Li Ruqin's right-hand man. Wang Zhiyuan, while sharpening a knife, said, he dares to use the alias Li Xing T to beat Zhao Lingzi, steal my car, he must not want to live anymore. Li Ruqin's left arm dropped the cigarette, but it's really strange, how does that guy have my phone number and even know about the May gathering? Li Ruqin said sternly, regardless of who Li is, if you find him, bring him to me, I want to kill him. Just then someone walked in, and when they saw who it was, Li Ruobing, everyone was surprised. The younger siblings quickly greeted, Miss Li. Li Ruqin jumped up and said, sister. Then she ordered the younger siblings to put out all the cigarettes, I don't like the smell of smoke. As she was saying this, Li Ruqin stubbed out the cigarette, then waved her hand to get rid of the smell of smoke, and then worriedly asked, sister, why are you here, is there something urgent? Li Ruobing pointed towards Hao Shen with her hand, just want to introduce someone to you. Hao Shen waved his hand in greeting, and casually threw back the keys, I borrowed your car yesterday, just returning the key, the car is parked in the parking lot. The red-haired rascal couldn't contain himself and shouted, it's him, Li Master, he borrowed your name. Hao Shen calmly evaluated Li Ruqin, also known as Li Di, is the most beloved in the family and has the ability to mobilize the family's forces. Compared to Li Ruobing, Li Ruqin has more real power, but he is not frustrated. Since childhood, Li Ruobing has always been fierce in protecting or fighting with his younger brother, which makes Li Ruqin both respect and fear his older sister. Li Ruqin hesitantly asked Li Ruobing, sister, this person is? Li Ruobing grabbed Li Ruqin's hand and scolded him, this person is your brother-in-law. Li Ruqin was shocked, brother-in-law. The younger siblings were also surprised, sweating nervously, the boss's brother-in-law. As Li Ruqin rubbed the hand that Li Ruobing grabbed, he said, sister, are you looking for a fake boyfriend again? This time, he looks too ordinary. Can you give me a reasonable excuse? Li Ruobing rubbed her chin, well, it's embarrassing, recently I haven't been feeling well, all because of him. Li Ruobing punched Hao Shen on the chest while talking. Hao Shen whispered to her, you're pushing it a bit too far. Li Ruobing gently replied, what, are you afraid Jin Duanlong will kill you? Hao Shen glanced at Li Ruqin, I'm not afraid, I'm just worried that your younger brother is being threatened. Li Ruqin panicked, thinking constantly, could it be that she's pregnant, with that jerk's child, maybe this time it's a real boyfriend. Li Ruqin, this young man does look quite pleasing to the eye, but he's not amazingly handsome. Besides, my sister likes men with character, so how can she judge them based solely on their appearances? Wait a minute, could it be that my sister has been deceived by this guy? Even though she is opinionated, love can make people lose their minds. This cannot be allowed, no matter what, I have to uncover his true face and save my sister. Li Ruobing questioned, how do you know my sister? Hao Shen calmly replied, 3 months ago, your sister brought someone to intern at various universities. Li Ruobing recalled, 3 months ago, I did go to Donghai, how did he know? Li Ruojin interrogated, "You've only known each other for 3 months, can you really understand this man completely in such a short time?" Then he turned to Haoshin and asked, "My younger brother told me that he saw you with a very beautiful girl while drinking yesterday, who is she?" Li Ruobing also raised his voice to question Haoshin, "Which girl?" Haoshin calmly explained, "Don't misunderstand, the girl's name is Mu Tian Tian, the daughter of the Mu family. Mu Si Hai is the CEO of the Mu Si Don Hai Pharmaceutical Group. In fact, you should thank me. If it wasn't for me yesterday, if he had touched that girl, his men would have died. The Mu Si Don Hai Group is a leading pharmaceutical company in Don Hai. Boss Mu Si Hai is well known, with strong power and a large workforce. If Don Hai is a vast and powerful place, then the Mu Si Group is an even more attractive place without bounds." Haoshin continued, "Although you are not afraid of Mu Si Hai, if you fight him, he will definitely win. You will also have to pay a very high price, isn't that so?" Li Ruobing hesitated and said, "Then I have to thank my brother-in-law." Li Ruobing thought to herself, "I didn't expect my little brother to be fearless." Yet Haoshin managed to silence him with just a few words. Li Ruobing cut in, "Let's not talk about useless things. Achin, this time I'm here for something urgent. Someone from above has touched the Huang Jun Club." Wang Zheyuan and Wang Lingzi said in unison, "What is it?" Even Li Ruojin couldn't keep calm and exclaimed, "It's impossible, I have arranged everything perfectly, how could they make a move without me knowing?" Haoshin frowned and said, "Stop secretly filming to blackmail them, and the business with Xie should have ended long ago." This time, Li Ruobing couldn't hold back either. "You are still involved with that Xie guy, I have told you so many times, he is not a good person." Li Ruojin quickly comforted his sister, "Stay calm, take care of yourself." Haoshin agreed with Li Ruobing, "You are right, that Xie guy is not a good person, this time he will definitely betray you, and all the blame will fall on you." Li Ruojin was sweating profusely and interrupted Haoshin, "Even my sister doesn't know about the business I had with Xiaohu, who are you really?" Haoshin replied, "There are some things I can't disclose to you, I am only here for you. You are Ruobing's younger brother, if something happens to you, Ruobing will be very sad, so I have to help you." Li Ruojin gritted his teeth, shouting loudly, "You, don't stand here and act innocent. I'm telling you, if you don't explain clearly today, Hong will still be alive but will leave here." Li Ruobing spoke up, "Achin, come on, listen to your brother-in-law and stop." Li Ruojin, furious and out of control, said, "Sister, I don't need to know how he deceived you, but I will expose his true face right here for you to see." Haoshin remained calm and continued, "Currently, very few people in the entire legal system of Dong Hai know about this. 4 months ago, Lubu, a new police officer who took over as deputy chief, started investigating the Huang Jun Club case." Haoshin took a pen and said as he wrote, "Some investigators have started disguising as customers to infiltrate the club, and have gathered quite a bit of evidence." Haoshin wrote down the names and positions: Lu's assistant, security guard, Zhao Gao. After finishing writing, Haoshin handed the list to Li Ruojin, "Here is a list of the suspects. Whether what I said is true or not, investigate it yourself to find out." Li Ruojin looked at the names in the book with a hint of anger, quickly giving orders, "Lao Zhao, inform everyone to gather at the first floor of Detang building." Promptly responding to the order, Lao Zhao said, "Yes." Li Ruojin continued to instruct, "Zheyuan, take people to investigate the rooms of each person on the list." Wang Zheyuan acknowledged the order, saying, "Understood." Still not forgetting, Li Ruojin turned to threaten Haoshin, saying, "If I find out you're lying, don't blame me for being impolite." Haoshin calmly walked past Li Ruojin and sat down, saying, "I'll wait here for your apology." A moment later, Li Ruojin watched the video report, noting, there are still 2 accomplices standing beside them. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and Li Ruojin became increasingly angry, finally throwing and breaking the camera in his hand, demanding, "Round them all up for me." Li Ruojin replied, "We can't arrest them all. If one of them goes missing, it could accelerate the capture operation from above. They already have some evidence, but they're still missing some crucial pieces, so we're still holding back on closing in." Li Ruojin couldn't control his anger and slammed his hand on the table, "So you want me to hold back?" Haoshin frowned, "Do you want to lose your temper and end up halfway into jail, or do you want to peacefully pass through this obstacle?" Li Ruojin asked, do you have a solution? Hao Shen replied, tell your people not to be aggressive. Li Ruojin signaled to his followers and then turned to ask Hao Shen, what next? Hao Shen smiled and said, I'm sorry, if I act honestly, I'll tell you. Hao Shen thought, if I don't give him a little intimidation to straighten him up, he'll always be a target. Seeing this, Li Ruojin stepped in to reconcile, what are you doing? We're all family here. If you have a solution, tell us quickly. Hao Shen closed his eyes, this guy doesn't even consider me as his brother-in-law. Li Ruojin snorted, quickly humbling himself, brother-in-law, what are you saying? Do you even consider me as your brother-in-law? Hao Shen just laughed, ha ha ha. Li Ruojin wiped her hands and said, I was wrong just now, you are generous and do not hold grudges over trivial matters. I was just afraid that others would deceive you. Hao Shen replied indifferently, it's all right. I'll give you a piece of advice out of respect for you. Firstly, kill Xiaohu. He knows too much, and only when he is dead can you be safe. Xiaohu often goes to the 17 He Tang Hall villa to drug and play with girls. If he dies from an overdose, no one will be able to investigate you anymore, Li Ruojin hastily said. Hao Shen continued to devise a plan for Li Ruojin. Secondly, all the current evidence is in Lu Bu's hands. You will be safe if we destroy all the evidence. Li Ruojin quickly agreed, yes, I will do it right away. Hao Shen scolded, do what? He is the deputy bureau chief, do you think your job is not big enough? Then he said, in room 501, number 2 Street, Lushu City, there is a safe hidden in the wardrobe in the bedroom, with the password 571,564, containing the evidence. Because this is a top-secret mission to avoid causing a big disturbance, there is only one copy of the evidence. Send someone to steal it. Li Ruojin was shocked, in such detail, even the ironclad secret is known. Hao Shen played with the lighter in his hand, third brother, you should quickly report this to our grandfather, especially about the business dealings with Xiaohu. It must be reported clearly because the forces behind all of this are the D family. The Li family and D family have been fighting each other for many years. If both sides go all out, there will be many powerful forces going to jail. Because D family made a move this time, Li family had to form an alliance with Ding family to confront D family. If you let D family get the upper hand, they will take advantage of it to bring Li family down. Even if the big problems are solved, there will still be many small annoyances. We must let our grandfather handle it. Li Ruobing replied, I understand, I will report it to our grandfather. Hao Shen lit the lighter in his hand, finally, burn down Huang Jun Club. Li Ruobing couldn't believe it and asked, burn it down? Hao Shen explained, just a little bit, enough to make a noise. Use that opportunity to temporarily stop internal activities, isn't it more reasonable? Hao Shen continued, if you can do these 4 things, I guarantee you will easily pass this obstacle. Li Ruobing reached out and pinched Li Ruojin's ear, causing him to startle and cry out, ah. Ruobing asked in a firm tone, did you hear what your brother-in-law said clearly? Ruojin hugged Ruobing, pleading, I heard it, don't worry, I will do as he said. Suddenly, Li Ruojin's phone rang, and he quickly answered, hello, how much did we lose? The voice on the other end replied, 200 million. Li Ruojin turned pale, shouting loudly, 200 million, I'll be there right away. Then, he turned to Li Ruobing and Hao Shen, saying, brother-in-law, there's a problem at the casino, please wait for me for a moment. Hao Shen muttered to himself, Tong Quang Jun, boss Fu Shang. Li Ruojin, surprised, asked, how do you know? In the bustling street, in a luxurious casino, everyone is happily placing bets. The group of people led by Hao Shen slowly entered the casino. As Hao Shen spoke up, Tong Quang Jun arrived in Donghai yesterday, and specially invited the gambling masters from Nation F for revenge. The reason he was being pressured this time is not because Huang Jun was too ostentatious, or because he secretly took photos to blackmail prominent figures, but because of the situation at the casino. To put it simply, his business with Xiaohu relied on relationships to deceive some newcomers into gambling. In the casino, many hired masters were hiding, and of course, if they win he wins, if they lose he loses. Tong Quang Jun lost millions here, cutting off the company's cash flow and causing a lot of problems. During this process, he discovered that many wealthy people also lost money like him. Tong Kwang-jun reported this to the D family, and during the investigation, they found out about his secret filming for blackmail. They did not hesitate to seize the opportunity to collaborate with others, preparing to intervene in this matter to bring down the Lee family. Hao Xin and Li Ruojin looked at each other, then both turned to look at Tong Kwang-jun. Hao Xin quietly reminded, "Don't speak too quickly, let's wait and see." Tong Kwang-jun stared at Hao Xin and Li Ruojin, then sneered, "Looking at your faces, one would think you are in complete agreement. Trusting the Li family is not an easy task." Hao Xin chuckled lightly, Li Ruojin also smiled warmly. The two of them walked out of the room one after the other, marking the end of today's card game. Tong Kwang-jun watched as they left the room, a hint of doubt in his eyes but also enveloped by unwavering confidence. He reminded himself, "Li family, I will never be able to easily defeat them." Hao Xin didn't know when he had come to the table, holding the cards, "I don't think so." Finishing his sentence, Hao Xin started holding the cards, throwing a few cards and then catching them back. "Boss Tong, are you interested in playing 2 rounds with me?" Tong Kwang-jun laughed loudly. "Ha, why did you change into a young person like this, Li young master? Don't be too careless. Today, you have lost more than 200 million to me. If you still want to give me money, haha, I won't mind." Li Ruojin also didn't understand what was happening. He turned to ask Li Ruobing, "What's going on? Does he really know how to play cards, sister?" Li Ruobing also didn't know how to answer. "Well, how would I know?" The cardmaster next to Tong Kwang-jun silently assessed. Cardmasters rely on the opponent's facial expressions and actions to play psychological mind games. It takes extremely deep experience to master this skill. "That guy really doesn't know his place. Just by looking at his face, I can tell what cards he has in his hand." Li Ruobing called out, "Hey," and then whispered in Hao Xin's ear, "Are you okay?" Hao Xin gently replied, "I can help you win back all the money today." Hao Xin sat down, and the dealers started dealing the cards. Hao Xin didn't rush to look at the cards, while the expert on the other side thought to himself, "He's not looking at the cards, is this his habit?" Hao Xin casually flipped his cards, revealing the ace of spades. The expert raised his hand, "My card is bigger, let's make a bet." Hao Xin lightly tossed his chips, 50,000, and the expert pushed his glasses up, "Okay, let's bet." After the first round, Hao Xin again bet 50,000. The dealer asked the expert on the other side, "What about you?" The expert took off his glasses, laid down his cards. By the 4th round, he did it again, and by the 8th round, Hao Xin still continued to bet 50,000. Both sides continued playing until the 15th round. Hao Xin said, "I fold." He kept winning until the 21st round. The other side continued betting 50,000, and Hao Xin won again, saying, "I won again." Li Ruojin couldn't resist teasing, "Boss Tong, the person you invited seems to have run out of luck." Tong Kwang-jun politely replied, "Well, it seems like Li has run out of luck now." Tong Kwang-jun, like a poisonous spider waiting for its prey, thought to himself, "You fool, you think winning a few rounds will make me lose." Tong Kwang-jun remembered the words of a master, "I have a habit of intentionally losing a few rounds at the beginning, borrowing the opportunity to observe the opponent's habits, analyze the opponent's psychology, and then strike back. You have no objection?" At that moment, Tong Kwang-jun said, "I'll decide everything on my own." Tong Kwang-jun analyzed again, Li Ruojin has lost over 200 million, it's not easy to just stop playing now. Once this person runs out of betting money, they will surely continue playing until round 30. The referee invites both sides to show their cards. Hao Xin pushes a large amount of chips, 100,000. The master thought to himself, he doesn't even look at the cards and goes all in, he seems to be confident in his luck. The master replied, "Okay." After dealing 4 more cards, Hao Xin continued to increase the number of chips, continue, 100,000. The master looked at Hao Xin's cards and silently evaluated, "His cards are very low, and I have a pair of kings, so I will win." He confidently pushed all his chips forward and said, "If that's the case, I'll bet it all." Li Ruojin observed Hao Xin and thought to himself, based on his expression, his chances of winning seem higher, but he doesn't look at the cards, so the outcome is still uncertain. Hao Xin flicked his 2 cards and decided, "I'll bet it all too." The master raised his glasses and suggested, "The money on the table is too little, let's increase it by 100 million. What do you think?" Haoshin arrogantly replied, 100 million is not enough, let's make it 200 million. Li Ruojin signaled for the staff to bring more chips, and quickly, two cosplaying bunny girls brought in a large amount of chips. Haoshin continued to provoke, "I'll bet another 100 million, what about you?" The master continued to think, "From my observation, he only touched the most important card, which is likely to be a pair of aces." The master decided to fold. Haoshin said, "You're too careless, if you had listened to me and added another 50 million, you might have won an additional 50 million. Li Ruobing, curious, turned to ask Haoshin, "Are your cards aces?" Haoshin denied, "No, my card is the two of hearts." The expert was angry, stood up angrily and hit the table, "You're playing me." Haoshin calmly said, "You dare not bet, why do you accuse me?" The expert sat down, continued to ponder, "Don't be complacent, I have figured out your habits." Both sides continued round 31, coincidentally both sides had equivalent cards. The expert looked at the last card, which was a 9. The expert thought to himself, "Our cards are the same, but if his card is the 9 of clubs, he can't beat me. It's extremely unlikely that all 4 9 cards will come out in one round. This is a crucial moment," and he didn't even check his own card. Tong Kwang-jun received the signal from the expert. Both of them were secretly thinking, "It's time to reel him in." The expert said, "Our cards don't look bad, let's settle the win or loss in one round. What do you think, 200 million all in?" Haoshin also pushed all his chips in, "Alright, bet." The atmosphere became tense. Li Ruobing also slightly suspiciously asked Haoshin, "A bet of 200 million, isn't this too risky?" Li Ruojin could only say, "Brother-in-law has a strong spirit, it should not be a problem." Tong Guangjun and the master both believed he was bluffing. The master also jokingly said, "Alright, young man, if you would bet then don't regret it, if you can't control your emotions, you won't go far." The master couldn't hold back and slammed the cards forcefully under the table, not even looking at the cards and daring to bet big. "Do you think you are a gambling god? 200 million bet is like a wise lesson for you?" Li Ruobing and Li Ruojin both felt it's over, while Tong Guangjun was confident this time he will win. Tong Guangjun couldn't help but taunt, "Masterly, with so much wealth, losing a little money like this is nothing." Li Ruojin could only grit his teeth and grumble, "Humph." Haoshin spoke up only now after watching the drama unfold. "Finished speaking?" "When you finish speaking, then watch it yourself." Haoshin gently laid down the cards. The master frowned, his words full of sorrow, "I know that you have created a fake scene, I knew it from the beginning. But I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You used everything I did to defeat me. That is truly a wise tactic." Haoshin shrugged, his eyes cold, "The battle is not over until the last man standing." "Are you not satisfied with this result?" Li Ruojin smirked, "You are quite the talker, even the best cannot bear defeat." "I have nothing to be upset about. But you, who knows, may face even more trouble from me in the future." Tong Kwang-jun had to bow his head and accept defeat, feeling frustrated and annoyed. And then continue the endless battle in the game full of cunning and wisdom. The master still wanted to explain something. "Boss Tong, Tong Kwang-jun interrupted, "Let's go, we'll talk when we get back." Suddenly, Haoshin shouted loudly, "Stop, who gave you permission to leave?" Tong Kwang-jun replied without any advantage, "Bossly, whether we win or lose, you should at least let the guests leave. The way Li family treats their guests is truly unique." Li Ruojin turned to ask Haoshin, "Why are you not letting them go?" Haoshin didn't answer immediately, but turned to Li Ruojin and said, "Wait a moment, you'll find out soon." "Do you have a knife I can borrow?" Li Ruojin handed him a knife but couldn't resist asking, "Do you know how to play?" Haoshin made a few basic moves and then asked in return, "Li Ruojin, what do you think?" Haoshin held the knife, walked towards the master, grabbed his hand, and forcefully retrieved an ace of spades from the master's sleeve. Li Ruojin was surprised, while Haoshin slowly said, "In the 15th round, you deliberately hid an ace of spades in your sleeve as a secret weapon. You thought I didn't see it. I didn't expose you right away because I hadn't won back my money yet." Li Ruojin angrily shouted, "Damn it, daring to play dirty with me. He then turned to question Tong Kwang-jun. "Boss Tong, explain this." Tong Kwang-jun broke into a cold sweat, looking towards the skilled person, who only managed to say, "It's a misunderstanding." Haoshin immediately kicked the skilled person to the ground, twisted his arm behind him, then pressed one of his hands firmly on the table, asking angrily, "Do you know the consequences of breaking the rules?" Before anyone could react, Haoshin lowered his knife and said, "Cut his hand." The skilled person could only cry out in pain, "Ah, my hand." Haoshin turned back and asked, "Boss Tong, do you have anything to say?" Tong Kwang-jun quickly denied, "It's not related to me, I didn't tell him to do that, it was all his own intention." Haoshin handed the situation back to Li Ruojin. "I'll go first, the rest is up to you, just remember not to use force in the club." Li Ruobing asked Haoshin, "How does it feel to cut someone else's hand?" Haoshin simply replied, "It feels like nothing." Li Ruobing, suspicious, asked again, "Nothing?" Haoshin blandly responded, "If it's not my own hand, then there's no feeling." With that, Haoshin continued on his way. Surprisingly, Ruobing, cutting someone else's hand without hesitation. And saying there's no feeling, this person has killed before. Haoshin and Li Ruobing sat together in a car heading back to the company. Li Ruobing marveled, "I never expected a business intelligence like you to be so skilled at playing cards." Haoshin turned to look at Li Ruobing, "Just a little technique. And you can just transfer the thank you directly to my account." Li Ruobing was speechless, always thinking about money. Suddenly, Haoshin leaned close to the window of the car and hummed. "Haoshin, moreover, it can be seen that you are probably familiar with many people here. Aren't you afraid they'll see me?" Haoshin leaned back and looked at Li Ruobing. "There are 2 cars following us." The driver also reported to Li Ruobing, "Miss, the car behind is indeed being followed." Li Ruobing ordered, "Cut them off." Li Ruobing gritted her teeth, "Ding Duanlong, that pervert, dares to send someone to follow me." But Haoshin didn't think so, thinking to himself, "No, the one following is not Ding Duanlong's people, their target is Li Ruobing." Haoshin held Li Ruobing's hand. "Ruobing, don't be afraid, I'm here." Li Ruobing thought to herself, "He's just pretending. But his skills are good, I almost got fooled." Li Ruobing took her hand off from Haoshin. "You must be hungry. Since you did a great job today, let me treat you to a meal." Li Ruobing took Haoshin to a European restaurant, where Haoshin spoke up first, "You are probably familiar with many people here. Aren't you afraid they'll see me?" Li Ruobing replied, "I want even more people to know about him." At that moment, Handali, the chairman and co-founder of Longcheng Corporation, came to greet them. "Miss Li, what a coincidence, you are also here for lunch." Li Ruobing looked up and replied, "You are Boss Han, my boyfriend said he wanted to eat Western food so I came with him for a meal." "Haoshin, this is Han, CEO, co-founder of Longcheng Corporation." Handali extended his hand in front of Haoshin. Nice to meet you, this is Miss Li." Truly a well-matched couple. Haoshin shook hands with Handali. "Thank you, Boss Han, you are very polite." Handali looked at his watch and said, "I'm sorry, I have to leave as my clients have arrived." After Handali left, Li Ruobing said, "Handali, he is not bad, likes to make friends, and is also a member of the Donghai Association." Haoshin said, "No need for introductions, I know him better than you do." Li Ruobing, not happy, replied, "Indeed, you are a sharp businessman, the best." Haoshin spoke up, reminding them, "But not everyone wants to be friends with you." Li Ruobing didn't argue either. "Of course, I have many opponents, especially women. But becoming my opponent is a foolish thing to do, isn't it?" Haoshin could only reply, "That's very true." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Oh, isn't this Miss Li? What a coincidence. But Miss Li, since when did you start chasing after boys?" The speaker was Lu Taishio, also known as Lu Likun, a 32-year-old wife of the Lu family in Donghai City. 7 years ago, she married Lu Kuang-nian, the chairman of Donghai Chuli Group, and gave birth to a son. With the help of Lu Kuang-nian, she established the fashion company Yinsu, which happened to be a rival of Li Ruobing. Lu Likun continued taunting, "Miss Li is already 27 this year, but she looks like she's still in her 20s. An old ox munches young grass indeed." Li Ruobing replied calmly, Miss Lu, out of respect for Boss Lu, I will take your words as a joke. I hope you won't overstep. Lu Li-kun persisted, well, you've already done it, so why worry about what others say? Li Ruobing, enraged, wanted to throw her coffee cup at Lu Li-kun. Li Ruobing shouted, I told you to shut up. Haoshan raised his hand to stop her, don't get agitated, leave it to me. Haoshan approached Lu Li-kun, put his hand on his chin and thought, staring at Lu Li-kun. Lu Li-kun frowned, why are you staring at me? Haoshan replied, nothing, I just feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Haoshan clapped his hands, who remembers now, you must have worked at a nightclub before. Lu Li-kun angrily slammed the table, you are the one who worked at a nightclub, your whole family worked at a nightclub, dare to insult me, do you know who I am? Haoshan teased back, insult. Do you think changing your appearance can deceive me? Lu Li-kun thought to herself, how does this wretch know I used to work at a nightclub and even think about changing my appearance? It's already been 10 years, no one should know about that. Li Ruobing walked over to Haoshan, to know about such lowly matters, your intelligence skills truly impress me. Haoshan turned back to look at Li Ruobing, you still admire me early, wait a little longer and you will know everything. Just then, Lu Kuan-lien, the CEO of Donghai Group, appeared, why is there noise here? Lu Li-kun ran up and leaned into Lu Kuan-lien's arms, complaining, husband, that wretched guy dared to threaten me, saying I used to work at a nightclub, you must deal with him quickly. Lu Kuan-lien comforted her, don't cry anymore, let me handle this. Lu Kuan-lien turned to Lu Ruobing, Miss Li, who is this person? Lu Ruobing replied, he is my boyfriend, Haoshan. Lu Kuan-lien approached Haoshan and said loudly, Lu Kuan-lien of Donghai is also a person with dignity, if you insult my wife, it is also an insult to me, this is not something that can be resolved in a few words. Haoshan replied, there is someone who can help me resolve it. Lu Kuan-lien sneered, do you still think that by clinging to the Li family, you can touch me? Haoshan shook his head and said, I'm not talking about Ruobing, but Ma Xin Feng. Lu Kuan-lien was astonished, how do you know? Even Li Ruobing couldn't understand why Lu Kuan-lien reacted with such horror upon hearing that name. Haoshan gestured with his eyes to Lu Kuan-lien, Boss Lu, can we talk while walking? Lu Kuan-lien had no choice but to follow Haoshan. After they were a sufficient distance away, Haoshan spoke up, I have 2 things to discuss with you. The first is about Lu Li-kun. 10 years ago, Lu Li-kun used to work in a nightclub and earned a lot of money. During that time, she met a very wealthy client. This client started out in real estate and had a violent past, having been involved in serious disputes when he was younger. When he went for a checkup, the doctor told him it would be very difficult for him to have children. Indeed, as the doctor predicted, he even failed to conceive through IVF. After a drunken confession, he revealed all this to Lu Li-kun, entrusting her with this secret. She concocted a cunning plan. She underwent plastic surgery and changed her name to Lu Taishio, ultimately becoming the mistress of that client. Haoshan continued, 3 months later, Lu Taishio got pregnant and successfully gave birth to a baby boy. Of course, the child was not from that guest, but from Lu Taishio with another person. They knew that you would go for a paternity test, so they bribed the doctor with a large sum of money to change the result. By now, Boss Lu must have realized, the older your son gets, the less he looks like you. You just don't dare to face the truth. This is not their entire plan. The ultimate goal is to accidentally kill you and then seize all your assets. Lu Kuan-lien calmly asked, you think I would believe you just with a few words? Haoshan provided more information, your wife's cousin is working in the company, not as a cousin but as a lover. They are still having an affair until now. It's easy to look into this matter. Of course, you can ask her, but will she tell you the truth? Some intimidation might be necessary. Lu Kuan-lien quickly walked towards Lu Li-kun, Taishio, yesterday you and I were supposed to meet at the company, right? Lu Li-kun suppressed his fear and replied, yes, at the office until work hours ended. Lu Kuan-lien denied, no, yesterday he told me he was meeting clients, not at the company. Lu Li-kun still foolishly replied, oh, really? Maybe he just remembered wrong. Lu Kuang-lian frowned, remembered wrong? Alright, I'll call and ask him now. Lu Li-kun hurriedly explained, oh, I remember now. Yesterday afternoon I did meet with clients, but I was back by 3 o'clock and then I just sat in the office. Suddenly, my husband asked me about it. That dog insulted me. Doesn't he care about me anymore? Doesn't he love me and our son anymore? Lu Kuang-lian couldn't contain his anger, raised his hand to slap Lu Li-kun, and shouted loudly, shut up, don't think I don't know about your affair, get out, I'll deal with you when you come back. After that, Lu Kuang-lian lowered his voice, I'm embarrassed to let the two of you see this. Li Ruobing replied, don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Lu Kuang-lian said angrily, I just want the Lu family to have a successor in the future, not to be taken advantage of by others. Lu Kuang-lian clenched his fist and then let go, saying, well, I also accept that I will never have a child in my life. Haoshan denied Lu Kuang-lian's words, no, Boss Lu, you have a son who loves animals very much. Lu Kuang-lian was surprised, what? Haoshan continued, that's what I'm planning to tell you soon. Haoshan continued the story, there was a couple in love, they were childhood sweethearts, both of them loved each other deeply, wanting to spend the rest of their lives together. But after the boy started earning money, he lost his rationality, eventually breaking up with his first love and betraying that relationship. He ran off with his new lover, not knowing that his first love was pregnant at that time. The girl gave birth to a son, but her parents cut ties with her for having a child out of wedlock. She raised her son alone, but the hatred for that man remained. She always told her son that his father had died. Haoshan continued, that child may not have a successful career or family in the future, but currently, the four of us are living very happily together. So, you haven't completely failed yet, and you even have a granddaughter now. Your granddaughter is very adorable, I'm sure you will cherish her when you meet her. Lu Kuang-lian hurriedly asked, what's my son's name? Haoshan replied, Ma Gui Wei, according to your wife's surname. Lu Kuang-lian trembled, Xiaofeng, she still hasn't gotten married. Haoshan continued, maybe she no longer trusts men, that's why she hasn't married yet. She still lives in Donghai, probably knows that you have become wealthy. She has never thought of looking for you until now. Maybe the pain you caused her is too great. Here is Ma Huifeng's current address, whether she forgives you or not, you need to confirm that yourself. Lu Kuang-lian took the paper from Haoshan and quickly left the restaurant, leaving behind a sentence, brother, if I go back to Huifeng, I will never forget this favor. Li Ruobing intrigued, so Lu Kuang-lian also owes you a love debt. Haoshan chuckled, it could be useful in the future. After finishing the meal, Li Ruobing took Haoshan home. Haoshan bid farewell to Li Ruobing, saying, see you tomorrow. Before Haoshan left, Li Ruobing called out, Haoshan, come back, I have something to tell you. Haoshan leaned against the car mockingly, what is it? Li Ruobing reached out to grab Haoshan's collar, pulled him closer, and kissed him forcefully. After they separated, Li Ruobing said, do not make Dong Long angry by sending people to follow me, he might just get enraged. Haoshan joked, I guess this is your first kiss. Li Ruobing asked, is this one of your spies? Haoshan turned around, no, I just thought you were a bit clumsy, which made my lips hurt. Goodbye. At that moment, in front of Haoshan's house, two girls, Mu Tian Tian said, Lili, I'm too hungry, let's go buy some food, let's not wait any longer. The other girl replied, no, we have to wait to catch that scoundrel, and then give him a beating. Mu Tian Tian hesitated, but I volunteered for this myself. The other girl angrily scolded, are you stupid? Has he brainwashed you already? This time, I won't forgive him easily. Mu Tian Tian asked back, he's not someone you arranged, how does he know so much about you? The other girl replied firmly, that's none of my concern. The most important thing is to find him and teach him a lesson. Mu Tian Tian felt regretful, I thought Lili was just curious about Haoshan's affairs, asking a few questions, but I didn't expect such a strong reaction. Just then, Haoshan appeared in the hallway, and Mu Tian Tian said, he's here. Haoshan was slightly surprised, oh, you're all here. The girl spoke up, he's the reckless guy who deceived Tian Tian from my house. Just look at that playboy type and you know he's not a good person. Haoshan chuckled lightly, if you already know I'm not a good person and still dare to come to me voluntarily? Haoshin put his hand in his pocket, and the pink-haired girl quickly grabbed a dagger and threatened, "What do you want? I warn you to stay away from me." Haoshin paid no attention, passing by the two coldly. "Open the door, what are you waiting for?" The angry girl with pink hair shouted, "How dare you deceive me? Just die." Mu Tian quickly intervened, "Lili, stop." Before the girl with pink hair could get closer, Haoshin immediately said, "Other than you, Gu Xiaowei has another woman." The girl with pink hair stopped in her tracks. "What did you say?" Haoshin turned around to explain, "Gu Xiaowei has been in Donghai for 4 days. Before meeting you, he went to apartment 201, number 19, Shuiyuan Street to see his girlfriend, then went to drink with friends. He only came to see you yesterday when he ran out of money. To him, you're just a wallet." The pink-haired girl asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Haoshin replied, "If you don't believe me, call him and ask." The angry pink-haired girl said, "How dare you doubt my judgment? I'll call him to prove you're lying." The pink-haired girl dialed Gu Xiaowei's number. "Baby, where are you?" Gu Xiaowei quickly replied, "I'm at home." The girl with pink hair continued, "There is someone in the room, please read the serial number of the first sheet for me." Gu Xiaowei began to retreat. "Oh, I'm in the bathroom, I'll call you back in half an hour." The angry girl with pink hair exclaimed, "Hurry up, Gu Xiaowei, this miserable guy seems to have no home. Let's see how I deal with him." Mu Tian couldn't stop the girl with pink hair. "Lili, wait." Haoshin reached out to hold Mu Tian in his arms and carried her sideways. "It's already coming, why not sit and relax?" Mu Tian turned her head and asked, "Why hold me if we're just sitting?" Haoshin gently replied, "Just in case you get tired." Mu Tian kept struggling, "I can walk by myself." "Put me down, can't you hear me? Put me down quickly, you idiot." The next morning, Haoshin started getting dressed and looked towards Mu Tian. "Are you still not getting up?" Mu Tian blushed and said angrily, "You rude person. I haven't slept for a few hours and now I must sleep, okay?" Haoshin tossed a piece of paper to Mu Tian, "Here is my phone number. If you want to meet, just call this number. Don't come to my house again." Mu Tian smiled, "Okay then." After Haoshin left the house, someone followed him. Haoshin dialed his phone. "Has the person been following me all day? I'm just going to work out a bit. Wait a bit and come straight to the arena to find me." At the arena, Haoshin was training hard. Over the thousands of years, he had mastered many techniques but lacked physical strength, so he needed to train more. Now that Haoshin had offended Don Long, he didn't know what troubles he would face in the future. After finishing the match, Wang Zheyuan arrived. Haoshin remembered, Wang Zheyuan used to be just a second-rate martial artist. But because of his connection with Li Yuqin, his power increased rapidly. In just a few years, Wang Zheyuan has become one of the 4 great figures of Taekwondo and the youngest one. They control the nightclub industry and many clubs, gaining wealth without limit. Wang Zheyuan spoke up first. "Mr. Hao, I want to explain to you a little bit. You must be mistaken. I sent someone to follow you for your safety, not with any malicious intent." Haoshin asked back. "I'm sure Ri-Qin doesn't know that you're following me in Ruobing, right? Ri-Qin cares a lot about your sister. If he finds out about this, you might be in danger." Wang Zheyuan swallowed nervously. Seeing this, Haoshin said, "Don't worry, if I wanted to tell him, I wouldn't have called you." Curious, Wang Zheyuan asked, "So, what do you want?" Haoshin raised his water bottle. "I want to be friends with you. You have quite a few subordinates. If I ever need help in the future and don't have enough manpower, I'll ask for your help. And also, if you need my help, just tell me straight." Haoshin thought to himself, "Although I have a lot of intelligence, I don't have the means to mobilize it. If he helps me, things will be much simpler in the future." At that moment, Haoshin's phone rang. It was Li Ruobing calling. "Haoshin, come to the company quickly, something has happened." Haoshin replied, "Okay, I'm on my way." Wang Zhiyuan handed the car keys to Hao Xin. Mr. Hao, use my car, there are clothes in the car. If you don't pay attention, consider this car as a token of my apology to you, please accept it. Hao Xin reached out to take the car keys, then I won't be polite anymore. Meanwhile, at Li Ruobing's company, the public relations department was in chaos, everyone was talking at the same time, there was no schedule. I'm Xiaowan, Miss Li, don't worry about the cost. Li Ruobing was also on the phone, the situation there is not good, we can't release any news, I understand. Hao Xin walked in, what's going on? Li Ruobing anxiously said, the spokesperson for our product, the new singer Deng Hunya, was hit by a car. Ruobing, yesterday you helped me find the traitor's name, Ding Duanlong must have known that the plan was leaked. Today it's Deng Hunya's turn to have an accident so she can't advertise our new product anymore. Hao Xin continued, indeed, this is not a coincidence. Li Ruobing angrily cursed, Ding Duanlong, despicable man, dared to violate the rules of the gambling game, and even dared to involve the power of the family. Hao Xin said again, Miss Li, do you want me to find a new spokesperson for you? Li Ruobing sighed, our requirements for a spokesperson are very high, can you find one for me? Hao Xin handed the phone to Li Ruobing to see. There is a popular actress in the country, an award-winning actress named Dao Manon. Is she qualified as a spokesperson? Dao Manon, she even refused to meet me once, let alone wanting her to be my spokesperson. I know you want to help me, but this is not possible. Hao Xin was a bit unhappy, you still don't believe me, huh? Let's make a bet then. Bet that tomorrow I can get Dao Manon to come to the company and sign a contract with you. Dao Manon is a hot actor, an idol who has won numerous awards through the movie Sword Dance of the Water Knight, becoming one of the domestic actors reaching out to the world. Since then, she has received many endorsements, becoming one of the highest paid female celebrities in the country. So Li Ruobing felt that Hao Xin was joking, you say tomorrow Dao Manon will sign a contract with me. Don't joke like that. She is currently filming overseas, not to mention there are many skincare endorsements lined up. It's not our turn yet. Hao Xin just replied, I already said, if you don't believe me, then let's make a bet. Li Ruobing agreed, okay, the bet may shut you up and stop bothering me. Hao Xin confidently said, fine, tomorrow I can get her to come to the company and sign a contract with you. If I lose, I won't take your money anymore, I'll even give you back 20 million. But if I win, you'll pay me 20 million, consider it as the fee for me finding an advertiser for you. It's not about winning the bet. Besides that, you can't be jealous. Li Ruobing frowned, jealous? Why should I be jealous? We're just pretending to be lovers, I don't really love you either. If you love someone, go find someone else. I don't have the right, nor the desire to stop you. Hao Xin nodded understandingly and turned away, okay, it's settled then. Conveniently, you can prepare to transfer 20 million as well, consider it an acting fee. Li Ruobing, furious, exclaimed, you. Hao Xin dialed a number on his phone, Chang Yuan, I need your help with something. A while later, Hao Xin and Wang Chang Yuan appeared at an internet cafe, where a young man shouted loudly, Boss Hao, Chang Yuan go, I'm done setting up, the rest of the guys are waiting outside. Wang Chang Yuan curiously asked, how, these guys are all very skilled subordinates, why do you want to find them? Hao Xin didn't answer but coldly ordered, Initiate Fundamentals, bring down the curtain, Arrogance by Dragon, the legendary master, register all of them for the 5 p.m. slot and on server 3, use 3 characters on server Wanggu. Upon entering the game, Hao Xin received a few notifications, please enter your name, 3 servers Wanggu, divine quantity is 1k equals 10 yuan payment, pay now. Hao Xin continued to enter his information and said, after entering, wait for me in the newbie square, I will join the group, then enter. 4 hours later, Hao Xin shouted, brothers, we're at the final target, kill it. A series of game characters rushed forward to fight monsters, with a junior brother unable to contain his excitement, first time playing and already received 10,000 accounts, so happy. After finally defeating the final boss, a series of notifications appeared, players on the Wanggu server have defeated the boss, receive the Beastman King of Resilience, receive arena items, receive free storage. A junior brother exclaimed, there's the Beastman King of Resilience. The group of brothers began to compete, hey, give me a bit, don't take mine. Wang Changyuan's game character approached Hao Shin's game character and reported, "Our team has defeated Xiaolong, becoming the top 1 gang in this server, but we also had to spend up to 8 million yuan for this game." Hao Shin responded, "The entire server no longer has any regular players, all other gangs have been killed or retreated, only Wang Gu and Dragon Ruler of the World remain, it's time to proceed to step 2. After Hao Shin made some movements, a notification popped up, reminding the players, "The leader of the powerful gang Wang Gu has initiated a war, please prepare yourselves." Hao Shin yelled, "Prepare the troops, get ready to battle the Dragon Ruler of the World." All subordinates quickly respond, "Yes sir." In the main square, a series of sounds of fighting echoed at the foot of the castle. "He dropped a weapon there, pick it up, hey, that's our team's, why are you stealing from us?" Suddenly someone called out to Hao Shin, "Alright, brothers, with so much money spent, it seems like you're quite the player too." The speaker said, "So it turns out that you are Resist Dragon's Grudge, the leader of Dragon Ruler of the World." Resist Dragon's Grudge continued, "Our 2 factions are evenly matched, it's still unknown who will win or lose." Hao Shin interjected, "No, the winner has already been decided." Resist Dragon's Grudge asked, "How can you be so confident? How do you plan to win?" Hao Shin denied, "No, I will win." Resist Dragon's Grudge didn't understand Hao Shin's meaning, so Hao Shin shouted loudly, "All members of the Wanggu server, follow my orders, unequip your gear, and leave the game." Resist Dragon's Grudge couldn't understand and exclaimed, "Hey, brother, what are you doing?" Resist Dragon's Grudge jumped to hug Hao Shin, crying and saying, tears streaming down his face, "Please don't go, how can we determine the winner and loser?" Resist Dragon's Grudge looked at Hao Shin with pleading eyes, "It's hard to find a worthy opponent." Resist Dragon's Grudge wiped away his tears, "I've already topped up 10 million, you probably topped up around 800 to 900, aren't you going to regret not playing anymore?" Hao Shin chuckled, continuing to perform the play, pretending to be in a dilemma, "It's hopeless, the advertising company of my family's woman has a problem, the person advertising her new product just got in a car accident, now we need to find a new person, I must go back to help her." Resist Dragon's Grudge laughed and said, "I thought it was something big, it's just a few female celebrities, who do you want? I have a few people under my command, I'm not bragging, I can even dig up pictures, just a phone call and they'll come." Hao Shin thought to himself, "Bait taken." Hao Shin continued to pretend, "I have a real problem, I can't play anymore, I have to go to Donghai." Resist Dragon's Grudge tried to hold on to Hao Shin, saying, "Oh, I'm in Donghai too, I'm a Donghai person." Hao Shin replied, "That's right, let's not talk anymore, I'm leaving." Resist Dragon's Grudge tried to stop him, "Wait, don't go." But Hao Shin quickly logged off the game. As he was getting up, he received a message, it was from Resist Dragon's Grudge, "I have also deposited 1 million, finding your phone number is as easy as pie, the game requires you to use the previous server to continue playing after work, why don't you explain clearly to me, I'll lend you a hand, let me find you or you come find me here." Hao Shin secretly thought, "I knew it, just as I predicted." Hao Shin quickly replied, "Alright, my girlfriend is really busy, so it's best if we meet as soon as possible." Hao Shin ordered, "Everyone, disperse." Resist Dragon's Grudge also quickly responded, "Xing Yuan Lu, I'll be waiting for you." Later, at Xing Yuan Lu, Hao Shin was the first to speak, "So Resist Dragon's Grudge is actually you, Boss Lei." The person opposite him was Lei Jia, the son of the Hong Fa group, who replied, "Boss Lei from the Wang Jiaxin server." Hao Shin introduced himself, "My name is Hao Shin." Lei Jia asked, "Do you know me?" Hao Shin slowly replied, "Lei family's son from the Hong Fa group, I have heard of your name." Lei Jia poured tea into a cup, "What about my name, where are you from?" Hao Shin lifted his cup and replied, "You're being cautious, afraid that your older brother will kill you." Hong Fa Lei family is one of the top 10 processing companies, with total assets reaching billions. Chairman Lei Zhenghui, at 70 years old, always plays it cool. In reality, the one in charge is his eldest son, Lei Hu. Other clans who have contact with Lei Chang are seen as being at his mercy. Lei Hu has tried numerous times to destroy Lei Chang, but he remains the same till now. Lei Chang raised his glass and asked, "Which family do you belong to?" Hao Shin lowered his voice and replied, "Boss Lei, just relax, I don't belong to any family. I'm not from the background you think I am, our meeting is truly fate." Lei Cheng thought to himself, if I can't find out now, I'll investigate slowly later. If this person is from the Lei Hu faction, he's still too young. Lei Cheng spoke up, talk about your girlfriend, you spend a lot of money, how come you can't even choose a representative? Hao Shen looked worried, I was almost assassinated, I didn't expect our advertisers to be targeted. Lei Cheng asked, so that's why you didn't hesitate to leave the game? Don't worry, I keep my word, I'll find a representative for you. What's your girlfriend's company name, what industry does she work in? Hao Shen replied, she works in the cosmetics industry, the company name is Xian Tai Fashion. Lei Cheng felt quite surprised, what? Your woman is Li Ruobing, huh, if you are from the Li family, just say it straight, no need to hide, I almost thought it was someone else. Hao Shen denied, I am not from the Li family, I heard the relationship between Ruobing and the family is not very good. Before he could finish his sentence, Hao Shen received a phone call, he answered, Ruobing. The voice on the other end immediately said, you took 1 million from me just to top up your game. Hao Shen explained, I can't explain right now, the bet is still on, whoever loses must kneel down and apologize. Li Ruobing only replied with 2 words, wait there. Lei Cheng couldn't help but be surprised, you dare talk to Li Ruobing like that? Lei Cheng really couldn't imagine, seriously, daring to treat a woman like Li Ruobing in such a manner, what kind of background does this guy have? Hao Shen just smiled and replied, well, it's just a lover's quarrel, it's normal for her to be stubborn, we have a big bet between us. Lei Cheng handed a cup of tea to Hao Shen, here, have some tea, what did you bet on, can you tell me a bit? Hao Shen started seriously, her company was calculated by others, I want to help her but she refuses. Actually, I also know her because of protecting me, Boss Lei, do you know Ding Duanlong? Lei Cheng replied, everyone knows about those two, this must also be because of Ding Duanlong. Hao Shen continued, she's afraid that Ding Duanlong will know me and do something to me. Suddenly, Hao Shen stood up, shouted loudly, and Boss Lei, I am also a man, how can I be such a coward? I will help my girlfriend no matter what. Lei Cheng slammed the table, agree with Hao Shen's view, the brother is right. Let's finish the drink, use tea instead of alcohol, men don't surrender, fight to the end with Ding Duanlong, let's continue talking, bro. Hao Shen continued, we have made a bet, let me handle the matter. If the advertisement continues smoothly, then I win, if not resolved, then she wins. If I lose, then in the future everything must listen to her, force me to leave, just like being raised by her. Lei Chen laughed out loud, so that's it, I can help with this. It's just finding someone to advertise, I'll take care of it. Lei Cheng picked up the phone and called, hello, De Bao. The other end quickly answered, Daddy. Lei Cheng continued, you temporarily stop filming, go to Donghai for a trip, the director over there will handle it. Yes, it's urgent, please advertise for a cosmetic company. Don't worry about the money, I'll compensate you, be good, I'm hanging up now. Hao Shen shouted, excellent. Lei Cheng said to Hao Shen, so, it's okay then. Hao Shen thought to himself, just like the plan, smoothly overcoming the data, the amount of compensation for Dao Manon's contract violation is not a small number. Let me bring some intelligence to Lei Yu as an exchange. You are also a new friend of mine, I don't mind offending Ding Duanlong so that you don't suffer. While thinking, Hao Shen texted Lei Cheng, who suddenly pulled out his phone in front of Hao Shen, saying, we are fated to meet, I am older than you by a few years, you can call me older brother, it's not a problem. Hao Shen didn't object, yes Lei, we still have some things to discuss. Lei Cheng had a bad feeling, what do you mean by that? Just then, a message notification came in, Hao Shen said, check the message. Lei Cheng shuddered, and Hao Shen continued, find the server number, go and arrest him, he will tell you the whole story of the accident that year. Hao Shen continued to advise, you should act quickly, who knows he might flee abroad, no matter what, he belongs to Xiong Jun. Lei Cheng thought to himself, I have informed the lower ranks, it seems like I have to speed up the progress, can't let him stay any longer. The story of the accident that year goes like this, one evening 10 years ago, a truck crashed into Lei Cheng's car on a slope. Even with Lei Cheng's quick reaction, it was useless. Their car went down the hill fast, ignited by fuel leakage. Lei Cheng was lucky to survive but witnessed his wife dying in front of him. Lei Cheng has been brought to the ICU for 3 months, during which Lei Cheng's friends also found some clues. The driver who caused the accident is a subordinate of Lei Yu, the head of the security department of the Hong Fa Corporation. But after that, he disappeared. Lei Cheng lost the most important witness and had to follow the old man in Lei Yu's reconciliation. In the past 10 years, Lei Cheng has become a wealthy man who doesn't care about life, only waiting to find out the truth. At this moment, a bodyguard came in to report, "Boss, the identity has been verified, the address has been found." Lei Cheng excitedly said, "Great, very good." Then he turned to Hao Shen and said, "Brother, you go ahead, this time it's my debt to you, if there is anything in the future, just tell me." Hao Shen thought to himself, "My new life has just begun for 2 days and I've already become close to 2 big characters, yesterday with Lu Kuan-yin and today with Lei Cheng. It's done, now just take the 20 million and apologize later." Hao Shen tried calling Li Ruobing but the phone said, "Hello, the recipient has declined the call." Hao Shen was surprised, why not pick up? A moment later, a message came in saying, "In a meeting." Hao Shen muttered to himself, "Probably not still talking about the 20 million I took to play games, women, okay just go home." While waiting at a red light, Hao Shen looked to the side and saw a military vehicle. It seemed familiar and turned out to be Su Qingying, the #1 beauty of the East Sea, the #1 beauty of the East Sea. Hao Shen began to reminisce, "She is one of the people who left the deepest impression on me, obedient, listens well, and easy to get along with. If it's fated, let it be." Hao Shen waved goodbye as Su Qingying closed the car window. Seeing this, Hao Shen took the next step. He sent Su Qingying a message on his phone, "Is that you? At first sight, you are indeed more beautiful than rumored." Hao Shen speculated, if Su Qingying sees that I know her phone number, she will surely be surprised, and we will definitely have a date soon. At first sight, you are indeed more beautiful than rumored. Hao Shen received a message, thinking it was a reply from Su Qingying, but it turned out to be a message from Li Ruojin, "Come here, I have a gift for you." Hao Shen quickly went to the address in the message, where Li Ruojin introduced himself as brother-in-law. Li Ruojin continued, "Thanks to you, I was able to escape a big disaster yesterday, and if my sister is pregnant, we can't live in an old apartment with you. This is just a small gift, as for the main issue, we will handle it ourselves." Hao Shen could only say, "Wow." Early in the morning of July 10th, there was a beautiful girl and a bodyguard standing at the reception desk of Li Ruobing's company. The receptionist greeted, "May I ask who you are looking for?" The girl replied, "Your CEO, Li CEO, has an appointment." Li Ruobing continued, "May I have your name?" The girl took off her glasses and face mask, revealing Dao. The receptionist checked the list for a moment and then reported, "Oh, you're not on the list, the CEO is in a meeting, please wait a moment, we will inform him." Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Li Ruobing angrily slammed the table, "The announcement ceremony is only 13 days away and you still can't find anyone." The room fell silent, nobody dared to speak. Ignoring the phone due to anger, Li Ruobing continued, "After receiving your salary, all you do is just sit around and do nothing." The phone kept ringing. Li Ruobing impatiently picked up the phone and after hearing the voice on the other end, his tone changed, "Oh, Dao Manon, please have her come to my office." Li Ruobing couldn't believe it, "It's not a company invitation, could it be Hao Shen?" Li Ruobing quickly met with Dao Manon. Li Ruobing apologized, "Hello, Miss Dao, I apologize for the delay, I have been busy these days and forgot to inform the reception." Dao Manon politely replied, "Li CEO is very polite, and Li CEO is also very beautiful, she truly matches Hao." Li Ruobing responded, "Miss Dao, please have a seat." "So, Miss Dao must be acquainted with Hao Shen from my house, right?" Li Ruobing thought to herself, "Of course it's him." Dao Manon explained, "We are not acquainted, but my father, Lei Chang, is a friend of Mr. Hao's. Mr. Hao asked my father to invite me." Li Ruobing was surprised. Dao Manon's father, Lei Chang, is the son of Lei Zhenghui, from the Lei family, who is also a friend of Hao Shen. Dao Manon then spoke up, "Regarding the signing of the product advertising contract, can we speed it up a bit? The editing team is urging me." Li Ruobing quickly replied, "I'm sorry, let's bring it here quickly and sign it." The secretary promptly responded, "Yes." After signing the contract, Dao Manon shook hands with Li Ruobing, saying, it's alright, Li CEO. I wish this cooperation goes smoothly and well. Li Ruobing replied, yes, a smooth cooperation. As Dao Manon left, Haoshen arrived. He said, the contract has been signed. Now it's time to discuss and come to a mutual agreement. Li Ruobing turned around and asked, since when have you known Lei Chang? Haoshen mysterious said, asking so much, a businessman is unable to disclose secrets, let's forget about the topic, let's apologize. Li Ruobing quickly took off her outer coat, removed her shoes, knelt down to apologize. Li Ruobing, I am not a disloyal person. Haoshen was a bit incredulous, are you really kneeling? Haoshen reached out to help Li Ruobing up, saying, alright, stand up. Just then, Li Ruojin called out, sister, someone is investigating your brother-in-law. Li Ruobing replied, oh, who? Li Ruojin quickly answered, Su Family Clothing Group. Li Ruobing turned to ask Haoshen, why is Su Family investigating him? Haoshen coldly replied, it has nothing to do with you, don't worry about it. Li Ruobing teased, pretending to be mysterious, you must want me to care about you more, maybe you're in love with me already. Haoshen retorted, you're not the most beautiful woman I've ever known, not the richest either, and you always show a rotten attitude, yet you confidently claim I would love you. Li Ruobing, angry, exclaimed, so what you're saying is that there are many women in your life, all of them are stunningly beautiful. Haoshen chuckled, I used to admit that there were many, but now I don't talk about it, but there are still women prettier than you. Li Ruobing questioned, hey, read that name out loud for me to investigate. Haoshen, still enthusiastic, said, do you want to delve into each other's personal lives now? As time passed, Li Ruobing continued to provoke, can't say anything, huh? Thought you were so capable, more handsome than me, but you're just a big talker. At this moment, Haoshen received a call, I'm here. Haoshen picked up the phone, the voice on the other end spoke first, are you Hao? I'm Su Qingying, we probably have a lot to talk about, so you choose a time to meet. Haoshen also asked, meet right away? Su Qingying didn't beat around the bush, yes, there's something important to discuss at 9 a.m. tomorrow, see Renyangsha Auditorium, call me when you arrive. Haoshen simply replied, okay. Li Ruobing suspiciously asked, Su Qingying, is she also your woman? Haoshen glanced at Li Ruobing, not yet, maybe in a few days. Li Ruobing thought to himself, although not familiar, the mention of Su Qingying is like a thunderclap in my ear. Her father is focused on business, so she married late, it was difficult for her to have a daughter. She was raised like a noble, with strict discipline. During her study abroad, she always had round-the-clock protection, avoiding early love affairs. Ruobing said, in the future, when her father is on the verge of death, she will rush to marry, the selection criteria is extremely strict. Not too old, not too young, the family assets must not be less than 1 billion, most importantly, she must be willing to merge with the Su family. The conditions of the Su family are non-negotiable. If Su Qingying is a well-behaved daughter who listens, then Haoshen basically has no chance. So Li Ruobing teased, no matter how many days, she will never agree. Haoshen saw this and said, I don't believe it. Do you want to bet again? Li Ruobing casually agreed, I'll bet. Haoshen asked again, a real bet, not afraid of losing again. Li Ruobing arrogantly replied, I want to bet. Haoshen continued, fine, give me 3 days and I will turn her into my woman, she will only be with me for the rest of her life. Li Ruobing said, give you 30 days. Haoshen denied, no need, just 3 days. Li Ruobing continued to negotiate, if you lose, you have to kneel down and apologize. Haoshen sarcastically stretched out his hand to Ruobing, and if you lose? Ruobing turned and asked, what do you want me to do? Haoshen mysteriously said, I'll think about it. Ruobing didn't care and said, alright, it's a bet anyway. If I lose this time, I'll admit defeat. Haoshen said, it's settled then. On a new day, July 11th, in the north of Donghai, not far from Siren School, the receptionist asked, is this your first time here, sir? Do you need me to show you a room far from the school? Haoshen declined, saying, I already have an appointment, Miss Su. Just as he finished speaking, a black-suited guard appeared. "Mr. Hao?" he asked. Hao Shin confirmed, "That's me." The guard led the way, saying, "Please follow me this way, Miss Su is waiting for you." After a while, Hao Shin arrived at Su Qingying's location. As he arrived, Su Qingying was swinging a golf club. Hao Shin commented, "Impressive swing." Su Qingying ignored the praise and asked directly, "How did you know about that?" Hao Shin slowly approached Su Qingying and replied, "It's not important how I know." Su Qingying coldly stated, "Name your price." Hao Shin was puzzled, "Price for what? Do you think I intend to extort money from you?" Su Qingying, still focused on her golf swing, said, "Not accepting money only makes me less likely to trust you." Hao Shin continued, "If you're so worried, why not bring more security guards and immediately apprehend me for questioning?" Su Qingying sighed and explained, "Firstly, I am not Li Ruobing, I will not resort to violence. Secondly, you are Li Ruobing's boyfriend, and no one would dare harm you in that way." Hao Shin asked again, "So you want evidence from me, right?" Su Qingying was confused, "Evidence?" Suddenly, Hao Shin hugged Su Qingying from behind, and Su Qingying screamed, "What are you doing? Let go of me." Hao Shin calmly said, "I'm just teaching you how to play badminton, don't overthink it. Moreover, I have already given you some solid evidence, why don't you believe me?" Su Qingying thought to herself, he is Li Ruobing's boyfriend, if she finds out that he is hugging someone else, with her personality, she will never believe that he is just teaching her how to play badminton, he is definitely in trouble. Now, he should be afraid, not me. If I don't resist, this could kill him. Hao Shin continued to focus on playing badminton, the bodyguards were confused, "Miss, what's going on, are you resisting or cooperating, we just don't understand." Su Qingying looked at Hao Shin, "Are you not afraid if I call Li Ruobing?" Hao Shin replied, "I am afraid, but you are also afraid that I will tell others about this conversation, so now we are even, right?" Su Qingying added, "Fine, deliberately causing me more trouble." Surprisingly, Hao Shin slapped Su Qingying's butt and scolded, "Stop being naive, play badminton, tuck your butt in a bit, I don't understand how you used to play badminton before. Is the translation correct?" Su Qingying blushed, "Sir." The guards outside couldn't wait any longer, quickly informed the madam. One of the guards quickly picked up the phone, "Madam, miss." Hao Shin calmly said, "Let me teach you again, bring your feet together, shoulders parallel, like this." Hao Shin then slapped Su Qingying on the buttocks, "Are you crooked? If you're not sick then straighten up." Su Qingying exclaimed, "Sir." Then he slapped her again and turned to ask, "Is this how you should slap?" Hao Shin replied, "That's fine, I have nothing left to teach you." Curious, Su Qingying asked, "Why is that?" Hao Shin replied, "Because your mother sent someone to catch me." At the same time, Madame Su was listening to the guard's report, "Madam, that man just hugged the young lady was talking and laughing with him, and he even spanked the young lady. It looks like he was teaching her how to play but also. Yes, the young lady, she's here today to wait for him." Madame Su was furious, "Wait there, I will come over immediately, don't let him escape." The guards acknowledged, "Understood, madam." Worried, Su Qingying asked, "What should I do when my mother arrives?" Hao Shin replied, "Run, later they will ask if you want to run with me." Su Qingying hesitated, "Run with you?" Hao Shin asked again, "Do you want to live in this invisible cage forever?" Su Qingying hesitated, "I." Hao Shin grabbed Su Qingying's hand, "Don't hesitate, let's run." The bodyguards quickly noticed, "Oh no, they're running away." Hao Shin quickly got into the car and drove away, leaving the bodyguards behind shouting, "Stop, quickly inform madam." One of the bodyguards quickly called me, "Madam, the young lady ran away with that man." Madam yelled, "What did you say?" On the road, Hao Shin's car sped like a bullet. Hao Shin asked Su Qingying, "Are you scared?" Su Qingying just smiled and replied, "Not scared." Just then, Su Qingying's phone rang, she picked up and said, "It's Mom." Hao Shin glanced at her, "You can try being yourself for a day." Su Qingying took a deep breath, "Mom." His mother questioned, "Where are you?" "With whom?" Su Qingying timidly replied, "A friend." Madam angrily shouted, "You, how dare you, when did you forget your identity, you still don't know, is he worthy of you or not? I raised you from a young age and now you dare to run off with a man and behave disgracefully. I am truly disappointed in you. Listen to me, Su Qingying, you come home right now." Haoshen lowered the car window, relieving the pressure on Su Qingying. Su Qingying silently thanked him, "Thank you, Haoshen, today I want to be myself." Su Qingying yelled loud, "Mother, I am also a person, I am not a puppet to be controlled by you." Madame Su was surprised and didn't say anything. Haoshen and Su Qingying continued driving. Haoshen spoke up, "I guess your mother will mobilize all her forces to find us." Su Qingying disagreed, "She's too concerned about losing face, she won't do something as big as that." Haoshen teased her, "Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off? Do you really dare to follow me?" Su Qingying lamented, "What can I do? No one has ever dared to come near me before. I have always lived in that spotlight. Since I was little, everyone said I was different from others, and even after graduating, it's still the same. My mother wants me to live like her, to always be outstanding. She only lets me eat one bowl of rice because I'm not allowed to get fat, to maintain the best appearance in her eyes. I am very tired. Running away with you might be my only chance, moreover, being with you makes me feel very comfortable." Haoshen responded, "I believe you have made the right choice, living as yourself will be better than a little." Su Qingying asked softly, "Are you Li Ruobing's boyfriend, are you afraid she will know about this?" Haoshen was surprised when she unbuckled her seatbelt, "Yes." Su Qingying reached out and pulled Haoshen, forcibly kissing him. Haoshen was startled, quickly stepping on the brake. "What are you doing? We're still driving, if you want a kiss, just kiss, why bite someone?" Su Qingying hesitated, "Well." Haoshen raised his voice, "Su Qingying, go back to your position, this is an order." Su Qingying obediently sat back in her seat, while Haoshen thought to himself, "Su Qingying, your character has not changed." Remembering that moment. "In the cycle of 1,000 years, I successfully captured the first fairy of Donghai. To satisfy my strong curiosity about how she became such a high-quality person, she logged into the forum using a laptop in front of me. There was a post with the content, 'Why doesn't my mother let me play? Why do I have to shoulder the family's mission? Why am I only allowed to do what is required and not what I desire? I am tired. Every day is study, study, and study. Am I a studying machine in human form or my mother's puppet, just a normal girl? How can I have a sweet love? How can I feel happy living?' There were many comments below. 'Let me teach you how to love, sister, you are very charming, want a date, the girl is pretending to be innocent, right, the person who posted is really a girl, I thought it was a man, I am also tired of this life, can we relieve each other by meeting?' After reading the post, I realized that for many years she had been preserving her perfect image, shining bright, but behind that was a chain of constraints that made it difficult for her to even breathe. In the post, there was a comment, 'What is Miss C worrying about?' She replied, 'I crave to be ordered by others, to awaken my nature.' That comment not only spoke about her constrained and forced life, it also revealed something. She is a clueless person, just didn't think that I would take advantage of that point of hers." Haoshen continued to give orders, "Fasten your seatbelt." Su Qingying curiously asked, "Where are we going?" Haoshen asked back, "Where do you want to go then?" Su Qingying replied, "Wherever you say to go, I will go." Haoshen replied, "Then let's go to my house." Su Qingying joyfully agreed, "Okay." For hours later, the phone kept ringing non-stop. Haoshen woke up and answered the call. "They found you, didn't they?" Li Ruojin hesitated and said, "Brother-in-law, do you know, Chang Yuan called me and said that Su Madam is investigating his car, so he pushed it to me, then she called me. What happened there with you?" Haoshen replied, "It's fine, just stay still, I can handle it myself." Just then, Li Ruobing called, "A Jean just called me, what did you do now, have you offended me?" Haoshen asked back, "Do you really want to know?" Li Ruobing impatiently said, "Just say it." Haoshen waited for a moment, then handed the phone to Su Qingying, "Say a few words." Su Qingying asked again, "Oh, say what?" Haoshen casually replied, "Say whatever you want, you don't need to worry about her knowing who you are." Su Qingying spoke up, "Husband, it's okay." Su Qingying continued, by saying that, "You already know who is on the other end, right?" Li Ruobing replied on the other end of the line, husband. Su Qingying continued to ask, hello, may I ask who you are? The voice on the other end coldly replied, Li Ruobing. Su Qingying responded, so you are Miss Li? Li Ruobing asked, who are you? This time, Su Qingying also replied with 3 words, Su Qingying. Li Ruobing then interrogated, what are you doing with Hao Shun? Su Qingying hesitated a bit before replying, we are just friends, just busy with some things. Li Ruobing thought to himself, we used to call each other husband and wife, and now we're just friends. Li Ruobing didn't beat around the bush, I'm sorry, Miss Su, for bothering you both. Can I meet with Hao Shun for a bit? Where is he? Hao Shun replied, at the villa that your younger brother gave me. Li Ruobing responded, okay, I'll be there soon. Hao Shun thought to himself, it will be more interesting when Li Ruobing arrives. Su Qingying asked in surprise, aren't you afraid she will find out? Hao Shun confessed, actually, Li Ruobing and I are not in a romantic relationship. We have a secret that we cannot reveal. Su Qingying seemed to understand, I know. You are also pretending, just like her 3 ex-boyfriends. Hao Shun continued, even her younger brother doesn't know about this secret. She must keep it confidential, understand? Su Qingying obediently replied, I won't cause any trouble. But are you not afraid of Li Ruobing at all? Hao Shun embraced Su Qingying and asked, do you regret it? Su Qingying gently said, no. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing couldn't believe it, I can't believe they are together now. Su Qingying is not the type of woman to do this. And even signing a contract with Dao Man, it all stems from Hao Shun. This man's actions are unpredictable like a ghost. 40 minutes later, Li Ruobing entered Hao Shun's house. Hao Shun warmly welcomed her, you're here, come in. Li Ruobing turned around to look for someone, where is she? Hao Shun pointed, over there. Su Qingying was cooking in the kitchen, husband, Miss Li is here, we haven't seen Miss Li for a long time. Li Ruobing also replied, Miss Su, hello. Li Ruobing was a bit incredulous, is this Su Qingying, she's cooking for Hao Shun. Su Qingying gently said, everyone, please sit and wait for a moment, the soup is almost done, I will add some eggs and then we can eat rice. Li Ruobing turned to ask, explain to me. Hao Shun replied indifferently, what's there to explain, she's my woman. Li Ruobing suspected and asked again, your woman, how did she suddenly become your woman, since when? Hao Shun cut Li Ruobing off, today. Li Ruobing still couldn't believe it, today, you two knew each other before. Hao Shun denied it, we didn't. Li Ruobing was surprised, really, are you kidding me? At that moment, Su Qingying spoke up, the rice is ready, husband, help me set the table, I will go wash my hands, Miss Li, don't just stand there, sit down, and let's eat. Li Ruobing was full of curiosity, she pulled Hao Shun's hand, Hao Shun, come here. Before she could say anything, Su Qingying appeared again, husband, the laundry is done, shall I hang it on the balcony? Li Ruobing's expression became more and more complicated as she saw Su Qingying constantly saying, I've finished hanging the clothes, husband, I've finished cooking, where should I put the clothes to dry? Li Ruobing felt extremely awkward as if 1,000 crows were flying over her head. Still, Su Qingying spoke up, alright, let's eat, try a bite, it's been a long time since I cooked, I don't know if it suits your taste. Li Ruobing felt jealous and thought to herself, she even feeds Hao Shun, how intimate. Hao Shun complimented, it's delicious. Su Qingying continued, Miss Li, why don't you eat as well? Li Ruobing thought to herself, how long do I have to watch them being affectionate, I have to take the initiative to attack. Finally, Li Ruobing spoke, Miss Su, have you and Hao Shun been together for long? Su Qingying honestly replied, not long, we met and fell in love at first sight, just one look and I knew he was the one I had been searching for. Li Ruobing couldn't help but think, love at first sight, impossible, everyone knows your background, there must be something strange about it. Su Qingying was a bit curious, but Miss Li, about you and my husband, he has told me, you two are not lovers but… Li Ruobing felt a sense of unease. Su Qingying continued, don't worry, Miss Li, I won't reveal this to anyone. I have a similar situation as you, our love cannot be known to others. So I want the two of you to continue pretending to be in love, even if there are some intimate actions, I won't pay attention. Haoshin said, why are you staring at me, let's eat. Su Qingying also agreed, yes, let's eat, this shrimp is delicious. Su Qingying triumphantly said, see, you're just pretending, I'm the real one, this man belongs to me. Li Ruobing angrily shouted, don't test me. Li Ruobing took a shrimp and started peeling it, then handed it to Haoshin, here, eat this shrimp. Haoshin took the shrimp and said, it's delicious, I'll eat it. Su Qingying quickly took charge, you stay here to entertain, I'll clean up. Li Ruobing couldn't hold back her anger, what's your intention, come here. Li Ruobing pulled Haoshin to another place, suddenly Haoshin tripped and fell, Li Ruobing couldn't react in time. She ended up on top of Haoshin, saying, be gentle. Haoshin continued talking without paying attention, if we lose, then we lose, why ask so much? Didn't we agree that losing the bet is to lose with grace and acceptance? Li Ruobing, dissatisfaction, requested, on. Haoshin didn't hesitate, agreed, so tired, been working for half a day straight, body is extremely sore, please massage me. Li Ruobing asked loudly, massage here, or should we go to your room? Haoshin answered, not comfortable here, let's go to the room. After about 10 minutes, Su Qingying appeared, honey, is anyone here? A strange sound suddenly echoed. Su Qingying quickly walked towards the sound, honey. As Su Qingying walked in, Li Ruobing was massaging Haoshin. Su Qingying couldn't believe her eyes seeing her taking care of the man. Haoshin turned to Su Qingying and said, I have finished bathing, feeling tired. You rest for a while, we will finish soon. Su Qingying suddenly had a bold thought, Li Ruobing didn't pay attention to me when she saw me. Maybe she is just like me. So Li Ruobing and I are on the same path. He may win her over, even more surprising than me. Su Qingying hurried towards the bed. Kneeled on the bed and said to Li Ruobing, sister, let's do it together. Li Ruobing couldn't help but be surprised. Do you think you've met a demon, this woman? Seeing her man being massaged by someone else not only didn't get angry, but also joined in, doing it together. Calling me sister, Su Qingying finally got caught up in something. Is she having a nervous breakdown, is it possible? If she was sick, she wouldn't have rumors spread like this, if she had enough self-control, she would be able to show excellence. Haoshin, how did you make Su Qingying love you to the point of obsession like that? At that moment, Su Qingying spoke up, sister, what are you thinking, keep massaging. Haoshin suddenly remembered, that's right, Qingying, stop massaging, don't forget to take your medicine. Su Qingying obediently replied, yes, I'll go downstairs to buy it. Li Ruobing thought to herself, it's true that there's a problem, not an illness, it's that. Li Ruobing questioned, aren't you going to explain a bit, Haoshin? Haoshin started bargaining, or maybe if you give me 100 million, I'll tell you everything. Li Ruobing was annoyed, stop with the nonsense, I'm too lazy to ask how you two fell in love. The truth is, Su family is investigating you because of your relationship with Su Qingying, right? Haoshin affirmed, during the investigation, it wasn't, now the problem is that I led her away from home. Li Ruobing asked again, how do you plan to handle this, as a son-in-law? Haoshin asked back, do you think I am the man who will leave easily? Li Ruobing couldn't help but doubt, break up, even if Su family won't let you go easily. Haoshin just smiled and replied, break up with what, solving Su family's issues is not that difficult. Li Ruobing angrily said, solving Su family, your status now is my boyfriend. Haoshin put on his clothes, that's why I can handle the current situation. Li Ruobing seemed to realize something, also said, now Su family doesn't know about our relationship, and I am bound to you, so to help you choose. Haoshin praised, you are very smart. Li Ruobing gritted her teeth and asked, if everyone is on the same boat, can you tell me why she left home? Haoshin sighingly replied, she has lived as a lie for over 20 years, wanting to be herself, my help isn't too much, right? At this moment, Haoshin's phone rang, as he answered, hello. Su Qingying started to inform, husband, my family has come here, what should we do? Haoshin gently reassured her, it's okay, we'll come down there, wait for me there, don't worry. Haoshin hung up the phone and turned to Li Ruobing and said, Su family's people have come, let's go. Li Ruobing still wondered, asking him another question. Do you know Su family will come at this time? That's why you called me here? Hao Shen replied, what do you think? Li Ruobing frowned, I don't like this feeling. Hao Shen was surprised, what feeling? Li Ruobing slowly explained, a feeling that you plan everything, including me, and I can't resist you. Do you understand me? Hao Shen gently said, don't speak like that, the arrival of you and Su family is just a coincidence, not because of me. Li Ruobing said again, I'm not blaming you, I just don't like this feeling. Hao Shen said, your words sound like you're being coquettish. Li Ruobing didn't know what to say. Oh. Li Ruobing and Hao Shen went outside together. At the door, a guard shouted loudly, they're here, they're here. It was the little boy, the rest of you are all over the place, where is our eldest miss, bring our eldest miss out. Li Ruobing raised her voice, it's me who's coming out, to cause trouble for Li Ruobing here. A guard stepped forward to reconcile, Bosley misunderstood, we're not looking for you, we're looking for him, he's the one leading our eldest miss. Li Ruobing, lacking patience, said, let's go, this man of Li Ruobing will be with another woman. The bodyguards were in a difficult situation when Su Qingying spoke up loudly, what are you doing? Who said I was being taken away? The bodyguards hesitated and one of them started to explain, Miss. Su Qingying turned around and scolded, stop using my mother's name to cause trouble, my mother and I can handle our own affairs, why do you need to be involved? Finally, Su's lady made her appearance, saying, Qingying, causing trouble again. Li Ruobing quickly interjected, it's been a while, Su's lady still looks radiant as ever. Mrs. T also replied, Miss Li, it's been a while. Su's lady spoke up again, addressing Hao, you are indeed a legend, Miss Li has a good eye. Li Ruobing politely replied, Su's lady, you are too kind. Mrs. T changed the subject, it's not convenient to talk here, let's move to another place to discuss further, what do you think? Li Ruobing completely agrees, alright, I also have something to say to Mrs. Tu. Mrs. Su turned her eyes towards Su Qingying, who was standing behind Hao Shen. At the Su family business, Jin Fu Chalu, Mrs. Su began the conversation, Miss Li, why did you and your boyfriend pick up my daughter without even saying hello first, don't you think it is very rude? Is this behavior considered breaking the law? Perhaps I should seek advice from a lawyer. Li Ruobing replied seriously, Qingying and I had plans to meet, and I had something urgent to attend to, so I asked my boyfriend to pick up Qingying. Mrs. Su pretended to be surprised, oh, how should I put this then, is Hao forcing my daughter to go? Li Ruobing did not back down, Qingying is already 27 years old, if she was really being forced, she could have asked for help. Mrs. Su, I think you may be curious about the reason we met. Mrs. Su also cooperated and said, I want to hear the details. Li Ruobing stood up and walked towards Su Qingying. Mrs. Su, Qingying is no longer herself, she has been transformed into a puppet, she can't even decide how much food to eat. Qingying admires me and wants to become a girl like me. Mrs. Su exclaimed, what are you talking about? Li Ruobing continued, Qingying approached me, hoping that I could help her, but what can I do to help her? Mrs. Su, do you know what this is about? As she spoke, Li Ruobing grabbed the medicine bag from Su Qingying. Do you know what this is? This medicine was bought by Qingying. Mrs. Su asked in confusion, what's wrong with Qingying buying medicine? Li Ruobing explained further, the point is not about buying medicine, but the fact that she wanted to go buy medicine. Simply because it made her happy. She has never gone out to buy medicine before. For a 27-year-old like her, going out to buy medicine alone is a new experience. Mrs. Su, don't you see how big of an issue this is? Su Qingying was also surprised by Li Ruobing's reasoning, is that so? Alright, let's just assume it is. Hao Shen felt nothing but satisfaction, impressive, Li Ruobing just opened her mouth and she got full marks for that logic. Li Ruobing was still explaining, Qingying has been sulking, I don't know why. Today, when I and Hao Shen are here, her behavior of buying medicine is retaliatory. So what will she do next time when no one is around? Isn't the grandmother afraid? After 3 minutes of silence, Madame Su spoke up, Li Miss, I must thank you for saying that. Li Ruobing calmly replied, Xingying is my friend, there's no need for thanks. Hao Shen was secretly amused. Well done, Ruobing, it's time to add some fuel to the fire. Hao Shen suddenly shouted loudly, Madam Su, Ruobing and I have been busy all day, we've been holding back for so long. Li Ruobing was also a bit puzzled, why suddenly get angry like that? No, not angry, he wants to speed things up. I understand, so I should cooperate with him. Li Ruobing said softly, what are you saying, my love? I and Xingying are friends, don't say that. Hao Shen said once again, I'm sorry, I still can't blame myself, Miss Su needs my help, I can't resist, I'm sorry everyone. Li Ruobing took a sip of tea, looked at Hao Shen and smiled, don't worry, I understand you, just do what your heart desires. Su Qingying looked at Hao Shen gratefully, then turned to Mrs. Su, thank you very much, Mom, Xingying will not disappoint you. Mrs. Su smiled gently, hugged Xingying, you show kindness, Mom is very happy, thank you. Everyone in the room felt a warm and united feeling, friendship and understanding spreading step by step, making everyone feel happy and peaceful. Mrs. Su stood up, it's already late, my little daughterly, I won't disturb you anymore, Xingying, in the past, I was too strict as a mother, there's no need for such pressure, today you can play with Li, go to the company tomorrow noon, I'll go home first. After Mrs. Su closed the door, Su Qingying and Li Ruobing both breathed a sigh of relief. Hao Shen said, mission accomplished, phase 1 is done here already. Li Ruobing looked at the car that had gone far away. Su Qingying, did your mother not leave any bodyguards? There's no underground foundation here. Su Qingying quickly leaned into Hao Shen's arms. Darling, were you really angry just now? You look so fierce. Hao Shen laughed, silly, that was just an act. Li Ruobing helplessly said, I'm telling you too, can you not be like this? Hao Shen also agreed, raising his eyebrows, you're right, now is the time to get down to business, so, who should we call first? Li Ruobing quickly interrupted, Hao Shen, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Hao Shen gently explained, did I say I want to make a reckless call? Li Ruobing continued to be angry, stop playing around, okay? It's all fine now. Master Su can't do anything to you anymore. In the future, you might even meet Miss Su. What else do you want? Hao Shen turned to Su Qingying and said, Qingying, we can still secretly meet in the future, like sneaking around to date. Do you like that? I don't, but if you're with me, I have a duty to make sure you're not suffering. I don't want you to have to choose between love and duty. Su Qingying was touched and said, oh, husband. Suddenly, Hao Shen patted Su Qingying's shoulder and said, listen to me, Qingying. I need to make some phone calls now, and later I have to contact someone else. I want you to take over the Su family, become the vice chairman as soon as possible. So that you not only have a voice in the company but also at home. So that your mother doesn't control you and your father can be proud and at ease. Will you agree, Qingying? Su Qingying hesitated a bit, well. Hao Shen asked again, Qingying. Su Qingying determinedly said, I agree. Hao Shen replied, all right, let's get started then. Hao Shen sat down and started making a phone call, while Li Ruobing also sat down curiously, leaning in to watch. Su Qingying felt a bit jealous, thinking to herself, Miss Li and her beloved husband standing so close together, that's not fair, I want that too. With that thought in mind, Su Qingying quickly ran over and held Hao Shen's hand, while Hao Shen felt a bit helpless internally, thinking, these two girls. Hao Shen shifted slightly and said, are you too tired? If you want to hear properly, I can turn on the speakerphone. The person on the other end quickly picked up the phone and asked, hello, who is this? Hao Shen replied quickly, have you been having nightmares recently? Did you dream of the Nanhe warehouse? Bai Kaifeng said that a few years ago, you made quite a bit of money, is that true? The person on the other end sounded a bit scared and asked, who are you? Hao Shen didn't say much more and simply said, 1 hour later, at the Qing Yuan Gaoshan Lu Shui tea shop. Li Ruobing was skeptical, thinking, to gain entry into the Su family, just based on those two sentences, can it really be done? That's my next goal, to break up the alliance and move on. Li Ruobing tried to advise, Hao Shen, maybe you should think about it again. Hao Shen replied, if not, then let's continue the bet. Li Ruobing hesitated and said, no more betting, let's go. A moment later, Haoshin, walking ahead, said, "You two have tea here, I'll go over there first." As Haoshin entered the room, there was someone already sitting waiting. Haoshin spoke up, "Right on time, huh?" The person inside the room quickly stood up and walked to the door to observe, then turned to ask, "Were you the one who called me?" This person was Yao Honglin, the director and shareholder holding 3.8% of the Jinfu Group shares. Haoshin casually sat down to have tea and said, "Yes, it was me." Yao Honglin quickly interrogated, "Where is Bai Kai Feng? How much did he give you? What do you want, you hot boy? Don't think that knowing my secrets can intimidate me. If you tell me where Bai Kai Feng is right now, I will sign a check for you that will last you a lifetime." Haoshin sipped his tea and replied, "Let's talk about the money later. A person like you who sets fires to kill cannot be left unspoken of, truly daring to think and act." Yao Honglin remained firm in his words, "You, the hot boy, can eat rice improperly, but speaking improperly is not allowed." Haoshin laughed, "Well, what about the money buried in the Sha Mo mountain? In this advanced technological era, solving old cases is not a problem. Let's see if you agree or not." Yao Honglin blushed with anger, "You're here to demand money, have you got 150 million yuan?" Haoshin remained calm and replied, "Don't rush, I heard that recently the boss Yao's business is not doing well, relying on falsifying accounts to cover losses, with the help of a small mistress to make fake accounts. What's his name?" Yao Honglin was truly frightened, shouting, "Enough, 200 million yuan, not 300 million yuan. Bring it in installments, 300 million yuan. If you want more, there's none." Su Qingying, angry, stepped in, "Yao CEO." Yao Honglin turned around in surprise, "Miss Su, CEO Li." Haoshin patted Yao Honglin's shoulder, "Both of you, come here, why so hasty?" Yao Honglin, fearful, asked, "Did you hear everything?" Su Qingying questioned, "Yao CEO, did you really kill someone, set fire?" Yao Honglin hesitated, while Haoshin calmly poured tea. "Qingying, we haven't talked about the past yet, Yao CEO, I have something to say straight, I don't need your money." Yao Honglin cursed in his heart, "WTF, not needing money is the scariest, does he want to kill me?" Nevertheless, on the surface, Yao Honglin still accepted the teacup from Haoshin, who said, "Thank you." Haoshin continued, "I just need you to continue to support anything in the future, as Su Miss said in the board meeting, understand?" Yao Honglin was a bit skeptical, "Is it that simple?" Haoshin affirmed, "It's not wrong, just that simple." Yao Honglin then relaxed, "Su CEO, I thought someone wanted to kill me, but just now really scared me, this small matter can be said straight, can I refuse what you said, is there a need to bother Li CEO and the gentleman here?" Yao Honglin began to ponder in his head, Su Qingying, as the sole heir of the Su family, no matter how chaotic the Su family is, in the end she is still the chairman of the conglomerate. They may want to rebel, but they cannot sell themselves. Not only can they eliminate the risk, but they can also make a profit. This is truly a great achievement. Yao Honglin said, "Mr. Hao, rest assured, in the future, Su CEO's affairs will also be my affairs. In the conglomerate, I will surely follow the leadership of Su CEO." Haoshin also replied cheerfully, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold, you can go now." Yao Honglin walked towards the door, "All right, you can continue with your work, I'll go first." Li Ruobing was a little confused, even though he supports Miss Su, as just a shareholder, what can he achieve? There are over 10 shareholders in Jinfu, not everyone will succumb to his threats. What's the significance of this? Haoshin did not answer, but instead asked Li Ruobing, "Want to tease, just let me say how." Li Ruobing sternly replied, "I'm not joking with you, earlier you were threatening, once this trick is broken it will be very serious, moreover, there are more than 10 shareholders of Jinfu Corporation, can it be resolved by threats?" Haoshin just chuckled, "Not necessary, it's not necessary to threaten all those 10 people, it's enough to scare a few of them." Su Qingying excitedly asked, "Honey, how many more people need to be threatened?" Haoshin raised a finger, 6 people, after dealing with 1 person there are still 5 more, 2 people continue to drink tea and wait for me. Su Qingying replied, "Honey, don't overwork yourself." The next people that Haoshin met included Wanwen Xuan, Jinfu Group, Chen Lei Finance Director, Minister He, Jin Fu Group Legal Director, Sun Haomin Independent Shareholder, and Organizational Shareholder. After a long hard day everything was finally done. Haoshen bid farewell to the last person, you can go now. Li Ruobing still looked puzzled at Haoshen. Even though you have secured 6 shareholders, you have not yet reached 2/3 of the total seats, not even half. How can you control the board of directors? Haoshen mysteriously replied, there are a few things, very complex to explain, let's wait for the results tomorrow. Su Qingying held Haoshen's hand. Whatever my husband says, I will listen to him. Haoshen turned to Li Ruobing and said, yes, there are a few things I need to discuss with Qingying. Ruobing, can we go to her house today, is it convenient? Li Ruobing also held Haoshen's hand. It's not convenient. Haoshen teasingly asked, oh, then why did you pull me? Li Ruobing arrogantly replied, just come along. Upon arriving home, Li Ruobing said, Qingying, you go take a shower first. After that, Haoshen was brought to the balcony, feeling a bit confused. Why did you chase Qingying away? Li Ruobing replied, don't say anything more. Arriving at the balcony, Li Ruobing hugged Haoshen and said, kiss me. Haoshen didn't ask many questions and leaned down to kiss Li Ruobing. In another corner, a man was holding up a camera, capturing every moment. While kissing, Haoshen kept thinking, Li Ruobing is up to something. This isn't right. Su Qingying just went to take a bath and will be back soon. Whatever Li Ruobing is thinking, she wouldn't choose this moment. If I'm not mistaken, she is acting. Finding a spy, if that's the case, then I will sacrifice a bit. I hope Ding Duanlong will be satisfied. Thinking like this, Haoshen then asked Li Ruobing to sit on the railing. The photographer also felt surprised but kept taking continuous shots. 2 minutes later, Haoshen let go of Li Ruobing and said, the spy must have left below. Li Ruobing smoothed her hair and said, so you knew, no wonder the coordination was like that, it's no longer early, let's go rest. At the same time, in the Shulung conglomerate in the city of Guangnan, Ding Duanlong was going crazy, cursing loudly, damn it, she dares to do it outside on the balcony again, Li Ruobing is still so shameless. Ding Duanlong was so furious that he broke his pen and shouted, Haoshen, damn it, you must die immediately for me, Jiang Chuan. A man named Jiang Chuan quickly responded, young master, you called for me. Jiang Chuan was one of Ding Duanlong's trusted men, a former special forces soldier. Ding Duanlong controlled his anger and ordered, go to Donghai, I want this Haoshen dead, the more brutal the better. Jiang Chuan checked Haoshen's information and replied, Donghai is under Li Ruobing's territory, I need 5 days. Ding Duanlong shouted, I can't wait that long, 3 days, I must hear news of Haoshen's brutal death. Jiang Chuan reluctantly accepted the task, understood. The next day in Li Ruobing's house, Haoshen woke up Su Qingying. Qingying, wake up. Su Qingying stretched and said, honey, I'm still sleepy. Haoshen coaxed, wait for me, I'll come back after work and then you can continue sleeping. Do you remember everything I taught you before going to bed yesterday? Su Qingying answered confidently, of course. She also knew that the success or failure of today would determine her destiny for the rest of her life. Just at that moment, Li Ruobing knocked on the door. Qingying, let's go, I'll take you to the company. After a while in transit, Su Qingying got off the car, and as soon as she arrived, someone came to report. The female assistant spoke first, Su CEO, this is the proposal from the previous meeting, please take a look if you can. Before the female assistant could finish, the male assistant interrupted, Su CEO, regarding the budget, the plan to enhance the brand value is. Su Qingying cut in, wait for a moment for the specifics, let's go to the meeting room and start the meeting first. After that, Su Qingying turned to greet Li Ruobing, Miss Ruobing, see you next time. Then, Su Qingying turned and walked into the company, let's go. At 10 o'clock in the morning at the high-level meeting of Jinfu Corporation, inside the meeting room, Madame Su raised her voice and questioned, what did you say, Qingying, repeat it again, I object. Su Qingying responded firmly, fire Zhou De and Yang Ju, if you don't agree, call a board meeting. Madame Su couldn't believe it, what, you want to call a board meeting? The staff in the meeting room also did not understand what was happening, why is the head of this family acting like this? Su Qingying continued, I am the vice chairman in charge of the company, as well as a member of the board of directors. I have the right to convene board meetings. All right, I am also the vice chairman in charge, so the dismissal of the security department and the deputy head of the department does not need the approval of the board of directors. It's decided. I will inform the HR department after the meeting. The furious lady slammed the table. What did they do wrong to deserve being fired so unreasonably? Discrimination in labor is unethical for the company. If this news spreads to the media, it will negatively affect the company's reputation. Can you handle the consequences of this? Su Qingying remembered Haoshen's words from last night. At that time, the first points to consider will be Zhou De and Yang Ju from the company, because they. Su Qingying interrupted decisively. No, I did not dismiss them unreasonably. I have reasons. 5 days ago, our company store at Dong High Street was robbed. That is the largest store in the country for our company, with the best decoration, supervision, and security at the highest level. Su Qingying took control, turned on the projector and continued, but a store like that being robbed, raising questions about our company's security capabilities, leading to a sharp drop in stock prices over the past few days. As of now, the company has lost 4 billion on the market. Normally, the head of the security department, Zhou De, should take responsibility, right? However, for me, whether he takes responsibility or not is not important. What's important is to reassure the public and show the outside world that the company is determined to improve security. Therefore, only by excluding Zhou De, the head of the security department, can we quickly regain investor confidence. Everyone felt that CEO Su was completely different today. Mrs. Su continued to ask, okay, exclude Zhou De, but what about Yang Ju? Should he also take the blame for the company? Su Qingying frowned slightly. Yang Ju doesn't work for the company, why should he take the blame? Mrs. Su had a headache. What are you talking about? Su Qingying did not hesitate to speak the truth. Yang Ju's position in the group is just a title. He is only my mother's personal bodyguard. I am not wrong, am I? At this moment, Mrs. Su understood. I understand now. Whether to expel him or not, the reason doesn't matter. Today Su Qingying just wants to find a reason to rebel. Mrs. Su angrily said, call for a board meeting, announce immediately, the board meeting will be held at 3 p.m. Meanwhile, at the Chao Lu Xianhuan company, Li Ruobing curiously asked Haoshen, why are you here? It seems like the Su family is in trouble, why aren't you doing anything? Haoshen calmly replied, I have said before, on Su Qingying's side, we just need to observe. Now, I just want to paint. Li Ruobing became even more curious, paint? Paint what? Haoshen looked up and said, paint you. Haoshen thought to himself, those photos taken secretly yesterday, now I'm afraid Ding Duanlong has investigated, I have gained quite a bit too, it's probably time for me to take action, I have to do something with him. Li Ruobing, confused, asked, do what? Haoshen replied, I'm not doing anything, just sketching for you. Li Ruobing was slightly annoyed, I'm busy, I don't have time to model for you. Haoshen raised his phone, you have your own work, I have mine. I won't delay your work, just pretend like I don't exist. Haoshen opened a message and thought to himself, this is the group I was added to. Based on the sketch earlier, someone in this group needs a new painting to complete, someone closely related to Ding Duanlong. While reading the message, Haoshen continued sketching and conveniently sent a text, work on your lines, the contrast between light and dark is too low, lacking a sense of unity. Others quickly replied, Teacher Jingshan is too strict, just entered the group and already criticizing. Have you ever heard of a masterpiece? If not, don't lie anymore. Haoshen took a photo of the sketch and sent it to the group, saying, just drawing casually. 40 minutes later, continuous messages were sent, WTF, who is this, don't swear, this is amazing, kneeling for the girl in the painting, who is she? Such a talented feeling, where does Jingshan work? I work at the Art Association. The number of messages in the group keeps increasing. Haoshen silently thought, the atmosphere is so lively, she still hasn't shown up. Just then, a separate message was sent, hello Teacher Jingshan, I have a daughter who is in her 3rd year of high school, I hope you can give her some guidance. Haoshen was secretly delighted, finally, it has arrived. The sender of the message was Lin Wanbu Songyu, Ding Duanlong Sr. from junior high school, the most special person in his heart compared to other girls, special because they now have a 14-year-old daughter together. Haoshin quickly replied, guidance is too serious, everyone exchanging ideas in the painting club is fine. Linwan Busonyu replied, you are too modest, please evaluate my daughter's painting. Haoshin also politely replied, she paints very well, much better than the other kids who just joined the group, she can be considered talented. Linwan Busonyu chuckled, to have affirmation from a master in the field, indeed, my perseverance is correct, this child truly has talent. Linwan Busonyu quickly sent another message, it's great that teacher Jingshin also thinks so, by the way, what are you doing now, are you in Shanghai? Haoshin chuckled inwardly, easier than I thought. Haoshin replied to Linwan Busonyu, what is it? Linwan Busonyu didn't say much more, you have more expertise compared to the teachers I have met before. I really want to invite you to be a tutor for my daughter. If you can handle room and board, I will pay you 2,000 yuan per tutoring session. What do you say? Haoshin seemed hesitant, it's too kind of you. Actually, your daughter seems to have a great talent for this. Linwan Busonyu quickly realized the issue, is there anything else, please speak up. We can negotiate, please don't refuse. Haoshin replied, well, if it's meant to be, then it's okay. Let's discuss the details when we meet. Linwan Busonyu was very happy, great. Just let me know when you're free, I'll be waiting for your news. Haoshin took a deep breath, thinking to himself, the plan is going smoothly. Next is to make her mine. Then she will come to Donghai, completely under my control. In the end, she is an important witness, holding the key to Ding Duanlong's dark and criminal activities. Haoshin suddenly stood up, you go ahead, I have something to do first. Haoshin walked and thought to himself, Linwan Busonyu and his daughter are just part of my plan, next there is. Haoshin called someone, the other side quickly picked up, hello, who are you looking for? Haoshin replied, of course I'm looking for you, let's meet and discuss your matter, if Ding Duanlong finds out, you might be in trouble. The other end shouted, who are you, I don't know you, what are you talking about? Haoshin continued walking and said, I don't admit it, now I'm going to find Li Ruojin, how about that? The other end hurriedly tried to stop him, wait, let's talk it out slowly. Haoshin said, follow what I say, we will meet at 3 p.m., I will send you the address shortly. At Jinfu Corporation, at 3 p.m., Madam Su ordered, everyone is here, close the door, let's start the board of directors meeting of the corporation. Su Qingying responded, certainly everyone sitting here must have heard about it, the specific content of this temporary council meeting. Initially, it was just a small issue, but if we have organized a council, anyone with opinions can speak up. I hope that those who oppose can state their reasons, instead of just opposing for the sake of it. Everyone felt that this was a strong warning. Some even thought, luckily we knew about the situation beforehand. Otherwise, CEO Su could make it difficult for us to adapt later on. Su Madam also applauded, not bad, Xingying, today you really made me wipe my eyes and look at you. Then Su Madam slammed the table and said firmly, but what happened today, if I say no, then it simply cannot be done. Su Madam then softened her tone, Zhou De has been with the group for several decades, from managing plant security to being the head of the company. He has been diligent in his duties, never making mistakes. If we do this, how can we not disappoint other workers? Do you think I'm right? There were a few voices of agreement, there is truth in what you say, I also think so. Lady Su silently affirmed, Xingying did not object, the council turned toward me, very good, continue. Lady Su continued, in the morning, I suggested that Zhou De should admit his mistake and resign, secretly give him compensation, he has the right to refuse, if he forces to blame the referee, the opposing competitors may take advantage of the media to create a fuss, and the stock price will fluctuate. More people started to agree, I agree with the lady's opinion, there is indeed this kind of risk, I also see it. Su Qingying thought to herself, I still have to be the lady. It was not until now that Su Qingying spoke up, you say you are right, she says she is right, this kind of conversation will not work, all opinions must have practicality, let's vote, now those who support my proposal raise their hands. Lady Su shouted, let's see who dares. One person from Su Qingying's side raised their hand, and Lady Su thought to herself, one person raised their hand, that's already a miracle. But then a few more people raised their hands. Lady Su felt uneasy. Wait, still more? No, it can't be, except for Yao Honglin, even Minister Sun Haomin, Wang Wenshuang, Tong Quangjun, and even Chen Lei. Misa Su could not contain her anger and shouted, I don't care about others in front of me. Chen Lei entered the corporation after graduating from university, moving up from a financial officer to where she is now. I have supported her every step of the way. I need an explanation from her. Su Qingying spoke up to stop her mother. Mom, don't influence the voting results, continue the voting. Su Qingying recalled what Hao Xin had said. No, everyone needs to actively communicate. Some only need you to show your attitude, demonstrate your strength and power, and they will follow and support you. Su Qingying whispered to herself, it seems I have to be firmer. Su Qingying raised her hand, anyone else supporting me? At that moment, the high-level leadership of the corporation, Su Ruiwan, who was most trusted by Su Qingying's brother Sheng Deyang, nodded and raised his hand to vote. Misa Su was surprised. Deyang, you. Sheng Deyang interjected, sister-in-law, Qingying is grown up, look at Qingying. Madame Su angrily stood up and slammed the table. What are you looking at, huh? There are only 9 votes, not even half have passed yet. I also have to see who is left in the end. They must make it difficult for me and Mr. Su according to the resolution of the council. Big issues require a 2/3 majority vote, while a simple resolution only needs half to pass. Today's resolution is small, so only half needs to be approved, meaning Su Qingying is still missing 1 vote. Su Qingying slammed her hand on the table, everyone turned their eyes towards her. At this moment, Su Qingying remembered what Hao Xin had said, actually, the key is not to control the council, but to make your mother give up, and then the final trick, can you solve it decisively or not? Su Qingying felt, it's now. Su Qingying said to Madame Su, Mother, you must do it like that. Madame Su looked straight into Su Qingying's eyes, I'll do it, what is there that I dare not do? I am your mother, and I cannot let you down. Su Qingying calmly replied, Mother, you may not let me pass this resolution. You are the chairman's wife, they all listen to you. But is this good for me, for the Su family, or for the corporation? I hope you can think clearly. What are you doing today? How long do we have to let outsiders ridicule us? Madame Su briefly thought, if not letting Su Qingying pass this, there will be huge conflicts within the Su family in the future. It will be difficult to reconcile in a short time, the board will be split into 2 factions, the corporation will be in turmoil, business won't go smoothly, stocks will plummet, Qingying has no hope of inheriting, and ultimately the company will go bankrupt and close. Madame Su put her hand on the table, then turned and left, thinking, why does it have to come to this within the family? Su Qingying calmly asked the remaining people, who supports, who opposes? Everyone raised their hands, unanimously agree, then it's approved. Su Qingying declared, meeting adjourned. From now on, Su family will change ownership to Jin Fu Corporation. Note, this is a fictional story. On the other side, Lu Kuangnian was calling Hao Xin for help. Brother Hao, are you free? Let's go out for lunch together. Hao Xin asked back, Boss Lu, is there a problem? Lu Kuangnian sighed, you're straightforward, my friend, I really need your help. Hao Xin thought to himself, well, meeting with the spy is sooner than expected. So, Hao Xin agreed, okay, I'll come right away. The two arranged to meet at Chengxi, in Yufulu. When Lu Kuangnian saw Hao Xin, he ran over and patted him on the shoulder, my friend is here, do you know that? Lu Kuangnian paused for a moment, then lifted his hair for Hao Xin to see, take a look at my head. Hao Xin asked, is this from your first love? Lu Kuangnian quickly held Hao Xin's hand, not yet, she used a bull to chase me away, my friend, is there any way to make her and her daughter accept me? Hao Xin calmly said, Boss Lu, first of all, don't rush, you can slowly win her over, after a while everything will be fine, sit down first. Lu Kuangnian hurriedly said, you also know my situation, that's my son, he can't wait. Hao Xin remained calm as he poured tea and asked, tell me, what have you done? Lu Kuangnian began to recall what he had done, he had searched for her, bought flowers, a diamond ring, a necklace, and even bought his son a Ferrari. Hao Xin frowned and leaned forward, Boss Lu, you make people feel like they're being showered with money. She has experienced hardships before and probably won't come back to you for money. What you've done in her eyes is humiliating, disgusting. Lu Kuang-nian suddenly remembered Ma Huifang's words, Lu Kuang-nian, if you dare to come to the door, we will move out. We can't stand it, we will run away. Lu Kuang-nian seemed to have an epiphany, so that's it, no wonder. Then do you have any ideas? Hao Shen replied, there are two ways. The first way starts with your son. It will take some time because for the sake of your son, Ma Huifang will slowly forgive you. The second way is very quick, it could be completed even today. Lu Kuang-nian quickly chose, I choose the second way, tell me how. Hao Shen hesitated, this way is very fast, but... Lu Kuang-nian saw this and took out his phone, brother, don't, but, if it can be done without a problem, transfer it now, let's go. Hao Shen explained, Lu, not everything is about money, the method is not complicated, you just have to endure a little resentment. Lu Kuang-nian immediately replied, I'm not afraid of resentment, just tell me what to do. Hao Shen leaned towards Lu Kuang-nian, if you can set aside your pride, we can do it this way. Then the two went to Ma Huifang's place, Guanjing Huayuan on Jingjiang Street in Nanchang District. Hao Shen was in charge of monitoring the neighborhood. Hao Shen thought to himself, let's see how Lu handles this next. At that moment, Lu Kuang-nian was standing in front of Ma Huifang's door, begging, Xiaofeng, are you home, Xiaofeng? Ma Huifang replied sternly, no, I'm not home, don't come here again. Lu Kuang-nian continued to plead, Xiaofeng, please just open the door, I will. Suddenly, Ma Xiaofeng opened the door and shouted, why are you here, how long do you want to cause a scene, leave now. Lu Kuang-nian quickly raised the bag of food in his hand, no, don't, I brought food here, fruit tart, back when we were poor, we used to eat this. Ma Huifang angrily threw the bag of food away, I don't need your stuff, go away. Lu Kuang-nian quickly bent down to pick it up, just then his son, Ma Guiwei, stepped out, what are you picking up, can you disappear quickly? Ma Huifang turned back to scold her son, it's not your business, go back to your room. Lu Kuang-nian quickly advised Xiaofeng, don't get angry, don't in front of your son. So the two argued for half an hour, and soon the building security guard approached, we've been watching on CCTV for half an hour, do you know you're bothering the neighbors, someone has complained? Lu Kuang-nian quickly apologized, my fault. The building guard continued, if you want to argue, do it at home, don't disturb people in front of the main door. Ma Huifang denied, who is his family, I don't know him, he comes to the door disturbing us, quickly take him away. The building security turned to Lu Kuang-nian and said, listen, if people say they don't know you, then don't cause trouble, just leave. Lu Kuang-nian angrily responded, I'm not leaving, I'm talking to my wife, you guys go away. The building security replied, this guy even curses at people. Lu Kuang-nian pushed the building security away, saying, what can you do if I curse at you? Leave, an old couple arguing doesn't need you to interfere. Seeing this, the security guard shouted, this old man not only curses at people but also hits them, he attacked first. The security guards continuously kicked Lu Kuang-nian, who took the beating and said, if you have the guts, fight me to death, even if I die, I won't leave, living without my wife and children is meaningless. The security guards kept cursing, this foolish fake loving fool. Hao Shen looked through the CCTV and was a bit impressed, Mr. Lu, your acting is very subtle, if I'm not mistaken, then immediately. Just as Hao Shen thought, Ma Guiwei shouted, don't hit my dad. Ma Huifang also stepped in to stop fighting. Ma Guiwei couldn't hold back and rushed in, damn it, hit my dad, today I. Ma Huifang used all her strength to shout, enough, everyone stop fighting, stop it. Lu Kuang-nian looked up and said, Xiaofeng, phew, almost got beaten up by the little boss. After resolving Ma Huifang's situation peacefully, the security guard returned to the CCTV room. One security guard shook hands with Hao Shen, everyone acted extremely realistically, it was exhausting, here's your pay. Hao Shen whispered to himself, the result is just as I thought. The security guard checked the accounts and also smiled, Mr. Lu's husband and wife were even arguing, remember to find us if needed, with the experience from this time, next time we can act even more realistically. Hao Shen looked at the CCTV camera, thinking that he wouldn't need to participate in future tasks anymore, as Mr. Lu could handle them well on his own. Next, he should focus on his own work. Haoshan had just left Ma Huifeng's apartment when he received a call. The voice on the other end from Kia anxiously asked where he was, saying it was already 3:30, and it wasn't him they needed. Haoshan asked in response, "What do you want then?" The voice on the other end quickly lowered their tone, saying they didn't want to argue, and that he should just speak to them when he arrived. Haoshan cut the call and arrived at the Shoudao Cafe in Dongcheng 5 minutes later. Upon entering, he was greeted by the spy who turned out to be Longdun Jiangnan, the chairman of the security group, a member of the Security Association Council in Jiangnan Province, a delegate of the Donghai City People's Council, Meng Junhao. Meng Junhao didn't answer but instead asked Haoshan if he was the one who called. Haoshan calmly replied that it was indeed him and asked what he wanted. Meng Junhao wanted him to tell some embarrassing stories to his subordinates and then help spread the word outside. Meng Junhao angrily slammed the table. "Damn it, who is it after all?" Haoshan remained calm as he dialed the phone. "I really hate it when people curse at me. It seems like he doesn't want to have a decent conversation with me today." "Well then, just leave, I'll see you off." The voice on the other end quickly spoke up. "Hey brother-in-law, what a coincidence, I was going to call you about this too." Meng Junhao silently pondered the voice of Li Ruojin. This guy is Li Ruojin's brother-in-law. The age and appearance match, just like what has been circulating in Donghai these days. He is Haoshan. Li Ruojin, not seeing a response from Haoshan, became somewhat worried. "What's wrong, brother-in-law, do you have something to deal with?" Haoshan then replied, "There is a traitor next to you that needs to be dealt with." Li Ruojin angrily said, "Damn it, who, brother-in-law, speak up, damn it, I'll go deal with him now." Meng Junhao shivered and knelt down, clutching Haoshan's pants, signaling a humble plea. Haoshan continued, "Employee code 812, the person in your shop." Li Ruojin quickly replied, "Damn it, let me handle it, brother-in-law, I'll talk to you later." Haoshan looked at Meng Junhao and said, "Now we can talk." Meng Junhao hesitated. "Master Hao, you are my brother." "No, you are my grandfather." "Let's go upstairs and talk, we can discuss whatever needs to be discussed." After going upstairs, Meng Junhao made tea for Master Hao and offered it to him. At that moment, Haoshan's phone rang. It was Lu Kuangnian asking where his nephew was. Haoshan replied to Lu, "It's not about reconciling with your sister-in-law, I have some business to attend to." Lu Kuangnian urgently said that his nephew's business was his business and he had to tell him the address, he would come over immediately. Haoshan thought it would be convenient to use Lu Kuangnian's influence, so he said to Meng Junhao, "Lu Dongchang, 2nd floor at Shoudao CAF." Meng Junhao asked nervously if someone else was coming. Haoshan reassured him, "Just a friend, don't worry." Meng Junhao insisted, "Master Hao, if you have any instructions, please feel free to tell me." Haoshan raised the teacup to Meng's CEO, who had become Ding Duanlong's man 4 years ago and had been allocating his loyal subordinates to protect the company and Li Ruobing's territory for the past few years. Last month, Li Ruojin was exposed at Li Ruojin's place, and a life was saved from his gun, but he then sold it back to Ding Duanlong. Meng Junhao clasped his hands to Haoshan, "Please don't say anymore, you directly assign tasks, whether I can do it or not, I will definitely do it for you." Haoshan gently replied, "I guess Don Long will act very quickly, he will send someone to assassinate me." Meng Junhao quickly explained, "Collecting information on you and dealing with you is not my responsibility." Haoshan looked out the window, "I know the one in charge is my modus operandi. Listen, Ding Duanlong or his men will contact you soon. If you want to live, do what they arrange clearly." Meng Junhao curiously asked if he needed to inform him in advance and then act. Haoshan continued to enjoy his tea without needing to. "Just do your job, there is no need to inform Li Ruojin, this is my only way of survival." Meng Junhao didn't know what to say, so he just thought to himself that he didn't need to do anything. "So why did you look for me, what do you want from me?" Knowing clearly that something would happen these days, not doing anything and waiting for death. Haoshan seemed to understand Meng Junhao's thoughts. He didn't need to understand. Ding Duanlong's people in Donghai, Tong Yanghuang, Su Pingsu, Jun Chaofeng were all insignificant, not posing any threat to him. The reason he sought him out was because he found him more interesting than them, so he needed his help. He would give something similar to Ding Duan Long, but not now. At that moment, Lu Kuang-nian approached them. Hao Shen also waved to greet Lu. Lu Kuang-nian said in a low voice, "Meng CEO, did you bring 20, 30 people downstairs, looking for trouble with us?" Meng Junhao quickly explained, "Lu CEO, it's a misunderstanding, I didn't bring anyone, this is a misunderstanding." Hao Shen also interjected, saying they were just talking, Lu shouldn't be angry like that, they were all friends. Meng Junhao quickly followed suit, saying yes, they were all friends. Meng Junhao realized CEO Lu misunderstood me, there was a misunderstanding between me and him, but it has been clarified now, that's true. Lu Kuang-nian turned to Hao Shen and said, after finishing talking, "Don't be polite with me, your job is my job at Donghai, whoever dares to touch a hair of yours, I will tear him apart." Meng Junhao trembled at these words. Hao Shen thought it was fine, this matter had ended, a little bit of power borrowed from Lu Kuang-nian would lead to a mutation. Meng Junhao now understood that even without Li Ruobing, Li Ruojin, he still had a strong relationship with Hao Shen himself, his perception would change, he would think of himself in the same category as Ding, Li, the big characters, with a formidable background in relationships, the power of action would start from fear to do, it would turn into proactive action, and the more he did, the better he would become. Hao Shen's phone rang again, the caller was Mu Tian sobbing, "Hao Shen." Hao Shen asked anxiously, "What's wrong, why are you crying, are you at the door of my house?" After hearing that, Hao Shen quickly said goodbye and mentioned he had something to do first. "CEO Lu, Meng will meet you again next time." Meng Junhao listened in astonishment as the voice on the phone was clearly not Li Ruobing. Hao was truly extraordinary. Lu Kuang-nian responded with a simple Hao Shen drove home as if flying, asking Mu Tian along the way, "I'm on the road now, don't cry anymore, tell me what's going on." Mu Tian sniffled and said, "My parents want to send me to study abroad in Nation A." Hao Shen felt a little helpless at this and seeing her cry like that. Mu Tian continued to sob, saying, "I don't want to go abroad, but there's no one to help me. Please hurry back." Hao Shen had to say this at the electric meter box by the side of the door, "There's a spare key in there, open the door and wait for me to come back." Mu Tian had just entered the house when Su Qingying and the bodyguard arrived. Su Qingying suggested celebrating the success of the day with her husband. As they approached the door, Su Qingying suddenly remembered that I didn't have her husband's house key. The bodyguard suggested that Mu Tian could pry the lock open, she went in and then they would find someone to fix it. Su Qingying agreed, and the bodyguard skillfully broke the lock. When the door opened, both Mu Tian and Su Qingying were surprised. Mu Tian was the one who broke Su Qingying's silence. Su Qingying gently replied to Mu Tian, "Why are you at Hao Shen's house? Doesn't he have a home?" Mu Tian quickly replied that he didn't have it, he told me to wait for him, I used the spare key. "What are you doing here, Miss Su?" Su Qingying signaled to my guards and Hao Shen to be friends. Mu Tian replied somewhat shyly, "Oh, we are all friends, so Miss Su can come in." Su Qingying changed her shoes and asked Mu Tian when she arrived. At this moment, Mu Tian was immersed in her own thoughts of changing shoes very skillfully, asking herself in a very strange and formal manner, "Is there a problem with Su Qingying and Hao Shen?" Su Qingying asked Mu Tian again, and only then did Mu Tian come back to reality. "Oh, I arrived less than half an hour ago." Su Qingying went in and asked if Mu Tian was correct. "Has Hao Shen ever said when he will be back?" Mu Tian mechanically replied no, speaking very quickly. Su Qingying laughed and told her not to stand there forever, "Sit down, let me put some things away." As Mu Tian sat down she thought to herself, "Why did she tell me to sit down and I just listened and sat down, it's not right, the key is her tone, it's like she's the host, could it be that they are?" After 2 minutes, Su Qingying emerged from the kitchen and asked Mu Tian if she wanted anything to drink, there might only be in the fridge. Mu Tian secretly envied the fact that all their belongings were kept together, it seemed they had been living together for a while. Mu Tian shouted at Su Miss, "Have you slept with Hao Shen before?" Su Qingying did not answer but instead asked her back. Mu Tian continued to speculate, neither admitting nor denying, and asked back at herself. "Is this an admission? She is the first beauty of Kim Donghai, the first beauty recognized by Donghai, and the woman of Haoshin. Su Qingying also silently evaluated up to this point, seeing that she was not a threat at all. While pouring a drink, Su Qingying asked when she started with Haoshin. Mu Tian answered a few days ago. Su Qingying handed the drink to Mu Tian and said a few days ago, you are older than me, so I have to call you older sister. Mu Tian was a bit confused, older sister? Su Qingying was also lazy to explain and just said let's get along well. A few hours later, finally, Haoshin came back home. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a nice aroma, the aroma of food. Mu Tian even knew how to cook. Haoshin walked in and saw Mu Tian being friendly with Su Qingying. Su Qingying warmly said, little sister, you're slow. Mu Tian turned to Haoshin and said, you're back. Su Qingying then gently added, quickly wash your hands and get ready to eat. Just then, Mu Tian hesitated and had called her sister before, but now she was calling her little sister. Haoshin continued the conversation as she was quite small in stature. Mu Tian uncomfortably exclaimed, where am I small? Then she lowered her voice and asked, why does she call you husband directly? When did you and Miss Su become a couple? Haoshin replied, why phrase it that way? It sounds awkward. Mu Tian pouted, oh, come on, be a good brother and tell me. Su Qingying turned to her husband, little sister, stop fooling around, wash your hands quickly and let's eat. Mu Tian replied, I know. Mu Tian wondered why she had silently accepted being called little sister, she. Su Qingying served food to Haoshin, husband, let's eat. Haoshin asked the board of directors if there were any mistakes, right? As for the result, he already knew, but what about the process? Su Qingying happily responded as her husband predicted, it was accurate to perfection. Haoshin also casually replied that it was good. Mu Tian was a bit annoyed with Haoshin. It was fine that they had disagreements, but she really didn't mean to say whatever. Haoshin surprised Su Qingying by not informing Tian, so she had to guess. Mu Tian, annoyed, said he didn't inform her, so she wouldn't go home today. Haoshin calmly replied that she didn't have to go home then, the room was enough. Mu Tian then turned to Su Qingying and asked about Miss Su. Su Qingying laughed and said, I'm not going anywhere. Mu Tian silently thought that they were just saying that, later on, they shouldn't blame her. At bedtime, Su Qingying pointed out where Tian and her daughter would sleep, saying they needed to wake up early for work tomorrow, so they should sleep soon. Tian quickly responded, Suddenly, she rushed to the bed, sat down, and said, I want to sleep here. Tian thought to herself, what can they do to me? Su Qingying gently stroked her husband's hair, however he wanted. Young man Haoshin looked at the two girls in surprise, but it was fine with him. All three of them then played puzzle games all night, and when they were tired, they fell asleep. The next morning, when the alarm clock rang, Mu Tian was still sleeping, saying she was too tired last night and wanted to sleep more. Su Qingying had already woken up, but Haoshin suddenly received a phone call asking him to come to the company quickly. Haoshin asked why, and the person on the other line said his father had arrived at the company. Haoshin gently patted Su Qingying's head and said, hey, Li Ruobing is losing patience, hurry up, this time we messed up, all our previous efforts have been in vain. Haoshin quickly agreed and headed to the company. After a while, Li Ruobing was angrily shouting, it's been 40 minutes already, are you not really in a hurry, Hao? Please help me pull a little faster. Li Ruobing grabbed Haoshin's hand and said, let's go. As Haoshin and Li Ruobing entered, Li Ruojin asked his sister, brother-in-law, why did you two just arrive now? Dad has been waiting impatiently for you for hours. Li Ruobing was a bit annoyed that her father didn't call ahead before coming. Her eldest son, the future owner of the Li family, Li Maoren, spoke in a low voice to give her a heads up and to prepare herself well to deal with her father. Li Ruobing held Li Maoren's arm and asked why he suddenly attacked without warning. Her father had only been managing the child for a short time. Li Maoren was angry that even his younger brother didn't take good care of the child, causing such a big commotion and not allowing him to come to Donghai. Li Ruobing felt that this blame should not fall on her, but on her father. Li Ruojin weakly spoke up, asking her sister not to argue as soon as they met. Li Ruobing thought, yes, there shouldn't be any arguing right now. Hao Shen reached out to pull Li Ruobing, and she agreed to embrace Hao Shen, introducing him to her father as her boyfriend. She explained that Hao Shen was her love, and this is her father. Wait until we get married before making any changes. Hao Shen greeted her father. It was nice to meet him for the first time. Li Ruobing thought about her father's facial expression and wondered what was going on and why he looked so stern. Li Ruojin could only apologize in her heart, feeling sorry for her sister, unable to help at all. The father's arrival at Donghai was even more frightening than now. Li Ruojin slammed the paper onto the table in anger. Are you and your sister conspiring against me? He demanded. Li Ruojin, trembling, replied, Father, you have to believe me. I've really put in effort to investigate. I've traced Hao Shen back to his childhood daycare, even the records from the county hospital are all here. Turning away, Li Ruojin crossed his arms. I don't trust any of this evidence. He's not Hao Shen. The real Hao Shen is probably dead, and this person is assuming his identity. No matter how much we investigate, we won't find the truth. Glancing at the pile of documents, Li Ruojin muttered, Oh, this is impossible. We've eaten together, I've watched him pick up his chopsticks. He even took a DNA test with my DNA, and the report confirms the blood ties. There's only one possibility, Li Ruojin concluded. It's another trick by Ruobing. Just like those imposters from before, all fake. Everything Hao Shen has been doing these past few days is orchestrated by my sister to undermine my position as the boss. As he contemplated, Li Ruojin resolved, I came here to expose my son's lies. Turning to Hao Shen, he said, Hao, have a seat. You've just graduated, haven't you? Both Li Ruobing and Li Ruojin sensed a change in their father's demeanor and exchanged knowing looks. His tone and expression have shifted. He must have a plan, they thought. Hao Shen sat down and responded, Yes, I used to work at Ruobing's company. Li Ruojin continued his interrogation, What did you study in college? Any plans for the future? Hao Shen reluctantly put down his computer and turned to the IT field, temporarily assisting Ruobing in market listing. Li Maoren continued to ask with a bit of a cheeky attitude. That's right, Hao, do you have any hobbies? Li Maoren thought to himself to answer correctly is already investigated. Indeed he had a plan, so let's change the direction and see. Hao Shen calmly replied, Yes, many, calligraphy, painting, music, wrestling, cars. Ruobing also had a bit of concern about this detailed question, only if Hao Shen said one wrong thing it would be over. Hao Shen added quietly that he also liked firearms. Li Maoren asked in surprise, Firearms, do you understand firearms? Ruobing frowned, a bit puzzled and uncomfortable internally. How could someone from Hao Shen's family background have access to firearms and make such a simple mistake? Hao Shen continued, Yes, when I was young, all boys were interested in firearms. Growing up, I learned the basic principles of firearms through the internet, and found some gun drawings online. After all, I am a computer science student, but I have truly touched a gun. In my second year, I even made a gun model, not made of metal, but using wood instead. The structure of the components was probably correct, and I feel I understand firearms quite well. Li Ruobing sighed silently, feeling as if things had turned upside down again. What was she trying to do, deliberately causing trouble for herself? Li Maoren rubbed his chin and checked the gun by Achin's side. Li Ruojin replied hesitantly, Father, I have it. Li Maoren gave orders to Xiao Hao, in that case, give it to Xiao Hao. Li Ruojin mumbled, Yes, brother-in-law, here. Li Maoren asked Xiao Hao if he knew how to use this gun, telling him to demonstrate. Hao Shen began to observe the T-92, approved in 1994 to replace the T-54, divided into versions for police use and military use. The police version had a barrel lock order, while the military version, like Achin's gun, was a semi-automatic rifle with minimal recoil for higher accuracy. Li Ruobing became even more worried about what Hao Shen was up to. She knew her father had a passion for guns while in the military, and hoped to impress him with her knowledge of firearms. But trying to force a connection based on her father's interest was not like Hao Shun. What was he really trying to do? Hao Shun removed the ammunition belt, correctly guessing that there were 6 bullets in it. Bullets began to fall on the table. Hao Shun said there were 6 bullets, the child guessed correctly. Li Ruobing was a little incredulous and used her hand to measure the weight of the gun, immediately determining the number of bullets in the gun. Surely having frequent contact with the gun, is Hao Shun planning to self-destruct? Li Maoren also silently assessed that this child indeed wanted to self-destruct, meaning overthrowing the previous confessions. It's true, he's lying, this Hao Shun person has a big problem, it's not right. Proving that he has a problem is his purpose, he must be abnormal to be Ruobing's boyfriend. He must be extraordinary to make Cho Dong-hai so agitated. This reaction proves that his relationship with Ruobing is true, but it creates a big problem. A man with mysterious origins, even a special family background like this, what is the purpose of loving Ruobing? After evaluating for a while, Li Maoren opened his mouth to see that Xiao Hao had a bit of courage. Hao Shun smiled and said, just for now, or else how could I fall in love with Xiao Bing right after meeting her, so, bro, let's talk privately then. Li Ruobing pulled Hao Shun's hand to talk privately. Why talk behind my back? Without waiting for Hao Shun to respond, Li Maoren spoke up, Ruobing, take the kid outside. Li Ruobing felt dissatisfied with her child not coming out, wanting to speak ill of her, yet not deserving to hear such things. Li Maoren replied that Xiao Hao wanted to speak privately with her child. What would they argue about? Hao Shun held Ruobing's hand to comfort her, saying that a boyfriend cannot always be concerned about her emotions, so they might have some difficult conversations. Li Ruobing stood up and said, okay, I will listen to you. Seeing Li Ruobing walking out, Li Ruojin quickly said to her father-in-law, brother, let the two talk outside first. Once outside, Li Ruobing asked Li Ruojin if there were CCTV cameras in the room. Li Ruojin replied, yes. Li Ruobing said, let's go see the CCTV cameras. At the same time, inside the room, Hao Shun seemed to be listening to Xiao Hao's words. Hao Shun stood up and said, she's always talking about morals with you, wait a moment, boyfriend. Hao Shun quickly removed the hidden cameras of Li Ruojin. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Li Ruobing looked at the screen and asked Chin, how does this CCTV work? Li Ruojin could only reply, maybe you bought a counterfeit product, don't panic, there might be a few left. Meanwhile, Hao Shun gently removed all hidden cameras in the room. After removing the last hidden camera, Hao Shun said, okay, young man can speak now. Before Hao Shun could finish speaking, Li Maoren pointed a gun at his head and asked, who are you, and why are you appearing next to my daughter? In the monitoring room, Li Ruobing puzzledly asked Li Ruojin and Chin, he's just had images, why are they gone now? Li Ruojin also helplessly replied, I don't know, sister. Meanwhile, in a separate room, Hao Shun stood facing Li Maoren and said, indeed we are family. Ruobing, Chin also initially pointed a gun at me like this, but there were no bullets in the gun when it was the boy. Li Maoren placed the gun on the table and asked, young man, on the contrary, you have some courage, saying straight out, what is your purpose in being in a relationship with my daughter? Hao Shun just smiled and replied, I like your daughter and want her to bear a child for me. Is there a problem, young man? Li Maoren pondered silently, realizing that this statement was extremely offensive in front of him, but it showed that he was not afraid of him. Li Maoren snorted coldly, no longer beating around the bush, and said, get to the point. Hao Shun, you are no longer polite, young man. I can see that you don't care about Ruobing, you only care about the interests of the family. You know the virtue of Ding Duanlong but still force Ruobing to marry him. Aren't you afraid that one day Ruobing will get angry, grab a gun and shoot Ding Duanlong? Li Maoren slammed the table in anger, young man, are you trying to teach me a lesson? Here, Li Ruobing was so worried that she was pacing back and forth, she had to know what Hao Shun and her father were talking about. Come on, Chin, let's go to the room behind them. After entering the room, Li Ruobing put a cup against the wall, trying to eavesdrop on them. She was sure they were sitting behind the sofa. Unfortunately, there was no sound at all. Li Ruojin felt a little helpless, she used the best soundproofing materials when setting up the room. Inside the room, Haoshin continued, "Brother, I just want to say that Ding Duanlong is extremely stubborn and cannot control his emotions. I feel like he won't live long. The Ding family will be the same. Do you remember Xia Siqin?" Li Maoren responded casually about someone from another family, saying that he heard 10 years ago that he drowned in the water. Why bring him up? Haoshin denied Li Maoren's words. He didn't drown, he was killed. Li Maoren couldn't help but doubt that your Tong family was half a level lower than Ding family. Even if there was an assassination plot, it couldn't be hidden. Why did Ding family get involved with a high school student, without evidence and logic? Haoshin dialed the phone and, "Uncle, I didn't say Ding family, I said Ding Duanlong. Look, the motive is this woman, a reluctant guest is not welcomed, her real name is Xia Siqin. That year, many rich and powerful pursued her, but she rejected all of them, only getting closer to Xia Siqin because of tutoring, so Xia Siqin died. The dispute of Ding Duanlong was to ask Xia Siqin out, kill his colleague in front of her, and Xia Siqin followed Ding Duanlong out of fear. I have contacted her before, she truly hated Ding Duanlong, I am sure she will testify against him." Li Maoren stood up, loudly asking what he intended to do. Haoshin remained calm, saying, "Uncle, why are you getting so agitated? I'm sure you know what I intend to do." Li Maoren had been pondering in his heart that the Tong family had been rising in recent years. This matter, once it is revealed, could very likely lead to a conflict between the major families. The Li and Ding families have formed an alliance, and if the Ding family encounters any trouble, the Li family cannot stand aside. Haoshin continued to speak about the alliances within the Ding, Tong, Vai, Dong, and Tun families being the biggest allies of the Li family. Ruo Bing has not yet married into the Ding family, so collaborating with them could bring some changes, I'm sure of it. At this moment, Li Maoren finally realized that this boy was sent by another faction to break the alliance between the Li and Dong families. And at this moment, in the waiting room, Li Ruobing was holding a drill, drilling a hole in the thin wall, probably to listen in on the conversation. Li Maoren hurriedly intervened, "Sister, even if there is a good soundproofing method, the sound and vibration when you drill the wall will alarm father and brother easily." Li Ruobing asked back, "Then find a way, I want to know what they are talking about." Li Maoren could only helplessly reply, "Sister, I really have no idea." In the meantime, the atmosphere in the private room was becoming increasingly tense. Haoshin explained, "Uncle, it's not like you think. I am just thinking about Ruo Bing and your family. The Tong family is also a good option, right? Xia Siqin, the cousin of Dao Tongyiqiu, has just graduated from university. I think she is quite suitable for a Qin." Li Maoren laughed coldly, "Young man, you talk humorously, but arranging a marriage between families is not as easy as you think. The two Li and Dong families have minimal trust, let alone acquaintance leading to marriage." Haoshin raised his phone, "If you agree, I will proceed immediately. I am confident that we will have a result within a week." Li Maoren was surprised, this kid is not joking. Marrying into the Tong family now is not the right time. Li Maoren quickly interjected, "Wait, there is no need to rush. Tell me, what is your purpose?" Haoshin bluntly stated, "I want Ding Duanlong to die. Because your daughter is very attractive, and if Ding Duanlong wants to take her away from me, if I don't kill him, he will come to kill me. One of us must die, there is no other option. Therefore, Ding Duanlong must die." Li Maoren asked again, "So, does your family have any dealings with the Vai family's black market?" Haoshin straightforwardly replied, "Yes, we do. If your boyfriend doesn't show up in the next 6 months, I will tell him myself." Li Maoren decided to become friends. 2 hours later, in the waiting room, Li Ruobing was still trying to eavesdrop on this small conversation. "There probably won't be any movement. I can't believe I couldn't dig a thinner wall today." Li Ruojin hurriedly intervened, Sister, stop crying, Dad and brother have already left." Li Ruobing startled, "What, let's go." At the door, Li Ruobing quickly held Haoshin's hand, "Darling, are you finished?" Haoshin also cooperated, "Yes." Li Ruobing stood in front of Haoshin, "Don't." Haoshin asked, "Are you jealous?" "Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I will give your father the black materials of Ding Duanlong, and also talk about some things concerning the Vai family." Hao Shen recounted the story of Xia Si Qin Dao and Xia Shi Qin. Li Ruobing thought to herself, it also means that if the bomb of the Dong family explodes, those who want Ding Duan long dead will only increase. Li Ruobing adjusted her collar and said, Hao Shen, you're really good. I appreciate you, so I'll reward you. Hao Shen asked in return, are you sure about that, here? There are so many people passing by, you know. Li Ruobing pushed Hao Shen away, thinking, what's the problem? It's like you're great, my beloved Hao, even if you have the ability, you still don't suit me. Hao Shen happily asked, isn't it true that you like me too? Isn't this considered your way of showing affection? Li Ruobing fixed her hair and said, I admit that you fit everything I imagine in a life partner, especially your strength. Yes, I love you. But even though I love you, Li Ruobing won't become a docile kitten, so you should be the obedient one, Hao. Hao Shen clapped his hands and exclaimed, wow. What a fantastic speech, Miss Li, you're adorable. I wish you success. By the way, earlier, weren't you going to give me a reward? Here, come, give me a massage. Li Ruobing replied, if that's the case, then I'll give you a massage. Hao Shen shrugged, I don't want to force you, it seems like I'll have to look for someone else. Li Ruobing turned around and asked, who are you looking for, Su Qingying? Hao Shen rubbed his chin. Nowhere, Qingying is very busy with work, I don't want to bother her. Li Ruobing furrowed his brows. Then who? Hao Shen winked one eye and opened the other. Still not my woman, but if it's just to get to know her a little so she can massage my shoulders, it's simple. She's younger, prettier, and her family is richer. Li Ruobing asked again, who is it, from Donghai? Hao Shen dialed the phone. Stop guessing, you won't guess it, I'll reveal it soon. After a few hours of ringing, the other end of the line answered, hello. Hao Shen quickly replied, hello Tong, I also study at Donghai University, just graduated this year. I heard from friends that you're collecting music, is that true? I have a few songs. The voice on the other end also replied, I am a senior, do you have any good songs? Hao Shen answered, oh, enough to satisfy you. The voice on the other end quickly responded, everyone says the same thing, many times, there's nothing good, I'd rather write my own. Hao Shen then suggested, you can check the goods first. The voice on the other end responded eagerly, sure, if brother Hao has time, come to the CBD cafe. Hao Shen agreed, okay, see you later. Li Ruobing thought to herself, a woman who is more beautiful and richer than me, at Donghai University, Tong Ruo's family in Donghai has no Tong surname, could it be her? Li Ruobing asked, how, isn't it the Wu family? Hao Shen replied, oh, she is Wu Yurong's daughter. Li Ruobing exclaimed, you want to find Wu Yurong's daughter, and you want her to massage your shoulders. Aren't you afraid that Wu Yurong will find out? She is my idol, she is top 3 in Donghai's aristocratic families, the daughter of Wu Weidong, from XAM Lam Jewelry. After divorcing her husband, she won in a ruthless business competition with her ex-husband for custody of their daughter. She destroyed her ex-husband's family, forced her ex-husband to death, she is a black widow that the business community in Donghai mentions and shudders. Hao Shen smiled and said, I know, but I also know a title from Ryuth as the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. Li Ruobing worriedly said, please, think carefully and don't do anything inappropriate. It's not just a massage, tonight come to my house, not just a massage, I will also give you. Don't go looking for Wu Yurong's daughter, Song Xian. Hao Shen was a little unhappy, Ruobing, I think you misunderstood, looking for Song Xian, even the massage is just an excuse, understand? Li Ruobing got angrier, what do you really want to do? Hao Shen patted Li Ruobing's shoulder, don't overthink it, I also don't mean any harm to you, just relax a bit, go first. A while later, at the CBDCAF, Hao Shen spoke first to his friend Tong. Song Xian also warmly extended her hand, you are the senior, officially getting to know each other, Song Xian. Hao Shen shook hands with Song Xian, hello, I am Hao Shen. Song Xian politely asked, senior, have a seat, would you like something to drink? Hao Shen declined, no, thank you. Song Xian stopped beating around the bush, okay, so you brought the items, right? Is it a recording or handwritten lyrics? Haoshin asked back, do you have pen and paper with you? Song Xian, a bit puzzled, replied, yes, I do. Why? Haoshin chuckled, to write for you, of course. Song Xian was surprised, what? Right now, for me? Haoshin pointed to his head, it's all remembered in here. Song Xian, suspicious, asked, Big Brother isn't here just to fool around with me, right? Doing this will make people hate me. Haoshin took the notebook and pen from Song Xian's hand and began to write. After 10 minutes, Haoshin had finished writing all the song lyrics. Song Xian read the song title, Soul-Soothing Medicine. Song Xian was secretly surprised. He wrote a new arrangement, even noting the musical instruments used in the arrangement. This Haoshin really wants to deceive me. But, singing it in my mind, I feel this song is also good, a bit better than the ones I recorded before. Haoshin spoke up, Tong, do you want to buy it? Song Xian's eyes lit up, I do. Haoshin began to ask, how much can you offer? Song Xian quoted a price, 1,000. Haoshin was not satisfied, I have already made a demo. Song Xian came up with another price, then 2,000. Haoshin winked one eye and opened the other, still too low. Song Xian continued to increase the price, 3,000. Haoshin stated his desired price directly, 10,000. Song Xian was surprised, brother, are you here to play with me, do you think I am easily deceived? Haoshin did not pay attention to Song Xian's attitude, 10,000, Tong, just tell me if you accept or not. Price is non-negotiable, I have some other pieces, all at this price. Song Xian pushed the manuscript back towards Haoshin, of course I don't accept. Haoshin pushed the manuscript back to Song Xian, well then, there is nothing more to say. Although we just met, I trust that you, Tong, are not someone who would plagiarize music. I won't tear the lyrics anymore. The manuscript is quite beautiful, tearing 2 pages would ruin it. So go on, go ahead. Song Xian cursed, weirdo. After that, Haoshin went to a studio. The receptionist greeted him, hello, Fei Xin Music. Haoshin straight away made his request, I want to record a song, rent a recording studio for 3 hours. The receptionist quickly guided him, yes, right this way. Haoshin quietly recalled, in the past reincarnation, the soul-soothing potion has undergone countless confirmations that the song will be a hit in a day. Tong, my student, I am waiting for you to come back to find me. The receptionist led Haoshin into the recording room and asked, do you need a sound engineer, a mixing engineer? Haoshin declined, no, I can do it myself. 3 hours later, Haoshin murmured to himself, finished recording, time to go home and send the song. As Haoshin went down to the parking lot, his phone rang. Su Qingying questioned, husband, why didn't you answer the phone after 3 hours? Haoshin replied apologetically, Qingying, something came up earlier, what's going on? Su Qingying happily said, Tian has started an internship at Jinfu, no need for studying abroad anymore. Haoshin fastened his seatbelt, well done, Qingying, you're amazing. Su Qingying sadly said, husband, I can't come to see you today, I have to go home. If I never come home again, you will be suspicious. Haoshin comforted her, it's okay, I have work to do today. Su Qingying gently replied, okay, you continue with your work, we'll meet another day. While Haoshin was driving, he noticed a car following him. He looked at the license plate and thought to himself, it's not Dong Hai's license plate, it's Ding Duanlong's. I have to be cautious and not get involved with them for now. Haoshin quickly changed his route and went home. Once at home, he sat at his desk and thought, the pseudonym Shenwu is the reverse pronunciation of Haoshin. Tong, my classmate, might figure it out soon. Now, let's wait for the chaos to begin with the song. The next day at 7 o'clock, Haoshin walked to his desk thinking, after a night, I should check the results of the soul-soothing medicine. Suddenly, Haoshin discovered, damn it, the house is not quite right. The direction of the flower vase has changed, the position of the sofa cushions has shifted slightly to the right. If I didn't pay attention yesterday, they would have followed me into the house, the hidden cameras and listening devices must be in this place. If they want to play like this, then today I'll give them a chance. Haoshan reminded his phone, "My dear Miss Li, there's nothing for me today." Li Ruobing quickly responded from the other end, "Stop, I was just about to call you. You are indeed quite clever. We can discuss the Song Xian matter slowly." Haoshan agreed, "Alright, I'll be at your company at 9 o'clock. Haoshan got into his car and began to think, the probability of something happening today is very high, but everything is under control. His car was blocked by another car in front, forcing Haoshan to slow down. The sound of the wheels rubbing against the road was deafening. Haoshan smirked, "I see, I can't move forward, I can't turn left or right, I understand now." This classic method of using an accidental incident as an excuse for murder usually has a 100% fatality rate. However, the license plate of the car has been noted. At that moment, Haoshan's car exploded and caught fire. Haoshan calmly said, "Reset the time back to 7 am. Haoshan lay on the wedding bed and smirked, "Now it's my turn." Haoshan picked up the phone and called Li Ruojin. Li Ruojin quickly answered the phone, "Hello, brother-in-law." Haoshan calmly instructed, "Ding Duanlong's men have arrived in Donghai, 2 refrigerated trucks, 1 black and 1 black pickup truck, the license plate numbers are. They will immediately come after you." Li Ruojin angrily cursed, "Damn it, brother-in-law, rest assured, I will take care of boss soon." Haoshan added, "Ajin, you must stay alive." Haoshan thought, Ding Duanlong's men want to escape, temporarily cannot be found, but the driver on the road cannot not be found, the main road is not easy to act. Arriving at the parking lot under the Hammong shopping center, Haoshan just got out of the car when Li Ruojin called, "Brother-in-law, how are you? I have sent some experts to search on the road." Haoshan replied, "I'm near the east side of the shopping center, those cars are following, be careful and catch the boss." After hanging up, Haoshan turned off the phone, happily thinking, now we should wait for the successor of Ding Duanlong. A group of assassin drivers saw that and said, "Hey, drive to the garage now, change the plan, we have to go back." Just then, a 16-seat van crashed into the side of the truck. The driver angrily stuck his head out and shouted, "Can't you drive?" Wang Zhiyuan led a group of followers out and said, "He can't drive, let me take care of this, my friend." After that, all the drivers attacking Haoshan were captured. Xiang Xian reported to Ding Duanlong, "Boss, our people have been captured by Li Ruojin." Ding Duanlong yelled, "Then switch to plan B. Today, Haoshan must die. While the Li family members are not fully protected, act immediately." Xiang Xian ordered, "Mr. Dao, double the rewards, clean up the parking lot at Hammong Commercial Center, and leave immediately once finished." 20 minutes later, at Hammong Commercial Center, Haoshan received a call from Li Ruobing, "Ajin has captured everyone, where are you?" Haoshan replied, "I'm at Hammong Commercial Center, why?" Li Ruobing ordered, "Find a crowded place, I will come there immediately, listen to me." Haoshan stood in front of the elevator door, "My dear Miss Li, I will do as you say." Haoshan stepped into the elevator, saw that the camera was broken, and knew his successor had arrived. When the elevator opened, a group of people surrounded Haoshan, and as the elevator closed, they all rushed towards him, each holding a knife. Haoshan opened his eyes, ready to fight, and grabbed one assassin by the wrist, delivering a blow to his chin. Then he kicked another in the stomach, and at the same time, 2 knife-wielding attackers charged towards him. One of them swung the knife, but Haoshan quickly dodged it. Surprised, the attacker couldn't close his mouth, giving Haoshan the opportunity to punch him in the face. While Haoshan was fighting the assassins, Li Ruobing was hastily searching for his whereabouts. "Where is he? I can't reach him on the phone. Search everywhere for me, we must find Haoshan quickly." Her assistant reported, "Miss, he's in the elevator." Li Ruobing hurriedly asked, "Which floor is the elevator on?" The assistant quickly replied, "The basement." Li Ruobing shouted, "Hurry." When they arrived, the elevator had just descended, and Li Ruobing saw the head of an assassin hitting the floor as the elevator opened, while Haoshan was still holding onto another, his clothes disheveled. Li Ruobing was slightly surprised, "Haoshan?" Haoshan calmly stepped out of the elevator and said, "Yo, my dear Miss Li." Li Ruobing, moved, ran to meet Haoshan and said, "Haoshan." Haoshan gently asked, "What's wrong?" Not afraid of getting your clothes dirty? Li Ruobing worriedly said, you can still talk, so the injury must not be serious. Come on, let's go to the hospital. Haoshen asked, why go to the hospital? Li Ruobing worriedly said, you're covered in blood, and I don't know where you're injured. Haoshen teasingly replied to Li Ruobing, I'm not the one injured, it's actually you. You've been touching me for minutes, trying to take advantage, huh? I don't easily give in to others touching me. You have to do it back. Li Ruobing still worriedly said, but, you didn't fight back against those 6 knife-wielding assassins, isn't that dangerous? Haoshen replied, oh my, you're right, but you've dirtied your clothes, let's go clean up. Before doing anything else, Haoshen took Mr. Dao's phone, took a picture and sent it to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan called Mr. Dao back, are you done now? Where are you guys at the moment? Haoshen sneered, send the picture to me, didn't you see it? Jiang Chuan, confused, asked back, who are you? Why do you have Mr. Dao's phone? Haoshen impatiently interrupted, Jiang Chuan sent the picture to Ding Duanlong, help me deliver the message, his days are running out. Abruptly, Haoshen immediately hung up and handed the phone to Li Ruobing's assistant, call the rescue car, the person whose phone I used must stay alive. The assistant received the order, understood. Haoshen turned to Li Ruobing again, that's right, Ruobing, I will temporarily leave Donghai and head south. Li Ruobing held his hand back, you want to go kill Ding Duanlong? Li Ruobing kissed Haoshen and said, love, please don't go. Haoshen whispered in Li Ruobing's ear, a kiss like this is not enough, go home, take a shower and then kiss me. Li Ruobing blushed and didn't know what to say. On another side of Donghai, at CPD Building 3, on a certain floor, Song Xian exclaimed, it's impossible, top 1 song of the week. A friend explained, I heard it last night before going to bed, it was pretty good. Song Xian looked at the screen, there are over 4,000 comments now, all of them are positive comments, and there are many experts discussing the singer's skills. Song Xian thought to herself, indeed, Haoshen is amazing, he wrote a soul-soothing song back then. Song Xian's friend said, Xian, what era is it that you still write music by hand? Song Xian stepped out onto the balcony, thinking to herself, this is not right, I've encountered a problem, I need to find Haoshen to confirm. At Haoshen's house, Li Ruobing had just finished showering and was drying her hair when she saw Haoshen's phone ringing. Li Ruobing thought, Haoshen's phone, could it be Ding Duanlong trying to stir up trouble again? Thinking so, Li Ruobing picked up the phone. What do you people want, trying to pick a fight again? On the other end, Song Xian was a bit embarrassed. Hello, is this not Haoshen? I wanted to talk to him about the song. Li Ruobing was slightly cautious. What song? Just say it directly, I'll transfer you. Song Xian was in a difficult situation. Don't misunderstand, you are the girlfriend of Haoshen, right? There was a misunderstanding in our meeting yesterday, I want to apologize to him. Li Ruobing still didn't understand. The song, I'm sorry for what? Song Xian was now truly suspicious, are you Haoshen's girlfriend? You don't even know his song, that's really strange. Li Ruobing, angry, said, do you doubt me? Just wait. Li Ruobing knocked on the bathroom door, honey, open up, your junior is calling. Haoshen opened the door, took the phone from Li Ruobing's hand. Haoshen asked, who's this? Oh, it's Tong, a classmate, free today, let's meet up and talk, is that okay? Haoshen hung up the phone, explained to Li Ruobing, it's Song Xian. She wants to buy the song I wrote. Li Ruobing approached Haoshen, my dear Hao. You are truly talented. Haoshen happily replied, you haven't even finished showering, my dearly. Li Ruobing put her arms around Haoshen's neck, can you tell me? What else do you know? Haoshen slowly lowered his voice, Ruobing, you are playing with fire. While the two were being intimate, the phone rang. Li Ruobing grumbled, who could be calling at this time? Li Ruobing picked up the phone, it's Ding Duanlong. Haoshen turned towards the bathroom, it's okay, listen, wait for me to grab a towel. On the other end, Ding Duanlong began to speak, Ruobing, hey, I think I need to explain a bit to you, today's issue wasn't caused by me wanting to be the boss, Xiang Xian took charge on his own, he misunderstood my intentions. Li Ruobing sneered, I told you, how can a few shrimp be the boss? Ding's people, coming to Dong Hai on his own accord, already weak and still demanding to be in charge, not in line with boss Ding's style. Li Ruobing leaned into Hao Shen's arms as she spoke. Hao Shen also chimed in, who's calling? Lover, Ding Duan Long? Li Ruobing replied, yes, that idiot indeed. Hao Shen patted Li Ruobing's thigh, remember, my woman shouldn't talk like that. Li Ruobing also cooed, oh husband, it hurts, look, you made me all red from hitting me. On the other end of the line, Ding Duan Long clenched his jaw in anger, but Hao Shen continued, do you realize your mistake? If you don't realize it, I'll have to spank you. Li Ruobing intentionally lowered her voice, oops, my bad husband, I won't swear anymore, please don't be mad at me. Ding Duan Long threw his phone in anger, damn it, he even smashed the phone with his foot. On the other side, Li Ruobing said, the phone is disconnected, I think he smashed the phone earlier. Let's see if we can make him angrier. Hao Shen replied, making him angry is too easy. Li Ruobing frowned, I don't care about him anymore, my dear Hao, what did you say earlier, you want to spank me? Hao Shen raised his hands in surrender, these things, we can actually listen to our soon-to-be boss. Yes, later when I meet Wu Yurong, she will surely call you, just cooperate a little, no problem. Li Ruobing asked again, meet Wu Yurong, isn't it meeting Song Xian? Hao Shen explained, it's meeting Song Xian but it could also be meeting Wu Yurong, she will definitely look for you today. At that moment, Li Ruojin walked in, sister, brother-in-law, today's incident was my mistake, I promise it will never happen again. Brother-in-law, how many bodyguards do you need, just tell me, I. Li Ruobing cut her off, Jean, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Tell me, don't mess around. Angrily, Li Ruojin said, sister, how many times do I have to say it, today brother-in-law was lucky nothing happened, what about next time, no one can guarantee, I have to take him down. Li Ruobing stood up and said, convince him, brother-in-law. Hao Shen calmly asked, Jean, has Mr. Dao been rescued? Li Ruojin honestly replied, the person that brother-in-law said must be saved. Hao Shen then said, that's good, you have to talk to him separately. Li Ruojin, a bit confused, asked, brother-in-law, what do you mean? Does he know Ding Duan Long's weakness? Hao Shen smiled, of course, when I talked to him, you listened, but now we have to respect each other, no violence. Li Ruojin affirmed, as long as Ding Duan Long dies, I'll listen to brother-in-law. Li Ruobing breathed out lightly, phew. Hao Shen was dressing while speaking, Ruobing, Jean, let the two of you talk, I have something to do outside. A moment later, Hao Shen arrived at the agreed location with Song Xian, with a detective secretly taking pictures behind him. Hao Shen entered the CAF. Upon arriving, Hao Shen spoke first, you studied with Tong. Song Xian looked up and replied, Senior. Hao Shen noticed Song Xian hesitating, so he asked, what's wrong, Tong? Song Xian immediately responded, Senior, does your family run a rice shop? Hao Shen did not deny it, yes, a ramen shop in a small district. Song Xian continued to express his doubts, Senior, the voice of your girlfriend seems to be over 40 years old, are you being kept by a mistress? Is the high price of your songs to get money to get away from her? Are you afraid she will find out? Hao Shen found this somewhat funny, huh? Song Xian felt angry, you're still laughing, I find it unfair how you are treating this situation. Song Xian continued, your talent cannot be buried next to those old ladies out there. If you want to make money, be independent, I can help you, trust me. Look at the achievements of the soul-relieving medicine, you're already famous, do you know? A big company will sign with you, you can become a star. Hao Shen pushed Song Xian's hand away and said, I won't debut, there are a lot of things that are not as you think. Let's talk about the main point, why did you call me out here, to listen to a song? Now Song Xian remembered, right, to buy the song, write a song for me, Senior. Hao Shen didn't hesitate and gave a price, 10,000. Song Xian immediately responded, okay, I'll pay. Hao Shen added a condition, I want 50% of the profit from the song. Song Xian happily agreed, no problem, Senior, just maintain the level of soul-relieving medicine. Hao Shen agreed without hesitation. Okay, get the paper and pen, if it's not a hit, I'll refund you. After 10 minutes, Song Xian held up the paper and read, "This song is a gift for me." Song Xian thought to himself, this is a song that he gave to me, my senior. Without giving Song Xian the chance to continue thinking, Hao Shen stood up. I've received the money, it's okay now. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll go first. Hao Shen thought to himself, the appetizer is done, I should move on to the main course. But I think I should eliminate these middlemen first. Hao Shen stepped on the gas, smoothly maneuvering past the white cars. The white car driver called in, "Boss, the target is moving," couldn't block him, but. On the other end of the line impatiently asked, "But what?" The driver continued, "He seems to know that you were looking for him, and has driven himself to the lower level of your company building." The other end of the line with interest said, "Ah, that's interesting. Bring him up to the 16th floor." A while later, Hao Shen was brought to the front of the room. The assistant announced, "Boss, the person has arrived." The person inside the room said, "Come in." The assistant gestured to Hao Shen, "Mr. Hao, please come in." Facing Hao Shen was CEO of Shenlin Corporation, a prominent figure in the Donghai business community, Wu Yurong. Beside Wu Yurong was his personal bodyguard, retired Special Forces soldier Chu Yen. Hao Shen spoke up, "Boss Wu, inviting me here like this, is it not very polite?" Wu Yurong replied faintly, "How, even though I don't know what your purpose is, but you are the one lacking manners." Wu Yurong said to Chu Yen, "Go outside." As Chu Yen passed by Hao Shen, he said, "Don't mess around, or else." Wu Yurong said again, "Hao, please sit down and speak. What is your purpose in approaching my daughter? It must not be because of lack of money, right? Does Miss Li Ruobing know about this?" Hao Shen sat down and said, "Boss Wu, why do you care about someone else's daughter giving birth?" Boss Wu frowned, and Hao Shen continued, "Boss Wu, at 20 years old, she was forced into marriage by her family, the condition being that after giving birth, she would not be under your control. It was because of this condition that she agreed to marry. She is separated from her husband. Every time he uses force, Boss Wu takes out a knife to back off. Every day, she uses excuses like weight gain, stretch marks, lack of attractiveness, and shows weakness, so that her husband has no reason to continue being angry. Boss Wu is truly amazing." Hao Shen continued, "Boss Wu deliberately created a situation where given enough time, she could accept the husband-wife atmosphere, leading him to accept surrogacy. Unexpectedly, after Song Xian was born, she turned around and refused to accept her, engaging in a trade war with the in-laws, and everyone knows what happened after that." Wu Yurong found it quite interesting. "You know quite a lot, that's intriguing. Song Chang has already passed away. If you want to discuss these matters with others, feel free to do so, I'm not interested. Let's stick to talking about Xian Xian. However, I warn you, although she's not my biological child, my blood runs through her veins. If you have any malicious intentions towards her, I advise you to abandon them." Hao Shen crossed his arms, looking at Wu Yurong, "Boss Wu, you may investigate if you wish. I believe you'll soon understand that my focus isn't on your daughter, but on you. Because I have some thoughts regarding you." Wu Yurong ran her fingers through her hair. "Young people these days are quite bold. How, I wonder what intentions you have towards me." Hao Shen replied, "Very complicated. Although Boss Wu seems indifferent, he is actually very cautious, especially towards men, so I have to follow this way, making Boss Wu take the initiative to meet me." Wu Yurong stood up and walked towards Hao Shen, saying, "Very complicated. Adults have their own business. It can be as complicated as anything. Does Li Ruobing know that you have complicated thoughts towards me? Does she know that?" Hao Shen calmly replied, "Of course she knows." Wu Yurong approached Hao Shen and said, "Everyone has to face it now, speak clearly, tell me specifically what complicated thoughts you have towards me." Hao Shen continued calmly, "Boss Wu, do you know Ding Duanlong? He wants to kill me." Wu Yurong replied, "Of course, but it has nothing to do with me." Hao Shen lowered his voice, "I will definitely kill him." Wu Yurong sarcastically said, "Oh, then you go ahead and do it." Hao Shen continued, "So I came to remind Boss Wu to withdraw the investment from Chuan Xing as soon as possible." Wu Yurong raised his voice. Is the matter of the Li family and Ding Duanlong irrelevant to my investment in Chuanxing? Haoshen explained, the fund of Chuanxing comes from Tonghai Commerce, the business incidents that have occurred in your XAM Lam Corporation in the past 5 years I caused them. Wu Yurong lowered his face to look closely at Haoshen. How, are you trying to provoke me? Haoshen denied, I want to provoke Ding Duanlong, boss Wu is just collateral damage. Wu Yurong replied, I have no contact with Ding Duanlong, and I am not interested in your affairs with him either. Haoshen continued, Boss Wu has had contact, the major shareholder of Chuanxing, Huawanxiu, is also the second largest shareholder of Beiwang, and the owner of the capital of Beiwang is Ding Weifeng. Wu Yurong continued, in the underworld, he is called Mr. Ding, a key figure in the Ding family, the second generation, Boss Ding's third son. Haoshen added, he is also Ding Duanlong's uncle. Wu Yurong seemed a bit annoyed, after beating around the bush for half a day. How, my investment in Beiwang has nothing to do with Ding Weifeng at all. Haoshen said, it seems that Boss Wu doesn't know the deep relationship between Hua Wanxiu and the Ding family. Once the Ding family encounters a problem, this great upheaval will affect Boss Wu through Hua Wanxiu. Wu Yurong said almost laughing, Ding family, you do. Wu Yurong secretly thought Li Ruobing's boyfriend, even not considering the Li family, without the backing like he has, can overthrow the Ding family. Haoshen ignored Wu Yurong's attitude and said, Li Ruobing really admires you, she takes you as a role model for learning, so I came here to remind you. Wu Yurong thought, the reason is too far-fetched and vague, bringing up Li Ruobing again, maybe I should investigate a bit more about her. With that in mind, Wu Yurong immediately took out her phone and called, hello, Boss Li, business is booming. Li Ruobing quickly responded, Mrs. Wu, hello. Wu Yurong continued, your boyfriend is with me. Li Ruobing replied, I know, he mentioned it to me. Wu Yurong interjected, does your boyfriend want to provoke the Ding family, does Boss Li know? Li Ruobing answered, yes, I know. Wu Yurong continued to inquire, so, are you, from the Li family, or? Li Ruobing interrupted Wu Yurong, Mrs. Wu, he's talking to my dad. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but you should discuss it with Haoshen. Ending the call, Li Ruobing turned off the phone. Wu Yurong thought to herself, Li Ruobing is now directly contacting the Li family. Isn't the Li family collaborating with the Ding family? What kind of background does Haoshen have? I need to have a proper conversation with him. Then Wu Yurong changed her tone, how, it's been a long day of talking. Would you like some wine or champagne? Haoshen replied, wine, thank you. Wu Yurong took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses full, and handed one to Haoshen. She then softly engaged in conversation with Haoshen, and half an hour later, Haoshen explained about Ding Duan, Long Hua Wanxiu, and their dangerous relationship to Wu Yurong. Wu Yurong suddenly stood up and asked, would you like some more wine? As she walked towards the wine cabinet, Wu Yurong said, how, this 2,000-year-old wine is from the Peches wine factory. Suddenly, she slipped and almost fell to the ground along with the wine bottle. Haoshen quickly came to support Wu Yurong and warned, hey, be careful Boss Wu. Wu Yurong turned around and apologized, yeah, sorry Hao, I didn't know you were also here. Haoshen replied, it's okay Boss Wu, falling is just fate. Wu Yurong blushed and hesitated, I'm embarrassed, I probably drank too fast earlier. In his heart, Haoshen thought, although Wu Yurong didn't trust men, her contempt for sex was normal, her desire was not low. She was like Li Ruobing, a man he wanted to force. To control her, he needed the important condition of physical contact with her. Now the conditions were met, the final rhythm was following its pace. Haoshen held a bottle of wine and said, yet Boss Wu is a bit drunk, so let's call it a day. Wu Yurong said, it's okay, I'll drink less, I had a good time meeting you today, we haven't finished talking yet. Wu Yurong staggered, but Haoshen reminded her, Boss Wu, be careful. Wu Yurong took off her shoes and leaned on Haoshen, saying, it's okay, the shoes are a bit tight. After Wu Yurong took off her shoes, Haoshen immediately lifted her up and said, the floor is not clean, it's cold. Wu Yurong thought to herself, yet he dares to act so boldly, this young man intentionally did this. In 40 years, I've never encountered anyone this audacious. Haoshin calmly helped Wu Yurong onto the seat. If Boss Wu still wants to drink and talk, then let's continue. Wu Yurong asked again, how, did you intentionally hug me? Haoshin replied frankly, yes, I did. Wu Yurong thought to herself, this man infuriates me, he deserves to be killed. Haoshin quickly noticed Wu Yurong's discomfort. It seems Boss Wu was very angry, but my hugging you wasn't what you wanted, was it? Didn't you pretend to be drunk, unable to stand properly, and then took off your high heels deliberately? Wasn't that intentional? Wu Yurong was surprised. I didn't expect him to see through all the previous plans. Haoshin approached Wu Yurong closely. Boss Wu, you're giving me quite a challenge here, but I feel your methods toward those men, they don't need to be used on me. Boss Wu, I understand you, perhaps even better than you understand yourself. Let's just have a normal conversation. I'm not here to create enmity or pass judgment. Wu Yurong was not happy. Are you too confident that you understand me better than I do myself? Haoshin continued to sip his wine. Boss Wu, your husband did not commit suicide, he intentionally misled the creditors to chase after him, humiliating him. A miserable person like him couldn't bear this kind of provocation. By the way, this is top secret. Boss Wu is 42 years old this year, as far as I know, still pure. Lonely nights, Boss Wu will take out toys from the bottom drawer of the bedside table, am I right? Boss Wu, at your age, in that aspect, it's understandable, I completely understand. This is determined by hormones, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Boss Wu didn't think, if you could start over, you wouldn't live so tired anymore. Like that song of yours, daring dust particles still shine brighter than love and ruins, why are stars in the dark night sky even more enchanting than the twilight sky? Wu Yurong was shocked. On my birthday 12 years ago, in a drunken stupor, I wrote a song about the joy of dust particles. No one else in the world knows about it, how does he know? Haoshin said, Boss Wu, should I make another drink? Wu Yurong frowned and asked, who are you exactly? Wu Yurong thought to himself, even those with extraordinary backgrounds cannot uncover these three matters. What special ability does he have? It's too mysterious. Haoshin shook his alcohol glass and said, don't be surprised, Boss Wu, I know even more, like stealing the latest design from the Tong family, scheming against Zhu Huannan, Jin Shijun, Fan Lin. I've said it before, I understand you more than yourself, I didn't come here to create enmity. Wu Yurong thought, he knows so much that he could easily get me into trouble. Now there are two options, either find a way to kill him and make him disappear, or develop a close relationship with him and use his talents. But he is so mysterious, the possibility of him disappearing is slim, which means there is only one choice. Looking closely, he does have a handsome appearance and a strong, youthful body. Wu Yurong said, okay, if we're not enemies then let's continue with the main issue. It seems like you want to deal with the Ding family to escape trouble, right? As Wu Yurong spoke, he took a glass of wine from Haoshin's hand. Haoshin raised his glass to Wu Yurong, saying, the process will speed up, I hope Boss Wu can join me, stand by my side, not only will you be fine, but your career will also advance further. Wu Yurong replied, for Miss Li, you are trying hard. But you hugging my princess, are you not afraid of Li Ruobing being jealous? Haoshin calmly responded, Su Qingying is also my woman, Ruobing is not jealous, she is not an ordinary woman. Wu Yurong exclaimed, no wonder the board of directors of Jinfu Corporation is like that. As he spoke, Wu Yurong thought, that's right, even if I make progress, I shouldn't interfere in their love. But Li Ruobing doesn't care, I won't have any trouble, that's the decision. Wu Yurong placed the wine glass on the table, I've had enough to drink, why don't you come to my place for some tea instead of more alcohol? Haoshin walked in and said to Wu Yurong, if Boss Wu wants tea, then we'll have tea. As Wu Yurong headed towards the door, she asked Haoshin, do you have a lot of free time today, Hao? Haoshin replied, plenty of time, boss. Suddenly, Wu Yurong rushed to kiss Haoshin, who said, this is something a man should do, just a kiss at the door is enough. They then kissed passionately, and Haoshin's hands began to wander. Boss Wu, no need to rush. After breaking away, Haoshin gently picked up Wu Yurong, I told you, we have plenty of time. Haoshin laid Wu Yurong on the bed and started to undress. Boss Wu, we can take it slow. Wu Yurong wrapped her arms around Haoshin's neck, then you'll have to try harder. As the night went on, Song Xian returned home to find an extra pair of shoes at the door. Song Xian exclaimed in shock, "Mom, do we have guests? Please, don't scare me." At that moment, Wu Yurong heard a noise and quickly got up. "Not good, Xian is back, Haoshen, quickly hide under the bed." Just then, Song Xian opened the door and walked in. Mom, Wu Yurong pulled Xian's foot in embarrassment. Song Xian turned to leave. "I was mistaken, I thought there was a thief in the house, turns out it was just someone, I'll leave now." Wu Yurong remained silent, while Haoshen sat up from under the bed. "Uncle." Suddenly, Haoshen's phone rang. "It's Li Ruobing calling." Wu Yurong quickly answered the call. "Hello?" On the other end of the line, "Huh?" Wu Yurong calmly replied, "He left his phone next to me." Li Ruobing said, "Oh, it's Mrs. Wu. Haoshen was looking for you early this morning." Wu Yurong felt a bit proud as she responded, "It wasn't him." Li Ruobing was confused. "No, Mrs. Wu was looking for him." Wu Yurong denied it. "No." Li Ruobing realized something was off. "Where are you two?" Wu Yurong replied, "At my house." There was a moment of silence before Li Ruobing said, "Last night, Mrs. Wu spent the night with Haoshen, they slept together." Wu Yurong confirmed, "Yes." On this side, Li Ruobing thought to himself, "Yesterday, Haoshen was able to handle Wu Yurong very well, he is really amazing, I can't control him, but this mistress has this kind of attitude, it's really annoying." Li Ruobing said calmly, "Ms. Wu, I think we need to have a discussion." Wu Yurong replied casually, "Go ahead, Nantan." Haoshen finally spoke up. "Ruobing's phone." Wu Yurong got off the bed. "Okay, she will come here immediately, I'll go take a shower first." As Wu Yurong stepped out, she saw Song Xian still outside, just arrived and leaving already? Song Xian responded, "Mom, being at home shouldn't bother you and uncle." "Mom, who is he? Have I met him before?" Wu Yurong asked back, "Why ask this?" Song Xian was still determined to know, although a bit embarrassed today, but making acquaintance now is better than later. Anyway, we'll get to know each other eventually. Wu Yurong didn't say anything, just patted Song Xian's head. Song Xian didn't stay any longer. "If you're not going to say anything, then it's fine. Mom, you can introduce me to him next time, I'll go ahead." Wu Yurong smiled, this child. 40 minutes later, Li Ruobing rang the bell. Haoshen opened the door. "Ruobing." Li Ruobing teased a bit, "My beloved Hao, you always bring me surprises." Haoshen laughed, "Thank you, you're jealous." Li Ruobing walked past Haoshen. "I know you're very capable, but can't you give me a break when you're not teasing me for a day?" Haoshen leaned in and said, "Ruobing, I love you." Li Ruobing was surprised. Sudden words of this contradictory nature, a Haoshen who fears nothing, yet uses his heart to be gentle like this. I almost can't handle it anymore. Li Ruobing must stay calm. Li Ruobing turned away. "Are you saying these words to anyone else?" Haoshen replied, "No." Li Ruobing smiled and said, "My beloved Hao, I love you too." Haoshen hugged Li Ruobing from behind, and Li Ruobing said, "Wait, Su Qingying knows what's going on, she won't cause any trouble, right? Or if they intentionally cause trouble today, what will you do?" Haoshen affirmed, "It's okay, no one will cause trouble." Li Ruobing replied, "Okay, I understand." Haoshen turned towards the door. "I'll go home first, you talk to Boss Wu." As Haoshen left, Wu Yurong appeared. "Li Miss has been waiting for a long time." Li Ruobing was a bit annoyed. "Oh, we're all very busy, please overlook the unnecessary things, everyone just be straightforward." Wu Yurong asked again, "What does Miss Li mean?" Li Ruobing raised her voice, "Kneel down and apologize." Wu Yurong couldn't help but chuckle. "Miss Li, I don't understand why I have to apologize to you." Li Ruobing didn't say much either. "Sleeping with my husband is a way to say hello to me, isn't it?" Wu Yurong replied, "Is it necessary? His marriage partner is not me, and I have no intention of remarrying. We are just enjoying life. There is no obstacle in the future for both of us." Li Ruobing mocked again. "Women who want to sleep with Haoshen, you are not the first, nor the last. You are no different." Wu Yurong gently retorted, "I didn't expect Su Qingying didn't put pressure on you, and you feel insecure facing me." I heard that you haven't lived with Hao Xin yet, is that true? Li Ruobing didn't deny, yes, my beautiful Hao Xin, his actions are unpredictable. He used to say he could become Su Qingying's husband in a day, and he did. Su Qingying willingly became his legal wife, but now Mrs. Wu is also like that. It's quite miraculous, isn't it? Wu Yurong thought to herself, she must mean me and Su Qingying, can only be the truth, no, not right, not afraid to ruin Ding family Hao Xin's efforts, the more possessive, also means he wants to win Li Ruobing's heart first, a kind of patience different from me and Su Qingying, is his favoritism and indulgence towards Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing then said, Ms. Wu, give her another chance. Wu Yurong refused to back down, Miss Li, this has to be tough. Li Ruobing approached Wu Yurong and said, kneel down, apologize to me. Wu Yurong snorted lightly, placed her hand on Li Ruobing's shoulder, then unexpectedly kissed Li Ruobing's forehead. Li Ruobing, surprised and speechless, asked, Wu Yurong, what are you doing, why did you kiss me? Li Ruobing muttered, I cannot understand. Wu Yurong had her own thoughts, Miss Li, I understand your feelings, this is Hao Xin kissing me, returning it to you. Wu Yurong touched her hair, I'm sorry, are you satisfied now? Li Ruobing, angry, said, you. Wu Yurong showed regret, you're right, Miss Li, it's a shame you weren't here yesterday, if the three of us were together. Li Ruobing blushed, thinking to herself, what is this wolf trying to imply? Wu Yurong licked her lips, Miss Li, have you felt sincere in my apology, or? Li Ruobing clenched her teeth in anger, Ms. Wu, have some self-respect. Li Ruobing thought to herself, only someone with a twisted body or twisted mind could say such things, there's no need to socialize with this kind of person. Li Ruobing turned and walked away, there's nothing more to talk about, goodbye. Wu Yurong thought to herself, my relationship with her cannot change directly, we are either sisters or we are like water and fire, so I have to use this method to force her to leave, anyway I have already set my sights on Hao Xin. After leaving Wu Yurong's house, Li Ruobing immediately called Hao Xin, who asked, did you finish talking? Li Ruobing complained, Hao Xin, can you please find a normal woman next time? Why are they all crazy? Hao Xin was a bit intrigued, what did she do? Li Ruobing angrily said, she, Su Qingying, was already a bit abnormal, and today she was even more unstable, it's better to just let her go, no more talking. Seeing Li Ruobing hang up the phone, Hao Xin secretly thought, it seems that Wu Yurong is capable enough to handle things, not letting Ruobing take the lead. In the future, Wu Yurong may not provoke Li Ruobing. Regardless, Ruobing will still be determined to the end, while Wu Yurong may want more than that. Hao Xin remembered Wu Yurong's words, I'll handle it, you don't have to worry too much. Just then, a disciple called to report, Mr. Dao, he has escaped. A few minutes ago at the hospital, Li Ruojin walked into the hospital room and began to curse, WTF, daring to play around in your territory, killing my brother-in-law, do you want to kill me too, WTF, who did Duan Longsen to Dong Hai, what's the next plan, WTF, are you pretending to be mute to me, if you don't speak, I will shoot you dead. Wang Zhiyuan spoke up to prevent it, Xin young master, our boss will come soon to talk to him, it's not appropriate to shoot him now. Only then did Li Ruojin let go of Mr. Dao and lit a cigarette for himself, indeed not suitable, let's go outside and smoke, we shouldn't threaten him in front of so many people. As Li Ruojin was leaving the hospital room, he heard someone shouting, hey, where is the patient, where did the patient go? When Li Ruojin rushed in, the nurse hurriedly said, the patient is nowhere to be found. Li Ruojin angrily cursed, damn it. Wang Zhiyuan immediately said, Xin young master, look, the window is open. Li Ruojin peered out the window and observed, injured like that, yet still has the strength to cling to the water pipe to escape. Feeling scared, Li Ruojin reported to Hao Xin, one puff of smoke and he's gone, but don't worry, brother-in-law, I've sent someone to look for him. With such severe injuries, he won't be able to run far, we will definitely find him. Hao Xin furrowed his eyebrows, you explained so much to me, are you trying to cover something up? Hao Xin thought to himself, before meeting Mr. Dao, the only one who could pressure Mr. Dao was Li Ruojin. With this difficult-to-understand tone, the result seems clear. On the other side, Li Ruojin quickly denied, no, brother-in-law, actually. Hao Xin cut him off, all right, I understand, you will find him. Leroy Jean obediently said, "Yes, brother-in-law, please don't turn off the device, let me help you find him." Hao Shen began to disguise himself, recalling the impression of 1,000 years of reincarnation. The places Mr. Dao could go to, perhaps only that place. "Mr. Dao, you can't escape, we will definitely meet," Hao Shen remembered. Songqiao Street, Xianmen 2, Xinqing District, if I remember correctly, it's here. Ding Duan Long is in Donghai. There are some rooms assigned for subordinates to hide, called safe rooms. This is the only unused safe room, the key is still there. Mr. Dao was seriously injured when he escaped, wearing patient clothes. On the way, he must find a way to change clothes, and also avoid Aqin's subordinates, which is not easy. After entering the room, Hao Shen silently assessed. The furniture was complete, even a bit cozy. No dust, very clean, and regularly cleaned. Considered very meticulous, adding a human touch to this room. Despite being unoccupied for many years, it was not suspicious when someone suddenly came. This room, it seems that only the items they placed could be here, like a coded suitcase. Hao Shen skillfully took out the suitcase and started decoding it. In just a moment, the suitcase opened. Hao Shen praised himself with a sentence, "Unfortunately, unlocking a suitcase is the most basic skill, which I have mastered. In 1,000 years of reincarnation, the code has been cracked." Hao Shen opened the suitcase and inside there were documents, money, a phone, and a gun. Hao Shen silently assessed, with these things, Mr. Dao will definitely come. Hao Shen dialed a number, Aqin. Leroy Jean quickly replied, "Yes, brother-in-law, I found it." Hao Shen did not directly answer but said, "Call the hospital, send an ambulance to Xianmen 2 Street." As soon as Hao Shen hung up, Mr. Dao also entered and leaned against the door, breathing a sigh of relief. "Damn it, consider it safe now." But quickly, Mr. Dao noticed someone in the house. Mr. Dao held a knife towards the shadow, but Hao Shen easily blocked the attack. Hao Shen said, "Why do you have to be like this?" Mr. Dao quickly pulled back his hand, then swiftly stabbed, but Hao Shen dodged it effortlessly. It was only then that Mr. Dao realized the shadow was Hao Shen. Mr. Dao thought to himself, "Even if I'm not injured now, I wouldn't fight back against him." Hao Shen calmed down Mr. Dao, "Relax, if I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead in the elevator by now. I called an ambulance to help you. Your wounds wouldn't have been subjected to torture like this." Mr. Dao was still thinking, "It seems that Hong Kong wants to fight, if so, I might be able to run." Hao Shen suddenly sat down. "Ma Lingshan, you really don't want to talk to me, do you?" Mr. Dao was surprised. At 21, creating a crime scene, death in a car accident, deceiving the police in Nationwide, changing names 4 times, then changing to Liu Yan Dao, even the Jin Hua group or Ding family, don't know my real name Ma Lingshan. How does he know the name of a dead person? Because this legal loop also reveals information about parents, maybe even my sister has been found out by him. For the sake of the family, there is no other way today than risking my life. Seeing Mr. Dao about to risk his life, Hao Shen slowly stood up. "Perhaps you are right, protecting the family from harm is what all men should do. Mr. Dao, I will give you a chance." Seeing Hao Shen pointing the gun at himself, Mr. Dao thought, having the gun is the only chance. Hao Shen knew what Mr. Dao was thinking, just crossed his arms and looked. "You hold the gun up, there are bullets in the gun, then shoot me directly, or there are no bullets in the gun. I'm just kidding you, Mr. Dao, do you dare gamble?" Mr. Dao also sweated. "Now, can we only gamble?" Mr. Dao thought again, what to bet on. Holding a gun is already a trap, the distance is too close, aiming the gun and pulling the trigger requires 3 actions, facing Hao Shen too many steps, equivalent to giving away my life. Mr. Dao put the knife back. "You think I don't dare to kill you?" Hao Shen became even more interested. "No bet, Mr. Dao is indeed Mr. Dao, always in a rush. Yes, I know all the information, and you don't say a word about it." Mr. Dao said, "You don't need to say these things, it doesn't mean anything." Hao Shen said again, "I've said it, I just want to talk to you." Mr. Dao said in a deep voice, "What do you want to talk about? The affairs of the Ding family. I won't tell Leroy Jean, let alone you." Hao Shen denied, "You don't need to tell me everything, such as the secret black files of Ding Duan Long, Wang Ruide from the Wang family, he arranged for you to kill." Mr. Dao was surprised. In the whole world, only 3 people know about Ding Duanlong, me, the leader of Jinhua Hankuan Corporation. How did he know? Haoshan continued, there is also known Cun, who Ding Duanlong killed. Mr. Dao began to recall information about Nong Cun. Nong Cun is one of the key figures of Jinhua Corporation, the grandson of the head, and the most powerful candidate for the successor of the corporation. He passed away suddenly 5 years ago. I was ordered by the leader to hunt down the killer, but for years I found nothing. It is the biggest regret of my life. The search for the killer of Nong Cun is my unfulfilled wish. Haoshan added another sentence, this is Ding Duanlong's second black file. Mr. Dao doubted, what black files, white files, without evidence, daring to talk nonsense. Mr. Dao started to touch the knife at his waist, thinking to himself, first, he provided true information, then used false information to deceive me. In fact, he wants me to betray the Ding family. Mr. Dao did not hesitate to hold the gun on the table, pointing it straight at Haoshan's face. We have nothing more to say. Seeing Haoshan smile, Mr. Dao grabbed a pillow, covered the barrel of the gun, still laughing. No words of regret, huh? You won't be laughing anymore soon, farewell. The bullets flew past Haoshan's head. Seeing this, Mr. Dao said, I've already fired the gun, aren't you scared at all? Haoshan replied, I believe you won't shoot me. Mr. Dao thought to himself disdainfully, no fear, no hesitation, doing this job for so many years, this is the first time encountering someone like this. Mr. Dao continued, if you trust me with your life, then I trust your words. Nong Cun was killed by Ding Duanlong. Haoshan hesitated and said, words spoken are just like I'm deceiving you, you won't investigate either, so regret in your life. I won't talk nonsense, let me show you the evidence. Mr. Dao exclaimed in surprise, what, there's actual evidence? Haoshan simply replied, sit down here and see. After sitting down, Haoshan took out his phone. Mr. Dao, if you really want to know the truth, then you need to lie to someone. Just deceive this person, and he will tell you everything. Mr. Dao replied, HM. Haoshan handed the phone to Mr. Dao, call Jiang Chuan and tell him that you have escaped. He will ask you what happened, just tell him that Li Ruobing brought people in time, but you forced her to escape unsuccessfully and caused her injury. See what he says, then talk about Nong Cun. Mr. Dao quickly agreed, alright. So, Mr. Dao made the phone call and after recounting the story, Jiang Chuan asked a few questions. You escaped. Good, wait, what did you say? You forced Li Ruobing and made her injured? Mr. Dao pretended, she wasn't seriously injured. Jiang Chuan on the other end seemed to go crazy. WTF, damn it, didn't I warn you not to touch Li Ruobing? I told you that if she was with Haoshan, don't do anything. Mr. Dao had to say, I had no choice, I also need to survive. Jiang Chuan continued, WTF, you. Mr. Dao interrupted, Jiang Chuan, be a bit polite, I work for the money, you give wrong information and blame me. I warn you, I know about the Ding family. When you killed Nong Cun, I covered it up, if not for the sake of love, HM. Jiang Chuan asked in surprise, when did you know about that, you? Haoshan directly took the phone from Mr. Dao's hand. Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, hearing Haoshan's voice, felt scared. Haoshan, why are you with Mr. Dao? Haoshan didn't say much either. Ding Duanlong, not in you must be going back to the countryside to meet Ding's father, right? Jiang Chuan stood there frozen. Last night in Yu, I heard that the young master had to go back to the village urgently. Turns out Li Ruobing was injured. This is nothing but destruction. The marriage foundation between the Ding Li families, the two families will soon turn against each other. That's right, it must be like that, otherwise why would the young master be eager to return? Everything is arranged by me, I messed it up. Just wait for the young master to come to Yu, I will be shot instantly. Haoshan just left a sentence, good luck to you. Then he turned off the phone. Haoshan then turned to Mr. Dao and said, Jiang Chuan, I will not inform the Ding family about the confidential information. One who feels like they are about to be sacrificed, no matter how loyal they are, will eventually turn unfaithful. Jiang Chuan does not want to die. After all, his wife and children are abroad, with a lot of money in foreign accounts yet to be spent. If he wants to escape abroad, he will definitely come here to collect his belongings first. Mr. Dao, have your subordinates at Yu arranged to capture Jiang Chuan? Jiang Chuan replied, if these people dare to kill Nong Cun, let alone working for the Ding family, it is meaningless. You fulfill a wish for me, I will be grateful. I will help you capture Jiang Chuan. At this moment, there were noises outside. Mr. Dao did not understand what was happening and asked, Haoshen, you won't play any tricks on me, will you? Zhao Lingzi opened the door and entered. Oh, Mr. Hao. Haoshen emphasized, you all go downstairs and wait. If any brothers come later, tell them not to come up, we don't need many people. Disperse if you can, be careful not to disturb the people. After giving these instructions, Haoshen said to Mr. Dao, it's okay, Mr. Dao, let's continue. Just in time, Mr. Dao's subordinate received a call, Mr. Dao. Mr. Dao said, have you read the message? Bring a few of the guys to that address right away, if you see Jiang Chuan, capture him. One of his subordinates asked, capture Mr. Jiang, sir, but this is. Mr. Dao interrupted, don't ask if you shouldn't, it almost killed me, keep it clean, you have to live. The subordinate replied, okay. Haoshen spoke again, you help capture Jiang Chuan, it's actually to find out why Ding Duanlong killed Nong Cun. I'll tell you directly, 5 years ago, Nong Cun brought people to the national border to discuss business. He wanted to cooperate with Ding Duanlong in smuggling you by, clearing the way for the Ding family, gradually improving his position within the Jinhua group. But Ding Duanlong was not interested in this illegal path, he rejected Nong Cun. Nong Cun didn't know Ding Duanlong's character, felt embarrassed, and threatened to force Ding Duanlong, so Nong Cun disappeared from the world that night. Mr. Dao remained silent. Haoshen continued, the regrets of your life have been revealed, so now I will give you a different gift. Haoshen picked up the phone, Mr. Dao in my hand, Han Kuan give me $100 million to consider. Mr. Dao also did not understand what was happening. Han Kuan on the other end asked, who are you? Haoshen arrogantly replied, me, Haoshen, have you heard of me? Han Kuan was surprised, Haoshen, so Mr. Dao is lost, he is still alive. Haoshen replied, he is alive, I didn't kill him. Han Kuan asked in return, $100 million, don't you think it's too much, you think I will give it? Haoshen continued to provoke, he came to kill me and got caught, now he just wants you to pay the ransom, that's already very courteous. After a few seconds of thought, Han Kuan said, Mr. Dao's rose, for this mission is $3 million, plus $2 million, with a total of $5 million, this is the limit that I can accept. You bring Mr. Dao to the border, one hand delivers the money, the other hand delivers the person. Haoshen sighed, a leader is a leader, but attitudes are different, you can handle Mr. Dao's matter well, but what about Nong Cun, do you want to know who killed Nong Cun? Han Kuan couldn't restrain himself from asking loudly, hey, Nong Cun, do you know? So Haoshen recounted the story of Nong Cun being killed again, saying, but Han Kuan, the fact that you agreed with Mr. Dao to help Ding Duanlong kill Wang Ruide. Han Kuan replied, yeah, Mr. Dao told me. Haoshen smiled again, I can still find out that Ding Duanlong killed Nong Cun, so why wouldn't I know? Ding Duanlong allowed Mr. Dao to kill Wang Ruide. I and Ding Duanlong have no grievances, we didn't start a fight with Wang Ruide, I will tell the Wang family. Han Kuan growled, are you threatening me? Mr. Dao thought to himself, from the sound of it, the leader wants to start a war. Haoshen says he wants to give me a big gift, what does he really want to do? Haoshen reassured Han Kuan, no need to be tense, if it was a threat, I wouldn't have told you about Nong Cun. Han Kuan thought for a moment and said, you want me to help you attack the Ding family? Haoshen denied, no, your business is your business, and mine is mine. We don't cooperate. I'm just telling you the reality, the Wang family won't stay quiet, and the Li family will also cut ties. Han Kuan lost his patience, so what exactly do you want? Haoshen replied, I don't need $100 million, but I want you, Dao, to stay in Donghai and work for me. If you agree, I will arrange for the separation, so that Wang Ruida's business with Jinhua will have nothing to do with each other. What do you think? Finally, Dao understood. After thinking for a while, Han Kuan said, if everything you said is true, then I agree. Haoshen handed the phone to Dao, general call. Han Kuan was surprised, you've always been listening. Dao replied, yes. Han Kuan asked again, so why did you lose? Dao hesitated a bit, we were outnumbered, 6 against 1, we couldn't fight back. Han Kuan asked another question, so you don't want to work anymore, or is Haoshin forcing you? Dao gently replied, I want a new life, I'm sure I'm tired. In response to Dao's words, there were a series of beeping sounds. Haoshin laughed, congratulations on your freedom. Dao seemed to have something to say, Mr. Hao, Haoshin patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder, captured Jiang Chuan, bring him to Donghai, I have something to do, the ambulance is about to arrive. Haoshin escorted Mr. Dao down to the courtyard, take care of your injuries first, we will talk later. Mr. Dao got into the ambulance, okay. Haoshin turned tiredly and walked away, I have to go home to catch up on sleep. At home, while Haoshin was sleeping, he was awakened by a noise. Haoshin opened his eyes, oh. As he lifted his leg, he saw Li Ruobing. Haoshin playfully placed his leg on Li Ruobing. Ruobing, what are you doing? Li Ruobing shyly replied, I just wanted to reward you. Haoshin moved closer, is that so, then let me. Li Ruobing did not resist, just breathed heavily. Haoshin and Li Ruobing embraced and kissed each other. Suddenly, Li Ruobing said, calculate carefully, from the time we met until now, it's only been 89 days. Haoshin gently replied, yes, even though it's only been 89 days, if I say I understand everything about you, do you believe me? Li Ruobing curiously asked, for example. Haoshin said, for example, today I actually had nothing to do, you came just to tease me. Li Ruobing held Haoshin's hand, you know, it's not really teasing, it just sounds a bit harsh. Haoshin didn't respond, only looking at Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing stood up, alright, I understand. My dear Hao, you look so pitiful now. After saying that, Li Ruobing hugged Haoshin and kissed him repeatedly, love you, don't be upset anymore, be good. Haoshin gently embraced Li Ruobing, while Li Ruobing thought to himself, being held by him feels so happy, this must be the feeling of love. Li Ruobing suddenly remembered, oh right, a Qin will come tonight. Haoshin was confused, I'm not angry about Mr. Dao running away, am I? Li Ruobing frowned, you can't spoil him too much, troublemakers have to reflect on their own, apologize and admit their mistakes. Right on time, the doorbell rang, Li Ruobing got off the bed, it's the security guards, I told them to go buy food. After receiving the food, Li Ruobing told the security guards, okay, you guys can go back now. Li Ruobing ran into the house, Mr. Hao, the kitchen is here. Haoshin pointed his hand, over there, Ruobing, you wanna cook rice? Li Ruobing started taking things out of the bag, yes, let me show you my cooking skills. During my study abroad, I cooked for myself, I know a bit of both Chinese and Western dishes. Haoshin crossed his arms and looked, you know how to cook, do you? Li Ruobing was a bit annoyed, although I haven't cooked for a few years after working, but if you know how to cook, you won't forget it. I dare not say I will do better than Xing, but compared to a strong man like you, Mr. Hao, do you know how to cook? As soon as he finished speaking, the fish in Li Ruobing's hand shook, fell on the table, and then pulled another plate down to the ground. Li Ruobing startled, Haoshin was a bit speechless. Li Ruobing laughed, sat down to catch the fish back, it's okay, always peaceful. The fish kept shaking, splashing water all over the floor. Haoshin had to say, go change your clothes, I'll clean up here. Li Ruobing was thinking while taking a bath, wanting to go down to the kitchen and wait for a Qin to arrive, the whole family would enjoy a delicious meal together. She didn't want Haoshin to have any problems with her only younger brother because of Mr. Dao, blaming that annoying little brat. There's no time left, call the chef to come and cook. But as she walked into the kitchen, Li Ruobing noticed the sound of sizzling oil. She looked at the dishes on the table and didn't know what to say. Seeing that, Haoshin asked, what are you looking at? Li Ruobing thought to herself, he knows how to cook rice. That's right, what does he not know? Haoshin cooking for her must be captured. As she raised her phone, Li Ruobing asked, Hao, have you ever cooked rice for Qingying before? Haoshin quickly replied, never. If it's not at home, then I've never cooked rice for any other girl. You're the first. Li Ruobing hugged Haoshin and kissed him, Haoshin. Haoshin let Li Ruobing hug him for a while and said, alright, it's not early anymore, there are still many dishes to make. A Chin will arrive soon. A while later, Li Ruojin arrived, sister, brother-in-law. Li Ruobing smiled, let's eat, everything on the table was prepared by my brother-in-law alone. Li Ruojin tried a bite and immediately raised his thumb, this whole table, brother-in-law, is amazing. Mom, I have never tasted anything so delicious in my life. Wow, brother-in-law. Li Ruobing narrowed her eyes and thought to herself as she looked at Li Ruojin, if you need to apologize, then apologize sincerely. Don't just flatter and express it until tears fall. Act properly. Haoshen said, Ruobing, go ahead and eat too. Li Ruobing obediently replied, yes. Li Ruobing couldn't believe it, this flavor is incredibly delicious, not inferior to any Michelin chef. This is the skill of my boyfriend, oh my goodness. Haoshen then said, if it's good, eat more. If a Chin likes it, feel free to come often. You and I can cook for him anytime. Also, don't think too much. What happened to Mr. Dao won't affect our relationship. Li Ruojin was moved to tears, yes. After finishing her meal, Li Ruojin left satisfied. Li Ruobing immediately nestled into Haoshen's arms and said, husband, it's not early anymore, so let's rest. Haoshen replied, Ruobing, we don't have to. Li Ruobing put her finger to Haoshen's lips and said, shoo, there's always a way even when it seems inconvenient. The next morning, Haoshen said, why did you brush your teeth again? You brushed before going to bed, then again, then after the 5 am exercise, and now it's 7 am. Aren't you afraid of ruining the toothbrush? Embarrassed and indignant, Li Ruobing said, I don't know shame. Haoshen didn't argue, I'll make breakfast, won't you eat a bit? While applying lipstick, Li Ruobing replied, I won't eat anymore, I have to go to the office. What about you, do you have to go to the office today? Haoshen started putting on his shirt, no, I have things to do. Li Ruobing turned and asked, are you looking for Wu Yurong? Haoshen denied, no. Before leaving, Li Ruobing gave him a kiss and said, behave yourself, I'm off to the office. Li Ruobing came to the company to handle a pile of work. Suddenly Su Qingying called, Miss Li, do you know where Haoshen went? Li Ruobing was startled, what, you can't find him? Su Qingying denied, no, he said he's not in Donghai, I asked him where he was and he didn't say. Li Ruobing reassured Su Qingying, okay, let me ask, don't worry, for now, that's it. After hanging up, Li Ruobing immediately called Haoshen, where are you, my dear Haoshen? Haoshen replied, I'm working. Li Ruobing asked again, where, what are you working on? Before Haoshen could answer, another voice interrupted, what are you doing, why are you answering the phone? Li Ruobing quickly recognized the unfamiliar female voice, furrowing her brow, are you next to that woman again, not afraid of Su Qingying knowing, you're really. Li Ruobing impatiently interrupted, okay, lovely Mr. Hao, go back to work, I won't bother you anymore. At this moment, on Haoshen's side, he is in a bar, a female voice complained, we haven't talked much and we've already received several phone calls. Haoshen also did not pay attention and said to Li Ruobing, yeah, let's start with that, turn it off, Ruobing. Facing Haoshen right now is Shanghai's Mao family member Mao Rusong. Mao Rusong said, my friend, just speak frankly, don't waste time on both sides. The girl with purple hair added fuel to the fire, Mao family member, he's here to show off, if you don't believe me, just watch, you might have to answer the phone right away. As soon as the girl with purple hair finished speaking, Haoshen's phone rang, the girl with purple hair said again, I told you so. Mao Rusong angrily shouted, damn it, are you done yet, messing with me, huh? Mao Rusong pointed a gun at Haoshen, if you really want to talk, you can't throw that phone away, WTF, you, WTF. Mao Rusong hadn't finished speaking, and Haoshen gently took the gun, pointed it at Mao Rusong, who didn't understand what was happening, a gun, why is it in his hand? The girl with purple hair screamed, demon, demon. The group of younger brothers immediately stood up shouting, big brother, fifth brother, this punk, do you dare, yelling and pointing the gun towards Haoshen. Just then, Haoshen's phone rang, Mao Rusong broke out in a sweat, hey, it's your phone, either answer it or turn it off right away. Haoshen picked up the phone, hello. The voice on the other end asked, are you next to that woman, took you so long to answer? Haoshin simply replied, I'm busy. The voice on the other end complained, it's been over a day, haven't called once, really heartless. Haoshin teased back, why the rush, do you miss me? The person on the other end turned out to be Wu Yurong. Wu Yurong replied, of course I miss you so much that I can't stand it anymore, I even dreamed about you last night, are you going out for a meal, or do you want to be with Li Ruobing? Haoshin didn't say much more, I'm out, we'll be back to Donghai in 2 days. Wu Yurong was surprised, you're already out, then don't say anything, you're busy, you annoying man. Haoshin left with a final statement, fine, I'll call you back tonight. While Haoshin was on the phone, a thug holding a knife approached from behind. Haoshin quickly turned around and fired a shot, causing the knife in the thug's hand to fall to the ground. The thug thought to himself, I'm done for, but it turned out he wasn't dead. The knife spun a few times in the air before plunging straight into the ground, and everyone seemed to freeze in silence. Haoshin pointed the gun at Mao Rusong and said, so, now. Mao Rusong quickly knelt down and begged, brother, I don't know who sent you to kill me. I'll give you 20 million yuan, no, 50 million yuan. Please spare me. Haoshin remained silent, causing Mao Rusong to think, 50 million yuan isn't enough to resolve this. What the heck, my life is important, let's add more money. Mao Rusong continued to increase the amount, please don't kill me. I'll give you 100 million yuan, no, I'll add another 100 million yuan. Whatever the other party offers, I'll add 100 million yuan more. Finally, Haoshin spoke up, saying, I just have a grudge. Someone insulted me, Mao the fifth son, speak privately with me. Mao Rusong quickly ordered his gang members, if you didn't hear, get out. End. Haoshin held Mao Rusong's hand and pulled him up, saying, get up, there is still a bullet in the gun, take it but don't hurt anyone. Mao Rusong scratched his head and said, you're really funny, daring to make noise in front of you, right, if you have any tasks just assign them to me. Haoshin continued, 3 years ago, you arranged the beautiful young Qian for Ding Duanlong, listened to the information in secret, and ruined his investment project in Shanghai. Recently, I heard that you gave him another young and beautiful girl, Mao family, what are you planning to do this time? Mao Rusong thought to himself, the plot to deceive Ding Duanlong has been exposed, this person was sent by Ding Duanlong, damn it, this situation is not easy to handle. Haoshin crossed his arms and said, Mao family, it took me 20 years to bring the nice bar to the peak in Shanghai, with a monthly revenue exceeding 30 million yuan, not to mention my other industries, such as Shanghai Ting-Shang Entertainment, Shanghai Jinsei Prestigious Technicians, Shanghai Jinsei Art Modeling Company, your value must be over 3 billion yuan. Mao Rusong silently evaluated, this person's words sound strange, not like the assassins sent by Ding Duanlong's faction, this guy has thoroughly investigated his own family, what, still not enough with 1 billion yuan. Seeing this, Haoshin said, Mao Rusong, no need to be tense, listen to me finish, last time Ding Duanlong was forced, no choice, right, anyway it was because of Gu family's request. Mao Rusong was puzzled, bringing Gu family into this, what does this guy want to do in the end? Haoshin continued to explain, although the position in the big families in Shanghai is not high, they have close ties to the locals, so although Gu family cannot be compared to Ding family, the difference is not large. Mao Rusong in Shanghai, not being close to Gu family would be strange. Mao Rusong felt quite puzzled, looking at it from my perspective, this action is really hard to understand. Mao Rusong hesitantly asked, brother, can you be more specific? Haoshin clapped his hands, so Ding Duanlong's matter, Mao Rusong did well. Mao Rusong keenly realized, you have a grudge against Ding Duanlong. Haoshin replied, yes. Mao Rusong laughed loudly, you should have said earlier, you scared me to death. It's just like you, my friend. Sit down and talk slowly. Haoshin remained expressionless, Chief Mao, I heard that Xia Xichin always cooperates with you. The smile on Mao Rusong's face suddenly disappeared, Xia Xichin. Mao Rusong reminisced, I remember the first time I met that worldly treasure. I just wanted to get to know her, but the special aura around her made me realize that the woman was extremely dangerous. So I investigated her, secretly observed her, and found out that her lonely eyes were serious, as if uncontrollable. I wanted to help her immediately, but I knew the danger approaching if I did so. So I held back, secretly arranged and prevented men from contacting her. On one hand, if I can't have her, no one else should, and on the other hand, I bestow favors on Ding Duanlong, resolving the situation when it was exposed. Suddenly mentioning Xia Xichin, no wonder I said that she has a grudge against Ding. I already knew that. This assassin is meant for her, it must be like that. She already has strong desires, Xia Xichin can only have a lover like this, then she will not be afraid of Ding Duanlong. Mao Rusong smiled and replied, I understand, my friend, I understand. Or should I help you arrange everything, make sure you all eat well, drink sweetly, and have a good time? Hao Shen was a little confused. What are you talking about, Mao? I want to take them to Donghai. Mao Rusong rubbed his chin. You still haven't had enough fun in Shanghai, my friend. Let's play together and pick a place. Hao Shen denied, no, I met Xia Xichin when I was tutoring Xia Xan Han. I don't want you to tell Ding Duanlong, especially because I came here to greet you. That's the reason I'm here today. Mao Rusong was surprised. Oh, tutoring? Wait, my friend, where are you taking them, Donghai? Mao Rusong thought to himself, Donghai is the territory of the Li family's son, Li Ruojin. Could it be that Li Ruojin wants to take Xia Xichin away? I'm a bit confused about the situation. Mao Rusong asked again, how should I address you, my friend? Hao Shen replied, Hao Shen. At that moment, Mao Rusong's phone rang. Mao Rusong said, Mr. Hao, I'm listening to the phone. Hao Shen smiled, Mao, just keep going. The person on the other end asked anxiously, hello, Mr. Mao, how is the situation? Your people called me, a professional assassin or what? I'm on my way, I'll be there soon. Mao Rusong hesitated. Gu, ask him this, do you know who Hao Shen is, Donghai? The person on the other end shouted, Hao Shen, what's going on? Ask about your situation, why do you mention this person? Mao Rusong explained, no, he is in my office. Gu Ruibo, the third generation of the Gu family in Shanghai and a friend of Li Ruojin, exclaimed, what? Him, are you sure? Mao Rusong curiously asked, Gu, who is Hao Shen after all? I remember you mentioned it to me once before. Gu Ruibo did not confirm immediately. Wait for me to confirm, I'm not sure, you stabilize the situation first, I'll bring someone over. Hao Shen asked with interest, Gu Ruibo is coming. Mao Rusong asked curiously, that, is Mr. Hao familiar with Mr. Gu? Mao Rusong's heart was as hot as a blazing fire. If you want to get to know each other, why go round and round like this? Hao Shen denied, not getting to know each other, but I know him, he knows me, let's talk to Xia Xichin first. So Hao Shen knew the recent situation of Xia Xichin after July 7. Mao Rusong ended with an affirmation, regarding Xia Xichin in the next few days, I don't know anything, Mr. Hao can rest assured. Hao Shen gently picked up the phone, hello, Achin. Li Ruojin shouted loudly, brother-in-law, my friend told me you're in Shanghai. Hao Shen replied, yes, Gu Ruibo called uncle. Li Ruojin worried, yes, brother-in-law, that, Gu is really my friend, brother-in-law, if there is anything wrong with him, please raise your hand gently, I will tell him. Hao Shen laughed, you misunderstood, I came here to discuss something. Li Ruojin panicked, he called me, asked if my brother-in-law is Hao Shen, and threatened with a gun or something. Hao Shen glanced, I said it's a misunderstanding, he's here, no more talking. Gu Ruibo's eyes met Hao Shen's gaze, Hao Shen, you are Donghai. Gu Ruibo lifted his eyebrows, Achin. Li Ruojin hurriedly said, Gu is my brother-in-law, he is a bit polite. Gu Ruibo was a little annoyed, what's that supposed to mean? Look at your face, do I not look polite? Li Ruojin sweated, no, not impolite, just giving you face. How should I say this, in short, you are a bit polite, don't provoke him. Gu Ruibo silently assessed, Achin's tone, doesn't feel right. He is Ruojin's brother-in-law, I feel like Ruojin is afraid of him. Where did this Hao Shen come from? Li Ruojin added, remember, never go against my brother-in-law, or else, Xiao Gu, don't blame me for not warning you. Gu Ruibo asked again, what's going on, has something happened? Li Ruojin also explained seriously, in the Yu family, all matters are managed by my brother-in-law, and the news about those matters always comes from him. Do you understand? Gu Ruibo also found it a bit unbelievable. Your brother-in-law, what background does he have finally? Li Ruojin replied, no matter what our Li family investigates, there is no background to be found. Furthermore, he has successfully negotiated with my father, so now I have to listen to him in everything I do. Gu Ruibo said, I understand. Gu Ruibo smiled warmly, Mr. Hao, I have heard your name for a long time. Achin always mentions you to me. You didn't inform us when you came to Shanghai, let me send someone to pick you up. Mao Rusong thought to himself, Xiaogu, you have never been so enthusiastic towards my father before. Gu Ruibo raised his voice, Mr. Mao, do my subordinates not have eyes to recognize the situation? How can they cause trouble and kill people? Mr. Hao here is my esteemed guest. Mao Rusong quickly agreed, yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Gu Ruibo shook hands and said, Mr. Hao, you must have just arrived, let me introduce you to the wind, Mr. Qin will also come along. Hao Shen happily agreed, sure, you arrange it. At a certain restaurant, Gu Ruibo curiously asked, by the way, Mr. Hao, do you know my big brother? Gu Ruibo began to recall some words of Li Ruojin, to be honest with you, my brother-in-law may not be immortal, he can foresee the future. Gu Ruibo also pondered, I really want to know which deity this great master belongs to. Seeing that Hao Shen remained silent, Gu Ruibo added, I would like to ask for some guidance from you. Hao Shen replied, what you want to ask is, how can one defeat the big brother? Gu Ruibo felt a bit tense, Mr. Hao, what do you think? Hao Shen began to give an objective assessment, as the third generation of the Gu family in Shanghai, you and your brother, Gu Rui Chang, are both business geniuses. Both of you have been listed in Forbes 30 under 30 list of outstanding entrepreneurs. Other families have praised you as the twin stars of the Gu family, and your relationship with each other is quite good. It can be considered as healthy competition. Most of the resources of the Gu family are helping your brother, even though you are doing well in your work. However, you cannot have conflicts with your brother. In the business world, he has more resources ahead of you. If you want to defeat him, the difficulty is also high. Gu Ruibo felt a bit uncomfortable inside, talking nonsense like this for so long. It's all just a little investigation, Achin, that name isn't too exaggerated, is it? Hao Shen interrupted the emotional flow, but it's not, there's no chance, we'll have to see if you dare to do it or not. Gu Ruibo thought to himself, what he meant, unless. Gu Ruibo disagreed, if he already knows the relationship between me and him, then Hao's words are not appropriate. Hao Shen calmly drank water, the relationship with my brother, it's just a matter of making money, being more successful than my brother, that's what I have to do. Gu Ruibo hurriedly asked, what do you have to do, Hao Shen, dare or not, what you said is just. Hao Shen replied, you can't guess, Ding Duan Long. Gu Ruibo thought, he wants to use the knife to kill someone, using his Zhu family to fight against the Ding family, without the Ding family blocking him, he can be happy with Li Ruobing, as for the Zhu family, the final outcome is uncertain. Gu Ruibo thought again, that's not right, he clearly said earlier that it's about making money, the words were very clear, he doesn't want me to go kill Ding Duan Long. Gu Ruibo wanted to ask more clearly, Mr. Hao, do you really want to take away his business? In fact, I have been competing with him for years, and I am currently in a disadvantageous position. Hao Shen began to explain, I know about the fight between you and the Ding family. Your initial approach is definitely not right, that's why I asked you this question. Are you brave enough? When it comes to doing business, as long as you dare to follow through, in just a year, I guarantee you will surpass your brother. Gu Ruibo was a little incredulous, really? If it's just about doing business, with Achin's support, I'm willing to bet everything on this battle. Gu Ruibo excitedly said, Mr. Hao, I will do this business. Hao Shen replied, good, I will make the call. On the other end, Wu Yurong was not pleased, this despicable man, how could he make the call so easily? Remember me. Hao Shen simply said, come to Shanghai. Wu Yurong was surprised, what? You're not going to say a few more words before telling him to go? Hao Shen responded very briefly, that's right, not now. Wu Yurong immediately agreed, okay, I'll be right there, wait for me to take a picture. Gu Ruibo silently evaluated, the voice is clearly not a Chin's, being Li Ruobing's boyfriend, yet there is another woman, forget it, these things are not important, if it can really help me surpass my brother, in the future, Gu Ruibo will definitely follow him. A moment later, the receptionist led Wu Yurong in. Miss, please come this way, Mr. Hao is in this room. Gu Ruibo exclaimed, Wu Yurong. At this moment, Gu Ruibo was thinking, just now, Haoshin called Wu Yurong, clearly on the phone, heard the hateful guy's name, could it be a misunderstanding at that time? Wu Yurong ran back to hug Haoshin, whispering in his ear, evil guy, hurry up and talk to those two, I can't stand it anymore. Haoshin turned Wu Yurong around, Rong, are you falling off in lately? Wu Yurong snorted, then greeted Gu Ruibo, Boss Gu, long time no see. Gu Ruibo also politely replied, Wu Yurong, long time no see. Gu Ruibo silently assessed, the true goddess, unlike ordinary people, Wu Yurong and Haoshin, these two look somehow suspicious, let's see how things go before deciding. Haoshin said, everyone here is on our side, as I mentioned before, Ms. Rong will divest from investments related to the Ding family, and then. Over an hour later, Gu Ruibo exclaimed, Hao's plan is very detailed, I will make a call and have them bring the documents over. Ma Rusong also understood and supported, Mr. Hao, Ms. Wu Yurong, you guys stay here, Xiao Gu and I will go smoke a cigarette. Wu Yurong also expressed some admiration, I must say, I have already found a business partner, the sufficiency is. Haoshin glanced and asked, not satisfied. Wu Yurong waved her hand, I am very satisfied, how can I thank you, my dear husband? Haoshin calmly replied, no need for thanks, it was just a part of my plan, your good fortune and timing, I knew I had to step in at this moment. Wu Yurong, feeling a bit irked, stood up, stop trying to deceive me. Wu Yurong sat on Haoshin's lap, gently saying, you are for me, so why not admit that you are for me, little husband, do you plan to let Gu Ruibo know about our relationship? Haoshin, following Wu Yurong's lead, replied, I have never said not to let him know, I just don't see the need to deliberately expose it, of course, if he finds out, it's not a big deal. While kissing Haoshin, Wu Yurong continued, so, what about you, you villain, are you still afraid of it being exposed and affecting you and Li? Just then, Gu Ruibo ran in, Mr. Hao, I have finished making the phone call. Gu Ruibo began to struggle psychologically again, I am not blind, they are together, isn't this the Wu Yurong that I know? At every party, I have seen for myself how influential figures have flattered Wu Yurong, even though, Xiaoshu from my family once said that if Wu Yurong agreed to marry that uncle, the uncle would immediately divorce and leave his assets, a woman like that, how can she be with a 23-year-old Haoshin? On the contrary, being able to be Wu Yurong's man must be very materialistic and particularly formidable, now I understand what Qin meant by his words. Gu Ruibo blushed and said, Mr. Hao, Miss Wu Yurong, we have been chatting and forgot about eating, we are all hungry. I will call the server to bring the menu. Just then Li Ruobing called, and Haoshin picked up the phone, saying, hello, Ruobing, what's up? Gu Ruibo's mind was in a whirl, Qin's sister, Mr. Hao's official girlfriend, but he brought a third party along and even had the speaker on, what does that mean? Does he want to involve himself and Qin? If it is true, if Bing asks me, how should I respond? Li Ruobing started questioning, are you still busy? Why didn't you tell me you were going to Shanghai? Qin knew but didn't tell me. Haoshin replied, I am still busy, we'll talk later. Li Ruobing, angry, said, it's already this late, what are you busy with, ignoring women? Gu Ruibo stood on the side feeling chills down his spine. Wu Yurong looked at Haoshin, is that Miss Li calling? This time, Gu Ruibo was truly shaken, what is this, a declaration of war against the official girlfriend? Li Ruobing was really angry, Wu Yurong is next to him, she came with him to Shanghai. Haoshin honestly admitted, yes, I called her to come to discuss important matters, to talk to her. On the other side, Gu Ruibo had already achieved enlightenment, why, Mr. Hao, adding more, not chaotic enough yet, even more painful when caught playing with women. Li Ruobing rubbed her forehead and thought, he already said it's an important matter, a serious discussion, what else can I do, of course, forgive him. Li Ruobing helplessly said, you devil, okay, go do your job, I'll wait for you to finish. After hanging up, Haoshin turned and said, okay, Boss Gu, order some food, let's eat and talk. Gu Ruibo immediately responded, okay. Gu Ruibo walked and thought, and yet they didn't argue. Beyond expectations, can Sister Bing forgive her man, with other women, or even say, Sister Bing can't handle Mr. Hao, maybe she can have both Li Ruobing Bing and Wu Yurong. How powerful is this ability? Truly a strange person. Anyway, I admire him already. After returning, Gu Ruibo said, Mr. Hao, this is all the investigation I have done. In the many years of being a rival of Ding Duanlong, he is related to how many companies, the amount of shares, and capital from the past until now that I have investigated, are all here. Haoshen replied, during this time, many people will quickly sell their shares and cut ties with the Ding family. We will send representatives to purchase a portion of the circulating shares of the companies in the Ding family's industry and also approach some small shareholders. Both Wu Yurong and Gu Ruibo understood, just by holding a certain percentage of shares exceeding 1 billion, it is possible to directly take over the associated companies. This is like stealing money. We have to see who enters the battle first, and whose actions are quicker. Gu Ruibo thought to himself, moreover, considering the background of my family, the wide relationship of Wu Yurong, and all the important intelligence that Mr. Hao has provided, the three of us cannot do without anyone. Once we gather together, there will be no possibility of failure. Now, the key within the key is to swallow up the joint venture company of the Ding family and divide the shares. Haoshen spoke up, if everything is settled, let's talk about the issue of dividing the shares of the joint venture company. Gu Ruibo thought to himself, I know right away. Gu Ruibo expressed his first opinion, I think like this, Mr. Hao, at least 5% of the profit should be left for use, for people to drink soup together. Then Wu Yurong and Mr. Hao take 60%. Wu Yurong was surprised. I thought, Bosku was only giving me 40%, I didn't expect. Mr. Hao said, so Bosku only has 35%. Gu Ruibo replied, just consider wanting to make friends with Mr. Hao. Mr. Hao smiled, Bosku was really generous, so I wish everyone a prosperous business, resources like water, and happy cooperation. After finishing the meal, Wu Yurong complained, the conversation was too long, annoying. The husband is lying quietly, this time I'll come by myself. On the messy ground, with scattered clothes, there were also groaning sounds. Wu Yurong said, I have to go take a shower. After Wu Yurong turned away, Haoshen picked up the phone and the voice on the other end asked, Are you done with your busy schedule? Haoshen replied, Yes, just finished. It's late already and I haven't rested yet, are you waiting for my call? Wu Yurong glanced back, and the voice on the other end replied, I'm still at the company, working overtime tonight so I won't be coming home. Haoshen asked, so hard like that? The voice on the other end immediately replied, That's right, I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Can you tell me why you came to Shanghai in the first place? So Haoshen discussed arranging a cooperation between Wu Yurong and Gu Ruibo to hunt for the peripheral industries of the Ding family for Li Ruobing to know. Li Ruobing remained silent for a moment before saying, Sleeping with you is different, she even made a profit of 10 billion yuan. At this point, Wu Yurong was supposed to go bathe and lean into Haoshen's arms. Haoshen continued, Wow, my beloved Li, your fragrance is so strong, not really like hers. Li Ruobing thought to herself, Wu Yurong is by Haoshen's side now, I won't let her have her way. Li Ruobing raised her voice, who's jealous? Want to provoke me, I'll go back to Donghai and see how I can discipline you. Haoshen turned over, discipline me, like last time, do you have some expectations? Wu Yurong frowned, thinking, Haoshen's reaction. On the other side, Li Ruobing angrily slammed the table, shameless, stop beating around the bush, speak the truth. Ding Duanlong called me in the afternoon, saying he will come to Donghai to directly apologize to me. Haoshen was more serious, did he give a specific time? Li Ruobing replied, no. Haoshen continued, in 2 days, I will return to Donghai. Li Ruobing quickly replied, yes, you rest, I will continue working here. Wu Yurong put her hand around Haoshen's shoulder, when Ding Duanlong comes to Donghai, what do you plan to do? Haoshen happily said, it's going to be very interesting. Wu Yurong asked further, so Li Ruobing, how about disciplining you, is that also interesting? Haoshen laughed, yes, it's equally interesting. The eyes of Wu Yurong and Haoshen met, well, little husband, one also wants to have fun like that. Wu Yurong's playful hand wandered around, Haoshin turned over, then prepared Jingshan a little. Wu Yurong was surprised, oh. Then the two tangled together, and the next day, when Haoshin woke up, he saw a small note on the pillow. I will return to Donghai first, remember to finish your work and then come back early to take care of me, the best little husband. Haoshin smirked, indeed, women are good, it's time to find Xia Xichin now. Haoshin took out his phone and texted Xia Xichin, are you there? Yesterday I arrived in Shanghai, I have time today. Xia Xichin quickly replied, where is Master Jingshan? Let's make an appointment to meet somewhere. Haoshin sent a short message, in the East District. Xia Xichin happily replied, what a coincidence, I and Xin also live in the East District, can you come directly to our house, Xin is at home right now. Haoshin replied, okay. A while later, in the small flower garden near the New Century Park, Haoshin got out of the car and saw a girl in a pink dress stepping out. Haoshin thought to himself, if I remember correctly, that must be Xia Xin. Haoshin called out, Xia Xin. Xia Xin approached, looking uncomfortable and asked, who are you, do you know me? Just then, Xia Xichin also ran out, Xin, don't run. Xia Xin reluctantly signaled to Haoshin and said, please help me, uncle. Then she hid in a corner. Xia Xichin quickly approached and asked, excuse me, have you seen a girl, my daughter is 14 years old, about this tall, the girl who just ran out? Haoshin asked after looking intently in one direction for about 2 minutes, then glanced over at Xia Xichin. Understanding his intention, Xia Xichin quickly grabbed Xia Xin's shirt and lifted it up, saying, Xia Xin, are you still playing hide and seek with mommy? She then quickly bowed and expressed gratitude, thank you, thank you. Haoshin responded with a slight smile, no need to thank me, it's just a small thing. As easy as turning the palm of your hand for the two of you, isn't it because of arguing over painting? Xia Xichin was surprised, yes, that's right, it is indeed like that. In her heart, she wondered, who is this person? I don't know him. But how does he know about me and Xin? Even about painting? Haoshin noticed the doubt in Xia Xichin's mind and explained, perhaps recently you have been continuously sending Xin sketches to me. In addition, there is also the child's footprints. Xia Xichin understood, you are teacher Jingshan. Haoshin happily confirmed, correct, nice to meet you. My name is Haoshin. Xia Xichin quickly introduced herself, teacher Hao, I am Xia Xichin. This is my daughter, Xia Xin. Xin here is the teacher Jingshan that her mother mentioned to her. Please call him. Xia Xin felt dissatisfied, call him for what? We just argued, it's because the drawing teacher is coming soon. Can't escape, too annoying to die. Xia Xichin hesitantly said, this little girl has made the teacher laugh, let's go upstairs and talk, teacher Hao. Then Xia Xichin led Haoshin and Xia Xin upstairs. Xia Xichin said, it's almost time for dinner, teacher Hao, why don't we have a meal together, I will go cook, let's talk after eating. Haoshin replied, okay. Xia Xichin smiled and said, then teacher Hao, just sit back, you can also have a look at the painting room over there, I will go cook. Haoshin quickly walked towards the painting room, with Xia Xin following and gently closing the door behind her. Haoshin, puzzled, turned around and looked. Xia Xin began to act, teacher, why are you hitting me? Don't hit me, it hurts. Haoshin looked at her without saying anything. Xia Xin, feeling a little embarrassed, said, why do you find it funny, teacher? Haoshin thought to himself, she's trying to deceive me. Xia Xin, puzzled, thought, if I don't feel like a disaster is about to strike, I have to run away quickly, right, this is teacher forcing me, I have to come up with a trick. Xia Xin put her hand over her mouth and started pleading, teacher, please don't. Haoshin still showed no fear, responding with a gentle smile, his eyes gazing deeply into Xia Xin's. He didn't understand why the young girl had such a strong attitude, but he suddenly felt sorry for her. The care that he had for his students was now overshadowed by Xia Xin's words. Xia Xin continued to show respect for the teacher, but behind that, there was an obsession with her appearance. She felt obligated to live up to society's standards and endure comparisons and criticisms from friends. Xin tried to justify being bullied in class, but in reality, that pain was just a small part of the pressures and insecurities that she was facing. Thoughts of sadness, insecurity, and self-doubt flooded the young girl's mind. She couldn't believe in warmth from others, not even from her own teacher. Xin's warnings seemed cruel at first glance, but they were filled with worry and heartache of a young soul tainted by insecurities and unrest. Haoshen said, "I'm not going, Haoshen, I've never succumbed to threats." Xin frowned, "Fine, wait there, teacher." Xin screamed, "Mom." Xia Siqin opened the door. "What's wrong, Xin?" Xin scoffed, and Haoshen just raised his eyes and shook his phone. Xin was surprised. "It's recording, the number is still moving, it's still recording." Xia Siqin leaned in. Xin, why are you calling Mom?" Xin quickly laughed. "It's lunchtime, I want ribs, huh?" Xia Siqin was confused. "Just that?" Xin obediently responded, "Yes, I'm hungry." Xia Siqin then turned and left. "Fine, I'm going to work, remember to listen to your teacher." Xin said, "Yes, ma'am." Xin sighed, then turned back and said, "As a teacher, recording is too inappropriate." Haoshen still smiled. "So what, you are a student, and daring to threaten a teacher is not timid, right?" Xin stammered, Teacher, how did you know what I wanted, and could prepare in advance?" Haoshen calmly replied, "As for this matter, the super badass female student that all male students in the class like, I usually tend to be a bit cautious." Xin, feeling irritated, said, "Teacher." Haoshen continued, "Little brat, don't cause trouble anymore in the future. If your mother hears this recording, knowing that her daughter is a naughty child, to accuse and harm others, she will definitely discipline you more strictly." Xin gritted her teeth and thought, with that recording in his hands, I can only let him bully me. This despicable, hateful teacher is a real devil. The key is that damn recording, I have to figure out a way to get it. Xin obediently replied, "Yes, teacher, I won't dare anymore. I feel uncomfortable in my stomach, may I go to the restroom for a moment?" Haoshen didn't make it difficult for Xin either, saying, "Go ahead." After running into the restroom, Xin picked up her phone and called, "Hello, Sister Shan, I'm being harassed by someone." On the other end of the line, the person immediately exclaimed, "Who dares to harass Xin?" "Wow, so brave, don't worry, Xin, your problem is also my problem. I will immediately talk to Brother Dechi and send 100 people to help you vent your anger, whatever it takes." Xin began to imagine the scene of Haoshen kneeling down, saying, Xin, I was wrong. I will leave immediately, never to come back here as your teacher again. Please forgive me. Thinking so, Xin was happy. "Teacher, let's see if you can still maintain your composure and smile like this for how long." Xia Siqin opened the door and shouted, Xin. Xin was startled and replied. Xia Siqin irritably said, "Be obedient and listen to the teacher. Why did you run into the restroom? The old trick doesn't work anymore." Xin hesitated, "Mom, I didn't. I really just went to the restroom." Xia Siqin just shook her head and said, "Alright, I won't ask anymore. We'll have dinner in a bit, go study drawing with your teacher first." Xin obeyed and returned to the drawing room. "Teacher, let's start." Haoshen also taught seriously, "Okay, the tip of the pen is here, so draw like this." Meanwhile, Xin thought to herself, now, playing the role of a good student is not a problem. Once Shan's message arrives, Half an hour later, Xia Siqin spoke first. "Let's have dinner, teacher. How, Xin?" Xin smiled and said, "Mom, this afternoon I want to go out to draw, for the teacher to teach me to draw the real scene, what do you think?" Xia Siqin hesitated and said, "Teacher, how about this?" Haoshen happily agreed, "Okay." Xin was delighted, "Awesome. After going outside, Xia Xin led Haoshin to a place. We'll stay here, teacher. Haoshin just said, Xin, we come to this stadium not just to draw the real scene, right? At this moment, a group of ruffians stood in front of Haoshin. One of them said, Hey, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Xia Xin quickly took things from Haoshin's hand, waving her hand and laughing loudly. Sister Shan, brother Deqi, why did you call so many people like that? It's not necessary. Deqi shouted loudly, Not many people, everyone knows Xin is my younger sister. I just want to see who dares to bully Xin like this. Then the group of younger siblings followed suit, surrounding Haoshin. Some of them also said, He has a big heart, that's right, even Xin dares to bully. This guy is threatened and stupid, look at him, he can't even make a sound anymore, haha. Haoshin just smiled without responding. Suddenly someone spoke up, What are you guys waiting for, deal with him. Deqi turned to Xia Xin and said, Xin, you decide how to handle this, I'll arrange it for you. Xia Xin hesitated and said, Deqi, this matter. A person hiding behind the plants saw this and thought it was Mr. Hao. This is not good, something is happening, I must quickly inform the boss. Deqi shouted, Xin, you are too kind people will be bullied, you just stand and watch, I will take care of it for you, this guy is worthy of being a teacher, kneel down, apologize to Xin, if not I will come over in 3. Haoshin finally spoke, Mao Qi, you are so good at causing trouble outside, does anyone inside know? Mao Qi was quite surprised, Oh, really, you're lucky kid, do you know who I am, daring to do this? Haoshin pulled his sleeve, it's not just about fighting, don't accuse me of bullying children later. Mao Qi frowned, What are you? Mao Qi's younger siblings quickly followed suit, WTF, this guy really knows how to put on a show, it's so funny, he wants to fight all of us, can you do something about it, bro Mao Qi, we're eager for it. Mao Qi immediately pointed and said, I've grown up so much, I've never met anyone who dared to challenge me, brothers, let's go. Just then, Mao Qi's phone rang, and he thought, why is this old man suddenly calling me now? Deqi signaled to wait a moment, my dad is calling, your luck isn't bad, I'll let you enjoy it for a moment. Deqi quickly answered the phone, Dad, what's up? Mao's father on the other end of the line yelled loudly, You troublemaker, can you stop causing trouble for me every day, I really want to break your legs, have you dealt with Mr. Hao yet? Deqi didn't understand at all and exclaimed, What are you talking about, Dad? Mao's father angrily glared, I'm asking you, have you dealt with Mr. Hao or not? Deqi was even more confused, Dad, who are you talking about? At this point, Mr. Mao was truly angry, you call so many people, come to the park like this, want to fight with someone and don't even know who, asking me again, why did I give birth to a stupid child like you? Deqi still didn't understand, full of question marks on his head, huh? Mr. Mao became even more furious, what huh, speak quickly, have you taken action yet? Deqi stammered, not yet, I haven't, Mr. Mao put his hand to his forehead, good, not taking action is good, do you know that Uncle Gu is starting to see him as a father, my goodness, is Mr. Hao by your side? Deqi replied, yes. Mr. Mao ordered, give the phone to him. Deqi handed the phone to Haoshin, saying, it's your father over there. The younger gang members were confused, isn't it, what's going on, why is the boss giving the phone to that guy, I can't understand. Haoshin smiled as he took the phone, Mr. Mao. Mr. Mao on the other end of the line anxiously said, Mr. Hao, this is truly a misunderstanding, my son doesn't know you, you are a big shot, please forgive him. Haoshin laughed softly, it's okay. Old Master Mao still hesitated, How sir, let it return home, I will discipline it again. How sir, rest assured. Haoshin closed his eyes, alright, you go first, Master Mao, I still have things to do. Then, Haoshin handed the phone back to Mao Qi, here, take the phone back. Do you want to fight anymore? Mao Qi trembled, no more fighting, I was wrong, uncle. I didn't know you and my father are friends. Uncle Hao misunderstood. The younger gang members were even more confused, huh, what's going on? Why is this boss suddenly the elder brother now? I'm starting to get confused. Xia Xin also added with ellipses, just now, what did Mao Qi call his teacher? The girl named Shan was also a bit confused, it seems like Uncle Hao. Mao Chi shouted, "Are you all blind? Stand up straight and apologize to Uncle Hao." One gang member who wasn't sure made Mao Chi angry and he punched the gang member's head. "What, can't you understand? Listen to me." The gang member immediately bowed down. "Uncle Hao, I'm sorry." Some younger brothers secretly thought, "The boss has already apologized, let's go up together quickly." Immediately, a group of people bowed and said, "Uncle Hao, we apologize." Hao Shen smiled, "Don't act like gangsters anymore, everyone disperse." Mao Chi ordered. Uncle Hao told everyone to disperse, everyone go back. As he was leaving, Mao Chi didn't forget to turn around and say, "Uncle, I will go too." Xia Xin thought to herself, "I have to leave quickly too, I didn't expect the result to be like this." Hao Shen quickly grabbed Xia Xin's hat. "Xia Xin, where do you want to go?" Xia Xin turned around. Teacher, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't let my mother know about this, I promise to always listen to you in the future." Hao Shen asked again, "Is it true?" Xia Xin assured him, "Absolutely, you are much better than Mao Chi, I will definitely follow you, I guarantee it." Just then, a message arrived on Hao Shen's phone. "Mr. Hao, I invite you for a drink, Technician Fu Hao Jinsei, 5th floor, I hope you will come." Hao Shen then released Xia Xin and said, Xin, tomorrow I will continue to teach you how to draw, you can go home by yourself." Xia Xin felt relieved and immediately replied, "Yes sir, see you tomorrow." A while later, at the Technician Fu Hao Jinsei's place, "Mr. Hao, you're here, come sit over here." Hao Shen naturally sat down and said, "Mr. Gu, Mr. Mao, these two are." The three of them stayed silent. Mr. Mao quickly slapped Mao Chi and pushed his head down, while laughing and saying, "Anyway, we must give Mr. Hao an explanation. I won't ruin the rules of the martial arts world for a worthless son. Xiao Gu here is a witness." Hao Shen laughed. "Mr. Mao, a son's matters should not be kept in heart." Mao Rusong immediately handed a purple card to Hao Shen. "Sir, thank you for your generosity and understanding, please forgive my incompetent son. We will take our leave now, feel free to do as you please." Hao Shen walked to the hotel listed on the card, thinking to himself, "But, it's strange to have I feeling sleepy, isn't this Zhuang Xiaoyi, the girl meant for Ding Duanlong? Interesting, Mr. Mao." Hao Shen walked in. Zhuang Xiaoyi looked up and called out, "Mr. Hao." She didn't expect this to be Mr. Hao. Oh, another handsome and young man. Xiaoyi came closer to help. "Mr. Hao, you seem tired, let me help you take off your coat." Xiaoyi blushed as she said, "Do you want to take a bath, Mr. Hao?" "It's over there." Hao Shen stepped into the bathtub. She took care of him kindly. "Is the water warm enough, Mr. Hao?" Hao Shen replied, "I think it's fine." Xiaoyi took off the towel. "Then let me wash your back, Mr. Hao." Hao Shen didn't react as she helped him bathe. He spoke up, "Your name is Xiaoyi, right? You even know my name." He replied, "Not only do I know your name, I also know your feelings. Are you happy to meet me?" He added, "Because I'm not an old man of 40 or 50, with a big belly, as you might have imagined before, right?" Xiaoyi was embarrassed and didn't say anything. Hao Shen leaned in closer, lifted her chin and said, "I also know that while you were in school, you were studying and working at the same time, you didn't even have a boyfriend, no experience at all. Wait a bit longer, then how will you serve me?" Looking back on Xiaoye's past, his parents owed more than 5.7 million yuan. Every time the creditors showed up at their door, they were pushed to the brink of insanity. When he wasn't studying, he worked all day, juggling 3 jobs every day. After struggling for several years, he was only able to save up 23,000 yuan. But unbeknownst to him, his parents kept borrowing from high-interest lenders, robbing Peter to pay Paul. After combining the accumulated debts to 8 million yuan, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Even selling blood, organs, or corneas wouldn't be enough. Until he met someone, Miss Xuan, whom he had been admiring for a long time. He wanted her to help him serve a big shot and keep that person happy. In return, he would help her pay off her debts. She needed to consider carefully. He agreed with Mr. Mao, not to just sleep with a few fat wealthy men. He didn't want to rely solely on Mr. Hao, not just on fat old men. He had been confident before, but now he was being interrogated by Mr. Mao. He couldn't afford to lose the job. She said, "Mr. Hao, I may lack experience in this field, but I have prepared in advance." He thought, just teasing her a little, didn't expect it to turn into pressure. The two of them got on the bed. "How, mister, can you turn off the light? I just want to lie down and relax. You do your thing, I'll follow your lead." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Hao Shen also didn't expect the enjoyable feeling. "Zhuang Xiaoyi, you really are prepared." The next morning, Hao Shen immediately got up and dressed. "How, mister, you have to leave now." He approached her and said, "Don't call me mister from now on, it's not intimate enough. You were tired last night, rest well, I'll finish up and come find you." She thought, I didn't expect him to be so warm. Hao Shen then met Xia Siqin, who said, "Actually, I wanted to talk to Hao mister yesterday. I understand he doesn't have time to come to Shanghai, so I thought, during the holidays, you and Xin could go to Donghai. He can help her rent a room and wait for school to start before coming back." Hao Shen replied, "Are you not afraid of Ding Duanlong, knowing you are taking your daughter away from Shanghai on your own accord?" She was extremely surprised. "For so many years, no one knows what I have been through. Not many people know the name Ding Duanlong, yet he mentioned it. This teacher Hao, not Hao Shen, is targeting me, in the vast sea of people, especially online, the person I actively seek in the chat group, and the teacher I have begged for multiple times, but to know that Ding Duanlong has a relationship between me and him, thinking like this feels like being controlled, too scary." Hao Shen reassured her, "You don't need to worry, Ding Duanlong doesn't care about many things. As long as you don't take Xin abroad, there should be no problem staying in the country." She said, "You were the one who approached me." He just smiled. "You try to guess, so related. Do you want to talk about Dong Yuan Dao?" She thought, could this person even know about things that have changed my life? Hao Shen quickly changed the topic of conversation and took her to the hotel. "Let's rent a room and talk." Hao Shen immediately went to the reception hall to arrange the room, and they both entered the elevator. It was then that Xia Siqin finally spoke. "Mr. Hao, why choose this place?" He said, "This place is safe and secure, no one will bother us." She was angry. "Men like you, always thinking about these things, just like normal people, aren't you?" Hao Shen hugged her and pulled her close. "Sure, let's go inside and talk slowly." At this moment, Xia Siqin was a bit taken aback, standing outside the hotel room, meeting the boy for the second time, who then hugged her and took her to the room. This skill needed to be noted and learned, so without further ado, Hao Shen spoke up. "Why are you still standing there? Let's go inside." Xia Siqin finally entered the room, standing next to Hao Shen with a flushed face and teary eyes. Seeing this, Hao Shen teased her even more. "Why are you crying like this? Do you think I'm a monster who will eat you?" She felt embarrassed and angry, protecting herself with her hands and shouting, "You brought me here, hugged me as soon as we got the room. I thought you were a gentleman, a good person, but you're no different from those despicable men." After meeting Ding Duanlong, she still harbored resentment in her heart towards men who had bad habits and were irresponsible. However, Hao Shen calmly replied, "It seems like you have misunderstood me, perhaps I need to receive an apology." She was still crying at this moment, but she pulled down her sexy panties and said, "I misunderstood. If you want to sleep with me, I will let you. Please finish this and do not come looking for me again. Please leave quickly, you can do whatever you want." Hao Shen, with a serious expression, said, "I don't know what you're thinking. We just met, we don't understand each other yet, we haven't started to get to know each other. What will Xin think if you do that?" She replied, "You said I misunderstood. Are you sure the incident just now was not intentional?" Bringing up Xin, "I feel so embarrassed, don't waste any more time, quickly satisfy your urges and then leave." Hao Shen finally replied calmly, "Actually, I already have feelings, but it is intentional to let Ding Duanlong see." Xia Siqin's eyes widened in surprise, quickly pulling back her pants. Hao Shen immediately raised his hand to explain, "He's not here, don't worry, put your clothes back on and we'll talk." Xia Siqin hesitated, "Will you tell him?" Hao Shen replied, "I didn't do it on purpose, it's for the surveillance camera outside to capture the image. Let me carry you into the room, please sit down. Ding Duanlong, he is watching me. I intentionally let him see what just happened. He will think what when I hold your waist and walk into the room together." There was a hint of panic on Xia Siqin's face as she thought, "If he knows, it won't be easy for me to leave." Why would someone set me up like this? If he goes through the same thing with me, Ding Duanlong will definitely kill him. Is he trying to trap me into death? This doesn't make sense. Seeing the thoughtful face of her, Haoshen spoke up, "Do you know Li Ruobing? She is my woman." Ding Duanlong is obsessed with Ruobing to the point of madness, just like back then when he wanted to kill someone for her, now he wants to kill me. Between him and me, one of us will have to die. No matter how much we fight, I will make his whole family die with him. If I can prove to the Dong family that he is the one who killed Dong Yuan Dao, the power of the Dong family will start a war with the Ding family and put them on the path to destruction. Now I have reached an agreement with the Li family, Li and Ding will break up, so I need you to come to Donghai with Xan and me. I will arrange everything else. A life of freedom is waiting to us, mother and child. Seeing Haoshen extend his arm in cooperation, Xia Siqin also let go of her resistance and agreed. Then she leaned in, lifting her chin to create a seductive face and said, "Why do we have to pretend? Wouldn't it be better to have two horns on his head?" As she spoke, she began to unbutton her shirt, but Haoshen gently declined her good intentions. "I just want to cooperate in a simple way. If Xin were to know in the future that I was the one who killed her father, I wouldn't want the child to know that. I want to keep her away from the storm, but she is still young and just starting her life. If both mother and daughter agree to testify in Donghai, I will arrange for them to go abroad until the matter with the Ding family is resolved, then they can come back." After finishing speaking, Haoshen immediately took her hand to show his intention, making her feel embarrassed. "But I will continue to teach Xin during the time in Donghai as a teacher, but I have one request." She seemed hesitant, unable to resist, and then unbuttoned her shirt. "We need to make him really feel jealous, make Haoshen sweat and be astonished by me. It's too bold to want to do it for real, but when we get to Donghai, we still need to be rational and work with me on many things." The next morning, Haoshen had to leave early. Seeing him leave, Xia Siqin's heart beat excitedly. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. They walked out of the hotel together and said their goodbyes. Because Haoshen had other matters to attend to, "You and Xin, prepare your things for the airport, tomorrow we will return to Donghai together." She just replied lightly, "I understand," but her mind was still thinking about last night. Mao's chief technician then handed Haoshen a contract and said, "This is a small token of my gratitude, I hope you accept it, Shen." Haoshen was very surprised to receive 45% of the entertainment company's capital from Chief Mao for only 1 yuan, when in reality the price was 200 million yuan. Chief Mao continued, "With money, there are friends, with no money, no friends, no siblings. Thank you, Hao, for not looking down on people like me. I really want to be friends with you, I hope you will support me in the future." Haoshen calmly replied, "We are already friends, no need for formalities, and during this time, Ding Duanlong and I will watch out for each other, and be listed as shareholders in your company." Boss Mao said, "So, Hao, why not think about appointing a representative?" Haoshen immediately thought, "Let Zhuang Xiaoyi be the representative, and at the same time, give her 45% of the company's shares." She was surprised, "I can't believe it, after serving Boss Hao for just one night, she was given shares worth 200 million yuan. She doubted, "Is there a hidden secret in this contract?" Seeing her like this, Boss Mao advised her, "This is for Mr. Hao, if he has transferred it to you, then just sign it, no need to worry." But she still looked at Haoshen, waiting for confirmation before signing. "I promise, I will work harder in the future." In Haoshen's eyes, this was nothing, as long as she was his woman, she would have to endure losses. Boss Mao at this time smirked slyly, because he had drawn support from Haoshen. "In the future, you won't have to fear anyone, including Ding Duanlong." Outside, there was a car waiting for Haoshen. It was the car of the head of the Li family, waiting to discuss the upcoming Ding Duanlong's arrival in Huadong, and wanted to hear Haoshen's opinion. The old man said, "Although he has attacked you and Li Ruobing, it is not yet time for revenge, he cannot die in Huadong Sea." Haoshen smirked and replied, "Once he arrives, we will see what happens, and I can't guarantee that he will be able to leave Donghai unscathed, but I can assure you that he won't die." This surprised the old manly, to be so young and yet so ruthless. Haoshen sighed and said, "Unfortunately, Ding Duanlong has met his match with me." Hao Shen said, as long as everything is clean, let the people decide. That's enough talking, I'm going to hang up now. At that time, Hao Shen was taking the beautiful Zhuang Xiaoyi shopping when he suddenly received a call from Li Ruobing asking, "My dear husband, have you finished everything over there?" Upon hearing the voice of the lion monk, she quickly removed her hand from Hao Shen, but Hao Shen wasn't afraid at all. He boldly replied, "Perhaps I will return tomorrow noon, make sure there is proper food and drink at home, I will bring 3 more people back, you will see tomorrow." Li Ruobing guessed that they were women, but still asked as usual, "Is there anything else?" But suddenly realized that something was not right. She angrily shouted, "Wait, all 3 are women, why did you leave home just 3 days ago and bring back 3 more women?" Hao Shen remained calm. "Why are you surprised?" Li Ruobing said, "My dear Hao, can you give me a face?" Hao Shen said, "All right, my dear Li, when I return tomorrow, you can do whatever you want with this body, don't be jealous, my love." After hearing this, she could only close her eyes and accept. "Let's see tomorrow how I will treat you, calling someone else my love, bringing back 3 women, and not giving me the slightest face, and yet stay so calm." This kind of behavior should not be imitated. If unfortunately provoked the lioness, then don't blame me for not advising you, huh? Zhuang Xiaoyi noticed the hint of jealousy in Li Ruobing's tone towards Hao Shen's wife. Feeling a little afraid, she asked, "Is she your wife?" "She seems to be angry." But Hao Shen immediately hugged her reassuringly, saying, "With me here, she won't do anything, don't be afraid." The scene shifted to the next day, at the villa of the lioness, where he was proudly showing off his achievements. "I don't want to introduce my girlfriend Li Ruobing to everyone." He then pointed, "And this is Zhuang Xiaoyi." With a bullet-like gaze towards her, she seemed not to run away. "These 2 are Xia Siqin and Xan, witnesses to Ding Duanlong killing Dong Yuan Dao." Li Ruobing couldn't help but ponder. He has brought an important key, unbelievable, considering the condition of the mother and child, has reached an agreement with Hao Shen to betray Ding Duanlong. She then approached and shook hands with the other 2 sisters, Xia Siqin and Zhuang Xiaoyi, laughing, but her gaze was directed towards Hao Shen, saying with a tone, "Dear Hao, thank you for bringing me so many surprises." The lioness approached and asked, "Are you Zhuang Xiaoyi?" Xiaoyi saw that the person in front of her was Li Ruobing, and replied hesitantly, "Yes, it's me." The lioness continued to inquire, "How old are you this year?" Xiaoyi answered, 21 years old. While still pondering over the somewhat solemn questioning, Li Ruobing suddenly approached her. Xiaoyi gently patted her on the shoulder and said, "You're still my little sister, don't be too tense. You are much better than those crazy people out there, who do not understand manners and respect. Well, being a concubine wouldn't be bad, right, my brothers?" He. Hao Shen finally spoke up, "Xia Siqin, you've been on the car for a few hours, let's sit down together and chat." He then turned to say, Xan, go outside and play, I have something private to discuss with your mother." Xan felt bored and could only obediently comply. The lioness followed Xia Siqin and whispered in her ear, "So, you've slept with Hao Shen?" Xia Siqin was a little surprised, accompanied by panic in his cold eyes. Looking at this appearance, the female lion immediately affirmed, "Hao Shen has slept with you." Xia Siqin quickly explained in embarrassment, "Li, things are not as you think. Hao and I, well, I'm sorry, that morning was my fault, I slept with him voluntarily, just wanted to revenge Ding Duanlong. After that, with a blush of embarrassment, and I also took contraceptive pills, so I won't cause any trouble for Mr. Hao and Mrs. Li. In addition, I didn't really have any other intentions." Li Ruobing sighed, closed her eyes, accepting the fact that her husband couldn't be controlled. "I said it's okay, you don't need to apologize. I think in this world, there's no woman that my Hao can't sleep with, so I don't blame him." As she spoke, her eyes turned to Hao Shen, thinking, clearly Xia Siqin doesn't want to get involved in this complicated relationship, but Zhuang Xiaoyi still needs to consider more about her thoughts. Moreover, this guy always wants to sleep with other people's daughters, more and more women, and it's time to reveal some things, which he can explain most clearly. After thinking for a while, Li Ruobing said seriously, crossing her arms, "Dear Hao, tonight let Xia's mother and daughter stay home to cook and eat. Tonight you and Xiaoyi go eat with me." Hao Shen just smiled lightly and replied, "As you wish, Miss Li, everything is arranged by you." Xiaoyi standing beside just had to agree. The scene shifted to 7 o'clock in the evening, in front of a luxurious restaurant. with a group of waiters bowing 180 degrees to welcome the two couples. Seeing the scene, Hao Shen immediately turned to ask his wife, "Is this your idea?" Li Ruobing replied, "I am about to meet some crazy and rude people, so I am not in the mood to argue with you." At this moment, the three of them walked in, and two beautiful girls came out to greet them. "Miss Li is here. Hello, Mr. Hao." At this moment, a familiar voice approached and kissed Hao Shen on the lips, surprising him a bit. It turned out to be Wu Yurong saying, "Remember me, I really miss you." This scene made the lioness and those around her also surprised by this action. Zhuang Xiaoyi couldn't believe it, doing something bold like this in front of his wife. The lioness actively interrupted the intimate scene, crossed her arms and said, "Here, they are all people of status, so pay attention." After teasing the lioness, Wu Yurong smiled satisfied. Li Ruobing gently lifted her chin, took a tissue to wipe off the lipstick stain from the kiss. This Hao, don't know if in his past life he saved the world, but in this life, he has encountered many challenges before such beauties. I actually want to face more challenges like him. Behind Zhuang Xiaoyi, she saw the person who kissed Mr. Hao. She also was not ordinary. She must not have been able to adapt to these situations yet, but she will eventually get used to it. The girl in black thought, even though I know that Li is Hao Shen's official girlfriend, Wu still dares to kiss in front of her. It seems like she is not satisfied with Li. I don't understand what is happening, why my younger sister is standing behind trembling. It's really incomprehensible. Seeing her deep in thought, Hao Shen, being his usual self, gently asked, Tian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take care of you later." Facing his kindness, she could only blush and say hesitantly, nothing, really." On the other side, the girl in light blue is Su Qingying, her eyes sharp. "If there's nothing else, maybe all of us here are Hao Shen's women, but Wu Yurong doesn't even respect us." "That's not right. Whoever wants to do that, I won't pretend anymore." She sweetly calls Hao Shen, "My dear husband, you haven't been with me these days. I've learned some dishes that suit your taste especially. With my brother Hao having such a large harem, it took me a long time to remember all of them, poor me." Thinking one by one, the eyes of the women then shifted to their current opponents. "Wu Yurong, who do you think you are? Su Qingying dares to confront me, tit for tat." Li Ruobing thought, she uses simple methods to change her attacking and defensive style. Seeing the fierceness of the women, Zhuang Xiaoyi felt a little scared and thought, I wonder if I have enough qualifications to stand next to Hao. Seeing his 3 concubines and 4 mistresses fighting, Hao Shen immediately dispersed the tense atmosphere and picked up the menu to start ordering food. He asked, "Su Qingying, how is the company doing lately? Is the director having any issues?" She smiled coyly and replied, "The things you pointed out to me, they really dare not comment on. It would be great if the company is not too busy, and it would be great if I could be with my husband every day." Wu Yurong, shaking a glass of wine, approached Hao Shen and asked, "So, you villain, have you ever mentioned us to Qingying?" On the other side, Li Ruobing immediately said, "Hao is too busy. How can he have time to talk slowly with each person? I called everyone here to get to know each other again. You should save yourselves from unnecessary troubles in the future." Her gaze then turned towards Hao Shen, thinking, Su Qingying is loved by 2 words, Hao Shen, it seems there is no chance for her to ask for help. Dealing with Wu Yurong is truly troublesome. Hao Shen turned to the lioness and said, "No, just to make everyone acknowledge, am I the number 1 girlfriend or not?" The lioness sighed and replied, "No, it's all your fault, just laugh it off." Qingying then sarcastically kicked Wu Yurong, "I really didn't expect even a famous businesswoman from Donghai, who only focuses on her business, to pay attention to Hao." She rested her chin on her hands and couldn't help but say, "Who made Hao, our special one, instead of focusing on business like I thought he would?" Tian immediately said, "I met Hao Shen before Qingying, 10 days before her." Ruobing then raised her glass and said, "So we should call her Sister Tian." Qingying, with some excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, why don't we line up in a row?" Hao Shen, sighing in front of the girls, said, Tian, Li does not object only by heart, I do not care, anyway, I was the first to know Hao Shen, I do not want to be the youngest. The girls lined up one, by their size, I don't know if it's by chest or hips, or by age, haha. Tian then ran and hugged Li Ruobing, acting spoiled, sisterly, in the future you must decide for me, don't let others bully this little sister. Li Ruobing just smiled and replied, "Alright, little sister." At this moment, Wu Yurong took the initiative, approaching Hao Shen and asked him, "Where are we going tonight?" Three distant gazes all turned towards Hao Shen, waiting for his answer. After that, Zhuang Xiaoyi remained silent, observing and not daring to speak. Right after that, the battle of wits began. The lioness turned her gaze towards the two and said, "Ms. Gua, Hao Shen just returned from Shanghai today, it doesn't seem logical for him not to go home." Hao Shen then spoke up, "I think I should go home. At this time if I go house hunting, the lioness might kill me." Su Qingying's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked towards Hao Shen. "I'm considering whether I should go home to my husband, then we can spend the night together again." Meanwhile, Tian was also pondering in her mind about sisterly. She also wants to go home with Hao Shen. She felt a bit embarrassed and blushed. Wu Yurong was also trying to guess Hao Shen's intentions, but he was unsure. She leaned in close to Hao Shen and flirted with him, "Can you please tell us quickly?" Hao Shen replied, "Alright, let's all go home, go rest early. Xiaoyi just arrived in Donghai, Ruobing, and I have to arrange things for her too." At this moment, Tian and Su Qingying were a little disappointed in their hearts because they were looking forward to going home with Hao Shen to sleep together. Even if there are other sisters to sleep with for fun, it's a pity that everything didn't work out, they thought. Wu Yurong got into her supercar, but before leaving, she left some sweet words of advice to Hao Shen, telling him not to overwork himself at night or she would feel sorry for him. In the next scene, the three of them arrived home. Hao Shen said, "Wu and Xin are probably sleeping now. Tomorrow they will find a place to rent. On the other hand, Xiaoyi can stay in this house for a while. Just relax at home, take a shower later." The lion remained calm in the face of his decision. "You can arrange everything, I have no objections. As for Xiaoyi, she will listen to what Hao says." Everything was settled, each person had their own room to rest. However, it turned out that in Hao Shen's room, the sounds of this married couple's intimacy could be heard. Finally, the moment had come, and Hao was being pushed to his limit by the lion, as they fought fiercely and passionately after days of not seeing each other. Hearing these sweet words, Xiaoyi felt a bit shy, her face blushing uncontrollably. "I just hope that Hao will take care. It's annoying to ask people to rest early, but the couple kept making noise like that, how could anyone sleep?" Xia Siqin was also awakened by this noise, thinking, "Hao seems not very enthusiastic towards me." In her head, she reminded herself, "Go to bed early," and then scolded herself, "What are you thinking? Go to sleep quickly." Switching scenes, a girl with pink hair was talking on the phone with someone. "Excuse me, is this Song Xian and I? I am in Menglan, sorry for bothering you." On the other end of the line was Song Xian and I, the daughter of Wu Yurong, who had previously written some songs for Hao Shen, who was now very popular in the market. Hearing this voice, she was extremely shocked. "Is it real or fake, the great star in Menglan?" Note, and Menglan is the daughter of a tycoon conglomerate, with assets over 100 billion yuan, debuted at 17, swept the Nation H music scene at 19 to become the top at 24, leading the big changes in the Nation H music world. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Song Xian and I politely greeted, "No, missin, what can I do for you?" And Menglan then said, "Yes, Miss Song, I really like your songs. I wonder if you have signed a contract with any company yet. If not, I would like to invite you to my company, and hope that we can discuss in more detail together." Upon hearing this, Xian and I was very excited, as this has always been her dream since she was a child, to become a famous singer in the Nation H music industry. She never expected her idol to personally invite her to join. She eagerly accepted the meeting, but in Menglan also had a question: "Are you friends with Hao Shen? If so, could you introduce him here?" Because she also wants to meet him after his famous hit song. Upon hearing this, Song Xian and I was surprised and promised to talk to Hao Shen. She knew that Hao Shen was not interested in joining the entertainment industry, but she didn't want his talent to be wasted and miss out on this rare opportunity. She quickly left to talk to Hao Shen about it. Seeing his daughter in such a hurry, Wu Yurong immediately wondered, what happened to the songwriter? Hao Shen then suggested that both mother and daughter go together, but as we all know, the main reason was to meet our brother, right? In a while, at Hao Shen's villa, mother and daughter had arrived. They greeted each other warmly and explained to us that Wu Yurong had not let her daughter know about her relationship with Hao Shun. Song Xian and I introduced, this is the songwriter that I mentioned to my mother. He graduated from Donghai University this year. And this is my mother, she heard me talk about how his song for me has become really popular, so she insisted on meeting him. Since this relationship was not yet known to Xian and I, the two pretended to smile and shake hands, introducing themselves, hello, I'm Wu Yurong, and I'm Hao Shun. Wu Yurong continued her role and asked, how old are you this year, Hao Shun? Receiving the signal from the other side, Hao Shun also smiled and replied, I'm 21 years old this year. Wu Yurong combed her hair and continued to praise Hao Shun, using words with wings, so you're 2 years older than Xian Xian, a quite handsome hot boy, are you from Donghai? Hao Shun replied, from a small district. Wu Yurong asked, what do you do at home? Seeing the interrogation from the mother's side, Xian Xian also felt a little embarrassed and said, Mom is checking, is it someone else's household registration? Why ask these questions? Me and Senior have serious matters to discuss. Xian Xian then handed a contract to Hao Shun, 2 songs, Soul Soothing Medicine and Song for Me, are really famous so I brought the contract here, then I hope Senior will read and think about it. Before she went to the restroom and came back, Wu Yurong saw her daughter leave, no longer acting, she propped her chin with her hand to pose attractively, looking at Hao Shun and asked him, do you like it? She's called the 5th grader classmate, or maybe even a dear husband. Hao Shun didn't pay attention to her at all, but sat and read the contract, which made her a little annoyed. She questioned him, why, after coming home last night, with Li Ruobing, today you were so cold towards her, making her unhappy. Then, sitting down next to Hao Shun in a seductive posture, Hao Shun noticed this and advised her, you should go back to your seat to avoid being seen. But she replied, Xian Xian, I took a long time in the restroom, there's no need to hurry. She was determined not to go back to her seat and wanted to kiss Hao Shun immediately. While they were in the midst of holding hands and being intimate, Xian Xian returned and saw the scene, questioning her predecessor and mother, why are you two hugging each other so closely? Wu Yurong quickly stood up to explain, but Xian Xian did not give her a chance. She immediately turned around crying and left, saying, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Hao Shun saw the situation being exposed and it was difficult to handle. For the sake of the interests of the mother and daughter, he had to re-establish himself. Wu Yurong found it difficult to understand, asking, what did you say? Hao Shun comforted her, don't be sad, I won't let you experience this. Then he stood up and left. At that moment, Hao Shun's eyes were thoughtful, reflecting on the events of today, thinking, it's really unlucky when things like this happen. Let me review the memories and see where I need to pay more attention. Then he quickly drove off on his Ferrari. A few hours later, after determining that today, apart from the incident involving Rong and Song Xian and I, there were other events, it was indeed a bad day for Hao Shun. He immediately activated the time reversal system, and when Wu Yurong approached him, Hao Shun used a sharp look to say to Wu Yurong, just 3 seconds, sit down, trust me, you won't regret it, leaving her confused. Seeing Hao Shun's serious look at this moment, her body uncontrollably sat down. Just then, Xian Xian returned with a smile, saying, I remember, there's an important matter I need to discuss with older brother and I don't want to go to the restroom. Her eyes and expression at this moment were very surprised, looking at Hao Shun, your daughter almost saw an intimate scene, and Hao Shun can predict this, it's absurd. She has been completely conquered, impressed by her husband's ability to predict the future. Hao Shun then asked, I wonder what it is. Xian Xian replied, have you ever heard the name Manhwa? She is one of the top stars in the entertainment industry, she wants to sign a contract with me, and she is also very interested in you, hoping to meet you. Hao Shun was thoughtful about Manhwa, remembering that in 1,000 years of reincarnation, he had developed a somewhat complicated relationship with her. But things happen as they may, and with the situation in the harem about to unfold, he would be welcoming another young lady into his life. At this moment, Xian Xian smiled brightly, her eyes filled with anticipation as she wanted to give Manhwa his phone number, hoping that the two of them could sign a contract together. Seeing this, Wu Yurong, sitting beside them, asked, does Xian Xian need to consult her mother about this contract? Xian Xian then coaxed, I promise not to participate in any commercial activities, not to affect my studies, and to seriously pursue a career in music. Wu Yurong, seeing her daughter in such a state, could only agree with her, but with the condition that I participate in the whole process. With her mother's approval, she happily exclaimed, "I love you, Mom." Now, it was up to Hao Shen to make a decision. He reluctantly agreed to give Menglan his phone number, but he had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Perhaps he only wanted to conquer Menglan, ha. Hao Shen smiled gently as he walked into the dimly lit room, facing a young woman who was focused on her computer. He approached and hugged her tightly from behind, causing her to turn around in surprise and look at him. "I'm here to take you out for dinner," Hao Shen said affectionately. The woman just laughed and nodded in agreement, leaving her work corner to go outside with him. They both walked out and started strolling along a long narrow street, the twinkling lights ahead illuminating their path as they walked together. "What do you want to eat today?" Hao Shen asked. "I don't know, you choose for me," the woman replied with a happy smile on her lips. Hao Shen interlocked their fingers and they continued to walk on the quiet street, in their soft and warm conversation. The happy and optimistic couple enjoyed the beautiful scenery before them, not letting anything hinder their happiness and peace. Stepping in is seen of a man, tightly bound, kneeling under the feet of Hao Shen. The master immediately coldly said, "In this Jiangchuan land, no one is unaware of me. With me here, you can't run, and you can't die. I advise you to give up your strange intentions." Seeing this, the angry uncle gritted his teeth and glared at Hao Shen, but couldn't do anything to this little brat. "Fine, let me go, I'll show you." In the past, before reversing time, when catching this Jiangchuan guy, Hao Shen had taunted him to the point of madness, leading to suicide. But thanks to Wu Yurong and her son, he didn't waste the opportunity. With one arrow, he solved two problems. Jiang Chuan, sent by Ding Duanlong to assassinate Hao Shen, unexpectedly fell into Hao Shen's hands. Planning anything in advance, he wanted to commit suicide to avoid trouble for Ding Duanlong. However, his suicide attempt failed. Hao Shen advised him, saying, "Submit to me, cooperate with me for a chance to live. If the assassination fails and you return to Ding Duanlong, he will kill you." He immediately pondered Hao Shen's proposition, but if he wants to betray Ding Duanlong, who can guarantee that Hao Shen has information on vulnerabilities against Ding Duanlong and the Ding family, and if not, then his own family will be completely wiped out. Hao Shen, with a sinister look in his eyes, looked at him and said, "No matter what, your wife and children in Nation M will not be safe. Just one phone call from me now can make your wife and children die in an accident, or do you prefer them falling into the hands of Ding Duanlong?" After hearing this, his face turned pale with fear. "I didn't expect Hao Shen to be so cruel and cunning, even knowing the whereabouts of my wife and children in Nation M when Ding Duanlong doesn't. If I don't betray Ding Duanlong, my wife and children will die at the hands of Hao Shen, but after betraying the young master, it won't be difficult for him to use the power of the Ding family to hunt me down. It's a dilemma. I can't die, but I can't live either." Hao Shen immediately placed his hand on his shoulder, advising, "You should choose Hao Shen between me and Ding Duanlong. Surely one of us will die, and just believe that I will be the one who never dies." Seeing Hao Shen's previous abilities, the old man also felt a bit shaken in his heart, pondering over this suggestion, and surely no longer having the intention of suicide in his mind. Hao Shen immediately sent two little brothers to release Jiang Chuan from his restraints, saying, "You should be careful and stay here for now. The location will be announced later." They obediently accepted his instructions, saying, "Please trust us, we will not let you down." Hao Shen looked at his phone, which showed 4:15, with 20 more minutes until he reached the coffee shop on Jingyang Street. Hao Shen said, "You two stay here and wait for further instructions." 20 minutes later at the coffee shop, Hao Shen was already sitting there waiting. Walking in was a middle-aged man with a beautiful woman by his side. Hao Shen thought the woman was not bad at all, worth getting to know, but he had to prioritize work. He opened his iPhone 15 and recorded the intimate scene between the two. The man held hands with the woman and kindly asked her, "Will you continue tonight?" But she replied, "I have to go home tonight. Mr. Who has been coming home these days. If I don't go home, he will start to suspect. Last time he questioned me, 'What about your husband's female lion at home?' He responded, 'You don't have to worry. Last time we argued, he slapped me, now he's been tamed at home. He gently stroked her cheeks and promised, if your wife at home suspects, she won't have any teeth left to eat. He advised her, quickly peel the banana, then continue at the hotel for a few things to do. This banana is for eating, brothers, don't think dirty. All of this extramarital affair scene has been recorded in full by Mr. Hao for instructions without censorship. This time, just go meet Mr. Lei. At this moment, Haoshin called Xiao Yi, want to go with me to Mr. Lei's mansion, some business to take care of. The scene shifts to the Lei family villa, where a beautiful and voluptuous young woman greets Haoshin, excuse me, please wait a few seconds, my father, the head of the family, is on the phone upstairs and will be down shortly. Xiao Yi is also surprised by her beauty. One of Mr. Lei's women, each wealthy and noble, personally serving tea, but why does this tea look so seductive and enticing to look at, and so well-rounded, too? Haoshin couldn't stop staring at it. Mr. Lei also comes down and warmly welcomes Haoshin. For those who don't remember, Mr. Lei is a sworn brother of Haoshin. Haoshin has invested all his black fund money, hidden from the lioness Li Ruobing, in order to form a brotherhood. Mr. Lei sees the beautiful girl next to Haoshin and asks, who is this? Haoshin immediately introduces her, this is my daughter Zhuang Xiaoyi. Mr. Lei laughs heartily, indeed, sworn brothers only have one wife, but the harem must be a garden, then leaves the two girls to chat while they go to the study to talk. Haoshin also didn't say much, but went straight to the point. Ding Duanlong is trying to take advantage of the influence of the Lei family's group. He will look for Lei Yu and will meet you. I know your character is to place bets on both ends, but in any case, you are also an unbeatable person. Haoshin then took out his phone and said, I happen to record this video, it will surely help you solve this problem. Seeing this, Mr. Lei was also very surprised. When this friend had a video for him, he opened his eyes to watch it. Mr. Lei immediately burst into laughter. How, this really solves my problem. Mr. Lei, unable to contain his joy, said, the man in this clip is my deputy general manager Chu Haoba. After I suspend him from work, he will take responsibility for running the company. As for the woman eating bananas, she is the wife of Hu Shilin. Mr. Lei then turned to say, I'm sure you know, Mr. Hu Shilin is one of the long-time suppliers of the Hong Fa Group and is the chairman of Donghai Electronic Technology Company. He is a friend of Lei Yu, but when I pretended to be a waste at Donghai, he did not look down on me, but was very enthusiastic towards me, so we became friends. Mr. Lei added, he is the one who called me. When you enter the house, say that Man Taoing represents the fashion of Li Ruobing Company. This is very annoying, and he wants me to break the contract, but I know that asking Mr. Hu to mediate and suspend him is actually Lei Yu putting pressure on him. Another thing is Ding Duanlong said he will come to Donghai, talk about Ding's family will compensate for the losses caused by the contract violation. Having this information source, Haoshin also knows, guesses Ding Duanlong's intention. He still refuses to give up, he just wants to sabotage the good work of the genius. If his evidence will be destroyed, his declining performance may win Ruobing. Lei Yu's trick is very clever. Lei Yu sang a black face and then turned back with a red face. At this moment Mr. Lei immediately got angry, promised to Haoshin, they will not be allowed to show off. What Man Taoing does represent the company of Haoshin's wife, no one can destroy it. At that moment, Mr. Lei's eyes firm and said, they want to treat me like a monkey, but I will not stand by them. On the other side, two women were talking. Man Taoing asked Zhuang Xiaoyi, it seems like you can't let go of Haoshin, how long have you been following him? Hearing that, Xiaoyi simply replied, a few days. Taoing smiled and said, Hao's girlfriend, Li Ruobing, is not a simple and easygoing person, so Zhuang should be careful. Xiaoyi quickly explained, Li is a very good person, because she has a very big and kind heart, and she has treated me very well. Man Taoing then brought a plate of fruit and said, here Zhuang, seeing you like this reminds me of the early days following my father around. As she spoke, she peeled a banana and said, you can't do this, you always ready to compromise and be humble, just grab it and hold on to a man's heart, it's more effective than anything else. Man Taoing then made a seductive pose, like she was eating something. What she was doing, many of you brothers can guess, but simply just eating a banana, don't think anything dirty, She turned to Xiaoyi and said, how can you win a man's heart? Don't listen to nonsense on the internet, it's not following a recipe but a game. There are countless key points and just one word is to blow a trumpet. After speaking, Man Taoing walked up to Xiaoyi and said, look at her, a little bit of suffering and she will pass on this martial arts to you. Xiaoyi, feeling embarrassed, just nodded and said, "It's just because of my brother How at home." Then Man Taoing went to the study room and informed Mr. Lei that someone was ringing the doorbell. Mr. Lei checked the camera and saw Mr. Hu Shilin at the front door. Mr. Lei said, "He just wants to see me, I don't have time," so he came to the door. Hao Shin then advised Mr. Lei should invite him in and show him this video. Mr. Lei looked towards Hao Shin and said, "Ask him directly, show him, it will be good." Hao Shin calmly replied, "Hu Shilin himself is not clean, you and he have been friends for over 10 years, really don't know if he has a woman on the side." Hao Shin leaned close to Lei's ear and whispered, "Hu Shilin, there may be more than one person, but he and his wife are already married. Whoever deceives after marriage will have to move out of the house after divorce." Upon hearing this, Lei was also slightly shocked. When he understood what Hao Shin meant, the value of his company, worth over 3 billion yuan, was the result of 2 decades of hard work. The video clip being used as evidence of infidelity. Lei then burst into laughter, as this was a great gift for Hu. Hao Shin just smiled coldly and replied, "It's not me who brought this gift, but you, Lei, for him. Therefore, it wouldn't be too much to ask him for help with some small tasks or something in the future." Then Hao Shin's sharp gaze became even sharper as he said, "Lei, I think you can let Hu Shilin know what you are going to do with Leiyu, or let him be the first external force to stand on your side. As a supplier, if he realizes this, the balance in his old heart may be shaken." Mr. Lei also pondered upon hearing that. Hao Shin added, "When Chu Haoba sleeps with the wife of Hu Shilin, Leiyu will definitely confront Chu Haoba and use Leiyu's hand to kill the turtle, taking advantage of him. This is one of the plans. The second is that Hu Shilin is deceiving. If evidence of his affair is given to his wife, it is not certain who will have to leave the house." After hearing this, Mr. Lei immediately broke into a sweat, facing the profound and poisonous thoughts of Hao Shin, like hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow. Hao Shin then said, "This is not a threat. Mr. Lei, language and art are the same. Saying the same thing in different ways will bring different feelings and effects to people." Mr. Lei understood and joyfully laughed. Outside, Mr. Hu had also arrived at the study room and Mr. Lei invited him in, introducing Hao Shin as his brother and Mr. Hu as the boss. The 2 men happily sat down to talk. Mr. Hu then went straight to the point and asked, "Mr. Lei, have you and your boss not been getting along well in recent years? Why are you confronting each other? I cannot bear to see you in trouble." Mr. Lei replied, "Don't worry about this, it won't involve you." Seeing that, Hu Shilin immediately frowned and said, "This matter, it means it's not important, we are among the major clans, we should not get involved in the affairs of an Inshang Shang, isn't that good, why find more trouble?" Mr. Lei replied, "So you mean I am looking for trouble? Fim Nation K has signed a contract with Sinpony, to get to the position today is not easy, the offer is not just a competition." Hu Shilin then said, "For the request Mr. Lei made, I will stay at the hospital and write a fake medical record, saying that I was injured due to irresistible circumstances, because Li Ruobing and you are friends, so we can't let you lose face anymore." Mr. Lei's eyes then turned towards Hao Shin, and he said, "I don't even know Li Ruobing, never met her, so what kind of friend is she?" Hu Shilin then questioned, "Why did you let Man Taoing come back to sign the contract?" Mr. Lei just smiled and replied, "Because of Li Ruobing, and the person next to her is my brother." Seeing this, he then asked, "The person next to her is Hao Shin, right?" Hao Shin immediately replied, "Correct." The man's face suddenly turned pale, as the entire process of teaching Lei to deceive Li Ruobing was all seen by Hao Shin, who slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Lei, are you joking with me?" Lei silently thought to himself, "Everything is almost finished, I just need to ignite the spark." That's when the brothers took the stage, and Hu Shilin solemnly said to SM, "How, just now I heard you say that Lei deceived Li." Hao Shin calmly replied, "I know Mr. Hu, you may be thinking about Lei. However, even though your intentions are good, you are not aware of the full situation. I can clarify that Leiyu, the mastermind behind the car accident 10 years ago, has been found. Soon, Lei and I will bring Leiyu to justice, but it will take some time." He was very suspicious of this, and then Hao Shin showed a full HD clip of his intimate scenes, saying, "Chu Haoba is Leiyu's close friend, so I have seen this, unfortunately, I captured this scene." He then reminded them, Mr. Who also knows Chu Hao Ba's character. Provoking his wife and embezzling assets is just a matter of time. Therefore, the sooner Mr. Who knows about this, the better. Mr. Lei immediately voiced his support for Hao Shen. These kids should be careful, this matter should not be made public, so as not to cause trouble with their wives. First of all, arrange for your wife to live abroad for a while. After the divorce, the assets will be transferred to you, then let them come back. Hao Shen spoke up, the mastermind behind this, but this still needs to be verified. However, Lei and I will deal with Lei Yu first, then it will be Chu Hao Ba's turn. At that moment, Hu Shilin slammed his hand on the table. Finally, everything is understood now. Thank you both for reminding me and discovering this in time. Hao Shen humbly said, whether you thank us or not, we are all brothers. Mr. Lei now had even more respect for his brother Hao Shen. Indeed, speaking is an art, truly opened our eyes. Suddenly, Lei Jiaer received a call, looking extremely surprised when Ding Duanlong called. Hao Shen signaled for Mr. Lei to listen to the phone call, put it on speaker, and the voice of Ding Duanlong came through from the other end of the line, saying, Mr. Lei, do you have time this afternoon to talk? Mr. Lei's gaze immediately turned towards Hao Shen, receiving his wink. He wanted to inquire, I have plenty of time myself, but I don't know why Mr. Ding wants to come to Donghai tomorrow. Ding Duanlong spoke up, well, tomorrow I will come, let's make an appointment, Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei laughed and said, ha, unnecessary, you have found Lei Shi, the person who wants to come here to talk to me. Lei is not our enemy, just a bond. You help me, I will help you. The past is just clouds, the present is what matters. Mr. Lei only has 2 sons, if one has an accident, the other will naturally be the sole heir, right? This matter is not convenient to discuss over the phone, we will discuss it more carefully when we meet. Mr. Hu listened and felt that something was not right. If I refuse this offer, Ding Duanlong will surely turn to help Lei Yu win the inheritance rights. Mr. Lei immediately became angry when he heard Ding Duanlong's threatening tone, you are so arrogant. He turned to ask for Hao Shen's opinion, and Hao Shen immediately replied, just follow the plan, agree with him. Mr. Lei agreed, please give me the address. Ding Duanlong spoke up, the time and place will be arranged by Mr. Lei himself, please keep it a secret. Down below, there is a girl planting 2 peach trees, kneeling next to Ding Duanlong's son blowing something. Suddenly he scolded loudly, damn it, are you not a member of the school brass band? Why is your technique so bad, doing things improperly? I'll send you to work as a prostitute in Nationwide. She immediately knelt down crying and begging for forgiveness, please, forgive me, I'm sorry. I guess this will embarrass Ding Duanlong's son, huh? Ding Duanlong turned to look up at the building opposite, where the photo of businessman Li Ruobing was displayed, and thought, I hope she forgets about the presence of Man Taoying. Don't rely on signing a contract with Ruan Tai but follow him. But how could he know that his beloved girlfriend, who he had been yearning for day and night, had been cooked by the villain Hao Shen? The rice had already turned into porridge, but he kept hoping without waiting. Changed the scene to Lei Jiaer and Hao Shen. Mr. Lei spoke up, brother, what should we do tomorrow? Hao Shen replied, don't worry, Mr. Lei, we will follow the plan. It's getting late now, so I apologize in advance. Mr. Lei then called Xiao Yi, and when she heard her husband calling, she answered, I'm here, how? Man Taoying, the fiery younger sister, approached Xiao Yi and reminded her, remember what I taught you. If you have any questions, message me on WeChat. Mr. Lei noticed the close bond between the sisters and wondered what they were silently plotting. Xiao Yi simply replied, this is a little secret between women, then took Xiao Yi's hands and said, I trust you. Xiao Yi was too shy to respond. Cut to a little later at a bar on Fukong Street, Xiao Yi asked, oh, we're at a bar. Do you have friends waiting here, Hao? Hao Shen replied, I don't have friends, but something big happened here yesterday. Let's go and see what drama unfolds. In another scene, a group of unruly people could be seen, along with the cries of a woman shouting, help me, is anyone there to help? The gangsters were holding weapons in their hands, continuously hitting the white Lamborghini and shouting loudly, damn it, get out of the car quickly. The rich kid quickly lost his patience and aggressively approached to open the door, threatening the people inside the car, get out on your own, or I'll drag you out. The hot boy and his sister immediately, fearfully got out of the car, facing a stylish gangster holding a weapon arrogantly saying, "How dare you act so arrogantly just now? Now you realize how cowardly you are, but it's too late now. Me and my brother will teach you a lesson." The hot boy was hit with a stick across the face by the stylish gangster, only able to plead, "Please stop, boss." The sister stood outside, crying and begging, while her brother with a stick across his face said, "Please don't hit him anymore." In the distance, a familiar figure was approaching, so she begged Haoshen, "Please help my boyfriend." Haoshen immediately spoke up, saying, "Get out of the way, too much bickering." The gangsters, seeing this, were still looking at Haoshen, not knowing where this powdered-faced gentleman came from. The rich kid standing there coldly said, "I don't like it, others gossiping in front of me." One of the guys in the gang rushed forward, throwing punches and shouting loudly, "You brat, trying to show off in front of us, so we can slap your face." Haoshen quickly dodged, stepped back and then struck the fat guy in the face, causing him to spray some blood and fly away. They had no idea they were provoking a hornet's nest named Haoshen. With a gentle move, he took care of one guy, leaving the others behind extremely surprised at his skill. The guy with the crew cut shouted, "Why are you still standing there playing around? Go all out and beat him up for me." The whole group rushed forward, only to hear the miserable cries of the crew cut guy's friends. "AAA, damn it!" Along with the sounds of punches and kicks landing on Haoshen's body. In just a few minutes, he had taken care of this gang. Seeing this, the couple was amazed at Haoshen's strength, taking on 10 opponents and not even getting a speck of dust on him. The crew cut guy looked at Haoshen suspiciously. "Is this guy in front of us a monster, fighting like a boss, and he even looks like the brother-in-law of the boss's boss, that legendary name Haoshen? Oh my god, it must be Hao, the boss's brother-in-law." The name immediately knelt down and bowed, apologizing, saying, "My elder brother, who is under Mr. Zhao, meaning you are my boss's brother-in-law. I have seen your picture before, but just now I didn't recognize you. It's like I have eyes but can't see Mount Tai, please forgive me." Haoshen just smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to come here, with the attitude of those social climbers, don't bother calling me big brother." The younger brother, feeling embarrassed, said, "Thank you, Hao, I will call my older brother, Mr. Zhao, and the others." Haoshen then approached the couple and asked, "Is everything okay? Are you still able to continue?" The handsome boy showed his gratitude clearly on his face, saying, "Thank you very much, if it weren't for you today, me and Shishi would have been beaten up." Haoshen reassured, "It's okay, why not call Uncle Air?" Upon hearing this, the handsome boy was very surprised to see Haoshen. Knowing his social status, Haoshen continued, "I have some friends in Shanghai, they have told me about his modified GTR car, and the love affair of the hot boy with the beauty next to Chishi. Anyway, you are quite famous among the youth in Shanghai." He saw this and immediately raised his hand in joy, inquiring about the background of the person in front of him. "I wonder, what does your family do?" Haoshen simply smiled and replied, "Well, my family owns a ramen restaurant in a small town." He was just joking. From a distance, a few cars were parked on the other side of the street, and a group of people was approaching. Seeing that things seemed to be going awry tonight, Zhuang Xiaoyi, who was in the car at the moment, was extremely worried about Haoshen, so he immediately called Li Ruobing. "Sister, Hao got off the car at the bar in Fukong to save someone, things don't seem to be going well right now." Li Ruobing quickly asked Xiaoyi, "Tell me what's going on." "There's a group of guys holding weapons, looking fierce, heading toward Hao. Two figures have appeared. The guy with the John Wick-style hair is Zhao Jia, also known as Zhao Lingzi, the right-hand man of Li Ruojin's close associate, along with his follower Wu Hai Liang, the guy mentioned by the guy with the braided hair. Following Haoshen's orders, I would like to refer to the guy with the braided hair as Zhao Lingzi." He spoke up. "Mr. Hao may have misunderstood me, we have met at Mr. Li's place." Zhuang Xiaoyi inside the house is reporting to Li Ruobing, saying, "She looked at their car plate number, read it out for you to check." Xiaoyi then reported, "The plate number is A774X6, there is a middle-aged man with a limp, seems to be acquainted with our Hao." Li Ruobing reassured Xiaoyi, "It's okay, they know each other." But Xiaoyi suddenly panicked and covered her mouth tightly to prevent making a loud noise. "Oh sister, Hao is fighting with him, teaching him a lesson." Then the person next to him, "It's over, they have guns pointed at Hao." Li Ruobing on the other side was also shocked and said, "Stay there, send me the location, hurry, I will come immediately." Zhao Lingzi shouted loudly, "Stop the foolish younger brother, what are you doing, put the gun down." Wu Hailiang replied, "Brother, he dares to hit you, our boss really can't stand it." Zhao Lingzi still knelt there, "Please forgive Mr. Hao, the person below is ignorant, I beg you to overlook it, don't punish these younger brothers." Hao Shen stepped forward towards Zhao Lingzi and said, "But the person who just got beaten up is that hot boy, the young master of the Tang and Qixi families from Shanghai City. They are the direct descendants of the third generation of a prestigious noble family. With such formidable power behind them, yet you still dare to provoke them. The blame is entirely on you, behave yourself, or even the heavens won't be able to save you." Mr. Zhao was terrified by this command and stammered, "What should I do now, sir? Please give me some advice." Hao Shen then slapped him hard, causing Mu Hailiang to see his boss being slapped and not knowing what to do. He just stood there shouting, "Boss." Zhao Lingzi also understood Hao Shen's intention and thought to himself, "This idiot shouldn't shout like that, how is deceiving those people to save your brother?" Hao Shen then grabbed Zhang Wick by the hair and said, "Do you now realize your mistake? I hope this won't happen again." Zhao Lingzi shakily replied, I understand now, Sir Hao." Hao Shen immediately shouted at him, "Get up," and then walked towards the hot boy's location. The hot boy, concerned, asked, "Who is that rural person over there? Why did you hit him so hard?" "Oh, he is the manager of this area, his name is Zhao Lingzi." Hao Shen asked kindly, "Can you still bear the hits from earlier, are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital." The hot boy smiled and replied, "It's not too serious, I'm fine." From a distance, an Audi car sped towards them, and Li Ruojin, the brother-in-law, hurriedly ran over. Surprised to see Hao Shen there, he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, why are you here? Xiao Jin is here too, quick, catch up on the news." After explaining the situation for a while, Li Ruojin rushed forward to kick Zhao Lingzi and scolded him, "WTF, you crazy guy, why are you involved in this? I've taught you so many times, now that you're grown up, you should know what to do." Poor Zhao Lingzi now had the nickname Zhao Chu, rural, and got scolded by these two brothers. Maybe he should just sit in a wheelchair or something, huh? The old man then ordered Wu Hailiang, "Hurry up and do it." Ahai saw this and immediately drew his weapon to attack the enemy. His companions exclaimed, "Ouch, my leg." The couple thought the cruelty was too much to bear, so they said, "Everyone leave, I am not seriously injured, so there is no need to do this, stop hitting their legs. Hit them in the mouth instead, that's what I said, guys." Li Ruojin scolded Zhao Chu, "If Brother Tang didn't speak up, I would have killed you tonight, what else can we do outside like this?" Zhao Chu sighed inside, thinking, "God, protect me, consider it an act of mercy, consider this lame life saved." A white Audi car arrived, the person inside was Li Ruobing. She walked towards them in anger, seeing her sister like that. Li Ruojin ran to greet her, "Sister, why are you here, why did you ignore me?" Li Ruobing didn't know where she got the gun, she pointed it at Zhao Chu's head and shouted, "WTF, this lame guy, just heard someone say you pointed a gun at my husband?" Zhao Ke saw the situation and immediately felt scared. A gun, pointed at the head, I can understand, with Li Ruobing's temperament, he will definitely be shot dead, even God cannot save him. Hao Shen also felt extremely surprised by the scene. "My dear Li, what are you doing?" The couple secretly panicked. Is this person planning to kill someone on the street? Li Ruojin was also shocked and ran over, "Sister, please stop." A gunshot rang out, the bullet brushed past Zhao Ke's ear. He stood still, not because he was threatened, but because Li Ruojin was quick to prevent the bullet from hitting him, avoiding turning the innocent Zhao Zi into Zhao Ke. At this moment, Li Ruobing could no longer contain her anger. "Ruojin, he was about to shoot my brother-in-law, and you helped him." Ruojin spoke up, "No, sister, calm down, you misunderstood, the problem is." After a while, Li Ruojin explained everything to Li Ruobing, and she finally lowered her gun, running to silence Hao Shen, not letting him say anything more. Hao Shen, feeling the care from the family, was also very happy. "Li, are you here because of me?" Li Ruobing replied, "Of course, I'm about to go crazy. Do you know what is going on in my mind when I hear someone pointing a gun at you?" Hao Shen smiled, "So what you want is..." Li Ruobing collapsed into his arms and said, I regret not having a child with you. He didn't know what to say after hearing the lioness's thoughts. Li Ruobing then called her younger brother Ruojin, quickly take Tang to the hospital for a checkup, also, take care of Sister Zhuang tonight, don't act recklessly, she is your brother-in-law's woman. Upon hearing his older sister's words, Li Ruojin was stunned. What is this? Oh, so she's your brother-in-law's woman. Wait, sister, you called her sister-in-law. What does that mean? Why don't I understand? The two couples witnessed this scene and couldn't help but admire the husband and wife in front of them. This must be the eldest daughter of the Li family, so powerful and impressive. Li Ruobing said, tonight, I don't want anyone to disturb us, dear Hao, do you object to anything? My brother understands what I mean, he is very happy and laughing with his eyes, so whatever happens, it will come to an end, brothers. The scene shifts to the bed in Hao's house, where the lion is tightly tied down by my brother on the bed. If obedient, there will be rewards, but if disobedient, there will be punishment. Li Ruobing expressed her wish, I want the most traditional way, any position is fine, and I want you, without using any safety measures. Haoshan also relaxed along, not feeling shy at this level, so it seems that we are about to have a baby in our family, the main wife in Haoshan's harem. This mixture is already determined, only a few other positions remain, haha. The next morning, at Haoshan's villa, Li Ruojin said, brother-in-law, I have taken brother Tang to the hospital for a checkup, and he has been under observation all night at the hospital. The doctor said he is fine, but since last night, brother Tang has been eager to see you. The two brothers and sisters-in-law lovingly walked down to the living room, under the gaze of everyone full of admiration. Haoshan said, there is no need to rush out of the hospital, health is important, let's give him more time to recover. Hot Boy replied, I'm really fine, no need to worry, bro. At that moment, Haoshan received a phone call from Li Maoren's father-in-law, so he asked for permission to go out. Let me answer his call, he needs me to welcome the guests. Outside he's a shark, at home he's a baby shark, they say he's afraid of his wife, he says they are too naive, in every household there's a roof, not afraid but that's respect, speak softly with a gentle tone, huh? As soon as he picked up the phone without a chance to greet, he was accused by his father-in-law, Xiao Hao, I heard that besides my daughter, you have another woman. Haoshan calmly replied, Uncle has some information, I have nothing to deny. Hearing Haoshan's tone, the elder man was very angry, not denying. It seems like you've been going out with many women, how many, tell me. Haoshan said, Uncle, it doesn't matter how many, you don't have to dwell on it, Tang Xin Bao's matters, I will take care of, if there's anything in the future, just tell me directly. The old man heard that and laughed, now I am old, can't keep up with the thoughts of the young anymore. I don't care about that hot boy Tang anymore, you can handle that, if you need anything, just tell a Qin to handle it. Haoshan replied, alright, uncle, don't worry. At this moment, Li Ruobing approached Haoshan, have you finished the call? Haoshan asked, Li Xiathu, what do you want to ask? Li Ruobing put her hand on Haoshan's shoulder, he also gently pulled her waist, really annoying to start barking in the morning, maybe we don't have to have lunch, haha. Ruobing spoke up, can you tell me what just happened, why did my father call? He replied, your father asked me to answer, by asking questions to prove how much I love you, and I will have to deal with Tang Xin Bao's matter to avoid any repercussions. Li Ruobing said, it seems like you really understand my father. Haoshan gently stroked her head and said, for your benefit, of course I have to understand. Outside the living room, Sister Zhuang Xiaoyu was wearing an apron, carrying a plate of fruit to greet the guests. Master Li, Master Tang, Miss Kuo, please have some fruits. So, what kind of tea would you like? At that moment, Haoshan walked up, took her hand, and asked, Xiaoyi, what are you doing? She replied, I just want to help and do what I can, so I brought fruits and tea. Xiaoyi held his hand tightly and said determinedly, I can also cook for everyone, especially I can make the 7-course egg dish. Haoshan looked at her somewhat confusedly, it's really not necessary to do it this way. Ruobing asked behind them, Xiaoyi, what's going on? Xiaoyi blushed and stammered, no, nothing, it's okay, there's nothing wrong. Li Ruobing happily said, so we have to cook, okay, let's leave it to me and Xiaoyi to do it together. Looking at the two sisters of this family, Haoshan laughed, dearly, are you sure you want to cook by yourself? Xiaoyi waved her hand and said, Li, let me cook the rice, you and Hao can entertain the guests. The lion frowned. Alright, next time when I am ready, I will cook a delicious meal for you to see. The older brother stood there smiling, walked out to the living room, and then ran out. Boss, I'm done. Hao Shen was puzzled. What's going on? He clasped his hands and bowed sincerely, saying, Boss, can you teach me martial arts? I want to become your disciple. Do you want to learn my martial arts? He smirked and said, Before watching the Battle of the Wolves, I thought martial arts were only fake in the movies, until yesterday when I saw you, a real wolf. I realized that I was sitting at the bottom of the well. If you teach me, I will study diligently and never skip a session. Hao Shen hesitated. This. He said, Don't worry, I can pay tuition fees, as long as you can spare some time to give me advice. Besides, I have a strong foundation, good health, and yesterday they hit me a lot, even punched me in the mouth, but I still stood strong. Hao Shen saw him so earnest, he couldn't refuse. Alright, given your current condition, I want to test your skills. I wonder how much you can show. He smiled and rubbed his head a little nervously. Give me a few days, otherwise with this level, if I punch you a few times, you might transfer to another world. Hao Shen patted his younger brother on the shoulder and laughed. First, you should fully recover from your injuries. Let's talk about this in a few days. Meanwhile, at the airport, a familiar figure and voice resounded. Rua Bing, you finally picked up the phone. It was none other than Ding Duanlong, who had arrived in Donghai. Tomorrow, if you have time, let's have lunch together. Don't be like this. If you don't want to see me, I can come to your company to see you. On the other end of the line, Rua Bing said, If you dare to come, I will punch you. He laughed. Rua Bing, I really want to come and apologize to you. Will you give me a chance? Rua Bing replied with just one sentence, Do you want to die? Then, she hung up the call. Ding Duanlong seems to be enjoying the bear bile, or something like that, stepping foot on Donghai land and even daring to seduce Hao Shen's wife. He probably doesn't know who planted this land. I guess Ding Duanlong's wife won't be alive for long either, hee. Just landed at the airport and feeling tired, Ding Duanlong was about to take off his shirt, preparing to have sex with his secretary to recharge his energy lost after a long flight from Shanghai. He smirked. Miss Li, you won't be proud for long, ha. On the other side, Xiao Jin spoke up. Sister, that brother-in-law said he's coming tomorrow. Prepare now. Tomorrow I'll kill him. Dare to come to Donghai, don't expect to return. Hao Shen calmly said, Xiao Jin, don't act without permission. Everything must be done calmly. I have arranged carefully. Xiao Jin obediently said, Alright, I will follow brother-in-law's arrangement. Hao Shen stood up and said, I'm full, and I need to go out to do some things. In the afternoon, Rua Bing and Achin had to go to the company. Hao Shen said, Xiaoyi stays at home, Tang young master, and Kuo miss, if there's anything, tell Xiaoyi. Big brother, you just focus on work and don't worry about us. As they got out of the car, he thought to himself, Ding Duanlong, stop pretending. I know you've set foot in Donghai. Our game will start right now. He immediately started carrying out his plan to kill Ding Duanlong. Daring to set foot in Donghai and even daring to seduce his lover Hao, you won't escape this one, boy, to be a container. On the other hand, an unknown person appeared, sitting in front of a pile of system screens, with the sound of a mechanical keyboard clicking. The hacker muttered to himself, even though Lord Ding didn't come to meet me directly to arrange things, he can only find these people if he wants to use a car in Donghai. On Hao Shen's side, he was sitting in the car, receiving a message, Mr. Hao, the car has been found and sent to you through your WeChat. Hao Shen smiled, good job, brothers. He immediately called Ms. Rong, I just sent you a WeChat message. Wu Yurong teasingly flirted with Hao Shen, saying, Are you missing me? Just come straight to my house, why send it through WeChat? Hao Shen understood her meaning but pretended not to understand. Ms. Rong, please have someone check and track the cars I sent you and let me know their final destination. You must do it quickly and keep it secret. She coyly replied, Okay, my dear husband, wait for my message. Later, Wu Yurong said, I found it, and finally stopped in the Kong and North Road area. When you are done, remember to come and see me, I remember the little boy. Hao Shen replied, Okay, no problem. Now it was time to focus on the work in the northern area of Kong and Road. The only hotel that could meet Ding Duanlong's needs was the Hisu Hotel. Haoshin used some old hacking skills to find room 616. Well, let's start by giving a few small gifts. Ding Duanlong was angry after the intimacy. Oh, WTF, what's happening? The 5-star hotel has a power outage. The secretary was preparing to take a shower when she said, "Oh, the water has stopped." At that moment, the manager rushed in and bowed. "Sir, we just received a notice from the city about urban maintenance. It's an unexpected situation, we hope you understand." Ding Duanlong looked at the manager with great dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, "I still have over an hour before meeting Lei Chang, but now it's almost time to leave." He said, "Will this maintenance be completed after dinner?" The manager replied, "It will be repaired properly, the maintenance will only take 2 to 3 hours, please don't worry." Ding Duanlong snorted lightly, "All right then." At the same time, on the side of Haoshin, he watched a crowded convoy of cars and thought to himself, Ding Duanlong's convoy has full power, now it's my turn to take action. Later, in a certain room, Haoshin changed his clothes, wore gloves and boots. He muttered, "Let me see, where is that thing?" Haoshin began to search under the chairs, table, and sofa for something. Ah, here it is under the sofa. Haoshin slowly took out the black suitcase, thinking to himself, how stupid Ding Duanlong is, only a few passwords he has changed multiple times. Haoshin slowly plugged in the USB drive. Even though he had read countless contents here, he couldn't say that he could remember everything fluently, so copying it was the only way. He took out an unpainted revolver. Also, when you use this gun, my advice is to load money into the paint. The gun will increase ammunition, but it is best not to use it, of course. Whether you can control yourself at that time is another matter. Ding Duanlong. Finally, the copying process was completed, all traces of intrusion were completely removed. Haoshin smirked and then calmly left. He thought to himself, Ding Duanlong, I have been looking forward to the moment of meeting you, I believe everything will be very interesting. The scene shifts to the mansion of Miss Wu. Haoshin said, "Sister Rong, I have this for you." Before his hand could touch the doorknob, he heard her brother's voice. She grabbed Haoshin's hand and leaned into his arms, softly saying, "I don't need anything now, as long as you, just you." Haoshin replied, "Just stay in this lobby, Sister Rong, go to sleep." Her gentle hands started to get closer to his body, moving slowly, her reluctant face saying, "Then you owe me. How many days has it been? I eagerly await even just a second." As many predicted, the two couldn't resist any longer, so they hurriedly entered the house together, clothes in disarray. Haoshin was helping Wu Yurong with spelling, and after a while, she seemed exhausted, whispering, "When I entered, you mentioned there was something you wanted to give me, what is it?" Haoshin leaned in, "No, everything has already been transferred to you." Wu Yurong lightly replied, "Disgusting, seriously." Haoshin stood up and handed her a USB, "Take a look, you'll understand when you see it." "Pack your things, Sister Rong, I'll go first. And please don't call me for the next 2 hours, I have things to do, can't be disturbed." Wu Yurong looked at her husband and said, "Just keep doing your work, the beauty just now is enough for me to remember for 2 hours, even longer. If you keep pushing how to submit homework like this, then the lion at home will definitely be correct, ha." After a while, Haoshin was on the way and called his father-in-law, who answered, "Xiao Hao, is there an emergency?" He said, "Your nephew just sent some documents to your personal email, please take a look." After the old man saw it, his face changed immediately. "What, where did he get them from, Xiao Hao?" The old man couldn't help but drop his phone, picking it up and thinking to himself, this kind of news can easily be taken by someone. Could it be that Ding Duanlong was killed by Haoshin? He questioned, "Xiao Hao, what have you done? Didn't you agree not to let him die in Donghai?" Haoshin smiled and replied, "What are you thinking? He is alive and well, just a little weak physically, huh?" "Alright, remember, he can't die in Donghai, do whatever you want." Haoshin reassured his uncle, "I am fully prepared, you don't need to worry, and by the way, don't let Achin know about Ding Duanlong going to the Huadong Sea." Today, the old man said, "Alright, I'll hang up now so as not to bother you anymore." Haoshin's eyes were focused and thoughtful. Next, it's time to watch the performance between the lures and Ding Duanlong. Now Haoshin is immediately flying to Mr. Lei's place, meeting with Ding Duanlong to talk. Shortly after, Haoshin had arrived in a monitoring room, within the Lei Jiaer's villa compound, where the younger brothers were already waiting to welcome him, gesturing with his hand bowed, "Mr. Hao, please come this way." "Mr. This is a live scene, the conversation between the boss and the young master of the Ding family." There were several laptops already turned on, ready to capture all angles. On the other side, Ding Duanlong spoke up, "Is Boss Lei truly willing to live a secretive life in the Huadong Sea?" Mr. Lei replied, "What is the difference between willing and ready? Mr. Ding doesn't know much about my family's affairs, I can do whatever I want." He smiled and said, "Brother Lei, why are you so afraid? I know your father-in-law prefers your brother Leiyu, but everything has to be based on manpower." Mr. Lei raised his voice, "Mr. Ding, you must realize that the power of the Lei family is in the hands of my brother, I can only accept my fate." Ding Duanlong laughed, "Lei, if you truly accept your fate, we wouldn't be meeting today. It seems there is still a lack of trust between us." In the monitoring room, Haoshan smiled and thought, "Early bird gets the worm, coincidence is just right. We can serve tea, give a secret signal for Lei to eat and talk." Haoshan sat down and immediately told his assistant, "Quickly serve Lei his drink." The assistant replied, "Yes, Mr. Hao." Outside, a beautiful young woman brought the drinks for the two. She said, "Here's the drink you ordered, sir." When Lei saw the signal, he recognized that Haoshan had arrived. Lei said, "Ding, have your tea. I want to talk straight. Recently, I negotiated with Ms. Li about supporting Manning. I don't want to disappoint her unless necessary." Haoshan replied, "Lei, what do you think of the value of a testimony? If breaking the contract is necessary, what will you do for me?" Mr. Lei reminded him, saying, "In my opinion, Mr. Ding and Miss Li, you two are not superior to each other. At present, I have a good relationship with Miss Li. If you offend her, something bad might happen. The Li family is likely to seek revenge, and you will have to pay a high price." Ding Duanlong found it somewhat interesting and said, "Go on, Mr. Lei, please explain it clearly." Mr. Lei began to perform his acting skills, his face showing some hesitation as he said, "It's not that I don't respect you, young Master Ding, but I cannot go home. If I offend Li Ruabing and her associates, perhaps I cannot survive in Donghai anymore. Just think about how I would live." Ding Duanlong smiled slyly, lifted the teacup slowly, took a sip, and said it, "However, if I send Leiyu to jail or let him die accidentally, his fate will be determined by Mr. Lei. Once he disappears completely, I will be the sole heir of the Lei family. I can return to manage the family's business, and in Donghai, I won't have to worry about these trivial matters anymore. What do you think, Mr. Lei?" Mr. Lei was shocked and asked, "Mr. Ding, are you serious about what you just said?" Ding Duanlong smiled proudly and said, "Boss Lei, you didn't have a reliable friend before, but now you have me. Over the past 10 years, everything you dared to think and do will soon become reality." Boss Lei's face darkened as he said, "So you mean to betray Manning, break the contract, and help me kill my own brother? Mr. Ding, this promise of yours is too heavy, how can I trust you?" Ding Duanlong confidently thumped his chest and said, "It's very difficult indeed for you to trust me in a moment, that's because you haven't seen my true ability. If anyone obstructs justice, let them disappear and free the way. Killing Lei you won't be difficult." Haoshan smiled, "Because everything is going according to plan, you have outlined every step, that's all I need." Ding Duanlong, thank you for your cooperation. Ding Duanlong was also a bit cunning, but he didn't expect to encounter Haoshan, knowing every step of his way. On the other side, Mr. Lei appeared happy and burst into laughter. "Ha, there is a story that I have heard for a long time that Mr. Ding is courageous, daring to do anything, seeing is believing, truly admirable, let's have some tea." Mr. Lei and Mr. Ding Duanlong continued their conversation. After half an hour, Mr. Lei chuckled and said, "The more I talk to you, Mr. Ding, the more interested I feel, it seems like we met each other too late." Ding Duanlong seemed to loosen up a bit. "So, Mr. Lei, have you made a decision yet?" Mr. Lei smiled and said, "Yes, I have made a decision, the evidence of what happened to Manning cannot be retracted." Ding Duanlong was furious upon hearing this, but he still had to endure it and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Mr. Lei replied, "The press conference will take place tomorrow, now the matter of breaking the contract is quite clear. My suggestion is to continue with the plan. Wait for 1 or 2 months before breaking the contract and filing a lawsuit against the company at Suensher Shang of Li Ruabing. Then Mr. Ding will arrange for the media to blame the termination of the contract on product quality, citing Man Ying's acne is caused by the company's products at Suen Shishang. It will surely cause a stir, and the case will drag on for another year and a half. If we want to make it public, there's no other way. What does Mr. Ding think? Looking a bit disgusted with this plan, he clapped and laughed. Brother Lei, you're ruthless, but I like it. It's a deal we sealed with tea instead of wine. Mr. Lei and he clinked their teacups and sealed the deal. Shortly after, Mr. Lei went to Hao Shin and said, Brother, Ding Duanlong has left. I told him everything you told me that night. He was happy. Hao Shin replied, Mr. Lei, thank you for your effort, and the next step is to find an opportunity to send this video to Lei Yu. Hao Shin had texted Wu Yurong earlier, meet me at this location, something is going on. She replied, it's already 2 o'clock, I'm starting to miss you already my dear husband, you're really the love bug in my stomach, okay, I'll be right there. Hao Shin put his arm around her and said, everything is done here, Lei is leaving now, you take him to meet a new friend. At the meeting point, when she saw her beloved husband, she smiled, you're here. Hao Shin introduced them, Rong, let me introduce you to 2 new friends, this is Boss Lei Jiaer, and Miss Manning, and this is Miss Wu Yurong. Boss Lei smiled, unexpected, this is the younger brother, introducing again as Miss Wu. She asked curiously, why are you surprised, Boss Lei? He replied with a smile, it's a coincidence, I've never heard of this before, Hao and Wu are actually friends. She replied seriously, we're not friends. Mr. Lei also felt a bit confused and thought to himself, what is going on with this mysterious woman? Could she and my brother Hao Shin have a problem that I need to mediate? I'm not very familiar with Wu Yurong, but they seem to know each other from the way they greeted each other at the door. What's the situation now? Wu Yurong immediately leaned into Hao Shin's arms and sweetly said, Hao Shin is my man, the man who can drive me crazy anytime. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei was immediately alarmed and thought, could Wu Yurong have had a happy time with Hao Shin like this before? Lion Li Rua Bing is at home, does he know about this? I feel like the household of this brother is not simple at all. Hao Shin also casually said to Wu Yurong, Rong, do you need to say it so straightforwardly? She coquettishly replied, of course, if possible, I want to tell this to the whole world. Mr. Lei, looking at this affectionate scene, could only awkwardly smile and say, we are all one family, one family. Hao Shin then said, Lei, I invited Rong here today because I have a business matter to attend to. I don't know if you're interested or not. Wu Yurong immediately handed the old man a document and said, Lei, this is the confidential information on Ding Duanlong's secret business operations. Old man Lei couldn't help but be surprised. So it turns out that they want Ding Duanlong to take over the business and money. No problem, just do it, he said. Hao Shin said, Lei, you don't need to agree to this so easily. This is a huge matter. In just 6 months to 1 year, I will make him and his family disappear. Old man Lei was shocked. You want to harm his whole family? Hao Shin slyly said, share the cake first, the sooner you prepare, the more you will get. For example, Rue Bo has reached an agreement with us. What I am thinking is that you and Rong can work together. I don't care about the specific details. Lei, you can talk to Rong yourself to see if they can cooperate depending on you. Excited, old man Lei slammed the table. Let's do it, my brother. I have a good intention towards you. There is no way I can abandon you. I will do it. In the previous episode, Mr. Lei embarked on the path of acting, performing for Ding Duanlong with great skill. However, little did he know that it was Hao Shin who was behind the scenes guiding him. Later, Hao Shin led Mr. Lei and Tao Manning to meet Wu Yurong to discuss taking over Ding Duanlong's business, with plans to collaborate with Gu Ruibo in Shanghai. Now, all Mr. Lei and Ms. Rong need to do is work together, and Ding's downfall will come soon. So they all called for a frog hot pot, amidst the freezing cold weather, raising their beer glasses to toast. Hao Shin said, Gu Ruibo will come to Donghai tomorrow to meet with Ms. Rong. At that time, Mr. Lei, you will also go, and the 3 of you will discuss the details. Wu Yurong looked at her husband with admiration, thinking, once the task of inviting Mr. Lei to join the hunt for the Ding family is completed, I believe the ultimate profit will be greater than all of the Wu family's assets now. I don't even know how to thank you, my dear husband. She slowly reached her hand towards his, and Mr. Lei happily burst into laughter, saying, Cheers, my dear friend, Ms. Rong. Let's toast to our success in advance. Four people raised their glasses, but Hao Xin was busy listening to the phone asking the person on the other end, what's the matter? The person on the other end was Li Ruojin saying, brother-in-law, hurry up, Tang Xin Bao has urgent news. Hao Xin quickly finished his glass of barley smoothie, then turned to leave and said, Brother Lei, Sister Rong, I'm sorry everyone, I have to go deal with something. Everyone waved goodbye. Brother Lei said, no problem, you go ahead and handle your business, I and Sister Rong will continue to drink slowly. Later, Hao Xin met a Qin, who urgently told him, brother-in-law, Dad just called me, he said your uncle will be coming to Donghai tomorrow to help us solve Tang Xianbao's problem. Hao Xin sat down and asked, your uncle, one of the most powerful figures, the second generation of the Sun family clan, Sun Changyang? A Qin asked in surprise, brother-in-law, you know about my uncle's matters? Hao Xin sat pondering, Uncle Li entrusted Tang Xianbao's matter to you, your uncle listens to Uncle Li, he wouldn't come to Huadong for Tang Xianbao. If I'm not mistaken, Uncle San is here to protect Ding Duanlong. A Qin worriedly said, otherwise, tomorrow I won't be able to kill Ding Duanlong. Hao Xin chuckled, San Shu is coming to seal your uncle, not to let you kill Ding Duanlong. How about I talk to Uncle Li about it? A Qin exclaimed, because you also know that Ding Duanlong will come tomorrow, so has your brother-in-law made any arrangements? If we don't kill him, should we take our anger out on him, maybe even fight him? Hao Xin said, of course I have made arrangements, but what I need is your cooperation, A Qin. He asked, when do you plan to destroy your club and the box I found last time? I'm sure Mr. Dao is in your place, right? A Qin said, I can arrange it any time, as long as I follow your orders. Before he could finish his sentence, Hao Xin approached and whispered in A Qin's ear, revealing some parts of the plan. After listening, A Qin joyfully exclaimed, oh, brother-in-law, that's amazing. At that moment, Hao Xin received a phone call. The voice on the other end said, Big brother, it's me Tang Xianbao, my uncle will arrive at Donghai tomorrow, and he wants to meet you. Hao Xin just responded, okay, I got it, and hung up the phone, saying, tomorrow will be quite interesting. A Qin sat next to him and asked eagerly, how's the situation, brother? The next morning at Hao Xin's villa, he said, Mr. Tang, nice to meet you, this is Tang Jing Xin, the second young master of the Tang family. The old man laughed out loud, brother, thank you. He showed a hint of danger and added, I heard my grandson's story, luckily you were there to help him, if it weren't for you, he might have lost his life last night. The hot boy and she observed anxiously, and Hao Xin replied, Mr. Tang, I am serious about what I say. Behind them was Zhuang Xiaoyi, carrying tea towards them. The old man said, your younger brother is Xiaobao's lifesaver, from now on our two families will become one family, now, 50 million yuan, please consider it, this is how the Tang family expresses gratitude, for our family members, but we must accept it. He then pushed a black card towards Hao Xin, who calmly accepted it and said, thank you for your sincerity, I humbly accept it. He looked suspicious, feeling a bit uneasy, thinking to himself, Xiaobao got beaten, according to Tang family's request, Li Ruojin had to kneel down and apologize, despite being Tang family's reputation. The Li family did not want to do that, so Hao Xin stepped in to reconcile. Therefore, if I give him money, he will refuse to take it. After receiving the money and repaying Tang family's kindness, it will be Li Ruojin's turn to kneel down. How can reconciliation be like this? But he directly accepted the money. What is his intention? I have to observe and observe more. The old man laughed and said, you are very straightforward, not at all careless. I only like to deal with people like you. Hao Xin, without hesitation, said, Mr. Tang has gone on a long journey. Early in the morning he left for Donghai, he probably hasn't eaten anything yet. Hao Xin stood up and handed a black card to Xiaoyi, saying, get ready for lunch, we have to go out later. He handed the black card to her in embarrassment, and kindly said, take this card to the store to buy clothes, you can use the remaining money when you come back to Shanghai. The old man looked in astonishment, thinking, what, 50 million yuan given to this young woman without blinking an eye? No, it seems like he is touching her. Xiao Yi panicked and said, how, I can't accept this. He replied, it's okay, it will be useful for investment in the future, so just take it. Haoshen put his hand on Xiao Yi's shoulder and said, you two can rest, let's go to the kitchen to help her. Not sure if he should help in the kitchen or do something else, the old man looked at the couple and said, all right. Then he turned to ask Xiao Bao, are they a couple? Xiao Bao replied, yes, that's correct. Miss Chuang Xiao Yi and Miss Li don't object to their relationship. I also heard Miss Chuang calling Miss Li older sister, and Miss Li calling Miss Chuang younger sister. The old man's admiring gaze, really amazing. Haoshen is stronger and simpler than I imagined. I'm starting to be curious, how will he handle the matter with Li Ruojin? After the meal, at the Dong Hai Crown Entertainment Club, the door opened and Haoshen walked in with Mr. Tang. Li Ruobing sweetly called out, honey. A Qin called out, brother-in-law. Along with Gu Ruebo saying, brother Hao, you're here. Next to them were Ruobing and Ruojin's third uncle, Sun Changyon, happily shaking hands with Boss Tang. Nice to meet you. Mr. Tang said, I have admired you for a long time, Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun said, Boss Tang, looking at you among the younger generation, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Why are you specially coming to Dong Hai? Mr. Tang replied, my son was almost killed, so I had to come to see. Mr. Sun said, troublesome, actually a Qin's matter is not a big deal, it's just a misunderstanding on both sides, but truly, the situation confirms it is our fault, but it is not necessary to damage the harmony. This time Mr. Tang was injured, Li family and Sun family will definitely come up with a suitable solution to punish a Qin. Haoshen spoke up, wait a moment, Sun Sanshu, let's talk first. Sun looked at Tang with a bit of embarrassment, this? Tang smiled and said, it's okay, I can wait. We are family members, please feel free to resolve it naturally. The two moved to another place to talk. Sun said, I was still thinking about talking to you. After finishing the conversation with Tang, I didn't expect you to mention it first. I guess Tang Jing Xin will be suspicious, he observes very carefully and thinks a lot. Haoshen smiled and said, I intentionally showed it to him so he could think, Uncle Sun, you can talk to him, just postpone it, but don't talk about the result yet. Sun solemnly said, alright, I will listen to you, we will go out in a bit. You were planning to pretend like you were fighting someone? Haoshen replied, no need, actually I'm not afraid that Tang Jing Xin will think too much, I'm just afraid he won't think like that. Mr. Sun replied, Tang Jing Xin is an old fox, Ding Duanlong will also come here soon, he must not see, the Li family and the Ding family are completely different, if the news spreads it will be detrimental to the Li family. Haoshen insidiously said, bring the Tang family on the same boat, let the Tang family cooperate with the Li family, turn the Ding family into enemies of the Tang family, before the benefits are large enough, the Tang family will not let the news spread. Mr. Sun said, the Tang family and the Li family have very little contact, without a basis of trust, there is no basis for cooperation, fundamentally this is not possible. Haoshen confidently said, I will do the impossible, make it possible. Mr. Sun looked surprised, a little hesitant, asked, what are you planning to do? In the previous episode on the same day, we witnessed the appearance of two important characters, Tang Jing Xin and Sun Changyon. Now according to the plan, there is already a combination of the Sun family and the Li family. The next step is to bring the Tang family on the same boat, turn the Ding family into a common enemy to eliminate. Of course, everyone will have a large share of this cake. In addition, Haoshen also told Sun Sanshu about the specific situation. This matter cannot be explained clearly in a few words. We can discuss it later, or you can tell Tang Jing Xin the details for everyone to hear, especially when Ding Duanlong arrives. Uncle will definitely oppose us, remember that. The old man replied, I understand, Xiao, but you must also remember not to mess things up, or else all the plans you have made will go up in smoke. Haoshen confidently responded, of course, I will not ruin the plan. Let's go out together, even if there are some unexpected problems, we don't need to worry. With the system of 1,000 years of reincarnation, but based on a lifespan of 1,000 years, there will be no major incidents that will cause deviations in the trajectory. After a while, Haoshen and Sun Sanshu went out, and the old man laughed and said, Tang boss, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Tang politely replied, "Your face is radiant, it seems like there is something happy happening." The female lioness ran out worriedly to ask him, "What did you and uncle say?" Haoshin hugged her close and teased her, saying, "Dearly, try to guess." Li Ruobing, looking annoyed, said to her brother, "I don't want to guess." "Is there anything interesting you two talked about?" Seeing her frustrated, Haoshin continued to tease her, "Don't want to guess? Trying to maintain the image of Li Ruobing, huh? Someone is watching." Listening to her brother's nonsensical words, she was so angry that she wanted to hit him in the mouth. Mr. Tang, watching the couple from behind, thought to himself, Li Ruobing, the eldest granddaughter of the Li family, who is rumored to be extremely powerful and tough with the young master of the Ding family, Duan Long. Even though she knows that Haoshin has another woman by his side, she is still a flirtatious person. Among those around Haoshin, she looks like a petite woman. Haoshin hugged the woman with one hand and called Guru A.B.C over to talk about something, leaving him bewildered. "I wonder, is Hao planning to pass on some dating tips or something?" He obediently followed, and Mr. Tang sighed. The third generation of the Gu family in Shanghai also supports Haoshin. This person has quite the character. Inside the corridor, Guru A.B.C spoke up, "Brother Hao, regarding Tang Xan Bao, I am willing to discuss this if necessary. Qin and I are blood brothers, not outsiders." Haoshin looked at him and said, "Have you helped?" Guru A.B.C looked puzzled and replied, "Oh, I didn't do anything." "What do you mean, brother Hao?" Haoshin patted his shoulder and said, "This feeling is hard to explain, but your attitude towards me is already a great help." Outside, Mr. Tang sat pondering, not only Guru A.B.C, but everyone including Sun Changyong and Li Ruobing, their attitudes towards me are to use my strength to fight, which will override judgment and ultimately lead to a conclusion that even I cannot believe. At that moment, Qin rushed in to report, "Brother-in-law, Ding Duan Long has arrived and is waiting downstairs." Guru A.B.C, angry, said, "Brother Hao, should I go down and teach this person a lesson right away?" Haoshin felt amused and said, "It's just in time, let's relax. Guru A.B.C can do anything he wants, but before that, Qin and I will take appropriate action." Downstairs, Ding Duan Long stood proudly with a few of his followers waiting outside, being stopped by the guards, body inspection required, no weapons allowed. Ding Duan Long, angry, said, "How dare you stop me, do you know who my father is?" The guard replied, "The boss has given orders, sorry for the inconvenience." Despite his protests, Ding Duan Long had to leave all his weapons outside, and he was then escorted by the guard, "Please follow this way, Mr. Ding." He arrogantly turned back to his followers, saying, "Stay outside and wait." They obediently nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." As Ding Duan Long entered, he raised his hand ready to surprise Li Ruobing, but was surprised to see many big figures from the major families in the area. This was also the first direct encounter between Haoshin and Ding Duan Long, making the situation even more interesting. Sun Sanshu stood up and called out, "Ding Duan Long is here, this way, this way." His nephew then respectfully greeted the elders, "Hello Uncle Sun, Uncle Tang, everyone is here, when will Dong Hai arrive?" Tang chuckled, "I just got here today, and you, Ding, just arrived as well, huh? It seems we are destined to meet here." Mr. Sun immediately extended his hand and said, "Xiao Gu and you must know each other." Guru A.B.C and Ding Duan Long then reached out to shake hands, their eyes full of energy, staring at each other as if ready to devour each other. The two major forces, Gu and Ding in Shanghai, have never seen eye to eye for a long time. Ding Duan Long sneered, "Not just acquaintances, huh? Why did the boss have to run all the way to Dong Hai?" Guru A.B.C retorted, "I also want to know what you are doing in Dong Hai." On the other side, Haoshin and Li Ruobing held hands, showing their affection, making Ding Duan Long jealous. Ruobing held Haoshin's hand and asked, "When did you buy this watch?" He replied, "I didn't buy it." She asked, "Then where did the watch I gave you go?" Haoshin, feeling exhausted, said, "That watch doesn't match today's clothes." Li Ruobing smiled gently at him and said, "All right, if you don't want to ride with me, then after dinner, I will go to the city center and buy you a car, okay?" Haoshin, feeling like Li's CEO was pampering him, put on a show and said, "We'll see how I feel after dinner." Ding Duan Long looked disdainful and thought to himself, "Why would I associate myself with someone who is pampered and eats soft rice?" Sun San spoke loudly, Roa Bing, Ding Duan Long has arrived, why haven't you stood up to greet him yet? Ding Duan Long maintained a dignified posture, elegantly extending his hand, and said, Roa Bing, it's been a long time since we last met. Roa Bing, still behaving like a playful kitten, was engrossed in playing with Hao Shen's hand, ignoring Ding Duan Long. Despite his efforts to strike a pose, Ding Duan Long received no response, which put him in a difficult situation. Hao Shen, with a handsome face, who was fostered, said, Why have you come to Hua Dong Hai? Aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Both Mr. Sun and Mr. Tang were surprised and thought, Hao Shen is actively provoking Ding Duan Long in front of us. Hao Shen, with a satisfied look, continued to taunt, I don't really understand you, do you feel comfortable coming to Dong Hai and seeing me and Ruo Bing in love like this? Ruo Bing, feeling annoyed, retorted, Brother, why do you care about him? Hao Shen laughed and pointed, but he came here without speaking nonsense to him is really rude. Mr. Sun, angry, stood up and slammed his hand on the table, yelling, Hao Shen, that's enough, don't go too far. Ruo Bing, seeing her husband being yelled at, stood up to respond, Uncle, does anyone have any objections to Hao Shen? Then we will leave immediately, can't you hear, we don't want to stay. Mr. Sun, his face turning purple with anger, pointed and shouted, Child, do you want to provoke me to death? Achin, seeing the situation getting tense, stood up to intervene, Sister, Uncle, please calm down, there are guests here. Ruo Bing, with an annoyed expression, said, Uncle, before coming, I already said something, if Uncle doesn't want us to stay, then we will leave immediately, don't stare at Hao Shen like that anymore. Mr. Sun scolded, Ruo Bing, I am your uncle, how can you talk to adults like that? She replied, Uncle, please stop talking nonsense. Mr. Tang sat pondering about Hao Shen, I wonder what's on his mind. Ding Duan Long immediately calmed down and said, Uncle Sun, Ruo Bing, please don't argue. We are all one family, let's not disrupt the peaceful atmosphere. Uncle Sun, it's okay, please have a seat. Uncle Sun responded, Alright, Ding Duan Long is generous, I will sit down quickly. Ruo Bing turned angrily to Hao Shen and said, Why do you care about him so much? Hao Shen smiled and replied, He's amusing, haha. Gu Ruibo kindly said, Mr. Hao seems to be talented indeed, no wonder Miss Li favors him. Achin added, Brother Xiao Gu may be young, but he is very capable. At this moment, Mr. Tang finally realized the atmosphere in the room since Ding Duan Long entered. He thought to himself, now I can see everyone clearly. They are all acting for Ding Duan Long, but they are all conspiring with Hao Shen. They are deceiving Ding Duan Long, what are they planning? What is happening here? I have a feeling that Ding Duan Long is just a bait, targeted by Hao Shen and his group. In the previous episode, finally Hao Shen and Ding Duan Long had their first meeting face to face, but Hao Shen in the role of a handsome man supported by a wealthy lady, along with everyone in the room, performed a play for him to watch. Hao Shen sat uncomfortably and said, Mr. Tang, let's talk about Achin now. Catching a new signal, Mr. Sun turned and changed the topic, saying, There's no rush in this matter, Mr. Tang, you're not in a hurry to return to Shanghai today, are you? Mr. Tang hesitated for a moment before replying, No, not in a hurry, why would I be in a hurry? He smiled outwardly, but deep down he understood the situation, suddenly expanding the drama, exchanging scripts that weren't meant for me, or am I a script in their drama? Ding Duan Long saw them discussing something, afraid of being left out. He quickly asked, Mr. Sun, what happened to Achin? Mr. Sun replied, Ding Duan Long, it's like this. About 5 minutes later, Tang Xian Bao recounted everything that happened that evening to him. Ding Duan Long looked at Li Ruo Bing and smiled, thinking, Li Ruo Bing, can you change your decision after solving this issue with Ruo Jin? Lord is helping us, why not take advantage of this opportunity? Ding Duan Long immediately stood up and walked towards Mr. Tang, speaking politely, Boss Tang, actually I shouldn't say much about this issue, but my opinion is. Not knowing what Ding Duan Long was talking about, Hao Shen became angry and slammed his hand on the table, saying, Everyone stop talking. He then stood up in frustration and left, saying, No matter what I say here, no one will listen, it's a waste of my time. I will find a place to rest for a while. Ruo Bing immediately chased after him, trying to hold him back, saying, Wait, if you're tired, I'll go rest with you. Ding Duan Long looked at him and sneered, thinking, such a strong reaction, he's acting now, this guy has already lost his mind. Mr. Sun angrily scolded the two of them, where are you going? We have guests here, do you want the Lee family to lose face completely? What kind of behavior is this? Ruo Bing turned back with a look of annoyance, showing his lioness temperament, saying, darling, calm down, you go rest first, I'll talk to Uncle San, Achin, and the Tang family, then I'll come find you. Haoshin turned back, gently placed his hand on her head and said softly, I understand, don't be angry. At this point, the film also had to give Haoshin a break, read the script for the following scenes, as this group of actors performed exceptionally well, leaving no room for Ding Duanlong. Outside, the younger generation was gossiping about whether the boss could wooly Ruo Bing or not. Haoshin stood watching for a while, then pinned down a smoke-headed guy with 4 eyes, who was one of Ding Duanlong's close friends, Zhang Hongguang. He smiled cunningly, your turn is coming soon, just wait for it. While chatting with the group outside, he received an anonymous message saying, living in a room overlooking the sea in Donghai City, is it comfortable to take someone's money and be ready to return to your ancestors? Zhang Hongguang chuckled awkwardly, I'll go resolve a small sadness first before coming back. In the restroom, he quickly dialed the unknown number, questioning, who are you? The voice on the other end coldly replied, there's a card on the sink, go to room 1029 on the 10th floor. Before he could say anything else, the call was abruptly ended. Zhang Hongguang immediately slammed the door in anger, his face now very scared, sweating, thinking, working for the young master, I lost 6 million yuan, but if I get caught, I'm definitely dead. Damn it, I have to follow his orders. He quickly dialed the number again, and after a while, he was waiting in the lobby, looking around in confusion, where is everyone? The person I'm supposed to meet hasn't arrived yet. Hongguang quickly dialed again, but a girl's voice answered, the receptionist's voice, the phone number you dialed is currently unavailable, please try again later, the phone number you dialed is currently unavailable, please try again later. After trying to call multiple times without success, Hongguang started to feel uneasy, fearing that his secret might be exposed. He bit his nails nervously, thinking, because he threatened me, I have to confess everything, even if I want money or anything else, I have to speak up. But the problem is, I can't reach him. When Hongguang returned after a while, the group of people asked, hey, buddy, you've been gone for a while, did you sleep in there or something? He pretended to have just finished a royal procession and said, sorry, this morning I just made a bowl of duck tongue stew, unexpectedly I was chased by a ghost. Half a day later, everyone was having dinner together, Ruojin jokingly said, Ding Duanlong, playing chess all afternoon, you owe me 9 million yuan, are you happy huh? Mr. Sun sitting beside him said, Achin, stop talking, eat quickly. Haoshin was picking up food while typing a message to Hongguang on his phone, the content saying, I have some work to do this afternoon, at 10:29, I'll wait for you. On the other side, Hongguang was about to raise his glass when he received the message, his expression became serious, he politely said, everyone keep drinking, I have to deal with something urgent, if I don't come back then. The group quickly urged him, go quickly, hurry up. Meanwhile, Haoshin, since the beginning of the meal, kept staring at Ding Duanlong, who had also noticed Haoshin's gaze, which had been bothering him for a while, so he turned to ask, Haoshin, why do you keep staring at me, am I too handsome for you? Haoshin smirked and jokingly said, no, you're very ugly, I wonder if you have any mental issues, especially enjoying being cuckolded, isn't being cuckolded great? Achin sitting next to him immediately sweated, brother-in-law, are you drunk? What's going on? Ruo Bing thought, this isn't part of our original plan, is it? Mr. Tang solemnly thought, the drama starts from here, I can't wait for it all day. Drunk Haoshin continued teasing, if you enjoy being cuckolded that much, if you had told me earlier, I could have helped you, putting some horns on your head to play as a reindeer for Christmas. Frustrated, Ding Duanlong couldn't do anything but turn to question Ruo Bing, is this the person you're looking for? He doesn't even respect anyone. Haoshin waved his hand and said, don't even dream about Ruo Bing, what I meant is not a cuckold mentally, what I meant is, you have really been fooled, seems like you still haven't realized it yet. Ruo Bing sat behind watching her lover's performance, seeming really drunk, even Ding Duanlong couldn't help but look at him with some doubt in his eyes. He drinks a lot, probably trying to provoke me, thinking I will be embarrassed in front of Ruo Bing or something, Ding Duanlong thought to himself. Ding Duanlong forced a fake smile, then continued, drinking excessively will reveal your true colors, so keep talking for everyone to hear. Haoshan pointed boldly and said, this is something he firmly asked me to say, and I have spoken the truth. He went on, Lu Xiaoyu, your lover last year, was Tang Wu, his bodyguard, present with him. They were the only two people together on his birthday last year. What do you think they did? Ding Duanlong looked at him and chuckled, I dare not do such things with my subordinates. If you want to spread rumors and cause trouble, I won't fall for it. With a reluctant expression, he added, if you don't believe me, I also don't feel like mentioning it anymore. You've been deceived many times anyway, a few more times shouldn't matter. Unable to bear it any longer, Ruo Bing immediately pinched Haoshan's thigh and whispered, what are you doing, are you drinking too much? Haoshan said confidently, tonight Ding Duanlong will be hospitalized. Ruo Bing still didn't believe it, are you sure you're not drinking too much? So Haoshan pretended to be drunk until the dinner slowly came to an end. Ding Duanlong then left, saying, goodbye Mr. Sun and Mr. Tang, Qin, I will leave first. Mr. Tang also prepared to leave, but Mr. Sun stopped him, saying, Mr. Tang, don't leave tonight, let's have a few more drinks and chat as brothers. In Ding Duanlong's room, he gathered his subordinates and said impatiently, Tang Wu and Lu Xiaoyu, what did you do on my birthday last year? Tang Wu nervously stammered, boss, it's been too long, I can't remember that night. Ding Duanlong was already very angry today. Without a way to vent his anger, he lost his patience and dangerously said, your acting is terrible. Ding Duanlong then took out a hot iron rod from his suitcase, saying, I hate when someone plays tricks behind my back, it seems like you need to be reminded of that, don't you? In the previous episode at the meal, besides silently carrying out the next steps of the plan to overthrow the Ding family, Haoshan also continuously displayed a provocative attitude. Although Ding Duanlong had to maintain a cool demeanor, he was still somewhat influenced by Haoshan's words. Therefore, when he returned home, he summoned his younger brother and had him wear deer antlers on his head as a punishment. The elders say that if someone is in the wrong, they will startle, and before the younger brother could say anything, he quickly knelt down in panic and said, Big brother, I don't know if you've heard anything, but I swear to you, I have never done anything wrong to you. Ding Duanlong menacingly said, remember what you just said, and then he called someone. On the other end, a woman's voice answered, hello, my love, you finally called me, I thought you didn't care about me. Ding Duanlong questioned, you and Tang Wu, what did you do on my birthday last year? She hesitantly replied, no, I didn't do anything. After the party, Tang Wu took me back to the apartment, and then he left. Ding Duanlong continued, I remember very clearly, but what Tang Wu was talking about is that you didn't let him go, actively taking off your clothes yourself. Lu Xiaoyu quickly denied, no, honey, he forced me, I was afraid you would think I was dirty, so I didn't dare tell you, that scoundrel Tang Wu, always threatening me, to do that with him. Tang Wu, feeling betrayed, quickly hugged Ding Duanlong's leg and explained, boss, listen to me, this is not the truth, she's lying, she was the one who initiated it. Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Duanlong kicked him away and shouted, the important thing is not who initiated it, the important thing is you two bastards slept with each other on my birthday, turning me into a reindeer on Christmas. Tang Wu immediately bowed down, crying, please, boss, please forgive me and give me a chance to live. Ding Duanlong raised his gun, with a loud bang, blood splattered all over his younger siblings. Ding Duanlong still couldn't calm his anger, yelling, forgive what? Intending to shoot him a few more times, suddenly the gun went off right in front of Ding Duanlong. This explosion was arranged by Haoshan beforehand, causing his gang to panic and shout loudly, boss, young master, call an ambulance quickly. Below the building, the surrounding residents saw the fire burning from Ding Duanlong's room, so they pointed and took out their phones to livestream for a few views. At Haoshan's villa, a subordinate came to report, the origin of the fire came from room 1029. The only person who entered and left the room was a close associate of Ding Duanlong. The video has been sent to your mobile phone, sir. Li Ruojin ordered, rescue the guests, do not let them get trapped in the fire. When Ruo Bing saw this, she added, don't let the reporters come close to take messy photos. Mr. Sun laughed and said, Mr. Tang, I truly apologize, I did not expect such a thing to happen today, not properly welcoming you. Mr. Tang politely replied, there is no need to be so serious, no need for courtesy. Mr. Sun then received a phone call, and he spoke loudly. What? Ding Duan Long killed someone and got injured. He is in the hospital. Alright, I will come right away. Mr. Tang immediately asked, what happened over there? I will go see too. The old man thought to himself, there was a fire here. Ding Duan Long killed someone after dinner, and he was also injured. Is this a big play directed by Hao Shun? I really want to see how this play ends. Mr. Sun said, let's go see Ding Duan Long first, and by the way, Qin, find someone to go to the hotel where Ding Duan Long is staying to resolve this. Qin was dissatisfied, Ding Duan Long again causing trouble, and I have to help him resolve everything smoothly. Hao Shun spoke up, Mr. Sun, you continue to go and resolve it first, let Qin stay here with me, I have some advice for him. Lion Ruobing immediately approached Hao Shun, questioning him, how many mysterious things are you doing behind her back? He just replied, too many. Qin knew it was because of Hao Shun's doing, so he asked eagerly, brother-in-law, what is the next step? Hao Shun directed two groups of people, one group goes to the hotel where Ding Duan Long is staying, to erase all traces related to him, the other group goes to the hospital, keep an eye on Jiang Hongguang, send a message first, and then understand. Qin replied, sure, just leave it to me, big brother. After taking the boss to the hospital, Ding Duan Long's younger brothers stood outside waiting and talking. One of them said, I don't understand why today is so unlucky. Another annoyed one replied, who knows, there was a fire at Mr. Li's guesthouse, our boss is up to something bad again. Hongguang then received a message from an anonymous person, room 1029 is on fire, congratulations on walking into danger. Now he realized the situation, room 1029, I was invited there twice but no one was there, I was being fooled, now I am sure I will be held responsible for the arsonist. His face covered in sweat with fear, those who are considered the saboteurs, the ones who set fire to Li family's property, have all disappeared, 6 million yuan from Mr. Shun, all gone, if I stay here, no matter what, I won't be able to escape the death penalty, I have to run away quickly. As things got worse, when SNTNMTP tried to leave, he said, I have a stomachache and need to go to the bathroom. The group of people questioned, what is wrong with this guy, why does he need to go so many times? As soon as he ran out, looked back, and saw no one chasing, he sighed in relief, covering his head with a hat, which was ready. Immediately across Qin said, brother-in-law, both groups are done. Hao Shun smiled and said, alright, let's go back with Ruo Bing and have a few hands, back to where Ding Duan Long can go straighten things out. Ruo Jin replied, okay, brother-in-law, watch me perform. Inside Mr. Sun's and Mr. Tang's house, they had come to visit Ding Duan Long. Luckily, it's just a minor injury, Duan Long, take care of the child's wound carefully. Mr. Tang comforted, it can be considered a stroke of luck amidst countless misfortunes. Ding Duan Long looked sad and said, losing my right hand, how am I supposed to do business in the future? Mr. Tang is right, as long as the hand is still there, I will be protected by the gods. Outside, the best supporting actor, Qin, was raging like a hungry tiger, holding a hot pot and shouting loudly, damn it, Ding Duan Long, how dare you play with me, why don't you just blow up my hotel, burn a VIP room, huh? You burned my hotel, do you think I wouldn't find out, if you don't explain clearly, this day next year will be your death anniversary? Mr. Sun immediately shouted, Qin, put down your weapon and talk slowly, what did you just say, is our hotel involved? Ruo Jin presented the video evidence and shouted, the fire started from room 1029, and there is video proof of that, look closely, is the person entering room 1029 your close friend? Ding Duan Long, do you have anything to deny, do you have the courage to call the person in the video, and talk to him? The gun was pointed at Ding Duan Long's head, he panicked and replied, I couldn't call, he has disappeared and someone set a trap, there is a mystery to this. Ruo Jin's face smirked, as if wanting to devour Ding Duan Long alive and shouted, the culprit has escaped, are you trying to clear yourself of innocence, do you think I am foolish? Ding Duan Long said, Ruo Jin, listen to my explanation, someone really framed me, I understand this situation better, don't worry, I will give you an explanation. He immediately called his secretary and said, investigate the recent financial situation of Jiang Hongguang, and all call records from last month must be reviewed, focusing on the person he contacted yesterday afternoon. The secretary replied, yes, sir. I have found them. Ding Duan Long explained, Qin saw it all. Yesterday, Jiang Hongguang came by twice. First, he read a message, probably guided by someone. Then, he played cards with a guy and had dinner together after thinking carefully. He didn't touch his phone all day. He ordered, continue checking the phone numbers that contacted Zhang Hongwang. We will find out who was playing tricks on us. The secretary panicked after checking and exclaimed, young master, this number belongs to Zhang Chuan, not a mobile number, which Zhang Chuan used before. Ding Duanlong was shocked. WTF, what is going on? Ruo Jin, losing patience, pointed the gun at Ding Duanlong again and growled, isn't Zhang Chuan your man? Ding Duanlong hesitated and replied, listen to me, Zhang Chuan has been missing for a long time. Someone is really trying to frame me. Ruo Jin didn't say much. He immediately slapped the gun straight into his face, angrily scolding, Zhang Hongwang is missing, Zhang Chuan is also missing, do you think I'm a fool? I have to admit that the members of this group are really good actors. It's just a pity that actor Ding Duanlong, playing the victim, doesn't know the script, haha. In the previous episode, Hao Shen's plan was revealed, which was completely within Hao Shen's expectations. In addition, the cameo appearance of actor Li Ruojin caused chaos in the room. Ding Duanlong was fed the whole cake by Ruojin, and to everyone's surprise, Ruojin pounced like a hungry tiger, grabbed Ding Duanlong by the collar, pointing the gun at his head and scolding, if you don't want to talk, then forever keep your mouth shut. Seeing the young actor getting too into character, Sun Uncle had to step in to stop a Chin, don't provoke, listen to Uncle, don't do something foolish. After a while, he managed to stop the scene from escalating. Sun then firmly took Ruojin away, saying, Ding Duanlong, take a Chin away first, take care of him, and the hotel fire investigation needs to be looked into further. Ding Duanlong just replied, I understand, Sun Uncle. Coming outside, finishing his role, Li Ruojin also did not cause trouble anymore. Mr. Sun politely said, the events today made Master Tang laugh. Then Master Tang empathetically replied, it's a difficult situation, I only understand part of it. Mr. Sun smiled and said, let's go, Master Tang, let's find a place to rest, we can discuss the details with Xiao Hao tomorrow. The scene switched to the next day. Ruojin called out, brother-in-law, Sun Uncle, and Master Tang have arrived. Sitting in the tea house, Master Tang spoke up, young man, what do you think about yesterday's events? It's likely that Ding Duanlong is involved. Hao Shen slowly said, Zhang Hongguang, Zhang Chuan both disappeared at the same time, it's not a coincidence, the evidence is clear, it all seems staged, but if we all think like that, won't it be playing into Ding Duanlong's hands? Mr. Sun replied, it's difficult to handle matters now, let them investigate on their own, anyway, the Ding family must give us an explanation, regardless of their affairs, let's focus on our own issues. Hao Shen spoke up, saying, yes, if everyone is present today, including Tang Young Master, Tang Sir, and Sun Sir, we will go to the study room upstairs to discuss. Upstairs, Hao Shen said, please, have a seat. Hao Shen stood solemnly and said, yesterday, Tang Sir mentioned that Tang Young Master was almost killed, but it seems a bit exaggerated, not that serious. So I think it's better to directly ask the young master himself what he wants, and we will provide that. I'm not sure about Tang Sir's intentions. Mr. Tang felt a bit wary of this young man, thinking to himself, from observing yesterday, it seems that Hao Shen has a strong voice in the Li family. He sighed, Xiao Bao, despite being injured by the Li family's men, you were also saved by an important figure in the Li family. If we cause trouble for the Li family, it will make our Tang family look petty and ungenerous. Seeing the old man deep in thought, Hao Shen smiled and said, but Tang Young Master has suffered enough hardship from start to finish and needs compensation. Our Li family will definitely not be lacking in that regard. Besides, I will also give a gift to Tang Sir or the Tang family as a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Tang exclaimed in amazement, great ceremony. Hao Shen pulled out a USB from his pocket and said, I heard that the Tang family and Lu family in the north have a bad relationship. I happen to have some crucial evidence that cannot be known to outsiders about the Lu family. If the Tang family were to use this evidence to take action, it would surely be effective. I wonder if Mr. Tang is interested. Mr. Sun sitting aside immediately broke out in a sweat, remembering, the Tang and Lu families had a bad relationship. 2 years ago they had a major battle in the capital, using almost all their networks, all kinds of underground fights had to pay a hefty price. In the end, the Lu family won and the Tang family withdrew from the capital. Ever since then, the two families have become eternal enemies. Mr. Tang's face darkened as he said, "You mean?" Haoshan slowly placed the USB down and said, "If Mr. Tang wishes, I will give you this evidence. Even if Mr. Tang feels that with this evidence, he can make a decision to secretly attack the Lu family, then the Li family can also join forces with the Tang family against the Lu family." Mr. Tang looked carefully at the USB drive. In order to resolve the matter at Xiaobao satisfactorily and to avoid going to war with the Lu family, compared to going to war with the major clans, the matter of Xiaobao is not worth mentioning at all. What does Haoshan want to do in the end? He is still young, but his heart is not simple. Mr. Sun behind him immediately made a throat-clearing sound, thinking to himself, isn't he involving the Tang family and dealing with the Ding family? Why is he now involving the Li family and dealing with the Lu family? Mr. Tang glanced at him and speculated silently, the expression of this Mr. Sun is not quite right. Could it be that Haoshan is deceiving me? How could he not speak about something so important concerning the life and death of the clans? Mr. Tang inquired of Haoshan, "Was what you said earlier true? Will the Li family help the Tang family? How do you plan to decide on this matter?" Haoshan calmly intertwined his fingers and said, "It seems that Mr. Tang still does not trust me. This is understandable in the end. Mr. Tang still does not understand me fully, so let's do this. I will make a phone call to confirm a few things, to avoid misunderstandings that could harm the harmony between us." Haoshan then took out his phone to call Li Maorun, the father of Li Ruobing and Li Ruojin. On the other end of the line came a voice, "Xiao Hao." Haoshan said, "Sir, I am currently talking with Mr. Tang. The Li and Tang families are cooperating. Mr. Tang wants to confirm that our Li family will take action against the Lu family." Mr. Li's voice came through, "Haven't we already discussed this? I can speak on behalf of the Li family. What is Mr. Tang worried about?" Mr. Tang was amazed, with Li Maorun confirming it himself. Even Sun Shanyong doesn't know. It seems that Haoshan in the Li family is already someone above the masses. This means that the Li family helping the Tang family start the war is not just something Haoshan made up, but the entire Li family has made the decision. Li Maorun on the other end hung up the phone, looked into the distance and smiled, "This Xiao Hao, no greetings, and still using me. If Xia Siqin has testified to Dong Yuandao's case and was killed by Ding Duanlong, then dealing with the Lu family now and forming an alliance with the Dong family is a good thing. Killing two birds with one stone, I have no reason to refuse." Mr. Tang held up the USB tremblingly, bursting into laughter. I didn't mean that. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Let's discuss the details together." Mr. Sun behind exclaimed, "Mr. Tang, are you selling cakes or what, turning face so quickly?" Mr. Tang quickly ran over, grabbed Haoshan's hand and said, "Xiao Hao, why didn't I know you earlier? Mr. Li could have a son-in-law like you, it's truly fortunate." Haoshan arrogantly said from the ninth cloud, "So be it, let's make a decision, a determined promise." Mr. Tang smiled proudly, showing off his new teeth and said, "It's settled, I will immediately return to Shanghai and report to my old father." Haoshan said, "Mr. Tang, what about the matter of Tang's son, what do you think?" The old man waved his hand and scratched his head, saying, "It's just a misunderstanding among the young people, a little collision outside to mature, no fighting, no getting used to each other, it's not a big deal, forget it, forget it." Haoshan said seriously, "Then it's not okay. If it's as simple as that, the opposite will happen, something big will happen." Mr. Tang saw that Xiao Hao had something on his mind, so he immediately asked, "Xiao Hao, stop beating around the bush, what are you thinking about?" Haoshan casually replied, "The matters of Master Tang and Dong Hai will eventually spread out, especially with Mr. Tang himself making a trip to Dong Hai. If there is nothing behind this, outsiders will think that Tang family is afraid of Li family, tarnishing the reputation of Tang family and raising suspicions. If there is something fishy between the two families, it will affect the cooperation between them." Mr. Tang sighed, "You always think so thoroughly. You have made your decision, but just bidding farewell is not enough, it has to be sincere." Before boarding the plane, Mr. Tang said, "Xiao Bao, regarding the injury incident, Li family will compensate. I have talked to them, just listen to Haoshan, accept whatever amount he offers, neither asking for more nor refusing it. Also, if you don't want to come back, then stay here and live harmoniously with Haoshan and Li Ruobing, especially remember Haoshan's instructions." Xiao Bao replied, "Second uncle, there's no need for anyone to tell me, I already know. He is my master. On the other side, a Chin spoke up, brother-in-law, Uncle San and Mr. Tang have all left. Mr. Tang Xianbao's matter is almost resolved, and your cousin's press conference was also very successful, everything is going well. A Chin added, the best news is that Ding Duanlong has left Donghai. You handled that very well, didn't you, brother-in-law? How did you make his gun explode like that? Hao Shen just replied, this is very complicated. After chatting for a while, Hao Shen received a call from someone, who hurriedly said on the other end, hello, is this Mr. Hao Shen? I'm sorry to bother you, I am An Menglan. He calmly replied, oh, Missin, what can I help you with? She said, well, I really like the 2 songs you wrote, Mr. Hao Shen. Do you have any plans to enter the entertainment industry? With your talent, you will definitely become a new star quickly. He replied, I currently have no plans for that. And Menglan continued, Mr. Hao Shen, are you in Donghai? In 2 days, I will come there, and we can meet with Miss Song and talk. What do you think about that? Hao Shen smiled lightly in response, all right then. A Chin spoke up, brother-in-law, you should start heading to my sister's celebration party, let's go. And Menglan sighed, it seems that persuading Mr. Hao Shen is more difficult than expected. At the party, everyone was praising, the host is amazing, the company will prosper for 1,000 years. Rua Jin and Hao Shen looked stunning in their suits, observing Song Xian and I on the other side, Mom, I have something urgent to attend to. Wu Yurong asked immediately, when is it time, where are you going? Xian and I pleaded, it's important, Mom, it's about my music dream, you understand. After a while, Song Xian and I met with An Menglan, both discussing, music is an abstract art, expressing the thoughts and emotions of the composer, or real-life situations, but to make a song famous is very complex, with timing, advantages, and harmony, celebrity effect, a unique melody can evoke curiosity, even performance style, so it's still learning from the master. And Menglan replied, he is a genius, but Miss Song, if you're not in a hurry to go home, we can talk to him some more. Honestly, I think An Menglan is very beautiful, with a top-notch body, always like that, huh? In the previous plan to overthrow the Ding family, there were certain advantages. Although we couldn't kill Ding Duanlong and Donghai, we still managed to make him fearful when meeting Hao Shen and Rua Jin. Furthermore, Hao Shen also had a promise to meet the beauty in Menglan. Through the introduction of Song Xian and I, at the high-end apartment of An Menglan, they were talking together. And Menglan said, I contacted Hao Shen this afternoon, but it seems like he really doesn't want to meet. And Menglan then asked inquisitively, Xian and I, do you know about the background of Mr. Hao? Xian and I brushed her hair back and replied, his family, they own a ramen restaurant in a small district, actually it's not about his family, I'm not sure about this either. And Menglan pondered and said, here, there are only the 2 of us. Miss Song, you surely don't want his talent to be wasted like this, do you? Is there something he wants to hide? Xian and I hurriedly said, speaking of this, I hope that Missin can keep it a secret, don't mention it in front of him. That senior seems to be controlled by a wealthy lady, she is very strict with him. Upon hearing this, An Menglan was a bit confused and looked at Song Xian and I, saying, Miss Song, are you sure you have seen that old lady? Xian and I sighed and replied, no, I haven't met her in person, but we have talked on the phone. Her voice is both fierce and cold. Anyway, I feel she is older than my mother. The most outrageous thing is that she even suspects I have something to do with the senior. The female lion at home must be very angry, not knowing who was speaking ill of her behind her back. Ha, and Menglan still didn't believe and said, you've never seen her, how can you be sure? Xian and I added, the senior brother came from a normal family. During his school days, he was very thrifty in dressing, never spent extravagantly, but only 2 months after graduation, he put on clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and drove a luxurious supercar. She must have been taken care of by the old lady, being a sugar baby, how could she undergo such a big transformation? There was a time when I offered to help him, but he politely declined and changed the subject. Doesn't this make everything more specific? And Menglan curiously asked, is that senior brother handsome? Xian and I replied, well, that senior brother is extremely handsome, I really want to save him from that old witch, but I don't know how. With the talent of that senior brother, this should not happen. Can we help the senior brother eliminate that old lady? so that the senior brother will definitely agree to meet? And Manglan felt a bit intrigued and agreed. Xian and I quickly took out her phone, called Haoshin to rescue him from suffering. On Haoshin's side, something was moving under the blanket, along with the faint sound of a phone ringing at night. It turned out that Haoshin and Ruobing were catching a mouse sneaking into the bed. Ruobing gently asked, "Who is disturbing us at this time, husband?" He just looked at the phone and replied with a slight smile, "Don't be angry, it's just our younger sibling locked downstairs." Xian and I on the other side spoke up, "Hello, are you free tomorrow, master? Missin Manglan is coming to Donghai and wants to see you." Haoshin replied, "I'm not free in the morning, but I can meet in the afternoon." Xian and I responded, "Then let's meet in the afternoon tomorrow, master." Ruobing lying beneath listened sneakily, a bit jealous, and asked in an annoyed tone, "Why did you hear so much from Missin?" Haoshin replied, "It's probably just a meeting, nothing serious." Ruobing continued, "We haven't caught the mouse yet." Haoshin leaned close to her ear and said, "Yes, dear lady, I will double your compensation." Not sure what kind of mouse made the brothers so big, threateningly Ruobing to shout for help. The next morning, Haoshin entered a certain apartment. A voice said, "Master Hao has arrived, right?" He walked in and said, "You still rent a house here, right? I've been busy lately, so I haven't had time to come see you." Xia Sichin, in an apron, looked very charming and said, "It's been a good break." "I'm fine. Teacher Hao is here, and I should treat him well and take good care of him." Haoshin immediately walked up and hugged Xia Sichin intimately, and she replied somewhat embarrassed, "Teacher Hao is cooking, so it might not be convenient right now. Maybe later." Haoshin leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Ding Duan Long, stay at Donghai Hospital and then come back. I guess using one hand will be inconvenient in the future." Xia Sichin understood his meaning and realized that Ding Duan Long had lost a hand. She felt happy and said, "Great, thank you, Teacher Hao." Just then, Xia Xin ran up and asked, "Mom, is dinner ready? I'm so hungry." Her mother replied, "It's almost ready, come out here." Xin looked at Haoshin hopefully and said, "Can you teach me to draw today, teacher?" Haoshin gently ruffled Xin's hair and said, "I'm busy this afternoon, but maybe some other time." Xin looked at him with sparkling eyes and thought, "This feels great, like having a warm home." Xia Sichin looked at him and thought, "Teacher Hao, from now on, whatever you ask for, no matter what it is, I will willingly agree to do it for you." The scene shifted to the afternoon at Starbucks coffee shop. As per the appointment, Haoshin arrived on time. Upon seeing him, Xian and I immediately greeted him happily, saying, "Senior." Seeing the two of them, his handsome and stunning appearance left her amazed. Haoshin, cold and polite, said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting." And Manglan took the initiative to shake hands and said, "Hello Hao, nice to meet you," and she then asked, "Hao, have you been paying attention to the internet lately? Discussions about you never seem to stop. Let's talk about your song first." The three of them had a lively conversation about Haoshin's song for about half an hour. And Menglan then spoke persuasively, "Hao, I think you have a great talent in music appreciation, but you don't seem to have any intention of debuting, do you? I think." Before Manglan finished speaking, Haoshin immediately waved his hand to reject and straightforwardly replied, "Listen, this is not my ambition." And Manglan couldn't control her emotions and spoke loudly, "I think you can achieve great success in music. If the rumors are true, your girlfriend, Sugar Mommy, won't allow you to do that." Upon hearing this, Xian and I sprayed all the water from her mouth and said, "Even though I had warned Manglan not to speak in front of you, she still actively used this trick, which put me in a difficult situation." Haoshin glared at Xian and I in a terrifying manner, while Song Xian and I looked innocent and avoided his gaze as if she knew nothing. Haoshin solemnly affirmed, "No one can stop me from debuting, it's just that I don't want to yet." And Menglan said, "I don't quite understand Hao's thoughts, but let's do it this way. Please agree to my request, let me invite you and your girlfriend to dinner." Haoshin nodded in agreement and asked, "So when would be a suitable time?" And Menglan also didn't want to say much, "Why not be quick and meet for a meal right away tonight, can you do that?" That evening, at a certain luxurious restaurant, Haoshin and Li Ruobing were present, as agreed with a very grand reception. The staff stood in 2 rows, extending their hands to guide them and loudly saying, "Sir, Miss, both of you have arrived, please follow this way." Noticing something strange, Ruo Bing immediately questioned her brother, "Is there anyone who invited us to dinner like this? It's a bit too extravagant." Hao Shin chuckled and said, "I won't hide it from you, Miss Li. Your friend Song has a little misunderstanding about us, thinking that I am a handsome, innocent guy being supported by a wealthy sugar mommy." And Menglan, seemingly influenced by Shin and I as well, in her hot gray suit, linked arms with Hao Shin and replied, "Straight on top, curved at the bottom. I want to see what tricks they can come up with. In this grand feast, let's go and find out together." In the previous episode, Hao Shin had a meeting with Song Xian and I and in Menglan. They urged him to join the entertainment industry so as not to waste his talent. However, everyone misunderstood that Hao Shin was being financially supported by a sugar mommy and was not allowed to pursue an artistic career. In addition, there was also a grand party that Hao Shin and the princess entered together, and he spoke up, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting." The majestic lioness walked with eyes full of the aura of a nobleman. Song Xian and I was a little surprised and replied, "Senior is here, the girl next to you is." Hao Shin gently put his arm around the waist intimately and said, "No, everyone wants to treat her to a meeting, this is my girlfriend Li Ruobing." Upon hearing this, Song Xian and I was a little embarrassed and could not look directly at the two, while in Menglan showed no expression and stood very arrogantly. Hao Shin introduced Ruobing, "This is the junior of Song Xian and I, and this is in Menglan." Xian and I lifted her head and admired Ruobing's beauty. Yes, she is Senior's girlfriend, so young and beautiful, not like the image in C's imagination before. And Menglan was modest when she heard Hao Shin's girlfriend with the surname Li, or she was a member of the Li family. Ruobing quickly held N's hand and replied, "I am very glad to meet you, it is indeed the Li family that you are thinking of." And Menglan also greeted warmly. Ruobing then turned to Xian and I and said, "Miss Song, you must still remember me, we talked on the phone before." Xian and I hesitantly replied, "Oh, yes, I remember this voice, it has the same tone." Hao Shin saw the long greetings between the girls, so he spoke up, "Let's order, I'm hungry." Relieved to be rescued by her senior, Xian and I sighed lightly, facing Ruobing's overpowering presence. On the other side, Wu Yurong's subordinate reported, "Boss, and Menglan and Xian and I are having dinner with Mr. Hao and Miss Li." Wu Yurong immediately instructed, "Keep an eye on them, don't let anything happen, I'll be there right away." Wu Yurong thought, "Xian and I and in Menglan talking about music all night and not coming back, I can understand that, but hearing about dinner with Li Ruobing, the biggest rival in love, I have to go see for myself." And Menglan spoke slowly and carefully, "Li, Hao's songs on social media have been quite popular lately. Some even say he's a musical genius. If he officially debuts as a singer, he will definitely make a big splash in the music industry." After listening, both Li and Ruobing raised their glasses and said, "In that case, dear, go for it. We have to congratulate him." Seeing that everything seemed to be going well, and Menglan continued, "Yes, Li. Actually, the reason I invited both of you to dinner tonight is mainly to discuss Hao's debut. When he comes to our company, I can provide him with the best resources and support." Ruobing slowly sipped his wine and replied, "If you want to sign a contract with him, you have to ask him. It seems like there's nothing for me and In to discuss about this." Hao Shin spoke up, "As I mentioned this afternoon, I won't step into the music industry." And Menglan continued, "Yes, Li. I didn't know if Hao had any reservations or concerns about you, so I think we need to." Ruobing replied, "She said that because of me he couldn't develop into the entertainment industry." And Menglan turned to Hao Shin and asked, "May I ask what you are currently doing?" He simply replied, "I am working as an assistant to Ms. Li at Xian Shang Company." Surprised, and Menglan still couldn't believe it and asked again, "You work as an assistant to Ms. Li?" He confirmed, "Yes," and Menglan. At this point, and Menglan had no more reasons to ask or convince Hao Shin, she looked resigned and Hao Shin stood up and said, "I will go to the bathroom, you all can have your meal." Not long after Hao Shin left, and Menglan boldly attacked by saying, "If Hao doesn't step into the music industry, it will be a great loss for him and the music industry. If Ms. Li is good to him, she should advise him that men should have their own careers. Rua Bing replied, if you can convince and manage Hao Shin, then you wouldn't be sitting here eating right now. With the intuition of a tiger, Rua Bing straightforwardly says to Wen Menglan, Listen, even though I have only known you for a short time, I feel like you really like my boyfriend Hao. Upon hearing this, Xian and I also feels embarrassed. I didn't expect Li to be so straightforward. And Menglan hesitantly responds, What are you talking about, Li? Did you misunderstand something? I just admire his talent, nothing more. Rua Bing, with a confident expression, adds a few heroic words, then when will you have a romantic relationship with him? And Menglan, feeling bewildered, doesn't know what to say. Li Rua Bing, it's simply not appropriate, not reasonable at all. Shen and I is also very uncomfortable, not daring to look directly, thinking anxiously, girl, the seniors are really scary. And Menglan, refusing to be intimidated, responds seriously, I don't want to know the reason why you are asking this question, but what you said is rude. Rua Bing, calm as ever, hints at the bodyguard outside and says, then let more guards stand outside, is that polite enough? Am I, Li Rua Bing, really that scary? Shen and I quickly stood up and bowed, saying, Miss Li, the matter of the bodyguards was arranged by me, I'm sorry. Rua Bing stood up and said, when adults are talking, children should not interrupt. She walked up to Wen Menglan and said, Listen, because you love my Hao Shin so much, when are you planning to make a move? And Menglan stood up and retorted, although I took the initiative to meet him, I came to talk about signing contracts and introducing ourselves, not to do anything with him. Especially today, it's our first meeting, I don't know if you're suspicious or just unnecessarily worried. The two fiery energies clashed, as if they were engulfing each other. Rua Bing crossed her arms and said, So now, let's be honest and clear. I'll ask again, are you sure you can't do that with him? And Menglan firmly replied, It's ridiculous, I'm sure, very sure. The bet was set. Rua Bing replied, Well, I don't believe it. Anyway, Hao is a talented artist, a good manager and very popular with women. Since you're so stubborn, why don't we make a bet? And Menglan asked, What are you betting on? Rua Bing said, Let's bet on whether you love Hao Shin or not, with a deadline of 1 month. Are you willing to take the bet? Meanwhile, outside, Hao Shin met Wu Yurong and was surprised. Wu Yurong approached angrily, questioning her husband, What's going on inside? Why is Shen and I having dinner with Li Rua Bing? There shouldn't be any conflicts. Hao Shin explained, It's not a conflict, it's a misunderstanding. Shen and I misunderstood that I have a sugar mommy, so. Wu Yurong was shocked, I take care of you, and then what? My relationship with Li Rua Bing, no, when did Shen and I find out about that? Hao Shin quickly explained to Wu Yurong, What are you thinking? Shen and I thinks that Li Rua Bing is sugar mommy, but the issue is. Wu Yurong's tone was tinged with jealousy. She said, I understand now, you are playing games, so many tricks, why are you attracted to Wen Menglan? Hao Shin replied, Sister Rong, don't misunderstand, today is the first time I and Menglan have met. Wu Yurong grabbed his arm intimately and said, You villain, just pretend, you go to the room first, I'll follow you later. Returning to the room, Hao Shin sensed a tense atmosphere, so he asked, What's going on with everyone, what's happening, HC Song, tell me. Li Rua Bing and Menglan had a bit of a disagreement, not saying anything, while Shen and I was very confused and said, Senior, this. And Menglan immediately stood up and explained, Li and I are betting with each other. She bets that I will fall in love with you, Hao, and you asked me when I will sleep with you. Hao Shin excitedly said, What are the special conditions of this bet? And Menglan replied, If I lose, I have to kneel in front of the public and apologize to Li. In the previous episode, there was a fierce battle between Li Rua Bing and Menglan, leading to a bet between the two. And Menglan must make Hao Shin fall in love with her within 1 month, or else she must publicly apologize to Li Rua Bing. Understanding the bet between the two, Hao Shin just laughed helplessly, You are all so boring. Li Rua Bing replied, Boring? I just have good intentions to remind you. Rua Bing then approached Hao Shin and continued, You still don't know anything about the relationship between Mr. Hao and the women in my family. If you want to win, it's best not to meet for the next month. And Menglan thought to herself, This woman Li Rua Bing is so wary of me getting close to Mr. Hao, it's such a waste of effort. Unfortunately, I'm not falling for this trap. Menglan raised her hand and said, even if Mr. Hao is not interested, we still have Miss Song Xian and I to collaborate on music writing, we have to meet. I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation, but only to that extent. Is that right, Mr. Hao? Hao Shen shook hands and smiled, certainly, let's cooperate happily. Anyone who doesn't cooperate, if they meet Hao Shen, it's difficult for them to escape. Song Xian and I then said, well, let's leave that for later, let's eat now, the food is getting cold. Unexpectedly, Wu Yurong stepped forward and said, it's so lively here, my daughter and Li Miss are eating together, why didn't you inform me? Seeing the formidable opponent, Ruo Bing hesitated, it seems like trouble is coming. And Meng Lan was extremely surprised, Song Miss's mother, what is she doing here? Seeing her mother arrive, Song Xian and I ran into her arms and said, Mom, why are you here? Wu Yurong replied, how can I not come? She then looked at Hao Shen and said, Xiao Hao, you're also here. Hao Shen replied, hello, Wu CEO. Li Ruobing, who was behind them, knew about their relationship and could only pretend to ignore it. Yurong then turned to greet and Miss, we meet again. Wu Yurong whispered to her daughter, tell me, besides signing the contract, what else are they talking about? Song Xian and I whispered in her ear, girlfriend of the headmaster, is she sleeping with Anne's little daughter for the bet or not? Wu Yurong laughed and thought, just a small trick of Li Ruobing, it's not fun without me. Wu Yurong raised her glass and said, come on, let's have a drink together, cheers to Anne's little daughter, Xian, and your classmate Xiao Hao for a successful cooperation. So everyone raised their glasses and drank. 2 hours later, Song Xian and I collapsed into Wu Yurong's arms, drunk and said, Mom, headmaster, I think I'm drunk. Wu Yurong said, Xian, let the driver take you home to rest, I'll take care of the rest. Song Xian and I stumbled in the drunken state and said as she walked out the door, Anne's little daughter, headmaster, I'll go home now, we can talk about the new song another day. Ruo Bing sensed that something was wrong, Wu Yurong, suddenly pushing her daughter away, does she want to do something shady? The moment the door closed, the air felt a bit stuffy. Wu Yurong immediately took off her coat, revealing a wide open sky. She approached Hao Shen intimately and smelled his scent. Ruo Bing simply closed her eyes and pretended not to notice, I knew it, this crazy woman. This scene left Meng Lan astonished, Miss Song's mother, kissing Mr. Hao, what is happening here? Furthermore, her attitude seems like she's declaring ownership. Thinking about the two bowing down to Hao Shen together, first it was Li Ruobing being rude and now it's Song Xian Ni's mother acting all formal. Since meeting Mr. Hao, she noticed that there was something off about him. Seeing Wu Yurong stroking her chin, Hao Shen immediately asked, what's wrong? Wu Yurong affectionately said, what's the matter, can't I kiss you, my dear husband? Ruo Bing, sensing the intimate moment, looked away. Wu Yurong said, Xian, you should leave, everything's fine now, we won't let the little one know. Another surprising scene for Meng Lan, thinking, dear husband, and it seems like Miss Li already knows about the relationship between the two. The teacher remained silent, and Ruo Bing immediately called out, Missin. Meng Lan, who had just woken up, replied, I'm really sorry, I feel embarrassed and out of sorts. Ruo Bing rested his chin on his hand and said, I have mentioned to Mr. Hao from my family before, especially having a good feeling towards people of the opposite sex. Hearing this, Meng Lan felt a bit nervous, thinking, in business conversations, a bit of mysticism should be added. Alright, after signing the contract, keeping a distance from Mr. Hao would be enough. Wu Yurong seemed to have achieved his goal, asserting his dominance, and Meng Lan will be more cautious. After I have reminded her, I'm sure she will overcome it within a month. Li Ruobing seems to have lost to her, I really want to see it. It seems that besides keeping her husband away from the beautiful and Meng Lan in order to avoid having another cousin, Wu Yurong temporarily stood on Meng Lan's side, to challenge Li Ruobing. This fight is truly terrifying. The next morning, after a grand party, Meng Lan woke up and stepped out from behind the curtain to welcome the new day, saying, relax your mind, feel the world, write a melody or lyrics of a song. Half an hour later, on the massage chair, she was feeling dizzy and had a headache because she couldn't write down, no inspiration at all. Meng Lan held her head and complained, all I can think of in my head is that how gentleman, what is going on? She hesitantly picked up her phone. I will definitively arrange to meet him, talk about music, discuss cooperation, and when we work, I won't think randomly anymore. But she pushed the phone away and whispered, but he might really be dangerous. This Haoshin seems to have feelings for the opposite sex, like Li Ruobing said. She thought to herself, should I give up on the collaboration? No, why should I give up? What is there to be afraid of? His personal life is his own business, not mine. We are just collaborators, in the music aspect, that's all. Stuck with Haoshin, plus his talent, it seems like she won't be able to break free, huh? On the other side, Li Ruobing was sitting in front of the dressing table and said, my love, Xingying and I are planning to go for a walk, will you come with us? Haoshin was fixing his clothes and said, you guys go ahead, I probably have some work to do today. Ruobing asked, what work? Aren't you supposed to meet in Manglan? Haoshin calmly replied, yes, that's right, I'm going to meet her. Ruobing said, are you confident she will contact you like that? Didn't Wu Yurong play tricks on her yesterday, and you kept your distance? Haoshin showed his phone and said, that didn't happen, see, she's calling now. Ruobing looked annoyed and said, seems like you really understand her. Haoshin smiled and said, don't forget, I'm a business intelligence agent. Ruobing helplessly replied, alright, you're so powerful, go have fun, I'll go find Su Qingying, humph. The scene changes to the second floor of the fancy restaurant. Early in the morning and Manglan was already waiting for Haoshin. After a while, Haoshin's greeting sounded. And Manglan pulled down her mask and said, Mr. Hao, I think, if you are only responsible for writing music for Miss Song Xian and I, then this type of collaboration is too indirect, it's a bit dangerous, you should directly sign a contract with our company. Haoshin saw her seriousness and slowly replied, it's not impossible, but we still don't understand each other, and the price and conditions I propose may be difficult to accept, you may not be able to meet them. Hearing this, Manglan immediately asked, what are the difficult conditions and prices to accept? Haoshin said, for example, I establish a studio, then Missin takes 50% ownership of the company in her name, buys my studio, and exchanges ownership rights. Manglan was astonished and replied, although the company in my name has no connection to the family, it is still valued at over 3 billion yuan. Mr. Hao, you joined the company as a musician, demanding 50% ownership. If you want to refuse me, just say it directly, this joke, humph. Inside, Manglan couldn't help but smile to herself. Indeed, when working, he never crosses my mind at all. It seems like I've been thinking too much before. But I feel like something has started here, haha. In the previous episode, Haoshin had a meeting with Manglan to discuss a contract, but it was Manglan who took the initiative to schedule the meeting. After the dinner party, it seems like Haoshin is the only thing on her mind. Moving on to this episode, Haoshin notices Manglan's slightly shocked reaction, and he says, I was just joking, that's why I said that you, for sure, wouldn't be able to accept these conditions. Manglan looks at him and thinks, yes, I've talked to Song Xian and I before, and I suspected it was because of his character, because he was too greedy. Haoshin says seriously, first, let me collaborate with you, as a freelance musician, write a song as a one-time payment. Whatever song or genre you like, I can write it for you now. After hearing this, Manglan looks at him with suspicion, thinking, writing music on the spot seems like something she's too familiar with these petty tricks. She immediately thought, the two famous songs by Haoshin posted online must not have been composed on the spot. Plus, at the dinner party last night, I found out that Wu Yurong and him are lovers. I'm more certain now, it's just a pretense, putting on a song that was written long ago in front of children, in order to impress Song Xian and I, taking points in front of his lover, Wu Yurong. Manglan showed a scornful face, these three tricks of his, I see right through them, she said. How? Because we want to cooperate, we should be more honest with each other. There's really no need to play silly tricks, these deceptive tricks only work on naive girls like Song Xian and I, not me. Haoshin confidently replied, Missin, if I'm not honest, then I won't ask for 50% of the owner's capital, or I can say whatever I want, because we are partners, and I can write it for you right now, why not? Seeing that he was still stubborn, Manglan also didn't back down, alright, because you insist on performing live, let's just write, but the first song we collaborate on. She then took out a piece of paper and a pen and added, write it for me, not Song Xian and I. Receiving the paper and pen, he immediately sat down to compose. While waiting, and Manglan still leaned on her chin, carefully observing for a while and thinking, how can one easily compose a famous song on the spot like this? Later, Haoshin spoke up, I have composed 7 songs, let's see which one one likes. After hearing this, she had some doubts and couldn't believe it, in such a short time, composing a song, that's too amazing. He composed 7 songs again, how could that be possible? Reading each composition one by one, and Manglan was amazed, not believing her eyes. There are really 7 songs, each of a different genre like blues, country music, bolero, rock, rap, and folk songs, none of them are alike. Haoshin laughed and replied, you have reviewed them over and over, and should choose one. And Manglan felt a bit guilty about her previous attitude. Now extremely embarrassed, she blushed lightly and said, can we try it? I can't decide right now. Seeing this, he also replied, sure, no problem. So the girl sang and played the piano for a while, finishing all 7 songs. And Manglan tried them all and was satisfied with all the songs that Haoshin wrote. She commented, the Lonely Knife has a lively rhythm, which the audience really loves. I still need to practice more dramatic lines in the 3 Lives of Fireworks. The song You Are the Queen goes from normal to glamorous, with a European style. There's Love Castle, while the song Bright Moon has very cheerful, pure and lovely lyrics and music. Please Don't Look Back with a very cool rock and roll vibe. Galaxy uses rap to tell very new science fiction stories, and the last song is the final chapter with a folk style, very nostalgic, with dreams that I sing about myself. In Manglan's heart, she thought solemnly, this may truly be my last chance as a young person to pursue my music dream without hesitation. However, as my father's health deteriorates and the family business requires my help, I may never have the opportunity to further develop in the future. Seeing her dejected, Haoshin asked, Mizan, have you made a decision? Manglan happily responded, I have decided, I want all 7 songs to be remade into one album, and the theme of the songs will be the last chapter. Then Manglan sincerely bowed and said loudly, before that, I need to apologize to Mr. Hao. I should not have doubted Mr. Hao's abilities. He is the most extraordinary composer I have ever met. I have been disrespectful in the past, and I apologize to Mr. Hao. Haoshin also did not hold any grudges. He approached, smiled, and graciously accepted her apology. It's okay, I accept your apology. Manglan then ran to pour 2 glasses of wine. Come on, Mr. Hao, let's raise a glass to celebrate the birth of this album. So the 2 happily clinked glasses and drank together. They say that when the wine goes in, the words come out. While drinking they talked about musical instruments, composing music and writing lyrics, as well as their childhood experiences. Manglan spoke up, Mr. Hao, may I ask freely, how did you and Ms. Li and Ms. Gua end up together? Haoshin slowly replied, this is a bit complicated. Manglan laughed and said, Mr. Hao doesn't have to say if he doesn't want to. In fact, that's not the question I wanted to ask. Haoshin asked, so, what does Mizan want to ask? At this point, Manglan's face was already very intoxicated as she replied, Hao, do you have any other plans for tonight? Are you going home tonight? Haoshin was surprised by her question and replied, tonight. Manglan then said slowly, actually, I want to talk more about music with you, Hao. Can you help me get to know those songs better and correct my singing mistakes? Seeing Manglan's sincerity, Haoshin couldn't refuse and said, okay, no problem. Hearing his agreement, Manglan was very happy and replied, really? That's great. She sat down at the piano and started playing, but there were a few wrong notes. Haoshin then reached out and adjusted her fingers, saying, here, it should be played like this. Manglan felt a bit embarrassed but also touched by his help. She looked up at him, called his name, and then lightly kissed his cheek, leaving Haoshin puzzled. But he also couldn't reject the kind intentions of the girl from the other family, so in the dream Manglan pushed him onto the bed and forcefully kissed him. In the world of music, there were only the 2 of them, just the 2 of them. After it ended, Manglan felt embarrassed, not daring to look at him as she said, Hao, I'm sorry, maybe I was wrong. In her mind, she was trying to recall whether what happened with Haoshin was real or just an illusion. Haoshin didn't say anything and just sat down to play a song for her. Listening to the melody, Manglan thought, a song that I have never heard before, it's so relaxing. All the worries and nervousness are gone because of this song. Manglan enjoyed the music, falling asleep without realizing it. Seeing this, Haoshin gently carried her to the bedroom to rest. Many of you may have guessed what Haoshin will do next, right? Ha. The next morning, Menglan woke up from her blurry dream, thinking, yesterday, it seems like I was drunk, why am I now on the bed? As soon as she realized that her body was a bit cool today, she immediately pulled the blanket up and saw herself, in a naked state, shouting, "Oh, who undressed me like this?" She suddenly remembered Haoshin in a drunken state, feeling like he had carried her back home. Could it be that Haoshin and but I can't remember exactly what happened, if we have already cooked the rice, she thought. Haoshin, seeing that she was awake, asked, "And, are you awake? It's time for breakfast." Hearing Haoshin's voice, she blushed and asked, "Is he inside the house? Did he not leave last night? Does that mean last night?" She hesitantly asked, last night, did we? I also thought that this day would come, but I didn't expect Haoshin to progress so quickly with Menglan, just as the lioness warned Menglan that this Hao is truly fond of women. Perhaps the definition of attraction is simply encapsulated in the two words, Haoshin. In the previous episode, Haoshin and Menglan drank together to toast for their collaboration, then they had a conversation and shared about their childhood memories, favorite songs, and current life. However, Menglan drank too much, so Haoshin took care of her all night without resting. After preparing breakfast for Menglan, there was a sudden knock on the door, announcing room service, "Please open the door." Menglan hurriedly tightened her belt and responded, "Coming, right away." Haoshin suddenly remembered something was not right, the room service just left after serving breakfast, why is there another one coming here? While he was thinking, Menglan quickly went to open the door, despite Haoshin's attempt to stop her, he said, "Missin, don't open the door, it's the paparazzi." But Menglan accidentally opened the door, where a man in a mysterious coat was already there, taking photos with a Canon camera non-stop. Haoshin, who had anticipated this, had his iPhone 15 ready with the flash on to take photos in return. Seeing this, Menglan was a bit startled, quickly closed the door and said, "Damn it, caught on camera by the paparazzi." Going back inside, she looked at Haoshin and thought to herself, "Last night, with Haoshin, we were both naked." Thinking of Li Ruobing, Menglan felt a bit of confusion. If Li Miss sees the newspaper is altered, and then makes a bet with her, it's all a big mess, we must resolve it quickly. Seeing her still standing there, Haoshin reassured her, saying, "Let's have breakfast first before leaving, if not it will get cold. There's no need to worry about those paparazzi, let me handle it." But Menglan still stood frozen, with a very sad face. Haoshin immediately called a Chin, "I sent you a photo, this person just left a luxury hotel, probably won't leave Donghai so soon, help me catch him." Ruo Jin replied, "Got it, brother-in-law, it's a small matter." Haoshin reassured Menglan, "Don't worry, he won't leave Donghai, we can have breakfast this time." Menglan still replied sadly, "Thank you, Mr. Hao." But in her heart at this moment, she was extremely troubled, as the situation was about to become complicated for herself and also involve Haoshin. Seeing her expression, Haoshin understood and said with a smile, "It's not just your business, I don't want to be in the headlines either." A moment later, Ruo Jin reported, "Brother-in-law, we have caught the person, but..." Seeing his younger brother hesitating, Haoshin asked, But what?" Getting angrier as he thought more, Ruo Jin kicked the person and said, "It's just him, he quickly sent something using a laptop, it's been sent successfully." Holding the employee ID card, Ruo Jin said, "On this person's documents, it says Yang Yiping, from Soundwave Studio, brother-in-law, how do you want to handle this?" Hearing the name, Menglan panicked and said, it's over, how did Soundwave Studio end up in Donghai?" Haoshin thought coldly, so it's Soundwave Studio. He remembered, this studio, established in Shanghai by Peng Wei, the #1 photographer in the country, has released hot news about many big stars, with significant influence in the industry. Peng Wei is also known as Peng Jia, and in family is a subsidiary of the Xiangjiang system, mainly focused on business overseas. In recent years, the Yin family has expanded domestically, increasingly influencing the entertainment industry in the country. The giant entertainment conglomerate in the country, the conglomerate of mass media, with the support, has become the most fierce competitor in the industry. Surely, Soundwave Studio, they must want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a big move, but unfortunately, truly unfortunate, wrong person, wrong timing. Pang Wei, the person he messed with, is me. On the other side, Pang Wei was smoking when he suddenly received a call. Hello, may I ask who was on the other line? Hao Shen replied coldly, you just saw my photo, and you're asking who I am. Mr. Pang, if you delete that photo, I can pretend nothing happened, if not. Seeing herself being threatened, Pang Wei immediately replied with a stiff voice, threatening me, Missin is really smart, the way she handles everything is amazing. Hao Shen slowly said, anyway, I don't want my image to appear in the media. Seeing the other person still arrogant, Pang Wei replied sharply, WTF, who are you after all? He answered, my name is Hao Shen, I've said my piece, it's up to you to see what you do. Then the sound of the phone being hung up, Pang Wei felt uneasy. He now seriously thought, Hao Shen, this name I have never heard of before, seems very powerful, TSK. Meng Lan listened to the entire conversation between Hao Shen and Pang Wei. She then thought seriously, in the entertainment industry, threatening paparazzi is taboo, forget it, Mr. Hao is not from this industry. She asked, Mr. Hao, how do you plan to handle this? Hao Shen replied, it's okay, no need to rush. Meng Lan saw him so calm and thought, today, it only takes a few minutes for entertainment news to become hot search, no need to rush. She said, Mr. Hao, you may not have a clear understanding of the entertainment industry, or is it like this, I will find someone to contact Soundwave Studio. Before she could finish speaking, Hao Shen interjected, can I take that picture back then? Upon hearing this, Meng Lan stood there, speechless, looking at him. Hao Shen, with a confident expression, said, Missin, you may not be sure, but I am sure, so let me handle this. At that moment, there was a call from Li Ruobing outside. Missin, is Mr. Hao Shen with you? Upon hearing Ruobing's call, Meng Lan hesitated and thought, Miss Li Ruobing, why is she here at this crucial moment? Hao Shen then ran out to open the door to welcome his lioness, looking extremely delighted. Seeing her husband's face, Ruobing teased, both of you are here? Ruobing and Meng Lan clashed as soon as they met, their eyes exchanged technological warfare. Meng Lan was slightly tense when meeting Li Ruobing, but her eyes showed no signs of fear. Seeing this, Ruobing remained calm as this was not their first confrontation. After a few moments, Li Ruobing spoke up, my beloved Mr. Hao, did you have a good sleep here yesterday? Meng Lan was embarrassed and didn't know where to hide her face. When she saw Hao Shen calmly replied, it's okay. Ruobing continued to ask, how about the bed, is it comfortable? Hao Shen replied, it's okay, not worse than my bed at home. Ruobing looked angrily at him and thought, so that's it, Hao Shen had stayed overnight here before. Ruobing stopped teasing and questioned seriously, so, Missin, have you two slept together? Meng Lan blushed and hesitantly replied, that, yesterday, I was drunk, I didn't know. Ruobing saw Meng Lan's embarrassed look and got a little angry. With a proud face, Li Ruobing said loudly, what, you're saying you didn't know? Seeing the lioness angry, and Meng Lan replied awkwardly, that, I really didn't know. Who said they were lying? Look how obedient and honest they are, why are you always so angry? Hao Shen saw Meng Lan in a difficult situation and intervened, saying, there are more than just this room in here, I'm not sharing a room with her, Ruobing came here to find me, not just to ask about this boring matter. Looking at her husband Hao's face with a list of romantic relationships as long as the Great Wall of China, Wanli Chang, Meng Lan couldn't believe it. When he asked her, Ruobing immediately replied angrily, humph, boring, I don't feel that way at all. You spent the night in the same room with another woman, how can you consider this boring? Meng Lan looked at him with a puzzled expression and thought, Mr. Hao slept in another room, even though he has complex relationships with both men and women, but he is not like a liar. On the other hand, between us is truly pure. Ruobing observed Meng Lan's expression and felt it was all too clear. Something must have happened last night, even if they didn't sleep together, there was definitely inappropriate behavior. Are you trying to deceive me? In the previous episode, Hao Shen and Meng Lan were caught by paparazzi the moment the famous actress shared a room with a stranger, but Hao Shen quickly found a lead to Pang Wei's Soundwave studio in Shanghai. This story is not over yet. Another incident has come when Li Ruobing caught wind of her husband's presence here, and came to question Meng Lan and her husband, but who knew Hao didn't do anything, he swore he didn't do anything at all. While Li Ruobing knew the two didn't sleep together, there was definitely something behind it, she continued, so Missin, is our bet that I win? Menglan replied, no, you haven't won yet. In her thoughts, Menglan thought, if she and Haoshin haven't had anything happen, just a kiss, that doesn't mean I love him, just that I was excited in the music frenzy at the time. Rua Bing saw Menglan's expression, thinking to herself, when talking, there is no longer the same momentum as the first meeting. It's good, even though the bet is important, her attitude is even more important. It seems that at this moment, Li Rua Bing wants to show her authority. Little maid, you should know your manners. It's true that teaching a young girl since she was young, Rua Bing thought, Haoshin has many women, adding or subtracting one person doesn't matter, but being a servant, one must have the demeanor of a servant. A strange woman like Wu Yurong, having one is enough. Rua Bing sat down authoritatively and spoke up, I haven't won yet, right? Okay, let's continue. Menglan quickly changed the subject and said, right, Miss Li, you arrived at the right time for something. Then Menglan whispered to Li Rua Bing about the paparazzi taking photos of the two of them. While I and Haoshin are clean, those paparazzi will definitely spread rumors. Miss Li, after you see it, don't believe it. Menglan thought, the Li family is a prestigious family in the country, the paparazzi won't dare to offend them, if she can lend a hand to help. Rua Bing turned to ask her brother, what do you plan to do? Haoshin confidently said, it's okay, let me handle it. Rua Bing saw his brother-in-law take action, so he didn't want to intervene much. Menglan had a serious look on her face, looking at Rua Bing thinking, what's going on? My boyfriend is caught with another woman, exposed on social media, her reputation will be affected, and yet she doesn't care. Haoshin sat browsing the internet and exclaimed, oh, Peng Wei has posted on Weibo, now the hotness level is quite high, the headline of the year, 2/a demon, referring to demons, the microphone referring to a singer, the red heart referring to love or a scandal, the brave person is male, the demon is female, the small red flower on the demon's head also proves this point. All the information combined reveals the female singer is the demon king, which is also the hot scandal of Meng Lan. Seeing this, Menglan immediately panicked and looked at her phone, exclaiming, 2/8 is still a week away. Rua Bing calmly said, 1 week, it seems that Mr. Hao of our house is about to make the headlines. Haoshin sat watching the faces of the two people and laughed in response, it's okay, Peng Wei will naturally call me when the time comes, no need to worry. Missin doesn't have to worry about the paparazzi. As for the album, if it's been decided, should we start recording the songs now? Menglan replied, that's fine, but in Donghai, if we want to record the songs, we probably have to go to Miss Song Shin Ni's place. She once said that the recording equipment at her house is the best in Donghai. Haoshin replied, alright, then let's go to your classmate Song's house. Rua Bing saw this and gently kissed Haoshin's cheek and said, my love, you two go ahead, I'll go to Jinfu to find Xing. On the other side, after sensing something amiss, Peng Wei called to inquire about news on Haoshin. So he called Mr. Zhang and said, CEO Zhang, before you said as long as you're in Donghai, there's nothing you wouldn't hear. So now, have you heard anything? What's the schedule for Haoshin? Mr. Zhang replied, Mr. Peng, Mr. Hao, if there's any misunderstanding, it's best to explain clearly. Otherwise, don't conflict with him. Seeing this, Peng Wei felt a bit hesitant thinking, this Zhang person, usually only Li Ruatai is addressed as Tin Sin in Donghai, why is this Haoshin also being called Tin Sin by him? I need to investigate further. Peng Wei quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, CEO Zhang, what are you saying? Haoshin and I just had a small misunderstanding, I also wouldn't want to offend anyone, so I need to investigate first. Zhang replied, if it's just a small misunderstanding, then it's fine, an apology will suffice. But here in Donghai, Li Tin Sin must step back, How Tin Sin is the most difficult to please. Upon hearing this, Peng Wei exclaimed, How Tin Sin is Li Ruatai's brother-in-law, and Li Ruabing is his girlfriend. Zhang confirmed, that's right. Peng Wei then coldly thought, if he's Li Ruabing's boyfriend, then there's nothing to fear. How dare he threaten me? I have evidence of Haoshin sleeping with another woman, I don't know what he's up to. He should be the one afraid, not me. I will bring someone to Donghai and prepare to expose him. Who does this How Tin Sin think he is, Another fast-handed boy, probably doesn't know how awesome this How guy is. At 6 p.m. that day, while at Song Shin Ni's house recording, Rua Bing called, "My love, are you done with work? Come over for dinner later." Hao Shen asked, "Where are you guys?" Rua Bing replied, "We're at Lao Fan Xian." Seeing that, Meng Lan immediately said, "Mr. Hao, you go ahead and eat, don't worry about us. Song and I want to record a bit longer." So Hao Shen quickly left. A while later outside, Zhuang Xiaoyu was already waiting. Seeing she didn't go in, he said, "Why aren't you going in at this hour?" Xiaoyu then said, "My sister told me to wait here for you." On the other side, looking at the photo of Hao Shen and the woman, Pang Wei said, "This is Li Rua Bing, completely different from the rumors." Where's the scary part? Wait, that Hao Shen, if he's capable of doing something inappropriate with Meng Lan, could he possibly do the same with another woman? This woman is probably not Li Rua Bing. Looking at the documents in the computer, Pang Wei said, "This is indeed Li Rua Bing, just as I predicted, she is really intelligent. Hao Shen has a habit of sneaking around everywhere, this is really interesting." He then ordered his subordinates, "Continue taking pictures, even if he goes into the room, find a way to keep taking pictures, understand? Don't let him get away with it." As Zhuang Xiaoyu walked into the dining room, he could feel the lively atmosphere. Hao Shen's lovers had been waiting for him since the afternoon. Tian called out loudly, "Husband is here." Su Qingying was pleading with her older sister Rua Bing, "I'm starving, please order some food quickly." Rua Bing replied, all right, little sister." The family scene was warm and cozy, the family gathered to have dinner. Suddenly, Rua Bing received a report, "Madam, we caught 2 people taking photos near your house." Rua Bing felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing this. Hao Shen spoke up, "It's not just 2 people caught for taking photos, Lao Fan Xian over here was also caught." Rua Bing, irritated by her husband's comment, immediately ordered her subordinates, "All of you, my hunting dogs, near this bar, go catch them all for me." Not long after, Rua Bing's men had captured 2 hunters who had been lurking around. Hao Shen looked at them and said, "I guess their boss is about to call you soon." Rua Bing was surprised and said, "My love, the one behind them is Peng Wei, right?" Hao Shen just nodded. As he had predicted, Pang Wei took the initiative to call and said, Mr. Hao, you are really courageous." Hao Shen casually replied, "It's nothing special, so what's the matter?" Pang Wei on the other end said, "I feel like we need to meet and talk, right now, immediately. Seems like this guy is still too arrogant, wanting to meet me immediately while I'm having dinner with the ladies. Who does he think he is?" In the previous episode, under Pang Wei's direction, Hao Shen's family meal had been interrupted by the hunters from Soundwave Studio. Sensing that Hao Shen was not an ordinary person, Pang Wei directly called to arrange a meeting. However, during the gathering, asking me to skip a meal is not allowed. How can I complete the task for the ladies at home if I am weak and skinny? Therefore, Hao Shen immediately refused and replied, "I don't have time now, I am eating, let's talk about it tomorrow." Seeing him hang up, Pang Wei got angry and scolded, "You hang up on my call, how arrogant. A handsome man like you only relies on a woman and dare to act so arrogantly. Tomorrow is tomorrow, but I want to see how long you can be arrogant." Rua Bing spoke up, "My love, I will go with you tomorrow." Hao Shen replied, "No, Rua Bing, it's not as you think. I don't need to deal with him." On the contrary, Pang Wei's intelligence capabilities, as well as his patience, are what I need. Upon hearing this, Rua Bing was surprised to know that her husband, who was planning to tame those hunting dogs, was excited and said, "Well, let's see how powerful these people sitting here are." Su Qingying then said, "Honey, what do you want me to do?" Tian said, "Can I help too?" "How can I help? How can I help?" Rua Bing spoke up, "Stop beating around the bush, just say it straight." Hao Shen then said, "Qingying, Tian, Xiaoyi, come over here and give me a kiss together." Seeing this, the 3 girls agreed without hesitation. Rarely did their father allow it, they had to kiss him right away. When Rua Bing didn't hear her name, she became upset and questioned, where am I?" Hao Shen replied, "Of course you are here, yours is the most important, you have to capture their intimate moments with me." Rua Bing heard this and didn't know what to say. So the three girls didn't hesitate anymore, all three went to kiss him a few times. Rua Bing, being the oldest, had to bear with it, giving in to the younger ones. She asked in frustration, "Tell me, what else does he want to do?" Then Haoshan leaned in close to Li Ruobing's ear, smirked mischievously and said, "I'll tell you." Whatever the content was, I don't know, but Ruobing, upon hearing it, scolded him lovingly, "You really are annoying." Scene shifts to Qing Yuan Tea House, where Pang Wei and Haoshan are drinking tea. Pang Wei says, "Mr. Hao, please release my person." Haoshan slowly replies, "All right, but you should show a little sincerity, for example, a phone or a pen with a voice recorder." Pang Wei, not afraid, threatens, "How, these photos, you don't want Miss Li Ruobing to see." Haoshan calmly sips his tea and replies, "What about me and in Manglan, we have nothing to hide." Pang Wei asserts, "How, these matters are not easily brushed aside." He then takes out his phone and scrolls through it, asking, "What matters are you referring to specifically?" Haoshan casually shows him a new picture taken during a family meal and asks, "Is it this matter?" After seeing it, Pang Wei is surprised and thinks, "I was right, this guy is really sneaky behind Li Ruobing's back, but why is he not afraid of anything?" Haoshan glanced at him and said, "Compared to the photo you took earlier, I just showed this photo to Ruobing, is it more suitable or not?" Pang Wei thought to himself, "He's gone crazy." Haoshan laughed mischievously and said, "It's clear, isn't it?" He immediately sent the photo to Li Ruobing. Pang Wei still didn't understand the power of people in front of him. He looked at him and said, "Mr. Hao, there's no need to act, you can't send it to Miss Li, you're deceiving." Before he could finish speaking, he called Ruobing and said, "Hello, Ruobing, have you seen the photo yet?" Seeing this, Pang Wei just silently awaited the answer. Ruobing on the phone replied angrily, "It's not that beautiful, just a photo with some girls, not the one I took yesterday." Pang Wei was shocked, thinking, WTF, some girls, this news is big. It also means letting Li Ruobing know, and supporting Haoshan's playboy behavior, so even if there is something between him and in Manglan, he cannot be threatened. Ruobing spoke again, "Darling, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up, the company still has work to do." Pang Wei replied, "Okay, you go ahead and busy yourself." Then he said to Pang Wei, "Do you know, someone like me doesn't like to be threatened? Those who threaten me, normally, the outcome is not too good." Pang Wei, now feeling fearful, thought, a prestigious and powerful family like the Li family is not the same as ordinary people. Originally wanted to use Li Ruobing to control Haoshan, it seems like a mistake now. Now it seems, offending Haoshan is also offending the Li family. If I offended the In family and Nation D before, and now offending the Li family here, it seems like my days on this earth are numbered. Pang Wei stood up. At this point, his demeanor had completely changed. Smiling as he poured tea, he said, "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. Tea, you gentlemen, please have some tea. The damage done to your psyche and spirit, and to Missin, I can compensate for that." Haoshan replied, "Compensate how, with money?" Pang Wei saw an opportunity and thought, bringing up money, I see. He just wants money. He said, "Mr. Hao, give me a figure." Haoshan thought for a moment and replied, "It seems like your personal income is more than 100 million a year, is that right?" Pang Wei was once again surprised and thought to himself, WTF, it seems like this guy has been investigating me, even the amount of 100 million has been mentioned. Finally, he wants to catch me, how much does he want from me? He said, "Mr. Hao, I don't have as much money as you think." Upon hearing this, Haoshan burst into laughter, "Boss Pang, you wouldn't think that I want to catch you, would you?" Pang Wei's face immediately turned fearful as he thought, damn it, what does he really want to do? If not for money, could it be that he wants my life? Haoshan smirked and said, "Stop overthinking, Boss Pang. Your life, my family registers 500 yuan a month for that. I've been thinking recently about wanting to do business in the entertainment industry. I feel like we could have a long-term partnership, mutually beneficial. What do you think?" Pang Wei felt that the person in front of him was not simple at all, thinking, he doesn't need my money, nor my life, he just wants to collaborate with me. Pang Wei felt like a ton of weight had been lifted off his shoulders, feeling this was too good to be true, he nodded and replied, "Sure, Mr. Hao, let's have a happy cooperation, huh?" Haoshin said seriously, "I plan to start a company soon. Before that, I need you to do two things." Taken aback by Mr. Hao's request, Peng Wei quickly replied, "Don't say it's two things, even if it's 20 things, 100 things, I will handle them all for Mr. Hao." Haoshin pointed to the sign and said, "Stop lying, I only need you to do two things. First, apologize to Missen for invading her privacy, and decide on your own how to compensate her. Second, I will give you information about Zhu Shanlong. He deceived Wang Dao Dao and you need to leak it out as soon as possible. Remember, if you won't do it, then forget it. But if you do, make sure it spreads like wildfire on the internet." Hearing the name Zhu Shanlong, Peng Wei was a bit frightened. He thought, this is the ace card of Hezhong Media, the top star Zhu Shanlong. He is also a small shareholder of Hezhong Media. I have wanted to collaborate with Hezhong Media for years but haven't received any results. Mr. Hao wants to force me to death. But thinking about the Li family, I need to tread carefully. Losing the support of Hezhong Media might not be a bad thing. After all, relying on Haoshin is like relying on the Li family. This could be an even stronger support. Peng Wei's face still full of horror, Haoshin loudly declared, "All right, I will release this information." Mr. Hao, you are right, Peng Wei is also considered wise in choosing which side to support, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Committing a crime against Zhu Shanglong is not uncommon, but offending this Haoshin guy will only end up in disaster. In the previous episode, Haoshin met Peng Wei and they had tea together. However, Peng Wei was unable to intimidate Haoshin. On the contrary, he was tamed by Haoshin and was made to do two things: apologize to Meng Lan and spread the news about the popular star Zhu Shanglong deceiving Wang Dao Dao in love, which was also seen as a crime against the company, the media, Hezhong, and Zhu Shanglong. However, Peng Wei now has a new ally in Haoshin and the Li family. And so, Haoshin began to tell Peng Wei in detail about the incident involving Zhu Shanlong, but the exact details are still unknown. Upon hearing this, Peng Wei responded, "Well, that's detail enough, Mr. Hao." Haoshin then asked, "And what about the pictures of me and in Menglan? What do you plan to do while they are trending on Hot Search?" Upon seeing this, Peng Wei quickly responded, "Mr. Hao, don't worry about this issue, I will handle it smoothly. This is the first time working with Mr. Hao, I'm sure you will be satisfied. After that, I will apologize to Mizen, I will arrange to meet her." Haoshin calmly stood up before leaving, saying, "It's okay, let me go first. I won't delay Mr. Peng's work, apologize." Half an hour later, and Menglan arrived at Soundwave Studio, as arranged by Peng Wei. Menglan confidently walked in, greeted by Peng Wei's warm welcome. He smiled and said, "Mizen, I am honored to meet you, honored." Seeing Peng Wei reaching out to shake her hand, and Menglan paid no attention and said, "Mr. Peng, everyone is busy. If there is something, please speak directly." Seeing Menglan's firm attitude, it seemed that the tension from earlier had not dissipated. Peng Wei quickly knelt down and sincerely apologized, saying, "Mizen, I am truly sorry for my staff bothering you. I hope you can forgive them. They were only doing it for money. Please understand. I promise you, there will be no next time, there will be no next time." Menglan's eyes looked bored and she thought, what is he doing, constantly emphasizing that there will be no next time? What does he mean by raising the price for this extortion? Menglan spoke up, "All right, Boss Peng, let's skip the apology and directly solve the problem faster." Seeing a more optimistic situation, Peng Wei happily thought, "All right, arranging for Zhu Shanglong to return to Madu is more important, so it's best to quickly resolve this matter." But not resolving it satisfactorily, fearing that Haoshin would be angry, Peng Wei raised 3 fingers and said, "Then it's 30 million yuan." Thinking that Peng Wei was demanding a ransom, Menglan angrily thought, "Only 30 million yuan, I thought he wanted to extort more money, causing confusion." She replied, "Fine, 30 million yuan, then 30 million yuan it is, no more no less." Peng Wei was thinking, Menglan agreed to the compensation of 30 million yuan, and happily replied, "And is very refreshing to work with, quickly reaching such an agreement, I am very happy ha." But suddenly Peng Wei's eyes became bewildered, his face fearful as he said, "Missen, what are you doing?" Meng Lan calmly replied, "Didn't you say 30 million yuan? I will write a check for you." Pang Wei quickly said, "No, misunderstood me. I meant to transfer 30 million yuan to you, just give me your account number." Meng Lan, puzzled, asked him, "What? Why should I give you my account number, and why do you have to transfer 30 million yuan to me? Explain clearly." Pang Wei, sweating, apologized to Meng Lan, wanting to compensate her with 30 million yuan for the emotional damage. He mentioned a long-standing agreement with Hao Shun. Meng Lan's face now serious, she had countless questions in her mind. She asked, Hao Shun mentioned some agreement with Pang Wei, since when did they discuss this? What did they talk about that someone asking for money becomes the one giving money? Meng Lan then asked Pang Wei, "Was it just you and Hao Shun talking, or was Li Ruobing or anyone else involved?" Pang Wei replied, "I only talked to Mr. Hao, Mizzen can ask Mr. Hao for more details. I have things to do and I am in hurry to go back to Shanghai, now, please send me the account number." Not knowing the true strength of Mr. Hao, Meng Lan is still amazed. She thinks, this depends on Hao Shun alone, without needing the Li family to intervene. "I really want to talk to him and find out what is going on." Meng Lan said, "Alright, I accept his apology, the money is not necessary, I hope in the future he will not disturb my private life anymore." Pang Wei thought, "It's lucky, I even saved 30 million yuan, now that Mizzen has accepted the apology, it's considered fulfilling the promise to Mr. Hao." Pang Wei stood up, smiled and said, Okay Mizzen, goodbye, I have things to do, I won't bother you anymore, And Meng Lan quickly contacted Mr. Hao and said, "Hao Shun, I just met with Pang Wei." Hearing this, Hao Shun immediately asked about the situation, "So, everything is going smoothly?" Meng Lan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Yes, everything is going very well." "How, can you have a meal with me? I have something to tell you." Hao Shun replied, "Sure, no problem." So in the afternoon, Hao Shan and Meng Lan had a meal together. Meng Lan said, "It was strange meeting Pang Wei today. He apologized to me and wants to compensate me. I'm curious, what did you do to Pang Wei, Hao?" Hao Shen, looking puzzled, replied, "Oh, I didn't do anything, just gave him some difficult requests." Meng Lan insisted, "I don't believe it. Why would he listen to you like that, Hao?" Hao Shen winked at her and said, "Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. Let's change the subject to something simpler." As a result, Hao Shen and Meng Lan happily drank wine, talked about music, love, life, for 3 hours. Meng Lan's eyes were deeply mesmerized as she gazed at Hao Shun, thoroughly enjoying his company. She thought to herself, talking with Hao Shun is always so pleasant, and I feel like there are countless things to say to him, but not much time to spend with him. She thought back, last time we drank together, talked about life, and I took advantage to kiss Hao Shun, stealing a bit of Li Ruobing's resources. But last time I met with Miss Li in the room, I didn't have much of a reaction either. Even if I kiss Mr. Hao again, nothing terrible will happen, right?" Deciding to act on her thoughts, Meng Lan broke the distance and approached Hao Shin, asking, "How, shall we play the piano together again?" Hao Shin was about to eat the main course of the evening, of course, he agreed. So the two of them went back to Meng Lan's room to play the piano together, the sound of the piano gently dancing as if in celebration. The room was filled with joy and love, with Hao Shin standing by appreciating the music being played. Meng Lan then gave words of praise to Hao Shin, saying, "You truly are a musical genius, the melody of your composition touches the heart and stirs emotions." She immediately stood up from her seat and said, "Why don't we do this earlier, meet each other sooner?" Suddenly, Hao Shin gently pulled her into his arms, showing his affection. Meng Lan did not resist being in his arms. She felt a bit shy, but this feeling was indescribable. Without saying a word, their eyes met. They then gave each other a passionate kiss, filled with deep love for each other. Hao Shin sweetly said to her, "Perhaps we have known each other for a long time. However, it is not too late to start now." Meng Lan sweetly replied, "Yes, it is never too late. So, my brother Hao is ready, enjoying the main course now, a passionate night has passed." In the morning of the next day, warm rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains, shining straight into the room. This woke Meng Lan from her deep sleep, as she sat up and found herself naked next to Haoshen. Feeling a bit shy, she tried to recall how they had gotten drunk, had wrestled with Haoshen all night while practicing spelling, and had taken a leap forward in their relationship with Hao. Oh, I'm still not fully awake. Why does my head hurt so much? This is it, guys, no more separate rooms for him and her. Hao has officially brought Meng Lan into his harem. Meng Lan saw Haoshen walking in. She didn't know what to do, so she just smiled lightly and told him that she woke up early to prepare for a new day. However, her heart was in turmoil with thoughts about their complex relationship. Haoshen looked into Meng Lan's eyes and felt that something was not right. He knew that things between them were unclear and could cause more trouble. He decided to be honest with her about his feelings and wanted to resolve any misunderstandings. Meng Lan heard what Haoshen said. She couldn't hold back her emotions. She wanted to confess the truth to him, but at the same time, she was afraid of losing everything. She thought and couldn't find a solution for the current situation. Haoshen saw the confusion on Meng Lan's face. He hugged her and said that they would overcome all difficulties together. They would find the right path for their love and not let anyone interfere in their relationship. When Meng Lan saw him, her face was a bit flustered, hesitantly calling out his name. Seeing Meng Lan's expression like that, Haoshen also didn't know what had happened. He asked, "What's wrong?" And Meng Lan then told him, "Don't tell Li about our situation, okay?" She thought, actually, now, how can I solve this problem? Seeing this, Haoshen smiled reassuringly at Meng Lan. "It will be fine, Ruo Bing won't ask anything." Meng Lan then asked him curiously, why wouldn't she ask? He explained, "That's Ruo Bing's personality, she's lazy to ask, but she will definitely come to see you directly." After hearing that, Meng Lan was a bit surprised. See me directly? Meng Lan then smiled and thought, face to face, denying will be better, even though she has no evidence, just do that. Seeing Meng Lan's expression a bit less tense, he chuckled, "It seems An is not afraid at all." To prove her stubbornness, Meng Lan replied with a passionate kiss, "Right, not afraid." That early morning, the two of them started a new round. Perhaps last night was not enough, stubbornly returning to the harem again. Ruo Bing seemed to have a headache. Besides Wu Yurong, now there was also the willful and Meng Lan. An hour and a half later, they finished their match. Meng Lan immediately said, "I plan to return to Shanghai in the afternoon." Haoshen asked her, in such a hurry, why not take another day off before leaving? She gently replied, "You also need to work on the album soon, and once you start recording, there will be places that need you." Haoshen replied, "It's okay, in a few days I will find you, Meng Lan." 3 days later, at the Taishan Shishang Company, in Li Ruobing's office, Hao had arrived early. When he suddenly received a call from Meng Lan, he answered the phone. "Hello, An, what's wrong? The source of the new song has leaked." Meng Lan on the other end of the line immediately said, "I'm sorry, it was my mistake." Hao asked, "Where has it leaked?" Ruo Bing caught wind of the story, so she quickly surfed the internet and saw that the information about the song was at the top of the hot search page. Meng Lan immediately said, "It suddenly broke out on the internet and spread all over. I have asked everyone to delete them as much as possible, but it's very complicated, mainly because there are too many. As soon as you delete one place, another one pops up." Haoshen calmly asked, "How could it leak naturally? Who did Miss send it to?" Meng Lan replied, "I have recorded many versions myself, but I don't know which one is better, so I sent them to music tutors, musicians, managers, singers, and dozens of trainees at the company." Haoshen reassuringly smiled. "In other words, it was leaked by some people in your company. Don't worry, Missin, I will come to Shanghai immediately." Ruo Bing observed Haoshen's expression and asked puzzledly, "How can you still smile?" Haoshen replied, "I smile because it's getting more interesting, so I think I'll find a better reason to go to Shanghai, rather than recording an album, but the reason has already knocked on the door." Ruo Bing immediately asked him in a jealous tone, "Is it because of Meng Lan that you are thinking about how to choose her, right?" Haoshen teased Ruo Bing and replied, "Is that all you think about, relationships between men and women? Is that how you see me now, Miss Li?" Upon hearing this, Ruo Bing quickly changed the subject and said, "Do you want to use Missin to add another force to the hunt for the Ding family? Adding the power of the Yin family would help, but, darling, you must take care of yourself this time." Haoshen leaned in close to tease her and said, "Miss Li, are you jealous?" Caught off guard by his words, Ruo Bing pretended to be angry and replied, "Yes, I am jealous indeed." Seeing her reaction, Hao Shen continued to tease her, "So, Miss Li, are you ready to admit defeat? Can you not be jealous?" Ruo Bing, now angry, raised her voice and declared, "Yes, I am jealous, what can you do about it?" Without giving her a chance to react, Hao Shen immediately kissed Ruo Bing on the lips as punishment for admitting defeat. Ruo Bing was a bit surprised and shouted, pushing him away, saying, "You scoundrel, you wicked man, what are you doing? This is in the office." But Hao from his family ignored her and continued. Not sure what he was doing, but his older sister said one thing and enjoyed another. Half a day later in Shanghai, Hao Shen along with Zhuang Xiaoyi and the couple Tang Xian Bao, as they walked, Hao Shen immediately contacted Pang Wei, "Boss Pang, help me check on a few people, I have sent you the address, send someone there to keep an eye on them for me." Pang Wei replied, "Alright, Hao, besides, Zhu Shanglong has been here for 2 days." Tang Xian Bao quickly said, "Master, when you finish your work, remember to find me, I will always be waiting for you to make a few drinks, our master-disciple relationship is getting closer." Hao Shen understood what he meant and guessed that this couple was preparing to go on a date. He didn't bother anymore and agreed. He turned to Xiao Yi and said, "Let's go too, let's go meet that girlin." In the morning at Manglan's music company, the staff had been here early to welcome them, but it seemed like they were waiting for a long time, so there were some discontented conversations. A four-eyed guy spoke up, "He's not just Master Hao, why the need for such a serious reception?" A colleague beside him replied, "Why do you care so much, just follow what you've been instructed to do." Seeing her husband arrive, and Meng Lan was overjoyed, but she had to hold back her excitement, unable to reveal their relationship. She sweetly called out, Master Hao is here." The staff members chuckled at how young Hao Shen looked, pointing out, "I thought he would be an old hand with years of experience at the age of 40 or 50 in the Chinese music industry, but it turns out he's a young man with a fair complexion. How long has he been in the music scene, I wonder?" Seeing this, Meng Lan felt annoyed. She turned her eyes coldly and said to the staff members, "What's the problem? Master Hao hasn't even been welcomed yet." The boss was annoyed. The staff members didn't want to lose their jobs, so they quickly bowed 180 degrees and loudly greeted, "Welcome, Master Hao has arrived." Seeing that, Xiao Yi immediately did not say anything, and Hao Shen waved and said, "Alright, let's go upstairs, we will talk more slowly." So the three of them went into the tea room to talk. Hao Shen spoke up and asked, "Meng Lan, what is happening? Does Missen have any leads?" Meng Lan replied, "After opening the investigation into all surveillance, there are currently 5 suspects believed to be leaking information." Hao Shen smiled and said, "So things are going quite smoothly, right?" Meng Lan replied sadly, "Although one person has been arrested, I haven't caught all of them. After all, they are all talents, and if a crisis occurs in the future, it will be very troublesome." Hao Shen confidently reassured Meng Lan, saying, "Don't worry, it's okay, I already know who the culprit is." In the previous episode, after temporarily leaving the lioness at Hao's house, Zhuang Xiaoyi and the couple Tang Xian Bao went to Shanghai. Upon arriving, the two couples bid farewell for the time being to handle their own tasks. Hao Shen and Zhuang Xiaoyi went to the company together to investigate the culprit behind leaking Meng Lan's music album. With his exceptional skills, it seemed like Hao Shen already knew who the culprit was. On and Meng Lan went up to see the company employee records of Su Lei, a 31-year-old man who graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, with experience as an online singer. He works in the Performing Arts Training Center department, the internship room, currently holding the position of vocal music teacher for the first internship batch and serving as the deputy head of the internship room. Hao Shen confidently said, "He is the one, just go directly to find him." However, Meng Lan hesitated a bit. "I interviewed him, and within 2 years he has reached a mid-level position. He is a very promising company manager, it's impossible that he is the one." Meng Lan looked at him and asked, How are you so sure that Su Lei is the one?" Hao Shen explained, "Well, the issue is a bit complicated, but to make things clearer, let's call Su Lei here, I'll make him admit everything first." Meng Lan followed his arrangement, called Su Lei to the office. After a while, Su Lei opened the door and walked in with a curious look. "Mrs. What can I help you with?" Meng Lan crossed her arms seriously and said, "Teacher Hao Shen, I have something to ask you. please talk to him. Upon hearing the word teacher, Sule thought to himself, around 50 years old, who would have thought he's a handsome young man? Sule looked at this person suspiciously, and Haoshan solemnly said, I'll give you a chance, you can either talk to me or I'll call Xia Xiaobin to ask him. Upon hearing this, Sule was shocked and lost his composure, while Xiaoyi observed and thought, Xia Xiaobin, the owner of Rubik Cooper Paparazzi Studio, has a lower status in the industry than Peng Wei. Sule is really in trouble. Sule regained his composure and replied, Sir, I don't understand what you mean, I have no relationship with Xia Xiaobin as you just mentioned. Haoshan then asked, do you still use the phone number ending in 6546? Has the money been transferred to your mother-in-law's card? At this point, Sule started to panic a little, thinking to himself, yesterday I contacted Rubik Studio with the number ending in 6546. Did my mother-in-law receive some money in her bank card? I have the right to talk on the phone with anyone, the company doesn't have any rules prohibiting money transactions, there's no convincing evidence, there's no need to panic. Sule shouted out in protest, Mr. Hao, do you suspect me based on such a personal issue? If you have evidence, just bring it out. So Sule immediately played the role of a victim and said, Boss, because you don't trust me, I don't need to stay here to dedicate myself anymore, I will write a resignation letter right now. Haoshan, looking at him acting so dramatically, feeling a bit regretful as he was a musician, not an actor, said, do you think you can leave the company today? Seeing his stern attitude, Sule panicked and said to Meng Lan, Boss, are you trying to detain me? If Mr. Hao really suspects me, he can call the police to investigate, but you can't restrict my freedom without permission. Seeing his reaction, Meng Lan now lost trust in him and questioned, is Sule really who he says he is? He shouted out in protest, it's not me. Haoshan, seeing him still trying to argue, said, it doesn't matter, no matter how loud you shout, I will come to your workplace to check the computer. Sule smiled and thought to himself, are you a fool? The evidence you're looking for has long been erased, who would keep such things except a fool? True to his words, Haoshan immediately went to Sule's workplace to inspect. Sule arrogantly said, Mr. Hao, all my electronic devices including the company computer, personal computer, tablet, and mobile phone are here, you can check, I hope you can check thoroughly. Haoshan said, it seems like everything has been completely erased, no wonder you're so confident. Sule replied, Mr. Hao, don't make baseless accusations without concrete evidence, I did not delete any evidence on my devices, so please don't blame the innocent. Meng Lan, feeling a bit worried, asked him, Hao, what do we do now? Haoshan replied, don't worry, just wait. Haoshan then showcased his hacking skills. After thousands of years of practice, 20 minutes later, Meng Lan eagerly asked, Hao, what are you writing? Haoshan replied, the program for restoring deleted files has just been recovered, let's watch it together. With a sharp look, Sule replied, here, this email has already been sent, I guess you don't need me to open it for you, right? Realizing that he had been exposed, Sule immediately knelt down and begged, Boss, I was wrong, I admit my mistake, please forgive me this time. Meng Lan looked at him with anger, wishing to punch him in the face, but she couldn't act aggressively in front of her future husband. So, she called the police and gave him a shiny silver shake. Meng Lan worriedly asked, How, now that the sound leak issue is forgotten, do you have any ideas on how to fix the new album? Haoshan responded, the solution is to release the previous album first, the sooner the better. Meng Lan suddenly remembered and asked how did you know that Sule was the leaker? Haoshan replied, I had Peng Wei investigate before, he is a rival in the same industry, so the investigation should not be too easy. Let's not talk about this anymore, I want to record a song before your company collapses. Meng Lan couldn't believe it and said, I can't believe it, your joke song has caused such a sensation. Haoshan laughed, that's right, the joke song not only didn't harm my reputation but also attracted the attention of many people. That's how I chose to address the sound leakage issue. Both of them kept laughing at the unexpected success of Haoshan's joke song. It was a lesson for Meng Lan on how to creatively solve a problem. Countless comments and discussions. Why are you so wonderful? Why don't you go to heaven if you were so great? In your song, dare to say that all musicians are blind. In the world of Music Nation H, there is nothing like tomorrow. And Haoshin, do you have any plans? How many songs are you writing? Only 2 famous songs and they are really hot. If you consider yourself a genius or superstar, are you ashamed? If possible, please release a decent album. It's really trash. The song is good, but everyone else is trash. Menglan sat reading the comments and thought, although the unprecedented heat has overwhelmed everything, this is too negative. Being mentioned a lot is not a good thing. A while later, an employee opened the door and said, "Boss, is it true that all 7 songs in the new album were composed by Master Hao?" This person was the music director Wu Xiaohu. Menglan calmly replied, "Yes, Master Hao did compose them. What's the matter?" Wu Xiaohu laughed and said, Master Hao is amazing, he's done it. Master Hao is truly a genius." Menglan puzzledly asked, "What is Teacher Hu talking about?" Wu Xiaohu replied, "Of course, it's the new album of the boss, don't you understand?" Right now, netizens are criticizing Teacher Hao and doubting his creative talent, while the boss's songs are actually written by him. Menglan just realized, Haoshin is causing a stir single-handedly, with the whole internet community criticizing him. This is not just a way to attract fame, but also a trap for the entire internet. Everyone will doubt Haoshin's talent and want him to use his arrogance. His new album will be released soon, as all the songs are written by him. This is equivalent to cleaning up the controversies on the internet with a slap. By then, the new album with excellent quality will continue to be famous as it is now, and the leakage of sound sources will be a thing of the past. Menglan sweetly thought, yesterday I said he was causing trouble, I'm sure I have to make up for his mistake, no matter what method I use. Wu Xiaohu pointed at the phone and said, as I predicted, the whole internet is currently paying attention to Teacher Hao's new song. The attention on leaking the source of our new song has clearly decreased. Haoshin smiled and replied, that's all I can do for now. It's been tough recording with Missen for the past 2 days, the songs for the new album are done. Remember to release them soon. And Menglan hesitated before saying something, so Teacher Hao, what about you? Before leaving, Haoshin gently replied to Menglan, I have some things to take care of these days. I'll leave first and contact you later. An hour later, in Madu, also known as Shanghai, at the Yinghuihua restaurant on Dong Street, Haoshin and Xiaoyi were present. Hao spoke up, Xiaoyi, this is the movie script I wrote a few days ago. Take it and give it to Mao Si-son when he arrives. He then handed the USB drive to Xiaoyi, who asked puzzled, a movie script? This is important information for the company. Why doesn't Mr. Hao personally deliver it? Mr. Hao hinted, you should go, because this could make you the chairman of Shanghai Entertainment. Upon hearing this, Miss Xiaoyi was surprised and thought, to become the chairman of Shanghai Entertainment. Suddenly, 2 people arrived with a somewhat arrogant tone. The arrogant chicken-haired guy said, Hey, isn't this the beauty of Zhuangde? This person is Qi Chenghong, the son of Qi Min, the chairman of the Song Qi Real Estate Group. Next to him was Qi Jun, 45 years old, the largest shareholder and director of Song Qi Real Estate Group in Madu. He put on a mischievous face and teasingly said, Long time no see, so you found a rich kid, huh? Or do you think you can find someone better? Chuckles. Hearing this, Xiaoyi was extremely angry. Haoshin quickly comforted her, don't mind him, just ignore him. Qi Chenghong leaned in and said, Uncle, have you seen? Anyway, she is our Zhuangde beauty, the one that I've mentioned to you several times before. Qi Hung said arrogantly, Wow, this is a high-class item, I can imagine how to use it comfortably, my nephew has good taste. Qi Chenghong also snorted, Hey, what number is this name for you? Have you made it clear with your rich nephew? Xiaoyi immediately scolded him, You, stop talking nonsense, don't bother me while I'm eating. Haoshin, sensing his hidden intentions, looked seriously at Xiaoyi and said, Mr. Hao, don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing that his wealthy nephew didn't dare to say anything, he thought, this rich kid is like this and still doesn't dare to say anything, he must want to do whatever he wants. He added, What nonsense am I talking about? What you do with someone else, I haven't even started telling yet. Haoshin was a little annoyed when he realized that this guy was trying to sow discord, so he told Xiaoyi, splash water on him. Xiaoyi, confused, asked, huh? Hao Shen encouraged her, don't be afraid, just do it. So, following her beloved husband's advice, she splashed a whole glass of water on his face. Shi Chunghong immediately became angry. I didn't expect it from her, daring to splash water on my face. He shouted loudly, damn it, what are you? He was about to hit Xiao Yi, but was immediately stopped by Hao, who kicked him straight in the knee, causing him to lose balance and hit his head on the table. In the astonishment of Qi Jun and Xiao Yi, who helped him up, he was still in pain with his face covered in blood. Shi Chunghong whispered to him, someone kicked you, damn it. But when the two looked back, they didn't see anyone around, except for Hao Shen and Xiao Yi. Qi Jun blared and said, how dare you hit my beloved child? Hao Shen innocently replied to Qi Jun, did you see me kick him? Without evidence, don't talk nonsense. If you have time, go to the hospital for a checkup, you might turn out to be a fool. Qi Jun was furious, but couldn't clearly see his movements. He coldly said, wait until I check the surveillance camera and then question you. Hao Shen calmly responded, but the table where Xiao Yi and I were sitting seems to be in a blind spot of the camera. It looks like Qi Jun, you might end up with a wasted trip. Upon hearing this, Qi Jun became angry and thought, this guy has already confessed. The old man said, dare to attack me. Hao Shen calmly replied, Qi Jun, your grandson seems to be coming to serve the ancestors soon. The old man looked at his grandson, his face pale from blood loss, and shouted, Chung Hong. Hao Shen said, Qi Jun, quickly take him to the hospital. As the uncle carried his nephew, waiting a bit longer, perhaps he would be leaving the earth for real, Qi Jun bitterly said, you are capable, very capable, I will remember your face. So the uncle carried his nephew to the hospital, while Xiao Yi, standing aside, worriedly asked, Mr. Hao, what about them? Hao Shen reassured her, saying, it's okay, they are just two rotten guys, no need to be afraid. Xiao Yi still couldn't help but worry, she said, Mr. Hao, Shi Chenghong comes from a very influential background, with a family worth tens of billions, always acting arrogantly, no one dares to mess with him. Hao Shen calmly replied, so what? Xiao Ye's eyes welled up with tears as she said, I have caused more trouble for Mr. Hao, is there any danger? Hao Shen felt his wife caring for him like that, he immediately hugged her tightly, full of affection. He said, this is not your fault, I won't allow you to be treated like that, next time if this happens again, Xiao Yi, you must smash a wine bottle on his head, I will take the consequences, do you understand? As Hao Shen's woman, I don't fear anyone. Upon hearing her beloved husband say that, she happily stopped crying and replied, yes. 3 hours after eating and chatting with Mao Rusong, the two went back to the shared bathroom. Xiao Yi spoke up, Hao, you've worked hard for the past 2 days, you must be tired, let me give you a massage. Hao Shen immediately held her hand and said, you must be tired too, no need to massage me. Seeing the water splashing, Hao Shen sat beside her, with her on his lap, and said, let's take a bath together. Wash away all the tiredness of the past 2 days, relieve the stress and tiredness. Suddenly, a message came in, Xiao, why haven't you come to Madu to see me? If you're free tomorrow, come for a meal, I'll treat you kindly with a few glasses of wine, and we can discuss some matters. In the previous episode, after bidding farewell to An Menglan, Hao Shen and Zhuang Xiaoyi went to have a meal, planning to meet Mao Rusong to give him the USB. However, they ran into two cousins from the Qi family who tried to disrupt the relationship between them. Fortunately, Hao gave them a lesson and they almost went back to their grandparents' house, but ended up spending a passionate night together. The next morning, Hao Shen opened the car door for Xiao Yi and said, Xiao Yi, I'll wait for you at the Chonghai Entertainment Company, Mao Rusong will guide you attentively. I have some things to take care of, so I'll come pick you up in the afternoon. While being affectionate with his wife, a gangster holding a gun approached with a bald head, waving a knife and said, what business, is it about money owed or someone killed? This guy here should go somewhere else with us, someone wants to talk to you about money owed, pay up, or your life will be the price. Xiao Yi felt a bit worried, but Hao Shen stood in front of her calmly and said, I don't know who sent you guys here, but I'm busy today and don't have time to deal with you. One heard Hao Shen say that, immediately rushed forward to attack, are you mocking me? Hao Shen just glanced contemptuously, with the skill of these guys, he could avoid it with his eyes closed, so he immediately launched a counterattack, punching this guy in the face down to the floor, seeing he was not to be messed with, the bald guy shouted loudly, "Everyone, charge together." Hao Shen spoke up, "Xiaoyi, step back." Seeing no more obstacles, Hao from the Shen family immediately switched to combat mode, kicking one guy away, throwing punches, causing one guy to fall with a few broken ribs, knocking another guy down with a straight punch. The bald guy exclaimed, "WTF, this guy with a pretty face knows how to fight too." At this point, he had pulled out a knife, taken Xiaoyi as a hostage. Seeing he did not dare to move, he said loudly, "If you move again, I will slash your face into pieces." Hao Shen calmly took out something from his pocket, quickly pulled out the iPhone 15 and threw it straight into his face, causing him to bleed profusely. Xiaoyi didn't understand what was happening, she didn't know what was going on, so Hao Shen worriedly ran over, affectionately hugging her and examining her cute face, saying, "Luckily you weren't hurt anywhere." Hao Shen then took the bald man's phone to see if the mastermind behind it was Ding Duan Long, checking the contacts and discovering it was Qi Jun who sent them. Zhuang Xiaoyi apologizes, saying, "I'm sorry, I caused trouble for you, Hao Shen." Hao Shen smiled and replied, "It's not your fault." Hao Shen's eyes were full of scheming thoughts. "These Qi siblings have harmed Xiaoyi from my family, time and time again. It seems I can't be lenient with these two siblings from the Qi family." After a while, Hao Shen accepted Tang Jiaer's invitation to have a meal together. Mr. Tang said, "Oh my, Xiao Hao, you came all the way to Madu, so I must treat you to this meal. Why did Xiao Gu come here with you?" Hao Shen replied, "Tang Jiaer, I brought Mr. Gu here. I know everyone is almost ready to deal with the Lu family and my Li family, so before that, I want to give a gift to both of you. I'm sure you both are familiar with the Song Qi real estate." He took out a USB from his pocket, and Mr. Tang slowly raised his glass and responded, "The Qi brothers, they only do a bit of business in this small city, they're not really anyone important." Gu Ruibo pondered and said, "They don't have a powerful family background either, I heard they are just younger siblings of some old leader." Hao Shen slyly remarked, "That old leader has passed away, their development has reached its peak." He placed the USB drive on the table and said, "This is all the evidence of wrongdoing by the Qi family. With just two people, we can definitely swallow up the 10 billion yuan in Song Qi's real estate." Upon hearing this, Mr. Tang was shocked and thought, "Swallow up the entire Song Qi real estate?" Gu Ruibo was equally shocked and said, "Playing big like that, could it be that our families have offended Mr. Hao?" Hao Shen saw this as natural and said, "It's annoying to deal with people who only cause trouble, stir up conflicts like them. Do they really want to swallow it all up?" Mr. Tang said, "Trading with no capital loss like this." Gu Ruibo replied, "If we join forces with Tang Jiaer, we can probably take over everything in about 3 days. Hao Shen said cheerfully, "In this business between the two families Gu and Tang, we can consider it a temporary alliance." Mr. Tang spoke up, "This is Xiao Hao's idea, no matter how it is said, it is still a business worth several 10 billion yuan. Gu Ruibo thought, offending Mr. Hao, the Qi family suddenly becomes a cushion for the Tang family and Gu family to form an alliance. Old Tang happily held the cup and said, "Come on, Xiao Gu, let's toast because our two families have formed an alliance." After this is done, Xiao Gu's words will carry more weight within the family. Gu Ruibo replied, "Master, if you need any help in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best to assist you." Old Tang was very pleased to hear this and said, Good, Xiao Gu is quick and efficient." Hao Shen said, "Gu family, it's best not to get involved with dealing with the Lu family. And also, if there are rumors in the future that the Tang and Gu families are taking over the Qi family, and the Tang and Li families are opposing the Lu family, the Ding family will not hesitate to act either." Gu Ruibo was enlightened by his statement and said, "So, there's a deeper purpose behind all of this." Mr. Tang laughed and replied, Indeed, Xiao Hao, you think very carefully." After a joyful meal together, 3 hours had passed. Hao Shen then went home with his wife, lying naked in bed. He said to Xiaoyi, "In the future, you don't have to worry about Qi Cheng Hong and Qi Min bothering us." Xiaoyi replied, "Actually, I'm fine, I just don't like them bothering you, Hao." While being intimate, Hao Shen received a phone call from Li Ruabing. Ruabing said, "Darling, you haven't called me in 2 days straight. Being silent like this means something big is happening." Hao Shen, who was cuddling with Xiaoyi, responded in confusion, What do you mean?" On the other hand, Ruabing was reading the news of the day. with the headline announcing the release of a new song by An Menglan, the queen who had made 600 million yuan in one day. The shocking news for Hao was that he was in charge of composing music for An Menglan's new album. Ruo Bing, feeling resentful, said, I already knew it and you still asked. Wasting your time and effort on An Menglan. Producer Hao was really talented. Could it be that you really want to debut as a singer? Hao Shen thought, her new album has been released already. I'm not free to pay attention to this today. Ruo Bing gently advised, honey, finish up and come back soon. There's a big thing waiting for you at home. I don't know what it is, or maybe you just can't bear to be away from me. Early the next morning, Wu Chen received a call from An Menglan. On the other side, Menglan urgently told Mr. Wu that something has happened. Have you checked the hot search on the internet yet? The top handsome cheating charmer is caught cheating, and Menglan is willing to be the mistress. Wu Chen was on the phone while Xiaoyi showed him the news. He replied calmly, yeah, the only thing true in the post is me bringing my girlfriend to Manhwa's company, everything else is made up. The writer of this post is good at spinning tales, the fabricated story is quite convincing. Menglan playfully nudged Mr. Wu's head and asked, why are you still in the mood to joke around like this? Wu Chen smiled and said, seeing her new album doing quite well, some people want to tarnish her image. There is nothing to prove that these fabricated stories are true, they cannot cause any trouble at all. Menglan said, now outside the company Manhwa are all journalists, do I need to post a clarification, Mr. Wu? However, she was still hesitant, I'm not afraid of them setting something up, but if they investigate and find out about me and Wu Chen, what should I do? By that time, I really have to kneel down and apologize to Li Ruobing. Wu Chen reassured, I know what Mizan is worrying about, there is no need to be afraid. When you go to the company, don't mention anything about the rumors on the internet. The most important thing right now is to immediately arrest the artistic assistants Su Lei and Lu Xichang from the public relations department. They have been secretly selling information about her, and the articles online are also written by them. Upon hearing this, Menglan was immediately astonished and asked, really? After hearing that, Wu Chen asked, you don't believe it, do you? Menglan quickly responded, okay, I'll handle it according to what you said. Let's not meet for now until the scandal dies down, then we can discuss later. I'll hang up now. Wu Chen immediately comforted Xiaoyi, saying, don't worry, you don't need to care about such small matters. Just focus on studying in Shanghai slowly. Mao Rusan will teach you, and I will go back to Donghai. 3 hours later, Wu Chen flew back to Donghai. Upon arriving home, she heard her beloved husband calling from Su Qingying. She ran to Wu Chen like a child and hugged him tightly without letting go. Wu Chen asked, is Qingying here as well? Qingying sweetly said, I miss you so much these days, I want to see you to the point of death, I want my husband to kiss me, I want my husband to hug me. Wu Chen immediately happily picked her up to play around. Li Ruobing was speechless at this scene. She sighed and thought, Qingying, a normally ordinary woman, always became unusual whenever she met Wu Chen. Wu Chen seriously asked Ruobing, tell me, what is the matter that even Qingying had to come all the way here? Ruobing replied, you should ask her yourself. Wu Chen immediately looked at Qingying with a puzzled expression. Su Qingying immediately leaned close to her husband's ear and said, my love, I want to have a child. After listening to Wu Chen, he stood still for 5 seconds. Qingying is attentively looking at him, waiting for the answer. Ruobing squinted and observed Wu Chen with eyes wide open. Wu Chen worriedly told Qingying, if you get pregnant, you won't have the energy to take care of the company. Upon hearing this, Qingying happily replied, I know, but I want to have a child with my husband. Wu Chen thinks about that future scenario. Our relationship with Qingying is very difficult to talk about, both the present and the future are also difficult to openly discuss. If there is a child accompanying her, making her happy, then that would be good. Wu Chen smiled and gently rubbed her head, saying, let's listen to you completely, and then we'll have an adorable child together. After hearing Qingying's cheerful words, she ran off happily. Now she is going back to take care of her body to prepare for pregnancy, while her loving husband waits for her to call him on the auspicious day. Ruo Bing, I'm leaving, haha. Wu Chen and Ruo Bing look at her like a child, not knowing what to say. Ruo Bing sighed and said, I am also completely impressed by this servant girl. Wu Chen craftily made a sound, Xinging wants to have a child already, and when will you give me a child? Ruo Bing replied, I also really want to, but I want to meet your parents. If you're not busy today, let's go see them later. Wu Chen smiled, seemingly knowing Ruo Bing's intentions. He thought that it seemed Xinging had made Ruo Bing worry, as Ruo Bing was now taking action to strengthen her position. After seeing him smile mischievously, Ruo Bing, feeling annoyed, said, What are you laughing at? If you have nothing to say, then just leave. And so, Wu Chen had to cover his mouth to stifle his laughter. As a result, the two siblings went straight to their parents' house. After a moment, Ruo Bing looked around at the surroundings and asked, You loved it here since you were little, how come you live here now? Wu Chen replied, Why, do you think I am poor? Ruo Bing smiled and replied, What is there to complain about? I just find it strange that in this situation, how could I possibly nurture my man to become so outstanding? When Wu Chen was praised by her, he felt happy and replied, I guess it's because I am a once-in-a-century genius. Ruo Bing immediately held his hand and said, Stop joking around, let's go, our parents are waiting. When entering, Wu Chen immediately introduces his parents, this is Ruo Bing. When the younger brother over 20 years old brings his girlfriend home, his parents are overjoyed. The girlfriend says, Wow, coming here is already so much fun, why buy so many things? The boyfriend says, Oh Ru Bing, don't stand there, come in and sit down quickly. As soon as he entered the house, there was a knocking sound at the door, so the young man quickly ran to open it. Mr. Chang, why did you come here? Mr. Chang replied, Mr. Yu, I have a matter to discuss. Suddenly realizing, oh, Ms. Li is also here. Ruo Bing also curiously looked up and gazed outside. Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu were amazed when Mr. Chang was calling his son's girlfriend. Error, try to refresh the page and reopen the add-in. If the problem persists, please contact us. Mr. Chang said, Ms. Li, and Ms. Shinar. In response, Ruo Bing warmly embraced Wu Chen, who is my boyfriend. Mr. Yu spoke up, saying, Mr. Chang, neither of them are outsiders, don't stand there forever, come over here and sit. When Mr. Chang visited, he whispered, Mr. Yu, you are truly fortunate. Little Shin has just graduated from university and already found a wealthy girlfriend. Upon hearing that, Mr. Yu was immediately amazed, looking at Ruo Bing and thinking, how wealthy he is. Mr. Chang sincerely replied, I don't really know, Mr. Yu. Your future daughter-in-law produces makeup products, has achieved great success, and is estimated to have a market value of around $23 billion. Upon hearing that, Mr. Yu felt a bit hesitant and thought, how could he forget, or was it unintentional? Little Shin doesn't have any qualities that deserve attention. After setting the table, Yu called out loudly, why are you still sitting there? Come over here and eat this meal. Grandpa Chung happily replied, my sister-in-law has guests at home, so I will leave early. Grandpa Yu, next time I will find you later, okay? So there are 4 people having a meal together, but Mr. Yu's face looks a bit serious. Mrs. Yu speaks up, saying, eat up, let's see if it suits your taste. Son, don't just focus on eating your own portion, feed Sang-yi some food. Sang-yi immediately replied happily, Aunt's cooking is really delicious. Mr. Yu then spoke up, saying, I am very happy that you come to my house to have a meal. But I have something to say. You have done so well in your business, yet my house lacks the necessary conditions. A good person like you shouldn't associate with Shin, I am worried that it will hinder your success. Upon hearing these sincere words, Ruo Bing's face immediately turned extremely serious and replied, yes, I am pregnant. Listening to that, the 2 people immediately exclaimed, huh, pregnant already? Pregnant, really? How long has it been? Ruo Bing saw the 2 uncles looking surprised, she happily replied, yes, it's just recent. A few days ago, when I went for an ultrasound, the doctor said I have been pregnant for about 20 days. Mr. Yu immediately scolded, Shin, what is going on? I don't know how to use safety measures. When Wu Chen looks innocent and guilty, Ruo Bing says, it's not his carelessness, it's the owner actively demanding Wu Chen. She looked at him gently and continued, I am also 27 years old now. My career is stable, and it's time to think about having children. Wu Chen probably doesn't want to get married early. He is 5 years younger than me and has just graduated from university. Mr. Yu immediately scolded loudly, that lazy and cunning guy, saying he agreed to marry you, have children for you, yet you are still not satisfied. Mrs. Yu spoke up, Shin, if you are like this, I have to scold you, who in the world would treat a girl like this? After scolding B for a moment, B turned to comfort E, saying, don't worry, my child, in the future, I will take charge for you. If Wu Chen doesn't listen, I will help you teach and discipline him. With loving in-laws like us, Li Ruobing may find it hard to waver her. On that night, Ruobing and Wu Chen returned home to rest. Ruobing hesitantly said, my love, the pregnancy thing I mentioned to your parents was just a joke, you're not mad at me, are you? Wu Chen smiled and replied, there's nothing to be mad about, let's just be honest from now on, okay? Ruobing said angrily, so Qingying also wants to have a child, can you handle that? Wu Chen did not let her react, he immediately used his hand to pull her down. Wu Chen pulled her close and said, I am strong like this, what are you worried about? When proposing to her, his lips were blocked again. Ruobing replied, that's right, indeed, you are very healthy, that's why there is Tian, Qingying, Xiaoyi, Wu Yurong, and in Menglan. Wu Chen replied firmly, you're being defiant at this moment, so you must face the consequences, speaking with your mouth and acting with your hands. This makes Ruobing unable to resist, exclaiming, you are despicable. The next morning, Wu Chen received a call from his boss Tang. Mr. Tang whispered, Mao Rusong had an accident. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen felt slightly bewildered and asked, is there something wrong with him? Mr. Tang seriously said, more than 10 minutes ago, he was crossing Tongjiang intersection when a truck ran a red light and hit them. He is currently at the hospital, the driver causing the accident has fled. I talked on the phone with Gu, he thinks it's the two families seeking revenge. Wu Chen thought, it's not right, the guys from the two family are just some hoodlums at the end of the market street, they absolutely dare not attack and kill people with their cars. Wu Chen said, Mr. Tang, this may not be related to the two family. You must advise Gu Ruebo not to act recklessly, I will think of a way to find the culprit. Hearing Wu Chen's speculation, Mr. Tang replied in astonishment, little you suspects that the real culprit is someone else. Wu Chen reminded, yes, Mr. Tang, help me investigate the cameras on the Mao Rusong accident road. Mr. Tang replied, okay, you wait for me for 30 minutes. Half an hour later, as per the agreed-upon appointment, Wu Chen had footage of the accident happening. He confirmed that it was indeed not the two brothers, but Chao Liangbing and Mei Yuan. Next to him, Ruobing said, there are probably many people who want to punish Mao Rusong, how can you be so sure he is innocent? Wu Chen immediately showed her that, he said that a few minutes before and after the accident involving Mao Rusong, 80% of the vehicles on the road belonged to the group of Chao Liangbing. Hearing that, Ruobing was amazed and asked, how do you know that most of them are vehicles belonging to his gang? Wu Chen confidently replied, I am a spy master, I can recognize cars belonging to any big boss or big lady faction. Wu Chen immediately called Ruebo and said, Mr. Gu, investigate the call history of Chao Liangbing, see who he contacted before the accident involving Mao Rusong. Capture him and interrogate forcefully, when he confesses, then proceed to deal with Chao Liangbing. Upon hearing that, Ruebo replied, all right, I will follow Mr. Wu's instructions. Half a day later at Mei Yuan, in an abandoned construction site area. Gu Ruebo sat proudly with a cigarette in hand, exhaling smoke in 3 puffs. In front of us are 2 beaten-up guys kneeling down, crying and begging for mercy. The guy in the red shirt says, Boss Gu, I was wrong to act against Mao Rusong. Please forgive me, I know I was wrong and I won't dare to do it again in the future. Upon seeing his younger brothers admitting their guilt, Ruebo pondered thoughtfully, Mr. Wu is truly remarkable, just as he predicted, it turns out Chao Liangbing is the culprit. After tossing the cigarette butt to the ground, Un commanded his young followers, keep on fighting. Whatever injuries Mao Rusong has, make sure to hit him until he looks just like that. Don't worry about the medical expenses, I'll take care of it. Hearing this, the two strong young men replied, "Yes, sir, we'll do as you say." The other two simply cried and prayed. On Wu Chen's side, he is driving a Ferrari. The car is no longer sticking to the road but has to fly above the road. Ruo Bing was a bit jealous and said, "What does In Manglan want to do again? Didn't he just come back from Mei Yuan yesterday? Why is he looking for her now?" Wu Chen slowly replied, "Just listen to the phone call, and you'll know." Ruo Bing answered the phone. "Hello." On the other end of the line, Manglan said, "Oh, it's not Mr. Wu, it's Miss Li." Ruo Bing impatiently replied, "Just tell me what's going on." Manglan continued, "The hot search has calmed down, and we have also found out who is behind it. Now I want to discuss with Mr. Wu about the past, about him wanting 50% of Manhwa Music's shares." Upon hearing this, Ruo Bing immediately asked, "What? He wants how many shares, demanding 50% of the company's shares?" Ruo Bing heard Manglan say, I immediately felt something was off here, it kind of smells fishy." Ruo Bing asked, "So why do you want to agree now?" Manglan immediately explained, "Because last time we didn't discuss it thoroughly, this time I want to discuss it in more detail with Mr. Wu. I want to ask when Mr. Wu will come to Mei Yuan." Hearing this, Li Ruo Bing looked at her husband's self-satisfied face and smiled silently, only quietly observing. Sitting in the car, talking on the phone with An Manglan, Li Ruo Bing looked at her small husband and smiled, thinking, An Manglan must be able to meet Wu Chen's unreasonable demands. In other words, it's not Wu Chen who is infatuated, but An Manglan is infatuated with him. Ruo Bing told Manglan, "Wu Chen has arranged the trip to Mei Yuan, do you have anything to say to him?" Seeing this, Manglan hesitated a bit and replied, "No need, Miss Li can help me tell him." Ruo Bing spoke up, "Darling, you are truly intelligent." Just after 2 days in Shanghai, and Manglan personally handed over 50% of the shares. "You deserve to be Li Ruo Bing's husband." Wu Chen said, "Now let's stop talking about An Manglan, I will now go find Qingying." Ruo Bing was surprised and said, "Qingying mentioned yesterday that she wanted to have a child, are you going there to do that?" Wu Chen smiled and replied, "It's already morning. Qingying is still working, you have to go do something else, not that, if anyone asks, just say that you're there to deliver documents to her." After hearing that, Li Ruo Bing's face immediately darkened, looking displeased. "It seems like my boyfriend has made other plans." "Fine, go ahead and carry them out then." 40 minutes later, Wu Chen arrived in front of Qingying's company. Walking straight into the waiting employees, he thought about Qingying having a child. She will not be able to hide the signs of pregnancy. No matter how bad the health of her father is, sooner or later he will know about it. With Qingying's personality, even if she dies, she will never reveal the identity of the child's father, as Qingying's father would be furious to the point of death. At that time, all kinds of rumors will arise, causing the stock price of Qingying's company to plummet. Competitors will take advantage of the opportunity to seize shares. If not controlled, Qingying and the child will surely encounter troubles in the future. His presence here today is to avoid the situation that may arise. Upon arrival, Wu Chen immediately asked the secretary, "Is Miss Su here?" The secretary then inquired, "May I ask if you have an appointment with Director Su today?" A moment later, when Qingying saw her beloved husband coming to visit, she happily called out his name, "Oh my dear husband." Next to the secretary, there is still too much that needs to be revealed. Qingying whispered for a few hours, "Ah-sung should go to the finance department to check the accounts before going further." Ah-sung quickly recognized the subtle way to dismiss. She replied, "All right, I will go check the account, I will go right away." Qingying quickly ran to close the door. After seeing no one around, she ran straight to Wu Chen's embrace, happily calling out, "My dear husband, your visit has made me so happy. Just yesterday we agreed to have a child, and today you're here again. I can't wait any longer." Wu Chen tightly grabbed her and whispered, "You should be careful at the company." Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. An old man with gray hair walked in and said, "Qingying, in this morning's meeting, there was a document that has not been implemented yet. This is the wealthiest person in Huadong, the father of Su Qingying, Su Ruiwan." Seeing her father entering, Qingying shyly stood a bit away from him. The old man looked at the two with concern. Xingying seemed to have something very wrong, while the young man beside her also seemed to have something to worry about. Su Qingying quickly introduced to her father, "This is Mr. Wu Chen. Introduced to you, this is my father." Upon hearing your name, he immediately remembered the name Wu Chen, the boy who took Qingying out of the golf course that day. During a drinking session with the wealthy Huadong group, Lu Kuangnian proclaimed, "Wu Chen is my brother from another mother. Anyone who harms Wu Chen is essentially harming me." For those who may not remember, Lu Kuangnian is the chairman of Donghai Ultimate Power, one of the most influential figures in Donghai. Wu Yuron, sitting beside him, remarked, "Wu Chen is such a good person, who would dare to cause trouble for him? It's a pity that I'm not younger by at least 20 years, or I would even consider marrying Wu Chen." Another old man told him that recently, the Tang and Li families almost became enemies. Zhao was almost killed. It is said that Mr. Wu stepped in to reconcile the two sides. Upon seeing Wu Chen, it seemed that he was not simple, so the old man solemnly shook hands and greeted him, saying, "Lately, I have always heard everyone talking about Mr. Wu here, and upon meeting you, I see that you are a young man full of promise. But you and Xingying have an appointment." Wu Chen quickly replied, "Today, Ruo Bing is busy, so I am helping her deliver some documents to Miss Su." Old Hai suspiciously looked towards Qingying and asked, "Is it true, Qingying? Show me the document." Upon hearing this, Qingying immediately responded, "Oh, father, I will find it right away." The old man looked at the hurried appearance of his daughter and thought, "She still needs to find the document I just sent. Why does my daughter look so funny like that, clearly meaningless? I want to see what these two want to do in the end." The old man spoke up, "There's no need to search anymore, Qingying. Whether you find it or not doesn't matter, all I need is for you to cooperate with Tai Xian Shishang to handle it." He said to Wu Chen, "Mr. Wu, after delivering the documents, is there anything else? Why don't you come to my office for tea? I've also heard many stories about Mr. Wu recently." Qingying immediately panicked and said, "Dad, both you and Li are very busy." Wu Chen looked at her and calmly reassured, "It's okay, Qingying." Wu Chen confidently replied, "Okay, it depends on your preference, Mr. Su." Sometime later at Su Ruiwen's office, the old man said seriously, "Mr. Wu did not come here to deliver documents, did he?" Wu Chen saw that the old man already knew, but he still maintained his confident demeanor and replied, "Mr. Su truly lives up to his reputation as the wealthiest person in the country. I really didn't hide anything from Mr. Su." The old man stared at Wu Chen and said, "You came to see my daughter with the excuse of delivering documents, but even Qingying, my little one, has never lied to me before. Now she wants to deceive me. I wonder if Mr. Wu can explain this." Wu Chen answered smilingly, "Qingying is helping me keep a secret. We have made an agreement with each other. I have helped her so she cannot betray me." Upon hearing that, the old man immediately wondered, "Secret? What secret?" Wu Chen replied, "This cannot be said. Ruo Bing asked me to come here this time to help Su solve some internal issues of the corporation." The old man saw you smiling and dancing with a raised eyebrow, then laughed and said, "As the chairman of our group, I don't know about this matter, but Li Ruo Bing does, and she wants to help me resolve it. It seems like the Li family has gotten too involved." Wu Chen said, "The second shareholder is Chen Jiyuan." Old Bin calmly said, "Chen Jiyuan is very loyal to the corporation, although a bit rough around the edges. But how many competent people do not need to be removed because of this roughness? I don't think he did anything wrong, and I don't think he will do anything to embarrass the corporation." Wu Chen retorted, "It is true that he doesn't do anything, but it's not that Qinja Yuan wants to do will become a problem. Just by him being at Jinfu Corporation, he will be the problem." Upon hearing his sharp words, Mr. Su exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Wu Chen's sharp eyes said, "I noticed last time that Miss Su received the support of the board of directors. Normally, Su's boss should push the progress faster. Maybe this year Su will take over the company, right?" Old man replied, "Your point is that Qinja Yuan will not be pleased after Qingying becomes the chairman." Wu Chen's cold expression again said, "Qinja Yuan will definitely threaten the future of Miss Su, to avoid factions competing for power in the process of personnel adjustments. It is best to eliminate Qinja Yuan immediately." The old man with deep eyes asked, "I want to ask Ms. Li, how do you want to solve this matter?" The person Wu Chen mentioned is named Chen Yuan, he said. This name either ends up in jail or gets him shot. After listening, Mr. Su was extremely amazed and thought, according to what he knew, the only thing that could possibly land Chen Yuan in jail is the fact that he was forced to smuggle goods with the underworld due to the company he had been running for over a decade being incurring losses. But is it necessary to go as far as shooting him dead? I have never heard of Li Ruobing solving the problem in such an extreme way. Even if it's to help Qing Ying, demanding to shoot someone is too much. Moreover, if one day she argues with Qing Ying, what will happen? The more he thought about that scenario, the more the old man sweated profusely. It was beyond imaginable. Wu Chen spoke up. This Chen Yuan character has done a lot of bad things. Boss Su quickly helped Miss to solve this slow-burning bomb issue. The old man replied, oh, he has done a lot of bad things, hasn't he? Wu Chen smiled and said, in Mr. Su's eyes, he was just an unlucky guy forced into the path of smuggling. After being bought back by Jin Fu, he worked diligently. But in reality, Chen Yuan is a very frightening person. His daughter fell in love early, her boyfriend was beaten by the underworld until disabled, forcing him to drop out of school. The driver who accidentally crashed into his car has been severely injured to the point of becoming a vegetable, currently still hospitalized. The lover wants to make their relationship official, demanding the public acknowledgement of their relationship. He immediately buried her body at the industrial park in the suburbs. Wu Chen lowered his voice and added, there are still many bad things that cannot be fully told. Mr. Su, do you really want to keep someone with such character by Miss Tisaw's side? After listening, the old man was horrified because besides smuggling, he did not believe Chen Yuan had worked for him for over 10 years, never expecting him to be so cruel. Could it be that Wu Chen is lying about this? The old man asked, Mr. Wu, are the things you are telling me true? Wu Chen confidently said, it is easy to investigate the truth, there is no reason for me to lie about it. Mr. Su frowned and said, if that person is truly like that, there's no way Qing Ying can stay by his side. So, the specific location of his lover's body is. Wu Chen provides a photo of the location, the northern industrial zone on the outskirts, behind warehouse number 5 of the new workshop area, Tianhe Machinery Workshop, at the second parking lot from the left, digging down 2 meters in the middle of the second and third parking spots. Wu Chen thought back, during the 1,000 years of reincarnation, there was a time when he suddenly wanted to change the way to win Qing Ying's heart, so he personally went there to dig it up, so he still remembers very clearly. The old man asked, Mr. Wu, besides these matters, does he embezzle money from the corporation? Wu Chen replied, Mr. Su is indeed Mr. Su, if he doesn't do it, then it's fine, but if he does, he will do it to the end. I really like your personality, so let's continue our conversation. So the two of them happily talked for an hour. After everything has been said, Wu Chen stood up and said, Master Su, if you already know everything, then I would like to take my leave now. The old man happily replied, all right, thanks to Miss Li, she helped me out with this, please thank her for me. After Wu Chen left, the old man called Li Ruobing. She answered, hello, Uncle Su. Old man laughed and said, Miss Li, I have just finished talking with Mr. Wu, thank you for helping Qing Ying. You don't need to be sneaky anymore, if there is anything, just come directly to me. I am preparing someone to go dig up the body. After listening, Ruobing found it a bit confusing and thought to himself, digging up a corpse, whose corpse is it? What is Wu Chen doing, trapping Su Ruiwen like this? But how should I answer? I don't know anything, it's really troublesome. Why would Wu Chen make such a mistake? The old man noticed that the other side was silent, so he asked, hello, why aren't you saying anything anymore, Miss Li? Are you still there, Miss Li? Ruobing is still lost in thought when she starts skipping rope. Normally Wu Chen wouldn't be so absent-minded. If it's something related to me and he doesn't clearly explain it beforehand, there is only one purpose, that is to make Su Ruiwen doubt me. She replied, I'm Su's granddaughter here. Su Ruiwen said, Mr. Wu told me some names related to Chen Yuan's corruption, but he hasn't clarified the specific situation yet. Miss Li, can you reveal a little bit? Ruobing hesitated before responding, honestly, I'm not quite sure about that, Mr. Su, I still have a meeting here, it's getting late, so let's talk later, okay? The old man suddenly broke out in a sweat and thought, if Qin Yuan's case is being investigated by Li Ruobing, then why should she be worried? Wait, could it be that the one uncovering everything is not Ruobing but Wu Chen? Looking into the distance, I contemplate rearranging the lines of events in the past. The incident of Qingying being stripped of her authority by the board of directors happened right after Wu Chen took the little girl away from the golf course. Yes, I had never heard of Qingying and Wu Chen being involved with each other before. The recent rumors about Mr. Wu and Dong Hai, if only based on his status as a son-in-law of the Li family, cannot possibly reach that extent. It seems that everything has a basis. The scene shifts, the sound of shovels digging echoes at the industrial zone. Two workers say, the boss has found it. The truth is that there are remains of a woman's skeleton. Mr. Su Qin was amazed. He was right, this young man named Wu Chen is truly amazing. At the same time elsewhere, Wu Chen was sitting and chatting with his beloved wives. Ruobing asked, please don't joke like you did today. Next time, if I make a mistake and don't react in time, what will happen? Sitting holding his hand, Qingying said, that's right, my love. When we were caught by my father, my heart felt like it was about to fall out. Ruobing added, at times like that, I always suspect whether you have some superpower or not. Wu Chen felt her gaze staring at him. He thought, if they were to discover the secret of his ability, things would get very complicated. Tian stood behind and playfully teased Wu Chen, scolding him, you rascal, the man of your house. Wu Chen found her a bit puzzling, jokingly replied, Tian, what do you mean by that? Do you also want to have a cute little monkey-like child for me? Listening to him say that, I blushed and replied, we are still in the age of indulgence, we haven't even thought about that yet. Wu Chen immediately pressed her down and said, so you're saying that yourself, huh? So tonight, I'll sleep together with Ruobing and Qingying, while you sleep on the sofa, okay? After being teased by him, Tian hugged her forehead and said, you're only good at teasing me. Wu Chen chuckled and said, just kidding with you. Oh, right Tian, I have something to tell you. Outside on the balcony, Tian curiously asked, what's going on? Wu Chen said seriously, Tian, I hope that without my permission, you must not tell anyone about the process of how we got to know each other. Tian puzzledly said, we met at the bar, you struck up a conversation with me, and fought with someone else. At that time there were many witnesses too. Wu Chen smiled and looked at her, thinking, it seems that she doesn't grasp the essence. At that time, I didn't know that the cycle was about to end, so I told Tian about my 1,000-year cycle. This is a secret that cannot be easily revealed to others. After hearing what Wu Chen said, she hesitated for a moment and replied, no matter what, you shouldn't tell anyone. Can you do it? Tian thought about something, blushing slightly as she responded, okay. But you also have to agree to one condition of mine. Wu Chen immediately asked, so what do you want me to do for you? Tian sweetly replied, I want you, Wu Chen, to always love and pamper me. In the future, no matter what difficulties we may face, you must always help and protect me. Wu Chen smiled and gently stroked Tian's head. He replied, what's so difficult about this? I will do it if you don't reveal our secret. After listening, Tian was very happy. She placed her hand on Yu's face, gently stroked and sweetly said, you have promised, you must keep our agreement. Wu Chen said firmly, however, tonight I cannot pamper you, you still have to sleep alone. Qingying doesn't want to have a child that is not suitable for a baby like you to sleep with. Tian's face immediately brightened, responding with a pout, everyone already knows that at most I will just sleep alone, who will care for the youngest sibling. The scene changed in Wu Chen's private room. He had cleaned himself up and was only waiting for Qingying to fulfill her earlier promise. He spoke up, are you ready, Qingying? Shall we begin? Upon seeing her husband acting a bit impatient, Qingying quickly replied in a manner of annoyance, not in a hurry. She slowly unbuttoned her coat and said, recently I have not been serving my master well. It is a serious negligence of responsibility. Su Qingying cosplays as a cute, adorable white bunny maid. But no less sexy hot eye-catching. Qingying holds the magical stick with a cute expression saying, Master, please do not show mercy to the guilty, please punish me heavily. Wu Chen looked at the love stick with a little bit of reluctance towards Qing Ying's appearance and thought, I have told Tian Tian that playing with her to have a baby is somewhat inappropriate, but it seems like I am being bold. Seeing him lost in thought like that, Qing Ying asked, what are you still thinking about? Why not punish me? Wu Chen replied, then I won't be lenient. Wu Chen continuously launched a series of attacks on Qing Ying. Just by looking at Qing Ying's expression, we can see how aggressive Wu Chen is, to the point where she was trembling and had to cry out in pain until she was struggling to breathe. At the same time, on Ruo Bing's side, she was still busy working in the room when she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from somewhere, but she didn't know where it was from. As for Tian Tian, she was feeling a bit embarrassed. Wu Chen is really mean. At the same time, Su Ruiwen had just returned home after finishing the excavation work. Mrs. Su immediately asked, honey, why are you back so late? You don't look well, with so much work to do. Let Qing Ying or me help you out. Mr. Su, feeling tired, replied, I know, but don't worry, I'll be okay. But where is Qing Ying, the little girl? Tell her to come here, I have something to talk to her about. Bisu said, Qing Ying's child has gone to Aunt Li and Wu Chen's house, and will not be coming back tonight. The child has sent a message in the family group already. You haven't read it, have you? After hearing that, I was somewhat surprised and replied, I was busy in the afternoon so I didn't read it, but what did you say, how far did the little girl go, Wu Chen? Bisu said, what are you thinking, Mr. On? Mrs. Li is also there. The girl went to meet Mrs. Li. It is said that lately Wu Chen has been frequently traveling for work, so he is not at home. The old man's eyes were full of doubt and thoughts, why everything is related to Wu Chen, always feeling something is not right. Well, in a week, Lu Kuang-nian will marry his first love, the entire Huadong business community will gather again, then I will find someone to inquire about Wu Chen. Transitioning to a week later at Lu Kuang-nian's wedding, Wu Chen and Li Ruobing appear to be the perfect couple as they take steps together, perhaps today only being outshone by the bride and groom. For a long time, Lu Kuang-nian's son has been waiting to welcome them. He said to his sister, aunt, uncle, they have arrived, dad told me to wait here for you too. After hearing that, Ruo Bing couldn't adapt right away and said, your nephew is already so big. Wu Chen immediately laughed and said, your aunt is not used to this title, as long as we discuss and talk to each other about how to address each other, we don't need to listen to your father about this title. He awkwardly responded, yes, then Mr. Yu and Ms. Li please come in. Upon entering the main hall, Wu Chen noticed that there were quite a few people in attendance. He immediately held Ruo Bing around the waist and said, let's go somewhere with fewer people for more comfort, shall we? Suddenly there was a familiar call, it was Wu Yurong. Because she was in a crowded place, she had to change the way she addressed herself to Mr. Wu. With 2 glasses of wine already in her hands, Wu Yurong said, long time no see. Ruo Bing saw his rival and immediately felt annoyed, saying, Wu Yurong, there are so many people like you today. If you don't want to cause trouble for our husband, it's best not to be a nuisance. While whispering to Ruo Bing, Wu Yurong asked, what is Li talking about? How can I make my man get into trouble? They just met but there is already a smell of gunpowder in the air, Ruo Bing immediately replied, are you looking for trouble? Being a lover, one must have the consciousness of being a lover, not trying to climb higher or anything like that. Seeing Ruo Bing angry, Yurong calmly said, oh my, losing your temper like that won't help the man you like. Su Ruiwen just came to find me earlier, and he was always inquiring about Wu Chen in his words. She doesn't feel like there's any problem. Yurong lifted her glass slowly to drink, what I say doesn't matter, what matters is what Su Ruiwen wants to do now. Wu Chen whispered in Ruo Bing's ear, I'm going to find Qing Ying. Ruo Bing, confused, replied, why is it such a big deal? Wu Chen said, go, I don't need to worry about the matters here. Ruo Bing felt a little reluctant to be next to Wu Yurong, but had to obey her husband's words. She replied, I know. 2 people sitting next to each other, Yurong said, I feel really sad when my young husband can be so friendly with Li in public like this, what should I do? Understanding her meaning, the man sitting next to her said, Rong, are you looking for a quiet place with fewer people, right? After Wu Chen left to find a place, Yu Rong looked after him and cursed silently, "Humph, you scoundrel." After a while, the two of them quickly found a private space. Yu Rong spoke up, "It seems like you are quite good at finding locations, huh?" And with that, without much more words, the two of them immediately entered an intimate state, exchanging passionate kisses. On Rua Bing's side a minute ago, she was happily chatting and joking with her younger sister Qing. Mr. Su saw this and thought, "Why is Li walking alone? Where is Wu Chen?" The old man smiled and said, "Ms. Li, I am truly sorry for not being able to personally thank you last time. Now that both Ms. Li and Mr. Wu are here, I want to thank both of you very much." "Oh, but where is Mr. Yu?" Rua Bing smiled and replied, "Wu Chen and Yu Rong are discussing business over there." Mr. Su chuckled and responded, "All right, coincidentally I also have something to discuss with him, so I will go find Mr. Wu." Upon seeing Mr. Su leaving, Rua Bing immediately put on a smile full of calculation. It seemed like she already knew what Wu Chen and Yu Rong were up to. Nothing could escape Li Rua Bing's watchful eyes. Mr. Su walked outside and looked around for a while before thinking, "This is the place where Miss Li is." Suddenly, he heard an intimate sound coming from somewhere. The old man stood still because he did not know what sound it was and immediately became curious and went over there. Mr. Su was amazed by the scene in front of him. Wu Chen and Wu Yu Rong were expressing their love here. Old suddenly thought that Wu Yu Rong had said before that she would marry Wu Chen when she was younger than 20. It's not just a joke. But what about Li Rua Bing? It's not the complexity of their relationship that matters, but why are they like this? Powerful women will do this to Wu Chen, right? While being affectionate, Yu Rong suddenly felt like someone was staring at them closely. She stopped kissing and speaking loudly, "Who's there?" The man quickly fled behind the wall. Wu Chen seemed to know who that person was. He grinned mischievously thinking, "Rua Bing did a good job, everything is almost complete." It turns out that the two brothers and sisters are preparing for the wedding party. Su Ruiwen suddenly broke out in a sweat at the thought. Even Wu Yurong fell in love with a man 20 years younger than her, and that man was also in a relationship with someone else. Thinking of the scenario where Wu Yurong and Li Ruobing confront each other, the personalities of these two individuals are like fire and water, completely incompatible. If this were to be revealed, the entire upper-class society would be shocked, and Donghai would become the battlefield of the fierce battle between the Li family and the Wu family. The old man sighed. She didn't expect that the statement that if she was only 20 years old, she would marry Wu Chen was not a joke. So Wu Chen went with Li Ruobing here, and then went with Wu Yurong. Suddenly, the old man had a thought. Wait a minute, how daring he is. Qingying even helps him keep the secret. Could it be that the girl in him? A while later, when they entered inside, they saw Qingying, Tian, and Li Ruobing happily chatting. Tian greeted Grandpa Su. Ruobing asked, "Have you found Wu Chen, Grandpa Su?" The old man laughed and replied, I went to a room but didn't see anything." Ruobing immediately picked up the phone and said, "So I'll call him." At this moment, the hall suddenly became chaotic, with one person saying, "Quickly check the latest hot search on Weibo." The two chairmen of the Shuangqi Real Estate Group and Mei Yuan have been arrested for hiring someone to commit murder. Upon seeing this, Ruobing immediately checked the news, noticing a serious expression on Ruobing's face. Qingying asked with concern, "What's wrong, sis?" Ruobing said, "The two brothers from the Tai family caused trouble for Xiaoya's family and offended Mr. Wu. I am worried that he has offended many people." Qingying proudly replied, "Don't worry, he is our husband, he won't have any problems." Thychmni Chuyen, Wu Chen immediately spoke up, "What are you talking about, Ruobing?" Seeing Mr. Su here as well, he said, "Is Mr. Su the boss here too?" Mr. Su replied, "Mr. Wu, I have found the thing you mentioned that day, let's have a private conversation for a while." So two people went to a corner to talk privately. I don't know what they talked about, maybe I have to ask Mr. Yu again. A few minutes later, Wu Chen returned. He embraced Ruobing and said, "Let's go, my love, Lu's wedding is about to start." Ruobing curiously asked, "How was your conversation with Mr. Su?" Wu Chen smiled and replied, "I didn't say anything to him. After the wedding ends, I will go home first, he will probably come looking for you." Ruobing immediately expressed some anger. going around in circles all day, the result of him throwing the most annoying task to Ching Ying for me. I had no choice but to agree. This is all your calculated plan, isn't it? Why are you so mean? Seeing Ruo Bing getting angry, Wu Chen quickly approached. His sweet voice replied, because my Ruo Bing is very formidable. Upon hearing this, Ruo Bing blushed and said, you are really. In the afternoon of that day, as Wu Chen had predicted, Ruo Bing was sitting at the bar when Mr. Su Li suddenly appeared. Mr. Su spoke up, Miss Li, why are you here alone? Ruo Bing slowly sipped his tea and replied, he has something to do, so he should leave first. Mr. Lau immediately sat down and said, well, I think we need to talk about something related to Mr. Wu. Ruo Bing asked inquisitively, what do you want to talk about regarding him? The old man said seriously, I heard that Li, the young lady, idolizes Wu Yurong, she respects her very much. I don't know what their relationship is like now. Before the old man finished speaking, Ruo Bing coldly said, that's right, she used to be my idol. But now, I only see her as a despicable person. After hearing that, Mr. Su seemed a bit cold and did not say anything. Ruo Bing spoke up, it seems that our boss Su already knows about the relationship between Mr. Wu Chen and that cunning official. The old man exclaimed in shock, oh, you mean, I also know. Ruo Bing spoke slowly, Wu Chen, your brother, has a tendency to be flirtatious. Besides Wu Yurong, he has many other lovers. It's not a big deal, eventually he will marry you. The old man pondered and said, there are so many lovers, so what makes him any different from Ding Ruilong? Why would you accept someone like this? I'm old so I don't quite understand. Ruo Bing said, because he is very special. Grandpa doesn't understand him, how should I say? Wu Chen is much more formidable than what others imagine, he is a truly amazing man. Upon hearing that, he stood still, more formidable than what others imagined. Ha ha. It's not like a fairy tale at all, right? Ruo Bing replied, no, you should check it out yourself. Today everyone is discussing the Shuangqi real estate, which is something he did. The old man exclaimed, do they have any connection to Wu Chen? Ruo Bing recounted that Wu Chen instructed the second prince of Tang and Gu Ruibo at Mei Yuan to finish the task within 3 days. Because the two family members had offended Wu Chen's lover named Trang Xiaoyi. The old man, somewhat incredulous, asked further, are the Tang family and Gu family at Mei Yuan also willing to help him, as a woman he had destroyed $1 billion conglomerate in 3 days? Ruo Bing said, Wu Chen is someone who truly loves his woman, even though he has never made any promises. It's hard for outsiders to imagine what he does for his woman. Moreover, it seems like he has recently caused a stir in the hot search as well. She immediately turned on the computer to show the old man the headline hot news, Zhu Shenglong is having an affair with Wang Dao Dao, the stock price of HP Trung Media is plummeting. The old man said, why, he is doing this because of another lover. Upon hearing this, Ruo Bing sighed and said, it's true that she is his new lover, she is in Menglan. Upon hearing this, the old man didn't know what to say to Wu Chen, and was surprised by the young woman's strength. Regarding the case of An Menglan, some time ago HP Trung Media played a trick on An Menglan, revealing the source of her new music album and stirring up a scandal about the talented and charming musician, who is none other than Wu Chen. Now it's Wu Chen's turn to respond. The old man sat pondering two names. Handsome and Wu Chen have some similarities. Ruo Bing continued, Wu Chen is called a musical genius of 100 years by netizens, but in reality he is just playing around. Maybe he just wants to make An Menglan happy. The old man asked, so Miss Li, over 10 days ago, Xing Ying received a lot of support from the board of directors because Wu Chen wanted to make the little girl happy. Ruo Bing replied, you are right, they are all arranged by Wu Chen. The old man said solemnly, so Xing Ying, the little girl is also Wu Chen's lover. Ruo Bing said, Uncle Su, if you had mentioned this issue in front of me, I think you would have the answer in your mind now. The issue that the old man has been pondering and speculating on since morning until now seems to be true. Hearing these words from Ruo Bing, the old man immediately became rigid and solemnly asked, how long has it been? Ruo Bing immediately replied, it was just recently, since the day Wu Chen took Xing Ying away from the golf course, that was probably the first time they met each other. The old man tightly held my hand and said, "The first time we met, we had an argument with my wife." The next day, Xing was able to take control of the board of directors. He was determined and courageous. The more the old man thought, the angrier he became, mixed with a little fear because he worried that his heir was acting as a lover without dignity or respect. His Jinfu Corporation, worth tens of billions, was deceived by a superficial flatterer. There was no way out. Li Ruobing spoke up and asked, "Which young man are you wanting to arrange a meeting with Qing to escape from Wu Chen?" Ruobing smiled ominously. She said, "I think you shouldn't do that, it could be lethal." Mr. Su angrily exclaimed, "It's ridiculous. Why would someone like me allow my daughter to become his lover, and then he wants to kill me, right?" Ruobing replied slowly, No, you misunderstand. I'm not talking about you, but about those who meet Qing. Anyone who dares to meet Qing will die." Mr. Su looked at Ruobing skeptically and said, "So what? It seems that Ding Ruelong is still alive, or is Qing more important than Miss Li in Wu Chen's heart?" Ruobing looked a bit regretful and replied, "Ding Ruelong definitely won't survive through this year. A few days ago in Donghai, he almost lost his arm. Luckily he was quick to escape from Huadong." Upon hearing this, Mr. Su felt a chill down his spine, thinking about Wu Chen's character as well as the mysterious Ding incident. Almost causing a public uproar, it was thought that the Li family spread false rumors, but it turned out to be true. Ding Ruelong is a talented person in the younger generation of domestic aristocratic families, yet he was unable to defeat Wu Chen. Mr. Su spoke up, "If Ding Ruelong dies, the power of the major wealthy families in the country will be disrupted. The Li family could become stronger as a result, or they could possibly collapse. Why let Wu Chen cause this disaster like this?" Ruobing replied, "To be honest, some time ago, my father met Wu Chen in private, and since then, whenever something happens in our family, my father always seeks out Wu Chen to discuss it." Upon hearing this, the old man was shocked, thinking to himself, "So Li Maoren has indeed admitted this son-in-law." No, the key is not in admitting the son-in-law, the key is that Li Maoren agrees with Wu Chen's killing of Ding Ruelong. The Li family wants to ally with Wu Chen to overthrow the Ding family. The old man looked at the person inside, saying, "I thought it was just a young person, but who would have thought it was a hidden crocodile?" Ruobing looked at Mr. Su and thought, "It seems that Mr. Su has made up his mind, the only thing left is for him to slowly contemplate." After Ruobing stood up to leave, she added, "Uncle Su, my company still has work for me to attend to. If we have the chance, we can talk later." Mr. Su replied, "We can talk later. Goodbye." Old man sat rubbing his chin, stroking his beard thoughtfully, still couldn't believe her. "I will investigate carefully. Finally, what kind of person is Wu Chen? I have to investigate clearly." On the other side, 5 minutes later, Wu Chen was lying on the chair with a delicious cup of coffee. At that moment, he received a phone call from Wu Yurong, and he said, "Hello, Miss Rong." In a phone call, Wu Yurong said to Li Ruobing that Su Ruewen has heard everything. "Su Ruewen has made plans to have dinner with me tonight. What does Li Ruobing want to do? How should I explain to Su Ruewen?" Wu Chen calmly replied, "Just tell him what happened." After the party, on the other hand, Miss O is taking the opportunity to change clothes. She expresses her disapproval to Wu Chen. "My daughter is already 20 years old, I have to confront him and tell him that I am interfering in someone else's love affair." Wu Chen replied, "No, Sister Rome, what I mean is that we should talk tonight and meet each other." Yu Rong replied confusingly, Are you saying that you know Su Ruewen will ask me out for dinner tonight? You've already made plans that the three of us will go out together, right? Okay then, let's meet at 8 o'clock tonight." Scene transitions to 7:40 p.m. At a very sumptuous meal, Mr. Su spoke up, "Yu Rong, we have known each other for many years." Yu Rong replied, "Oh, 30 years now. The first time I met you, you were only 19 years old. At that time, I was just in 4th grade." Mr. Su held a glass of wine and said, "In the blink of an eye, I have grown old, Yu Rong. In just 1 or 2 more years, this old body of mine will also be worn out. Xing has not been in the company for long, I haven't been able to teach her much, I cannot rest assured." Speaking earnestly, the old man continued, "Therefore, Yu Rong, our long-standing friendship. Tell this old man the truth, Wu Chen. What is he really like in the end, Xing Ying, and both of you, why become his lovers? Upon circling around for the whole session, it was clear that there was a smell, Yurong confidently replied, because he is handsome. Mr. Su said, anyone who does not know the way Wu Yurong looks at people will never know how many suitors she has, regardless of who they are. Even if they are the top Asian leaders or oil magnates in Zhongdong, anyone who catches her eye will be rejected by her. And now she is Wu Chen's girlfriend, just because he is handsome. Who would have thought? Yurong hinted, Mr. Tu, our relationship is that of friends. I just want to advise you, don't provoke, anything can be negotiated, so absolutely do not provoke. Perhaps because we have known each other for so long, Yurong can partly predict the way Mr. Su behaves. Old man replied, you mean you want me not to provoke Wu Chen, right? Yurong seriously said, Mr. Tu, I hope that our brotherly relationship can still continue, but if a situation arises that is beyond control, I cannot promise to stand by your side. Suddenly Mr. Su recognized that Mr. Wu had arrived. The old man spoke up, Mr. Wu, you have also come here, that's good too, today let's clarify everything. When Wu Chen stepped in, he spoke up, Mr. Su and the boss met each other again. Mr. Su, with sharp eyes, said, Mr. Wu, you really broaden my horizons. Wu Chen immediately sat down beside Ms. Rome, a hint of excitement in his voice as he said, Mr. Su speaks the truth. He is the father of Qing Ying, so I am obliged to remind him of something. Once you hear certain things, there is no turning back. Are you sure you want to hear it? Hearing these words from Wu Chen's mouth, the old man clenched the glass with a hint of anger. After all, being the richest tycoon in YC, it was not easy to be threatened by a 20-year-old kid. Old man thought, he clearly wants to threaten me, it seems he doesn't care about my reputation. The old man then rolled up his sleeve to reveal a long scar on his arm. Mr. Su said, I heard that Mr. Wu is a businessman spy, he knows a lot of secret information. I am very curious, does Mr. Wu know where this scar of mine came from? Wu Chen carefully observed, his appearance resembling that of an appraiser, saying, this scar on Mr. Su's body has been there for a long time. Mr. Su thought, WTF, he speaks like that, everyone can tell. The only 3 people in the world who have seen and know the reason are myself, my wife, and my brother Yang Deyang. Yurong was not at ease. Mr. Tu is currently evaluating Wu Chen's actual ability. Wu Chen's next words will affect Mr. Tu's final decision. Wu Chen proudly responded, 30 years ago, which was in the afternoon of October 8, 1990. Boss Su, around 20 years old, and Yang Deyang traveled to northern Burma. The old man shuddered at the thought, the time, correct, the location also correct, this name. Wu Chen continued the story, when the boss Su discovered the emperor's 6 precious gemstones in the mine, a conflict arose with the buyer, so he and Yang Deyang had to leave. However, that same night, the group continued to hunt them down, even planning to kill them to steal the precious gemstones. If boss Su hadn't defended himself with a knife, he probably would have lost his life there. Su had to use a gun in self-defense, reluctantly killing the group to be able to escape from Burma. Mr. Yu recounted as if he were present to witness everything, which impressed Mr. Su a bit. He replied, yes, I have killed someone. Now, recalling the incident from over 30 years ago still feels vivid as if it just happened. Oh, right, Mr. Wu also knows something related to me. Wu Chen smiled and said, there are many stories, such as the one about him and He Chien. Do you want me to tell you? Hearing that, Mr. Su immediately fell silent. I think maybe he asked Mr. Yu how many hair strands are there on the old man's body. Maybe Mr. Wu Chen even knows that. Hearing Wu Chen mention the name He Chien, Yurong was amazed to think that He Chien was the key figure of the He family. The He family in the capital city was no less prestigious than the Li family. Mr. Su and Mrs. He Chien once had a story together. Their perfect marriage could be compared to a fairy tale coming to life, yet there is a flaw. Being friends for 30 years now, I can't continue to keep this secret anymore. Yurong stood up and said, Su, you and Wu Chen go talk, I'll be here. Let me know if there's anything to tell me later. Upon seeing Yurong understanding the intention to leave, Wu Chen spoke up, Boss Su, Rong has left, I will continue speaking. Mr. Su immediately raised his hand and gestured, please come in. Wu Chen continued, Alright, 12 years ago, the boss Su met Himi Chien, and eventually they lost contact with each other 8 years ago, after having a passionate relationship for 4 years. The boss Su used to be a modest and dignified person, which made Himi Chien fall for him. The longer they were together, the more serious she became, even demanding him to divorce in order to be together. However, in order to get rid of Himi Chien, boss Su revealed the business secrets to her rival, causing her to immerse herself in work without time for love anymore. That action seems a bit unethical. After listening to Mr. Su's words, I feel a bit hesitant and think, the market value of Jinfu Corporation and stock prices must surely be higher than personal feelings. For the corporation, no matter how humble I am, I will not hesitate at all. I have never been a noble person before, but logically speaking, no one knows these things must be. The old man asked, Mr. Wu, can you answer my question truthfully? How do you know these things? Wu Chen replied, I have investigated before. The old man puzzledly said, you're only 22 years old. Wu Chen calmly replied, so what? After listening to Mr. Su, I still didn't know what to say. Wu Chen stood up and said, don't aim at me anymore, I really like Qing. I swear I won't betray her. Although in this day and age, men's promises may sound ridiculous, this is my attitude. And with my enlightenment, Mr. Su, can we not put her in a difficult position anymore? Mr. Su frowned and thought to himself, do I really have to let my daughter become a third party without status? Seeing Mr. Su's struggling attitude, Wu Chen smiled and said, Boss Su, let's handle this in a traditional way. We are all men here, let's solve this like gentlemen. Perplexed, the old man asked, what traditional way? Wu Chen explained, not the tradition of respecting elders and loving the young in our country, but the traditional way of resolving conflicts. Old man breaks out in sweat at this Wu Chen's attitude, strong and unwilling to submit, uncompromising. Saying that sentence is like implying that I'm his father. This kid is indeed very special, no wonder Ding Ruilong can't beat this kid. In the young class, there is probably no one who is a match for him. Wu Chen quickly ran to the spot where his future father-in-law was pouring tea. Mr. Su now also considered accepting this son-in-law, saying, as long as I am alive, I will keep an eye on you at any time if you dare to mistreat Qing. But without letting his father-in-law speak much, Wu Chen cleverly said, if Mr. Su can really keep an eye on me and Qing forever, I am sure that Qing, my sister, will be very happy. Having a son-in-law as assertive as this is good, but the only downside is his slightly unruly behavior, not respecting anyone. A moment later, heading towards Wu Yurong, she had been home for a long time but still very worried about Wu Chen. Why has he not called me yet? What has he and Su been up to after all? When thinking of the worst-case scenario where two people have no common language, if they confront each other, I could really stand on Wu Chen's side and face Mr. Su. The more I think, the harder it feels. She unconsciously keeps biting her nails. Suddenly, Wu Chen embraced her from behind and sweetly asked, Rong, what are you doing? Upon seeing his love return, the uneasiness in his heart vanished. Yurong said, you're all right now, you're all right? Wu Chen hugged her tightly, reassuringly saying, of course, everything is fine now. Yurong immediately hugged Wu Chen tightly, gently saying, today I won't allow you to go anywhere. Wu Chen affectionately replied, don't worry, I will stay by your side. And so, the two of them became intimate companions once again. In the morning the next day, after a night of being caught by Yurong, Wu Chen woke up feeling a bit tired. He spoke up, Rong's condition seems to be good, doesn't it? Yurong woke up early in the morning to prepare and do her makeup. She immediately scolded him, you were so despicable, trying to win by deceit like that. Alright, recently I have withdrawn all the funds related to the Ding family, as long as it does not affect Lancao's business. In fact I can mobilize about 2 billion. Wu Chen spoke up, Mr. Wu is currently receiving treatment at Meiyuan, right? I will probably go to Meiyuan in 2 days, or I will go talk to him. Yurong immediately replied, what he says and his attitude are not important. The thing that can truly capture the Ding family is money. Wu Chen sweetly said, let me go talk to him about transferring voting rights to you instead. Yurong replied, what? Do you know that my father is holding 29% of the shares, 5 times more than me, transferred to me, how can that be possible? Wu Chen came closer to help Yurong put on her necklace, he said. This might be a bit difficult, but I think we can give it a try and see how it goes. Also, there's another matter, the media will probably start investigating Handsome from your class, Rome needs to prepare for that beforehand. Yurong replied, don't worry, I won't let them get involved with Xian. At that moment, Wu Chen immediately received a call from Mao Rusong. He said, hello, Boss Mao, what's the matter? Mr. Mao urgently said, Mr. Wu, Ding Rui long discovered that Xia Xiqin and Xia Xan are not in Mei Yuan, he is looking for them everywhere. Yu answered, I got it, I will handle it. After that, he said, Rong, I have something to take care of, so I should go ahead. Rong looked at Yu with a hint of reluctance to leave. 1 hour later, Xia Xiqin saw Mr. Yu arriving. She happily said, teacher is here, can we go outside to draw real objects in today's class? Wu Chen quickly erased Xan's head. He smiled brightly and said, we're not studying today, the teacher is here to help us move to a new house. The Xin said naively, yeah, I like moving houses the most, so I am going to pack my things here. Upon understanding the seriousness of the situation, Xia Xiqin said, teacher, could it be that person? Wu Chen replied, exactly, he is looking for 2 people. I think he will soon investigate and find out that the 2 people are here. Therefore, we must temporarily move to a place where he cannot investigate. The question is, where are you going? Wu Chen said, Ruo Bing's house. Xia Xiqin's face seemed a bit shy when she heard that, but she immediately thought, if I go to Miss Li's house, I might be able to meet the teacher regularly. At that time, she called Xia Xiqin, and she saved her name and her contact as a jerk. Wu Chen smiled and immediately recognized the name of the devil's child, Rui Long. He reassuredly said, don't be afraid of him, just answer the phone. Xia Xiqin had on you next to her replied, Ding Rui Long, speak out. Ding Rui Long immediately shouted angrily, where are you, where did you take Xin, answer me quickly. Wu Chen whispered, it's okay, just be honest. T-Kem said, what are you yelling for, I am in Donghai. Hearing the words Donghai, Ding instantly remembered a bit about the memory that Mr. Yu gave him a ticket to the hospital. He immediately cursed angrily, oh WTF, Donghai, damn it, why come to Donghai, who are you going with? In response to Ding Rui Long's inquiry in tone as if investigating a criminal, Xia Xiqin replied, we have been separated for over 10 years now, so whoever I am with has nothing to do with you. Hearing that, Ding immediately became angry and spoke harshly, WTF, now go back to Mei Yuan immediately, I warned Xia Xiqin before I take action to kill, quickly get out of here. After listening, T-Cam's face appeared somewhat fearful because this name was mentioned as ominous. Wu Chen saw that and immediately stepped towards Coming and company. He whispered, I am here, don't be afraid. Xia Xiqin responded, somewhat surprised, teacher. As she received more strength, she immediately responded fiercely with a steel kick, Xin still haven't played enough, I won't leave then hang up. On Ding's side, at this moment he was like a madman smashing the new iPhone 15, who dares to steal someone's phone, Xia Xiqin does. If catching her, I will strip her naked. Turning back to the 2 of them, Wu Chen held her in his arms, calming her spirit as he said, life is still long, he will not be able to haunt you for the rest of your life, I promise. Hearing these words, Xia Xiqin was slightly moved and gave him a kiss on the cheek. She replied, thank you, thank you. Then Wu Chen took the opportunity to quickly grab his phone and capture this scene. But the smell of grass should still be normal, so he kissed his mother on the forehead before taking a picture of this scene. Xia Xiqin asked with a bit of confusion, what are you doing, teacher? Wu Chen immediately smirked maliciously and said, he must be in a fit of anger right now. Let's provoke him a little bit and make him make a mistake with his arrogant personality. Xia Xiqin glanced seductively at him and said, your idea is really good, can I do it like that? She started unbuttoning her shirt, revealing her breasts, feeling a bit regretful that Xin was not here to do more. Wu Chen said, this is enough, you might be a little hesitant after being caught cheating by Wu Yurong last night, adding more trouble today might make things worse. A moment later, Wu Chen was walking on the street, thinking about what to do next, heading towards Spy Meng Jun's location, right? A while later, Meng Jun spoke up. Mr. Wu, Ding Rui Long told me to investigate you and Xia Xichin, Xia Xan. What does he want to do next? Wu Chen replied, it's too coincidental, I came to find you for the same reason. He is preparing to arrange imposters to take photos, claiming that these photos were taken by him today. The old man hesitated to ask, Mr. Wu, why did you voluntarily provide information to him? Wu Chen confidently replied, I have my own reasons, you just do as I say. That way, you won't encounter any issues and will gain his trust. After hearing it, Mr. Wu responded as if he had been enlightened, whatever Mr. Wu says, I will do exactly that, and there will be no mistakes. After 2 hours, on the other side of the lake, Ding saw Xia Xichin walking by, and he was kissing her with some unspoken words in his hand. Ding's face turned black with anger and he shouted, How dare you betray me, Wu Chen? You deserve to die. He clenched tightly those photos that his hands were bleeding. How can he forget this enmity? Ding Ruilong looked crazy like a madman, laughing wildly and saying loudly, everyone in his family must die, all must die. At the same time on Wu Chen's side, 2 siblings were cuddling each other in Ruo Bing's office. Wu Chen spoke up, My love, I sent the guy Ding a photo of me and Xia Xichin being intimate, he will probably call you. Ruo Bing responded, For him to know that Xia Xichin is here with us so early, it's necessary because it's related to the Dong family. He came here to kill and destroy, Xia Xichin will be in danger. Wu Chen smiled and replied, he wouldn't think of Dong Yuan Dao at all, nor would he assume that he could contact the Dong family. As a man, his intuition would only lead him to believe that he was being played by him, seeking revenge on him, that's all. Ruo Bing noticed his somewhat hesitant attitude, which made her a little worried. She said, not afraid of big things, just afraid of unexpected accidents happening. Wu Chen suddenly turned into a man named Yi as the woman said, if that's really the case, then you must rely on me, my love. You only add to his pain, he will definitely lose the ability to think, ultimately I will be the one who makes him collapse. Hearing that, Li Ruobing also felt a little happy. But suddenly she realized that something was wrong. She immediately grabbed his wrist, pulled his shirt and asked, did you also suddenly avoid Qing Ying's father for me, and now again? Since when have you made me work for you? Wu Chen laughed and replied, you belong to me, and I belong to you, we belong to each other. Ruo Bing replied, stop speaking nonsense, do you have a new plan or not? Wu Chen replied, you are truly intelligent, no doubt about it, crazy Cui Long just needs to fall into an extreme state, he will definitely behave unusually. Like he did before with Dong Yuan Dao. Ruo Bing wondered in surprise, do you want to lure him to Dong Hai, but can't you just let him die in Dong Hai? Wu Chen laughed and replied, did I say I would intervene? Ruo Bing puzzledly responded, he came to handle you, why didn't you act? What's going on? Wu Chen naturally replied, his enemy, that person will stand up to replace the heavens and the earth. Ruo Bing curiously asked, who is it? In this array, Wu Chen pointed out, is the eldest brother of Lei Chang, the eldest son of the Lei family, Lei Yu. Suddenly there was a call, and Wu Chen asked, what's going on? When Meng Jun called, he said, Mr. Wu, Ding Rui Long ordered me to kill you, saying he would pay me $200 million. I have no choice but to agree, so what are you going to do now? Of course, I cannot confront you, but if I don't act against you, Ding Rui Long will come after me. I have to go abroad and hide for a while. In a calm voice, Wu Chen said, you don't need to go abroad. If he asks you to kill me, then just do as he says. After listening, Meng Jun looked bewildered, did I hear wrong, who am I and where is this? Upon hearing that, Ruo Bing immediately expressed her disapproval loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? Idle chatter is not permitted. Wu Chen noticed Ruo Bing's strong reaction. The explanation, my point is that we act out a drama, you are supposed to come here to kill me, but fail to do so. I am seriously injured but not in mortal danger. Hearing that, Ruo Bing breathed a sigh of relief, wow, you scared the life out of me. Meng Jun enlightened immediately laughed and replied, oh, it turns out to be so. Wu Chen insisted, I will make a plan, this matter is only known by me as a drama, the assassin I'm arranging must do it for real. Seeing him being stubborn like that, Ruo Bing immediately snatched the phone and hung up. She said, "You're not allowed to joke with lives like that, I can't handle that shock. If even a strong person like me has to say this, then you must understand the feelings I have for you are endless." Wu Chen replied, "My love, you know his true nature." Ruo Bing said, "If you can't guarantee 100% that you will be safe, I absolutely will not agree, this time don't try to do it alone." Wu Chen reassured her, "Okay, I understand, so let me and Atai join in, that's fine. It's Li Ruatai now, not Li Ruajin, I will change the way I address you from now on." Wu Chen held her tightly in his arms and said, "But this issue will be resolved after I return from my trip to Meiyuan. Anyway, don't take any reckless actions on your own, just remember, you have me." Hearing his advice, the tough sister immediately turned into a well-behaved kitten and replied, "Yes." The scene shifted to Meiyuan, at a certain estate. Mr. Yu's Ferrari was already here. Wu Chen sat in the car thinking, he had to do the thing he promised with Sister Rong 2 days ago. Inside is an old man with white hair sitting and studying chess. He is the father of Wu Yurong, Wu Weidong. Wu Chen spoke up, "Hello Wu family, I am Wu Chen who had a previous appointment with you." Old man said, "Recently, Dong Hai and Mr. Wu have become very famous, but why do I hear that he has some connection with Yu Rong in my family?" Wu Chen replied, "That's correct, in the Wu family, my relationship with Rong is similar to what people are gossiping about." The old man with a sullen face asked, "So why did you come to find me? What do you want to do?" Wu Chen spoke up, "Actually, Sister Rong didn't allow me to say these words, but I feel that the Wu family has the right to know. After all, the matter is too big and will definitely affect those involved." The old man found it interesting to observe Wu Chen's appearance. He said, "You are not too old and your temper is not small either. Come on, continue walking." Wu Chen then seriously said, "Mr. Li Maoren and I have told you the whole truth about the Ding, Li, Tang, Chao, Wu, Lei, and others who are hunting for the Ding family." About 20 minutes later. Listening to his words, the old man asked seriously, "Rong Rong doesn't usually share these stories, so why did you come all the way here to tell them? What's your intention?" In response, Wu Chen replied, "Regardless, you are still a senior with integrity and a high reputation among businessmen, also the one in charge of the Wu family, so you must explain clearly to the Wu family. Moreover, I also hope that the Wu family can transfer shares to Sister Rong." The old man looked indifferent and said, "Why can't you control that girl from the Li family? So you're looking for someone else to brainwash, can't play the snake-swallowing elephant game with the Li family, so you come to my house to play." Wu Chen smiled and replied, "The Wu family is strict, Sister Rong is not easily manipulated." The old man's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So, because of great love, you are teasing the girl from the Li family, but in the end, you will marry Rong Rong." In order not to let Mr. think too much, I immediately said, "Both Ms. Rong and I admire and love each other. I don't know if the Wu family can understand it or not. Now Ms. Rong has a big plan, there is no turning back. I hope to increase the chances of victory for her, so I dared to come here to ask the Wu family to transfer shares. The success that Ms. Rong may have today is all thanks to a father figure like the Wu family. However, she still has 2 younger brothers, who have been secretly opposing Rong for many years. At this moment, if they hear any bad news from him, they will join hands with other shareholders, confront Rong and the Wu family, causing a disaster." After hearing, he immediately fell into a state of contemplation without saying anything. Later, Mr. O slowly spoke up, "Little you are right. If there is a next time, come with Rong Rong. Compared to business, I am more concerned about the future life of the little girl. So, Mr. You can consider it a successful persuasion of Mr. O, and in the future, he will have another father-in-law." After resolving the matters with the Wu family, it was time to meet in Manglan. He had to bid farewell to his father-in-law to handle the work matters. 1 hour later, he arrived at Meng Lan's company and saw everyone working frantically. Meng Lan was also busy and had no time to spare. But when she saw him, she was very happy and exclaimed, "Oh, you're here." Wu Chen immediately asked, "What happened?" The tired-looking lady said, "Hezhou Media has deployed a report on the hot search of Zhu Shanglong. The rising star Song Weilai that Hua Jing has been promoting this year can no longer endure, as he just jumped off a building to commit suicide." The company is working with the group to resolve the mess, she sighed wearily. Note, the group mentioned by Manglan is the Hua Jing Group, which is a business of the Yin family clan. Wu Chen asked, why are you blaming yourself? Manglan replied, the leaking of the album source has caused damage. In response to this array, Wu Chen's response, the Hua Jing Corporation is preparing to handle it, or more accurately, her father is preparing to handle it. She said, my father just called me, telling me to call Peng Wei to stop fighting. I think he has negotiated with Hezhong Media, there will probably be no more conflicts in the future. Wu Chen smiled and thought, until today, Hua Jing was only forced to the brink of death. Surin Guohui cannot negotiate peace so quickly, appearing weak. It is too early in the business war to have a good ending. Surin is eager to calm public opinion, not wanting the situation to escalate further. But if things continue like this, how can I involve Surin in the situation, unable to stop it? Wu Chen placed his hand on her shoulder and said, don't worry, everything is going according to the original plan. If your father calls you, just tell him that your partner is not willing to be stepped on by Hezhong. Menglan, puzzled, asked, so won't more lives be lost again? Wu Chen calmly replied, this incident involving Song Wei Lai is just a minor accident. The next time, nothing similar will happen. Soon, Peng Wei and I will go out to settle it. Just wait for my news. Transitioning an hour later, in an apartment in Dongpu district, Mei Yuan, a seductive beauty, said, hey, if you take off your pants for so long, will the action also be long like that? This time, it's quick and boring, makes me want to die. The name mentioned is Shang Yunlu, the deputy director of the propaganda department of Hezhong Media. He slowly took off his pants and said, what's the rush? I'm about to let you experience the powerful scent of a man. While preparing for the mission, the phone rang immediately. He was a bit annoyed and snapped, how annoying, who would call at this time? The girl, impatiently, said, answer the phone quickly, we don't have much time left. He immediately picked up the phone and asked, who is it? It was Wu Chen calling. He asked Shang Yunlu, dare to sleep with Mr. Wan Huangrun's woman. He told me to ask you a question, now how do you want to die? Just as he heard that, he hadn't even had time to pull up his pants before he hurriedly asked, who are you, where is Boss Ruan? That girl heard that and immediately got scared. She screamed in fear, then quickly grabbed the blanket to cover her body. Pha Wu Chen said teasingly, I'm handsome, just joking with you. I haven't told him that you slept with his wife. Now I'm giving you a chance, go to Mei Yuan right away. If you don't go or say nonsense, Peng Wei will report you to the authorities. At the same time, your boss Ruan will send you to jail for embezzlement. Peng Wei smiled mischievously and said, I like to play pranks. Let's kill Song Wei Lai and make it a hot search. I'll give you a few minutes to quickly take down the hot searches. Wu Chen said, look at the hot search, now it's Director Cheng of Hezhong Group, next might be him. Hearing that, he couldn't believe it, so he immediately turned to surfing the internet, feeling a lump in his throat with horror. He quickly left. Leaving the beautiful woman behind, now he had to temporarily leave the bird behind and go to find Wu Chen. He said, handsome sir, anything can be negotiated, I will come to Mei Yuan right away, let's not be impulsive. At the same time in Xiangjiang, this is in Menglan's father, chairman of Hua Jing Group, named in Haikwak. The old man is sitting in front of the computer, thinking, how did Lanlan's partner get in trouble? I have to figure out this before I can accept it. It seems I have to personally go to Mei Yuan for a trip. Half an hour later, Meng Lan came to find Wu Chen and asked with a bit of confusion, Missin, why are you here? At this moment, Meng Lan exclaimed in panic, Father, he has arrived in Madu. It seems like the recent hot search has made him very angry. Wu Chen calmly responded, we do not resolve things according to what he says, of course he will be angry. But I believe that in business, as long as there is enough benefit, all personal emotions will have to give way. I will let him know everything. The surprise asked, so our relationship, that matter, will you also let my father know about it? Wu Chen said, didn't I already say so, I will let him know everything. Mr. Yu is planning to accept another daughter-in-law now, haha I wonder if Mr. Ren will accept the son-in-law or not. Meng Lan listened to him saying that with a hint of discontent, saying, what? No, it's not like that. She was thinking about the scene of losing the bet on the fish case with Li Ruobing. If she's not careful, she will suffer a great loss, causing her whole family to endure humiliation, and she will have to kneel down and apologize to Miss Li Ruobing. No, I won't. Seeing a hint of panic on her face, Wu Chen gently reassured her, there's nothing to worry about, don't overthink. Pang Wei noticed their conversation had a slightly flirtatious tone, so he eavesdropped. After that, Wu Chen immediately turned to Yu and said sternly, prepare yourself, we're going to wait for Shang Yunlu. 2 hours later, Shang Yunlu also arrived, raising his hand to greet and cheerfully saying, Boss Pang, this gentleman is handsome, sir. Wu Chen calmly raised his hand and replied, handsome is a stage name used for music, my name is Wu Chen. Shang CEO invited me to sit down. Wu Chen sat down and said, do you know why I asked you to meet me here? The name Shang Yunlu seemed to have a hint of suspicion as he responded, Mr. Wu, stop beating around the bush, whatever you want me to do, just say it straight. Wu Chen smiled and said, CEO Shang, do you truly love Ruan Huangrun's wife by now, eh? Honestly, I quite admire you. In this world, there are only a few real lady killers, haha. Do you want to marry her? Hearing that, Yunlu's face immediately darkened and hesitantly responded, oh, it's me. Wu Chen explained, the reason I brought you to Mei Yuan is not to threaten you, but to hope that we can cooperate. For example, if Ruan Huangrun goes to prison, you will become the deputy general manager of Hezhong Communications, do you understand? Therefore, I need some documents. Pang Wei sitting beside immediately nodded. Upon hearing this, Shang Yunlu felt a bit hesitant and replied, Mr. Wu, Ruan's CEO is the founder of Hezhong, and I am just a mid-level manager. The documents you want are beyond my authority to access. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's dangerous expression said, I've thought about it a lot, I don't need Hezhong's trade secrets, nor do I need you to intrude into dangerous places. Hearing that, Thing LC replied, so what exactly are you looking for from me then? Wu Chen responded coldly, I want the number of scandalous documents in the internal network storage server of the Department of Culture and Communication. The requested requirement is a bit inappropriate. He asked again, Mr. Wu, do you want to obtain rumors, secrets, scandals, and evidence of crimes of companies, artists, and celebrities that Hezhong has collected over the years? Wu Chen continued, not only that, after copying it over to me, you also have to delete the original file on Hezhong's server. That way, even if Hua Jing declares war on Hezhong, without the documents, Hezhong will no longer have the means to retaliate, and Hua Jing of Nguohuai will be invincible. If this plan succeeds, it can be considered a small gift for introducing your father-in-law to me. The name Shang Yunlu expressed some concerns, I am not very good at computers, if I delete those things, will it be detected? As for browsing history and similar things, I can handle it. Wu Chen confidently stated, he will directly delete, of course leaving behind traces of the action. Therefore, I have developed a program, and Pang Wei immediately provided the software that Wu Chen had installed for Shang Yunlu to view. Wu Chen then pointed and instructed, look here, after you return to the company, use this program to access the server, enter the folder name here, set the deletion time here, once you've set it up, click here. Do you understand? Yunlu replied with a hint of fear, understandable, but I'm not sure if there's any other backup copy. Wu Chen responded, there is a backup copy, in the black external hard drive in the safe at Ruan Huangrun's house. Upon seeing that he had to enter the tiger's den, Shang Yunlu immediately panicked and replied urgently, if that's the case, then I definitely can't do it, Mr. Wu. I can't even enter the home of Ruan's CEO. Wu Chen immediately pointed out to him, didn't you just say that you don't need to intrude into other places? Call your true love, by now way, after all, she is your wife, she knows. He hesitated a bit, how could a man of great honor like him listen to me saying that I was taking advantage of Wei Wei, my love for her is genuine, it's impossible. Wu Chen saw that this name was lying, his face coldly asking, Shang CEO, this is not a romantic comedy film, I am running out of patience, one last question, do you want to do it or not? When Wu Chen looked tense, he quickly said, I'll do it, I'll do it. Then he immediately took out his iPhone 15 Pro Max to call his beloved. He turned around and spoke on the phone, Wei Wei, I need you to do something. quietly unlock Mr. Rawan's safe and take out a USB drive from it. Help me with that. On the other end, Wei Wei replied, Yun, as long as you're okay, I'll do it. But I don't know the old man's safe code. Shang Yun Lu immediately reported back, Mr. Wu, Wei Wei said she doesn't know the safe code, what should we do now? Wu Chen smiled and replied, it's okay, I know. Following Wu Chen's instructions, Yun Lu said, turn the safety lock 3 times clockwise, and on the third turn, adjust the needle to be opposite the number 12. So Bai Na Wei immediately followed the instructions. After completing the first lock, moved on to the second lock, turned the key 2 times in a clockwise direction, the key facing position 27, then proceeded to the third lock, turned the key 1 time in a clockwise direction, the key facing position 36. Finally, enter the code 925675. So Bai Na Wei has opened the safe. Inside there is a pile of money and a USB drive. She asks, what else do I need to do? I know many of you don't pay attention to the USB, huh? Wu Chen on the other side speaks up, I need you to take a photo of the inside of the safe, including the solid-state drive. You need to appear in the photo, and finally delete all content on the drive to finish. As instructed, Bai Na Wei immediately took a selfie and sent it to them. Shang Yun Lu said, Wei Wei has followed all your requests, Mr. Wu, can I go now? It's only my part left. Wu Chen replied, since you're already here, stay and wait until tomorrow to go with me to meet someone. Upon hearing that, he immediately showed his respect, not as obedient as Mr. Yu's request to stay for one more day. Switching scenes, at the same time in another place. And Meng Lan spoke up, Dad, why are you coming tomorrow instead? Why the sudden change? Mr. N looked helpless at his princess, and said, Lan, where is your partner? Call them here, and also call Peng Wei to come over. Meng Lan replied uneasily, Dad, haven't we already discussed this? I will handle my own music, and my company's matters are not for you to interfere in. Mr. N raised his voice, normally, my father doesn't care about small matters, but recently 50% of the company's shares have been transferred to a man named Zhuang. As for the matter with Hezhong, why is the situation escalating like this? If my father doesn't take control, the company will go bankrupt. Meng Lan looked confused. She replied, I am not a 3-year-old child, I know what I am doing. Swapping 50% of the shares for a genius is no problem at all, I see no issue with that. Mr. N angrily said, what a supreme genius, let me evaluate the greatness of him first, see if he is as great as my child claims or not, call him here quickly. Upon hearing this, and Meng Lan immediately called Wu Chen, she said in a soft voice, hello, my father is coming early, he is in a hurry to meet you. Wu Chen smiled and replied, I didn't expect Mr. N to be so impatient, alright, I will come over right away. Half an hour later, Wu Chen arrived at Meng Lan's company. He walked into the room and said, good evening, Mr. N. I am Handsome, a music partner of Miss N. My name is Wu Chen. Mr. N immediately walked up cheerfully and said, hello genius. Wu Chen shook hands and replied, it's all just clever marketing tactics, don't believe it, Mr. N. Mr. N smiled and said, oh I see, you admit that you are just a superficial name. The two people grasped each other's hands and smiled, but the tone filled with the smell of gunpowder made Meng Lan feel uneasy and wonder, Dad, what are you doing? Wu Chen's serious face replied, no. Mr. N immediately stood firm and confidently asked, so, are you very skilled? Wu Chen also did not show any fear, he straightened up with a confident attitude and replied, that's right, the same as always, still the strong and renowned power that can be demonstrated at any time. Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Mr. N immediately recognized, this young man doesn't seem as weak as he appears on the surface, there are many hidden things inside him. Mr. N at this moment just stayed silent without replying. After hearing Wu Chen's words just now, and Guo Huai burst into laughter. The old man looked at him with eyes full of interest and said, you are truly a boastful young man, wanting to be famous. You are the most outstanding person I have ever met. What is admirable is that you can turn this boasting into motivation to achieve success. So, let me rephrase the question, if you have such ability, how long do you plan to be famous and do you think you can dominate the nation H music scene and be famous for a lifetime? I will soon retreat, maybe in the future I will write music for others to receive awards, and myself originally writing music and releasing songs is just a joke. Wu Chen immediately didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He said, however, Mr. An, I came here not to talk about future career plans. An said, Lan, come over here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Meng Lan immediately followed his instructions. Mr. An found it strange and a bit odd that Lan blushed and listened to those words. He thought, why does Lan have to blush like that and listen to those words? This feeling is not like a simple partner. Wu Chen immediately embraced Meng Lan closely, speaking out loud, Mr. An, Meng Lan and I are actually engaged. Hearing these surprising words, Meng Lan blushed, unsure of why Wu Chen was acting this way. However, knowing Wu Chen's character, she knew he wouldn't do anything unnecessary, especially in the current situation, so she didn't resist. Seeing the two lovers being affectionate, Wu Chen even said such words. Mr. An became extremely angry, his blood vessels bulging as he said, what is happening? He thought, wait, I only remember the stage name Handsome Musician, but I forgot that he said his name is Wu Chen. Wu Chen this name and the recent rumors, it seems like he is Li family's son-in-law, isn't he? Wu Chen immediately affirmed, yes, I am indeed Li Ruobing's boyfriend, the eldest son-in-law of the Li family. He said that, but his hand was actually holding Meng Lan. This matter makes Mr. An even more frustrated. He shouted loudly, what are you doing right now? Lan, tell me, how did he deceive you? At this moment, Meng Lan only exclaimed in panic, Dad, it's not us. Wu Chen is calm, or should I say it? He immediately stood up, speaking loudly, Mr. An, Meng Lan and I are in a formal relationship. It's just that in the future, my spouse-to-be is Li Ruobing. This is very clear to Lan. I have never deceived her. The old man immediately got angry, tightly grabbed her hand and said, Lan has agreed to be this guy's wife. Feeling the tension in the air, Meng Lan burst into tears and said, our parents truly love each other, and he treats me so well. The old man then looked straight at the two and said, Lan, for over 20 years, you have always been the most outstanding daughter, the pride of our family. You have never been involved in any meaningless relationships. Wu Chen, no matter how capable you are, you should not have any hopes of pursuing a relationship with Lan and my family. Wu Chen immediately burst into laughter and replied, Mr. An should not speak too hastily, or he will regret it. When the old man heard him speak, he felt extremely amused. Are you crazy? I will regret stopping my daughter from marrying you. The old man then went to Meng Lan's side and left. Lan followed her father back to Nation D, and from then on, she was not allowed to see that man again. Seeing this, Meng Lan could only cry out, Father. Wu Chen did not stop him. He spoke up, Mr. An, your daughter is going with me. I have prepared all the gifts. Why don't you listen to me till the end? The old man stopped and replied, is this a gift? That's a lot of money. My house in Nation D still lacks your money. Meng Lan turned back to look at him, tears falling uncontrollably. She unconsciously called out, Wu Chen. And spoke up, Mr. An, the golden age all over the Nation D market has passed. If the An family wants to develop, they must enter Nation H. But even just entering the media in Nation H is already very difficult. Not to mention other clans sneaking up on the An family. Although Mr. An has his hands in every industry, greed will not prevail. Today, the wealth of the An family has shrunk significantly compared to its peak. Loni, what is it that you want to say, kid? Wu Chen spoke up, I'll say it straight, the dowry for Lan is $1,000 billion. The assets of the An family will double directly, so that there will be enough resources to support Mr. An's industry upgrading plan. The old man smiled and replied, $1,000 billion, not 1,000 dong. Our An family has gone through 3 generations to build this business. How old are you? Sorry, I don't understand. Where do you base on that you can say 3 words $1,000 billion so easily like that? Wu Chen replied, do you understand the importance of Hezhong's media and its related capital, Mr. An? If you can successfully merge Hezhong and Huajing, the benefits and value of it will far exceed $100 billion, even potentially monopolizing the entertainment industry of Nation H. I hope you won't reject this proposal, otherwise Huajing and Hezhong will expose each other. The state of chaos in the industry will be brought to the highest level. by that time the entire entertainment industry will be rectified by the state and lead to a disaster. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "So it turns out that everything was caused by you." The said Wu Chen, ever since the incident of the leak of the album leading to the impact on his company, has been holding it in his hands. Wu Chen raised his hand to signal, "Pang Wei, please bring the Shang CEO in here." Pang Wei and Shang Yunlu entered. Pang Wei shyly smiled and said, Hello." At this moment, Mr. In seems more calm about this story. Wu Chen said, "Mr. In, this is Shang Yunlu, in charge of propaganda for Hezhong Communication, currently working for me, Shang CEO. Bring out the documents for Mr. In to see." He respectfully said, "Mr. In invited you to take your time and have a look." Olden just held the file in amazement. All of these are the dark secrets of the industry. The old man said, "You can get these things, I acknowledge your investigative ability. But if you can get them, others can get them too. Young man, do not underestimate the world like that." Wu Chen smiled proudly and said, "This is indeed the smile of the invincible, the smile of the victorious who manipulate everything. Mr. In, all the confidential information that Hezhong holds has been copied by me and placed here. Their internal source files will be completely destroyed by Shang's CEO tomorrow when he returns." He immediately grabbed Meng Lan's hand, his eyes full of sincerity as he said, "So everything is ready. This public opinion battle will continue until Hezhong is destroyed. And the one who will become the next leader of Hezhong's communication will definitely be Meng Lan." After listening, Mr. In immediately stumbled and threw the scattered documents away, saying, "Indeed, the madman just now said that exposing each other will bring chaos to the highest level and the entire entertainment industry will face disaster, unbearable. I'm tired of talking nonsense with you, so I'll give you all a day to solve it yourselves." Upon seeing her father leaving, Meng Lan immediately burst into tears with a loud cry of "Ho-ho." Wu Chen quickly comforted her by patting her shoulder. "It's okay, Lan, you should go back to the hotel first, we can talk about tomorrow's matter later, stop crying and calm down." Scene change at the hotel. That evening, Meng Lan took the initiative to undress, revealing her curvy body in an S-shaped curve, which was very seductive. She said, "Wu Chen, this is our last night together." She pushed him onto the bed in the incomprehensibility of Wu Chen. Lan, you." Meng Lan looked extremely hot and immediately jumped on him, not allowing him to stand up, urging him not to waste any more time talking. "Let's not sleep tonight, let's try to do everything we should do in this life, I don't want to regret." This time is intense for Wu, not sleeping and being forced to answer until morning, he will probably be squeezed dry, After a sleepless night, Meng Lan, with tears streaming down her face, said, "Wu Chen, what should we do in the future? I have talked to my father, he said he will do it, we only have one day left." After spending the night, Wu Chen's vitality seemed to be overflowing, and he calmly held her and said, "It's okay, I'm here." Meng Lan looked displeased, turned away, and said, "You don't understand, you really don't understand." Wu Chen immediately replied intimately, "I don't think talking to your father counts as a failure, all the documents, evidence, even intelligence information, he clearly knows how well you have prepared, it's enough." Meng Lan still couldn't hold back her tears, she said, but he was not convinced, he did not accept that reason. Wu Chen whispered to her, "There's still a whole long day for someone to come and persuade him." In the afternoon, Wu Chen quickly put on a very handsome suit, he spoke up, "I have a little task this evening, I will come back to be with you after finishing it." He gently stroked his hair, wearing a new Rolex watch. He asked, "Is this outfit beautiful?" Meng Lan looked at him with a hint of frustration, still annoyed that by this time he still didn't feel any affection for her at all. She replied, "There is no sincerity." Wu Chen immediately promised, "So let's stargaze together tonight." Meng Lan just snorted lightly, "Stop talking and remember to come back early." As soon as he noticed that she stopped crying, he turned around and left. But as he left, the beautiful girl Meng Lan cried and said, "It will be just a day, it will pass quickly, wait until nightfall." She sent Wu Chen a very touching message, "I will love you forever." Half an hour later, public opinion is going crazy, have you seen the news today? Oh my, Demon King and Meng Lan has confessed his love. Who is her boyfriend? There were rumors before, could it be true this time? Oh, this news gives me goosebumps. On Rua Bing's side, she immediately felt that this matter between her and Mang Lan was becoming more interesting, liking to kneel like that, very obedient. Phs Su Qingying then had a bit of surprise, this in Mang Lan is not simple. Wu Yurong also smiled when she heard the news, and Mang Lan, interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Chen and Peng Wei hastily ran after it, saying, Mr. Wu's online explosion, An's actions, will they affect us? Wu Chen replied, adults don't care about entertainment information, just go ahead worry-free. Within the circle of the assembly, Li Maoren spoke up, those seated here are not outsiders, so let's skip the formalities. Wu, go ahead and start. And Guo Huai is also here, the old man thought a bit puzzled, second prince of Tang called me to come here. I just met these people, why did they say there are no outsiders here? The important thing is that the Wu surname is also here, like a central character. Wu Chen picked up a stack of documents. On LNTIing TRC to NTH, Hezhong Media CATINHT NHSLM Choan Manglan Nu TCHing MITHY, THUTM to NB. Tamjia VOK Ho CHNYCNCGANH Sun, NHing Sun BB NHNNKHing TH Tamjia, CCB NHYs MK Ho CHTRC. On then turned to Nguo Huai and smiled, asking, do you have any questions, Mr. N? Mr. N was a bit surprised, he thought, I understand now, Wu Chen is helping me connect, but only large families attend these small round parties. Only in Nation H can one participate, why is he the center of attention at this meeting, isn't he just a kid or something? But now witnessing this, the old man was a little confused, but if he really is a kid, how could he stand in this position? Mr. Li spoke up, meaning that our 4 Li Tanggusun families only need to maintain the strength for the N family, don't need to do anything, each family can receive 7% of Hezhong Media's shares, right? Wu Chen smiled and said, please take some of this stock to get to know some new friends, I believe Mr. N will not refuse this attractive offer. Mr. N's expression became more serious as he thought, it means that through the actions of Wu Chen, his family not only doesn't need to do anything, but also receives a 7% stake in Hezhong Media, and even has additional strong alliances with several large families. Mr. Tang burst into laughter and said, Mr. Wu is truly kind. Every time there is a good project, he remembers me. He doesn't talk much, but I truly regret not knowing Mr. Wu sooner. Oh, Mr. Li is truly fortunate. Mr. Gu spoke up, so this time, I must personally go to meet Mr. Wu. And Guo Huai felt a bit of pressure thinking, these big shots in the group, each one considers Wu Chen as a precious gem. But I think he's just a kid, maybe I'm the crazy one for thinking that way. With supporters like that, what significance does Hezhong Media have? How did they come to him, or perhaps they already have some unknown relationship? What is Wu Chen hiding behind? Now, we really can't underestimate this kid. Upon noticing that Wu Chen was a bit distracted, he immediately reached out and placed his hand on Wu Chen's shoulder, asking, is there anything else you'd like to ask, Mr. Bosson? Mr. N replied, there is none. Mr. Tang held up the precious wine bottle to start the party, so, can we open the wine now? So everyone gathered to have a meal together. Mr. Gu spoke up, I heard that Mr. N arrived yesterday, is that right? Come here, let me welcome Mr. N. Mei Yuan was a bit surprised but still happily raised his glass with Mr. N. Li Maoren spoke up, this time, our collaboration is just an appetizer. I hope that in the future projects, we can continue to work together successfully. And so, the Powerful People's Association raised their glasses together. Approximately 2 hours later, Mr. N became very drunk and staggered, leaning on his future son-in-law, saying, Wu Chen, I take back some of the things I said yesterday, they were a bit over the top. Wu Chen continued, Lan Lan almost cried all night, Mr. N, you have scared Lan Lan. Mr. N sincerely said, deep down inside, I still feel uncomfortable letting her be your wife. But I still hope that the little girl will be happy, do you understand? Wu Chen asserts to his future father-in-law, setting aside social status, she will surely be happy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ruobing is extremely angry with Wu Chen, it has been a long time, what is Wu Chen doing, not even taking the time to call and explain, or perhaps planning something against me. The younger sisters around are also feeling the heat from Ruobing, Xia Si Qin just keeps silent, Su Qingying immediately calms down and says, Sister Ruobing, don't get angry anymore, don't escalate this matter. Su Tian Tian then adds fuel to the fire. Wu Chen, the most detestable thing is a cunning mind. The more Ruo Bing thinks, the angrier she gets. She immediately got up and said loudly, "No need to care anymore, book me a flight to Meiyuan, the latest by tomorrow morning." I think Wu Chen has been too kind and reserved. If Ruo Bing gets angry, it's all over. Returning to An Manglan, she joyfully replied, "Is that true, father? He has changed his mind and wants me to stay by his side?" Wu Chen replied, "Okay, let's go and stargaze together." Menglan felt like she was being given a second chance at life, and right now she was extremely happy to be by Wu Chen's side with her father's permission. She immediately jumped up and hugged him, exclaiming loudly, "This is too good to be true." But she suddenly remembered, "No, it's not okay at all, Li Ruo Bing." Wu Chen, as if understanding her thoughts, asked, "Are you not worried about your father's affairs in the future, but worried about Ruo Bing instead?" Meng Lan anxiously said, "Ms. Li is worried." Wu Chen then tightly pinched her pretty little mouth shut. He reassured her, "Stop thinking nonsense, you've been tired all day, now don't think about anything, just go to sleep deeply." I said I'll take you stargazing like in the romantic movies, but Wu Chen just carried her to bed to sleep. What a liar, lying on the bed. The next morning, Wu Chen was awakened by the warm rays of sunlight. When he opened his eyes, something was not right. He suddenly said, "Ruo Bing, you." Li Ruo Bing has long been in the room with two people watching the screen. She, in a very sexy outfit with a sheriff's badge on her hand, looks extremely annoyed with her husband Wu Chen, who is usually calm but can be angry at times. When Wu Chen saw Ruo Bing's sultry figure, he immediately stood up gently and said, "You are too charming, my lovely wife." "Oh dear, you are so good at flattering." Ruo Bing quickly covered his mouth with her hand, saying, "You be quiet." Ruo Bing immediately used the sheriff's gun to strike hard on the table. She shouted loudly, "Get up right now for me." Meng Lan was awakened by the noise. The girl suddenly jumped up in fright and screamed when Ruo Bing pointed the sheriff's gun at her head. Wu Chen was also somewhat surprised by Ruo Bing's actions, so he quickly reached out to prevent her from taking out her gun. He calmly said, "You love that thing, so please put it away and don't act rashly." Meng Lan immediately leaned behind Wu Chen. She hesitantly said, "Miss Li, please don't, yesterday I didn't mean to." The more Ru Bing looked at her, the angrier she became. She growled, "I warned you before, I think I made it very clear at that time, didn't I? But what about you, huh? Who do you think I am? I was just joking with you." Meng Lan is extremely terrified at this moment, to the point where even her body trembles under the pressure without being able to put it into words. As Ruo Bing's cold eyes stared, she asked, still saying nothing, "Miss In here seems to be looking down on me, doesn't she?" Upon grasping Ruo Bing's hand tighter, Wu Chen, stronger, said, "That's enough, Ruo Bing. What do you want to do to her? It's still early in the morning and you're already plotting mischief." When Meng Lan worriedly whispered, "Wu Chen, don't act like that, don't argue with Miss Li, don't." Ruo Bing immediately pushed Wu Chen away with force. The woman pointed straight at the two, loudly scolding, "Still busy enjoying yourself, huh?" Seeing that, Meng Lan, afraid of unexpected incidents, disregarded the danger and rushed to block Seraph's throat in front of Wu Chen. Wu Chen was extremely surprised by this action, only managing to say, "Lan Lan, oh." Upon seeing this action, Ruo Bing immediately pondered, "Just recently scared, why did I act like that because of Wu Chen?" Upon hearing that, Ruo Bing immediately put it away. She exclaimed, "I can't believe how deep my feelings for Wu Chen are, similar to how I feel about him, that's it." Ruo Bing gently growled and lifted her chin as Meng Lan called out softly, "Little sister Lan Lan." She immediately kissed Meng Lan on the forehead gently and sincerely said, "Let's make up, little sister." Meng Lan could only gasp in surprise at this gesture. The confused girl asked, "Do I really need to kneel down, and why did Miss Li call me Lan Lan as if I were her younger sister?" Ruo Bing immediately avoided eye contact and replied, "I have already accepted her, there's no need to kneel down anymore. I see it all as just a joke. Ruo Bing probably just wants to tease that girl, so everyone doesn't need to get tense, huh?" At this moment, the atmosphere seemed a bit oppressive. Meng Lan's eyes glistened with joy. Finally the hardest knot was unraveled. She said, "Really, thank you, Mrs. Li, not Miss Li." Wu Chen remained calm. He spoke up, yesterday Lanlan's Weibo post got attention, now there are only reporters outside the hotel, would Rua Bing like to help his younger sister? Hearing this, Meng Lan blushed like a tomato, feeling a bit embarrassed. Rua Bing's attitude is extremely difficult to describe, just knowing how to clench fists, unable to headbutt his brother strongly, he feels helpless, all he does is bother me all day, making me angry, this villainous guy. Wu Chen blinked affectionately and replied, honestly, besides you, no one can do these tasks well. Maybe I owe you from a past life. Now, Wu Chen is also known to flatter, isn't he? So 10 minutes later, in the hotel lobby, Wu Chen and Rua Bing affectionately walked out together. The reporters immediately recognized, oh, she is not actually from the Li family, her belly, her movements, she must be pregnant before marriage. But she is not in a complicated relationship with young Master Ding, right? At this point, Rua Bing immediately took on a more intense role, showing signs of wanting to vomit. One worker then spoke up, quickly take a picture, this is solid evidence. And so, all attention focused on the two people. Create a path for Meng Lan to run. Wu Chen sees her seize the opportunity, he thinks, Lan finally is safe to leave. After a while on the car, Wu Chen spoke up, the issues at Mei Yuan are temporarily paused here, my dear, do you have any other plans for the next 2 days? If possible, how about going on a trip to Xiangjiang with me? Rua Bing, hearing this, was a bit surprised and replied, why do you suddenly have the idea of going there? Wu Chen treacherously said, initially Nguo Huai was also one of the targets that Ding Ruilong wanted to connect with, but after the Yin family joined our ship, Ding family's target shifted to the Bei family in Xiangjiang. I have received news that the day after tomorrow there will be a football match in Xiangjiang. Ding Ruilong plans to control the game and spend a few billion as a gift to meet the 3 young masters of the Bao family. He used to play with him alone, but this time he wants you to come with him. Rua Bing felt a bit amused and replied, that needs to be said, we must go together, a harmonious wife can turn an angry husband into a calm one, even the East Sea will eventually dry up. 2 days later, at Xiangjiang, a beautiful woman looked out and instantly knew it was a good person, she went to open the door to welcome, come in here. Wu Chen introduced to Rua Bing, this is an old friend of mine, the most skilled landlady in District 11 Jinja, Toriyuki Teruko. Teruko introduced, here is my girlfriend, Li Rua Bing, whom I have mentioned many times. She immediately and enthusiastically said, Rua Bing is very happy to make your acquaintance. Rua Bing looked at the bullet-shaped eyes and asked him, isn't it obstructing Ding Ruilong, why is it related to this mistress as well? Wu Chen replied, dear, she is one of the important people. Wu Chen asked seriously, what happened next with the issue I discussed with Teruko over the phone? Teruko replied, look into this matter. Looking inside is a lineup of beauties, each equally hot in their own way. But their posture is really. This makes a girl like Rua Bing shiver and think, what does this self-satisfaction mean? After a while, they were outside the compound. Teruko spoke up, Wu Chen, the players you called by name, the important players of both teams who have been simulating the match for 2 consecutive nights, have expended too much energy and spirit. Look at them now, they can't fake it anymore, huh? Below the field is a group of exhausted players, Wu Chen replied, let's enjoy this fun match. Approximately 45 minutes later, the first half ended with the score still level. The young master of the Bao family spoke up, young Master Ding, the odds are not as we discussed. How can we win the money now? This is the Xiang family, the 3rd generation of the Bao family. His name is Bao Zhenhui. At this moment, Ding Ruilong was also extremely hot-tempered, he shouted at his younger brother, why don't you quickly go ask the coach how things are going? He immediately thought, WTF, this year is really not favorable, nothing seems to work. Looking down below, he saw a familiar couple, and he wondered, why are Wu Chen and Rua Bing there? Bao Zhenhui immediately asked, why is there a familiar person on the football field? Ding Ruilong angrily replied, a villain named Wu Chen, but as long as he is there, nothing goes smoothly. Bao Zhenhui heard that, the person who can make Ding Ruilong angry to the point of clenching one's jaw like that immediately felt a bit interesting to stand up and observe. He said, oh, there's also this matter? In his heart, he thought, still arranging the great deity Teruko here, perhaps I can guess it somewhat. below are the three of them chatting and laughing happily. Bao Zhenhui immediately turned around, saying, "Let's go, Ding, we don't need to watch this match anymore." Ding Ruilong replied, "Oh Bao, I believe there is still a chance." Bao Zhenhui waved goodbye and said, "You don't understand, there's no more chance left." Ding Ruilong's face immediately turned serious as he thought, this guy, Wu Chen, no matter how talented and extraordinary he may be, when it comes to Xiang Jiang, he doesn't care about my family at all. Let me see what kind of trouble this kid like you can stir up. Wu Chen noticed his friend looking at him, and he also immediately responded with a deep gaze as if to affirm that your father is afraid of you. Returning to Wu Chen and Rua Bing, they are celebrating their first victory in the plan to sabotage Ding Ruilong's alliance with Bao Zhenhui by drinking with Teruko's beautiful women. Wu Chen stands up happily and says, "The manipulated score was successful, thank you all for your hard work. To show my gratitude, let's feast and have fun to our heart's content. I will cover everything for the next 2 days, so just relax and enjoy." The beautiful lady in yellow dress listened and became even more excited, cheering, "Oh my, Wu Chen is always amazing." The beautiful lady in black dress next to her winked and said, "If Mr. Wu is free, remember to visit us." Teruko was sitting next to me, looking at something on her phone. Upon hearing this, she immediately asked, "Wu Chen, do you have time to talk to me privately now?" Wu Chen replied, "It's not too late after finishing the party." Teruko hesitated, looking at him sweetly before replying, "Worth looking forward to." Then the two people immediately had very intimate and mysterious gestures and actions. Rua Bing, sitting next to them, felt a bit uncomfortable and wondered to himself, is Teruko hiding something secret with Wu Chen? Is he trying to be intimate in front of me like this, or could it be that she and Wu Chen are also? After the party, Wu Chen and Rua Bing were walking arm in arm. She asked him, "Teruko seems very close to you, or is she trying to deceive me again?" At this moment, Wu Chen immediately pulled Rua Bing behind him, saying, "Let's talk about this later, my love." At this moment, there are about 10 gang members holding weapons, ready to attack with sticks and clubs. Wu Chen is not one to be trifled with, as he had long suspected that these guys would be following him, so he had prepared a few dozen of his own men to escort him. Wu Chen said, "Step back a few steps, my dear." Then he immediately shielded the front for Rua Bing, Wu Chen's younger brothers, and the gang of grass in front rushed into a fierce battle with each other, with neither side backing down. Rua Bing, puzzled, asked, "When did Mr. Dao and his group of followers arrive at Xiangjiang?" Wu Chen, calmly taking out his camera to take pictures, replied, "When we reached the first location, Teruko mentioned that the Bao family had sent someone to follow us. Tomorrow, there will probably be some news headline about the Li family getting involved in a dispute in the underground world. However, Mr. Dao's true identity is actually Burmese, and now this conflict has turned into a dispute between the Nation D gangs. In Burma, he and I are just passerby now, the conspiracy of the mastermind behind has failed." Rua Bing whispered, "Oh, so this is what Teruko told you, huh? It seems like you misunderstood the relationship between the two of them." Wu Chen confidently replied to Rua Bing, "It's not necessarily a misunderstanding. She obviously wants your man, but I can't accept her." Li Rua Bing sarcastically said, "Really, this is the first time you're not involved with a beautiful woman. How strange, huh? Are you a vegan now?" Wu Chen continuously said, "Besides the beauty on the outside, in terms of intelligence, it can be said that her ability is not inferior to yours, even I dare say she is on par. But she is from Nation N. Once something happens that damages the relationship between our two countries, no matter how good the personal relationship between the two of us is, we cannot avoid confronting each other. So I will never let such a relationship develop with her, but why do I feel something strange? Maybe it's because of the wrestling on the bed." Rua Bing hesitated a bit and said, "When I was drinking at the bar earlier, I felt a little jealous. It seems like I made a mistake and caused you some trouble. Instead of apologizing, I want to reward you instead." That's when Rua Bing immediately leaned in to give Wu Chen a passionate kiss. Wu Chen, being an easygoing person, accepted this reward and overlooked the apology. Wu Chen spoke up, "It seems like this reward is a bit too simple, isn't it? Or maybe I deserve a better reward when we get back to the hotel?" Rua Bing then lovingly scolded him, "You annoying guy. The next morning, the scene shifts to the Bao family's corporation. Wu Chen and Ruo Bing arrived early. The receptionist immediately asked, "Excuse me, do you two have an appointment?" Wu Chen spoke up, "No, just tell your boss that Wu Chen is here to see him." So the receptionist quickly called and said, "Sir, there is a man named Wu Chen who wants to see you." The voice on the other end immediately replied, "Wu Chen? Bring him here." As he entered the room, Wu Chen spoke up, "Boss Bao, I came here uninvited. I wonder if there's any major issue?" In the room, Bao Zhenhui spoke up, "Yesterday, you defeated me twice, so it must not have been a glorious victory. I am wondering what you are doing here today." Ding Rui Long saw the two people, especially his beloved friend Wu Chen, looking at him with a gaze of extreme affection that he could not take his eyes off. Wu Chen arrogantly pointed his finger and said, "Ding Rui Long wants to discuss cooperation with you. I will do as he wishes." Ding Rui Long angrily spoke up, "Ruo Bing, my boyfriend doesn't even know basic social etiquette. How will he participate in the business partnership between us in the future?" Wu Chen immediately growled at Rui Long and said, "Bao, do you rely on some kind of protocol to participate in your roundtable meetings? It must be based on profit, right?" Wu Chen immediately turned to smile at Bao Zhenhui, causing Ding Rui Long to feel extremely annoyed as if being fed a beautiful avocado. Bao Zhenhui holding a cigarette said, "Oh brother Wu, please be more specific." Wu Chen said, "Yesterday the football match that Ding Rui Long placed bets on for me was unsuccessful. Boss Bao should know why, because there were too many people, definitely unable to control all. If it were me, I wouldn't be foolish to choose football for betting, but horse racing instead." Ding Rui Long felt criticized by Wu Chen. He immediately frowned and shouted, "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Wasting money. Your house has been monitored for 8 generations, and you've never bet on a horse before. What are you trying to prove by lying here?" Bao Zhenhui spoke up, "Don't rush, let me hear what he has to say." Wu Chen confidently pounded his chest and replied, "I will play directly, all that Boss Bao needs to do is bet on me. As for how big Boss Bao wants to play, it's up to him." Bao Zhenhui immediately burst into laughter and said, "It sounds simple." Ding Rui Long also joined in, laughing mockingly as he said, "Wu Chen, don't use the same tricks you used to impress girls on us men." Upon hearing this, Ruo Bing couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh at them for underestimating him. Wu Chen calmly said, "I have never boasted before. Perhaps defeating someone once could be considered luck, but I have defeated him 5 or 7 times, maybe even 8 times. Is it still just luck?" Bao Zhenhui immediately exhaled smoke and said, "Because that is what you said, I will give you a chance. Let's sign a gambling agreement. If you can beat me, we will be friends from now on. But if you lose, Mr. Wu here will have to pay me $300 million. What do you say?" Wu Chen smiled coldly and replied, "If I want to win, no one can stop me, because Boss Bao placed the bet, so it's best to place a larger bet. If I lose, from now on I will try my best for you. If I win, you must also support me. Every time we meet Ding Rui Long, we must fight him. Every time we fight him, we must win." Upon hearing the fishy deal proposed by Wu Chen, Ding Rui Long immediately clenched his jaw in anger and questioned, "Wu Chen, what kind of person are you?" Bao Zhenhui happily burst into laughter, "Haha, that's interesting." After Wu Chen smiled brightly and said, "So, the true gentleman must go to the 9 peaks with only one word, that's decided then." Ruo Bing frowned and thought, suddenly like a child growing up, it's indeed a strange bet among men carrying within them a childlike soul. The scene changed. 2 hours after the betting incident began, Wu Chen rode his horse into the prepared area. Bao Zhenhui spoke up, "Wu Chen seems quite professional." Ruo Bing, on the other hand, seemed to ignore me, but she replied, "Of course." Ding Rui Long looks disdainful, snorting for a moment. Seeing the scene of the competition venue's doors opening, all the players and horses flew out like flying towards the finish line. However, Wu Chen started the slowest among the players. Ding Rui Long saw that and immediately laughed as if he had won the lottery. "Oh, that guy is standing at the last position over there, huh?" Yet he confidently placed the bet as if he knew the outcome already. Ruo Bing saw this name smile. Her husband was angry and responded, "In a competition, the important thing is the result. The process is not important, no need to be elaborate." At this moment, Bao Zhenhui immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Look, Mr. Wu!" Suddenly accelerated and caught up with the leading person. See Wu Chen and his warhorse crossing every road, overcoming all opponents and heading straight to the finish line. Ruo Bing saw that and immediately jumped up shouting, "Wow, my love is so good, my beloved husband is amazing." Wu Chen ran his hand through his hair and asked, "How about you, Boss Bao? Are you satisfied with the results of this agreement and the bet?" Bao Zhenhui immediately, without much words, used force to slap Ding Ruoilong hard in the face in astonishment. Bao Zhenhui coldly said, "On Ding, if nothing good happens in the future, don't set foot in Xiangjiang, lest you offend Mr. Wu. The rules of the rivers and lakes, speak words and keep them, don't blame me for being careless." Ding Ruoilong was immediately angry and left after being slapped in the face, saying, "I respect my own dignity. Let's wait and see." Bao Zhenhui happily spoke up, "On Wu, from now on we are good brothers, we are all family." Wu Chen replied, "Of course, we are good brothers." Ding Ruoilong, he frowned while talking on the phone with someone, then he exclaimed in surprise, "Is the owner of the fastest growing music company in Shanghai really Wu Chen's mistress? Take good care of her." Because he was so angry, he sent someone to disrupt the party of Xiao Ye's popular short music film company on Douyin recently. The next 2 days on the cruise ship, Bao Zhenhui is accompanied by 2 hot beauties. He happily says, "Haha, Mr. Wu is really clever, I didn't expect we could do so many projects together like this." Regarding Wu Chen is also not inferior when next to Ruo Bing wearing a very hot bikini, he replied with the great support from Bao, "Of course everything will be easier, wishing our Asian Pacific Ocean boat race a successful and beautiful outcome." While taking a break, Mao Rusong called to say, "Mr. Wu, I and Miss Zhuang ran into trouble while filming a short video in the rural area of Wenzhou. It's hard to explain in words, Mr. Wu, please come and see." Mr. Wu Chen replied, "I already know." When he turned to speak, Bao Tiyujia, "I have to go back to the mainland for a trip, please take care of the competition for me." Bao Zhenhui replied, "Okay, no problem." About half an hour later, Wu Chen arrived. In front of him was a group of hooligans. Wu Chen quietly assessed the appearance. The eyes are not like those local gangsters. It seems that this matter is not simple. At this moment, in the midst of the besieged crowd, Mao Rusong shouted loudly, "Mr. Wu, here, here, right here." Wu Chen confidently strides past the crowd of onlookers to where the call came from. Mao Rusong cheerfully turns back and says, "Miss Zhuang, don't cry, Mr. Wu has arrived." Upon seeing her beloved come, Zhuang Xiaoyi burst into tears and ran to him, saying, "Mr. Wu, Wu, I am useless, causing trouble for you again." Wu Chen saw that she was not feeling well, so he hugged her tightly and said, "We don't need to be like this. Come here and slowly tell me what's happening." Suddenly, the leader of the gang spoke up, "This one doesn't talk to you, don't waste any more time, come talk to the boss." Upon hearing that, Wu Chen immediately became angry, his eyes coldly staring at him as he said, "I don't like it when others interrupt me while I'm talking, understand?" Feeling the sarcasm, that person immediately became scared and silent. Wu Chen touched Xiao Ye's head. "You speak." Xiao Ye then took out his phone and said, "Mr. Wu, take a look at this. This is a short film that we recently shot, about a lowly person who was reborn as a household manager for a wealthy family. It has been broadcasted for 3 episodes, with a good viewership rating, and has reached the top spot. Yesterday, someone in the village came to cause trouble. While Mao Rusong whispered, they said they had damaged the chair, floor, and dirty sofa which needed to be replaced, with various reasons to demand money. Our group argued back and forth, and as a result, they were beaten and demanded money." Wu Chen, puzzled, responded, "My villa in Donghai is not empty, why did they come to Wenzhou?" At this moment, Xiao Yi sadly replied, "It's because Mr. Wu's house, this film crew has 5 or 6 people. I'm afraid it will make a mess of the house." Wu Chen immediately patted her head and said, "Silly girl, my house is not your concern. These small matters can be sorted out later." At this moment, Wu Chen immediately stepped forward to shield Xiao Yi, raising his voice, "It's not just about negotiation for compensation, is it? Who is willing to come forward and talk, step out here." At this moment, an old man stepped forward holding 2 papers and spoke up, "This villa is the newlywed home of my grandson, all the furniture is handcrafted by skilled craftsmen from the British royal family. According to the ancient tradition of the village, if there is a replacement, it must be done for the entire set, otherwise, it will bring bad luck to my grandson. The total price for the set is $102 million. Here is the invoice, please review it, any medical expenses will be calculated later. Upon seeing these professional thieves, Wu Chen couldn't help but exclaim they can steal and even show receipts. Indeed, they are something. Well, this is Xiaoya's first time as a producer, so he must not let the tension escalate. Everything that affects the outcome of the film must be avoided. An smiled and answered, "Sir, everyone is only looking for money. Like this, in the future I will invite in Meng Lan to sing the theme song, make this movie popular, and all the income from this movie will be evenly distributed. For you, you will not only receive $102 million, how about that?" Wu Chen immediately handed the phone to him to show him the reputation with the famous star in Meng Lan. He looked in awe. He spoke up, "Yes, but I want to make it clear that although Xiaoyi has signed a contract with the company as an artist, after the film is completed, she cannot follow you. Because she is my daughter-in-law, I will compensate you for the contract." The old man pointed his finger to a very attractive beauty across the room. She was reading a script. When Wu Chen asked who is this person, Xiaoyi replied she is the female lead of the movie, talented, and has a significant role in this film. In fact, one of the reasons I came here to film is because of her. She mentioned that she is not comfortable with traveling far. After listening to Wu Chen, he immediately felt a strange smell, so he glanced at her and thought it seems she has an inner beauty, but it's not the right time yet, this matter will be resolved later. Wu Chen spoke up, "All right, I agree. Wait a minute, there's one more thing." He then called his nephew to introduce Xiaoyi now gradually has some reputation, to avoid in the future someone saying my nephew eats at other people's houses. I think it's also necessary to let the boy participate, get acquainted with the audience, he may develop better in the future. Outside, Wu Chen appeared happy and said, "Sure, no problem," but inside he thought to himself, "Too greedy, I won't accept these unreasonable demands, I'm not as naive as the people in my hometown." Wu Chen happily called out, "Boss Mao, I have finished talking to them. Come here, everyone take a picture together to capture the memory." So Wu Chen and the film crew started taking some photos with the public, but Wu Chen in the center seems mischievously smiling, not sure what he's up to. As the scene transitioned to night, Wu Chen was in the room searching for some information. While sitting and thinking, indeed these strong men are not from the Wenzhou, all of them are from the Liu family in the city. This old man has attached himself to the Liu family, no wonder he can be respected and admired in the village. This person seems to resemble the person being secretly filmed in Xiangjiang. Did Ding Ruilong participate in this? Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Wu Chen felt a bit strange what happened last night, so he quickly ran to open the door. Then the scene in front of him made him a bit surprised to say, "Xiaoyi." My younger sister Xiaoyi, who couldn't sleep at night and was dressed a bit uncomfortably, said, "Can I go with Miss Zhuang after this film is completed? I want to learn acting from her, and expand my future career path as an actress." Wu Chen felt a little intrigued, so he asked, "Do you want to escape from this place?" I replied, "That's correct." Xiaoyi immediately started crying and said, "I know that since I was young, I have had no father or mother, and I have been raised by a big family. But now that I am grown up and able to earn money, I will go find wealth. I will repay them double. However, if they want me to become their daughter-in-law, I would rather die." The girl cried out urgently, "As long as you agree to my request." She immediately took off her outer shirt to reveal her ample cleavage and said, "I will exchange it for the most precious thing I have, please, please sir." This girl is really trying to make things difficult for Mr. No, who already has several wives and is preparing to have a child, yet suddenly someone is actively offering themselves like this, truly difficult. However, Mr. Wu Chen quickly pulled the button on her shirt and said, "Don't mess it up like that." Xiaoyi was a bit surprised when Wu Chen did that and said, "Sir." Wu Chen immediately invited her into the room, saying, "In the future, just call me Mr. Wu, there's no need to address me as this boss or that boss." Xiaoyi felt extremely embarrassed and shy because of the atmosphere just now. An Wu politely handed the lady a glass of water and said, "Here, have some water." The film crew is affected. Will we have to make up for lost time tomorrow? Xiaoyi replied, "My fiancé has already arrived at the film set. The senior colleagues don't want him to ruin his reputation, so they have started filming a new movie called The King of Instant Noodles Time Travel. Now, they are all working overtime. Wu Chen glanced over at the ancient building opposite and thought, a new project to work on. A moment later, Wu Chen went to find Mao Rusong to talk to him, saying, "Boss Mao, why did you suddenly add a new item to the agenda?" He replied, "It's the suggestion of the screenwriter. I find the request not too high, compared to the risk of damaging reputation, plus there is a high cost effectiveness. Mr. Wu can review the script in advance, rush it, they said temporarily only one episode." Wu Chen was lost in thought. Could it be that I am worrying about something far away? Why do I feel unusually strange? The next morning, it was early morning. Upon waking up, Wu Chen immediately went to open the window to breathe in the fresh air, conveniently admiring the girls as well. He couldn't believe that Xiao Yi was also someone who shared the same job. On the other side, Xiao Yi and the film crew have been bustling early in the morning, preparing for the filming. Suddenly Wu Chen realized that something was wrong. It turned out that they were in a dust bomb. Xiao Yi and Xiao Yi were in danger. After not thinking much, he immediately jumped out of the window and leapt down. On the film crew side, the chubby actor in the role of a chef is preparing to shoot the first scene. Something is immediately put into the hot oil pan. Wu Chen is rushing like flying to the scene. The agile man used both hands to carry two beautiful women on both sides. Xiao Yi was on the right and Xiao Yi was on the left, running away from the explosion and the horror of everyone there. However, they still suffered serious consequences from the incident. Mr. Wu immediately used the system that was not yet attacked by spiders to reset it, and he ordered reset the system. That's when it's time to go back early in the morning. He immediately jumped down and ran at the same speed as Vinicius. A bucket of water right next to him was used by him to splash straight into the movie prop. He said wait until the afternoon and then shoot this scene. Both Xiao Yi and Xiao Yi looked puzzled with the same question that they both exclaimed, "How did Mr. Wu do it?" He immediately explained the seriousness of air pollution has reached an explosive level, clearly someone is playing tricks. "Boss Mao, bring the scriptwriter to my office, I have something to ask him." A moment later, the script editor's name was called. He spoke up, "Boss, you called for me." Wu Chen said seriously, "I'm only going to ask you one question. The script for the new movie wasn't written by you, right?" He immediately scratched his head and replied, "Mr. Mao Rusong rushed me yesterday, so I couldn't finish it in time." At that moment, a friend from my previous unit contacted me to sell a script at a very reasonable price, so haha. Wu Chen smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't pursue you." "Who is the person selling the script to you?" The other person replied, "I will not do anything wrong, mountains do not move water, nor do they transfer." Wu Chen seemed a bit serious. "We found out that 3 days ago, he received a large amount of money into his account, and then he sold the script to us at that time. One thing is, transferring money for him 3 days ago is Ding Ruilong's subsidiary company. Okay, Ding Ruilong, if you want to play dirty, then we will continue playing." Shortly after, Mr. Wu went alone to find the leader of the gang of robbers from yesterday, but was blocked by the younger members lining up at the door. He raised his voice and said, "Old man, go and invite the real master of your family out here for a chat." The old man's face looked not very happy as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the owner here. If you have anything, just say it directly to me." Wu Chen said if we don't get the fire extinguished to the film crew on time, his grandson would have already been the top fatty expelled from the Earth server. "I can save him once, but I'm not sure if I can save him a second time." "Are you sure you want to risk your grandson's life?" He listened to this serious matter with a hint of horror sweat. "Call someone quickly, come back to the village fast, there is trouble." Half a day later, a helicopter appeared and was reported to have landed. A stunning beauty appeared, extremely graceful and elegant in a grey pinstripe suit. She is the wife of the third young master of the Lu family in the city, known as Madame Ching Er. As soon as the lady boss arrived, the group of younger siblings quickly bowed and shouted, "Madame Tam." The old man ran up and said, the situation is very bad, your younger brother almost went back to the Lu family." She asked him directly to clarify. Ching Er remained calm, lit a cigarette, exhaled slowly, and said, "For many years like that, but still unable to handle big and small tasks." The man suddenly felt ashamed when he heard those words. He remained silent and didn't dare to say anything. Xing'er stood up and said aloud, "Who wants to talk to me? Hurry up, don't waste time." Wu Chen carried a laptop and said, "Someone is plotting to bomb my family and my employees. He wants to ignite conflicts between the two sides." Seeing the boy's face looking like a 20-year-old wearing makeup looking for him, she asked with a bit of disgust, "Who are you?" Wu Chen smiled proudly as he introduced his sister. "My girlfriend is Li Ruobing, and she is the third wife of the Lu family. The conflict between her and me is the great rivalry between the Lu and Li families. Despite someone secretly plotting against us, why does she still endure it? If she continues to hesitate to resolve it, then everyone in my film crew and her younger brother will find it difficult to avoid danger." Listening to the events that happened this morning from Wu Chen's mouth, she remained calm, took a few puffs of cigarettes, and said, "Many people want to disturb the Lu family openly or stealthily. Should we investigate each and every incident carefully?" Wu Chen thought she and Ding Rue Long did not have a direct conflict, so nothing is happening at the moment. Of course she does not want to get involved either. Wu Chen spoke up, "Miss Tam and the old steward can climb the boat themselves. But since she is already here, why doesn't she stay in the village to take care of everything?" Xing'er also didn't pay much attention, feeling a little impatient to leave at this point. She said, "You want to prevent any conflict between the Lu family and Li family, try to intervene. I still have things to do, not to say bye." The scene shifts back to the film crew. At this point everyone is preparing to start the closing ceremony, completing the film. King Noodle of the Great Tang Dynasty travels through time. Mao Rusong ran up and said, "Mr. Wu, the film crew has finally finished shooting. Luckily, you are here to make everything smoother without any complications." Wu Chen replied, "There's nothing left to help everyone, including Xiao Yi. It's good that everything went smoothly for the first film shoot, so people won't face too many difficulties due to lack of experience." He asked Boss Mao, "Why hasn't Mrs. Tam arrived yet?" Upon hearing this, Mao Rusong whispered in response, "I heard she is celebrating alone in her own room." Wu Chen, feeling a little surprised, asked, "Celebrating alone?" He immediately left, saying, "Tomorrow, I will invite the three Miss Lu to come to the Lu family's house to take a group photo for the press conference of the new movie." Walking along the corridor, suddenly there was the sound of a girl's voice. "No, don't stay far away." Wu Chen immediately recognized this voice as Xiao Yi's. The closer to the room, the clearer the voice. "What are you doing? Please don't do that." Wu Chen, standing outside, felt a bit unsettled. What's going on here? When he heard the loud screams, Wu Chen immediately kicked the door open and saw the scene of the fat man committing indecent acts, while Xiao Yi was trying to resist in the room. Wu Chen shouted out, "How much alcohol has this fat man drunk to dare to do such shameful things in broad daylight?" The teacher continued without stopping, so Wu Chen ran up to kick and send this name flying far away. Xiao Yi saw the savior coming, her eyes wet with tears, calling out, "Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu hoo." Wu Chen quickly ran over to help her up and reassured her, "I'm very sorry that the security measures have not been implemented properly and such a big incident has occurred. This will never happen again in our company. Please don't cry, I'm here now." Wu Chen quickly picked up Xiao Yi to prepare to leave when suddenly there was a loud shout outside, "Fire, fire, everyone quickly come out to put out the fire." Outside, the fire burns fiercely, accompanied by thick choking smoke. Just stepping out of the door, the staff screamed in shock as the fire broke out from the room of the youngest daughter, trying to run out of the building. On immediately gathers a little employee and gives him strict instructions. "Please take care of this girl, also add her name, and hand her over to the police." The younger staff member replied, "Yes, sir." As a result, Wu Chen quickly ran to the center of the fire incident. When Wu Chen opened the door, he was immediately met with thick smoke and dust, making it difficult for him to breathe. He covered his nose and tried to go inside. And seeing Xing'er in a seductive pose, she exclaimed, "Oh my." One hand holding a candle, the other hand moving downwards, "What she is doing, you guys can understand." Upon seeing this scene, Wu Chen immediately burst into laughter. No wonder she had no reaction when the fire broke out. But this celebratory gesture is a bit over the top, turns out she was playing with fire. Wu Chen immediately walked forward to disperse the air, he grabbed the candle immediately. Xing'er sweetly said, give it back to me, return it to me." Upon seeing that Wu Chen was determined not to give it back, she spoke up. If you don't hand over the candle, then I want you to give me your candle. Wu Chen didn't know how to respond to her words. What time is it now? I won't say much, just move forward but not all at once. Because he gave her his candle, it was like a knockout blow to her, not just a flickering gaze, and both of them turned into dry sticks. Wu Chen gently lifted her up in his arms and said, Miss Tam, it seems someone has poisoned you with that drink. Don't worry, I will help you solve it. And don't any of you think of playing tricks on me. I am Wu Chen of the Wu family for generations. A moment later, in a room, specifically in Mr. Wu's room, Xing began to wake up after being unconscious. Feeling like I am in a strange room, and even worse, being in such a confused state. She suddenly jumped up and said, What's going on here? Why am I like this? At this moment, Wu Chen arrived and took a seat. He hesitated and said, Miss Tam, this time I managed to get to your room in time, to rescue you from the fire. As Qing'er's face turned as red as a tomato, she held her head trying to remember what had happened while she was unconscious, but truthfully she couldn't recall anything. She spoke up, I'm telling you, in this state of confusion, you and I wouldn't have done anything like that. Wu Chen smiled and replied, I, Wu Chen, am not that kind of person. I wouldn't take advantage of a dangerous situation to see someone else's comfort, let alone that room of yours is about to be turned into ashes. Xing said it could be that someone tried to harm me earlier, the wine I just drank in the room definitely has an issue. She continued, speaking of speculation, only a few people would dare to kill me so openly, and I don't have many enemies like that. The Ding family is just fishing in troubled waters. The only person in the world who truly wants to kill me is the second young mistress of the Lu family. She is also a member of the Lu family. Wu Chen felt that things were becoming more interesting. He spoke up, now that the two of them, Ding Ruilong and the second miss of the Lu family, have joined forces, it won't be easy to overturn this situation. Next, I want to know your thoughts. What is the third miss planning to do? Xing asked, Do you have medicine? Mr. Wu, please give me a cigarette. Wu Chen quickly lit a cigarette for Xing. Xing regained her composure and said, Because we have the same goal, we will coordinate to retaliate against them, amidst the enmity of today. Wu Chen said cunningly, now that Miss Tam has made up her mind, should we add a little storm to the seaside green city in the east of Pingzhou City? Xing asked in confusion, is that where the new project for the second young mistress of the Lu family is being carried out? Wu Chen immediately took out his phone and said this is not a project that she is doing for the Lu family, but rather working with Ding Ruilong. To be precise, this is a project that Ding Ruilong proactively transferred profits to the Lu family to promote building relationships. The young miss and young master are people who do not work but still benefit, receiving 40% of the profits without getting involved in this matter. Xing also found this matter a little interesting. She smiled and asked, So what does Mr. Wu want me to do? Wu Chen struck a bad boy pose and approached, saying there is a huge potential secret hidden in that project, but it is still being kept under wraps. The three young ladies should come back tomorrow to talk and investigate. Also, if you don't want to lose face with the Lu family, it's best to withdraw from the Coastal Green City project as soon as possible. As for the rest, the three young ladies can just sit back, relax and enjoy themselves. Let me handle the rest, no need to worry too much. Xing spoke up, if that's the case, then I will wait for news from Mr. Wu. Wu Chen stood up and said, So let's do it decisively, but there is still one thing. Tomorrow, I will take the entire team of the film crew with me. I don't want the staff who don't come with me to get involved in unnecessary troubles. At this moment, Xing looked at Wu Chen with a different look, and she sweetly replied, As long as Mr. Wu can handle this matter satisfactorily, everything else is minor and easily resolved. Then Wu Chen went straight to Xiao Ye's room, while calling his future father-in-law on the phone. Uncle, tomorrow I have to go to Pingzhou. If it's convenient, could you help me get in touch with an old friend of mine who is currently a high-ranking leader in Pingzhou? On Li Mao Ren's side, the old man replied, It's nothing, just a small matter, so Xiao Wu this time wants to. Wu Chen hastily said, If Ding Ruilong wants to play, then he must play along with him. Mr. Li chuckled and said, All right then, no need to ask anymore, just go ahead and don't be afraid of anything. With his future in-laws backing him up like that, Wu Chen decided to play along to the end. He immediately sat down and hugged Xiaoyi, saying, "Xiaoyi, tomorrow you will lead the team back to Shanghai, arrange for Xiaoyi to train her physical fitness, and study ancient etiquette." Xiaoyi was surprised and asked, "What are your intentions with her, Mr. Wu?" Wu Chen said, "If nothing goes according to my plan, by the time I arrive in Shanghai, everyone will have to shoot a new movie." Xiaoyi's husband said so happily in response, "Okay, I'll let you arrange it." Then the two of them walked closer intimately. Wu Chen rubbed her head and said, "Your task is not easy either. Being a skilled producer and director, there are a lot of things to learn. I will take Boss Mao to return to Shanghai. If there are any safety issues, just find Boss Gu." Xiaoyi sweetly replied yes. The next day at the office in Pingzhou, Wu Chen spoke up Secretary Zhang, "Here is a special tea that Mr. Li asked me to bring to you. Please try it and see if it is a good quality tea." Mr. Zhang laughed and replied, "Mr. Li is not a stranger to me. Wu, you can speak your mind. This is the high-ranking leader of Pingzhou, Secretary Zhang, who was a former comrade of Li Maoren." Wu Chen went straight to the point and said, "I heard that, Zhang. I know the city of Haiyanlu in the east is about to be sold, but we are worried about this project, so we want to stop it. If there is an issue, it will cause a big problem." Zhang, feeling confused, asked, "What is the situation?" Upon hearing this, Wu Chen immediately whispered something into his ear, which the author did not disclose to me. However, Mr. Zhang's reaction seemed surprised as he replied, "So there's a hidden twist like this, but..." Wu Chen smiled and replied, "The project has not yet opened for sale, so there will be no incidents of buyers being deceived or causing trouble, nor will the project be abandoned and turn into a ghost town. I will take on this project, demolish it, and develop it again. However, I have a small condition, hoping that Secretary Zhang can meet it." Mr. Zhang said, "Mr. Wu, if you have any requests, just let me know." The translation of the sentence above is Wu Chen courteously poured tea and said, "I hope Secretary Zhang can reveal the indifferent face of that developer to the people of the whole country." Mr. Zhang heard that and his face lit up with a big smile. I thought it was something serious, but sure, I'll just follow Mr. Wu's instructions." So half a day later, Ding Ruilong was on the phone listening to a report from his subordinates. "Our project manager for Haiyanlu and Pingzhou has been sealed off, with a lot of excavators coming to the park opposite the mountain peak. There are many reporters saying they want an explanation for the other owners." Ding Ruilong, feeling a bit impatient, said, "What is there to explain? Say whatever you want, I didn't hear a word of it." The younger brother then sent a message to his older brother saying, "Brother, take a look at this." Ding Ruilong asked in confusion, "What are they digging that is on such a large scale, gold or diamonds?" His younger colleague replied, "We also do not know what they are digging." After hearing these names, Ding Ruilong was immediately angry and scolded, "So I will keep an eye on them for you." On Wu Chen's side, Mao Rusan mobilized manpower here according to Wu Chen's instructions. Mr. Mao said, "Mr. Wu, now all the excavators from Pingzhou have been mobilized here, it will take 3 hours to dig up the whole mountain." Wu Chen calmly replied, "If in terms of time, that is already fast." The reporters arrived in a large crowd, but some wondered, "Mr. Wu, Mr. Mao, what exactly are you excavating?" Wu Chen replied, "You will soon know the answer, just take your time, there is still plenty of time." About 10 minutes after the excavator team started working, someone shouted loudly, "Mr. Wu has started digging." On the other side, there are also people who dig up and announce, then the excavator team digs to the point. The journalists looked at the scene with a bit of horror here. "This is..." Wu Chen spoke up, "Yes, in fact, the park on Haiyanlu is actually a haunted mountain, and Haiyanlu was built on a cemetery land." That is the group of journalists, reporters immediately discontentedly exclaimed, prohibiting the desecration of the gravesite and selling it as high-class real estate. It is truly a group lacking ethics. This is something that can be done. This unethical developer must be punished, this crime must be brought into the light, and they immediately rushed to take pictures of evidence. Just 20 minutes later, many news websites rushed to report with various headlines, "Heartless developers, refunding money." The exposed 2000 Fu Pingzhou on the Ghost Mountain, just finished building on a grave. Ding Ruilong immediately angrily exclaimed, "WTF, someone tell me where the demon Ghost Mountain came from. Go, refund for the previous owners quickly." The younger brother saw the boss is angry and felt scared. Ding Rui Long pointed and added, moreover, no matter how much money public relations spends, we must make it clear to them that we are also just victims. We originally don't know anything, we are also just victims, WTF. Half a day later on Wu Chen's side, Secretary Zhang praised Mr. Wu. You work quickly, officially, and decisively, just as Mr. Li taught us. At this moment, Wu Chen solemnly said, Secretary Zhang has spoken the truth. If we do not eliminate it soon, the consequences of its rapid development will be unpredictable. Mr. Zhang replied, You're right, Wu. I have lived in Pingzhou for many years and have never heard of such a mysterious mountain. How do you know about this secret matter? Wu Chen smiled and replied, This story took place during the late Qing dynasty, when a prince and Qing dynasty soldiers fought on this mountain. On both sides lie graves, where tens of thousands of people have been buried. From then on, every time the sky darkens with heavy rain, cries of ghosts can often be heard here. The villagers, fearful, gradually left, leaving the place uninhabited for 100 years. Many people have settled in Donghai, and this story has been passed down in my hometown from generation to generation. But Wu Chen thought actually, many thousand years of reincarnation ago, I had started to be interested in digging up and burying bodies. To pass the time, I even dug in neighboring provinces, only then did I know about the thousands of bodies in this Pingzhou mountain. It is true that our Wu family has quite a strange hobby, Hada. Mr. Zhang pondered and said, So that's how it is. I wonder how Wu plans to develop that piece of land. It's not a simple matter after all. Wu Chen confidently stated the park was demolished, a temple was built on the mountain to worship thousands of wandering souls, all houses in Haianlu City were destroyed, and a film and television production base was built here. The films made here, perhaps the reputation of the facility will gradually be established through a few films. At the same time, the Lu family's side, the second young master of Lu Family City, along with the second young madam, Lu Family City. The second young master of the Lu family said, Fortunately we have received the internal information from the third young madam, we should quickly break off the relationship. Otherwise, we will be in danger. The second young madam next to him said, That's right, if there is no third young madam in the house, there is nothing worth living for, haha. Xing'er smiled and said, Although we are both from the same family, Mises too, after all. Although the two people appear to be in agreement on the outside for a long time, they have not been reconciled on the inside as they seem. Mises Ni thought, Look at what she can do, I don't know how long she can maintain it, let's just wait and see, then she will know. Walking past each other, Xing'er glanced sharply and thought the Lu family isn't troublesome enough, but I have become a thorn in the eyes of these two clans, truly inviting more trouble. Oh Wu Chen, perhaps the bond between us cannot be severed during this time. Back to Wu Chen, was chatting happily with Mr. Zhang. After receiving a message saying that the handling was very satisfactory, please make time to meet in person. I also hope to cooperate further in the future. Wu Chen smiled and thought, Looks like something interesting is about to happen, huh? Wu Chen is now sitting enjoying a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. He is texting someone on his phone. The message Wu Chen sends reads, Specific time? The response from the other person reads, 48 hours later, meet me at the coffee shop near Beijing Airport. 2 days later, Wu Chen is already there waiting. He looks around and thinks, What's going on? Why haven't I seen anyone yet? The person Wu Chen is meeting sends a message, Follow the person opposite you. When Wu Chen looks up, he is surprised. He thinks, This lady is. She gestures with her eyes and says, Get in the car. Wu Chen obediently follows, but he feels a bit strange and puzzled as he walks. After a while, at a luxury apartment in Beijing, inside the room, the lady speaks up, Quickly, have a seat. Confused since earlier, Wu Chen follows her instructions and enters. In front of him, he sees soft pink lips, revealing herself to be Xing'er, the wife of the third young master from the Lu family. Xing'er said, After the incident in Pingzhou, I was being closely followed by 2 young masters and their gang, so I had to come to see you like this. Mr. Wu, please understand. Feeling a bit hot due to her modest clothing, she slowly took off her outer garment. Seeing Wu Chen still standing there, she spoke up, Why haven't you sat down yet? Between you and Ding Rui Long, the Lu family and the Ding family have investigated this matter. In the eyes of both families, everything Mr. Wu has done is just childish tactics to compete for women. Like recently when Mr. Wu ruined Ding Ruilong's project, to them, that's not even a drop in the ocean. Ding Ruilong can build any project he wants, because the elders in the Ding family have super projects to worry about, do you understand? She said, do you know what the Lu clan can do best is high-level policy resources? That's why the Ding family called upon our Lu family, as well as the Dong and Ma clans in Guangdong, to join forces to try unimaginable mergers and acquisitions in other countries. How can projects that promote cities' use of solar energy in the future and comply with national strategies benefit? Wu Chen spoke up, it seems like third young master's wife is having difficulty with this project. She sighed, exactly. My husband is in charge of the Lu family in this project. He and the princess of Zhongdong have a very close relationship, if not intimate. They are so close that they have become good friends, and private photos of my husband and the princess of Zhongdong have been confirmed. This could be evidence of their unclear relationship and could be exploited for malicious purposes. Wu Chen laughed and said, no need to guess, it's also good that people from the other three major clans are involved. Listening to that, Xing Er's face immediately frowned and replied, as a member of the Ding family, Ding Ruilong is taking advantage of my husband's absence in Zhongdong to reduce Lu family's stake in the project from 30% to 10%. They even demanded my husband to resign from his position, overseeing the company's second young masters. Lu family's Wu Chen solemnly said, so, third young master's wife, do you want me to help you remove those photos of the three young masters? Xing Er responded, I know my husband's capabilities. If he can't even deal with me, how can he handle Ding Ruilong? Xing Er signaled and said, first, help me deal with the photos, and second, Mr. Wu, cooperate with me to reclaim the 30% profit that our Lu family deserves from this project. Wu Chen's face turned sinister as he said, but aren't we already cooperating? Third young master's wife, shouldn't you listen to my conditions first? Xing Er sweetly replied, please, Mr. Wu, go ahead. Wu Chen raised his hand, signaling, a set of advertising spots during prime time on Nation H costs 300 million, right? Our 5 TV series will feature celebrities, all satellite TV stations nationwide will broadcast during prime time. Focus on the new film and television-based policies being developed in Pingzhou. Xing Er, hearing this, calmly took a puff of his cigarette, saying, my ambition is quite strong too, but for the Lu family, it shouldn't be difficult. Is your request as simple as that? Wu Chen thought, the death of Dong Yuan Dao, the witness's testimony, everything is against Ding Ruilong, and the attack on the Dong family, and even the Ding family returning to dust. It is crucial to send off Ding Ruilong, and if the Dong family benefits greatly from the Zhongdong projects of the Lu family, Ding family, and Ma family, then handling Ding Ruilong through Dong Yuan Dao's death will no longer be the Dong family's choice. Wu Chen thought, if the Zhongdong project is successful, Ding Ruilong will receive a large sum of money from the Ding family. Yu Rong, Lei family, and Gu Ruibo are planning to overthrow Ding Ruilong, but they are not strong enough. Therefore, the Dong family must be removed from the project and replaced by our people. Wu Chen laughed, saying, my condition is that the Dong family be removed from the 4 clans. The Lu family will help the Wu family replace the Dong family. Xing Er asked in astonishment, remove the Dong family from the project? 2 elders, the Ding and Lu families have put in effort, we have no say. Wu Chen took the medicine, saying, pushing the Dong family out of the 4 clans is the condition. It is not necessary for the third young master's wife to do it. Xing Er asked, will Mr. Wu handle this himself? The beauty Xing Er was no less than a man. Wu Chen said, I can handle the secretly taken photos of 3 young masters and escape from the Dong family in a short time. Third young master's wife, think of a way to involve the Wu family in the 4 clans game. Xing Er approached and said, Wu Chen, after you fulfill the 2 tasks you promised me before, we can talk about the Wu family. Wu Chen replied, okay. After a while, Wu Chen called Teruko and asked, does Dong Chenggang frequently fly to District 11 from Nation H or Zhongdong? At Teruko's shop, the old man Dong Chenggang was holding 2 beauties. This was Dong Chenggang, Dong Yuandao's uncle. He seemed drunk, saying, today I ordered another bottle of wine worth 6,196,000,000. Can Teruko come over here to serve me? Teruko, sitting aside, observed and replied, recently, there has been a customer who bothers me. Why is Wu Chen paying attention to him? Wu Chen spoke up, Teruko, let me be direct with you. I want the relevant documents of Dong Chenggang in the project at Zhongdong. Can you help me get them? Teruko's voice was firm, to fulfill Wu Chen's mission, I have to sacrifice a lot. How will Wu Chen compensate me for this? Wu Chen sweetly replied, because this task is difficult, you can do whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Teruko became a bit interested and said, you promised, Wu Chen. So let's resolve it happily. Wait for my news. At that moment, Teruko took the initiative, Mr. Dong, let's find a place to enjoy good wine slowly tonight. Dong Chenggang immediately replied with interest, okay. So the two of them went to their private room. Chenggang wanted to dive right in, but he was gently pushed away by Teruko. As he was about to take off his shirt, Teruko spoke up, Mr. Dong, can you go take a bath first? He happily replied, sure, I'll go take a bath first. Taking this opportunity, Teruko quickly grabbed his bag and started looking for documents on the computer. When it came to computer skills, she was no less capable than Wu Chen and quickly copied the documents. Just 3 minutes later, Chenggang came out. He couldn't resist Teruko's smooth white thighs, but she brought out a bottle of wine and said, Mr. Dong, don't rush. Have a little something to drink first. He nodded and replied, all right, I'll have a drink. A moment later, he was drunk and fell into a deep sleep. Teruko sent photos and messages to Wu Chen. Wu Chen must have put in a lot of effort to do this. When will you come to see me? I will provide information when you arrive. Wu Chen replied, I will go after finishing my work in 2 more days. Wu Chen thought, the pricing information for projects in Zhongdong will soon be leaked to direct competitors and the Dong family's trip will inevitably happen. The next day, Wu Chen returned home and met the angry face of Li Ruobing. She said, so, now you remember to come home? Seeing his playful demeanor, she was a bit impatient and questioned, how many days has it been since we parted ways? Have you ever wondered why you haven't called me once? Seeing her annoyed, he immediately approached her, using his charm to make her stop being angry. But Li Ruobing was already too familiar with this trick. She turned her face away and said, who are you? Don't think that I will. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Chen took the initiative to kiss Li Ruobing. She was just amazed and enjoyed it, forgetting that she was supposed to be angry. After 3 minutes of intense affection, Li Ruobing no longer looked angry, but instead a bit embarrassed. Although she was happy, she had to hold back, so Wu wouldn't get too carried away. She gently said, it's too annoying, forget it. I'm lazy to be angry, forgive you this time, just explain. Wu Chen explained, Xiaoya's matter is related to Ding Duanlong, so I took the time to sell one of the real estate projects in Pingzhou. Upon hearing that, Li Ruobing was very happy and said, I have a real estate project, but it seems like the amount is not small, hundreds of millions of currency units G. This is great, my love, you are really capable. I am generous, so I probably won't remember the mistakes of the wicked. Wu Chen laughed and his hand was always behind his back. He said, you forgive me so easily? I thought you would be angry with me all day, so I prepared something else. Li Ruobing was surprised and curious. Wu Chen brought out a bouquet of fresh red roses and gave it to Li Ruobing. He sweetly said, my dearly, in the 6 days and nights away from you, I always think of you every night. Li Ruobing felt extremely happy and responded, I didn't expect you to give me flowers? But Li Ruobing felt something was off. She suspiciously asked, wait, this is not your style. What are you hiding from me? Are you trying to deceive me again? Wu Chen immediately hugged Ruobing and laughed, ha, you are truly my Ruobing. You are so smart, that's why I like you. Ruobing felt flattered by Wu Chen's sweet talk. So Wu Chen told Li everything about the super project of the 4 major clans in Zhongdong. Li Ruobing asked, so the initial steps are done, what's next? Wu Chen then proposed the next plan, saying, I want to erase the images of the three young masters of the Lu family and the princess of Zhongdong from Ding Ruilong. It's not easy to operate in his territory, we must lure him to Huadong, Ruobing. We have to cooperate and act for me once again. So Wu Chen said, first, I will go to Huadong for fun, then check into a room with some drunken girl, and then you catch us in the act, in the midst of the battle on the bed. After all, my previous lovers were all well known and respected, so you don't care about most of them. But this time, I can't resist the desire. Wu Chen said, so I have seen through your true nature. You also feel that you, born in a small town, deep down are a low-class man. So our relationship broke down, and fierce arguments ensued. After this news spread, knowing this situation, Ding Duanlong will definitely turn into a lapdog. He hurried to Huadong to console and show deep concern and affection for her. Ruobing, knowing this was an act, but thinking of Ding Duanlong's face, was disgusted and said, even if our relationship breaks down, it will not be his turn. Can you give him a second look? Wu Chen said, my love, you think so, but Ding Duanlong does not think so. He only thinks that without me, you will follow him. So Ruobing, do not let him win you over even a little. The more you resist, the more he will pester you, and I will have more reason to erase him. Wu Chen tenderly embraced Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing, feeling upset, said, I promise to help you, but afterwards, I want you to treat me well to make up for the loss. Wu Chen replied, even if you don't say it, I will still make it up to you. I remember you very much. Ding Ruilong received news about the couple and was delighted. He said, has the relationship between Ruobing and that country bumpkin broken up? Good, our time has come. He decided to go to Huadong to welcome Ruobing back as a daughter-in-law of the Ding family. Ding Ruilong chased after Ruobing with flowers and gifts. Wu Chen laughed, you are the greatest simp lord in history, arriving faster than I thought. Wu Chen takes advantage of the time to demonstrate his hacking skills by infiltrating the hotel systems throughout the city. He predicts that if rejected, Li Ruobing will come to the hotel. Having found it, the next morning, Wu Chen dressed in dark clothes in the hotel lobby, preparing to infiltrate. When the alarm bell rang, a staff member reported that the sewage pipe was blocked. The manager ordered, first, switch off all the power sources that are currently operating. A moment later, an employee rushed in to report, sorry, there has been an accident and we need to temporarily cut off the power. We will try to resolve it as soon as possible. Seeing this, Ding Ruilong felt somewhat doubtful and a bit confused, why is it not going well even at the hotel this time? When there was no one in the room, Wu Chen immediately hacked into Ding Ruilong's computer. He thought, Ding Ruilong, don't be too arrogant. Do you think what you have in your hands is the safest? But you never back up your photos. You should appreciate the methods you use with others every day. This is good, so I have written a program for you. After clicking on the photos of three young masters, the program will confirm the identity through the computer and then slowly erase it. Wu Chen was satisfied and left the room. In a back alley, Wu Chen walked and thought to himself, even after the automatic photo disappears, he will not associate it with the hotel losing power. How the photo disappeared, when he finds out it has flown away, with a bewildered look on his face, in that case, he will show incompetence and fierceness like a mad dog. And he may not be able to continue to simp lord because he is full of anger. You will make Li Ruobing angry and can only leave Huadong in despair. Wu Chen got on the car and sighed, the plan ended perfectly. Suddenly he received a call from Wu Yurong. She sweetly said, evil villain, you finally returned to Huadong. Come to my house to save me. Wu Chen smiled and thought, Ruobing must have acted in the past 2 days and got into trouble. It's best to meet with Rong first, discuss the super project in Zhongdong together. So Wu Chen changed clothes and ran to Wu Yurong's house, and as soon as she opened the door, he said, Rong, I have a few things to say. Please listen carefully. He was gagged by Yurong. Yurong in a very hot nightgown at home. She hotly said, I don't want to hear anything now. It's been over a month, do you know how uncomfortable I am every night? She dragged him into the bedroom and said, I want to use all these toys now. Wu Chen awkwardly laughed and said, but it's still early, Rong. Rong pushed him onto the bed and said, who cares about morning or night? Right now, I just want us to make up for the lonely month. Not giving him a chance to escape, Rong sat on top of Wu Chen and said, be quiet and feel it. After receiving Wu Chen's homework, Ms. Rong was extremely happy. She said to her husband, you are truly amazing, just as I thought. It's so comfortable with you by my side. I will take a shower first and have something interesting for you to see. Later, Wu Chen calmly replied, okay. It seemed that after the battle, Ms. Rong was still full of energy. Having a few more battles was not a problem. But thinking back, how many wives were at home? About half an hour later, Rong came out sweetly and said, you villain, come here. Entering a luxuriously decorated room, she said, I haven't seen you in a month, all I can think of is your appearance. So I asked the clothing design department to design clothes for you in different seasons, according to my ideas to see if you like anything. Wu Chen was amazed as he entered the room. He immediately took a look around. Wu Chen then hugged Rong's waist and said, I like all of Rong's designs, and every design is great. The most special is the designer like you, Rong. Rong replied, stop talking nonsense, just try it on. So Wu Chen immediately put on the trendy boy outfit and asked Rong, how does it look? Looking at him, Rong seemed to want to devour him. She replied, husband, you look truly unforgettable. She then sat on top of Wu Chen. Seeing that she wanted to do it again, he quickly said, I've been here all day, and I haven't mentioned anything about business yet. Let's talk about work first, Rong. Disappointed that her husband didn't agree, she said, humph. But reluctantly, she said, talk about work then. Remaining in that position, Wu Chen then recounted how the Wu family replaced the Dong family in the Zhongdong project. Rong said, that's it, but the basic business of my family is fashion. I can't use half of our family's assets for things like the Dong family, and my money is used to hunt Ding Rui Long. Wu Chen said seriously, Rong, this is my plan. Our company will produce many TV series one after another and your company will be the sole advertising sponsor. By then, the company's stock price will experience a growth wave. In addition, Rong, you should start establishing a business department overseas and seize the opportunity to enter Zhongdong. There, not only are there oil fields and princes, but also a huge labor market. Rong then collaborated with Qing Ying to establish a high-end jewelry brand, producing special jewelry for royal families in different countries. Believe me, you will definitely make a lot of money. Wu confidently said, in this way, the capital shortage issue will be completely resolved. Once the Liu family has established a good relationship with the Wu family, you allow the Liu and Ma families to invest in the two brands, then the Wu family replacing the Dong family will not encounter any obstacles. Upon hearing this, Rong happily replied, oh, so after not seeing your husband for a month, you're already thinking about big things behind my back? Wu Chen teased Wu family, saying, Rong is becoming more mischievous. He stood up and said, I will meet Lei later to discuss work. Rong, make sure everything is arranged well. I told her just now. I will come to find her in a few days. Half an hour later, Wu Chen and Lei were enjoying some tea and pastries. Wu spoke up, Lei, I have a favor to ask. Lei, hearing Wu Chen's hesitant tone, laughed, ha ha ha, what's with the formality between us? Just tell me what you need help with, no need to beat around the bush. Wu Chen said, Lei, I hope my sister-in-law can spare some time to collaborate with Zhou Yi from my company. It's just a matter of her being a TV actress and guiding newcomers. I feel a bit awkward about it. Lei sipped his tea and said, you're being too formal. You called Manning your sister-in-law, so she's practically family. Let's support each other, this is not something that should cause any hesitation. Wu Chen said, Lei, I guarantee that this film will not affect your sister-in-law's acting career. It will surely get a huge number of views, reputation, and top ratings. Lei, little brother, how many times have I told you? Helping you is enough for me, I don't care about anything else. Being polite to me just makes me angrier. Wu Chen, Lei, I'm not being polite to you. Business is business for you, I also have to calculate clearly. And family will take some time to merge with the media company. Before that, I want you, Lei, to invest in Xiaoya's company so that her online movies and short films can reach the international market and be released domestically and internationally. Lei, is she the girl who came to my house last time? Lei, I have followed Xiaoyi. What she does is quite interesting, Manning has introduced her to me. You see, I am still keeping an eye on her. Are you bringing money to me through her? Don't worry, just say the word, and I will join this project right away. Wu Chen told Lei about the super project Zhongdong. Lei said, it turns out that the amount to deceive Ding Rui Long has increased rapidly. No wonder you are worried like this. This brother, if you need anything, don't hide it, just tell me directly. Wu Chen replied, for now, there's nothing. I asked my sister-in-law to inform me of the schedule. Lei said, no problem. Cheers. Half a day later at Meiyuan, Xiaoyi and Xiaoyi were rehearsing their roles as a couple. It must be said that their bodies couldn't be hotter. Xiaoyi said, Xiaoyi, let's stop practicing for today and get ready to go. Then, Xiaoyi received a phone call, hello, Xiaogu, what's up? Gu Ruibo on the other end of the line said, Miss Zhuang, an important client suddenly came and there's something urgent, I can't explain over the phone. Quickly bring Xiaoyi to the office. She looked back at Xiaoyi and said, okay, Xiaogu. A while later, in the office, Gu Rui introduced, Miss Zhuang, this is CEO Lin. It's best for CEO Lin to directly discuss his plan with you, Miss Zhuang, this is better. Mr. Lin greeted the two young ladies, I used to do business in coal and have a small amount of assets. Recently, I have noticed the beauty and talent of Miss Zhou, so I have come up with some ideas. I am willing to invest 2 billion to sign a transfer contract with Miss Zhou. In the future, I will take on the role of managing the business and representing Miss Zhou. I hope Miss Xuan will not refuse. Xiaoyi whispered in surprise, huh? Xiaogu, is this the big business you are talking about? As for Xiaoyi, she was feeling a bit pressured and hesitant at the moment. Mr. Lin raised his voice, Miss Zhuang, your recent short film has gained some popularity, but after deducting expenses, the profit from one episode does not exceed 10 million. To earn 2 billion, even with favorable conditions, it will still take 3 to 5 years. Mr. Lin said, I don't think you have to think too much, Miss Zhou. Here you are just one of their artists, but with me, you will be number one. All our resources will be invested in you, believe me, you will develop better. At this time, Ruibo said, CEO Lin is too polite, I have to go out and say a few words to Miss Xuang. Mr. Lin said, go ahead, come back quickly. Outside, Xiaoyi said, Brother Xiaogu, we have to ask Mr. Wu about this, right? Ruibo said, we will benefit a lot from Miss Xuang. Joey can only do it for 1 month, without any special connection to us. Just transfer it and we will earn 1,900,000,000. I believe Mr. Wu will agree. The company still has excess funds, we can find a few talented people and train them to Joey's level, it's extremely easy. Xiaoyi excitedly thought, because of Mr. Wu, earning 1,900,000,000 like this, I will no longer be a nuisance to Mr. Wu. Later, Mr. Lin asked, have these two finalized? Xiaoyi spoke up, I think so, but not finished speaking. Xiaoyi spoke up, Lin's CEO always says it's for my development, but everyone knows he just wants my body and wants to keep me, right? But I am Wu's woman, Mr. Wu will definitely not agree. Hearing this, Xiaogu and Xiaoyi were shocked by Xiaoyi's attitude. However, Gu Rui, with a pale face, whispered in horror, what? She belongs to Mr. Wu? Since when? Why don't I know anything? Xiaoyi said, is that so? I just found out too. So Xiaogu quickly ran out, whispering, let's not guess anymore, I have to call Mr. Wu. On the other end, Wu Chenon said, what? What? You're asking if Joey is my woman? Wu Chen thought, last time Joey volunteered to sacrifice herself because of trouble, is she planning the same this time? And her next plan, her mission, is not small either. Wu Chen solemnly warned, "Tell Gu to stop Lin's CEO's plan for now, wait for me to return to Shanghai tomorrow to decide." After hearing Xiao Gu's phone call, Wu Chen said, "Xiao Yi's issue has been temporarily resolved. But I still have to go to Shanghai tomorrow." While working, he thought, can someone pursue Zhou Yi with money? I feel like this is not as simple as it seems. Many ideas and possibilities are swirling in my head, but the most likely one might be true. Could it be that Xiang family is behind Lin's CEO? It seems like the background is not ordinary. I will go to Shanghai tomorrow to solve it thoroughly. The next day, at the company's dormitory in Shanghai, Xiao Yi invited Wu Chen into Xiao Yi's room. Teasingly, he asked, "My lady Wu, have you arranged everything? Are we going to meet Lin's CEO?" Feeling a bit embarrassed by Wu Chen's teasing, Xiao Yi hesitantly replied, I had no other choice last night so. At this moment, there was a bit of frustration in her as she burst into tears and said, "In Pingzhou, I have already given you all my most precious things, but if you had done it that day, it wouldn't be as complicated as it is now. I just want to perform well and live a peaceful life, why is it so difficult?" So she immediately took off her coat, with a determined face, firmly saying, "Chairman, please accept me. I will be your woman." Wu Chen looked closely at her and laughed, saying, "Xiao Yi, do you have to become my woman to perform? What about going with Lin's CEO or the younger brother of 3 young masters over there, won't they let you perform?" Xiao Yi replied indignantly, "They are not comparable to the chairman. You are 100 times more handsome than them. Moreover, since the first time I met the chairman, I have admired you immensely. Then when I saw what you did in Pingzhou on TV, I liked you even more. So if it's you, I am willing to do it voluntarily." Wu Chen looked at her expression, feeling a bit forced. He said, "Admiration is one thing, but the important thing is whether you like me or not." Xiao Yi, determined, continued, "My acting talent just needs 5 or 10 times the effort, and I will definitely have a place in the film industry. Do you understand my point, Chairman? I mean, we need to solve the issues of food and work first, then we can think about love." Wu Chen asked, "So what? If you follow me, do you have any plans for your own career?" Xiao Yi replied, "If it's a small goal, then it's to surpass the top star Manning." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's eyes immediately showed a surprised expression. Surpassing Manning is just a small goal? You should know that Tao Manning is one of the top stars with the highest popularity in the domestic market. He observed Xiao Yi's posture now, making him think, I seem to be able to see the figures of Ruo Bing and Sister Rome behind her. It seems that my resistance to these charming girls is really weak. But now, I can't give her a different identity. If she becomes too arrogant and ruins the new film, she will definitely suffer. Wu, being a good boy by nature, picked up Xiao Yi's coat. He said to Xiao Yi, if you really want to strive for your dream, I will support you until the new film is released. Xiao Yi happily asked, really, President? Wu Chen looked her up and down and said, am I joking? Alright, hurry up and put on your clothes, let's go meet CEO Lin. Xiao Yi just noticed that she had been talking in her underwear all this time, feeling a bit embarrassed. But she quickly ran to hug Wu Chen and said sweetly, wait, President, if you pretend to be a woman in front of others, you have to act a little more realistically. So Xiao Yi immediately took the initiative to mark a spot on Wu Chen's neck. Mr. No thought, she is so agile and clever, how can I refuse her? He then hugged Xiao Yi, together marking a spot on their necks. Shortly after, the two went to meet CEO Lin, in a very affectionate manner, with 2 marks on their necks. Everyone in the room was amazed. CEO Lin asked, is Miss Zhou really Mr. Wu's woman? Roy Bo, with a fearful face and sweating, thought, WTF, yesterday almost sold my sister-in-law. Stay calm, Roy Bo, pretend. Maybe Mr. Wu doesn't know. Wu Chen calmly sat down. He called out, Xiao Yi, come here. He hugged Xiao Yi with his left hand, and Xiao Yi with his right hand, saying, CEO Lin, to be frank, this company is for these 2 women. Filming is just for their entertainment. If you can't figure this out, does that mean the Xiang family behind you can't figure it out either? Listening to Wu Chen's voice hit Lin's heart. Mr. Lin replied, Xiang family what? What did Mr. Wu say? Wu Chen seriously said, don't pretend. Knowing what you guys are doing is just useless. CEO Lin, please leave, the door is on the right, no need to see you off. He was teased to the point of embarrassment, but could only leave. Everyone looked at Wu Chen in amazement, all sharing the same question, Mr. Wu, why Xiang family? What's going on? Wu Chen explained, CEO Lin is just a pawn controlled by Xiang family. There have been a few pawns of Xiang family interacting with us before, they are the Qi family siblings in the real estate industry. Xiaoyi exclaimed, the Qi family siblings, Mr. Wu? Is Xiang family seeking revenge? Wu Chen said that the backbone of the Qi family is the former chairman, but behind them is still the Xiang family. Song Qi's real estate only operates in Shanghai, too small in scale, not worth their investment. Xiang family wants to attract Xiaoyi because our film company is a threat to their biggest pie. In fact, the resources behind the media company are also from the Xiang family. All famous online programs are invested by Xiang family. If Lu family is the biggest source of policy resources, then Xiang family is the biggest source of film resources. Formerly, Tao Manning mainly did advertisements, only shooting a film every few years because he often played around, posing no threat to Xiang family. But now Tao Manning will shoot a new film with Xiaoyi, which will make the company and Xiang family face more difficulties. Due to Anya's obstruction, Xiaoyi said so, that's why they are attracting Xiaoyi, making it difficult for our film production. Xiaoyi pondered and said, last time it was Lu family causing trouble, now it's Xiang family. Wu Chen relaxed and said, that's when we have something to talk about, preparing for a storm of blood and rain on the internet. Pang Wei spoke up, what should we do? Look at this hot search, 7 out of the top 10 news are about us, with misleading headlines, Mr. Wu, I can't take it anymore. Xiaoyi indignantly said, this is too much, even more than the Qi family. Wu Chen smiled and asked, Xiaoyi, are you scared? Xiaoyi replied with a poker face, not scared. Wu Chen said, that's good. The bigger the storm now, the more changes there will be in the future. Wu Chen took out his phone and called Qing Er. He said, there's a lot of news about your younger brother on the internet today. Third young master's wife, can you come to see me today to clarify everything? Qing Er puffed on his cigarette and said, you haven't fulfilled the 2 conditions you promised, do you dare to ask? Wu Chen replied, who said I didn't do it? The photos of 3 young masters will completely disappear today. The Dong family's task has already been arranged. Third young master's wife just needs to pull the Wu family's strings, and 30% of the profits from the Lu family will easily fall into her hands. Qing Er continued, Mr. Wu is really capable, then my younger brother's matter will follow you. Wu Chen said, Pang Wei, I will send you the documents later, you must be careful. Today we are ranked 7th in the top 10 hot searches, right? Tomorrow I want everything to be ours. Pang Wei confidently said, alright, just watch me do it. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The next day, netizens greeted the new day with hot search news. One person said, have you seen the hot search news from yesterday? The rankings have been reversed now. The other person replied, do you see that the related man is denying the rumors, Joey, and he's not even a childhood friend? The students also paid close attention. The person in black asked, hey, have you been following the drama for the past 2 days? The person in yellow replied, I'm not interested in hot search news. On the contrary, the victim's short play is very interesting. Have you been following it? At the same time, back to Wu Chen's side, Pang Wei ran over, happily saying, Brother Wu is truly amazing as his plan has been successfully completed. Today, all 10 most searched topics have been compiled by us. Seeing everyone so happy before this victory, not only that, Gurui Bo presented a chart saying, everyone, look, the number of views of our short TV series on all online platforms is increasing exponentially. Xiaoyi was so amazed that she couldn't believe it. She stammered, this has only been half a day and the number of views has increased several times compared to the previous video. Wu Chen immediately hugged his two girls and said, "As I said yesterday, the reversal has great potential. It is estimated cautiously that the number of views in the next 2 days will reach 3 billion. Hearing this, the two girls exclaimed. Wu Chen looked at Joey and said, "Xiaoyi, this is just the beginning." Xiaoyi happily replied, "Boss, I will work harder on the new films." Wu Chen said, "The Xiang family has failed twice. They believe in feng shui, worshipping gods believe in doing things no more than 3 times, so nothing will happen, Xiaoyi. Don't worry too much. If anything happens, I will be by your side, right?" Xiaoyi sweetly replied, "Yes." Wu Chen added, "These 2 days, everyone should prepare well, wait for Tao Manning to come, our new film will officially start shooting. I have other things to do, so I will take the first step." Wu Chen called Teruko, "Hey Teruko, I really can't escape tonight, why don't you come to Shanghai?" Teruko sweetly said, "Wu Chen made an appointment this time, I really like it, see you there." Wu Chen thought, today Dong Chenggang happened to be in Meiyuan, so I have to meet him tonight. After all, the Dong family is the key to victory or defeat in the lineage of He Yingqin, they should not become enemies. Wu Chen made an appointment with Dong Chenggang and said, "Huh? Are you the one who called this afternoon? Then why are you alone? Shouldn't I come to meet Teruko?" Wu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, she will come here soon. However, Mr. Dong, Teruko already has someone she likes, so I think tonight is for you, Mr. Dong, don't bother her anymore." He grumbled loudly, "Who do you think you are? Do you want to manage my affairs now?" Wu Chen replied, "Though it's hard to put into words, the person she likes is me. So tell me, should I pay attention to this?" The man clenched his fist in anger and shouted, "Nervous wreck." Teruko appeared. Dong Chenggang called out, "Can we take a picture together?" Teruko, confused, said, "Huh? Mr. Dong?" Wu Chen interrupted, "CEO Dong, I don't want any more trouble and don't need to prove anything." Teruko spoke up, "Mr. Dong, please don't be angry. If there's something, let's sit down and talk calmly." He lowered his voice and asked, "What do you mean?" Wu Chen pulled a chair for Teruko to sit down and said, "Teruko likes me, but I have no relationship with her. I only see her as a close friend, or even like a little sister. Anyway, she has been troubled recently by the boss actively spending a lot of money at her place, so she may find it hard to refuse seriously." Hearing that, Teruko's expression was very pleased. Mr. Dong's face immediately changed color, but he did not say anything. Wu Chen added, "Mr. Dong is already married and will not divorce for Teruko. In my opinion, Mr. Dong desires not a great love, but an experience of strange customs, right?" He showed pictures of two other people and said, "Teruko's appearance only suits the aesthetic taste of CEO Dong. She is nothing special, there are many girls like Grinka Kawashima or Iri Yasuda with such appearance. I will introduce them to you, pursuing Teruko is 10 times easier." Teruko sat next to him and poured him a drink, but his face turned red with anger. Wu Chen raised his glass and said, "CEO Dong, we are all adults, no need to be ashamed." He then stood up and said, "Alright, I will not bother Teruko anymore. All that needs to be said is goodbye." When he saw him leave, he said, "Wait, Dong CEO, I have something to discuss with you." He asked in surprise, "What is it?" "I'm talking about the recent popular short TV series produced by our company. In addition, there are some TV series in collaboration with Tao Manning, filming will start soon. Will Mr. Dong join and celebrate together?" He skeptically asked, "Is this another piece of cake falling from the sky?" Wu Chen replied, "I just want to be friends with Mr. Dong." Dong said, "Even though you offended me about Teruko's issue earlier, you don't need to give money like this to be friends, right?" Wu seriously said, "What kind of person can't help a friend in an emergency, Mr. Dong?" He had to doubt, information about your Zhongdong project has been hacked, after the data leaked, the 4 major clans will soon expel you from the clan, your loss is huge. If something happens, why do you come here to give me money? This is illogical, if there is something, there must be another intention." Wu Chen laughed and said, "Well, I won't tell anyone about this secret." The story of Dong's CEO being hacked is spreading widely in the hacker community. He took out his phone and said, "This is a computer security program that I designed. Mr. Dong, you can try it out. I guarantee you won't be hacked a second time in your life." He immediately asked, "Do you want to use my experience to advertise your program?" He replied, "The new program that Dong's CEO carefully selected must be kept secret after this time, and the industry and market will take notice. My program will surely sell at a good price." He asked, "In other words, you are using the money I sent you, the short videos, to advertise for you, right?" He happily said, "It can be understood that way, but I think this is more about making friends with Dong's CEO." He laughed and raised his glass. "You may not speak directly to the point, but I like that, because your kindness is hard to refuse. Dong Cheng Gang, I will be friends with you." 3 hours after Dong Cheng left, Teruko took advantage of the opportunity. With only 2 people present, she immediately took off her outer shirt to reveal her breasts. She seductively said, "You stole information from others," then criticized him rightfully. "You are truly wicked." Wu Chen asked Teruko, "Can you give me information about the Dong Cheng Gang?" Teruko raised her chin and said, "What you said before was that I can do whatever I want after the job is done, and I have done it." Wu Chen replied, "But I helped you solve a problem. And he will still come bother you and spend a lot of money in the store. I think it's only fair that we settle this matter." Teruko could not take it anymore. She almost bit Wu Chen. She sweetly said, "Wu Chen, do you want to take back your words?" "How pathetic." Wu Chen hugged her tightly and said, "I just thought keeping you pure with intelligent people would be more suitable." Teruko, feeling intrigued by his initiative, replied, "Aren't you afraid I will follow your example and not provide Dong Cheng Gang's information to you?" Wu Chen cunningly replied, "Teruko won't do that, because I already have the information. It's in your underwear, and you know it. I won't have any difficulty getting it, even if I don't take off your underwear." Being teased for the first time, she didn't get angry and said, "So, Wu Chen, you really are a wicked man, making it impossible for someone to resist." Wu Chen left Teruko's room without doing anything. He waved and said, "I'm leaving now, this room is for you. Rest well and I'll come visit next time." Outside, he received a call from Tang Xin Bao. He whispered, "Master, you answered the phone. My second brother was injured, and I didn't hear from you all day." Wu Chen replied, "Coincidentally, I also have something to discuss with him, so I'll go there right now." Half an hour later, Wu Chen brought beer and some grilled meat. He happily said, "I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts for everyone." Tang immediately worried, "Xiao Wu, don't be polite with those useless people. Lately, you've been getting closer to the Lu family. What's going on? You won't forget that the Li and Tang families want to start a war with the Lu family, right?" Wu Chen sat down and said, "The important matters of the two plans will not be forgotten. Our company had a conflict with third young master's wife Lu family in Zhou a month ago, so we started cooperating with her a bit." Mr. Tang asked incomprehensibly, "So, has the cause of the conflict ended?" Wu Chen explained, "No, the secret battle between the two Miss Lius of the Lu family is even more fierce than expected." Mr. Tang recounted, "In the battle in the city, the Lu family was like a metal block, difficult to resolve. 20 years later, as the times changed, the scale of victory tilted towards our Tang family." While drinking, Wu Chen said, "The actual complications of the Lu family go even further." So Wu Chen immediately informed Mr. Tang about the Zhongdong project. The Lu family wants to take 30% of the profits from the project, but how can the Ding family easily agree? In my opinion, the Ding family will definitely intervene in the dispute between the two girls and divide the Lu family. This way, the Li family and the Tang family will consume much fewer resources. It is best to entrust Xing Er with this task. She is weak, she will have no choice but to cooperate with us. All the resources of the Lu family will be used by us." Mr. Tang said, "It would be best if the Lu family can really do what Xiao Wu said." "All right, Xiao Wu, go ahead and do it. If Tang family needs to cooperate, just let me know." Wu Chen replied, "Then there is no problem, Mr. Tang. I want a construction engineering company, with strong business capabilities, capable of building tunnels, bridges, and ports. He said, no problem, let me arrange that. The two then clinked glasses. The next day, at Li Ruobing's villa, Xia Siqin had just woken up, yawning as she walked down to the kitchen. She felt a bit embarrassed when she saw Wu Chen suddenly appear there and asked, "Oh, Wu, when did you arrive?" Wu Chen replied, "Just arrived, saw you still sleeping so I didn't want to wake you up. Let you sleep a bit more." I guess Xia must have witnessed too many emotional scenes in the past 2 days, so she must be tired. Wu Chen prepared breakfast and said, "Ding Rui Long is currently in Huadong, does it affect you and Xin? Xia Siqin sweetly replied, "No, we went out all night, both of us had a great time." Wu Chen then said, "All right, let's have breakfast." Xia Siqin's heart fluttered as she saw Wu preparing breakfast for her, thinking to herself, "This is the first time in my life that a man has made breakfast for me. It feels so happy." Xia Siqin thanked Wu with a passionate kiss and said, "Thank you, Wu." Li Ruobing approached and witnessed the affectionate scene between the two, clearing her throat. She said, "It seems like your lover is very obedient this time, huh?" Wu Chen replied, "That's our agreement, I promised and I will keep my word." The two enjoyed breakfast on the balcony in the cool air. Ruobing remarked, "Finally, Ding Rui Long has left, and everything is back to normal." Ruobing added, "After eating, we will go meet Qingying." Wu Chen said, "Everyone really has a good relationship. I was also planning to look for her later." Shortly after, Ruobing took Wu Chen to Qingying's room. When she saw Wu Chen, she hadn't had time to change into her pajamas yet, and ran out to greet him. "Husband, you finally came back?" Wu Chen asked in surprise, "Oh, has Qingying moved here recently?" Ruobing smiled and said, "You didn't even ask her why." Qingying was a little upset at Wu Chen's lack of concern, saying, "It feels like I've been away from my husband for a long time. Every night without my husband by my side feels long and difficult. Only when I wear my husband's clothes and smell his scent do I feel more comfortable." Wu Chen then rushed over, hugged Qingying tightly, and said, "Silly, Qingying is my wife." Qingying burst into tears, whispering, "Husband, I miss you so much. Please don't leave us for too long in the future, okay?" Wu Chen may have made a mistake by leaving his wives at home for too long. He quickly reassured her, "All right." At this moment, Tian Tian stepped out of the room, looking annoyed to see him now lacking attention to his wives. Tian Tian scolded, "Huh, does the scoundrel at home even know how to come back? Do you know Qingying has lost 56 pounds? Wu Chen rubbed her head and said, "Oh my, after a month of not seeing you, our Tian Tian has grown up." She blushed and replied, "Humph, of course Qingying misses you to the point of almost collapsing. But she is busy with many tasks, so I have to help her share some of the load." Wu Chen spoke up, "By the way, speaking of work, all of you are here to see my plan. This is a collaboration between Qingying and the Wu family to produce a special supply of jewelry for the royal family and various other countries." Upon hearing this, Ruobing was slightly dissatisfied and questioned, "You can't even help Wu Yurong make money on your own? And now you want to bring Qingying along too?" Wu Chen explained, "I love Qingying and the Jinfu group, and we can also expand into the international market." She turned away in annoyance. Qingying asked, "Will this make it easier to meet your husband?" Wu Chen said, maybe." Qingying happily replied, "Okay, I agree." Ruobing said, "Qingying, I." Wu Chen hugged Ruobing gently and said, "My dear, my arrangements are all aimed at taking down the Ding family, not to provoke you." Ruobing pretended to be not easily persuaded, then changed the subject, saying, "By doing this, aren't you just increasing Tian Tian's workload? She's just started following Qingying." Tian Tian hugged Qingying and said, "It's okay, Sister Ruobing, we can meet often in the future, I think it's fine." Ruobing was surprised and thought, we have become a family. Thinking about living together with Wu Chen like a big family, she felt a bit embarrassed. Wu Chen asked, "My love, why are you blushing?" While chatting, Qing'er called out and Wu Chen replied, "Hello Miss Qing'er, what do you want to talk about?" Qing'er said, "It's not convenient to talk about this over the phone. You probably have to come back to Mei Yuan. Just returned home after a month, and now being asked to leave again." He thought, As long as the matter is not resolved, let it drag on for a few more days. First, I have to spend these days with my family. Second, the more complicated and worse the situation, the better I can intervene. The scene shifted to Mei Yuan, at the mansion of Miss Qing-er. The next day, seeing Wu Chen arriving now, Qing-er looked annoyed and said, "Why are you late? Why not postpone it for a week? If you even come late by 2 days, you and I won't need to meet anymore." Seeing Qing-er's slightly stubborn and rich young lady demeanor, he smiled and lit a fire. Wu Chen said, "Didn't I mention this before?" "Qing-er, the young lady smokes, let's talk." Qing-er knew that and said, "In the Zhongdong project, after my husband's case was resolved, my position also stabilized. But entrusting it to my husband has hit a dead end." "You also have to go to Nation S," Wu Chen laughed. "Aren't you afraid of bringing loose family matters out, afraid of others gossiping?" Qing-er said, "First, listen to me. Eldest young master, the eldest son of the Lu family, is not in good health, and outsiders dare not touch him. Peaceful under the management of my husband." Qing-er continued, "But recently, my eldest brother's condition suddenly worsened. There have been incidents at my husband's office in Nation S. They conspired with external forces to seize power. It's really outrageous." Wu Chen said, "It may also include the 2 young masters venting their anger over the failure of the Zhongdong project. 3 young masters have called me out by name, but in reality, he is concerned about the Li and Wu families behind me. She wants him to know that he is not the only one receiving support from abroad, right?" Qing-er, seeing that Wu Chen had guessed her thoughts, remained silent and looked at him. Wu Chen arrogantly added, "If you want me to do something, it's no problem. But Qing-er, this time you shouldn't listen to my conditions first, right?" Qing-er reluctantly said, "Fine, tell me then, let me see what conditions you have." Wu Chen cunningly said, "The condition is that I want you, Qing-er." Qing-er, feeling dissatisfied, replied, "You scoundrel." Wu Chen explained, "What I mean is, because you and I have a close relationship, we always have to discuss many annoying topics. As for other matters, I say that I am not someone who likes to take advantage of others." But Miss Qing-er said, "My courage is not small." Qing-er spoke up, "All right, let's talk about the task at hand first. The Los Bridge project connecting the port of Los with the city of Los has been suspended for some complex reasons. We need to find a way to restore it and deliver on time. This is much more difficult than last time. The time we can handle is longer, and the photos from last time are still overseas. Can you handle this smoothly?" Wu Chen asked, specifically, "What's the situation?" Qing-er said, "Local government officials are wasting money and not paying attention to the project. A group of ethnic minorities are causing trouble for the project. All the roads leading from the port to transport equipment to the construction site have been destroyed. The project engineers are also being disrupted to the point where they are almost packing up and going home." Wu Chen found this mission to be quite interesting, then spoke up, "All right, I understand. Oh, and also, the process of excluding the Dong family is nearly complete. Miss Qing-er will bring the Wu family back, handle the Zhongdong project procedures, and wait for me to return." Qing-er, sensing his hidden meaning, asked in confusion, "Huh? Wait for you to return? What else is there to wait for when you come back?" Wu Chen stood up, teasingly saying, Miss Qing-er, your reaction is quite interesting now." Qing-er, recalling Wu Chen's previous conditions, her usual cold demeanor disappeared, replaced by embarrassment at the thought of sharing a bed with Wu Chen. She hesitantly said, "That, Wu Chen." After leaving Qing-er's villa, Wu Chen immediately called Li Ruotai. He said, "Ruotai, how have you been lately?" Li Ruotai asked, "Bored hiding outside, don't mention that." "Brother-in-law, do you have something to tell me?" Wu Chen cautioned, "Call Mr. Dao and the brothers, you lead the high-level professionals to Nation S with me." Excitedly, Li Ruotai replied, "Yes, brother-in-law, I'm so happy." The next day, Wu Chen, Mr. Dao, and Li Ruotai arrived at Nation S, at a construction site. Curious, Li Ruotai asked, "Hey brother-in-law, why didn't you tell us to bring these brothers to the construction site?" Wu Chen replied, "You will understand when you follow me. Let's go in first." After a while, Wu Chen knocked on a door. "Hello, I'm Wu Chen, the new project manager. Have all the local workers gone home?" Inside, a charming and attractive girl with tan skin introduced herself. "Hello Wu, my name is Leah." After the Hua engineers returned to Nation H, the workers couldn't do anything and all went home. Wu Chen said, "If you have nothing to do, please temporarily work as my assistant. The new engineers will arrive in 3 days. Please inform the workers in advance and ask them to come back to work after 3 days." Leah replied, "Really? Okay, I understand." Wu Chen added, "Next, I will go find the tribe that caused trouble. Can you be my interpreter?" Leah hesitated a bit, and replied, "They are quite difficult to deal with." Li Ruotai said, "Oh, with my brother-in-law here with us, what are we afraid of? Besides, whether it's 1 tribe or 10 tribes, it's no big deal. My brother-in-law will take care of everything." 2 hours later, Wu Chen arrived at the base of the tribal people. Thinking they were primitive people with spears or bows at most, but surprisingly everyone had guns. Li Ruotai was a little scared, whispering, "Brother-in-law, how can these guys with guns still be called a tribe? This tribe is so strange." Entering the center of the base, an old man with his servant. After hearing the Wu Chen group talk about the situation, he spoke up, "Restore those small roads for the bridge project, right? Those roads have disrupted the route of more than 10 tribes, they have to take a detour for hours, it takes more than 10 hours to return. We can't do anything else today." Li Ruotai impatiently said teasingly, "There are many people here like this, it seems like there are a lot of things to do in a day, right?" Wu Chen said, "Li Ruotai, be patient." Wu Chen spoke up, "So the biggest issue is the water problem, right? Let the engineers choose a location to help the people dig wells. This trivial matter will not trouble the mages, engineers of Nation H." Wu Chen asked, "What does respecting tradition and having skill mean?" He explained, "My land has been blessed by the gods, so those who work here must be chosen by them. According to tradition, only those who can defeat a lion with their bare hands are considered warriors of the gods." Li Ruotai whispered, "It's hard to find someone who can defeat a lion with their bare hands." Wu Chen replied, "No problem, I will do it myself." Wu Chen took off his outer robe, revealing a muscular body, and said, "Leader, I want to take on this challenge. Please arrange it as soon as possible." Seeing Wu Chen's confident demeanor, he thought to himself, "If the young man wants to die, I will help him fulfill his wish." Wu Chen spoke up, "Prison chief, if the chosen one passes the challenge, can we skip the intermediate step? I will immediately dig the well, and you must also remove the obstacles along the way." The prison chief, feeling annoyed, replied, "Tradition is tradition, having the right and power also means having the obligation to choose carefully." Wu Chen then pointed in a direction and said, "Oh, so I can just choose randomly? Then I choose her." Among the 3 girls in front of them, he chose one. Seeing this, the prison chief stood still, then turned to discuss with the other elders. Wu Chen hesitantly asked Leah, "What are they negotiating about? Is there any taboo ritual?" Leah replied, "Not at all, Mr. Wu, you just chose the daughter of the prison chief." After listening, Wu Chen was shocked. Mr. Dao and Li Ruotai didn't know what to say. Li Ruotai immediately thought, after passing the challenge, Wu Chen became intimate with the daughter of the prison chief, and then led 2 children to greet her and call her aunt and uncle, which is not good. Li Ruotai held his head and said, "Brother-in-law, your choice is really speechless." After some discussion, the prison chief said, "If you choose my daughter, the procedure will be a bit complicated because we have to follow family traditions." Wu Chen asked, "What do I need to do?" He explained, "My family was chosen as the clan leader because in ancient times, our hunting skills were excellent, and we could bring back a large amount of food for the tribe. These skills have been lost over 1,000 years, so to become a part of our family, you need to be able to shoot 5 birds at once." Wu Chen said, "I understand, but to save time, we shouldn't go out hunting. I will buy dozens of pigeons and show my skills in front of you, is that okay?" He laughed and said, You have the confidence, okay." After preparing everything for the challenge, Divine Warrior Li Ruotai said, "Brother-in-law is ready." Wu Chen demonstrated his skills by pulling out a gun and successfully shooting the pigeons. Then he asked, "Is that enough? Do I need to show my skills in any other way?" He was impressed by Wu Chen's ability and replied, "No need, no need." Wu Chen said, "Thanks to a few skilled workers preparing equipment, tomorrow we will dig a well together." The next day, the local people here were happy to see that there was a new source of water. "We have water now. We have water now. In the future, right next to our door, we can also get water without having to go far." Li Ruotai said, "Brother-in-law, I didn't expect that you could have this ability. Where did you learn these things from?" Suddenly, Leah rushed over and said, "Mr. Wu, the city government just issued a statement saying that our project did not meet the standards." Wu Chen spoke up, "Let's go, Li Ruotai. Let's go meet the leaders of Laos. We need you to act a little." Li Ruotai asked curiously, "Me? What do I need to do?" Wu Chen mysteriously said, "You'll know when you come with me." Mr. Dao asked the guards to protect the well, "Don't let anyone destroy it." Mr. Dao called everyone to protect the well. After a while, Wu Chen went to meet the high-level leaders here. He said, "Hello leaders, I am the new project manager for the last bridge project. Here are our supplementary documents." The leader asked, "Submit the documents to the office, why are you here?" Wu Chen didn't hesitate, he took out his phone and said, "The previous leaders were all negligent, why is everything in chaos as soon as we take over? I really can't understand." He sat down, browsed for a while, and said, "Finally found the transaction information of two young masters, Lu family and Ding family, for you, it's clear now." The leader immediately stood up and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, Lu family and Ding family? What transaction? Transfer what?" Wu Chen cunningly presented evidence and said, "I am an intelligence merchant. I know all the movements of the businessmen in Nation H. I also have many connections in the dark web and hacker community. If the leader wants me to prove it, I have no problem digging up all your past deeds in the last 10 years. At this point, the leader could no longer be arrogant, and could only remain silent. Wu Chen confidently signaled, "I'm not here to threaten you, I want to discuss cooperation." Wu Chen spoke up, "First of all, the security level of your account is very low. If it is attacked by hackers, your efforts for those accounts will become useless. I am here to help you upgrade your information security, and this will make your account safer. In addition, you will only earn more money working with me. If you lose money in the future, I will compensate you for the amount lost." Li Ruotai sat aside thinking, I didn't expect my brother-in-law to have such great skills. Hacking people, then selling security software to them. Truly, it can only be him. Wu Chen glanced and said, Li Ruotai presented the leader with a plan to renovate the commercial complex. As long as the project can continue smoothly, I will help you renovate the commercial complex in the city center for free. If it is built and you have difficulty attracting investment, I can also help you. He listened in amazement and replied, "What, free, really free?" Wu Chen smiled and said, "Of course, repairs and modifications are free. However, I request Li Ruotai to rent out 4 floors for free for 2 years. And I will build the most high-end club in Laos." Li Ruotai will present the sound and video operations of their club to the leaders. So Li Ruotai immediately presented a high-quality video of their operations for him to watch. Li Ruotai presented, both Western and Eastern styles are available, serving all customers from domestic to foreign. But the special feature is the classic Eastern style, especially the Fei Tian full body massage, and the luxurious light version of the Winepool meat forest. After listening, the leader praised continuously, saying, "This is very good, this is very good. Our city of Laos needs projects like this to develop." Wu Chen slammed the document down and said, "It seems like we have reached a good cooperation. So please, leader, sign the procedures to resume the work of the Laos port." After the agreement was signed, Wu Chen and Li Ruotai immediately left. Sitting in the car, Li Ruotai asked, "Brother-in-law, did you plan for me to manage the club here from the beginning?" Wu Chen replied, "Not exactly, the port bridge project also needs your help. Besides, I have a lot of work to do in Nation H, so I can't stay in Laos for long." Li Ruotai hesitantly said, anyway, recently I have been avoiding everything, so it's best for me to help you here. It's just temporarily unable to go back home, afraid that the troublemaker Ding Ruilong will cause more trouble for you. Wu Chen replied, Ding Ruilong? He can't cause any trouble or threats to me. Li Ruotai said, I think he's quite crazy. Wu Chen calmly replied, okay. After a while, when they returned, they saw Leah waiting for them. Wu Chen asked, why did you come back here? Leah replied, looking embarrassed, Mr. Wu, the warden and the leaders already know that you have taken over the leadership of Loss. Wu Chen said, what happened to him? There won't be any more strange traditions, right? Leah said, no, he thinks Mr. Wu is a great man, so he brought all his daughters here. You should go see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen went to see for himself. At that moment, he didn't know what to say about the scene before him. The three girls had fair skin, were not wearing clothes, and had toned bodies. Wu Chen thought, the mindset of the head of this tribe seems to be seriously disturbed. Wu Chen said, Leah, translate my words for them. Leah awkwardly told the three girls, Mr. Wu said for now he will not have intimate relations with them. He hopes that they will learn Chinese first, and then everyone can communicate with him normally. On the other side, Zhuang Xiaoyi quickly said over the phone, Mr. Wu, the Xiang family is playing dirty tricks on us. Ruibo continued, after the new script was sent to us, the Hua family somehow got hold of the content and they want to make a similar film to compete with us. The important thing is that they want to make a movie version, hiring the retired fourth generation, directed by an outstanding director, with the participation of an Oscar-winning actress. The film is expected to be shot in half a year and released by the end of the year. Xiaoyi hurriedly said, what should we do? Here we are a large-scale television series, no matter how fast we shoot, it will still take 10 months, not airing until the next summer. Wu Chen smiled and said, don't panic. I'll let you know when I get back. After hanging up, Wu Chen spoke up, Li Ruotai, I have to go home on a trip. Monitoring them and learning Chinese is up to you. The professional team from the Tang family will take over the project in 2 days. You and Mr. Dao should be cautious and not let others cause trouble. Li Ruotai determinedly replied, okay, brother-in-law, don't worry, just leave it to me here at home. You can call me anytime. The next day in Beijing, Wu Chen looked for Miss Lu family, Xing'er. Xing'er saw Wu Chen returning too early and said, why did you come back? Is it because you couldn't survive in Loss or because the bridge was repaired too quickly? Wu Chen smiled and replied, Xing'er, you're being funny again. Can't you check the progress over there? Xing'er slowly took a puff of her cigarette and asked, at least, you could have waited until the construction started. Why are you so eager to come back early? Wu Chen slyly asked, what do you think? Xing'er blushed and stammered, ridiculous, I would never, ever do that, and I never agreed with you. Wu Chen laughed, Xing'er's reaction is even more interesting than last time. However, I came here because I urgently need Xing'er's help. Wu Chen then made a familiar gesture, leaning close to Xing'er and whispering something. His hand even touched hers, which made Xing'er feel a bit pressured. She replied, what's this about? There's no precedent for this kind of thing in our circle. Wu Chen calmly said, but as long as the Lu family is willing, there's nothing difficult about it. Xing'er worriedly asked, is it really necessary? Wu Chen firmly said, this is a forced situation, it's the only way. Xing'er agreed, okay, I'll try my best. Wu Chen smiled and said, all right, I'll go back to Mei Yuan to take care of the important matters. At this moment, Xing'er felt a bit nervous, thinking about the prospect of being intimate with Wu Chen. She jokingly thought to herself, first, handle the main tasks, in other words, do you have any other business with me, Wu Chen, to do later? The day after, in the city of Mei Yuan, Wu Chen had arrived at Meng Lan's studio early in the morning. Seeing Wu Chen, Meng Lan couldn't contain her longing day and night and immediately ran to hug him. And Meng Lan said sweetly, Wu Chen. He laughed and replied, Lan, next time I will have to try harder for you. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyi, Joey, and Ruibo were all amazed, all three of them had the same thought, the great star in Manglan is actually Mr. Wu's lady? Guru Abo asked. Wu, are you serious? Will Mizzen join the group to play the third female lead? Menglan hesitantly replied, I have never acted before, and I don't know if I can do it or not. Wu Chen reassured her, it's okay. After all, I am the manager, I will help you. Moreover, the three female characters are similar to you in real life. Lan Lan, you just need to express less emotion. Pang Wei said, the debut of An Menglan has caused a stir online. She plays the third female lead, able to control the news aspect of the film. Great idea. Wu Chen reminded, Lan Lan is just the icing on the cake, the main work depends on Zhou Yi and Tao Maning. Everyone needs to focus on the film. Zhou Yi determined, I will work diligently, not wasting your effort. Wu Chen said, Miss Qing Er will convince the TV station to film and broadcast at the same time, filming and broadcasting one episode simultaneously. Everyone exclaimed, filming and broadcasting at the same time? How is that possible? The more Guru Abo looked at his serious expression, the more out of control his emotions became. His face was stern, even in Manglan felt a bit worried about this unconventional approach. Wu Chen smiled and said, this is what Qing Er will do, what we need to do is to ensure that the quality of each episode is equal, even surpassing the quality of the film. Seeing Wu Chen's determined tone, each of the three had their own expressions, from Zhou Yi and Xiaoya's astonishment to Guru Abo's horror. And Menglan worriedly asked Wu Chen, I know you are capable and will do what you say, I'm not worried about the quality, but will we have enough time is what matters. Wu Chen hugged her and said, don't worry, Lan Lan. Menglan heard this answer, her worries disappeared, immediately leaning on his chest. Wu Chen thought, in 1,000 years of reincarnation, this play has been directed countless times, even when closing my eyes, the real difficulty lies in post-production. The film needs its own quality and time in post-production is not enough. Wu Chen confidently said, everyone do your part, and leave the rest to me. He thought about his plan, inviting a computer master, who was ranked as the world's top comprehensive computer genius, to join the ADN team. If that person joined the team, our difficulties would be easily resolved. After a while, Wu Chen proactively messaged An Huang, do you want to play with me? And Huang replied, first, I'm not short of money. Second, I'm already ranked number 1 in the world, and competing no longer has any meaning. Third, I'm not interested in playing with newcomers. Wu Chen responded, no cheating involved, do you want to see this 100% speedrun record of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, 18 hours 22 minutes 21 seconds? On An Huang's side, a girl with an extremely eager demeanor, along with a hint of suspicion, said, done by hand? It's faster by half an hour compared to the previous world record. Wu Chen smiled, sent the file and message to An Huang, here's what I did after finishing the old headband. Do you think it's okay? 20 minutes after viewing the file, An Huang exclaimed, damn it, did you make this game? Even I myself might not fully understand it. Wu Chen replied, do you want to play with me? An Huang responded, how do I play the game with you? An Huang's eyes now seemed to sparkle. A message from Wu Chen revealed that An Huang is a girl, despite information showing An Huang's gender is male. An Huang has had to endure much malice from the world due to her computer talent since childhood. Others have cursed An Huang as a computer freak or a despicable programmer. Despite becoming number 1 in the world, she can only stay at home and stand behind the computer screen with network cables. Seeing the other person wavering, Wu Chen affirmed that if An Huang played with him, she would not feel bored, lonely, and would have interesting things. He also promised to help An Huang become more real, like standing behind the current network cable. At this moment, for An Huang, this is a heaven-sent opportunity for him to step into the real world. But now, An Huang, with a skeptical look, asked, a little worried, who do you think you are? Wu Chen replied, it seems like online communication is not very effective, so let's meet and talk in person. An Huang messaged, are you stupid? Can't you come over to talk through the network cable? Wu Chen messaged, really? Then should I knock on the door or come in through the window? After reading the message, the door of An Huang's room suddenly knocked, making her startled. And Huang instinctively huddled up. She said, "Hey, I'm not even wearing pants. What do you want to do?" So she quickly ran to find pants to put on. As she turned back, there was a message on the computer screen: open the door and order a nutritious meal instead of just eating pizza all year round. And Huang blurted out embarrassedly, "When did you install surveillance system, bro?" Wu Chen laughed and replied, "Ha, who asked you to turn your house into a smart home? It's interesting when everything is connected to the internet, but you're afraid of being hacked? And I happen to know a little about this. See you later, colleague." And Huang cursed cutely, "Who's your partner? Who wants to see you, you pervert?" 40 minutes later, Wu Chen went to meet in Huang at the address. He asked, "Why didn't you eat the food I ordered? Are you afraid it's poisoned?" Wu Chen teased, "Because I want to become your colleague, so I can't poison you." Meeting Wu Chen, and Huang stood still and admired. She thought, "I didn't expect this guy to be so handsome." She told herself, no, this is not the time to have feelings for this weird guy. She said, "Oh, how strange is that? You came to my house in the middle of the night? Do we know each other? We just met online, right?" Wu Chen calmly replied, "We will become partners, or more accurately, friends." She didn't know what to say, but looked adorable. Wu Chen was drawn to the cat ear massage device. He said, "This one of yours isn't working. I'll fix it for you right away." Wu Chen took the tool and said, "For many years, you only sleep and work on the computer, your neck and shoulders hurt and need massaging, but you don't want to go out. It's surprising that you can use things that you've been curious about." And Huang asked, "We were partners and friends just now, why call me sis? Don't be random." Wu Chen said, "I'm done fixing it, come and try it out." And Huang was surprised when Wu Chen handed it to her. She said, "You just said you finished fixing it already? But this feeling is really comfortable." Wu Chen said, "However, machines are still machines, they can't replace humans. It's time to show off some skills." Seeing him taking off his shirt, she was surprised and hesitantly said, "WTF, what are you doing?" Wu Chen said, "I will take you to experience the outside world, to see the beauty of ancient methods of clearing meridians, my dear, please come to bed and enjoy." And Huang also listened and lay down. She said, "What is this, what are you doing? Finish one thing and move on to another." Seeing his arm close to her, she quickly said, "No, you're planning to." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Chen started massaging and giving physical therapy. A sudden strong pressure from him made in Huang unexpectedly moan a in the night. The next day, in the city of Mando. From early morning, Wu Chen had arrived at the studio of his beloved wife and Meng Lan. Upon seeing her husband, Meng Lan couldn't contain her longing and immediately ran to embrace him. And Meng Lan sweetly said, "Wu Chen, I miss you so much." Wu Chen chuckled in response, "Meng Lan, next time I should probably try harder for you, right?" Seeing this affectionate scene between the two, Xiaoyi, Zhou, and the younger sister Ruibo were all astonished. They all shared the same thought: the great star in Meng Lan is actually Wu's woman. Ruibo asked, "Brother Wu, are you serious? Will Missen be joining the group to play the third female lead?" Meng Lan replied with a hint of hesitation, "I've never acted before, and I don't know if I can do it or not." Wu Chen reassured her, "It's okay. After all, I'm the director, I'll help you. Besides, the three female characters in the film are just like you in real life. Meng Lan, you just need to express a little less." Pang Wei raised his thumb on one side and shouted loudly, "However, just the debut of an Meng Lan is enough to stir the entire online world. Not to mention she plays the third female lead. There are many things we can control about the timeliness of the film." "Ah, what a brilliant idea. Amazing. Good job." Wu Chen seriously reminded, "Meng Lan is just the icing on the cake. The main focus of our film depends on the acting skills of Zhou Yi and Tao Manning. Everyone needs to concentrate fully on this film." Zhou Yi replied with determination, "I understand, Wu. I will work hard not to let down your dedication." Wu Chen smiled and said, but if we want to succeed, the key remains the 3RD young lady Ching Air. They will convince major television networks nationwide that our film will adopt the American drama method, filming and broadcasting simultaneously, shooting and airing each episode as we go. Hearing this unconventional approach, everyone was astonished. What? A television series that films and broadcasts at the same time? How is this possible? As Guru A.B.C kept looking at Wu Chen's serious demeanor, his face grew increasingly uncontrollable, mouth agape and eyes wide. Even in Manglan was a bit worried about this unconventional approach. Wu Chen smiled and said, this is something that the 3RD young lady will undertake. What we need to do is ensure that the quality of each episode is on par with, or even surpasses, the quality of other films. Seeing Wu Chen's zealous tone, each person had their own expression, from Zhou Yi and Xiaoya's astonishment to Guru A.B.C's sheer horror. And Menglan anxiously asked Wu Chen, I know you have the capability, and if you say it, you will definitely make it happen. Actually, I'm not worried about the quality, but whether there will be enough time is what truly matters. Wu Chen embraced her to reassure her, just rest easy, Lan Lan. Hearing this answer, the anxiety in Meng Lan's heart dissipated, and she instantly leaned into his arms. Wu Chen thought to himself, in a difficult situation, this play has been directed countless times. Even with my eyes closed, the real challenge this time lies in the post-production. The film requires cinematic quality, but the time for post-production is inadequate. Wu Chen confidently said, everyone just do your part, I'll take care of the rest. He thought about the plan to invite a computer genius, the one who was ranked as the #1 all-around computer genius in the world to join the team. That is In Huang, who is known as undefeated in the computer world. If that person joins our team, our difficulties will be easily resolved. After a while, with a style of saying and doing, Wu Chen proactively texted In Huang, do you want to play with me? And Huang replied, first, I don't lack money. Second, I am already #1 in the world, and competing no longer has any meaning. Third, I am not interested in playing with newcomers. Wu Chen texted back, there is no cheating program. I have a Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wind 100% speedrun, 18 hours 22 minutes and 21 seconds, wanna see? On In Huang's side, a girl with an eager yet slightly doubtful expression said, did you do it by hand? It's faster by half an hour than the previous world record. Wu Chen smiled, then sent a file along with the message, this is something I did for fun after messing around with an old headband. You see if it's worth anything? 20 minutes after finishing the file that Wu Chen sent, and Huang's face turned into one of utmost astonishment. She thought he was just a rookie but unexpectedly discovered he was a hidden master. She exclaimed, damn it, damn it. Did you really create this game? On Wu Chen's side, he seemed to have guessed the expression of the other party at this moment. He texted back, so, and Huang, do you want to play with me? And Huang replied, how can I play a game with you? Her eyes looked somewhat nostalgic at this moment. A message from Wu Chen was sent, the information I've gathered shows that your gender is male, but I know you are actually a girl. You have had an innate talent for computers since you were young, but you've endured too much malice from the world. Others have insulted you as a computer freak or damn programmer. But even though you've become #1 in the world, you can only stay at home, hiding behind a computer screen with network cables. Seeing the other party wavering, Wu Chen affirmed, if you play with me, first of all, I can assure you that you won't feel bored, lonely, and there will really be interesting things awaiting you. Second, I can help you become a more real person, not just an image behind the network cable like you are now. For In Huang, this was a golden opportunity to step into the real world. However, her face remained skeptical as she asked, I'm a little worried about that. But who do you think you are? Wu Chen replied, it seems that communicating online isn't very effective, so let's meet and talk face to face. And Huang messaged back, are you stupid? Can you really come through the network cable to talk to me? Wu Chen responded, is that so? Should I knock on your door or come in through the window then? Just after reading the message, the door to In Huang's room suddenly echoed with a knock, startling her. And Huang shrank back, mumbling, hey, I'm not even dressed. What do you want to do? She quickly ran to find some clothes. When she returned, a message appeared on her computer screen: open the door and order a delicious and nutritious meal instead of just eating pizza all year round. And Hoang shyly said aloud, When did you install the surveillance system? Wu Chen laughed and replied, Haha. Who told you to turn your house into a smart home? It's interesting that everything is connected to the internet, but you're afraid of being hacked. And I happen to know a little about this. See you later, partner. And Hoang playfully scolded, Who is your partner? Who wants to see you, you pervert? 40 minutes later, Wu Chen arrived at the address to meet in Hoang. He said, Why aren't you eating the food I ordered? Are you afraid it's poisoned? Wu Chen teased, Since I want to be your partner, I can't poison you. When they met, and Hoang stood frozen, staring at him. She thought, I didn't expect this guy to be so handsome. But then she reminded herself, No. This is not the time to crush on this perverted guy. She asked, Hey, it's so strange. You came to my house at midnight. It feels so familiar. Didn't we just meet online a few dozen minutes ago? Wu Chen calmly said, We will definitely become partners. No, we should call it friends. And Hoang fell silent upon hearing this, but she looked incredibly adorable. Wu Chen was attracted by the smart device, Mercedes Thai Cat, and he said, By the way, this of yours isn't working. Let me help you adjust it right away. Wu Chen took out a toolbox and said, For how many years now, aside from sleeping, you've only worked on the computer? Your neck and shoulders must be painful from working too much. But you don't want to go outside, you can only write code and lack practical skills. It's amazing how things you've tinkered with can now be used so easily. Seeing the change in address, and Hoang affectionately asked, Oh, hey. Just now we were partners and friends, so why suddenly call me sister? Don't go getting too familiar now. Wu Chen replied, I'm done fixing it, come try it out. And Hoang was surprised when Wu Chen put the device on her. She said, Did you just say that you finished fixing it already? But this feels really good. Wu Chen responded, However, machines are still machines, they cannot replace human touch. Next, it's time to show the skills. Seeing Wu Chen take off his shirt, and Hoang was taken aback and awkwardly said, Damn it, what are you doing? Wu Chen replied, I will take you to experience the outside world, to see what the beauty of the authentic ancient method truly is. Dear lady, please, allow me to invite you to the bed to enjoy. And Hoang followed his words and lay down on the bed, but she still did not forget to ask, Dear lady? What the hell is that? Why are you doing all these things? When she saw his arm getting close to her, she immediately said, No. But before she could finish her sentence, Wu Chen began to perform a therapeutic massage. His unexpected strong pressure made Hoang unable to adapt in time, and she exclaimed "Ah" in the night. Wu Chen continued to massage Hoang's back. She felt a pleasant sensation spreading throughout her body, delighting her to the point of softly moaning. In the darkness, her body felt much lighter compared to when she used that Mercedes machine. The feeling was as if she were soaring through the sky with Wu Chen. An hour after the massage, Wu Chen spoke up and asked, How do you feel? In the world beyond the cable network, are there areas that are beyond the reach of programs? He said, So I want to ask again, do you want to play with me? And Hoang immediately sat up, looking skeptical and asked, Just simply as partners and friends? I get the feeling that you are pursuing me. Hearing that, Wu Chen laughed out loud and replied, The real world is not as simple as a computer program. It will be much more complicated than that. But your answer, as far as I understand, is a deal, right? And Hoang gently replied, Let's try first. If you feel disinterested afterward, I can't guarantee that I can continue to accompany you. Wu Chen politely held her hand and said, All right, that's it for today. Good night. Tomorrow, I will tell you the details. Scene shift 45 minutes later, when he got home, Xiaoyi in her beautiful pajamas came to see Wu Chen. She said, I'm bothering you again, Mr. Wu. Seeing her shy demeanor, he hugged her tightly and said, "Xiao Yi, what I promised is not just you, but also our company. You and I are one, so let's not be too distant, okay?" Xiao Yi sweetly replied, "Yes." Just in that affectionate moment, a phone call came in. Wu Chen spoke up, "Hello, Xingying, why are you still awake so late?" On the other end of the line, Xingying said, "Hubby, the costume and accessories that Sister Yurong and I designed for your new film are ready. But Sister Tao Man has been poisoned while filming. You should come here to assess the situation." Wu Chen's expression darkened as he replied, "Okay, I will come back right away." After hanging up, Wu Chen said, "Interestingly, blessings come singularly, while misfortunes never come alone." Wu Chen then gently kissed Xiao Yi on the forehead, reminding her, "Xiao Yi, you should go to bed first. Also, the progress of the company's new play should not be halted at any clue. Just continue as planned." She then replied, okay." At this moment, Wu Chen called in Hong, saying, "I know you are still excited and can't sleep. So, be awake." Hearing this, she unexpectedly responded, "Oh, go ahead." Wu Chen continued, "Human lives are at stake. I have to hurry back to Huadong, so I don't have time to investigate. Please help me find the connection between Zealand Corporation and Jinfu Corporation, as well as the poisoning of Tao Manning." And Huang said, "Is Tao Manning poisoned? Is it serious? I will let you know after I check. But how can I find you when I go to Huadong High?" Wu Chen teasingly replied, "Why are you coming to Huadong to find me when you should be sleeping, oh great senior sister? I will send you the location shortly." Hearing that, and Huang responded, "Oh, please don't call me that anymore, it's really uncomfortable." 3 hours later, and Huang had finished her investigation. At that same time, Wu Chen had also arrived at the hospital. He asked, "Brother Lei, how is my sister-in-law doing?" Mr. Lei replied, "Fortunately, she was discovered and brought to the hospital in time. Everything is fine now. The two sisters, Xingying and Yurong, are taking good care of her, so Manning will be alright." Wu Chen said, "Alright, Brother Lei, let's talk business. If my sister-in-law takes on the job of filming all these movies, that means Brother Lei will be making a lot of money, right?" Mr. Lei replied, "Not only will I make money, but also fame. This is something Lei Yu won't be able to stand." Wu Chen said, "Lei Yu is in conflict with Chen Yuan, the second shareholder of Jinfu. This person is about to be kicked out of his house, and they have been working together. The earrings designed by Qingying happen to be produced by Chen Yuan's department, so his sister-in-law has been poisoned by him." Hearing this, Qingying was somewhat annoyed and said, Mr. Yuan has gone too far." Mr. Lei angrily shouted, "Damn it, if that guy dares to serve Lei Yu, I will strip him down." Wu Chen, with a dangerous expression, said, "I have asked Zhao the cripple, Wang Yuan, and the gang to catch him. Now, Mr. Lei, let's go and watch a good show." A moment later, Wu Chen, Mr. Lei, Yurong, Qingying, and In Huang were all present at an abandoned building. On a chair, Chen Yuan was tied up and beaten badly. At this moment, he was being caressed a few times on the chest by Wu Chen's underlings, so he was somewhat short of breath. Wu Chen spoke up and asked, "Sister, you followed my plea, didn't you?" And Huang, with a resigned expression, said, "Of course, and as for the equipment, your stuff won't fall into anyone else's hands, so you can rest assured." Wu Chen replied, "Okay." His right hand was scrolling through his phone, but his left hand was holding a vial of nano-robot serum. It looked somewhat like Hulk's serum, didn't it? Was he planning to turn him into the Green Giant or something? Wu Chen swiftly injected the drug into the back of his neck, his expression dangerous as he said, "Chen Yuan, the matter with Boss Su is done. You've gone out and caused trouble again. It seems that unless I give you and Boss Lei a few words of warning, you might encounter troubles akin to being poisoned. I'll let you taste the flavor of venom." At this moment, as the drug took effect, Chen Yuan opened his mouth, drooling, his eyes turning white as if he were having a rabid fit, howling. Under In Huang's curious gaze, Wu Chen remarked, "This feeling seems like he's about to die." "No, I can't let you die so easily." Wu Chen then pinched his mouth, saying, "Here, the antidote is here, drink it." Chen Zheyuan, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, weakly asked, "What is this medicine?" Wu Chen, with a sinister expression, replied, "That is something you do not need to know. From now on, if you don't receive my medicine every half-month, you will suffer worse than dying and coming back to life. Don't bother Qinging anymore." And Huang playfully gasped, "Aya, you really are a bad guy." Noticing the unsettling dynamic between the two, Sister Rong's piercing gaze fixed on them as she thought, "There seems to be something off between this girl and her young husband." Xingying worriedly thought, initially, it seemed like her husband called her sister. After being vented his frustrations by his brother, Mr. Lei joyfully remarked, "Xiao Wu is truly effective in his work. It is even more than the torture methods I could have devised, like lightly asking for his hands, feet, or paralyzing his young bird. All right, let him go. Xiao Wu, you have worked hard all night, so go rest well. I have someone with Manning, so don't worry about anything." Wu Chen said, "Sister Rong? You should go back first. I have something else to discuss with Qing Ying." Yu Rong replied indifferently, "Got it, I'll see you later." Wu Chen glanced at Yu Rong's face and noticed she was sulking. He said, "If you go back, just be careful." An hour later, at Wu Chen's house, Qingying eagerly asked, "Honey, do you want to buy a sleepwear set for my new sister?" Wu Chen smiled awkwardly and replied, "And Huang isn't a new sister. We're just friends." And Huang shot him a glance and responded, "Oh yes, we just met tonight." Qingying innocently said, "Oh, right, but at that time, it seemed like my husband and I were only getting to know each other for a short while." And Huang, looking frustrated, said, "Hey, girl, suddenly you make it sound like I have been wooed. You and the people around you are so strange." Wu Chen said, all right, let's get to work." And Huang continued, "You still have a big task to do." He with a sharp gaze said, "Qingying, the matter of Lei Yu isn't as simple to turn around. Lei Yu will not admit his defeat. He will believe that his foolish teammate, Chen Zheyuan, has ruined his plans. We will proceed personally," he said, and once again, a similar incident happened with Jin Fu. "Because we helped Lei Chang, he wants to incapacitate us. He wants the whole world to understand that anyone who helps Lei Chang is his enemy. And Huang, you have to write another program quickly, which is the nano-robot application. This time, it will be installed on all of Jin Fu's jewelry to collect transaction traces of all the items sold by Jin Fu." And Huang replied excitedly, "Wow, if that happens, we can find the real culprit by investigating the actions of those who handled the jewelry." Wu Chen said, "If you understand clearly, then go ahead and do it. Although the equipment at home can't compare to your place, it's not much different." Before running back to her room, and Huang said, "The procedure is simple and can be done quickly. I think nano-robots will be more interesting. Can you help me create them later?" Wu Chen, with a mischievous grin, pulled Qingying closer and replied, "You should start with the program first. I'm a bit tired, and I need to take a nap with Qingying for now." And Huang, feeling unwilling, said, "Why can you sleep soundly while I have to work? Am I your sugar baby?" Wu Chen replied, "No. Your habit is to be too excited to sleep until the work is done, isn't it?" And Huang retorted, "Oh, aren't you a worm in my belly? You know me too well." Qingying affectionately said, "Dear husband, let's go to sleep. Don't delay my sugar baby sister's work anymore." At this moment, Wu Chen and Qingying embraced lovingly and headed to their room to chat. He said, "All right, and Huang has gone to work. Qingying, what do you want to play today?" Qingying joyfully replied, Still, you love to understand me." Upon reaching the room, Qingying no longer transformed into the cute white rabbit waitress. Now, she wore an ancient-style outfit that was nonetheless sexy. She said, "Today, the beauty stole my money." On the run, she was caught. "Dear, can you spare this servant?" Wu Chen prepared to take off his shirt and replied, "Of course not. I must punish you personally." Meanwhile, in Huang's room, while working, she kept hearing the charming sounds of continuously, which made her somewhat curious. She thought, what strange sounds do I hear? The moan stopped, then a voice from Qing rang out, brother, please don't hit me anymore. The maid will serve you very well. And Huang, curious, quietly followed the sound. She innocently thought, aren't they supposed to be sleeping? What are they doing? Can't they let people focus on their work? When Huang arrived, she leaned her ear against the door of the room. Wu Chen's voice came through, this naughty one, I can't help but hit you. Come up here. At that moment, Huang's face turned crimson. She thought, I wonder what these two are doing. My ears are about to go deaf. She ran back to her room, covered her ears, and told herself, don't listen anymore, don't listen anymore. Work, work. In Huang's mind, the scene of Wu Chen and Qing engaging in a rather enthusiastic activity appeared, accompanied by Wu Chen's delighted expression as he said, this naughty one, I can't help but hit you. Come up, hit hard. At this point, Huang's head felt like it was going to explode. Frustrated, she threw her things around and said, my mind is now full of strange images. I still have to work, it's driving me crazy. After a while after finishing the battle, Wu Chen went to Huang's room. He spoke up, hey, little sister, have you finished the program yet? At that moment, Huang looked incredibly exhausted, her eyes were dull and accompanied by dark circles. She replied, oh, I just finished. Wu Chen asked her, what's wrong? Isn't this program too easy for you? Huang replied in dissatisfaction, don't be too excited when working the day after, it's so annoying. But I've already written a complete installation program for you. You just need to set up a control station, add 2 more, and it can auto-install by itself. Wu Chen then gently patted her head, saying, okay, you've worked hard. Our Huang is really diligent. She blushed and replied, who is ours? Seeing Qing arrive, Wu Chen said, Qing, all Jin Fu shops must be closed for the next 2 days for refurbishment. Inform the outside about Chenji Yuan. Inside, quietly install nano-robots for all the jewelry. She replied, Tian and I can handle it ourselves, my love. Don't let this plan get exposed. Wu Chen immediately kissed Qing on the cheek and said, I also have to return to Shanghai. The incident with Tao Manning being poisoned needs to be handled carefully with the Xiang family. Sister, let's go. 3 hours later, in Shanghai, Xiaoya's film crew was bustling with activity. She spoke up, the actors have been reading the script for days now. Today, they officially need to wear costumes to perform. Suddenly, at that moment, Wu Chen burst through the door and said loudly, Xiaoyi, wait. He seriously grabbed Xiaoyi's outer dress. She looked a bit puzzled and asked, what's wrong, Wu? Wu Chen examined it meticulously and said, Xiaoyi, you mustn't let yourself get poisoned like Tao Manning did. Xiaoyi was touched and rushed over to hug him tightly, replying, thank you, Wu. Wu Chen instructed her, soon, you'll be a big star. You must pay attention to everything carefully. He adjusted her dress and said, this outfit is fine. Xiaoyi, go perform. I'll check the other things. As Wu Chen went to inspect some of the performance tools, he remarked, as expected. These small blades will ruin the actor's face. Ruebo said, Mr. Wu, last time the script leak wasn't thoroughly investigated. The person embedded from the Xiang family is taking advantage of the opportunity. We must find a way to identify the culprit. Wu Chen replied, the strongest member of the Xiang family is still abroad and has not taken any action yet. The current manager has already been obstructed twice, so we can only seize the opportunity. There's no need to worry, we just need to prepare well. With a sharp gaze, he added, let's put aside the insider issue for now. They are merely copying the script. Therefore, I will increase the roles and see how they intend to proceed. If they copy too much, it won't be a film anymore. Ruebo excitedly said, if they plan to make it into 2 films, the second one will have to be released next year. By that time, won't our film have already been completed? Wu Chen answered, thus, our main mission is to ensure the filming process proceeds smoothly and airs as scheduled. Our film production facility won't be ready for use until next year at the earliest. I plan to lead the film crew to Hong Kong first to shoot the indoor scenes. I believe that the faster we shoot, the quicker the post-production work will be completed by my sister. The Bosku said, I cannot solve this on my own. This time you will go to Xiangjiang with me. Little Cock replied, okay, Brother Wu. When can we set off? Wu Chen said, we will leave tomorrow. A day later, on the other side, a person was pointing and shouting loudly, they are really a bunch of useless people, eating a lot but useless. A small company can't even handle this. This person was the young master of the Xiang family, Xiang Shangbei. Beside him, a guy joked, brother, this is not our problem. They must be threatened by Leiyu, that's why they have fled to Xiangjiang. This guy was the 4th brother of the Xiang family, Xiang Yudong, but can Bao Zhenhui protect them? I remember Bao Zhenhui has always really liked 2ND's sister since we were kids. Why don't you tell 2ND's sister to come to Xiangjiang for a visit? On the other side, a slender girl said, why would you want me to go to Xiangjiang just to poke at Bao Zhenhui again? Are you guys still thinking like elementary school students? Xianan asked, isn't that the case? Is there someone more interesting than Brother Wu compared to Bao Zhenhui and Ding Duanlong? She expressed her annoyance and added, well, I will trust you guys this time. If you dare to deceive me, don't blame me for smashing you all to pieces when I get back. At the same time, in Xiangjiang, Wu Chen and Bao Zhenhui were doing something. Bao Zhenhui had to appreciate, Brother Wu, it's good. You are much more of a professional director than any of those I've met over the past few years. He puffed on a cigarette and added, it's a pity that the film and television industry in Hong Kong nowadays is somewhat declining compared to the past. It's hard to continue developing. Even if I want to get rich with you, I still have some reservations. Wu Chen replied cheerfully, Chun young master, there are countless paths to wealth. Even if we can't collaborate on this film, I still have another plan. Bao Zhenhui eagerly asked, Brother Wu, what project is it? Share it with me. At that moment, Xiang Xiannan called, asking, Xiao Huihui, after finishing the film, didn't you say that you would not participate in any other film-related matters? Why do you seem to be feeling it again recently? Bao Zhenhui replied, Sister Xiannan, no, that's not it. I didn't have the chance to explain. Xiannan said, I won't say much more. Tomorrow I will go see what your new intentions are. She turned to Wu Chen and said, that's quite the joke, Brother Wu. I'm afraid I will delay your filming schedule. Wu Chen asked, are you the second sister of the Xiang family? Upon hearing this, he immediately frowned with a hint of fear and recounted, that tough-looking woman once stepped on a young bird of a burning young man, cutting it off, and it burned completely. Bao Zhenhui reflected on this and also felt a sense of dread, saying, yeah, since we were kids, she has been like an enemy to me. Wu Chen smiled slightly and thought, if it's not a blessing, it's a disaster. If it's a disaster, there's no way to avoid it. After all, since I am determined to work for that family, it's better to confront this troublemaker directly than to deal with those behind the Xiang family. This is also the reason why I came to Xiangjiang to film. At this moment, Bao Zhenhui spoke up, Brother Wu, can you please pause the filming for a few days? Let me send her off first, and then we can continue. Wu Chen replied, Zhenhui, the enemy has come to our doorstep on their own. There are some things that cannot be avoided. Zhenhui said, that's true. Besides trying to deliberately avoid her, it just gives her a bigger excuse to make things worse. Tomorrow, we'll take it step by step, we'll handle each step as it comes. The scene shifts to the next day. Xiang Xiannan has arrived at Wu Chen's film crew. She speaks up, little Hui Hui of my sister, it seems like you become a bit more manly after not seeing each other for a few years. She doesn't care that there are many people around and walks over to tease, oh, little brother now even has a chest? Take off your clothes and let me see. Bao Zhenhui struts around Xiangjiang like a king in his domain. Even when facing Sister Xiannan, he still feels somewhat intimidated. From a distance, Joey silently observes the cheerful conversation between Zhenhui and Xiannan, assessing, is that the 2ND young lady of the Xiang family? She seems quite close with Bao young master like siblings. She doesn't look like she's here to cause trouble for the film crew. At this moment, a director holding a walkie-talkie announces, "Everyone, let's focus on work and get started." Caught up in listening, Xiaoyi suddenly jolts, breaking into a sweat, thinking, "Oh no, I've lost focus on my role again." Seeing this, Xiang Xiannan approaches and asks, "Seems like this girl is very easily distracted, huh? Are you a professional actress?" Without any hesitation, she walked over and used her hands to squeeze Xiaoyi's two grapefruit and said, "Let me check which one is real." Xiaoyi awkwardly replied, feeling embarrassed, This. Miss Xiang. Xiannan spoke up, unleashing words full of attack, "The image is real, but it's no different from street performers. It's not okay at all. Xiaoyi, I've seen the movie you're in. It looks no different than an 18-plus film." Seeing this scene, Bao Xinhui also showed clear discomfort but couldn't do anything. Noticing the atmosphere was a bit tense, Wu Chen spoke up, "Miss Xiang, our actress is just a bit distracted, it's not that serious, is it?" Xiang Xiannan retorted sharply, "It seems like your film is about to compete with ours. Are you relying only on these incompetent actors? Just wandering around the film set?" She continued, "Oh, and the costumes that these actors are wearing are truly of poor quality. You even came to a film city that doesn't exist, having to rush to Xiangjiang to shoot. Is this really ambition? I thought it was the 1980s and 1990s. Bao Xinhui asked, "Sister Xiannan, is the shooting location inside my house not as uncomfortable as that?" Wu Chen smiled in response, "It's fine, Chun young master. I feel that I have benefited a lot from Ms. Xiang's suggestions." He turned away and added, "However, I dare not come to shoot without any preparation." He called out to An Huang, "Come help us shoot the behind-the-scenes scene." He confidently stated, "In fact, even if we do not use any practical effects or props, just having a green screen here, we can still achieve any effect we want. Miss Xiang, please take a look with us. It doesn't matter whether it's an ancient Chinese style, a Hollywood style, or even an Arab style." Xiang Xiannan retorted, "Oh, so there is a stream of technology. But techniques based solely on technology will have very little artistic vitality." Seeing that she could no longer pick at the technical effects, Xiannan shifted to the film script. She said, "Setting those issues aside, let me see what you are currently filming. The enemy invades the city and the princess is turned into a prisoner?" She continued, "No princess is about to become a prisoner with neat, clean clothes, well-groomed and beautiful hair, and even makeup." Seeing this, Joey was momentarily taken aback, intending to explain something. Wu Chen then said, "It's all right, Joey. Miss Xiang here is guiding us in detail. Let's just listen together for now." Xiang Xiannan then took a lighter and burned the script, saying, "All right, if you're ready to listen, I will personally demonstrate what it means to be a true actor." Tossing the script aside, she began to dishevel her clothes and hair even more, creating a pitiful expression along with some smudges on her face thanks to the dust. Xiannan said, "This is just the state of being when you are fleeing. But being a prisoner and being harmed by the enemy is a different state altogether." Seeing this impressive acting skill, Joey looked at Xiannan with eyes full of admiration. Wu Chen clapped and praised Ms. Xiang, "Indeed, very professional, and the acting skills are top-notch." At this moment, Xiannan returned to her old state and said, "It's really possible to teach, I guess it's something I can grasp. All right, I have to write a news piece like this and publish it right away. The title will be Xiang Xiannan flies over Xiangjiang to teach scriptwriting and acting to a new director." Wu Chen admitted that his skills were not on par with others. Seeing this, the person in charge of filming behind-the-scenes scenes and reporting related to the crew was left confused and speechless. Xiang Xiannan spoke up, "Bao Xinhui, whether it's you or your friends, hanging out with you is really boring. That's it for today. I hope tomorrow I can have more fun." Seeing her leave, Wu Chen remained silent. Bao Xinhui hurriedly said, "No, Mr. Wu, do you really want Sister Xiannan to announce that kind of news? You wait here. I'll chase after her and beg her not to announce it." Wu Chen immediately stopped Xinhui, "Chen young master, the priority now is to put out the fire. Isn't it this very report that has caused her to stir up trouble for so long? Let it go. Jinhui asked, it will really impact when you post it. Mr. Wu, does your new film have to stay like this? Wu Chen confidently said, before the plot is aired, it doesn't matter if we are scolded more by everyone. This is just a matter of chance. Instead, her problem is much bigger than ours. Wu recalled in his 1,000-year cycle of reincarnation, he knew everything about Xiang Xiannan. But because she was ill, it took more than a day to make progress. He said, I can't meet her often, but now that the gears of fate have started turning, I no longer have that worry. Another day passed. At this time, the film crew had finished shooting the scene of humiliating the princess. The rebels had violated the princess's body and left her in a corner. Xiao Yi had indeed played her role excellently, from her demeanor to her costume. Seeing everything improving greatly, Xiang Xiannan asked, oh, you really did follow what I said, didn't you? Wu Chen laughed and replied, of course I have to embrace the good things. Do you have any other advice for us, Miss Xiang? Seeing Wu Chen's demeanor, Xiang Xiannan was a bit surprised. She thought, yesterday, I used the news to embarrass Wu Chen. He didn't even get angry. He is truly much better than Bao Zhenhui and Ding Duanlong. Why do I feel that he is even more obedient and compliant? She decided to test him one more time. Xiang Xiannan walked over to Zhou Yi and said, if we really want to talk straight, then I feel the scene lacks artistic value and there are elements that are not historically accurate. If you want me to design it, then you need to arrange a more reasonable context. Wu Chen anxiously thought, she grew up in the Xiang family of film and television, excelling in both acting and directing. But her problem is that while it's easy for her to enter a film, it's hard for her to get out because she becomes too immersed. What does she need to do to overcome this? Xiang Xiannan picked up the prop sword and decisively struck the back of her co-actor playing the rebel. She shouted loudly, the princess, having been insulted, harbors resentment against her country. What good does it do to bear a grudge against her family without seeking revenge? One must be strong on the path of revenge and retribution. But Xiang Xiannan's expression after injuring another was extremely cold. She said, the princess has a distorted and twisted mentality. According to the beliefs of that era, her fate is nothing but death. After saying this, she pressed the sword against her own neck to commit suicide. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi immediately cried out in fear. Bao Zhenhui rushed over to stop her. Damn it, Sister Xiannan has fallen too deep into character again. I have to stop her. Wu Chen realized the seriousness of the situation. He thought, after stabbing the other actors, now she wants to stab herself. If she continues like this, it will turn into a homicide. At this moment, Wu Chen activated the time looping system to reset time back to before the incident, right at the moment when the role-playing began. It was still the same lines when he spoke to Xiao Yi and Wu Chen, if we really want to discuss, then I think this scene is not convincing enough and the storyline does not adhere closely to history. If you want to design it, you need to arrange more. Without giving her a chance to touch the sword, Wu Chen ran over and took her hand, calling Xiang Xiannan with a friendly tone. One hand on her waist and one hand firmly grasping hers, he suggested, I think it would be better if we discuss your designs in a different place and take our time discussing. Xiang Xiannan was shaken by the scene, speechless and frozen in place. After leading Xiang Xiannan to his private office on the 5th floor, Wu Chen took a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet for the two of them to enjoy. He spoke up, there is no one else here now, 2ND's sister. We can talk now. You came to Xiangjiang to play, and if you want to play, I will play with you some truly interesting games. Xiang Xiannan, irritated, replied, don't talk as if you understand me and know my preferences so well. Wu Chen began to use his charm skills, which he had employed to win over his several wives. I really understand you, even more than you understand yourself. Do you dare to listen to me recount your past? Wu Chen asked. Xiang Xiannan, with an expectant tone, responded, fine, go ahead and tell me. Let me see what rumors are circulating about me, Xiannan. Wu Chen began to speak, all right, 2ND's sister. Miss Xiang has extraordinary talent. In the primary school BA class, she took part in the entrance exam for secondary school and achieved first place in the entire city, earning the title of a once-in-a-hundred-years genius. At 16, she was able to enter Beijing, and by 19, she was at Cambridge. She was determined to become a scientist, intending to continue her PhD studies. But due to her father, a sick director, her grandfather brought her back home and pleaded with the family to make films. Young lady Xiang was both a director and an actress. Unexpectedly, the films she made were well received, even winning the Golden Palm Award, becoming a fresh new star in the film and television industry. From then on, no matter what she did, whether just lying still playing a corpse or casually filming a street scene, the media praised her endlessly. Her acting and filming skills were both excellent. Xiannan thought he knew something profound. She said, "The old news is everywhere, there's no need to retell it, right?" Wu Chen smiled and said, "Don't be so hasty. What I just shared is a turning point for the two young girls." He continued, because after that, this 2ND sister began to loathe the film industry. She lost interest in her work and started seeking new thrills, never having loved anyone, but instead researching the human body with a male secretary. However, when faced with the girl's craziness, the male secretary felt an immense psychological burden and was unable to cope. Little did they know, Xiang Xiannan had even greater thrilling interests than Su Qingying. Wu Chen went on, the beautiful girl was willing to offer her first night, but the other party had no reaction at all. This incident directly blocked her ability to release dopamine, making it difficult for her to feel excitement and joy. He paused for a moment and said, "These things surely cannot be found online, right?" Just hearing the first thing he mentioned made it impossible for her to continue savoring her wine elegantly. Wu Chen continued to share the second thing he knew about her. The 2ND sister lived like a corpse for a whole year. After that, they were introduced to a casino by a playboy and began gambling. They brought along 13 million and ended up winning 700 million. Wu Chen continued, her previous success was based on family connections, but gambling was the first time she felt the thrill of earning big on her own. After a long time, she was able to release dopamine again, and she mistakenly thought she would become the goddess of gambling, traveling to the major casinos around the world. In 6 months, she won 30 billion and felt limitless. But the good times didn't last long. 6 months later, misfortune struck, and her second sister lost over 100 billion. Their grandfather had to sell off half of the family assets to pay off debt globally for the two girls. From then on, the two sisters were confined in the grand villa in Nation BM. He looked at her face, which wrinkled like a dried apple, and continued, "It turns out this was all planned. So, do you think that with this bit of past, I should apologize for yesterday's article?" Wu Chen smiled brightly and said, "I know the two girls in confinement must be very bored. Even Xiang Jiang has gone through family trusts to seek some pleasure. I just hope that pleasure doesn't come knocking on my staff's door. If you still want to play, I'll play with you." She assessed Wu Chen from top to bottom and replied, "You? Looking this week, what do you know about playing?" Wu Chen then pulled out his sheriff's gun and spoke, "Want to stimulate? Let's play the most stimulating game, play with guns. I'm sure you know how to play, right?" Xiang Xiannan took the gun and asked, "The most stimulating, huh? If it's the trick to fool girls, then forget about it." With her sharp intuition and discerning eyes, Xiang Xiannan flashed a confident smile and affirmed, "If we play for real, you and I would both have a 50% chance of getting shot. You can't gamble your life playing with me, nor can you let me lose mine. Therefore, I bet your gun definitely has no bullets." Wu Chen responded with a bored expression, "Oh, you've seen right through me. It seems I've completely lost to you already." He looked out the window with a bored look and sighed, "The director is not good, and I can't outmaneuver anyone." He opened the door and climbed out, saying, "My film's release will definitely be overshadowed by yours. Investment wasted, and as a failure, I'll be chased away by the Li family. At that time, Ding Duanlong will certainly take the opportunity to take my life. Better to endure humiliation now." Seeing that he was about to cosplay like those Zero season players and seemed to want to commit suicide, Xian Nan thought, "This guy is so weak, is he really planning to jump out the window?" I'm just here to have fun, I can't let a murder happen. She hurriedly ran over and said, if something's wrong, let's talk it through, don't think too much. Wu Chen saw her rushing towards him and skillfully grabbed her, pulling her tightly into his arms, saying, I really want to die right now, I really do. At this moment, Xian Nan was a bit dazed, unable to grasp what was happening. Wu Chen then leaned out towards the window, taking her with him, and fell down. He said, 2ND sister, let's die together. Xian Nan's expression was a bit horrified, thinking to herself, is this guy really trying to drag me down with him? Am I going to die now? Fearfully, she grabbed him and shouted, I don't. On the other side, and Huang smiled and said, this kind of high-altitude bungee net show is done in 2 minutes. The arrangement is quite decent. Bad guys play tricks like this, really despicable and inhumane. But it's also really fun to watch, hee hee. On Wu Chen and Xian Nan's side, the two of them fell together onto a life raft that Wu Chen had prepared beforehand. This was Xian Nan's first time experiencing such a thrilling adventure. Inside her, there was indeed a bit of excitement, accompanied by the joy of not being dead. Wu Chen was tightly hugged by her without letting go. He then whispered in Xian Nan's ear, 2ND sister, according to my feelings, it seems like it's not wetting oneself, but it definitely feels rather moist down there. How about we go change your pants first? This was truly the nature of a profound young master. Wu Chen scaring a girl like this, who could possibly withstand it? At this moment, seeing her angrily leave, Wu Chen asked, do you want to go change clothes first? Xiang Xiannan, with an unfriendly expression, just huffed and walked away. Bao Zhenhui rushed over and said, your sister looks very dangerous right now. In the past, just when she made that face, not long after, she had me suffering immensely. Brother Wu, you might have played this trick a bit too far just now. Wu Chen responded calmly, it's okay, all the problems related to her, I will take responsibility myself. I guess you have to work overtime with me today to finish the post-production of the first episode of the film. It needs to be sent to the capital as soon as possible. The scene shifts to Beijing the following morning, where Wu Chen sought out Qing Er. He said, hello, here is the first draft of our new television series. Please take a look. Seeing her expression at that moment, he thought, it seems like Qing Er is ill. Even though she has done her makeup meticulously, her pale face and lack of vitality cannot be concealed. She reviewed the content of the film and then said, this is truly a quality film. I will send the sample to the relevant leaders tomorrow. Synchronizing it with satellite television will not be an issue. Wu Chen replied, okay, I understand. Please, have some tea. But as soon as she took a sip of the tea, Qing Er covered her mouth and started coughing continuously. He observed and thought, is it difficult for her to swallow water as well? Qing Er put down the teacup and said, my connection with Wu Yurong is going very smoothly, we have completed over half of the process. Just make sure that you can finish filming the long television series. She immediately stood up and said, I have many things to do, so I'll go ahead. But now, her head felt extremely dizzy and she could not hold steady. Wu Chen quickly stepped forward to support her in his arms, looking worried, and said, be careful. He helped her sit down and said, you should sit down first. Seeing this somewhat intimate situation, Qing Er felt very shy, avoiding his gaze and replied, perhaps I've been working too much lately and feel exhausted. Wu Chen said, in just a few minutes, I've seen you struggle to swallow, cough when drinking water, and walk unsteadily. May I ask you, do you often suffer from nausea? Qing Er was a bit surprised after hearing this, hesitating to answer, yes, it seems that all the symptoms you mentioned are correct. Wu Chen then looked at her intently and asked, so, do you still produce milk? Qing Er's face turned bright red at this moment, answering, how do you know that? Wu Chen replied seriously, you are ill and need to go to a large hospital for a checkup and proper healthcare. It would be best for you to go to a hospital abroad. If your condition becomes widely known at this time, many things will become futile. He immediately called Teruko and said, Teruko, please help me contact Dongdi University Hospital. I have a friend who needs treatment. On the other end of the line, Teruko replied, Wu Chen, if you need the chief physician, it will be at least 2 days. He responded, 2 days is the limit, so I will see you the day after tomorrow. The scene shifts to 2 days later. Wu Chen brought Qing Er to the hospital. The doctor announced her health condition is related to intracranial tumors caused by excessive radiation exposure. Surgery needs to be performed as soon as possible. After a while in the room, he asked Qing Er, do you have a family medical history or have you undergone brain radiation therapy in recent years? Qing Er replied, my family has no medical history and I have not had radiation therapy. The only significant thing is a dental surgery performed 6 months ago, along with many other tests at that time. Wu Chen was a bit surprised and asked, please tell me the details. Qing Er hesitated and replied, actually, it's somewhat difficult to say. Wu Chen said, this could be very important. I hope you can share everything with me. Qing Er began to recount, there was a time when I was as joyful as when I was in Anzhou, and the new butler was bold enough to try to take advantage of me when I was not sober, seizing the opportunity to make a profit. After he touched my body for a long time, I finally woke up and realized that something was wrong. I was so angry that I cut off his little bird. But after all, he was a man and had enough strength to fight back, even breaking one of my teeth. Wu Chen said, okay, I understand now. Please send me the medical report from the dentist you saw at that time. Qing Er replied, all right. Then, he observed the report, which was conducted by dentist Fong Jingyu. He thought this name sounded familiar, and then told himself, let me think about it. At this moment, she tightly held his hand and said, Wu Chen, listen to me. With such a major surgery, no one can guarantee a 100% success rate, not even a large hospital like Dongdi University Hospital. If something happens, I don't want to have any regrets. She leaned on him and said, if this surgery fails, I hope you can take care of and pay attention to my husband on my behalf. You know his capabilities. Without me, he would just be an ordinary man. But your plans, like Zhongdong, the new TV series, Star TV, and other projects, won't be outdated. As long as you help him stand by, you are also helping me. Wu Chen smiled and asked, 3RD lady, are you here to care for an orphan child? Qing Er smiled meaningfully and said, even a naughty kid, he is still very obedient. As for you, I can only say that very few women can resist and not admire your strength and intelligence. I certainly cannot avoid this temptation. Perhaps I am greedy, but I truly want it all. It seemed that in Qing Er's marriage, everything was just a performance. That very evening, in the luxury apartment, tender moans of passion echoed. After they finished their session, Wu Chen and Qing Er embraced each other on the bed. He said, anyway, I hope her surgery goes well. And I also remember that dentist Fong Jingyu was Wu Yurong's classmate and best friend in school. Qing Er asked, what does that mean? Wu Chen replied, Fong Jingyu is also a great beauty. She has been Wu Yurong's trump card since childhood. However, she was never swayed when Wu Yurong discovered that Fong Jingyu was plotting against her. In the end, the two parted ways, and to find supporters and assistants to compete with Wu Yurong, Fong Jingyu helped her and the second lady of the Lu family in everything. In summary, I think things are not as simple as that. I'm sure I will investigate the whole story thoroughly. If the surgery is successful, it seems Wu Chen might have a beauty in his harem. 2 days passed. In the operating room with a red sign currently in operation, Wu Chen and Teruko were waiting outside. Teruko spoke up, Wu Chen, the chief surgeon is the best surgeon here. I believe that Qing Er's surgery will be a complete success. Wu Chen replied, well, I hope everything goes smoothly. Suddenly, he received a call from his sister Wu Yurong. He said, sorry, Teruko. Please stay here, I will step outside to take this call. Stepping into the hallway, he answered, hello, Sister Rong, what's the matter? The voice on the other end was very angry, you know you've sent a message to that person. In 2 days, you're going to meet Fong Jingyu, right? Wu Chen, you can pursue any other woman in the world, I won't stop you, but not her. It cannot be her. Do you understand what I'm saying? I won't allow my man to get close to that woman. After discovering that Qing Er had a brain tumor, her health deteriorated severely. However, there were a few things she did not want to regret before the surgery. One of them was being intimate with Wu Chen. Moreover, the issue with her illness definitely had hidden depths behind it. Hearing Sister Rong's words of prohibition, he responded, "I'm not interested in Fang Jingyu, don't worry. I'm just investigating the matter. I was afraid you might misunderstand, so I intentionally informed you in advance." After listening, Yu Rong thought for a moment and found it somewhat reasonable. She intended to say something, but Wu Chen interjected, "What you are worried about will never happen, Sister Rong. I still have work to do here, so let's put that matter aside for now. I'm hanging up." A moment later, the doctor came out of the operating room. Teruko spoke up and asked, "Doctor, how did the surgery go?" He replied, "Everything went well, and the patient will recover after the surgery." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen walked over to Teruko and said, "Please take care of my friend during these days, I apologize for the trouble." Teruko responded, "Wu Chen, I will take good care of her and sort everything out. You can rest assured." Wu Chen was in a good mood at that moment. He took her hand with sincerity and said, "Because our relationship is just like your name, Teruko, we can treat each other with the utmost sincerity." This was the first time she had seen such a display from Wu Chen, so she felt a bit dazed. Watching him happily wave goodbye as he left, she found herself at a loss for words. But her face flushed when she thought, there is no such thing as sincerity. Perhaps it is just my own illusion. Maybe this is unrequited love that I hold for Wu Chen. A day later, in Beijing, Wu Chen was sitting savoring a cup of tea, holding an iPad to watch a video. It was the argument of a newlywed couple, the second lady of the Liu family discussing Qing Er's disappearance. The man's voice rose, 3 days now, if he keeps asking like this without an answer, even if he loses his job at Zhongdong, he will still return to cause trouble. The second lady replied, "Isn't that a good thing? If he doesn't do it, then you just do it." The other man, with an irritable expression, questioned, "We usually have minor disputes that don't matter, but the third young master will go to extremes for his wife. If he makes a big scene, the Liu family's reputation will be ruined. Who would want to associate with a fractured Liu family?" The second lady replied indifferently, "I truly have no idea where she has gone this time. I won't involve myself in this matter." Considering the situation, Wu Chen exclaimed, "I originally thought that the 3rd young master, who is weak, wouldn't react much, but unexpectedly, he has caused such a strong reaction. The project moving to Zhongdong is at its final stage. He can't interfere anymore." He then took out his phone to call on Huang. "Hello, dear sister. What I sent you is a picture of the 3rd lady of the Liu family. You can combine it with the video of her supervising the filming in Hong Kong. I have some business that requires it." And Huang complained, "Again? What is it this time? You clearly promised to take me out to have fun, but I've been swamped with post-production work for the past 3 days." Wu Chen said, "Just do as I said first. After that, I will tell you the next interesting thing." And Huang, with a skeptical expression, replied, "All right then. You better not be lying to me." Wu Chen pondered. After a while, the edited video of the 3rd lady would be sent to Zhongdong. Through that, he hoped that the 3rd young master would not cause any more trouble. The data of Fang Jingyu has been analyzed. On the screen appeared her silhouette. He observed with sharp eyes and thought, the regularity is truly remarkable. The clinic opens at 9:30 a.m. and closes at 6:30 p.m. every day. Customer information is never recorded electronically, and all information is handwritten. From here, I can infer that this behavior is completely incompatible with modern information technology society. Where there's something unusual, there must be something concealed. Interesting, Fang Jingyu. That evening, after the clinic had closed, Wu Chen dressed in all black and infiltrated the information. He thought, although I don't know what you're hiding, I'm sure I will find out. After searching for a while, he only found the statistics on the purchase and consumption of a few medical devices and herbal medicines. Detailed records of personnel and patient conditions were not found here. Based on experience, he rummaged around and discovered a secret door located at the position of a flower vase. He turned it lightly, and a mysterious safe appeared. After tinkering with the hacker password, he was about to quickly retrieve the documents inside. Unexpectedly, a snake sprang out and bit Wu Chen on the neck. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't anticipate this move and evade it. Wu Chen immediately sat down on the ground, clutching his wound and thinking, "Damn it, it's a type of venomous snake, I didn't expect to be flipped over in the water ditch." At this moment, Fang Jingyu approached Wu Chen. She angrily snatched back the file and questioned, "Who are you? What do you intend to do with my client information?" Wu Chen, with a dazed look, thought, "There are still 15 minutes before the poison spreads throughout my body. Since you are here, I have to take advantage of the time to gather more information." He spoke, "The 3RD lady of the Liu family has a brain tumor due to excessive radiation exposure. Is this all your fault?" Fang Jingyu coldly replied, "So what? If she hadn't fallen into my hands, she would have died somewhere else. After all, people will die, better to die in my hands and become a stepping stone for me to rise." Wu Chen smiled, removed his mask, and asked, "So how many steps do you need to climb in order to deal with Wu Yurong?" When his name was mentioned, Fang Jingyu was stunned and asked, "Who? Who are you?" Wu Chen replied, "You are favored by the 2ND lady of the Liu family. After many years of dedication, you have successfully entered the business elite, but the distance from Wu Yurong is still too great." He said, "Seeing that this gap can no longer be filled, you intended to eliminate Wu Yurong, didn't you?" Fang Jingyu smiled as she asked, "So you haven't read this information yet? Were you planning to trick me?" Wu Chen confidently replied, "I know everything about your past, Fang Jingyu. You can't hide from me what you plan to do. You and Yurong are equally beautiful. You were always the center of attention in elementary school and middle school. But one was called Milk Cow for her large breasts, while the other was referred to as Airport for having smaller ones. Later, in high school and university, Wu Yurong gradually transformed from the school belle into the most beautiful woman in Huadong High, while you were slowly forgotten by the superficial men and became Wu Yurong's shadow. From then on, you secretly competed with Wu Yurong. She was unhappy in her marriage, so she sought a partner, one considered the best match in the eyes of others. Then, Wu Yurong sent her husband to the afterlife. The child born from the test tube made her a black widow in the business world. But she remained perfect, while you lost your virginity. Every time you think of Wu Yurong, you feel uncomfortable inside." Not long after that, she discovered that she was pregnant. However, she and her husband had encountered problems and wanted a divorce. On a stormy night, the two had a big argument. Unfortunately, she fell down the stairs and miscarried. Even worse, from that moment on, she permanently lost the ability to bear children. Therefore, her hatred for Wu Yurong reached its peak. Out of her wits, she faked the bath milk that she gave to Yurong. Her first thought was to cause the other person's skin to become ulcerated all over and strip her of the title of the most beautiful woman in Huadong. But the plan failed, and the relationship between the two became strained. Since then, Fang Jingyu said, "All you say is correct, but are you sure you know what I intend to do? In a few minutes, you will be a corpse, and I will find out your identity. Even if you uncover some secret, I will cover up your loopholes. The plan has reached halfway, and I will not allow it to go wrong." After saying that, she flashed a smug smile of a victor. Wu Chen thought, there must be something happening. Although he guessed wrong, he would soon get to the bottom of it. His pupils changed color and the time-space system was reset. At 8:40 p.m., Wu Chen brought in some hot items and dealt with the poisonous snake. Then, he opened the safe to retrieve the medical records and thought, "Let me see if there are any secrets in here." He opened it, and among the documents were the tools used by Fang Jingyu to examine the mouth of the 3RD young lady, including a high-frequency electronic gun, which had increased during the subsequent examinations. He wanted to see if there were others in the same situation as Qing Er. As expected, similar wicked activities had indeed been carried out on 5 other individuals during that period. He wondered, surely these 5 people haven't contracted the same illness as the 3RD young lady? Perhaps he would have to hack into major hospitals to investigate. After a while, he was shocked to discover, indeed, all 5 of them were similar to Ching Er, all had intracranial tumors due to excessive radiation. He thought, with the data from these individuals, Fong Jingyu could indeed kill invisibly. Although her methods are cunning and tight-knit, the nets of heaven are vast and wide, sparse yet hard to evade, especially for Wu Chen. When he personally investigates, there are hardly any secrets that can be hidden. But what perplexed him was that he still could not identify Fong Jingyu's main target. Until he turned to the next page and saw the medical record of a young girl named Wang Xiaomei. Wu Chen was astonished. Wang Xiaomei only receives teeth cleaning and dental care. But wait, isn't she Song Xian's best friend? Could it be that I need to piece these data together? According to him, the Wang family and the Fong family were neighbors and had a very good relationship. Wang Xiaomei had accepted Fong Jingyu as her godmother. However, after Fong Jingyu got divorced, the 2 families lost contact. It wasn't until Wang Xiaomei entered university that she was able to reconnect with Fong Jingyu in Beijing. Wang Xiaomei complained to her godmother that Xian had consistently spent long hours in the recording studio practicing singing, and their relationship gradually became distant. Therefore, Fong Jingyu, who initially did not pay attention to these matters, later paid to build a similar recording studio at home after seeing a photo of Wang Xiaomei and Xian. He thought Wang Xiaomei had sent a message along with a photo of her with Song Xianni, Rong's daughter, to Fong Jingyu that there was a karaoke room, and Xian could come to my house to practice singing. We still can't be separated like before. All thanks to the love of your godmother. Wu Chen muttered. In other words, when Fong Jingyu saw Xian, she recognized her as Wu Yurong's daughter. As long as the arrangements are proper and Wang Xiaomei's karaoke room is used regularly, Xian could also suffer from a brain tumor due to excessive radiation. I must check again the last time they used it. Sure enough, Fong Jingyu built a karaoke room for Wang Xiaomei after the 3RD lady and 5 others were harmed. To take revenge on Sister Rong, she resorted to all means, wanting to harm Song Xianni to death, even her own goddaughter. Right now, I just need to wait for the wicked Fong Jingyu to return. Just 2 minutes later, the door to the room was opened. But as soon as she stepped in, Fong Jingyu was ambushed by Wu Chen and knocked down instantly. She was astonished and said, "Impossible, you weren't bitten by the snake?" Wu Chen replied, "I am in a hurry and don't have time to talk to you." Half a day later, Wu Chen led a group of followers, armed with hot goods, to Wang Xiaomei's recording studio. Everyone looked angry, just like they were there to collect a debt. When they saw them rush in and start smashing things, Wang Xiaomei was horrified and hurriedly hid. Tong Xianni spoke up and asked, "Hey, Wu, what are you letting them do like this?" Wu Chen replied, "Classmate Xian, let's postpone singing practice for another day. The recording studio of your best friend needs to be totally destroyed right now." Wang Xiaomei immediately protested, "Senior, you're being too arrogant. Why are you ruining my place? If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let you off that easily." Wu Chen destroyed a speaker and said, "You should witness this for yourself. There's an electronic gun hidden inside the speaker. The excessive electromagnetic radiation in this room is killing you. We will discuss the specific reasons later. The important thing now is for you two to hurry to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Don't hesitate, quickly." Not long after, Wu Chen took the 2 girls down to the ambulance to take them to the hospital. He said, "Doctor, please inform me as soon as you have the results." As the car started moving, Wu Yurong suddenly received a message and hurriedly ran over to ask, "Husband, what is happening?" Wu Chen hugged her tightly and recounted Fong Jingyu's sinister plan. She has manipulated the 3RD lady and others as experimental subjects, and then used her daughter, Wang Xiaomei, to plot to harm Xian. Upon hearing this, even a strong woman like Yurong could not help but feel horrified. Wu Yurong exclaimed, "She truly is worse than a beast." Wu Chen said, "I have brought her to Huadong. How to deal with it is up to you, Rong." The scene shifted to late at night in an abandoned area, where Yurong delivered a powerful slap to Fong Jingyu's face and shouted, "Beast! After all these years apart, I thought you had forgotten the past. Fang Jingyu, with a swollen face from the slap, replied, Forget? Then you must certainly still be investigating my filthy business behind the scenes. Yu Rong, furious and ready to throw in a few punches, gritted her teeth and said, Investigate what you do? Yu Rong was at a loss for words in her anger. Wu Chen spoke up, Sister Rong doesn't need to waste her breath on her. This incident arose due to the discovery that the third lady was sick. If not for that. Fang Jingyu, with a resigned expression, said, Winning or losing is now in your hands. I have nothing to say. It's just a pity that when she is buried, I won't be able to see her. Yu Rong, feeling frustrated, asked, I don't understand why you terminated the pregnancy and divorced for no reason, and why now you want to harm Xin Xian? What have I done to deserve this hatred from you, like this? Fang Jingyu replied, You don't need to understand, and we don't have to understand. Life is just like this. With that, the two turned and left. Yu Rong said one last thing, regardless of the reasons or consequences, they no longer need to be clear. If you dare to lay hands on Xian Xian, then you must recognize what will happen to you. Next, after driving for a while in the Ferrari, Wu handed Sister Rong some kind of tool and said, Here, Sister Rong. Yu Rong immediately understood, she took it and pressed the switch. On Fang Jingyu's side, a series of venomous snakes were released, lunging at her. Perhaps this was the punishment randomly arranged to chastise her cruelty and ruthlessness. Upon returning home, after dealing with Fang Jingyu, Yu Rong still couldn't muster any joy. She put her hand on her forehead and said, Brother, my head is throbbing so much. Right now, I'm really feeling like I want to kill. You have to find a way to stop me, or I will truly lose my temper. A while later, Wu Chen heeded her words and executed a plan to calm Yu Rong by throwing her onto the bed, engaging in some rounds. He laughed and said, It's all right, Sister Rong, just deal with me first, the rest can wait until later. Indeed, Wu Chen, the method to prevent a woman from going berserk should be studied closely. A few hours later, after the two had finished, Wu Chen asked as he saw Yu Rong getting up to shower, Sister Rong, have you calmed down yet? Or should we do more? Yu Rong responded, Let my dear rest, I'll go shower first. Suddenly, Wu Chen received a call from the hospital. Mr. Wu, the test results are in. Song Xianni's condition is relatively good, but Wang Xiaomei seems to be in trouble, the person on the other end reported. He replied, All right, I understand the situation. As for the treatment, I will listen to the doctors, just continue with your treatment plan. Recalling his wives, he felt a bit anxious. In the past, I focused too much on running across the big families and overlooked the darkness within those who were lurking. In that darkness, incidents like Fang Jingyu cannot happen again, especially with my wives, none of them should have to suffer. At this moment, An Huang had hacked into Wu Chen's device and said, Hey Wu Chen, let me tell you, Ruibo and Baozhen, we can't handle things here. That young lady Xiang is back. No one can control her and the filming cannot continue. Wu Chen responded, is it that serious? Where is Mao Rusong? And Huang replied, Mr. Wu, the cleanup of the building was just completed, and the construction of the new film and television facilities only started a few days ago. However, strange incidents have occurred over the past 2 days, and the chief is now having to stop operations. Why don't you come by and take a look? Wu Chen at this moment called Boss Mao, I have a general direction for everything in Pingzhou. Don't worry, I will send you a message later. You can follow this direction. Wu Chen continued to speak to An Huang, Sister, I will send you a structure. You just need to complete the unfinished part. After sending, An Huang replied, Oh, Wu Chen, I can help you with the code, but I don't know where to get the props you want in the future. Wu Chen reassured, If you don't know, just ask Gu Ruibo and Bao Zhenhui. Tomorrow I will go to Changjiang to check the situation. And today, I need to persuade an important person. A while later, wine and a few Western dishes were beautifully arranged, looking exquisite. The one who made them was none other than Wu, who was standing in the kitchen. He spoke up, My dear, come and taste my masterpiece. Hearing his sweet tone, Li Ruobing suspiciously asked, "Are you calling me here just to eat grilled meat? Do you know that the special perfume of the royal family has been very hard to adjust recently?" Wu Chen tightly hugged his sister-in-law and said, "I know that Wu Yurong will become more powerful after the success of the Zhongdong project. I don't want to fall behind Wu Yurong even for a moment." Seeing him use this tactic to flatter her again, she couldn't resist and said, "Humph, who said you can only provoke me, and also help that rotten woman check hundreds of billions?" Wu Chen embraced her and kissed her passionately in response, "I can give you much more if you want." Ruo Bing questioned, "Wait a minute, are you trying to deceive people again this time?" Wu Chen, noticing she had caught on, smiled and replied, My love, you really are so clever that I cannot resist. How about we warm up our feelings first?" Seeing her man flirting, Sister Li pushed him away and said, "Sorry, you need to get to work first." "What the hell are you planning to do?" Wu Chen scratched his head and explained, "Both the film and television sector, the filming of new dramas are being maliciously targeted by the Xiang family. Both sides cannot move forward. If we want to solve the problem once and for all, I need to make the two ladies of the Xiang family my women." Hearing her boyfriend wanting to have another woman, Ruo Bing immediately showed her displeasure but couldn't refuse. She sarcastically said, "Isn't chasing after women your greatest strength? You can't even think of a way with Xiang lady. Do you need my help?" Seeing her attitude, Wu Chen gently replied, "Dear Miss Li, you misunderstood. Xiang Xiannan is a wild horse, and she has no boundaries, even more than Wu Yurong. If you don't suppress her right from the start, you may encounter a lot more trouble later. It's like having another Wu Yurong." Ruo Bing irritably said, "You don't understand the hierarchy. I really want something different. Just thinking about her makes my head ache." Then she took his hand and pulled him somewhere, saying, "All right, I will help you conquer Xiang Xiannan. But now you must face a punishment. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow the anger you caused me." Once back in the room, she lay on her back and said, "Let me make it clear to you, today I will not move at all. Let's see if you still have the ability to make me feel pleasure." Seeing the punishment she had planned for him, Wu Chen did not hesitate to accept it. He replied, "My love, you have seen how many methods I have employed already. But this time, I will broaden your horizons." Not long after his bold claim, Li Ruobing could only moan in pleasure, "Ah! Ah! What are you doing? You bad man." The scene shifted to the next day in Xiangjiang, where Sister Li had followed Brother Wu to teach Xiang Xiannan a lesson about hierarchy. But this lesson was somewhat extreme. Sister Li raised her gun and said to Xiang Xiannan, "You keep provoking my husband, he may tolerate you, but I cannot." Xiang Xiannan, boasting without fear, challenged, "Everyone knows I have been causing trouble for Wu Chen here these past few days. Li Ruobing, do you dare to deal with me here?" Without saying much, Li Ruobing swiftly swung the butt of the gun into Xiang Xiannan's face. Caught off guard by the blow, Xiang Xiannan said, You dare." Before she could finish her words, she fell to the ground, unconscious. After a while, Xiang Xiannan, in an unconscious state, was taken down to the storage room. Seeing her taken to this secluded place, it was clear something sinister was afoot. Bao Zhenhui asked, "Do you really want to deal with the 2&D lady? Is there really no other way?" Wu Chen replied decisively, "Bao, I can't produce a new television series or build a film and television base. And this isn't the first time she's done this to us. If I let her cause trouble again, who knows when the third and fourth times will come. This will happen in all projects if I continue to let her do as she pleases. Can you calculate how much I will lose?" Bao Zhenhui asked further, "What will happen after dealing with her? Will the Xiang family let it go?" Wu Chen said, "If it were someone else from the Xiang family, they really wouldn't dare. Only Miss Xiang is too special, arrogant, and independent. She has been locked up in Nation BM for a long time, and when she comes out to cause trouble, she is completely alone. In short, very few people have contact with her." At this moment, Xiang Xiannan was gradually waking up. She thought, "These people are discussing how to deal with me, aren't they? Bao Zhenhui asked, so what? And Huang held the tablet and said, look here, this is the data. The specific face of Xiang Xiannan has been scanned. It's not hard to find someone with a similar height and bring them to Nation K for plastic surgery to resemble Xiang. Ruobing added, then, use the integrated sound generator to create a voice that sounds just like hers. Finally, have this person replace Xiang Xiannan and immediately return to Nation BM. Wu Chen said, and Huang, can you use Faminiperia to say a few words to Bao and see if he can tell the difference? Then An Huang showcased a voice that was exactly like Xiang Xiannan's, little Hui Hui, it's been years since we last met, you seem to have become a bit more masculine, huh? Oh, not bad, still got some pecs? Why don't you take off your clothes for your sister to see? Hearing those familiar teasing words, Bao Zhenhui froze, astonished and terrified. He thought to himself, damn it. The tone. This tone is just like hers. Ruobing said, Xia Siqin has a similar height and figure to Xiang Xiannan. After all, she doesn't have anything to do, so playing the role of Miss Xiang would be quite good. Wu Chen replied, just as you expected about Ruobing, I immediately thought of the most promising candidate. Xiang Xiannan continued to pretend to be unconscious, eavesdropping on the conversation. She clenched her fists in anger, thinking, such a strange method, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I would have never imagined that they would play such cruel tricks. Li Ruobing approached Xiannan and said, now that everything is arranged, I will start. At this moment, Xiang Xiannan's eyes suddenly lit up. She glared at Li Ruobing with a murderous look, then pulled out a knife and charged, shouting, die. With that, she made a swift cut across Ruobing's neck without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other three were filled with horror, unable to utter a word. After dealing with Li Ruobing, Xiang Xiannan coldly said, next, it's your turn. She then rushed forward, stabbing directly at Wu Chen. He hadn't had time to say anything before collapsing on the spot, his face smeared with blood. Xiang Xiannan turned to Bao Zhenhui and asked, they wanted to kill me first. Now they have returned to dust. What about you? Seeing her sister now acting with cold blood, no different from a killer, Bao Zhenhui's face turned pale, speechless. Just when he thought the matter had come to an end, Wu Chen suddenly leapt up, clapping his hands in praise, the movement of yours is truly sharp and clear. A piercing strike along with those eyes, indeed one of a kind. Once again, thank you, Xiang, for demonstrating the performance. Seeing that he was still alive, Xiang Xiannan was astonished, realizing, so the plan to deal with me was fake? At this moment, Sister Li also stopped acting and stood up. Xiang Xiannan said, even Li Ruobing hasn't died. But the feeling just now was so real, why? And Huang mischievously replied, of course it was to film, hee hee. Controlling the scenes in the house with a click has never been easier. Besides, when a person immerses themselves too deeply into one point, the sensation of another point won't be clear. Feeling tricked, Xiang Xiannan questioned, alright, the feeling of stroking Li Ruobing's neck might be an illusion. I can roughly understand that. But how could I be mistaken about Wu Chen being stabbed in the stomach? Wu Chen lifted his shirt, revealing his magical prop, saying, you can poke anywhere to create a piercing effect. Wu Chen spoke while filming, not every aspect requires high technology. The magic props can be improved and upgraded to create effects more surprising than ever. At that moment, Xiang Xiannan's body twitched slightly. She thought to herself, this man? Wu Chen has been made to play by him. Wu Chen observed and noted, her body has begun to show signs of twitching. In other words, the timing has come. This is the secret I've known for 1,000 lifetimes. After being defeated by someone twice, the pride within her will be greatly shaken. At this moment, the difficulty will shift from extremely hard to normal. Wu Chen asked, 2ND lady, if Ruobing and I are not mistaken, you're twitching just like last time, right? Do you need to change clothes? Xiannan smiled and asked, alright, you're considered great here. What about Pingzhou? Can he still remain comfortable? Wu Chen placed his hand on her shoulder and laughed, dealing with Pingzhou is much easier than playing with you at Changjiang. Seeing Wu Chen still gentle with her after what she had caused, Xiang Xiannan thought to herself, what does it mean that he is being so physical like this? Is he flirting with me? At this moment, Wu Chen said, 3 days ago in the morning, a flock of crows suddenly gathered at the film and television city construction site in Pingzhou. They shattered the windows of the office building and created a mess. People called this a harbinger of death, a homonym for dead end. This had become hot news locally. But fortunately, that afternoon, a feng shui master came to the site and said that a house with a high ridge will bring misfortune. If near a tall tower, misfortune will come from low walls. The feng shui master claimed that this place had long suffered disasters and was cursed by evil spirits. No one could stay here, or they would meet with calamity. Wu Chen continued, a strange thing happened the next day. 8 workers at the site mysteriously disappeared. Another worker went mad, repeatedly muttering the strange words, no one can stay here or a disaster will occur. As a result, the entire site was filled with panic. Mao Rusong tried to soothe everyone, but it had no effect. Therefore, yesterday, a large number of workers, nearly mentally exhausted, requested leave to save their lives. The construction site for the film and television city had to be completely shut down. Wu Chen asked, is that correct, 2D lady? Seeing him ask her, Xiang Xiannan waved her hand and replied, so what if what you said is right? Wu Chen, with a calm expression, said, 2D lady wants me not to be able to handle both sides at once. Ping Zhou and Chang Jiang are both regrettable. 2D lady may be skilled in playing chess, but you have forgotten the most important thing. At this moment, Xiang Xiannan's eyes revealed suspicion as she asked, what is it? Wu Chen then exposed all the schemes. First, Miss Xiang's initial move, creating a dead road, involved your lapdog Zhang Yuan, who is referred to as an international bird expert, to come to the site to install traps to attract crows. The second tactic was to control Zhang Yuan, bribing a feng shui master to have him start acting possessed, pretending to be crazy. The third tactic involves the mysterious disappearance of 8 workers. Are they dead or hiding? If they are hidden, where could they be concealed? Mao Rusong was unable to explain or find a way to solve this problem. Standing to one side, the sister curiously asked, my dear, don't be so mysterious. Just say it outright. Xiang Xiannan, with a delighted expression, asked, so then? Have you figured out the issue yet? Wu Chen sweetly replied, don't rush. Let me make a call first. Wu spoke up, Boss Mao, everything okay? I've sent you the address. On Mao's side, he was leading a group of followers to a mahjong parlor. He replied, Mr. Wu, I've found them. 8 workers have taken 2 tables to play mahjong in the villa. They said someone paid them to play. Regardless of winning or losing, they are getting between 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. An old man approached with a fearful expression and said, let's discuss this slowly. Let me have a brief chat with Mr. Wu on the phone. He picked up the phone, then turned to slap the young golden-haired man's face. He said, Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize for my son delaying the progress of the film and television city. I will teach him a lesson. I can guarantee that a situation like this will never happen again. On the side, Mao Rusong watched this scene with fear. In Changjiang, Wu Chen could still hear the sound of slaps. He replied, Secretary Zhang's words are very credible. I have a few things to take care of, so I will hang up now. At this moment, Wu Chen had given her an explanation about the third tactic. Xiang Xiannan was left speechless. Wu Chen noticed her usual arrogance had vanished. He stepped closer and embraced her, whispering, the murder of 8 innocent people is a tremendous risk. A hiding place was chosen at his son's house in Pingzhou, a location that most people would dare not check. I must admit that it is indeed a perfect place to hide someone. Speaking of playing neat, this is exactly the move of Secretary Zhang. It is indeed a neat play. The dignified secretary is used to seeing grand scenes. Like the 2D lady, she took advantage of Zhang Yuan's connections, soliciting a bird-taming expert to perform a highly vivid act in exchange for the secretary's hidden assistance. At the same time in Pingzhou, Mr. Zhang was reprimanding his child, scolding, "You are so foolish. You are not allowed to associate with an eccentric who knows such strange tricks in the future, understand? If something similar happens again, watch out." He said to the man surnamed Zhang, "After this incident, I don't think you will be welcomed in Pingzhou anymore." Mao Rusong's eyes glinted like bullets as he thought, he has caused so much trouble for both Wu and me. It's time to teach him a lesson. So Mao led his gang to a distant peach shop in an alley to give Zhang Yuan a basic beating. But they did not know that Zhang's beating by Mao Rusong would later bring trouble for Wu Chen. But that is a story for another day in the future. Seeing Xian Nan still in a daze, Wu Chen threw an arm around her shoulder and said, "I told you I understand you better than you understand yourself. Second lady, I win." Xian Nan replied, "Is your mood very gloating? And your body's reaction is also very gloating, isn't it?" Wu Chen's eyes hinted as he said, "Second lady has bothered me 2 or 3 times just to find some excitement and see if she can feel dopamine, right? You must have an answer, right? So, second lady, do you still want to do something better?" Xian Nan asked, "What do you mean?" Wu Chen said directly, "Become my woman, and let's play something more interesting together. For example, if she wants to do something but fails, let's see how it goes." Hearing these words, her face immediately turned red. Teased by him, she became angry, pushed him away, and scolded, "You crazy fool." She ran off in a hurry, so she ended up bumping into Li Ruobing. Seeing this expression, Xian Nan silently assessed the situation. Wu Chen doesn't want to catch me, does he? It certainly doesn't look like it's over. Xin Hui spoke up, "Wu Chen, the second lady is even angrier than the last time she left." And Huang asked, "Have you made everything a mess?" Wu Chen clapped his hands to signal, "Let's temporarily part ways and focus on work. When she stops causing trouble, the progress will begin. I'll work overtime to catch up." Thus, that night, Wu Chen cleaned himself up, smelling nice, and went to find Xian Nan. He politely knocked on her door. At this moment, Xian Nan also slowly opened the door, peeking out. After stepping into the room, Wu Chen stood still in a corner, his eyes intently focused on Xian Nan. She was wearing pajamas, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, savoring a bit to help her sleep. Xian Nan took the initiative to speak, "Wu Chen, perhaps I've had too much to drink." Wu Chen walked over, pulled her tightly into his arms, and replied, "Young lady, you're sober enough to open the door for me and call my name. How can you say you've had too much to drink?" The atmosphere became extremely tense at that moment, and Wu Chen continued, "I can hardly hear what you're saying." Xian Nan asked, her gaze probing, "How did you find your way here?" "Clearly, I registered anonymously." Wu Chen snatched the wine glass from her hand, chuckling softly, "Still the same old question." "How?" "Because I understand you better than you understand yourself." Upon hearing this, Xian Nan closed her eyes and gently brought her lips closer to Wu Chen. Without any hesitation, he welcomed her, passionately kissing her. The two locked in a kiss so intoxicating they couldn't separate. In the morning, Wu Chen overwhelmed Xian Nan with a passionate kiss. The two grew increasingly intense. Wu Chen pressed her against the wall, while Xian Nan softly said, "Take off your shirt, it's too hot." In Wu Chen's mind, he recalled that throughout a millennium of reincarnation, he had never conquered this woman. But now, he had kissed her. Wu Chen turned around, forcefully pushing Xian Nan against the wall, and said with a faint smile, "If you want me to take off my shirt, I'll do it for you." What a unique flavor. After saying that, Wu Chen placed both hands on her waist, and you can probably guess the position from here. Wu Chen began the first round, but just a few basic moves made Xian Nan moan incessantly. After a night of intense intimacy, the next morning, both felt incredibly refreshed. Xian Nan smiled and said, "Just as the books say, having fun is not as good as enjoying it with someone." Wu Chen replied, his voice filled with challenge, "Young lady, you have indeed broadened the horizons of my life. To commemorate today, I've thought of a special nickname for you. From now on, I will call you Xiao Xiangzi." Hearing this, Xian Nan jumped up, her face showing displeasure. "God of gold, what is that?" Such an unpleasant name. Wu Chen smiled and said, because alleys are suitable for building relationships. Xiang Xiannan replied, that's right, I heard my old man say that the old man from Sinlan seems to be having some kind of problem. What does he want to do? I just suddenly forgot. When mentioning Wu Jia, she blinked and asked, Wu Yurong seems to be your lover too, right? Wu Chen did not deny it and answered casually, about this, I have no intention of hiding it from you. Besides Li Ruobing and Wu Yurong, there are others as well. Another time, I will introduce them to you, okay? Xiang Xiannan covered her mouth and giggled, alright, I don't want to get to know anyone else, and I definitely don't want any connection with them. The conversation we just had was just me thinking out loud, nothing more. The purer the relationship between you and me, the better. Seeing her desire for purity, Wu Chen complied and gave her a passionate kiss. He whispered softly, okay, we will be even purer. After a while of showering, when Wu Chen stepped out, he found that Xiang Xiannan had already left. On the table, she had left a handwritten note, being out for so many days, if I don't go back, my old man will find out, it's too troublesome. Next time we meet somewhere, I hope you still keep your curiosity. Seeing this, he could only smile and say, interesting indeed. That's right, previously through Fang Jingyu's matter, it was mentioned that I would investigate the social relationships of Ruo Bing and Qingying. Since I have some free time, let's solve this issue now. A few hours later, Wu Chen sat and thought outside Ding Duan Long, pondering the people connected to Ruo Bing and Xan's mother. He realized there were no other hidden dangers. However, last night the 2ND young lady had mentioned Sister Rong's father, so he decided to investigate further. He immediately called Yu Rong, hello, Sister Rong? Yu Rong responded, darling, there's a charity auction organized by Old Man in collaboration with others in the coming days. The old man is superstitious and says it's to accumulate virtue for Xian, and for this reason, I can't let the old man feel disappointed. Please take Li Ruobing and the other sisters to help out. He replied, understood, got it. A while later, when he returned to the Li family residence, Ruobing had been waiting for him with a sullen expression since morning. She spoke up with a hint of sarcasm in her voice, the busy one is back, huh? Why do you look so unhappy? You used to be quite proud before. Although her words sounded mocking, in truth, she was feeling jealous of Xiang Xiannan. Wu Chen had a remorseful expression and said, the matter of Xiang Xiannan has troubled you quite a bit, hasn't it? But Wu Yurong has made an unwelcome demand. Hearing the name of the rival, Ruobing angrily asked, is it still not over? What does she want now? Wu Chen immediately hugged his sister tightly with affection. He recounted to Li Ruobing about how Fang Jingyu had nearly killed Song Xian. He added, what I'm worried about is not wanting you and Qingying, Tian to repeat her mistakes. I've checked all of your relationships, and fortunately, there are no security loopholes anymore. Seeing and care about her like this, she said, you're being foolish, no one would be like her to kill their own husband. How could someone else hate themselves so much? Alright, I will talk to Qingying and Tian. 2 days later, the auction organized by Yurong's father was scheduled to take place. Notable and influential figures from Huadong all came to join the event. Mr. Lu spoke up, oh, Mr. Lei, Mr. Su. Mr. Lei replied, Mr. Lu, you truly have an eye for these things. That Christie diamond necklace of yours is no joking matter. On the other side, Wu Chen had brought his wife along to join the celebration. Qingying was chatting casually with some young lady, while Tian suddenly burst into jealousy, saying, you wicked man, have you forgotten me? The bracelet that Sister Ruobing likes, you bought it. The earrings that Qingying likes, you also bought. The ring that Sister Qin likes, you bought that too. And what about me? Seeing Wu Chen was looking at something, Yurong spoke up, Tian must be wanting an exquisite necklace. He is picking one for you right now. Suddenly, a hammer knock echoed along with the voice, Dangerous Marika. 176 million, third time. Sold. After the auction, there was a wine party. Seeing Wu Chen and Li Ruobing approaching, Yurong spoke, the old man's most valuable collection has all been successfully sold. Thank you, everyone, I'm really grateful. Rua Bing replied, so polite, it feels a little unfamiliar. Indeed, the two sisters who had just met seemed to have the smell of gunpowder. Yu Rong said, my dear husband, I'm truly glad that everyone could come. An Wu responded, after all, it's still good fortune for Song Xian. We all hope she recovers soon and has good health. Before leaving, Yu Rong said, once she gets better, I will come to find you. Staying with Su Mu for 3 days, he also took the opportunity to develop a new game. At this moment, An Wu was lying on Tian Tian's lap, trying out the new game. While he was focused, Tian Tian suddenly exclaimed, hey, you naughty guy, check out that hot news right now. It's blowing up on the internet. It's all about Miss Wu's family. Wu Chen glanced at the screen, slightly taken aback, but why does this perspective look so strange? Indeed, the hot search news online was filled with shocking information. Based on the search volume and growth rate over the past week, it summed up to Sunlan Group auctioned off the fake painting Dangerous Marika and the Grand Karen Cathedral, making a profit of nearly 3 billion yuan. The second news, the auction proceeds were used to fund anti-government forces in a nation TD. It turns out they are the main sponsor behind the rebels in that country. The third news, Sunlan Group's stocks plummeted to alarming levels. In 3 days, the group has lost 60 billion yuan and is still rapidly declining. After reading the news, Wu Chen immediately jumped up and called Yu Rong on the other end. Yu Rong replied, my dear husband, the news online is all true. The project in Nation TD has also been put on hold. Wu Chen reassured her, don't worry, I'll investigate it thoroughly. In a scene shift, Wu Chen and In Huang began searching for clues. Wu Chen spoke up, Wu Jia has definitely been played by someone. Little sister, please investigate the logistics situation after the auction of the two paintings Dangerous Marika and Notre Dame Karen to see if there's anything unusual. And Huang chuckled, hee hee, let me show you what efficiency looks like. After 5 minutes of skilled investigation, and Huang said, I've got the information. The delivery person has changed more than 10 times. Finally, it was delivered here, and the recipient is still in Donghai. After reviewing the information, Wu Chen was astonished, thinking to himself, so it's her. He exclaimed, having you here to help me is truly reassuring and comfortable. I'm really very happy. And Huang responded, happy about what? This is so strange. If there's anything else that needs investigating, just let me know and I'll take care of it all at once. He replied, not for now. I'm going to meet an old acquaintance. The scene shifted to another courtyard. A young girl with her face completely covered was suddenly stopped by someone's hand. Wu Chen spoke up, Master Rant's rule is not to deceive people from Nation H, only to target European customers. Why is there a change in the rules this time? The girl jumped in surprise and replied, who are you? I don't know you, you rogue. If you don't let go, I will scream that you are sexually harassing me. Wu Chen, unfazed, responded, scream. Let's go to the police station, and while we're at it, let's talk to them about the two paintings of the Wu family as well. Now, let's see who has more style. If you're skilled, jump around. If you're scared, just go home. At that moment, the girl could only fall silent. So, the two of them started to stroll and chat. The girl said, what Master Ran? What two paintings of the Wu family? I don't understand what you're talking about. Wu Chen smiled, I have known you and Master Ran for 55 years, couldn't be more familiar. Hearing that, the girl said, I'm only 21 years old. If you're going to lie, it should at least be somewhat believable. Wu Chen continued, remember in the 1,000-year cycle, we studied painting together with Master Ran. It's a pity that the cycle never ends, each day is different. Right now, miss, you have no memories to recognize yourself. He said, Master Ran specializes in high-end replica painting, with a world-class skill level. His paintings are all deemed authentic works by experts. As for the girl named Zhu Hong, even though she is an orphan, Master Ran treats her like his own daughter. Their bond is deep, and she cannot break the rules set by her senior. Wu Chen spoke up, I have no intention of disturbing you. Master Ran would not act against his own kind, and his paintings are not easily distinguishable as real or fake. But currently, you are breaking the rules regarding the fake paintings of the Wu family. Isn't it strange why you two are involved? At this moment, she spoke tearfully, if you understand us so well, do you not know that a week ago he was arrested? I have no idea why. You should ask those who arrested him. Hearing this, Wu Chen handed her a handkerchief and asked, who arrested Master Ran? She replied, I don't know either. All I know is the person who arrested my senior forced me to paint forgeries and arranged for me to deliver them is named Li Dingzai. Wu Chen thought to himself, Li Dingzai, a key figure of the regional Taegu alliance, was expelled from his gang. After crossing the border to District 11, he became acquainted with the Nation H organization in Shinjuku, Donghe Hui. He said, and Donghe Hui is an external branch of the Ding family. Is Ding Duanlong the one behind these tricks? Duanlong's working style is simple and lacks planning. If it's not him, then who is it? Wu Chen replied, all right. First, you should go back to the workshop and wait for news. Zhu Hong responded, are you really an acquaintance of the senior? Then can you save him? Wu Chen said, leave Master Ran's matter to me. I think Master Ran is hiding very well. The workshop is located in the basement of the food market on Yuhan Street, Nation MC. An outsider like Li Dingzai can't find that place. Someone is definitely helping. A few hours later, he held a photo of someone in his hand. He thought, so that's it. Li Dingzai has now become Yi Huan's henchman. Wu Chen smiled slightly, Yi Huan and the boss behind her, we will meet soon. At this moment, Wu Chen made a phone call, hello, Mr. Dao, lend me your most capable assistance for 2 days. On the other end, upon hearing his brother-in-law's call, Li Ruotai interjected, Brother Wu, if it's something big, let me come back. Wu Chen responded, no. The situation is very bad now. You should stay by Mr. Dao's side to help solve the issues there. Returning the phone, Mr. Dao spoke up, let me have my most capable assistant, Sky, contact you. This is the person I have to use a knife to keep in check. In terms of striking, his combat power is on par with mine. We've had 100 matches and still ended in a tie. Wu Chen replied, all right then. The scene shifted to the next day at a different location, where Wu Chen and Sky arrived at a certain venue. He spoke, this is the Big Circle Cup underground boxing match this year. We can forfeit right in the first round to maintain the local opponent's dignity. You can play the next 2 rounds your way, no need to go easy. Sky replied, I understand, Mr. Wu. On the boxing ring, the commentator announced, today's match is between Lewis, the boxing champion, known as the Invincible One, facing off against the contestant Sky, nicknamed the Water Flowing Across the River. The odds for Lewis are 35-1. If anyone hasn't placed their bets yet, you should do so quickly, as the match is about to begin. Above the stands, the fans shouted loudly, don't keep dragging this out. Start quickly so I can get my reward. Another fan said, this match doesn't require much thought. I'm going all in on Lewis to win. He will definitely win. Europe trip, here I come. Below the ring, the 2 fighters had taken their positions to begin their bout. The referee started signaling for the first round to begin. At the sound of the whistle, Lewis charged forward and threw a series of punches. A cross and an uppercut. Sky, following Wu Chen's advice, remained in a defensive stance and tried to evade the blows. At this moment, the referee intervened as the first round came to a close. The fans clad in red and black cheered non-stop, indeed, unbeatable, Lewis. Keep up the performance. If it continues like this, we'll cash in. The referee signaled for the second round to start. Seeing an opportunity arise, Sky's eyes narrowed like a rocket's bullet as he thought, I've been holding back so much anger since earlier. When he saw Lewis charging aggressively, Sky unleashed a punch with the force of a rocket. A single strike altered Lewis's face to the point it resembled a stream of red syrup. After a blow, Lewis was knocked out. The referee immediately began the 10-second count and announced the end of the match. Seeing Lewis lying there, still unresponsive, the audience fell silent, not a single word was spoken. A few minutes later, the referee held Sky's hand and declared the match over. The winner is the River Dragon. Sitting in the stands, Wu Chen broke into a sinister smile. Meanwhile, some red and black fans were cursing, "Damn it, is this a scam? How could Lewis lose like this?" Wu Chen thought, "I am the only one who bet 100 million on Sky, which also means I have won 100 million. At that moment, as he was preparing to leave, a staff member approached and said, "You are the big winner, right? Please come in." Entering a room, Wu Chen was greeted by a beautiful woman with stunning red hair. The person in charge here was Yi Huan. She spoke with a hint of delight, "Better to be a dragon than a river snake." "May I know your name, sir?" Wu Chen responded with a bright smile, "What you said, Miss Yi Huan, is very true. My name is Wu Chen." The employee then looked at Wu Chen and whispered to Yi Huan about investigating Wu Chen's identity. Yi Huan spoke up and asked, "Oh, so you are the son-in-law of the Li family. May I ask you a question, Mr. Wu? Why have you come to my territory? Surely you don't lack money, do you?" Wu Chen was straightforward, saying, "I came here just to meet you, Ms. Yi Huan, and to ask you 2 questions. Yi Huan asked, "Our roundtable always aligns with the Li family. What do you want to ask?" Wu Chen pointedly asked, "First, why was Master Ran kidnapped? Second, why are you secretly plotting against the Wu family?" Yi Huan, sharp-eyed, responded, "The nation MC is my territory in the larger circle. My business is not something the Li family should interfere with, right?" Seeing that she was still stubborn, Wu Chen continued, "In fact, Master Ran and the Wu family have nothing to do with the Li family. But the questions I am asking you, Ms. Huan, are personal inquiries." Yi Huan laughed and replied, You're asking something a bit audacious there. Does your family know you're here? You're causing trouble in the name of the Li family. After I take care of you, I will call the Li family to come pick up their son-in-law." Behind her, the group of employees was already holding weapons, ready to attack Wu Chen. However, his expression remained calm, and he spoke up, "Sister Yi Huan, you organized the boxing tournament to conduct illegal gambling, to collect protection fees, to transport goods over long distances for money laundering, earning illegal profits. The higher-ups may turn a blind eye, but you deceived 123 lives among the residents living in 30 cities of the Big Circle using the insurance company to swindle insurance payouts worth 240 million. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan raised her hand to signal and said, "Stop." The group of employees behind her also retracted their weapons at her command. Wu Chen continued, "In 4th and 5th tier cities, you caused 2 or several incidents, in 3rd tier cities, 4 to 5 incidents, in 2nd tier cities, 7 to 8 incidents. The number is quite large, distributed and not concentrated in 1 or 2 insurance companies. The accidents were staged very convincingly. Sister Huan is indeed a capable person." At this moment, Yi Huan looked visibly displeased and said, "If there's no evidence, don't talk nonsense here." Wu Chen smiled and replied, "Sister Huan, I am in the business of intelligence trading. Would you like me to tell the police the names of the victims, the location of the incident, and the dirty money scammed from the insurance?" Yi Huan immediately signaled for her subordinates to leave, and she asked, "What exactly do you want to achieve here?" Wu Chen answered, "As I just said, I only want to ask you 2 questions. Of course, I also know that you might not be able to answer them yourself." He then whispered, "After all, you are just a pawn of the boss behind the scenes. Why don't you invite him out to talk? The one who has always been regarded as the hidden dragon and is called Lord Lu by everyone." Upon hearing this, her face showed shock, as if she were frozen. At that moment, a voice laughed from the pin on Yi Huan's thigh, saying, Huan, this guy is interesting, bring him over here." Wu Chen then followed Yi Huan. He thought, "This Lord Lu is extremely extraordinary. Throughout 1,000 years of reincarnation, I have searched for information about this person, but found no clues left behind. No matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find an answer. All I know about him is that he possesses extraordinary abilities and intelligence. But I only know he is strong, the specific reasons why are still unknown to me. As he stepped into a secret room, a mystical haze appeared in the corridor. Wu Chen spoke up, "Lord Lu, your welcome ceremony is quite unique." In front of him was a young woman dressed in a style from Nation A, swaying provocatively as she said, "Hello, handsome." She then wrapped herself around Wu Chen and continued, "Why don't you set aside your doubts and worries for a moment? Sometimes, to conquer the world, it's better to have a passionate love affair." Slowly, she started to unbutton Wu Chen's shirt and went on, "I don't know why, but from the first moment I saw you, I felt something very special. Hey, let's be together." Before she could finish, he decisively kicked her tongue out of the way. Lord Lu spoke up, "Wan Huan, haven't I told you before? A hero finds it hard to pass the beauty's gate." Wu Chen at this moment tightly grabbed the girl with one hand, a drug pill still clamped in his mouth. He spoke, "Lord Lu, it's merely hypnosis. There's also aphrodisiac involved. This dosage isn't small either. Do you want me to be worn out to death? Isn't using such methods a way of underestimating me?" Lord Lu clapped his hands incessantly and said, that's right. The son-in-law of the Li family, a young man who can withstand this is indeed few and far between, very good, very impressive." Wu Chen threw the girl away and said, "Then, Lord Lu, can you answer the question in my heart?" Lord Lu continued, "All right. Since you've come to see me in person and put in so much effort, I can say a few words." Capturing Master Ran, an expert in painting forgeries, could also amplify the negative impact on Wu Jia. Outsiders will have the impression that Wu Jia's collection is imported. Then, someone will think further, could it be that the Wu family is also involved in making forgeries and selling fakes? How much profit could the Wu family gain from this? The result would be chaos in public sentiment, and Wu Jia's stock prices will plummet. Wu Chen interrupted and continued, "At that time, the Wu family was providing financial support to a rebellious lord in a country in Nation TD. Of course, this would force Wu Jia to halt their project to enter Nation TD. In short, the ones behind the assassination are the Ding family and the Ma family." Mr. Lu poured a glass of wine and handed it to Wu Chen, replying, "Young man, you are mistaken about this. What we truly want to destroy is not Wu Jia." Wu Chen drank the wine in one gulp and smiled, asking, "If the real target is not the Wu family, then could it be aimed at me? What else does the Lu family want to play at?" Mr. Lu looked at him and smiled sinisterly, responding, "Right now, I hold the reins, and you are the fish on the chopping block. Don't rush, take your time like enjoying a drink. Just savor it slowly." Wu Chen stepped forward and said, "If the Lu family wants money, I have a much easier way to earn it. Dealing with Wu Jia has already taken a lot of effort. If we add the Su family and the Li family into the mix, it becomes even more challenging." Wu Chen thinks that currently the information he has about him is still limited, so he needs to find a way to let the Lei family go. Mr. Lu embraces the grapefruit of Yi Huan and says, "The way you talk about making money easily really doesn't sound pleasant to me." Wu Chen laughs and replies, "The Lu family gives me a pen, and I will show you a way to make money without using swords or needing to kill anyone." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu feels a bit intrigued and orders the beautiful woman to bring him a pen. "I really want to see your skills, Mr. Wu." Wu Chen then uses the pen to showcase his talent, but instead of the usual, he writes down a set of winning lottery numbers. He says, "These are the numbers that won the first prize in the double ball lottery in Jiangmen. In half an hour, I have 3 more sets of numbers for Dongguan, Zhanjiang, and Chaozhou. Would you like to send someone to buy a ticket and give it a try? Earning 20 million is as easy as eating candy." Half an hour later, the time for the lottery draw has arrived. Yi Huan's face, now completely sober, looks astonished as he exclaims, "All 4 locations have won. We just made 80 million in half an hour." But the expression on the Lu family's face remains very calm. Seeing this, Wu Chen continued, "The Lu family, tell me, is it easy for me to make money? Does the Lu family want to switch to an easier way of playing? After all, running back and forth these years must be tiring." Hearing this, Mr. Lu's gaze was shocked, sweat breaking out, and he could not speak. The calm demeanor from before had vanished. Wu Chen began to recount the past of the Lu family. You crossed the border illegally at the age of 17, helping the Mexican drug traffickers transport goods amidst bombs and bullets, earning 30,000 USD. That was your first capital in life. When you returned, you helped others collect debts and guided women to smuggle electronics. After 5 years of accumulating numerous connections, you saved up 2 million. After that, you became a chip runner to help people cross the border. For many years, whenever you had money, you acted like a machine, making money regardless of your life. Mr. Lu spoke up. You investigated me. He said, how long has it been that you can know so much information? Who hired you to investigate me? Wu Chen replied, the Lu family, please don't doubt it. I am a trader of intelligence. The fact that I gathered information about you proves that you are indeed a remarkable person. How about I help you make money easily? You release Master Ran and we can cooperate to make money together? Mr. Lu said, you're an intelligence trader? Don't you investigate yourself? Don't you know who you have offended? Why don't you understand the greater scheme of things and still want to cooperate with me? Hearing this, Wu Chen felt that the situation was now somewhat more serious. He thought, offended someone? The Ding family and the Ma family? Excluding the nameless ones, the only ones I have conflicts with are Ding Duanlong. This is known throughout the world. Sister Ronggu and Ruibo, Lei Chang are currently encircling Ding Duanlong's personal assets. They have only just begun to lay out a grand plan targeting the entire Ding family, and it hasn't even started yet. It can't be the Ding family. As for the Ma family, there's almost no connection at all. No, perhaps I completely dismissed those small fry from the beginning with my prejudice. The clearest conflict is with Zhang Yuan's ambush, a lackey of Xiao Xianzi. Quite interesting. First, let's summarize and arrange the information from the past millennium. Zhang Yuan is the illegitimate child of Ma Tianxing. As for the Lu family, who has no connection to the Ma family but is willing to take action, it also means that the rumor about the head of the Ma family dying angrily in the ADS and the recent rumor about Mrs. Ma being on the verge of death is true. Wu Chen smiled, so that's how it is. The true identity of the Lu family must be. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Mr. Lu spoke up, it's useless to talk too much now. Leave the 80 million and you have to stay too. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Huan rushed in to kick Wu Chen. But he was not so easy to bully. With one hand, he grabbed Yi Huan's legs. Surprised, she heard him say, cooperating with you will bring us both benefits. It's better to listen to what I have to say before deciding. He held her around the waist with one hand and lifted Yi Huan's legs with a smug expression. Wu Chen continued, I already know the real boss behind this. The Lu family, the one directing you is the Ma family, right? Hearing this, Mr. Lu fell silent, not saying a word. Wu Chen became even more certain that he was right. He said, is it because Zhang Yuan was beaten that Zhang Yuan is the illegitimate son of Ma Tianxing, the current head of the Ma family? And is Mr. Lu the younger brother of Ma Tianxing? His face instantly stiffened in shock. Yi Huan, also taken aback by this astonishing news, exclaimed, huh? What did you say? Ma Tianxing's younger brother? Wu Chen slowly poured another glass of wine and said, your mother transferred all her hatred to you, sending you to be raised by an unfamiliar farmer. This is equivalent to being cast out of the Ma family. After discovering your true identity, you swore to make the Ma family regret it. You put all your effort into making money everywhere, but even if you hold the territory of this big circle in your hands, it is still far from the wealth of the Ma family. Logically speaking, now is not the time for you to appear in front of the Ma family. As for the Lu family, you accepted a commission from the Ma family. If I'm not mistaken, he must have promised you something, right? His hand placed the wineglass down beside Mr. Lu. Wu Chen continued, the Lu family, let me try to guess what his promise to you was. He continued, the eldest grandson of Ma Tianxing, who is the firstborn of the Ma family, is someone who doesn't do anything worthwhile. He only thinks about casual flings and is utterly incompetent. The second son of the Ma family has talent, but he is involved in incest with his biological sister. Recently, he has caused even more trouble. Those two do not care about the family assets, they only desire true love. Since there are no heirs left in the Ma family, they have turned their thoughts to the illegitimate child. However, from the instance of Zhang Yuan kneeling before Xiang Xiannan, it can be seen that he might have talent in playing birds, but in terms of interpersonal relationships, I believe he has limited qualities. The biggest variable for the Ma family has emerged recently, as the old matriarch is nearing death. The inheritance of the Ma family, which follows the line of succession after the father's death, has now become an issue. It might be better to change the rule to the principle of the elder brother passing it to the younger brother. Lu family, is your opinion as such? After all, rumors are merely rumors, whether he is a biological son or not, he knows best. Moreover, nowadays, conducting a DNA test is not difficult at all. Lu family, your grandmother told you to help me, which is to assist Zhang Yuan and Ma Tianxing in venting their anger, and to pave the way for you to return to the Ma family. She genuinely cares about you. He said, he is about to return to the earth and sky, wanting to fulfill his duty, I understand. But can his intention represent the thoughts of you and him, Ma Tianxing, or not? Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu's expression slightly wavered. Wu Chen noticed this and continued, instead of betting on whether Ma Tianxing will heed his last wishes, how about we collaborate to create our own Ma family? When the branch of Ma Tianxing declines, who knows who will be the strongest? Recognizing Wu Chen's capabilities, Mr. Lu clasped his hands and said, let's change rooms. Anna, quickly attend to Mr. Wu. At the command, Anna immediately took care of Mr. Wu, allowing him to rest on the lap of a beautiful woman, slowly enjoying the sweet fruits. Mr. Lu asked Wu Chen, brother, how do you think we should collaborate effectively? Wu Chen replied, Anna doesn't need to attend to me just yet. I have a game for us to play for the Lu family to see. Upon hearing that he wanted to play, Anna's face turned red as she replied, huh? Are we really going to play here for the Lu family to see? Seeing that she was thinking nonsense, he explained, what I mean is the game on the phone. At this moment, she came to her senses and replied, so that's it. About 15 minutes later, Wu Chen asked, so, Anna, is it fun to play? She happily replied, yeah, it's super fun. He continued asking, if this game is publicly launched, would you participate? Anna answered, of course I would. He turned to Mr. Lu and said, Lu family, currently Nation AU is shifting its strategy, investing a huge amount to build a global gaming center. I just happened to stockpile technology and talent related to it. This is a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. So, should we join together? Everyone is responsible for the parts of work they excel at. I will take responsibility for the initial stages and subsequent activities will be assigned to Yi Huan. As for the division, Lord Lu 6 and me 4, what do you think? After listening, Lord Lu's expression was filled with astonishment as he asked, not only am I granted the authority to operate, but I am also entitled to a full 60% of the profits? Wu Chen, thoroughly enjoying the massage from the beautiful woman, continued, so we can come to an agreement then, right? Let's just settle the other issues, shall we? Mr. Lu replied, of course, Master Ran can be taken care of. The original paintings from the Wu family can also be returned. But it may require waiting until Mr. Wu's troubles are resolved. Wu Chen fell silent, contemplating, since I have a partnership with Mr. Lu already, what he says is half concealed, suggesting he has other parties involved in some matters he doesn't want to delve too deeply into. This could easily offend someone, and I suspect it can only be the old woman from the Ma family. Wu Chen caressed Anna's cheek and said, all right, Lord Lu, please give me a day to tidy up a few things. Also, Anna has a certain connection with me. I hope Mr. Lu won't arrange other work for her and allow her to stay by my side as my assistant here. Upon hearing this, Anna was left speechless in astonishment. Half a day later at Motto, Wu Chen had safely brought Master Ran home. Seeing this, Zhu Hong was extremely emotional and called out to Master Ran, "Finally, you have returned." Perhaps for her, Master Ran was no different from her old father. She instantly burst into tears, ran over, hugged him tightly, and said, "I thought I would never see you again." Master Ran replied, "All right, you silly girl." Wu Chen took out a stack of dollars and said, "Master Ran has been wrong these past few days. This is the compensation from Sister Huan. You all can rest for a week and talk later." Zhu Hong hurriedly said, "Rest? This place is no longer safe. We have to move, Senior." Wu Chen chuckled and said, "Ha, from now on, no one will be able to touch the two of you. Instead, Big Circle will protect you like bodyguards." Zhu Hong's younger sister, "Your packing skills are still as quick as ever." Seeing herself being teased, Zhu Hong replied, "Huh? Have you ever seen me pack? Don't tell me you're going to say something ridiculous. But we've known each other for 55 years now." Wu Chen laughed and said, This is actually not important. By the way, this is an emergency and I don't have time to find anyone. Zhu Hong, my sister, please help me out." Upon hearing this, her expression turned bewildered, filled with question marks, and she exclaimed, "Huh?" Wu Chen thought to himself, "I have checked. On the way to bring Master Ran back, Lei Yu has always held a grudge against me, and he is also colluding with Ma Tianxing to take the opportunity to kill me. However, the incident of poisoning the Jin Fu jewelry that I predicted has not yet occurred. In other words, Ma Tianxing has helped Lei Yu optimize the plan. Coincidentally, today Lei Yu is at Nation MC, and the simplest way is to find him to extract that conspiracy plan." Master Ran spoke up, "Little brother, my disciple truly has no skills other than packing up and fleeing. I'm afraid she won't be able to help you much." Wu Chen interrupted Master Ran, saying, "Don't worry, I guarantee that Zhu Hong will definitely not be in any danger." The scene switched to an hour later, in a casino at Nation MC. Lei Yu looked frustrated after losing dozens of rounds in a row. He sighed to relax, but unfortunately, it took him a long time to finally win back 30 million. Suddenly, at this moment, Zhu Hong, wearing a very lovely black dress, rushed over and said, "Handsome guy, this is my first time playing and I'm not very good at it. Can you help me play 2 rounds? Seeing a beautiful woman approach him, Lei Yu happily replied, "Of course, serving a beautiful lady is my honor." He thought to himself, "It seems today is a losing day at the casino, but on the other hand, I've found success in love." Thus, the first round ended in victory. Zhu Hong joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, we won. You're so good, handsome." Hearing that, Lei Yu could only laugh heartily, "Ha." With one arm around Zhu Hong's waist, Lei Yu thought, "This woman just arrived, yet I could win so easily. Could it be that she is my lucky star?" Suddenly, a strong young man, looking furious, shouted, "You shameless woman. I'm already worried about you, why are you running to the casino to pick up guys?" The young man rushed over and threw a punch at Lei Yu, knocking him back. Seeing this, the bodyguards were astonished and shouted, "Boss, boss." Then, they all rushed in to subdue the young man. One staff member said, "Sorry, Mr. Lei, for the lapse in our security. I had no idea that thug snuck in when." Lei Yu anxiously said, "All right, teach him a lesson. I'm going to the bathroom now." Entering the restroom, Lei Yu murmured, "What a dark day." But he didn't notice a shadow slowly approaching from behind. With a jolt of electricity, Lei Yu was shocked and fell back unconscious. The one who delivered the electric shock was none other than Zhu Hong in disguise. She slowly took out the USB to steal the data from Lei Yu's phone. On the other side, Wu Chen had already received the data. He said, Ma Tianxing, Lei Yu, you brought this upon yourselves, don't blame me for being rude." He quickly made a phone call, "Hello, Pang Wei, I've sent some documents to you. Please send anonymous letters to each household on this list. As for the content, I will send it later." Pang Wei replied, "Got it, Wu." He added, "Also, tonight make sure to release a wave of news on the hot search before going to bed." Pang Wei responded, "No problem." 3 hours later, Wu Chen arrived at Mr. Lu's place. Mr. Lu was already waiting for him at the bar. He spoke up, "Wu, back so soon within a day?" Wu Chen replied, "Of course, the problem has been resolved. I need to finalize the details of the cooperation with him soon." Wu Chen then presented his phone and said, "Lei Yu is collaborating with Ma Tianxing to prepare to ambush the Jin Fu group. The plan is as follows: among the jewelry buyers, Lei Yu selects a group of elderly customers from middle-class families with a bit of wealth. He then arranges for his subordinates to disguise themselves as jewelry appraisal experts and takes the opportunity to mix valuable jewelry with fake ones. Under the pretext of having knowledge about jewelry preservation, they will proceed to poison these elderly customers. Most poor households are afraid of getting into trouble and wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it. However, the situation is different for middle-class families. They will definitely cause trouble for the Jin Fu group or even form a group to collectively create chaos. In this way, they will gain profits similar to the method used with Wu Jia." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu and Yi Huan appeared extremely astonished. However, this method of attack, while similar, is actually more vicious than the two of them had thought. Mr. Lu asked, "So, has Wu?" He replied, "I just sent the list of everyone in disguise and the evidence of their manipulation of the group chosen by Lei Yu. As for what this group thinks and how they are causing trouble, I can't control that." Yi Huan hurriedly handed over the phone and said, "Brother Lu, look at the hot search right now. A major scoop has just come out. The top hot search is the Central Investigation Team's urgent intervention. The second is ruthless and inhumane to achieve commercial goals, treating human lives like a game. The third is that the Tang family and the Gu family have spoken out together, stating that business competition knows no bounds. There is no winner among the high and the low." At this moment, Mr. Lu looked astonished and sweating, thinking, in just half a day, this is the first time in 35 years that I can witness someone achieving such results. This is not something that the son-in-law of the Li family could accomplish. With such a mysterious background and experience, what kind of power does he come from? Wu Chen yawned and said, "I'm feeling a bit tired today. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? The stock prices of the Wu family and Su family will rise, while the stock price of the Lei family will drop sharply. Then we can discuss the details of our cooperation, how about that?" Mr. Lu said, "All right, just listen to Wu's arrangements. Anna, take good care of Wu tonight." A while later, when she returned to her private room in the bathtub, Anna was scrubbing and massaging Wu Chen's back. She asked, "Mr. Wu, how can you be so young yet have such strong abilities?" Wu Chen, enjoying the moment, replied, "Anna, I can sense some implication in your words. Is there something you want to say to me?" She sweetly responded, "No. There's nothing at all. Are you done, Mr. Wu? Shall we go to bed?" Upon hearing that, Wu Chen immediately stood up but said nothing. At that moment, Anna quickly ran to turn off the lights and conveniently closed the door. Wu Chen lay down on the bed and said, "There's no need to turn off the lights." Anna proactively approached seductively and replied, "The greater the ability, the more habits one has." Wu Chen asked, "A habit? So do you know what I want to do?" Anna slowly removed the bath towel, revealing the contours of her body. She replied, "Whatever Wu wants to do is fine, tonight I will obey him completely." Wu Chen sat up and threw the towel back at her. He said, "I am someone who appreciates those who are wholeheartedly committed. But if you have other thoughts in your mind, I won't be able to engage in anything with you." Rejected by him, Anna looked at the towel in astonishment. Wu Chen continued, "I know what you're thinking. You are willing to stay because you hope to use the power of the Lu family to find the person who killed your boyfriend. Just now, you wanted to ask me for help, didn't you?" Hearing this, Anna was extremely shocked and asked, "How could you know that?" Wu Chen slowly sipped his drink and added, "If I didn't know anything about you, how would I dare to choose you as my assistant in the territory of the Lu family?" He began to recount, "Your boyfriend was the son of Chief Engineer Zhang Jiang. You two were about to get married when your boyfriend was murdered by someone with a tattoo of the number 47 on his wrist using a knife. He said, at that time, she had already finished wearing her wedding dress, but when she heard the news, her world shattered. She hated that assassin to the bone, vowing to do everything in her power to find them. As for her parents, he had spent the entire family fortune but found not a single clue about the murderer. The case became a cold case in the local area. The killer is someone from an international assassin organization operating on the dark web. Each assassin in the organization has a corresponding tattoo number, which appears hidden and elusive. Furthermore, the old rival of the Ma family, the eldest son of the Tong family in the north, was also killed by the assassin with code number 69. I know this is closely related to the Ma family. After the incident with the Tong family, the market share in the industry was quickly taken over by the Ma family. Now they have been pressed to the point of struggling to breathe because the Ma family is free to connect with Lei Yu to cause trouble. I will not give the Ma family any free time anymore. Wu Chen instructed Anna, I will help you find number 47. As for you, you don't need to give me much in return, just be a good assistant for me here. Alright, turn off the lights. Hearing that, Anna just replied with an A. The next day, after signing the contract with the Lu family, both sides performed the official handshake. Wu Chen spoke up, the contract is signed. I am preparing some things for Ma Tianxing, and I asked the Lu family to inform him in advance. He appeared hesitant and asked, is Mr. Wu planning to take action against the Ma family? Wu Chen replied, it won't harm the foundation of the Ma family. One must not only look at one aspect but also consider another. The Lu family can rest assured. He said, as long as it doesn't worsen the old lady's condition. Everything else, I don't care about. Wu Chen departed and said, good, Lu family, I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. If anything comes up, please call. The scene shifts to the afternoon in Pattaya, Nation Tea, where Wu Chen was arriving at a certain eatery. He ordered 1 portion of Nation Tea curry, 1 portion of tom yum soup, and 1 portion of minced meat stir-fried rice. After a while, the chef, with a tough look, brought the dishes over. Wu Chen remarked, the food is indeed delicious, but after eating a lot, it's hard to digest. It would be great if I could have a plate of Nation H fried rice. The bald guy continued, there's a food stall over there that serves Nation H, and the owner is very skilled. You could also go over and check it out. Wu Chen replied, I'm afraid to ask. I don't have the courage to look into her eyes. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood still for a moment, full of doubt. Wu Chen savored his meal while saying, 5 years ago, during a mission, I was injured and escaped here to recover. With the sincerity and care of that owner, I healed my soul. I want to understand more about her, want to look at her more often, but I just don't have the courage. The scene shifted to 12:30 a.m., where Wu Chen was sitting on the white sand, gazing at the sea. At that moment, the bald man approached and asked, who are you? How do you know my secret that I love the owner beside me? Wu Chen replied, not only that. I also know many things about you, even your most hidden secret, which is your true identity. You have abandoned your past, left the organization to seek a peaceful life. After a time of slaughter, you have concealed your name, changed your surname, and moved to another country. You have truly managed to be the propaganda agent number 56. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger was thrown towards Wu Chen. He also swung another dagger in response, as usual, not letting the other person finish speaking before throwing the dagger first. When the dagger collided, it was immediately knocked away. Wu Chen pointed the dagger and said, Number 56, I know everything about you, even your habits are very clear to me. I have faced your skills before. Now that we are about to fight, I will undoubtedly be the one to win in the end. Number 56 asked again, still the same question, who are you? Wu Chen recalled, in 1,000 years of reincarnation, there was a time when his skills in throwing knives and shooting got stuck. Only when facing number 56 could he break through. It can be said that they were both enemies and friends. He continued, who I am is not important. After all, I am not an enemy. Number 56 asked, then why did you come looking for me? Wu Chen put down his weapon and said, the operator number 47. He has also left the organization, right? Tell me where he is. Wu Chen took out a cigarette and threw it to him. Number 56 said, "What makes you think I will tell you?" Wu Chen replied, "Because you left the organization to seek peace for the rest of your life." But number 47 is different, he has an innate antisocial tendency. While carrying out missions, anything that displeases him, even a dog or a cat that cannot speak, he will act against. He continued, he hated the few rules of the propagandist. He chose to leave to indulge in more mad killing. Perhaps it could still be considered a mysterious profession of humanity, but a psychopathic killer was no longer within the realm of being human. Number 56 slowly took a drag of his cigarette and replied, "What's the result? At least I must appear somewhat human. I received information, he has been in country H, Donghai for the past 2 days." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He thought, he's in Donghai, huh? The dangerous look on his face displayed calculation. Heaven has a path you will not take, hell has no door and you barged in. Number 47, prepare to repent before Anadi. Wu Chen sincerely said, "Thank you for your information. I will repay this favor the next time we meet." After saying that, the two parted ways. Number 56 silently stood, observing Wu Chen's silhouette disappearing into the night. Wu Chen then called his close combat machines, Zhang Yuan, Guizi, contact the Donghai High Command, arrange for control. From now on, no one is allowed to leave Donghai. Indeed, this was Wu Chen's territory. Let us take a moment to commemorate number 47 before proceeding. The scene shifted to the other side. Early in the morning, R.A. had to rub his eyes when he saw a beautiful girl taking a selfie in a hot bikini. The girl spoke up, "Xin, your mom is calling." However, she was completely unaware that someone was scheming behind her. Xin picked up the phone and replied, "Mom, I probably won't be home today. Sister San is visiting me, and I want to stay and play with her for 2 more days." "Don't worry." After hanging up, little Xin cheerfully said, "Sister San, let's swim a few more laps." San replied, "Aya, don't swim anymore. Let's go find something to eat, we need to regain our strength." But at that moment, her phone fell. San was hit by a force and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Xin panicked and called out, "Sister San." She quickly checked San's pulse and found it was still beating. Xin anxiously said, "What happened to you? Wake up quickly, don't scare me." At that moment, a figure appeared from behind. He was holding a syringe filled with something and slowly approached. Just as he was about to act, his hand was stopped by someone in time. The one who intervened was none other than Wu Chen. He twisted the man's arm, causing him to drop the syringe. Wu Chen said, "Number 47, it's time to stop." Seeing Wu Chen appear, little Xin joyfully called out, "Teacher, you're here." The prey being disrupted, number 47 angrily asked, "Who are you?" He broke free from Wu Chen's control and drew a dagger to attack. He shouted, "Die, bastard!" Wu Chen remained calm. As the tip of the dagger neared his neck, Wu Chen caught it with his hand. He replied, "Resisting is futile. Number 47, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chen exerted force to twist the man's arm and pinned him to the ground. Overwhelmed by strength, number 47 was astonished and cursed, "Damn it, let me go." Wu Chen said, "Don't resist, or else." He applied a bit of pressure to the man's arm. A few cracking sounds were heard. Number 47 was massaged by Wu Chen to the point of rolling his eyes back in pleasure, his mouth only able to cry out in delight before losing consciousness. After regaining consciousness, number 47 found himself tightly bound. He asked, "Since leaving the organization, no one has ever been able to track me. Who are you?" Wu Chen spoke up, "It is not your place to ask questions. The only thing you can do is wait and accept the judgment of fate." Half a day later, at the Lord Lu base, Wu Chen brought the number 47 in front of the Lu family and Anna. Anna was also present. Seeing the murderer of her fiancé, tears welled up in her eyes as she questioned, Xia Jing was a kind person. But why would someone as good as him be killed by you? The number 47, with an indifferent expression, replied, with a sword at the waist and an arrow in hand, a human life is as cheap as a pig or a dog. Isn't it all just killing? Why does this need a reason? Wu Chen asked, have you found a way to take revenge, Anna? At this moment, Anna was trembling with anger and couldn't even look at him. She said, I have thought countless times about torturing him when I catch him, but Xie Jing would never want me to become like that. It's better to turn him over to the police and let him face the punishment of the law. Hearing that, number 47 immediately lost his composure, thrashing about in anger and shouting, What? You want to take me to the police station? No, no. Ever since I was a child, I've hated those cops. Blood vessels rose in number 47's eyes, his gaze filled with resentment and hatred. He said, the police must die. Those bastards, all of them must die. Recalling the past, number 47 had witnessed the arrogant and overbearing behavior of the police in his neighborhood. He had to hide in a corner of the cupboard, afraid to speak up. A cop was forcing a girl to serve him by riding her. The cop said, Come on. Haven't you eaten today? Hurry up and moan, I don't see you enjoying it. He even shouted, Damn it, I protected you and your damn brother. After riding her, he made the girl blow a horn, then said, This stuff is boring. Let your sister kneel down and lick my toes. Number 47 at that time was both terrified and saw him hurting two people, so he had to comply. But the cop kicked him and shouted, Useless kiddo, you can't even lick a toe. He immediately stood up and slapped the girl hard in the face, Bitch. Haven't you ever taught your kiddo? This girl is the mother of number 47. Seeing her mother being violently abused, number 47's eyes were filled with anger, wanting to rush in and confront him. But in the hand of that policeman was a gun. He shouted, You bastard. Do you still want to hit me? Tired of living? Seeing him ready to pull the trigger, the mother rushed in to push him away. She was in tears and shouted loudly, Son, run away, run quickly. Number 47 thus ran away, not looking back. In the blizzard, his cold, bone-chilling steps dared not stop. But a gunshot rang out. Number 47, with tear-filled eyes, turned back in deep sorrow but still had to continue running. His cries for his mother echoed in anguish and rage in the snowstorm. The scene shifted to the Tong family villa, where a young man in black spoke up, Dear young lady, the police station has sent news. Someone in the assassin organization who killed the eldest young master has been captured. The girl watering the flowers turned around, full of joy, and asked, Who caught him? Didn't Director Wang say there was no news about him? The girl with the radiant smile is Tong Xin, who had a very good relationship with her deceased older brother. The young man replied, I heard that the person who caught the culprit is the son-in-law of the Li family in Donghai and is the boyfriend of Li Ruobing, named Wu Chen. Tong Xin was a bit surprised and said, Wu Chen? After years of using various connections with the police and having no clues, he actually managed to catch the person. Perhaps I can take revenge for my brother soon. 2 days later, Tong Xin observed from a distance and thought, Is this the meeting place of that son-in-law Wu Chen? But I've never been to a place like this, what should I do? Suddenly, a young man with purple hair approached and said, Girl, do you want to go in and play but feel shy? Come with me, I'll have fun with you. Tong Xin felt a bit scared and shrank back. Just then, a brash young man rushed over and kicked the purple-haired guy. He angrily said, Get lost, don't cause trouble here. Tong Xin felt a bit sorry for the purple-haired guy, but she also thought he deserved it. After a while, she was brought to Wu Chen. Tong Xin cheerfully said, Sorry for keeping you waiting. Hello, Mr. Wu Chen, I am Tong Xin. May I get to know you? Wu Chen replied, Oh, it's the young lady of the Tong family. It's a pleasure to meet you. He warmly extended his hand and said, Why don't we get straight to the point? Miss Dong, is there something you would like to ask me? Tong Xin sincerely took his hand and said, I heard that you captured assassin number 47. So can you help me catch another person? Wu Chen responded, of course. I won't ask you to help me for free. Within my capabilities, I can do anything for you, whether it's a reward or any kind of deal. What do you think? Wu Chen found the girl in front of him a bit intriguing. He spoke up, of course I can help. But what can you do for me? Tong Xian then spoke up, as long as it does not contradict justice, does not harm the honor of the clan, and does not violate moral principles, I can do anything. Wu Chen smiled and thought, everyone says Tong Xian has the capability to inherit the Tong family's legacy. Meeting her today, she indeed has a certain personal charm. Then I will help her. Pull the Tong family toward my side while also gaining something from the Ma family isn't a bad idea. Wu Chen said, alright, I will help you. As for what you need to do in return, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll let you know when I come up with something later. Tong Xian joyfully replied, good, very good. You can rest assured, I will definitely keep my promise. Switching scenes to the prison, in the Special Crime Control Room number 1 on the Donghai border. Wu Chen called out from outside the bars, wearing handcuffs isn't comfortable at all, is it? Number 47, wearing that thing, could only lie down like a dog. Number 47, with a face bearing several bruises from beatings, tortured, replied, am I not suffering like this because of you? What more do you want? Wu Chen continued, the special treatment you receive is because you have killed too many police officers. But we can make you more comfortable here. Number 47, with an arrogant expression, replied, I'm just afraid you don't have such good intentions. Wu Chen said, I need you to provide a little information for a trade. That is about your former teammate, number 69. Number 47 laughed maliciously, saying, ha, you want me to betray my teammate? Do you really think I would do that? Even though I'm just a scum, I'm not low enough for that. Wu Chen smirked sinisterly, then let me ask again. I can make the senior police chief of New York Nation, Mr. Robert Leto, disappear forever. Will you provide me with information about number 69? Upon hearing that name, number 47's eyes widened with hatred. The face and the smirk, along with the tone full of arrogance when he violated number 47's mother, vividly flashed in his mind. Wu Chen said, that dog is currently backed by many politicians and secretly uses many gangs as tools. He has become the invisible boss of Nation New York. Robert Leto has not only survived over the years but has also become increasingly prosperous. Although he has become a top assassin, when getting close to him, he still trembles like a dried dog, unable to control himself. That's why he can't kill him. Am I wrong? You are right, number 47 could only tremble in anger. He struggled against the chains and shouted, that name, Robert Leto. At this moment, Tong Xian stepped forward. Wu Chen smiled. Before leaving, he said, no denying, it seems you have agreed. Tong Xian asked, Wu, so are we heading to Nation New York next? He replied, almost, but you go your way, I go mine. We will meet in Nation New York. Scene shifts to 2 days later at Nation New York. Wu Chen slowly took Tong Xian's hand, signaling, follow me. Tong Xian replied in astonishment, Wu, but the current schedule is to go to the massage parlor in Chinatown. He simply responded, don't say anything, just hurry up and go. Upon arriving at a dressing room, Wu Chen spoke up, Miss Song, take it off. Clothes, shoes, everything, just take it off. Seeing Wu like that, though handsome, seemed too hasty, Tong Xian covered herself and replied. No, not you, Wu. That matter is not part of our transaction. Wu Chen handed her the clothes and said, I told you to change into the massage parlor's outfit. This is for investigating the tour group. Don't think too much. At this moment, Tong Xian's expression became even more embarrassed, perhaps because she thought too much. Wu Chen explained, in Robert Leto's hands, the strongest gang is the BM Nation faction of the Ding clan, Dong Yihui. Dong Yihui, among the 3 sub-factions, includes the BM Nation, District 11, and Southeast Asia. The highest overlapping activity is the enticing service of this 50-person tour group. This service has a notable appeal. Before boarding the flight, they go to a designated massage parlor for a full-body massage. After landing from an 11-hour flight, they immediately head to another designated massage parlor for a full-body massage again. And they can enjoy the tourist rate for two. He said, therefore, the vast majority of this group of 50 tourists all want to participate in this activity. Wu Chen said, with sharp eyes, in the eyes of others, this is just a marketing ploy. They think that the small amount of money earned from the tour group will be compensated for at the massage parlor. But I don't think so. The link between the three branches of Dong Yihui is Li Dingzai, who once kidnapped Master Ran before. Because of that, I cannot track this tour group, or it will alert him. Tong Xin, after changing her clothes, came out and said, Mr. Wu, I have finished changing clothes. Wu Chen carefully looked at her and said, let me see what secrets the special service of Dong Yihui might be hiding. He inspected Tong Xian's entire body from head to toe. He suddenly lifted her foot and said, head, body, arms, waist, chest. Nothing unusual. But what about the legs? Looking closely at her foot, Wu Chen was a bit surprised and asked, this is? Seeing what he was doing with her foot, Tong Xian blushed and squeaked a few sounds, ah. After finishing, he was astonished, there is actually 0.5 egg of type 4 flower hidden in the gap of her toenail. He thought, in thousands of years of reincarnation, I didn't pay attention to Nation M. Who would have thought they would play such a ridiculous trick? There are 3 factions of Dong Yihui that have daily smuggling tours into Country M. Each group is led by 45 people. Every year, they can quietly bring into Country M the amount of flour up to $30 million. The rest is easy, because the next part will be a war among them, Wu Chen said. He spoke up, Miss Song, after changing clothes, we'll go. I need to meet an old friend. He's currently in Nation, New York. Tong Xian obediently replied, okay. The scene shifts to a bar. This acquaintance is none other than Ding Duanlong. He is drinking, merrily enjoying himself with a few girls with large, rounded assets in Country M. The girl with purple hair said, young Master Rui, drink some more, drink some more. Ding Duanlong happily replied, okay, watch me show off here. Suddenly, there was a shout from Wu Chen, hey you fool. Do you still have the mood to drink and have fun with girls? Your Ding family has been turned into lackeys. Hearing that voice which he could never forget, Ding Duanlong jumped up and shouted, Wu Chen. He immediately charged over, yelling, you've changed again. And you dare bring girls in front of me? I want to beat you to death for Ruo Bing, you scum. He immediately swung his fist, but Wu Chen only needed to use one hand to block it. He replied, this is the young lady of the Tong family. Speak carefully. She is a witness. Ding Duanlong asked again, witness of what? I don't understand. Wu Chen said, Ding Duanlong, although you are arrogant, I know that you and your Ding family have never been involved with flour. Not to mention anything else, just this alone, I truly respect you. That is why I brought Lady Tong to inform you. So Wu Chen revealed the truth about Robert and Ding Zai transporting flour. Tong Xian spoke up, Wu Chen and I are not lying. I swear on the honor of the Tong family. Hearing this, Ding Duanlong, a man of integrity who had never been involved with flour, immediately became furious and scolded Robert and Li Ding Zai, damn it. Foreigners and those from Nation K dare to bully the Ding family. We absolutely cannot forgive this. What would it be like if there were a collaboration between Wu Chen and Ding Duanlong? It would be something to look forward to. That night, Tong Xian and Wu Chen accompanied each other on an adventure in Nation M. A riot broke out on some street. The scene shifts to another place. A man named Robert was preparing to have fun with a girl. Just as he was about to pull his pants down, he received a call reporting the riot. He felt a bit annoyed and ordered, notify all police forces to mobilize and put the entire city under martial law. Returning to the street, Tong Xian and Wu Chen were standing on the rooftop, observing the unfolding events. Tong Xin curiously asked, "Brother Wu, what are we doing here?" Wu Chen replied, "Ding Duanlong has reported the incident. Dong He has been exploited by the old man from the Ding family. Let's appreciate his generous heart." Down below, Robert was holding a loudspeaker directing his subordinates, "Form a line, raise the shields. The crowd over there, stop now. We have shields here." The situation became even more tense as the riot continued. After the first warning, Robert fired a shot into the air and shouted loudly, "You bastards! Are you all crazy? Can't you even hear me?" He straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and shouted loudly, "Then let's end this here. I'll take down them all in one go." Just as he was preparing to fight, a pretty young girl with big, round eyes suddenly ran up to him, screaming, "Help! Help me!" Seeing the beautiful girl, Robert's lecherous nature stirred inside him. He immediately ran over to protect her, saying, "Oh, dear lady, please remain calm, we'll take care of it." The girl sweetly replied, "Help me." Noticing the weak girl deliberately leaning into him, Robert felt even more pleased, groping her firm round backside and saying, "Don't worry, dear lady. I will protect you safely. You see, as long as I'm here, you will be safe." At that moment, the girl slowly took out a sharp piece of knife from her pocket. Robert was completely unaware. She swiftly drew the knife across his throat, the motion incredibly neat. Seeing their boss taken down, the subordinates who witnessed this were left in shock. Just a few seconds after Robert collapsed and departed to join his ancestors, the girl vanished without a trace. His subordinates rushed over to call for him, but it was too late. On the rooftop, Tong Xin felt a bit scared at the bloody scene. Wu Chen smiled and said, "Just as I predicted about the Ding family. As soon as their assets in Nation BM suffered severe losses, Robert would be swiftly dealt with." Suddenly, Wu Chen became serious, turning to look behind him. "Is someone coming for me? Wanting to take advantage of the chaos to deal with me? Does Ding Duanlong dare to underestimate me? It seems he has forgotten what happened last time." Seeing himself surrounded by three men, Wu Chen immediately protected Tong Xin with one hand while raising his gun with the other. He was thinking and calculating, if I take action now, it means that the Li family is also involved in this riot. The Li family would be significantly affected as well. The Ding family could take this opportunity to strike against the Li family. Therefore, I cannot fall into the trap. Wu Chen spoke up, "I told Ding Duanlong that a stray bullet could easily injure Tong lady. How about we negotiate?" From the walkie-talkie, Ding Duanlong's voice echoed, "Are you begging for mercy? All right, come here and face me. Kneel down and call me daddy, and I will let you go." Wu Chen replied, "If you drank too much in Nation BM, isn't it because you are unhappy in love and family? You have tasted my abilities before. What if I help you this time?" Ding Duanlong was furious, "Damn it. That's none of your business. What else do you know?" He commanded, "Subordinates, quickly bring Wu Chen to me." Scene changes. Ding Duanlong, sitting in an extremely dominant posture, said, "What do you know? Tell me." Wu Chen boldly replied, "I have only heard a little about the troubles of the Ding family in Nation BM. I could also detail those stories to you myself." Ding Duanlong asked, "Are you the dog that has been quietly following me all day?" Wu Chen smiled dangerously and said, "First of all, I am in the information trading business. Secondly, I have no interest in being your lover, so of course, I won't have time to pay attention to you." Ding Duanlong replied with a smile, "Aren't you being too kind? If you help me while you're uninterested, do you think I would believe that?" Wu Chen responded, "I do this for Lady Tong. If something happens to her, then the Ding family will surely have one more rival, right? The current situation is a sufficient reason, isn't it? Our peace talks will benefit both families. What do you think?" Ding Duanlong sat and thought for a moment before speaking up. "Although I don't want to, I must admit that your analysis is quite correct." He continued, "Does the company know that behind her family is the Raptus gang from Nation I? In the past, I didn't even have the power to speak boldly at the Tong family meeting. Wu Chen replied, so this incident has allowed Robert and Li Dingzai to take advantage. Recently, who have they targeted? Ding Duanlong immediately took out a photo of a woman. He said, only her, Wang Hongmai, the one mentioned earlier this year. She is the contact for both foreign and domestic issues. I don't even know how much longer she can hold on. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Wu Chen confidently received the photo and said, just leave it to me. But you must understand that the reason I am doing this is for Tong Lady. Once this matter is resolved, our relationship will return to normal. Understood? Ding Duanlong frowned and said, I was originally going to ask you for at least an arm or a leg today. But you are begging me. Then I will give you a chance. I will reluctantly let you try. The scene shifted to a street. Wu Chen spoke, Robert is dead, and we can exchange information with number 47 at any time. But now something unexpected has happened, and it must be postponed for 2 days. Tong Xin Leo followed behind, asking, I know that. Where will you go next, Mr. Wu? Wu Chen said, first, I want to see detailed information about the industry in Country B, especially their poaching activities. Tong Xin said, Mr. Wu, I think I have some similarities with Ms. Wang. How about I pretend to be her? Wu Chen was a bit surprised and asked, huh? Are you putting Tong Lady in danger? Tong Xin confidently replied, Mr. Wu, please trust me. I can handle it well. At night, Tong Xin was putting on makeup and said, Mr. Wu, well, look at me, do I look 90% like Ms. Wang? Wu Chen instructed, you look quite similar. Remember, when I contact you tomorrow, don't speak unless you have to. Just observe the behavior of the Tom brothers and perform accordingly. Tong Xin sweetly replied, I got it. The next morning, a man in a pink suit said, Ms. Wang, no matter what you see or feel next, don't be shocked. Because what you are about to experience is just the basic handling of our company. Entering a hallway, the man continued, Ms. Wang, when you join our company, these slaves will be yours. You can command them to do anything, even life and death. Tong Xin was a bit confused at this moment, turning towards a certain direction. The guy in the pink shirt continued, regarding your salary, we will pay you double the salary at Tong family. Below, a young master pointed at the girls and said, you girls, take off all your clothes for me. Not even a piece of cloth should be on you. The women slowly removed their clothing. The man, delighted, embraced one with his left arm and another with his right, his hands skillfully groping here and there. He said, you are all so obedient, truly good slaves. This feeling is amazing, just as I imagined. Ha ha. The guy in the pink shirt continued, come on, don't mind that. Back to work, the workplace could be a plantation in Nation NM or a fishing boat in Nation NC. The specific job is similar to what you did at Tong family, and everything involves management. Does Ms. Wang need to know anything else? If you find the conditions good, then we can go into a room, close the door, and talk slowly. Wu Chen slowly approached and spoke, she doesn't need to know anything more, and she won't sign any contract with you. A salary doubled, even becoming a senior position. The conditions are so generous that an ordinary person cannot resist. He replied, his face darkening, who are you? How did you get in here? Seeing Wu Chen appear, Tong Xin was overjoyed. Wu Chen immediately slapped him across the face with his nose and said, the second leader of Razor Gang, Harry Diego, was eliminated 15 years ago. You killed him and disguised yourself as Tom Hurd to join Tom Brother Industries. Shall we go to the CEO's office to discuss the details with Tom Brady about your plan to revive Razor Gang? Hearing that, his face immediately went blank. Who are you? How do you know? Wu Chen pulled Tong Xin close, saying, stealing a part of Dong Yihui, running into me is just your bad luck. The man was furious, ready to charge at him. He shouted, damn it. Then entertain me. Suddenly, a shadow of a woman holding a knife rushed in to attack. Wu Chen quickly shielded Tong Xian behind him with one hand while subduing the girl with the other. He thought, is there an undercover bodyguard? Looking at the woman's chest, Wu Chen saw the number 69 engraved there. He was shocked to realize it was the assassin number 69 he had been searching for. He smirked inwardly, it seems everything is getting more interesting now. Wu Chen faced off directly with number 69, but there was no sign showing he was at a disadvantage. He steadily applied pressure, making it difficult for her to hold onto the knife in her hand. Wu Chen spoke in a cold voice, you don't stand a chance of winning. Seeing she was up against a tough opponent, number 69 decisively countered his armlock technique. She used the momentum to pivot, launching a kick aimed at Wu Chen's stick. However, he quickly responded, dodging neatly. He smirked and said, it's either life or death, or the complete eradication of your lineage. You're being ruthless enough. Number 69 then lowered herself into a striking pose. Harry Diego, disguised as Tom Hurd, was swiftly pulled away by number 69's younger sister. He didn't forget to utter a bitter remark. I have other matters to attend to. Lucky for you, next time we meet, you'll know the taste of defeat. Tong Xian hurriedly said, Brother Wu, are you really going to let them escape so easily? Wu Chen simply replied with a smile, they won't be able to escape, Miss Tong. But first, let's go somewhere else. Scene change. In another corridor, there is a silhouette pushing a wheelchair. A gentle voice rises, your moonlight today is so fragrant with the scent of flowers. This is the flavor that I used to love the most. Why don't you try to smell it? This man is Chairman Tom of the Nation B Enterprise. However, the girl's expression shows no emotion, she remains silent. Wu Chen and Tong Xian approach from a distance. He speaks up, Mr. Tom, your wife has lost her autonomy and cannot perform any activities. You should face reality. Upon hearing this, he erupts in anger, questioning, who are you? Do you dare say that she is a vegetable? No, she is just angry with me. She is just upset. Wu Chen interjects, 8 years ago, when your wife was pregnant and about to give birth, your company had issues with a gang. You chose to lead your employees to fight and entrusted your wife to your brother, Tom Hurd. The scene at that time was incredibly complicated. It was raining, the roads were slippery, and Tom Hurd's vehicle overturned. Although he tried his best to save your wife, when the car exploded, she not only lost the child but was also thrown by the shockwave, becoming a vegetable. Your brother, in order to protect your wife, had his face severely disfigured and sustained serious injuries. He said, Mr. Tom, although he had won the street battle at that time, fate played a great trick on him. That night, the two dying men encountered the leader of the radio gang, who had been eliminated 2 years earlier, Harry Diego. When he saw the burned face of Mr. Tom's brother, Harry Diego devised a wicked plan. He took advantage of Mr. Tom's brother's inability to resist and continuously stabbed him to death with a knife. Afterward, Harry Diego lay down in the pile of fire, setting his own face ablaze to inflict severe wounds, just like Mr. Tom's brother, to deceive the public. He even destroyed his own vocal cords. Wu Chen looked at Mr. Tom and continued, do you understand my point? Your brother hasn't been your brother for the past 8 years. The serious expression on Wu Chen's face left Mr. Tom stunned. He asked, are you saying that for the past 8 years, my brother has not been my brother? Wu Chen pointed and continued, not only that, but even the doctor who diagnosed your wife was an accomplice of Harry Diego. He pulled out a video clip and said, this is the evidence. Inside the footage, a young man with his head covered was continuously pleading, don't hit me anymore. Don't hit me anymore. I will tell everything. The doctor said, I deceived him, saying that he has now recovered 6 parts, and he is just angry and unable to leave the spiritual world. Tom Brady glanced at his wife and gently said, my moonlight. Wu Chen continued, for the past 8 years, feeling guilty, he has always been by his wife's side taking care of her. Meanwhile, Harry Diego has been continuously siphoning money from the company, recruiting people to prepare to re-establish the B Nation gang. He mainly recruits from Dong Yi Hui, and Dong He will certainly not sit idle and accept defeat. A bloody battle will soon take place. Tom was astonished, saying, "Return to the righteous path?" Wu Chen turned to look at Tong Xian, his voice full of sincerity. "If you really want to do something for your wife, bring Team B Nation back to the righteous path. Don't let your wife, who always hopes you will go the right way, be disappointed. If you agree, this Miss Tong can help you get rid of those people." Tom looked at his wife and gently said, "My moonlight, you need to be a bit patient. Be obedient, okay? I will come back to you later." Tong Xian looked at the couple in front of her, feeling a wave of sadness rise up. She thought to herself, a lovesick man. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Nation, New York, Harry Diego spoke up. "It's been 8 years, and this stash of money and goods finally has a place to be used." In the pile of bags that were buried, there was an immense amount of cash. Number 69 asked, "Is this all of it?" Diego smirked maliciously and replied, "Don't worry, your salary for next year will be more than enough. Not to mention next year, this amount is enough to last for 15 years, no problem. As long as these things are around, and my clever head is still on my shoulders, I am sure I will make a comeback." But while he was talking, he failed to notice the murderous expression on number 69's face. She suddenly pulled the trigger, swiftly sending Harry Diego, the master schemer, to his demise at this very moment. With a face devoid of emotion, number 69 prepared to grab the bag of money and leave. Wu Chen, witnessing the entire scene, spoke up. Harry calculated everything thoroughly, only to end up helping the propagandist. "You've got a ready-made suit, number 69. When did you ladies prepare for this?" She aimed the gun at Wu Chen and said, "It's you again. What does this have to do with you?" Wu Chen replied, "In our country this situation is often understood as fate. Don't you remember what I've told you at all?" He then threw a dagger, knocking the gun out of her hand. Before she could react, Wu Chen, like a phantom, suddenly appeared behind her and said, "In front of me, you don't stand a chance of winning." He quickly used one hand to restrain both her arms, while the other hand gripped her neck in a pincers-like hold. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape. Wu Chen calmly said, "Stop squirming. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. If it gets to the point where you can't breathe, I'll be in a difficult situation." Wu Chen looked at the girl with a hint of pity. "To be honest, if you don't resist, I could loosen things up a bit to make you feel more comfortable." Number 69 was teased by him, blushing and scolding, "You bastard." From above the tree, an old man hanging upside down like Batman spoke up. "Does our number 69 need a rescue? It seems like she's about to reach her limit." He then landed gracefully, striking a pose that exuded the flair of the most dangerous individuals on the planet. Wu Chen, amused, said, "How interesting. A propagandist meets another one coming in." At that moment, Wu Chen encountered a new assassin. He quickly grabbed rope to bind number 69's hands. He spoke to number 18, one of the propagandists. "Did you come here to rescue number 69? Number 69, with a desperate look on her face, could only call out to number 18, "Save me quickly." Number 18 immediately smiled dangerously and replied, "It's not just propagandists like us who know this rule. This is not a friendly alumni association reunion." He promptly loaded a bullet into the chamber and aimed it at Wu Chen and number 69. With a cold expression, he said, "You know the rule. If you're caught and can't escape, you should commit suicide." Number 69, feeling helpless, could only glare at number 18, as the first shot was aimed right at her. Wu Chen thought to himself, number 69 must be safe and handed over to Tong Xian. She cannot die. Number 18 laughed wickedly and asked, "Do you want to take number 69 away?" After saying that, he pulled the trigger. But Wu Chen quickly ducked behind a tree and replied, "Now she is in my hands. I don't need to worry about the rest anymore." Number 18 saw Wu Chen's movements like a shadow, slightly astonished and said, "No one can escape the barrel of my gun, yet." Wu Chen responded, "I don't think your shooting skills are better than mine." Upon hearing this, number 18 replied angrily, "That assertive statement shows you're underestimating me. According to the assassin organization's statistics, my marksmanship ranks top in the world, and only a few can defeat me. Wu Qin gestured with his hand and said, let's make a bet. If I win, I'll take her away. If I lose, then it's up to you how to deal with it. Number 18 asked seriously, what's the bet then? Wu Qin spoke up, you choose the target to shoot at. Do you want to wager that I can make your bullet miss the target? Number 18 said, ridiculous. Then I'll aim for the eggs on top of the nest over there. Wu Qin slowly stepped forward and replied, all right, no problem. The two individuals stood side by side and began to wager. As number 18 fired his shot, Wu Qin skillfully utilized Little Li's flying dagger. On the bird's nest side, the egg on the outer edge remained unscathed, without a single scratch. Meanwhile, number 18's bullet was lodged firmly in a tree trunk. At this moment, number 18's face was filled with horror, drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this is just too absurd. How could he accomplish this so easily? Number 18 tried to reason, although it felt like we started together, he was 0.3 seconds faster than me. His dagger blocked my bullet, and as a result, the trajectory of the bullet was altered. This guy truly predicted the timing and trajectory of my shot accurately. Wu Qin stood to the side, slightly sweating, thinking, oh, it just requires using the time reversal system a few more times. Wu Qin spoke up, it seems that I have one, doesn't it? Number 18 lost the bet and could only leave in frustration. He didn't forget to add, if you kidnap number 69, the organization won't give up the search. Wu Chen replied, just come and pick her up. Wu Chen then hoisted number 69 over his shoulder, just like taking a wife up into the mountains. Number 69 spoke up, don't be too arrogant. There are many propagandists better than the two of us. Sooner or later, you'll fall into their hands. Wu Chen still smiled as he walked on, ignoring her tricks. The dawn was slowly rising, and Gao Wu Chen had carried number 69 out of the forest. The two had shared a lot of stories with each other throughout the night to pass the time. Wu Chen replied, my matters don't concern you. You should think about yourself first. In the distance, a figure appeared, it was Xiang Xiannan riding a horse. Upon seeing Wu Chen here, she was astonished and called out to him, Wu Chen. Wu Chen, surprised to see a familiar face, asked, Ms. Xiang, what are you doing here? Xiang Xiannan replied, this land is the property of my family in National A. Your question might be better directed to me, don't you think? Wu Chen thought to himself, is Harry Diego crazy enough not to fear death? He actually chose the territory of the Xiang family to hide his documents. What a fate! Seeing Wu Chen carrying the girl, Xiang Xiannan questioned, and who is this person you are carrying? Have you turned to a life of crime now? Wu Chen responded, it's a very long story. So the two entered Xiang Xiannan's villa. Wu Chen explained, why I am carrying this girl and the reason for coming to National A. At this moment, number 69 had a very exhausted face, tightly bound. But the way she was tied up seemed a bit familiar. Xiang Xiannan suspiciously asked, are you playing the role of a slave to a master here? Wu Chen replied, she is a professional assassin. Without any special binding techniques, she could likely escape her bindings with just a few movements and hand techniques. Xiang Xiannan, blushing at the moment, said, if you really want to play that kind of slave game, I think I can do it too. Wu Chen saw that she misunderstood him a bit, so he explained, Miss Xiang, you have truly misunderstood. Before he could finish, Xiang Xiannan ran over and hugged him tightly in a spoiled manner, I don't care, I want to do that. Wu Chen said, Xiao Xiangzi, this really doesn't seem like you at all. Xiang Xiannan replied playfully, how would I know? Ever since being with you, maybe I've changed. Wu Chen said, Xiao Xiangzi, I feel like the changes in you are quite good. At this moment, Xiang Xiannan was tightly bound by Wu Chen in a slave-like manner. He had her sitting on his lap, one hand on her waist and the other one groping her ample bosom. Xiang Xiannan then shifted her hips and sweetly said, stop talking. Come on, use some force. After a few hours of rain and clouds, Xiang Xiannan was exhausted by Wu Chen. She tiredly threatened, "Anyway, I don't care. If I find out later that you have any relationship with number 69, then may your soul be damned." Wu Chen pressed down on her, slowly replying, "There will be nothing between me and her. She is just a hostage in my hands. I will contact you." Xiang Xiannan thought, after dealing with the Dong family, "I wonder if Wu will let Xiannan go, or will he continue to torment me until the end?" Scene change. 2 days later at the Dong family, Tong Xian had driven over and exclaimed, "Father, father, Wu has brought the one who killed eldest brother here." An old man was sitting, lighting incense. He was the current head of the Dong family, Tong Xian's father, named Dong Beiqian. He was lighting incense for his ancestors and said, "Father, the great revenge of our Dong family has finally been avenged." At this moment, Wu Chen carried the girl number 69 along with Tong Xian into the Tong family villa. For a long time, the boss, Tong Beiqian, had been waiting in the main hall with the members of his clan. Their clothing was only in black and white. Tong Beiqian spoke up, "Brothers of the Tong family, today you all shall witness that our Tong family remains the Tong family. For grievances, we settle grievances, for grudges, we repay grudges." At this moment, Wu Chen handed over number 69 to the Tong family to deal with, fulfilling his promise to Tong Xian. The old patriarch replied, "Brother, thank you for helping us capture the one who killed our eldest son. After I handle this matter, I will personally come to thank you." Then he spoke loudly, "Mr. Qian, take the knife and follow me into the room." He then took a very sharp dagger and handed it to Tong Beiqian. So he dragged number 69 into the processing room. Tong Xian hesitantly spoke up, "Father, do we really have to go into grandfather's room before his portrait and take the knife to dismember the culprit? Must the blood oath for blood be fulfilled?" He fiercely exclaimed, "Aren't you going to avenge the Tong family?" Tong Xian replied, "I really want to avenge my brother. Ever since he got into trouble, avenging him has become my greatest purpose in life. I constantly think about it, but my father's methods truly seem too terrifying." At this moment, Tong Xian expressed all the worry she had held back in her heart. "After interacting with the propaganda organization, I realized how weak the Tong family currently is. Even though we exerted all our efforts in the past, we still couldn't find any information or clues about them. Without Brother Wu's help, we would have never caught them. It may be easy for you to kill number 69, but if we provoke other members of the propaganda organization, the consequences could be very unpredictable." He shouted angrily, "When we can't catch the perpetrator, people mock the Tong family for being idle. But if we catch the perpetrator and do not take revenge, we will be laughed at for being cowardly. Look at these things, how our Tong family has been oppressed over the years." At that moment, Tong Xian could no longer find the words to speak. Wu Chen then picked up Tong Xian's point and said to him, "I think Miss Tong's thoughts are quite reasonable." He stared at Wu Chen and said, "What do you know about the Tong family? Outsiders should not meddle in our affairs." Seeing this uncle initially expressing gratitude for this and that, but now shifting to an outsider's tone, Wu Chen smiled slightly and replied, "Even though I am an outsider, I know very well about the Tong family." He recounted the history of the Tong family. 100 years ago, the great country to the north changed its dynasty, and the daughter of a duke wandered to the Northeast National H to make a living as a singer. Fortunately, she was loved by a young master from a wealthy local family, so they married and lived happily together. Through the tumult of changing times, the entire family went from the upper class to commoners, migrating from the northeast to the hills. After many opportunities and some luck, thanks to the coal mining business, they thrived like a kite in the wind. Am I wrong in saying this? Tong Beiqian replied, "You are not wrong at all." Tong Xian, looking astonished, thought, "Why does Wu know so much about my family?" Wu Chen continued, "In the 1990s, the family began to venture into the film industry, testing the waters with a chain of restaurants nationwide and diversifying the family business." Wu Chen continued, "But that's why we ran into the Ma family in Yuzhou. After a few years, the two families became arch-enemies. After the coal mining industry suffered a decline, over the past 15 years, the Tong family has fallen behind and has been squeezed by the Ma family everywhere. The Tong family's upscale restaurant is an important partner of the DeLong Group, but the dining bills have been suspended for a long time, leading to a cash flow shortage. Several sons of the Tong family had to go collect debts but were beaten into disability by the forces below. Since then, no one wanted or was able to stand up for the Tong family anymore. The responsibility to revive the Tong family fell heavily on Tong Yen, the deceased elder brother of Tong Xin, the next genius of the Tong family. But Tong Yen was too brilliant, becoming a thorn in the Ma family's side. At this point, Tong Beiqian was almost unable to listen and said, "Stop talking." Wu Chen continued, his expression serious. After Tong Yen was murdered, the hope of reviving the Tong family vanished. The old man was so angry he died from internal bleeding. Killing number 69 may bring temporary joy, but as Miss Tong just said, the entire Tong family will be in danger. Tong Beiqian said, "Still, if we don't avenge Zhenri, my master will die with his eyes closed." Wu Chen replied, "I have a method we can try. Mr. Tong, consider this, hand over case number 69 to the Sea City Police Department, giving credit to the relevant leaders, seizing the opportunity to strengthen ties with them, making those who hang the bills think twice about touching the Tong family again." Upon hearing this, he thought in astonishment, this is indeed a brilliant plan. If we cleverly utilize case number 69, it could open up many opportunities for the Tong family to develop. He replied, "All right, let's proceed that way. Tong Xin, you have made a remarkable friend, someone talented and exceptional." Wu Chen said, "Mr. Tong, rest assured. As long as Miss Tong wishes, I am more than willing to lend her a hand." He responded, "Ah, bro, I almost forgot to thank you." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ding Duanlong was forced to kneel and listen to a scolding. A man slammed the table and shouted, "Duanlong, you have made me very disappointed. You actually went to seek help from the Li family? You have completely disgraced the Ding family." Ding Duanlong replied, "Grandfather, it was Wu Chen who asked me." The old man slammed the table again and said, "I don't want to hear your explanation. Even if Miss Li family is your wife, the Li family must not interfere with the Ding family even a bit, let alone that they are not yet." "Ha, Wu Chen has gotten so arrogant, don't blame me for teaching him some manners." That night, Wu Chen and Mr. Tong Beiqian found themselves at a very upscale entertainment venue. A few lovely white rabbit girls warmly welcomed them. Tong Beiqian said, "Bro, I don't want anything, but I can't afford to offend the guests. I just hope you can enjoy yourself." Wu Chen hesitantly replied, "But enjoying myself is one thing, there's no need to force me, right? After all, I am Li Ruobing's boyfriend. My preferences are still quite normal." He seemed to understand, but it was a misunderstanding. He waved his hand and said, "Can't you hear? You can leave now." So he left Wu Chen alone in the room with the little white rabbit girls, each with a plump, white body. He said, "Don't just stand there in a daze. You must treat the guests very well." Thus, Wu Chen was pinned down on the couch by the girls, each wanting to jump on him. The girl with purple hair said, "Dear guest, what do you want to play? We know everything." And the two rabbit girls slowly massaged him with their huge breasts. The black-haired girl gently caressed him and asked, "Have you ever played Ice and Fire 9 Heavens? Or shall we try this first?" After saying that, the girls began to nibble and lick his ears, adding a bit of moaning effects that were incredibly seductive. The other girls were busy in other places. If Li Ruobing saw this scene, Wu Chen would definitely be packing his things to move out. Wu Chen smiled and thought, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably about to happen. A loud voice came from outside, "Hayes, is a member of the Tong family really sneaking out to play like this? How dare they show off like that?" Another voice replied, "That's right, young lady. Both young masters are keeping score on every little thing, making us really embarrassed." The younger girls were getting ready to play a more intense game when Wu Chen suddenly stood up, left, and said, "Ladies, wait a moment, we'll continue playing later. Now, please make way." As he opened the door and stepped outside, Wu Chen saw Mr. Tong and Mr. Chen being held back and attacked by a group of young men. A guy with a tan skin swung his hand to slap one of them and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant!" Wu Chen rushed in from behind, delivering a kick right to the face of the loudest guy. Wu Chen smiled dangerously. "I think the Tong family has been bullied by the Ma family for too long. Now, it's time to help the Tong family stop the decline, make the Tong family hold their head high, and create a rift between the Ma family and the Ding family." Wu Chen grabbed the collar of the boy in the yellow shirt and said, "Although I hit someone, it wasn't without reason. I will compensate. Let's go, take me to meet your boss. I will negotiate the compensation with him." Seeing the leader of the group being knocked down, the others were so scared they almost wet their pants, not daring to speak a word. Tong Bei Qian thought in amazement, why did Wu Chen hit them? What is this person really planning? Half an hour later, at the Donglai Mining Machinery Company, the group was leading Wu Chen to their territory. One of them spoke up, "Brother Kuai, hurry and open the door, someone wants to see the boss." The young man inside was Brother Kuai. The security guard on his turf said, "Don't you know the rules? How long have you been here? What time is it now that you dare to disturb the boss? No matter how urgent it is, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to report it." Seeing the boy working sluggishly, Wu Chen pushed the door wide open and said, "Sorry, I don't have time to wait." Brother Kuai, with a fierce expression, said, "Do you not understand human language?" The men behind the face appeared fearful and horrified. The man in black murmured, "All right, this is the end. If we make Brother Kuai angry, we'll be caught in the crossfire. When bulls fight, the flies get squashed. Step back a bit." The blonde-haired guy replied softly, "Brother Kuai is the #1 champion in City C, also the champion in mixed martial arts. If he gets annoyed even a little more, we will definitely be in trouble as well." Seeing that this guy was much taller, Wu Chen still stood his ground without any fear. Brother Kuai spoke up, "If you don't understand human language, let me teach you. If I can't teach you, it just means you learn very slowly." After saying that, he swung a powerful punch, aiming for a knockout blow on Wu Chen. However, Wu Chen could dodge that strike even with his eyes closed. With a relaxed posture yet full of majesty, one hand in his pocket and the other teaching Brother Kuai what a hook punch was. One strike took him down. Brother Kuai, the king of fighting and whatever else he claimed, was now lying motionless, eyes rolled back with a bit of drool, as if he had just eaten rat poison. The group of younger brothers was horrified, unable to believe their eyes. Oh, damn it! Brother Kuai was defeated in an instant? The blonde kiddo thought, "Oh, how lucky. Just managed to keep my life. If Brother Kuai had kicked me earlier, I surely wouldn't be here but heading to meet my ancestors instead." Wu Chen, looking handsome, asked, "Can I meet your boss now?" Cutting to the inside, two beautiful women sat silently, full of reluctance. There was also a fat old man slurping on his drink. This man was the chairman of the Donglai Mining Machinery Company, Wang Donglai. He said with a pleased expression, "The footwash water of these two goddesses is just so fragrant and nourishing. If I ever encounter a girl with foot fungus or foot odor, I'd be finished." Wu Chen turned on the camera and walked in, speaking up. "It's said that the loyal aide of the Ma family, Wang Donglai, has a particular preference. I must say, seeing it with my own eyes, I'm truly in awe." While he was slurping his drink, he was interrupted and snapped angrily, "Damn it, who dares to ruin my enjoyment? Where's Xiao Kuai? Hurry up and come in here to grab this guy. Do you not want your salary anymore?" Wu Chen, with a calm expression, handed the two young women a towel and said, "You two can wait outside. I have a private matter to discuss with Mr. Wang." Once the two had left, Wu Chen said to Wang Donglai, "We don't need to waste time. I want you to leave City C as far as possible." Wang lit a cigarette, raised his dignity, and replied, "This personal preference of mine is not illegal. Besides, I'm conducting legitimate business. You want to drive me away? What foundation do you have for that?" Wu Chen, with a self-effacing demeanor, sat down and said, "I know very well about your dealings in violence and weaponry. The Ma family sent you to City C to make things difficult for the Dong family." He responded, "This is something everyone knows 10 out of 10. You think you can drive me away from here just based on that? It's really ridiculous. However, having made it here past Xiao Kuai, it seems you do have some skill. If you recognize your place, you can leave right now, and I can consider it as if nothing happened. Wu Chen continued, I haven't finished speaking yet. Look around this place. Why was your office built here? Let me remind you of a few things. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Chen continued, when suppressing the Dong family, you had your eye on this mining company. After being refused a buyout, you ruthlessly killed all 100 people in this company and buried their bodies here. You built your company headquarters here specifically to prevent their bodies from being discovered. Upon hearing this, Wang Donglai's face turned pale with horror. He thought to himself, who is this kiddo? How does he know about this? Wu Chen continued, the previous troubles with the Dong family, the Ma family will step in to help you resolve. But once this horrific massacre is exposed, there will be no one in this world who can save you. Wang Donglai, under threat, could only kneel and beg. From what you say, it seems that the Dong family won't escape unscathed. Are you here to help the Dong family? Even if I leave this city, the situation for the Dong family won't improve much. Wu Chen replied, yes, you are right. There is also the leader of the DeLong Energy Corporation, the one who truly aided the Ma family in suppressing the Dong family, I know. Wu Chen smiled faintly, patted Mr. Wang on the shoulder, and said, after you leave, the next one will be him. Seeing Wu Chen joking, Wang Donglai responded in fear, yes, I understand. I will go. Once outside and getting into his Ferrari, Wu Chen thought, now it's time to do something different. He made a phone call, hello, little sister, everyone check the information I just sent you. On the other end, and Huang replied, if you didn't say to take me out for fun, I wouldn't go out with you. In the end, you're making me work. Is that enjoyable? You sly one. Wu Chen responded, it is enjoyable. If I'm not mistaken, this will be extremely shocking. Hearing that, and Huang quickly typed on her keyboard. She looked surprised and said, I'm ready. City C is really over the top. Alright, the address you need has been decoded. I'll send it to you right now. The scene shifted to the Phoenix Mental Hospital in City C. Two figures were walking down the hallway. One person wearing a hat said, brotherly, I've paid enough this time. Don't kick me out after just a few minutes like last time, alright? The person called on Lee replied, last time it was because you wanted to take off your pants. If you keep to the rules, I won't kick you out. She used to be with a big leader before. If you weren't crazy, why would it be your turn to enjoy it? Even if there is an afterlife, we will never be able to touch such a wonderful woman. Everywhere is tight. The other guy continued with a perverted look, yes, Mr. Lee is right. If it weren't for Mr. Lee, I wouldn't have dared to think about having fun with this beauty. Mr. Lee immediately opened the door of a hospital room and advised, I told you, you can use your hands to play around anywhere. I'll take care of the cleanup. But if you take off your pants to do it for real, it absolutely won't work. Don't blame me for kicking you out again. Inside the room, on the hospital bed was a girl, her hands tied tightly by iron chains. The guy walked in, saw the beautiful woman being injected with a sedative, and immediately got excited and said, my sleeping princess, your husband is here. He immediately used his hands to caress and check the goods from beginning to end. It's true that the body is full, each part is plump and round, as expected, Mr. Lee is not wrong. He immediately licked the taste of the sarsop and exclaimed, beautiful girl, you smell so fragrant, sweet and inviting. How fragrant! Seeing that the scent through her clothes wasn't enough, he slowly began to unbutton her shirt and said, wow, this skin is white as milk is so plump. I really want to taste it. In truth, he truly desired it, but at that moment, his 5-centimeter-long little bird wanted to sing. He said, I've paid for 15 minutes, I want to do it twice. However, outside, that guy Lee had been knocked out by Wu Chen. Seeing him ready to act, Wu Chen stuck his head in and sighed, ah, you are truly pathetic. The guy who was caught off guard shouted, "Who are you?" Before Lee could even respond, Wu Chen unleashed his skills and knocked him down, making him faint. However, Wu Chen didn't forget to hug the little bird, fearing it might fly away. Wu Chen looked at the girl and thought, this is Jiang Lin, the ex-lover of the chairman of DeLong Group, Liao Guoguang. I feel a bit sorry for this girl. Choosing the wrong person, living like this, what's left of her humanity? At this moment, Jiang Lin slowly opened her eyes. Wu Chen was sitting next to her and said, "Oh, you're awake." Jiang Lin noticed that her buttons were undone and that a strange man was beside her. She immediately sat up and questioned, "Who are you? Get away from me." Wu Chen gestured for her to be quiet. He then asked, "Who is that man lying on the ground? Are you sure the people in this mental hospital will save you?" Jiang Lin felt that Wu Chen was not dangerous, so she calmed down and replied, "That's Nurse Li. They take care of me often, he's quite nice." Wu Chen responded, seeming to realize that she was unaware of the fact that she was being harassed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was stunned and said, "What? What did you say? I'm being harassed?" Wu Chen said seriously, "The caregiver named Li is not only harassing you but is also accepting money from others to harass you. If I hadn't arrived in time, they would have really made you pregnant. I can't even imagine how they would ruin you." Hearing this, Jiang Lin's face turned red with anger. She said, "I am not sick, and I am definitely not crazy. When I get out of the hospital, I will sue all of them, and these depraved ones will rot in prison for the rest of their lives." Wu Chen continued, "But surely someone is manipulating the forensic evaluation of your mental state. Whether you are actually insane or not depends on you. Now, please tell me how you ended up here." At this, Jiang Lin began recounting the entire process to Wu Chen. After discovering that Liao Guoguang had deceived her, she made a scene with him and demanded a divorce. However, he refused. She then threatened to go to the prosecutor's office to file a lawsuit against him. The result was that she was dismissed, and she was sent to this mental hospital. "I'm sure you won't forget these things, will you?" Wu Chen asked. Hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent and said nothing. Wu Chen, with a sincere expression, said, "How about we make a deal? You tell me what happened with Liao Guoguang, and I'll help you get out of here safely, okay?" Jiang Lin stared at him, confused, and asked, "But who are you? Why should I trust you?" Wu Chen then used a key to unlock the handcuffs on her. "Who I am doesn't matter," he replied. He continued, "What matters now is that you can only trust me." Jiang Lin looked at the two scoundrels, feeling uneasy. She spoke up, "In this case, I need to add one more condition. I want to make sure that these two pieces of trash will never, and cannot, harm another woman in the future." Wu Chen instructed, "This is all small stuff. I'll take care of them. But before that, you need to stay here to avoid alerting them. Learn to protect yourself when I'm not around, and especially, avoid being drugged." So Jiang Lin whispered something to Wu Chen about Liao Guoguang. He replied with a faint smile, "All right, everything is settled." The scene shifted to the next day, at the pig processing plant on the outskirts, when a staff member spoke up to stop them. "What are you doing here? This is an important factory, outsiders are not allowed to come in freely." Wu Chen, who was visiting with Mr. Dong, replied, "Director Liao invited us to discuss matters." The security guard questioned, "Oh, but why have I never seen you before?" Wu Chen then took out his phone and said, "If it weren't the most important matter, Director Liao wouldn't have sent his subordinates to handle it." "You didn't speak directly with Director Liao, did you? Let me call him for you. If anything happens, you'll have to take responsibility," the guard said. Upon hearing this, the security guard quickly became fearful and said, I understand. No need to call anymore. Please, go ahead and enter." Wu Chen asked, "Is the truck parked in the correct position?" Mr. Dong replied, "Brother, I have done everything you asked properly. But I don't understand why we are at this pig processing factory." At that moment, when they reached a metal door, Wu Chen slowly opened it. He said, "Mr. Dong, take a look for yourself. Don't be too shocked." Behind the metal door, the dazzling light of stacked gold bars appeared like a mountain. Mr. Dong was taken aback and stammered, "This gold must weigh about a ton, right?" Wu Chen replied, "Mr. Dong, this is exactly the meal expense of the Dong family restaurant. In 15 minutes, just take everything away, nothing should be left, not even a speck of gold dust." Mr. Dong asked, "But what's going on? What on earth is happening?" Wu Chen patted the older man on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll talk to Liao Guoguang and meet Mr. Dong afterwards." The scene shifted to a room where Liao Guoguang's face was filled with excitement. The loud moans of a girl were echoing, indicating she was about to reach her climax. Suddenly, Wu Chen spoke up, "Oh, brother Liao, are you here again to learn English?" Seeing a stranger in the room, the foreign girl exclaimed in shock, "Damn." Mr. Liao covered his sensitive area and questioned, "Who are you? Get out of here." Wu Chen sighed and explained, "Anyway, that girl is a foreigner, she doesn't understand what we are saying. As long as she lowers her tone and stops screaming, it will be fine. Also, Mr. Liao, I've taken care of that pig farm on the outskirts, your treasure. No need to thank me." Hearing this, Mr. Liao became furious and wanted to curse. Wu Chen laughed and said, "Of course, you can't call the police. With an annual salary of 1.7 million, how can you explain to the state that your house has gold worth over 200 million? For many years, you and your subordinates have dined for free at the Dong family's restaurant, earning 200 million. Now, consider this as a debt between you and the Dong family settled, but your interest has yet to be accounted for." Mr. Liao's face darkened as he asked, "The Dong family? How dare that piece of trash do this to me?" Wu Chen replied, "Moreover, with Director Liao's political achievements, you will be promoted very quickly. You can work in City C for another 5 years in a higher position. Continuing to mistreat the Dong family would be a given. But I advise you not to do so." Wu Chen warned dangerously, because while it is easy for you to attain this official position, it is even easier to lose it. To recount a story from the past, when Director Liao was not yet a secretary, he was promoted swiftly by providing a stable house for his boss's pregnant mistress, helping him raise his son and serve him. He continued, "But Mr. Liao here, day by day next to the beautiful wife of his boss, cannot dare to touch her. He was so frustrated that he got himself drunk, tore the dress of his boss's wife, and had a tumultuous night with her. He brutally abused her that night and even recorded a video as evidence to blackmail her, leaving her too afraid to speak a word in front of his boss. Later, when he met Jiang Lin, without this marriage, the two could have been considered to be in a free love affair. But women all desire a home, and he cannot provide Jiang Lin with the kind of home she wants." Listening to the whole story that Wu recounted without missing a word, the expression on his face became drenched with sweat. Wu continued, "Jiang Lin pressured him to get married, and he couldn't explain why. In a drunken state, he divulged all the secrets of his marriage to Jiang Lin, even showing her the video. Therefore, Jiang Lin wants to expose the truth in exchange for her freedom." He continued, but after coming to his senses, he realized he had caused a big problem. He sent Jiang Lin to a psychiatric hospital, but she had hidden that USB drive, and now it's in my hands. So, Director Liao, you have two choices: either the suppression of the Dong family ends here and you continue to hold your high position, or you'll go to prison and become friends with the bars. The Dong family is completely liberated. I remind you, what do you want to choose?" He replied, "You speak as if I have a choice." Wu Chen then left. "Also, Jiang Lin, I've agreed to take her away. You don't need to worry about her anymore." Cutting to Li Ruobing's company in Donghai, in the PR office, everyone was looking a bit worried. A girl spoke up, "Huh? Why does it smell like something might be on fire? Something's not right." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in the office, resonating throughout the area. Sister Li Ruobing stood up in surprise. Was that sound an explosion? At this moment, at Miss Li's company after the office explosion, fire crews had arrived to extinguish the flames and prevent them from spreading. One firefighter, as part of the investigation team, told Miss Lee an employee from the R&C department caused a spark from the charging cable while getting their nails done. This is the cause of the explosion. Li Ruobing replied, Team leader Xiao, you've worked hard. Thank you, everyone. A while later, Miss Lee, with a frustrated mindset, called for a meeting. She slammed her hand on the table and said loudly, I don't believe this is just a mere accident. Who is trying to mess with me? If there are any other traitors, step forward and confess. There will still be leniency, otherwise, I will investigate and dig up the background of those involved, even for 3 generations. The intense pressure exerted by Miss Lee made the atmosphere in the room extremely suffocating. The other employees were all drenched in sweat, trembling in fear. Even though they might not be the ones who caused the trouble, everyone understood very well the nature of their boss. Switching scenes to City C, Wu Chen spoke up, Miss Tong, something has happened in Donghai. I have to go back to deal with it, so I'm here to say goodbye to you. Tong Xian replied cheerfully, alright, Mr. Wu. You have helped our family recover the owed debt. I haven't even had the chance to thank you yet. Wu Chen smiled, well, we've been through half the world together, experiencing so much. There's no need to be polite with each other. We will meet again in the future. Tong Xian shyly asked, then from now on, can I call you Brother Wu, Mr. Wu? Wu Chen replied, sure, as long as Miss Tong likes it, you can call me whatever you want. Seeing Wu Chen know how to win a girl's heart, Tong Xian was very excited. She replied, if that's the case, from now on I will call you Brother Wu. You don't have to call me Miss Tong anymore, just call me Xiao Shishi. Wu Chen smiled, alright, Shishi. Next time if you go somewhere or to another city, remember to pay attention to your safety and contact your family. I can't be sure if the propaganda will continue to keep an eye on the Tong family, so I'll have Scar protect you. Scar no longer maintained a killer's expression but cheerfully said, young lady, don't worry. I will definitely protect you safely. When she saw Wu Chen leave, Tong Xian looked at his retreating figure, feeling a bit sad, thinking, I really want to continue being by his side. But unfortunately, I still have family matters to resolve, and he does too. I guess I'll have to wait to see Brother Wu next time. The scene shifts back to Miss Lee's company, where Li Ruobing was having a severe headache, irritably saying, it's been an entire day, and you haven't found a single clue? Don't you think this result is ridiculous? What kind of business are we running? At that moment, Wu Chen happily opened the door and said, honey, don't be angry anymore, you'll end up with a lot of wrinkles. Seeing her husband, who had braved the storms in Nation M and returned, she was surprised and said, huh? Wu Chen, you're back? The door opened wide, and Wu Chen stepped in with a strange girl. Miss Lee, seeing this, couldn't help but take a jab, so you went out and brought another woman home? Truly impressive, aren't you, Mr. Wu? The staff felt the icy tone of Miss Lee and sensed that things were getting worse. They thought to themselves, it seems like Sister Lee's anger is about to boil over. Is she going to draw her gun soon? Wu Chen, realizing the tense situation, quickly said, no, it's not what you think. This is my friend, Jiang Lin. She has helped me a lot, so I just wanted to thank her. Please don't be angry like that. Jiang Lin politely bowed and said, hello, Li young lady. Miss Lee sulkily turned her face away, refusing to engage in conversation with the two. Seeing this, Wu Chen hurried over to appease her, come on, don't be mad anymore. Just calm down. Wu Chen then took out a USB, plugged it into his laptop, and showed Miss Lee something. He asked, Ruobing, is the person in this video the head of our HR department? Ruobing replied, that's Feng Yan. Wu Chen raised his voice, Feng Yan stays, while everyone else can leave. At that moment, when only she was left, Feng Yan, pale and terrified, stammered, Sisterly, Brother Wu, I don't have anything. I'm not a traitor, how could I be a traitor? Wu Chen spoke up, Sister Feng, the person in the video is an intern related to the fire incident, and she is the daughter-in-law of my aunt, right? You were the one who recruited her into the company, weren't you? Feng Yan's face went pale as she replied, I thought it was just a normal internship. After all, she just returned from studying abroad, so I wanted to. I had no idea it would end up like this. Wu Chen said, her family also has a distant relative working as a cleaner at the Ding family. Does Sister Feng know about this? Feng Yan, horrified, quickly responded, I really didn't know about this. I swear to heaven, I wouldn't dare lie. Sister Li, please believe me. Sister Li said, darling, don't act so dangerous anymore. If you have something to say, just say it all. Wu Chen continued to play the video. In the conversation, a group of people was eating and chatting. One person spoke up, my niece just graduated and returned to the country. She wants to join a big company to gain experience. My sister-in-law is pretending that her daughter can join the Ding family's investment company. But I can't bear to see her so arrogant. That person sneered, so what about the Ding family? Isn't their precious young master just like a dog in front of the Li family? Another person added, I've always heard that the Li family is much better than the Ding family. How about let my niece intern at your company? With her looks, will she be accepted? Upon hearing this, Feng Yan's face turned even darker. In the video, one person said, what's wrong with that? It's just to suppress my sister-in-law's arrogance. Moreover, if my child goes to the Li family instead of the Ding family, wouldn't that make the Li family value my child more? Feng Yan in the video replied, yeah, what you said seems to make sense. Wu Chen spoke up, actually, Miss Feng is very loyal to the Li family, but she doesn't know this person well. She's just a cheap slut with poor academic performance. What can she possibly learn by studying in Nation CP? Miss Li, sitting beside him, remained silent, holding her voice. Feng Yan quickly bowed an apology, I'm sorry, I truly apologize for causing this trouble for Miss Li. With the company situation temporarily settled, the two returned home. They chatted and then eagerly embraced, kissing passionately. His hands began to wander everywhere. Ruo Bing sweetly said, darling, I've missed you so much. You have to make it up to me today. Wu Chen picked Miss Li up and carried her to the bed, his hands starting to undress her. Miss Li responded, I miss you even more. Wu Chen and Miss Li became intimate. Half a day later, Miss Li, completely naked, sighed in relief and said, my love, I really feel better having you by my side. After this incident, it seems like the company needs to conduct a personnel review. Wu Chen tightly held her hand and said, don't worry about work. We still have plenty of time. So Wu continued with Miss Li, starting the second round. Loud noises erupted from Miss Li. Li Ruo Bing panted, scolding, you naughty one, sneaking up to attack someone, huh? The scene shifted to the next day. As Wu Chen stepped out of the garage, a car came barreling towards him. A girl shouted, do you have eyes? Are you looking to get yourself killed by standing in the middle of the road? This girl was Hua Bei, the vice president of A.B.C Cosmetics. Wu Chen turned around with a puzzled expression. Beside Hua Bei, another girl spoke more gently, I apologize, my sister is a bit hot-tempered. Please let us pass. This was Hua Lei, the president of A.B.C Cosmetics. Wu Chen reluctantly moved aside, giving way to the two of them. He watched the car and thought, one sister is gentle, while the other is very hot-tempered. 20 minutes later, in a lavish hall, a receptionist approached and greeted, Mr. Wu. The girl Hua Bei from earlier recognized Wu Chen as well. She stepped forward and said, oh, the man who was looking for trouble earlier. You are with Fantasy Fashion, aren't you? She continued, I have never seen or heard of Li Ruo Bing finding a man to participate in the exhibition. I'm afraid that Fantasy Fashion doesn't want to place an order today, right? Aren't you brave enough to say anything? It seems like you are a celestial being descended to Earth. I must have been defeated by Li Ruo Bing before. Today, I want to compete with her, but heaven won't give me the opportunity. Wu Chen happily replied, since in the past your company was suppressed by her, do you think things will be different now? Hua Bei excitedly responded, I heard that Li Ruobing has been focusing all her efforts on dating lately. How could she have time to care about work? This time, our makeup set will definitely be a huge success. Wu Chen asked, "Oh, a huge success, is it?" Huabei arrogantly said, "Of course. It's about the order quantity and sales today. For someone like me, winning is a sure thing." Wu Chen thought, it seems that Ruobing is still too friendly with these rivals. I am here right now to shatter her happy heart that wants to compete with fantasy fashion into pieces. Huabei happily and self-satisfiedly said, "If you lose, make sure to host a banquet. Have Ruobing pour the wine and prepare the dishes, and add some for me and my sister, okay? Good luck to you." Wu Chen just watched him and smiled with anticipation. The moment the flowers fell from the sky to the ground, 5 minutes later, a girl approached and said, "Sister Hua, Sister Xiao Hua. I'm sorry for keeping you both waiting for so long. I got a little stuck in traffic and just arrived." This girl was a famous fashion blogger, with millions of fans, nicknamed Water Can Cook Porridge. One girl spoke up, "Better to arrive on time than to arrive early." Just then, Miss Huabei asked, "Is everyone in the team ready?" The girl beside her replied, "Everything is ready, Miss Hua. My lady, please come here. Everything has been prepared, and we can start." The live stream session then began. The girl had just opened the live stream and there were already 100,000 live viewers. The girl cheerfully said, "Hello everyone. Today, I will be trying out the makeup set from A.B.C Cosmetics Company. Let's wait and see the results together." Huabei stood next to her, feeling quite pleased as she thought, the number of people in the live streaming room has skyrocketed to 100,000 just seconds after it started. I hope that guy from earlier isn't scared to death. The guy being referred to here is Wu Chen. At this moment, the live stream was still ongoing while Hua Lei was reapplying makeup on her darling. A group of girls walked over and said, "Oh, there's a KOL online seemingly live streaming her makeup trial for A.B.C. Let's go check it out, sisters." After using the cosmetics, the girl's appearance improved dramatically, and her face radiated a distinctly different aura. The girl spoke up, "To all my fans in the community. After trying it out, there's so much to say about Sister Xiaohua's products, and her makeup skills are truly outstanding as well. If you have time, you should go to the location and experience the products for yourselves." Oh, thanks to Dan Lu for gifting a plane. The comments kept flooding in, "OMG. The lady is so beautiful. Truly gorgeous and such a good person. Amazing. There's definitely a huge difference compared to when she's not made up. It's not in vain, I will support you." The girls outside were incredibly surprised, saying, "Wow, it really works." Another one added, "I don't care, I'm in a hurry. Let me buy it first. I have to have it." Back at Wu Chen's side, while he was focused on his work, the team whispered, "If Miss Li doesn't come to take charge, I feel like we are about to lose this battle." The girl replied, "But Wu isn't an ordinary person either. Don't jump to conclusions too soon." At that moment, Huabei ran over to provoke, "Hey, it seems you're still not prepared, right? Today, I see you've been sitting here for a long time. Have you thought of how to explain to Li Ruobing when you get back?" Wu actually took action. He responded, "Hey Miss Hua, some things just need a bit of luck." Huabei walked away and said, "A person who does nothing but blame his failures on bad luck gives me a different perspective on him. He is just an ordinary person among ordinary people." Wu Chen just laughed and replied, "That's indeed what it is." He then took out his phone and called Peng Wei, "Take a look at what I sent you. Create a hotspot to blow it up." Peng Wei replied, "No problem, Wu. Just give me an hour." An hour later, Hualei hurried over and called out, "Hey Huabei, you need to wake up and see this." Huabei, who hadn't been asleep yet, replied a bit irritably, "Hey sister, can't you just look yourself? I haven't slept all morning, I'm so tired." At this moment, on the hot search, there is the most recent and exciting event currently. The top hot search, a colorful lifestyle during the National Festival fashion season. Let's gather land of capitalism. The second top is that you can earn a profit of 500 yuan with a product worth only 9 yuan, which is no different. If 5 people buy an eyebrow pencil, at least 3 of them will profit. It is said that the probability is as high as 76%. The third top is that I want to spread the word that everyone will benefit when there are prizes. Millions of dollars are waiting for you to make a purchase. The top 3 hot searches are all related to your sister's company. Huabei frowns, wondering, is Li Ruobing up to something else? But then she realizes in surprise, wait, this style doesn't seem to fit Li Ruobing's way of doing things. Something this difficult, could it be that he is plotting something? She hurriedly runs to the main hall, where all the sisters are gathering in one corner. Wu Chen's team is working hard, guiding everyone to buy products. First, click on the search corner, then click on the app at the bottom of the page. After that, use the search function to look for symphony fashion. But what surprised Huabei was when she spoke up, "My dear, how can you?" The eager girl replied, "Sister, look. I never thought I could win a prize worth $1 million, but with just 9 yuan, you still have a chance to win a luxurious 7-day trip to the Maldives for 2 people. The odds are as high as 76%. You can try it with me, who knows, you might get lucky." Huabei responded, "I won't participate, my dear. This is really too fake. Do you actually believe in it?" Suddenly, 2 girls who won prizes shouted loudly, "Hey! Great, I won 500 yuan. The blonde girl exclaimed, "OMG! I won a luxurious 7-day trip for 2 people to the Maldives worth 42,000 yuan. I only had to spend some money on buying an anti-aging and brightening set." Even the young men hurried over, saying, beautiful lady, guide me more. Can I ask, is it true that the more expensive the items I buy, the higher my chances of winning the jackpot?" Huabei, pushed by the crowd, thought, where is that guy? He must be around here somewhere. But when she caught sight of Wu Chen, she felt a bit displeased. Is he laughing at me? Is he really laughing at me? Huabei angrily approached to question him, how much have you spent so far? Can this be considered a glorious victory? Wu Chen replied, these costs are nothing compared to the final revenue. Huabei said, you seem overly confident, don't you? Wu Chen continued, of course. If you lose, you must throw a banquet, pour drinks, and prepare a lavish meal for me and Ruobing. How about that? After teasing her, he left, adding, I'll contact you after calculating the sales. That evening, Huabei could only feel her face red with anger but couldn't do anything. She broke out in a sweat as the phone screen tallied the end-of-day results. The total online sales and orders from agents amounted to 90 million. This was the best result we had achieved in years. The effort in having the lady teacher stream was always very effective, yet, I don't know just how far that guy can go. Luz Wu Chen immediately sent a message, the prize is 57 million, while today's revenue is 230 million yuan. Huabei saw this and was utterly astonished, not because of Wu Chen's business figures, but because of how he knew her mobile phone number. Huabei blushed deeply and wondered to herself, could it be that this guy has ulterior motives towards me? Surely, he doesn't just want me to pour wine and serve food. That's right, he even mentioned serving food. Could it be that he intends to make me his dinner? She then envisioned the scenario of being pushed by him, where she would become his meal. He wants me to serve and cater to him until I'm numb. I've teased him so much, he won't just direct his anger at me alone, but he might also unleash it on my older sister. Huabei hurriedly grabbed her sister's hand and said, Sister, I've made a bet with him. Whoever loses will anyway, we are both in a bit of trouble now. Hua Lei confusingly said, Huh? What are you thinking about? If you're into gambling, you have to be willing to accept defeat. You really need to experience some failures so you'll remember the lesson next time. Huabei kept pleading, Please, sister. Don't go. So Hua Lei immediately dragged Hua Lei away. The scene shifted to another place where a young man was banging on the table in anger. He was the infatuated pursuer of Hua Lei. Lin Tianyu, upon hearing the news that his crush was defeated, shouted loudly, "Damn it! Who dares to bully my goddess Hua Bei? Come on, guys, follow me." 4 hours later, in a dark alley, two shadowy figures were talking. The feng shui layout is complete. Let's wait and see how their family will suffer financial loss and what disaster will befall them tomorrow. The other man replied, "Once he ruins their luck, Mr. Lin will reap double the results with half the effort." Just as they were plotting their dirty scheme, Wu Chen suddenly spoke up. "What are you two whispering about, trying to defeat whom?" Hai suddenly jolted, questioning, "Who? Who are you?" Wu Chen wearily replied, "I don't have the strength today. If you want to mess with these fools, then go somewhere else." Lin Tianyu shouted loudly, "Guards! Throw him out for me." The henchman rushed in like a tiger, intending to attack Wu Chen. But Wu Chen met him with a knee directly to the face. With a single strike, the guy flew back 10 meters. Seeing that he had encountered a tough opponent, Lin Tianyu yelled, "Master 2, use that Taisu 9 formation magic skill or whatever from your ancestors, chop him into 100 pieces." The man named 2 turned pale, thinking, "Damn it, this idiot really believes it? I was just talking nonsense, how could I actually chop someone up?" Wu Chen, with a cold gaze, asked, "You, Mr. 2, ancestors of Taisu 9 formation? Do you think it's from the Ling Nan Butcher clan? That's the clan whose leader was slandered by those propagandists, isn't it? Xiao Xian is about to contact them, right?" Wu Chen placed his hand on Kiddo's shoulder and asked, "What sort of amazing skills do you have? Show me a demonstration." Tong, filled with fear, replied, "It's nothing serious, no need to make a big deal. It's not good to hurt someone." Wu Chen continued, "Oh, that does make some sense." Tong quietly said, "Young master, this guy has a tendency toward violence. How about we retreat for now and plan our long-term strategy?" Lin Tianyu said, "Then let's spare him this time. We should get going." Wu Chen could only smile at him. "With talent like yours, not becoming an internet mafia is truly a waste." Scene change. Lin Tianyu spoke up, "Bei hasn't had breakfast yet, right?" "I know. Here, eat this. I went out early this morning to buy it and bring it to the office for you." He took out some bread and drinks, saying, "Hey, don't be mad anymore. You should have breakfast, don't let your stomach go hungry." Hua Bei, irritated, said, "What the hell is there to eat? You had me vent my anger, then I got beaten and had to run away holding my head. It's really funny. Do you think I haven't embarrassed myself enough?" Lin Tianyu replied, Bei, that's not true. Listen to my explanation first." Hua Bei reacted, "What's the point of calling Bei? I don't seem to have anything to do with you at all. Pawn your things and leave." At this time, after being chased away, Lin Tianyu had to leave in anger. He was driving home when the guy in the driver's seat spoke up, "Young master, if he's strong in martial arts, we'll fight with our minds, right?" Lin Tianyu asked, "So you have a good idea?" He then came up with a plan. "Young master, isn't the president of the province's commerce association your aunt? Let's use our relationship to." He happily said, "Do you want to tell the Chamber of Commerce to make things difficult for his wife's company? Just do it. You win and get a raise in the end." But the two of you don't know how wrinkled Mr. Wu's brain is. Change scene to another side. An aunt spoke up, "Ruo Bing, a few days ago with your activities in Xian Kai, the provincial leaders all praised your very methodical marketing strategy." Ruo Bing replied, "It's a bit rushed to prepare. My new boyfriend is temporary." She said, "If we prepare better, it will definitely be even better." And Ruo Bing, the leadership wants you to share your successful experiences to support businesses and your peers in the industry. This will enhance trust within the industry and contribute to economic development. Ruo Bing replied, "I understand. When the industry develops, Xian Kai will also improve." Upon returning to the company, she immediately conveyed the task from the art association to Wu Chen. He said, "The leadership values this highly, so we must strive to complete the task." Noticing how he kept getting close to her, she blushed and said, "Honey, are you thinking up another brilliant plan?" He sweetly responded, "You can just relax while I work." 3 hours later, Wu Chun unexpectedly showed up at her home. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, you're at home?" He was startled and asked, are you the person from the other day? What else do you want?" Wu Chen replied, "The Tu family in Lingnan is famous for its 9 formations and techniques to find dragon veins, which are all secrets of big business tycoons. Although the most talented younger generation, Tu Pengchang, was harmed, the family has also been affected, but they shouldn't have to go out and work as feng shui masters to make a living, should they?" He replied, "What do you know about our family? Generally speaking, all I want now is to make money." Wu Chen cheerfully said, "If you want to make money, cooperate with me." He continued, "Doing business in the underworld requires loyalty, according to Mr. Lin. Making a living and then cooperating with his rival isn't really appropriate." Wu Chen replied, "What deep hatred do I have for him? Can you really call him a rival? Cooperating with me is simple. You teach a class on prosperity for 20 million yuan each session. I guarantee you'll gain both reputation and profit, how about that?" He started to sweat and asked, "Is it really that good? What are you truly calculating here?" Wu Chen patted his shoulder and said, "I just want to exchange a bit of information with you. If you do this well, Lin Tian you will value you even more. You can earn more from him." He said, "Then you have to arrange it so that others see that I am recommended by various leaders to teach this class." The day after, he stood in front of the class and introduced, "Makeup has long had a magical quality. It is not just about beautifying the eyes, ears, nose, and body. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the colors red, orange, yellow, green, and purple, correspond to the principles of nature. Using cosmetics to supplement deficiencies and balance energy helps the body achieve a youthful state. Anyone can rejuvenate, if maintained correctly, they can look like a star." Hearing this, the audience below clapped incessantly. At the same time, Wu Chen spoke up, "Darling, this is the plan." After watching, his partner said to contact these stars to shoot a series of rejuvenating cosmetic commercials. This product is not exclusive, it is from multiple collaborating businesses. The secretary responded, "Understood, Mr. Lin, I will get to work right away." Wu Chen continued, "That's just the initial phase. Next, we will also have Tao Maning, Joey, and Zhuang Xiaoyi using rejuvenating makeup to shoot a series of commercials. The engagement from these major stars must also be directed towards us." A week later, Huabei was at home taking care of her skin, eagerly snacking on gossip. She was surprised, "I can't believe it. The skincare products that rejuvenate the skin are all over the internet. In just 2 days, the sales have surpassed 50 billion yuan already." At that moment, Hua checked the news and said, "The important thing is when will the Yubeili Z skincare product become the skincare regime for rejuvenation?" It still managed to sell 4 billion. Upon hearing this, Hua Bei was astonished and could only let out a big gasp. She thought furiously, "That name is up to no good. What is he really after?" At the same time, Lin Tianyu, feeling proud, said, "Teacher 2? Are you really going to teach the big class of the Art Association about skin rejuvenation? Clearly, you have the power to do so. Why didn't you act that night?" But despite his bravado, he had to humbly plead with the teacher, "Come on. I know you have magical skills, help me out here. If this goes on, Bebe won't even look at me anymore." He thought to himself, he was right. Switching scenes, at this moment, Huabei went to find Wu Chen, questioning him, "What kind of tricks are you playing behind my back? You even shamelessly gifted my family 4 billion. What do you want?" Wu Chen replied, "Miss Hua, I don't want anything at all. It's just that the provincial leader assigned Xian Kai the task of bringing our fellow enterprises in the industry to develop together. It's nothing too serious." Hua Bei said, "Huh? Who are your fellow enterprises?" She pointed and said loudly, "Xian Kai is our competitor that my sister and I are trying hard to defeat. I won't easily admit defeat." Wu Chen said, "From the first time we met, you have always been unnecessarily aggressive towards me, and you even asked for a competition." Wu Chen slyly asked, "Is it possible that you fell in love with me at first sight?" Hua Bei, caught off guard, shyly replied, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Wu Chen moved closer and asked, "So then why did you come to find me in the middle of the night?" Hua Bei, being pressed by the handsome guy, turned bright red and stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Suddenly, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, she fainted. Wu Chen immediately supported her with his hand. He felt a bit confused, thinking, "I didn't expect her to faint. Just now she was so strong." So he carried her into the house to rest. About half an hour later, Hua Bei unexpectedly woke up in bed. She thought, "Wait a minute, did I just faint? Damn it!" However, she immediately tossed aside the covers to check if there were any parts of her body that had been touched. But why am I lying on the bed? Looking down, she saw that her clothes were still intact, but her socks and shoes had been removed. She then envisioned the scenario. He took off my socks. Does he really want to do something to me quickly? I can't stay here any longer, I need to leave right away. Hua Bei quickly tried to escape, but while she was looking down, she bumped into Wu Chen. He had just come out of the shower, smelling fresh, wrapped only in a towel around his body. He said, "Oh, so you're awake now?" Hua Bei, enchanted by his looks, couldn't help but toss aside all her modesty and admired him from head to toe. She thought, his body is as solid as a sculpted statue. Is he really the handsome guy who stepped out of a novel? Wu Chen then teased, "Do you like admiring my body that much? Why don't you come inside and take your time to enjoy the view?" Upon hearing that, Hua Bei's face and ears turned red, and she ran away screaming. Wu Chen smiled lightly, thinking, this little girl is quite something. Looking at his phone, he thought, alright, the important thing right now is to get the information. On the screen, a message from Mr. Du appeared, 10 a.m. tomorrow, at the CAF in the northern part of the city. The next morning, Wu said, "You act like we're spies meeting up or something." He replied, "What exactly do you want to ask?" "I don't want Mr. Lin to know that we are in contact." He handed the man the menu and said, "Order a drink first, then we can talk slowly." "Does everyone in the Tu family look like you? I haven't heard any rumors about it." The man gestured and said, "Well, I'm not used to drinking coffee." The story of the Tu family began when that person came to meet Peng Chang. He recounted, that day, Peng Chang brought a man to the village. The clan leader thought, as usual, that he was a wealthy person seeking to consult on feng shui. But in reality, that man came to discuss a business partnership. He said that first, he would work abroad, then build a brand, and later return to dominate the domestic market and seize the emerging market. He continued, "At that time, I didn't pay much attention to his arrogant words, I only knew that the clan leader rejected him, and Peng Chang also smiled and rejected him. Half a month later, Peng Chang was murdered by a missionary. He used his blood to write a curse against our entire family. The clan leader said that the man was afraid we would seek revenge, so he wanted to imprison us forever in the village. The cursed words were, 'Anyone from the Tu family who dares to leave the village and reveal secrets shall die without a corpse.' For the benefit of the family, the clan leader ordered everyone not to contact outsiders and to stay in the village, earning a living through farming for the rest of their lives." He continued, "But having become accustomed to the free life out there, I cannot be content to stay in the countryside, wielding a hoe to farm. Therefore, I severed ties with my clan, vowed not to use the ancestral techniques, gave up the surname Tu, changed it to Du, and went out to make a living. As for whether anyone else has left the village like me, I don't know." Mr. Wu asked, before he died, "Did Peng Chang meet anyone?" He replied, "I'm not quite sure about that." Wu said, "Alright, you can go back now. We will contact each other by phone later." Wu Chen watched Mr. Du's back as he left, thinking to himself, a person who leaves the village and reveals secrets is dangerous, what about someone who enters the village? In 1,000 years of reincarnation, there has never been a case of a missionary appearing and capturing two people for themselves. Now everything is getting more complicated. He continued to think, Tong Xin and Scar want to let the two family. I need to investigate a bit more. Suddenly, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I ask who this is? The voice on the other end replied, Sorry to bother you, Mr. Wu, I am Hua Lei from A.B.C Company. Do you have some time? I have something I want to discuss with you. Wu Chen responded, Alright, the location is up to you. Half an hour later, Wu Chen arrived at the meeting place with Hua Lei. She slowly approached and spoke, Mr. Wu, you have arrived. Although it is quite sudden, I hope. Wu Chen interrupted, No need to be polite, Miss Hua. Just say it directly. Hua Lei then presented the black card and said, This is the amount of 4 billion yuan that our eye cream product, from the 5 Youth Rejuvenation set, has earned. This money needs to be returned to you. Thank you very much for helping us with the event. If there's another occasion, please let us know in advance so we can cooperate fully. Wu Chen noticed Hua Lei's seriousness and laughed, responding, Don't misunderstand, it's just part of the city leader's duties. Hua Lei continued, Even if it's just a duty, you could have chosen other businesses. We, A.B.C, have tried our best to excel and achieve today's success. Accepting this money truly puts me in a difficult position. She paused for a moment and added, There's one more thing. Yesterday, Hua Bei returned home in an unusual state. But I know that she met you last night. She is more competitive than I am. If anything I said has offended Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize on her behalf. I hope you do not take it to heart. Wu Chen thought, she is both a good sister and a determined and resilient businesswoman. Indeed, not bad, not bad. As Wu was still lost in thought, a white car sped towards him from a distance. Hua Lei saw the car rushing toward Wu Chen and, disregarding the danger, ran to push him away. Wu Chen could only say, Miss Hua, you. A loud crash echoed. Hua Lei's handbag and drops of blood fell to the ground, creating a horrifying scene. Wu Chen looked at the sight before him, seeing Hua Lei crushed by the car, lying gasping on the ground. He hurried to support her and called out, Miss Hua. Miss Hua, please wake up. Hua Lei still struggled to hand him a black card, then breathed her last, Mr. Wu. This money. I've returned it to you. My sister doesn't know about this, please forgive her. As she finished speaking, Hua Lei tightly closed her eyes forever. Wu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and pain as he said, This foolish girl. I never needed that money. You have to be saved. Wu Chen's gaze was filled with fiery hatred as he looked at the car. Who was that driver? Damn it! I won't forgive him easily. He angrily commanded, Time-space system, restart. Time instantly reverted to the moment before the accident occurred. At this moment, Hua Lei was saying, Receiving this money makes me really uncomfortable. In that instant, Wu Chen quickly approached, one hand supporting her head, the other tightly embracing her. In her astonishment, she confusedly asked, Mr. Wu, what are you doing? Wu Chen timed it perfectly to pull her away from the accident. Hua Bei now realized in surprise, Mr. Wu suddenly hugged me. Could he have predicted the danger? Can he foresee the future? Wu Chen's face was filled with anger, almost losing control, as he ran towards the car, forcefully jerked the door open, and shouted, You bastard, I have to see who you are. He grabbed the driver, who was covered in wounds. Hua Bei was horrified to recognize, it's a subordinate of CEO Wang from the Rutong Corporation. Is it Brother Bao? She thought to herself, indeed, his nickname truly reflects his character, he is too brutal. Wu Chen thought, is he someone she knows? He immediately ran over, tightly embraced Hua Bei, and said, Miss Hua, it's good that you are okay. Hua Lei was puzzled, wondering, what does Mr. Wu mean? I don't understand at all, when he said it's good that you are okay, what does that mean? Wu Chen, with affectionate eyes, looked at her and held her hands tightly. Just now, you risked your life to save me. I have gone through reincarnation for thousands of years and have never owed anyone anything. But today, I owe Miss Hua a life. He spoke up, How does this relate to CEO Wang of the Rutong Corporation? Miss Hua, please make it clear to me. Perhaps I can help you. Hua Lei replied, but the debt issue with CEO Wang. That's a personal matter for me. Wu Chen looked at her and pointed towards the car. Look at that car. We almost met the Heavenly Father, Miss Hua. This is no longer just your business. He insisted, you saved me, and I absolutely will not let you be in danger again. Hua Lei responded in confusion, ah. Did I save you? Clearly, you saved me, Mr. Wu. Ah. You haven't hit your head, have you? She smiled lightly and continued, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Wu. If something unfortunate happened to you, I wouldn't be able to repay the debt. Hua Lei tightly grabbed his hand and said, let's go. First, we need to get to the hospital, and then we will find him. Wu Chen pulled her along, saying, I'm fine, no need for the hospital. Let's go straight to the Donghai branch of Rutong. At that moment, at Rutong Corporation, Hua Lei angrily confronted CEO Wang. According to the contract, I've paid off both the principal and interest this year. The remaining amount, I can pay off at the latest by next year. How dare you send someone to threaten and intimidate me, almost causing a homicide? Isn't that too much? Wang handed her a debt note, saying, our contract wasn't signed that way. Take a closer look. When you have the ability to pay off the entire debt, you must immediately repay both the principal and interest, it cannot be delayed. Otherwise, it will be considered as not repaying on time, and you will have to use your body to settle the debt. Hua Lei slammed the table, saying, our company can verify our revenue. CEO Wang can see that we haven't sufficiently earned the ability to fully repay both the principal and interest. Mr. Wang smugly replied, Miss Hua is joking. The products in your rejuvenation line are selling well, trending hot online with a revenue of 4 billion. It's not my fault that you audaciously refuse to repay your debts. It's no wonder Mr. Bao couldn't stand it. Hua Lei retorted, we didn't voluntarily participate in that event, the 4 billion revenue has to be paid to others. Wang couldn't hold back any longer, the bloodlust in him began to rise. He prepared to strip Hua Lei of her clothes, his mouth pouting as he said, oh, to be honest, the debt between us, you don't have to repay it. Just work for me according to our contract, just 2 months, and everything will be settled. Just then, Wu Chen rushed over, throwing a powerful punch that sent the lecherous man flying away. His eyes clearly revealed his anger at this scoundrel daring to touch his benefactor. Wang yelled loudly, damn it! Who do you think you are to touch me? Don't you want to live anymore? Someone, get over here! Wu Chen drew his gun and fired a warning shot, anyone who wants to die can come forward. Next time, I won't be firing in the air. The fat Wang felt fear welling up inside him, thinking, why is this guy so aggressive? He pulled out a gun right away? Hua Lei called out, Mr. Wu, you. Wu Chen, furious, pressed the gun against Wang's face and said, this is just the Donghai branch of Rutong, and a guy from elsewhere dares to harm someone in the middle of Donghai? It seems that before, a Tai has been too lenient with scum like you. At this moment, the CEO Wang thought, the person who dares to call Mr. Li like that. Earlier, I heard Hua Bei call him Mr. Wu, could it be he is the infamous Mr. Wu in Donghai? I heard that Mr. Li has gone abroad, and Mr. Wu is flying all over the country. Now Donghai has almost no one in charge, which is why they dare to act recklessly. Wu Chen held up the paper and said, this kind of contract to repay debt with one's body has no legal validity. Furthermore, you just harassed Miss Hua and demanding 3 billion in compensation isn't exactly reasonable, is it? Calculating her debt, how much do you owe her now? Or why not skip the payment, I'll just give you a piece of candy instead, how does that sound? He broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, I truly didn't know. I didn't know Miss Hua was Mr. Wu's person. I was wrong. Miss Hua doesn't owe anything anymore, the compensation for having offended Miss Hua. Please give me a day to prepare. Tomorrow, I will transfer the full amount to Mr. Wu's account. After speaking, he obediently tore up the debt paper. Huabei blushed, thinking to herself, huh? How did I become Mr. Wu's person? Wu Chen firmly held Huabei's hand and said, don't say that, it's as if me and Atai are part of the underworld. Here's the deal, you come here, kneel down, bow your head 3 times in front of her, and we'll consider this matter settled in Donghai. As long as it's legal business, you can do whatever you want. Hua Lei thought to himself, Mr. Wu, don't just say that. Please explain. Mr. Wang immediately knelt down, bowing his head in apology. Hua Lei felt extremely awkward inside, thinking that it would be hard to explain things in the future. Stepping out into the corridor, Hua Lei spoke up, I originally intended to talk things over myself, but it turns out that CEO Wang relied on Mr. Wu. My feelings are a bit complicated. People like him can't just be reasoned with. Hua Lei extended his hand and said, perhaps Mr. Wu's approach is right. After all, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wu. Wu Chen replied, we're not so different after all. Hua Lei added, oh, by the way. Bebe had a wager with you in the past, if she lost, she would pour you wine and serve you dishes. Although it was just a child's play, if Mr. Wu doesn't mind, could I prepare a few home-cooked meals to seriously thank you? He replied, that would be fine, Miss Hua. Half an hour later, Hua Bei was standing in front of the mirror, coordinating her outfit. She thought, his girlfriend must dress like this, which means he must like this style, right? She immediately envisioned the scene of Wu Chen tenderly embracing her from behind. My love, the way you're dressed shows that you understand me well. In her imagination, Wu Chen believed she understood his thoughts. She wondered, so what does he need now? Surely I understand. Hua Bei slowly knelt down and began to work. Just then, Hua Lei and Wu Chen happened to return from the market and caught sight of the scene. Hua Lei asked, Bei, what are you doing? Seeing the two, Hua Bei quickly covered herself, feeling embarrassed as she replied, sister. Why did you bring him here? Hua Lei said, Mr. Wu has helped us a lot. He is a distinguished guest. You take care of Mr. Wu, and I will go cook. Hua Bei replied, okay, then I will go change clothes. Wu Chen looked at her, thinking to himself, this girl is really something. A moment later, Wu Chen asked, Xiao Hua, tell me, why did your sister borrow money from Rutong and sign such a contract? Hua Bei responded, don't go giving people nicknames. My sister and I want to surpass Li Ruobing. Ever since we were young, she's liked to make cosmetics, while I've loved makeup. As a result, after more than 15 years in the cosmetics industry, it has become our greatest passion. She continued, actually, at first we only considered it a hobby. But after graduating from university, she took on a few jobs. In some places, she faced harassment, in others, the bosses forced her to do despicable things. A few years went by, and she could no longer endure it. Hua Bei fell silent, filled with indignation. It was I who advised her to resign, to join me in starting a business. But how difficult it is to turn a passion into a career is beyond imagination. The most disgusting thing is that lecherous bastard. Every 6 months, he would come to the company to enjoy the spectacle of her suffering. He would say, what's the point of working so hard? As long as she pleased him well in bed, she would have everything. He said he would wait for the day our company goes bankrupt, and then she would willingly crawl into bed with him. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's expression also turned unbearable. Hua Bei continued, I told that idiot that he can never dream of it. For the sake of our Yubei Zi, we will become the top cosmetic company, better than Li Ruobing's company. We will never be bullied. Wu Chen spoke up, for now, overcoming is not possible, but if you can avoid Ruobing's competition and turn this product into a core product in the short term, it won't be difficult to become a major cosmetics company. Hua Bei took the paper that Wu Chen handed her, surprised as she asked, being more beautiful thanks to healthcare, can beauty soup be even better than cosmetics? He replied, I know a little about healthcare. According to traditional medicine, the more you drink beauty soup, the younger you become, it is an absolute necessity for women. She responded, but I see that the ingredients are all ordinary herbs. Is it really effective like that? Isn't it just exaggerated advertising? He answered, there is one essential ingredient, the golden silkworm pupa. The quality and ratio of it are the core secrets of the product. He thought, of course, obtaining a high-quality supply of golden silkworm pupa is not easy at all. I need to make a trip to Lingnan, and coincidentally, the Tu family is also in Lingnan. It might be a good opportunity to gather more information. About an hour later, Hua Lei called out, Bei, hurry up and take Mr. Wu out for dinner. On the table were delicious dishes that Hua Lei had carefully prepared. Wu Chen remarked, Miss Hua truly has great cooking skills. Thank you for the hospitality. Hua Bei replied, Sister, Wu Chen just suggested a new product idea to me. It's incredibly creative. I think it's fantastic. Wu Chen continued, one of the materials needed to create this product is very rare, Miss Hua. We need to go to Lingnan to discuss it with the other party. Seeing this, Hua Lei stammered, oh, all right. After finishing the meal, about an hour later, Mr. Wu returned to Li Ruobing. He said, Honey, I've done something, but I hope you won't be angry, alright? Li Ruobing was still drying her hair when she heard her naughty boyfriend's slightly remorseful voice. She pouted and said loudly, You've gone out and gotten some woman pregnant again. Wu Chen quickly hugged Ruobing tightly and replied, What are you thinking? I just gave you Bei Li Zi a plan. If everything goes smoothly, they will be able to expand their operations very quickly. Upon hearing this, Ruobing immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. She spoke up, If things aren't what I think, then my dear, there's no need to report such matters. I would be very happy to have a capable rival chasing after me, chasing after the company from behind. Even if I surpass them, after all, if only Shin Tai is at the pinnacle of the cosmetics fashion industry, it would indeed feel a bit lonely and cold. Wu Chen began to kiss Ruobing passionately. He said, My love, I really like you like this. So let me take care of you for a few rounds tonight, okay? Thus, strange sounds erupted, accompanied by Ruobing's scolding of you jerk. The next day, Wu Chen and Hua Lei arrived in Lingnan. A young woman rushed over and said, Mr. Wu, I am the secretary of the Golden Silkworm Breeding Cooperative in Nanjang, H City. For some reason, I was unable to contact the president, so I had to come here quickly to pick you up. I guess the matter Mr. Wu wants to discuss today cannot be discussed. Wu Chen asked in confusion, What has happened? I contacted the president of the Miao Cooperative last night, she answered. The secretary girl replied with a flustered expression, I and the others are the same. Since then, we have been unable to get in touch. It seems Mr. Wu should return to Donghai. We will contact him when we find the boss. Of course, our agency will cover Mr. Wu's flight expenses. Seeing the girl about to take out her QR payment scanner for him, Wu Chen hurriedly advised against it, no need to be so straightforward. In my impression, CEO Miao is a principled person, always punctual and reliable. Now that you are here, please take us to your cooperative. After half an hour of travel, they finally arrived. A woman hurriedly said, Yesterday Mr. Miao came home and a car came to pick him up, but up until now there has been no news. It has been less than 24 hours, and even though we reported to the police, they still haven't found him. This is truly making me worry to death. This woman was none other than Mrs. Miao, the wife of CEO Miao. Wu Chen quickly reassured Miss Miao, Don't worry. As long as CEO Miao has had contact with someone, there will definitely be some clues left behind. I have a few connections, let me see what I can find out. The scene shifts to a Huang. After grasping the information, she quickly searched, Wu Chen, I found an abandoned factory on the outskirts of City H. I'm sending you the location now. Back with Wu Chen, he said, Miss Hua, you stay here with this girl from the countryside for one night. I'll take CEO Miao back. He placed a hand on her shoulder and added, Just wait for me, okay? It won't take too long. Seeing this, Hua Lei blushed and replied, Okay, alright. So Mr. Wu, please be careful. The scene shifts to an abandoned factory. The sounds of punches and baseball bats echo rhythmically. From a distance, a man, puffing a cigarette, spoke, Mr. Miao, don't be shameless and unreasonable. Today, even if you don't want to sell, you have to sell the cooperative. CEO Meow, having been kidnapped and beaten black and blue, hurriedly replied, "Boss, this price is absolutely unacceptable." The old man in a white suit angrily approached and shouted, "I demand 6 million yuan. Don't push me to do something dirty. I've made my offer, not a dime less." CEO Meow spat blood and said, "No, it can't be." The old man in a white suit spoke up, "Didn't you tell me something before? Didn't you give me all the chrysanthemums? Why is there someone who wants to pay more for this? Are you playing tricks behind my back? Then we should end this game here." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. A kick sent the iron door flying 10 meters away. Wu Chen had arrived, and he spoke in a mysterious tone, "I advise you not to touch CEO Meow." The gang members immediately became furious and charged, shouting, "Who are you, dog, to interfere in our business?" So they lunged at him, planning to gang up. Wu Chen, with his low center of gravity, charged in to fight. Another guy quickly threw a punch, but Wu Chen simply sidestepped with ease. Wu Chen then lightly threw a punch. One person was sent crashing headfirst into the wall. The others witnessing this scene turned pale with fear, whispering, "I'm about to wet my pants. What kind of monster possesses such unusual strength? Who is this guy?" Wu Chen approached, untied Meow CEO and said, "Meow CEO, I will take care of the cooperative's matters. Please take some rest first." Wu Chen continued, "I have found everything about you on my way here. Let's have a chat." The boss sneered and asked, "A chat with you? Do we have anything to talk about?" Wu Chen sat down, beginning to showcase his knowledge. "You work hard yourself, also own some factories under your name. Your net worth exceeds 10 million. By evaluation, compared to ordinary people, you are quite successful." He was astonished and asked, "Ordinary people? What do you know?" Wu Chen continued, "Of course, you are not an ordinary person. I told you I've researched everything about you, including your life experiences and the family you don't want to mention. You are a member of the Ding family, and your grandfather and Ding Duanlong's grandfather. Speaking of seniority, Ding Duanlong should call you uncle." Upon hearing this, his expression turned wide-eyed, sweating as he responded, "How could you possibly know this?" The old man from the Ding family began to pull his hair as if about to go mad. Seeing this situation, Wu Chen was a bit surprised as it seemed everyone in the Ding family might be crazy. His thoughts raced through his mind, from the intimate scene of the mysterious man with some woman, to the moment of being reprimanded and driven out of the family. Even now, as he looked at Wu Chen speaking, he could hear none of the words, only the movements of his lips. The scene of that day returned to his mind. His parents had been brutally murdered and died in a tragic manner. The voice inside his head echoed, "It was only supposed to be a love affair." He shouted loudly, "Shut up! Don't say anything more to me." Wu Chen said, "Now you are walking the same path as your brother-in-law." He angrily pointed and exclaimed, "How could I possibly be like that beast? It's simply that you don't understand that, after more than 30 years of hard work, my assets still haven't exceeded 100 million yuan. At this rate, it will take many more years to become a top entrepreneur, right?" Wu Chen responded dangerously, "Becoming a top entrepreneur, so that your brother-in-law feels that you are the only one worthy of the Ding name, and ultimately make him regret what happened back then. Ah, is this the reason why Du Bang Cheng had to die and Chairman Miao had to sell the cooperative at a low price?" He said, "Humph. That's a matter for the Du family. He was a feng shui master, but who are you to meddle in this?" He lit a cigarette and said, "The Tu family and I have a bit of a karmic connection between us. Their affairs, I cannot just leave them be, I cannot ignore them. Encountering me is indeed a blessing from their ancestors. The Tu family is originally small and insignificant. It was I who brought the Tu family's techniques overseas, to places where no one understood them, and established reputable clinics in our country. By combining traditional medicine and beauty care products, I have helped them earn hundreds of millions annually. I am thinking of expanding the product line by 2 more rounds. So what if there's a little deceit, right?" Wu Chen replied, "The Tu family has regulations to inherit the wisdom of the sage. surely they cannot engage with me in such things to self-destruct their reputation. He said, not making money is only for those who have a problem with their minds. You asked, what about the golden silkworm then? He answered, if I didn't expect it, I would propose to establish a cooperative to gain what they have today. But Mr. Miao reneged on our agreement, refusing to give me the right of first purchase at the last minute. Naturally, he forced me to do something wrong. Mr. Deng has said so as well. Mr. Miao spoke up from one side, Mr. Wu wants to buy the golden silkworm at a high price. The villagers naturally want to prioritize cooperating with him. After all, raising the golden silkworm is not simple. The workers certainly want to have a better life. Wu Chen said, Mr. Miao, I only need a small amount of goods. I'm not buying up your entire village. He replied, yes, we didn't think this through carefully. He spoke up, see? The nature of people is just like that. When you show them respect, they end up being unreasonable. Wu Chen smiled and replied, maybe Mr. Miao is a bit wrong in this matter, but your way of doing things is also somewhat excessive. You can calculate the penalties for breaching the contract, but you must also include the compensation for Tu Pengcheng's death. He answered, with power in your hands, you can say whatever you want. Wu Chen continued, even if you do this to try to reclaim the Ding family or whatever, remember that I will definitely destroy the Ding family. You shouldn't keep thinking about that rotten family, but rather focus and use your talents to forge your own path. After a while, Wu Chen took Mr. Miao home. He spoke, thank you, Mr. Wu. Because we were too greedy for money, we ended up in this situation. It truly makes me feel very ashamed to say this. He replied, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. If the cooperative falls into his hands, it won't be peaceful either. He turned to ask, you gentlemen are short on capital, right? Mr. Miao answered, in the past, there were small households, each working hard but barely making enough to eat, unable to support themselves. Now the cooperative has expanded, and we've even leased some mountains around, so we are in great need of capital. He said, all right, Mr. Miao. I will invest in your cooperative, as long as you let me have the best silkworm cocoons. Mr. Miao opened the car door to leave and said, that's great, with Mr. Wu backing us up. We just need to work hard. Wu Chen then called Wu Yu Rong, hello, Miss Rong. It's been a while since I heard your voice. On the other end, Wu Yu Rong replied, don't joke around, come back quickly, you naughty one. There's something important. After hanging up, he pondered, I was planning to visit the Tu family, but it seems I'll have to put that on hold. Half a day later, Wu Chen came to see Wu Yu Rong, Miss Rong, I'm here. From inside, upon hearing the voice of her mischievous boyfriend, she ran out and hugged him tightly. She said, my little brother-in-law, it's been so long since I last saw you. I missed you to the point of going crazy. Wu Chen replied, Miss Rong, what you said doesn't sound like you at all. Could it be that we must? His hand started to fumble around, prompting Wu Yu Rong to pull his hand away. She spoke up, stop it. The only one in your eyes is me, but we have guests at home. Wu Chen just noticed someone behind and said, oh, third young madam. How have you recovered? Watching the intimate scene between the two, Xing'er felt a bit shy. She replied, you men threw me in Tokyo without a second thought. Now that we meet, you don't even care about me? Wu Chen replied, how could it be like that? Actually, I didn't think the third young madam would come to Miss Rong's house. Seeing him so cheerful, Xing'er gently swatted his hand with her fan and playfully scolded, you chatterbox. Wu Yu Rong excitedly said, I could endure it without relying on you, but now that we've met, I can't hold back any longer. Third young madam, if you don't mind, then. Xing'er happily responded, no one else is allowed, but if it's Wu Chen, then I might consider it. Mr. Wu watched the two talking and felt a bit confused, not understanding what they were hinting at that made them so excited. But it seemed that his chances were slim anyway. After a while, in the room, the sounds of passion began to echo. Wu Chen was indulging in a delightfully carefree game with two of his lovers. Wu Yu Rong had to moan, little husband, oh, you're so good at this. A moment later, it was Qing Er's turn to taste and she kept calling Wu Chen's name incessantly. Wu Yurong said, I miss you, I love you to the point of madness. I just want to stick to you forever. Qing Er chimed in, hurry up, it's my turn now. After about 2 hours of yoga practice on the bed, Wu Chen embraced both girls with his hands. He asked, Miss Rong, third young madam, what exactly is the urgent matter that called me back? Wu Yurong replied, after handling everything, the major project in Nation TD has been put at the top of the organization. Finally, the 4 parties have signed the agreement, but unfortunately, the person in charge is someone who once pursued me but was rejected. Now that he sees my name on the partner list, he has begun to cause trouble. Wu Chen said, that's really too much. Qing Er spoke up beside him, he even made my husband there be bullied openly. Wu Chen, you have to help her. Qing Er was the kind of person who loved her husband, but she also had a fondness for him. Wu Chen tightly hugged his beloved and said, if I go there, I have to prepare thoroughly. Wu Yurong said, if necessary, I will go with you. Qing Er replied, I really look forward to it, I wonder what tricks you will pull again. The scene shifts to 2 days later, at the airport in the capital nation AR, the territory of a few camel guys. A Rolls-Royce car was waiting with a man inside. He spoke up, Mr. Wu, you finally arrived. The final phase of the game development project has been giving me a terrible headache. Wu Chen said, the development team is doing very well, the progress is quite complete. A while later, in the office, a few IT people appeared visibly exhausted after being pushed by Wu Chen. A young man said, Boss, are there still many things that need fixing? Another asked, when will we finally get to take a break and go home? Wu Chen patted him on the shoulder to encourage him, soon, soon. There are just a few minor tasks left, like adding guidance for newcomers, fixing hidden bugs, addressing the issue of invisible walls, adjusting the AI intelligence of the boss, and optimizing frame rate and lighting issues. After hearing this, the young man could hardly keep his eyes open and replied, oh my god, is there still this much left? Will we even make it until the game launches? Maybe dying early wouldn't be so bad. Wu Chen said, don't worry, your efforts will be rewarded accordingly. The young man muttered, just like the Liu family. Wu Chen quickly proved he was not lying, saying loudly, completely different from the Liu family. Now, bring on the cake. A suitcase filled with cash was opened, this is 10 million in cash, a reward for Team 5 for launching the game on time. If the results are good, there will be additional bonuses. Just work an extra 10 days, and then everyone can enjoy a vacation and explore the beauty of ancient Babylon. There are also some girls here with attack on the chest and defense on the butt to serve. Thinking about the bright future ahead, every young man was excited and full of enthusiasm. Boss is so great. Don't say any more, boss. I will sell my life for you. Nation M female, come over here. The scene shifts 10 days later, on the day of the launch of the game Grey Myth Wu Nang. The team leader with the scarf spoke up, this is the first time I've been this nervous. Standing in front of the computer monitoring Mr. Wu's data, this feeling is harder than fighting against the mafia. On the other side, and Meng Lan was also happy for her beloved husband as the game's theme song was loved by the global gaming community. Mr. Wu is truly very talented. On Peng Wei's side, on the first day, revenue from Sting exceeded 5 million copies. BS reached 800,000 copies, while other domestic platforms accounted for 500,000. The team leader shouted loudly, daily revenue has already hit 1.8 billion. This is just the beginning. Next month will sustain the hot trend, and revenue will surpass our expectations. Wu Chen smiled faintly, the game has succeeded. That's enough. Now it's time to meet the young master of Qatar. The scene shifts to the second day in Nation AR. Seeing Wu Chen arrive, a balding man spoke up, Mr. Wu, you finally made it. Has my wife explained the current situation to you yet? Wu Chen, wearing a cheerful expression, replied, the third young lady only briefly mentioned this issue, saying that the third young master has encountered difficulties here. What exactly is the situation? Perhaps due to practicing yoga with Qing Er and Wu Yurong the night before, Wu Chen hadn't had much time to discuss the matter. The third young master warmly shook hands and said, I don't consider you an outsider. Come, sit here. Let's have tea and chat. But he had no idea that at home, his wife was being cared for by Wu Chen as if she were family. He recounts, in the past 2 years, we have mainly built a solar panel manufacturing plant and solar power stations in the desert. Everything is almost complete and ready to enter the trial operation phase. But unexpectedly, the fourth prince ordered a halt, saying it needs to be checked, taking more than half a month. There are still many more rounds to go. I really feel it's too bothersome. Wu Chen said, it's just that he found out one of the main shareholders is the woman who once rejected him, so he's frustrated and intentionally making things difficult. It's not a big deal at all. He was surprised and asked, Mr. Wu, so do you have a countermeasure already? Wu Chen replied, of course I do. These nobles never know what to do, just let me teach them a lesson. Third young master, lend me your little assistant for a day, will you? The girl over there was shocked by the sudden request. The third young master asked in confusion, huh? What does it have to do with my assistant? The girl asked in bewilderment, is it me? The scene shifts, and at this moment, in the film frame, the charming girl is riding a camel in the sandy desert. A loud shout echoed, open sesame. The girl then walked in and transitioned to a completely different space, contrasting the heat of the desert. On the cool blue beach, the young girl began a 30-second advertisement, from the desert to the ocean, an extraordinary experience awaits. Comment and share this video to receive a card, open sesame. And there's still a chance to win a travel voucher worth 23,000 yuan for a package trip to Qatar. At that moment, the performance immediately concluded. All the previous scenes were just a green screen backdrop. Wu Chen called to remind, the video has been sent to you, Peng Wei. Find 50 famous influencers right away to have an in-depth experience. In 4 days, there will be a stir domestically. Peng Wei replied on the other end, I understand, Mr. Wu. 2 days later, while enjoying tea, the third young master rushed in shouting, Mr. Wu, in the past few days, 500,000 domestic tourists have poured into Qatar, overwhelming their country. Hotels and restaurants are all on alert. They have no experience accommodating such a large number of guests in such a short time. Wu Chen slowly asked, and what happened next? He continued, in 3 days, they've generated 4 billion from food and travel services. Their 17th prince has invited us to a thank you dinner tonight. Wu Chen smiled and said, well then, third young master, don't get drunk tonight. He chuckled and replied, of course. The scene transitions to the Thanksgiving dinner of the 17th Prince of Qatar. He raised his glass and said, Mr. Wu, your advertisement for Arabian Nights World is truly creative and effective. It has surpassed all expectations. I also heard that the mythology game you released in the neighboring country sold over 100 million copies in just 1 week, breaking global records. Wu Chen clinked his glass and replied, recently, it has just been a small achievement. Perhaps it is due to the grace of heaven that we have such good fortune. The prince said, I really appreciate your country's saying, success lies in people. A one-time success may be due to luck, but continuous success cannot rely solely on luck. Mr. Wu, please follow me, preparations are underway, he continued. From somewhere behind, a frustrated voice inquired, oh, isn't that Mr. Liu? How did he sneak into the 17th prince's party like this? I already said, don't meet until the checks are finished. Why trail all the way here? The 17th prince replied, for th prince, Mr. Liu and Mr. Wu are esteemed guests whom I invited. Hearing this, he was surprised and asked, did you invite them, dear brother? The 17th prince cheerfully said, Mr. Wu, let's not worry about my 4th prince. Let's go over there and continue our conversation. The 4th prince irritably thought, Mr. Liu wants to revitalize operations but needs to find someone responsible for energy like me. Why is he looking for a cultural manager? On the other side, the 17th prince spoke up, honestly, Mr. Wu, as a small country, all we know how to do is sell energy. We live in constant worry every day. Wu Chen asked, do you want to develop your own cultural industry? He replied, of course I want to. I think about it every day, but I just don't know where to start. Wu Chen pulled out a device and said, I have a plan. Please take a look. As he looked at the device, his face lit up with joy and excitement. He praised, I didn't expect you, sir, to have such a brilliant idea. All right, I will entrust you with this entirely. If it succeeds, I will do my utmost to support you in everything. Thus, the two shook hands to collaborate. Mr. Wu said, however, if we want to expedite this plan, the budget might. He interrupted, money is not an issue for me. The scene transitions to the morning of the next day. Xia Siqin jumped up and said, Wu Chen, is there anything I can do to help you? I haven't worked since graduation. Wu Chen saw this and immediately got up, saying, Siqin, Xin is about to enter university. You can't just concentrate entirely on her. That wouldn't be fair to yourself. Siqin replied, as long as teacher Wu doesn't mind me being slow, I'm willing to learn everything. Even if it's just doing the errands for you, I'm willing. Seeing her diligence for him, Wu Chen gently embraced her, saying, it might be a little tough at first. Siqin replied, as long as teacher Wu is with me through the hardship, I don't mind. I just want to be helpful to teacher Wu. So, Wu Chen began to help her with her morning exercises. To motivate her further, he said, then I will give you more courage. That afternoon, he started teaching her. He reminded her to memorize the scene numbers and how directors work. In the future, this project will be under your responsibility, he said. Siqin determinedly replied, understood, I got it. He patted her head and said, don't rush, just take your time and you will get used to it. Encouraged by him, Siqin's face turned rosy. At that moment, he received a call from Xiao Bao, saying, hello, senior, we have arrived. I will send the location, everyone come here to meet up. You really speak quickly, Xiao Bao. He said. Xiao Bao replied, if it weren't for household chores holding me back, I would have led the team myself to withdraw. Wu Chen chuckled and said, all right. A little while later, a group of people arrived and began to shake hands and greet each other. Xiao Bao asked, senior, what project is this time? These engineers are all key personnel specially chosen by my second uncle. They are even better than the team that built the bridge in Nation N. Wu Chen thought, Mr. Tang truly understands me. This time it's the second project for the 17th Prince, constructing a cultural and creative area to support a major film's television series from a big platform in Nation M. Once the film releases and attracts massive viewership, this place will be where we will reap tremendous profits. Therefore, the timeline is very tight and the project scale is much more complex than the project in Nation N. Wu Chen spoke up, Xiao Bao, look over there. That is the land specially authorized by the prince for our use. We will build an Arabian Nights world complex, encapsulating the romantic essence typical of Nation TD, rivaling even Disneyland. Hearing this, Xiao Bao exclaimed in amazement, oh my, we are building an Arabian Nights world, senior? Wu Chen, embodying the prince's demeanor from Nation TD, looked extremely dashing. His confidence radiated unmistakably. 10 days later, this place had become a construction site for infrastructure. Wu Chen exclaimed, not bad, not bad. With a construction speed that is unbelievably fast like this, I must say the 17th Prince will be very pleased. Seeing Wu Chen a bit uncomfortable, his friend next to him asked, Brother Wu, do you feel uneasy about anything? It seems like tension in my lower back and shoulders, Wu Chen replied. Let me take you to get a traditional Chinese massage therapy. It will be fine in 2 days, his friend suggested. Wu Chen asked, oh, is there somewhere like that in Nation Q? His friend explained, Zhang is the best in Nation H for traditional medicine therapy. They have excellent services here, and there are even some beautiful young ladies with skilled techniques. They know the body better than we do. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen clicked his tongue lightly and replied with faint annoyance, what you said? Ah, never mind. He shouted loudly, everyone has been working hard for 10 consecutive days. So let's all go take a break and relax our shoulders and necks. It was thought that Brother Wu might be timid due to fearing his wife, but it seems this guy hasn't slept under a bridge, so he doesn't know what fear is. The scene shifted to the Lanting Su Hanfang Healthcare Club. A kind girl hurriedly said, "Brother Zhang, I'm really sorry. Since you didn't make an appointment in advance, we probably can't accommodate you today." The young man named Zhang said, "Huh? What's going on? Why didn't I hear anything about this 2 days ago? What kind of business are you running here? The guests I brought today are all distinguished guests. If you can't resolve this, then call your manager over to talk." The young woman replied, "I understand that everyone is a distinguished guest, but today we have a special guest who has made a reservation. This is the first time we've encountered such a situation, so I hope you can understand." Zhang continued, "The main purpose of opening your shop is to do business with people from Nation H, like us. I want to see how impressive and significant these guests you mentioned are, to compare them with our Mr. Wu." At that moment, a girl with orange hair stepped forward and said, Hey, can you be a bit quieter? You say this is the best physical therapy club in Nation H, but your Nation H people can't even perform the most basic quiet move." The young man, irritated, was about to engage further with the young woman, shouting, "Are you that distinguished guest? I want to know why you dare to publicly discriminate against people from Nation H like this." Wu Chen then advised, "Brother Zhang, since they have reserved the place, it wouldn't be a problem for us to change to another location. There's no need to argue here." Suddenly, at that moment, another Nation M's personnel walked out and spoke up, "Nancy, why are you still making noise? This is Princess Monaco, Lara Balina." Nancy replied, "Your Highness, I apologize. Can we negotiate immediately?" Lara said, "Anyway, let it go. Initially, we came here to set the location spontaneously, so let's forget it. Give each of them a sum of money, and remember to verify their identities for registration for next time. Are the technicians ready? I am really eager to get started." After saying that, she walked away. Wu Chen thought, "It is indeed true that she is called Your Highness. She is truly a distinguished guest. Let's go, Brother Zhang." Mr. Zhang had to swallow his frustration and asked on the way back, "Who is she, Mr. Wu? I am really annoyed at being treated like a beggar." He replied, "She is the Princess of Monaco, the best friend of the 9th Princess of Nation Q. It's better for us to do less than to do more, so let's avoid causing trouble for the prince." The scene shifted to the morning of the next day. Wu Chen was reviewing the script. The director for younger sister Xia Xichin said, "Teacher Wu, the filming of the second episode today went very smoothly." But from afar, Xiaobao hurriedly ran over and called out, "Senior." He asked in confusion, "Xiaobao, why did you come here?" Xiaobao said, "Senior, there is a group of people blocking us at the construction site, not allowing us to communicate with the outside. Something is going to happen soon. Senior, you should go there to handle it. No one else is there but our acquaintances." Nancy spoke up to take charge. "Everyone must be checked, and check them carefully for me." At this moment, the workers were lining up to report. Wu Chen cheerfully spoke up, "Our construction site is fortunate to have Your Highness visit and oversee our work. It's truly an honor." Seeing this, Wu Chen approached the younger sister, and Nancy pointed her gun warningly, "You better stand right there for me." He replied, "Oh, drawing a gun to welcome me? There's no need for that." Lara Balina spoke up, "Last night I told you all to register. Why did you run away, especially you? You have a complicated background. You are not only an intelligence businessman but also a high-ranking partner of 2 gangs from Huaxia Nation DH and the gangs from Nation M. You also have connections with the locals from Nation CP." Wu Chen replied calmly, "So what?" Lara continued, "In other words, if in Nation Q, if that person wants to harm me, then you would be the most reasonable one to draw a knife for them." Behind them, a young man voiced his dissatisfaction, "Yesterday I thought I was unlucky to meet you guys, but today it's even worse." Xiaobao said, "No matter if you are a princess or whatever your highness status is, I will not allow you to harm my senior without reason like this. Wu Chen gestured, don't get agitated. I completely understand why Princess Lara is doing this. Xiao Bao said, Senior, she has already regarded you as a villain. Why are you still sympathizing with her? Wu Chen thought, after I completed all the skill points I needed to learn over thousands of years, there was a period during reincarnation when I was bored. So I passed the time by collecting anecdotes about the royal families of different countries. But the funniest among them was the family of Princess Lara of the Royal Monaco. Wu Chen, unafraid, took another step closer and said, Princess, if I said I could completely get in touch with that person, would you believe me? Lara was surprised and asked, Huh? What's happening with this man? Isn't he afraid of death at all? Wu Chen immediately displayed his skills, landing a swift blow that knocked the girl Nancy down. He began to flirt, saying, Although I had the pleasure of meeting the princess for the first time yesterday, I understand you better than you understand yourself. Of course, this is beyond your comprehension, but that's all right. I will speak clearly with you, but we need to change places. At this moment, Lara could only stand there in confusion. Suddenly, Mr. Wu made a strange move by lifting her skirt. Lara hurriedly covered it up, shouting loudly, Guards, quickly! This guy dares to sneak inside the princess's skirt. What a rogue! Meanwhile, inside, he didn't know what he was actually doing. Was he openly checking the goods? The two who were watching both flushed red, thinking, what is Mr. Wu's skill here? Senior, is he starting to tear apart the princess's garments now? What kind of technique is this that he is so reckless? Lara blushed with embarrassment and stammered, Pervert! You pervert! What are you doing? After a moment of fumbling around, he came out and said, People who are kidnapped or assassinated every year should pay special attention to security issues. I've been in a similar situation long ago, so I understand how you feel. He then took out some kind of device, but the person never realized that the reason for their danger was that Nancy was always by their side, or the shadowy factors around. Hearing this, Lara exclaimed, OMG! Wu Chen extended his hand and said, This is not the place for us to talk. Let's change the location. Dear princess, you can leave your people behind. Somehow, unconsciously, Lara reached out and took his hand. Wu Chen pulled her along, leaving but not forgetting to remind Xiao Bao, make sure the construction site starts normal operations again. After a while, Wu Chen was taking little sister Lara out to get some fresh air and chat. Lara spoke up from behind, What else do you know about me? On Wu replied, Of course, I know a lot. Your Highness, you are the only child of the king and queen. The queen passed away from illness when you were just 7 years old. 2 years later, the king remarried, and the new queen quickly gave birth to a princess for the king. Since the little princess turned 18, everything has started to change. Your stepmother has begun an endless assassination campaign against you to seize the throne. But you are very clever and have avoided most of the assassination attempts. Until that point, you felt the most terrifying chill in your life. To relieve the stress that was difficult to bear in your heart, you found a boyfriend. But then you discovered that all of them were assassins arranged to be by your side. When you confronted him, he had poisoned the raincoat. Because your physique is too sensitive, you fortunately escaped the disaster at that time. Hearing this, Lara became shy and blushed, interrupting, This is really strange, you don't need to say anymore. On the white sandy beach, the waves whispered and lapped at each other, creating a peaceful scene. In the car, Wu Chen asked, Do you know why your father is indifferent to your assassination attempt? He even seems to be an accomplice. Lara replied quietly, Throughout history, in most families, whether royal or ordinary, when there is a stepmother, things usually unfold that way. Wu Chen said, But you have underestimated your father. In fact, his love for you has not only remained unchanged but has grown stronger than before. Lara exclaimed in surprise, What? What are you talking about? I completely don't understand what you're saying. Wu Chen explained, In our country's terms, this is called the psychological strategy of a king. Your country has an unfavorable geographical position, with three sides being pressed by Nation P, a giant that grips tightly. Since birth, you have had to read the faces of others. One careless move could risk losing the nation. Therefore, the heir must possess a steely will, extraordinary courage, and decisiveness. What your stepmother has done, in your father's eyes, is a challenge set by the nation, helping you train and grow. That's why there's a saying, fire tests gold, hardship tests strength. Upon hearing this, Lara was incredibly surprised and asked back, does he really think that way? He turned down and said, Princess, the best way to resolve danger is to give up defense and attack first, taking the initiative. She replied, our country only has our strongest point in tourism. What should I do now? He smiled and asked, are you asking for my advice? Lara said, there's the matter of the blockade at your site. I'm really sorry. Come down here, come over here. Thinking she was inviting him down to the seats behind to practice yoga, she unexpectedly pulled him outside. He looked bewildered and said, huh? What are you doing? Just get out of the car, don't worry. Lara stood in front of the vast, sparkling sea, not hesitating about her status, and sincerely said loudly, Wu Chen, here I officially apologize to you. My impulsiveness, I hope Brother Wu can forgive me. Seeing this, he replied, so formal? It seems helping the princess this time cannot be refused. Half a day later, returning to the company, the exhausted tech workers were about to faint and said, the results of our game are too good already. I'm only thinking about the fun vacation coming up. Someone else replied, the feedback from players is abundant but very focused. The workload of this patch is within expectations. At this moment, Wu Chen had come to squeeze a little more. Oh no, to visit some brothers. The man from Nation AR said, Mr. Wu, I just saw the news that you've taken on 2 extra projects in Nation Q. How do you have the free time to come here? Wu Chen replied, of course I came to squeeze it dry. I have a new idea that requires collaboration from the development department. The young game developers had just caught their breath, and now they had to turn into milk cows for him again. A young man quietly said, isn't our vacation going to be cancelled? The other young man responded, you really can't trust what the boss says. Wu Chen continued, it's not like I'm forcing everyone to work overtime. Our next project is a game set in medieval Europe. This is Princess Lara of Monaco. Upon hearing this, the long-term single young men jumped up and asked in unison, a princess? Looking at her radiance, he said, our game will feature a collaboration with Monaco. After players complete the exploration of the map and unlock hidden missions to become holy knights, they can use their game ID to travel to Monaco, enjoying free food and drink. If the game turns out well, the staff will also receive similar benefits. Meanwhile, the princess will ask the government agencies to help our company find beautiful wives from Monaco. Thinking of the scene of marrying a beautiful girl from Monaco, one can't help but want to embrace it. The young men who were previously enchanted exclaimed, from our understanding, thinking means that if we become outstanding employees, the princess and the boss will gift us a wife, right? Wu Chen looked at Lara and chuckled, replying, that's a rough understanding of it. The young men, just moments ago feeling sluggish, were now full of energy, excitedly shouting, boss, pick. Pick me, I will work hard. I want to work overtime, no one stop me. In my heart, there is only work. The young man in the back couldn't help but marvel, thinking, Mr. Wu is truly formidable. Not only is he intelligent, but he also has incredibly impressive connections. Previously, I only thought he was familiar with a few major families in the country, but it turns out he is also a guest of Prince Q and Princess Monaco. My luck lies in being his ally. If I were his rival, I would have been dismissed long ago. Wu Chen and Leah smiled with satisfaction as their initial plans had taken off remarkably. Meanwhile, on a Huang side, if the new game promotes and develops Monaco's economy, a year from now, they might award a medal to the person with the greatest contribution, and that person will become the Duke of Monaco. She pondered, the idea is his, the product is also made by him. So, isn't the biggest contributor Wu Chen? This means if this succeeds, Wu Chen will become the Duke of Monaco? This shocking information quickly reached Li Ruobing's ears. She read the news with a pale face, worried. It is something he can do, but this is no joke. She ordered, quickly take this list, contact these people, gather all of them at DH immediately. Her secretary, holding the documents, replied, I'll do it right away. But deep down, she hesitated and thought, it has been a long time since I saw this expression. Truly, a boss like this is too scary. A while later, her rival Wu Yurong arrived with Qing air. Yurong spoke up, are you continuing this act, Li Ruobing? What does replaying the past mean? Now the room was filled with sisters for the urgent meeting. After hearing the news that her beloved could potentially become the Duke, Li Ruobing said, apart from confronting me, can you do anything else? You know the current situation all too well. Or do you not want to think about becoming his sister-in-law? She continued, or do you not want to think about being his sister-in-law? Yurong slowly sat down and replied, it's not that your position as his wife may be shaken. So what does that have to do with us? What do you think, third young lady? Qing Er lifted her teacup, just smiling as if she was contemplating something. Tian added, Aunt, your statement is not correct. This matter relates greatly to us. You should think it over. At this moment, a Huang interrupted, sisters, wait a moment. There's someone else who wants to talk about this. Yurong responded, Huang, do you also want to compete for rankings? You haven't even slept with Wu Cheng yet. Huang turned her screen and spoke, not me, it's her. Make sure you see clearly before you speak, sister. At this time, Henan, along with Xia Siqin and Menglan, were on a FaceTime call. Did you not promise Wu Chen not to interfere in our matters? Now you've changed your mind and want to join this battle? Henan replied, I have listened to everything you and Yurong said. I do not care about your rankings. What worries me is whether I can still see Wu Chen in the future or not. She continued, I just want to find a way to resolve this with you all. Yurong asked in surprise, what do you mean? Why are you worried about not being able to meet Wu Chen? Ruobing spoke up, I knew it, as soon as you saw my invitation to the gathering, all you could think about was confronting me, without considering anything else. Don't you know what makes Wu Chen special? He never pursues women, women come to him. She continued, do you think everyone here is sufficient? There are still 2 women from the Hua family outside that I haven't called yet. Have you not thought about this? Wu Chen has the potential to become the Duke of Monaco, supporting the princess in ascending to the throne. The next step could be that he becomes the husband of the princess. By then, to preserve the dignity of the Monaco royal family, it's very likely that Wu Chen will be forbidden from contacting us. Upon hearing this, Sister O suddenly felt choked with fear, thinking of the wicked princess who could crush her relationship with Wu Chen. Yurong was even more afraid, no way to meet Wu Chen again, that would be hell on earth. I don't want that at all. Qing Er spoke up, whether the princess is beside Wu Chen or not is beyond our control. But as long as the princess wants to inherit the throne, her husband must certainly be worthy of it. Ruobing followed, in other words, what we need to do now is to find a way to make Wu Chen lose the opportunity to be bestowed a title. Xing said, that's right. Although I feel a bit regretful for her husband, we still have to do this for a future where her beloved husband is still by her side. Wu Yurong was pondering the pros and cons, being very careful. She wondered, should we hire a hacker to destroy his newly developed game? If we ruin his hard work, would he hate us later on? If we are unhappy with him because of this, would the gain outweigh the loss? Ruobing replied, at this point, I can't afford to worry too much. If we don't make a decision, Wu Chen will soon be set on marrying. While the sisters were discussing, the 2 younger girls, Trang, Xiaoyi, and Zhouyi, sat looking worried and hesitant, not daring to speak. From the laptop, Xiang Xiannan's voice echoed, hey, let me tell you something. Do you show toughness when something happens? There must be many solutions to this question, right? Ruobing replied. It seems that Miss Xiang has come up with a better way, Xiannan continued. Up until now, there are quite a few women around Wu Chen, aren't there? The one who has been by his side the longest must be the one with the best conditions, right? Will the woman who arrives later be prioritized for a better relationship? Isn't the first love always much better? Or has he given up on the first one? Could it be that he has overlooked his first love? Would he treat the first one poorly? At that moment, Tian Tian blushed and replied, "No, Wu Chen is very good to me." Really very good. Nu Bang then asked, "What you mean is that we don't need to do anything at all?" Xian Nan said, "All you need to know is one thing: keep a cool head. Therefore, deciding what to do or not to do is up to you." At this moment, Miss Li fell into deep thought. Xian Nan added, "From what I have learned, the original intention of the Monaco royal family was to award titles to those who made significant contributions to the country's economy." A year later, Wu Yurong exclaimed, "That's right. What we should do is invest in Monaco." Ruo Bing was thrilled to hear the idea from their biggest competitor and replied, "The economy stimulated this year will be higher than the economy from the game created by Wu Chen. We don't need to cause trouble for Wu Chen. That's great too." Tanan continued, "I will arrange to move the headquarters of the corporation abroad to Monaco so that the royal nobles in Monaco can contact us more conveniently, and the line of jewelry provided by the royal family can develop better." Xing Er said, "If there is anything I can help with, just let me know." Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Yi shared the same thoughts. They were extremely confident in themselves, and looking back at their sisters in the house, it was really wonderful to be able to help Wu Chen. Even Xia Xichin over there had a similar thought, "I can't do anything, it's different from my sisters." The eldest sister, Li Ruobing, also observed the expressions of the three of them. She thought, "It seems the feelings of the sisters over there have been overlooked." Ruobing then stood up and went over to hug the two younger sisters tightly, saying, "We are one family. Just focus your mind on this place and channel all your effort and energy into it. What you need to do is to follow what Wu Chen instructs. Just try your best, do you understand?" The two people immediately blushed and replied, "Ruo Bing, we know what to do now." A Huang, sitting nearby and eavesdropping on their sisterly affection, thought it was rare to see Miss Li being so gentle. That's interesting." Turning to Wu Chen, he spoke, "Today has been a long and tiring day. Princess, you should rest early and don't need to see me off." Lara was about to say something, but Wu Chen interrupted, "Princess, don't say anything. I understand. If you need anything, just call me. Bye-bye." Seeing him leave, Lara felt a bit reluctant and thought, "Wu Chen, I've never seen a man as confident as he is." Wu Chen then advised his brothers, "You all must remain vigilant. Those around to protect the princess and the brothers of Diguan Gang must be responsible for the princess's safety and prevent any violations." The others replied in unison, "Don't worry, we won't let Mr. Wu and Mr. Lu be embarrassed." Having said that, the three of them left with extraordinary agility. Wu Chen smiled slightly when he noticed someone secretly observing him from behind. He murmured, "Since it's difficult for the princess's side to take action, it seems she decisively changed her target. Let's see what strategies you can come up with." About an hour later, Wu Chen filled a glass of water with a weary expression, thinking, "Are you waiting for me to doze off? Just go ahead and attack, so I can sleep." "Never mind, I'm too tired. Let's take a shower first." In the bathroom, Mr. Wu turned on the water, as if he were taking a shower. The sounds of water and the hot steam began to spread. He smiled faintly, "It must have taken an hour, so I've been waiting here, and now it has begun. I'll cooperate with you again." At that moment, Wu Chen called the receptionist to complain, "What the hell is going on? It scared me to death. The reception desk needs to come check it out. There's something wrong with the shower, it's driving me crazy. If you can help, come fix it quickly, I still have to." At that moment, Nancy kicked the door open and kicked Wu Chen right in the face. She aimed her gun at him. "You said you were a traitor of intelligence. You're really something. If you can get through the first wave." Wu Chen said, "There's no need to do that." Nancy asked in surprise, "What? You drank that cup of coffee, but he wasn't poisoned?" At that moment, Mr. Wu began to counterattack. With one move, he knocked the gun out of her hand, grabbed her head, and slammed her hard down onto the floor. Wu Chen wrapped each towel around himself, pinning the girl down. He spoke up, "I'm sorry, being an informant is just one of my identities. Nancy, you really know nothing about me, but I know everything about you. Everything the Queen told you is a lie. Nancy, you have been deceived." She replied, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wu Chen gestured, slowly touching the exposed part. "Didn't people say that the impure thoughts of men and women lead to such things? My mind is now filled with unclean thoughts, and I can no longer control my hands. Just look at how despicable I am." As he tightly held both of Nancy's hands with one hand, with the other he slowly pulled her shirt down. Nancy hurriedly pleaded, "No, don't touch me. I will be poisoned and die." About 2 minutes later, the girl blushed, breathing heavily said, "No, no, don't. I will." Wu Chen replied, "How will you do that? Not only will you not die, but you might feel very comfortable, right? That's why I said you were deceived by the Queen." He continued, "Of course, if you believe the lies of the Queen, then you have to start over from your miserable childhood. Your parents were minors, their work was very busy, they couldn't take care of you, so they had to send you to your grandfather's house for care. But your grandfather was a worthless scoundrel who used the living expenses left by your parents for food, drinking, prostitutes, gambling, and cigarettes. He didn't care about you at all. That day, your grandfather ran out of money and couldn't entertain prostitutes anymore, so he hatched a dark plan for you, and you were violated. But that guy was an old bastard, afflicted with many sexually transmitted diseases. Unfortunately, you got infected. Before long, the area began to ooze and fester. Even more disgusting was that the old man even criticized you, saying that at your young age, you didn't study well and got involved in the chaotic society, causing yourself to contract all kinds of diseases. Your parents were so angry that they kicked you out of the house. You wandered outside for half a year, dirty, smelly, and filled with diseases. When you were about to die, you met the princess." He leaned in close and asked her what happened next. "Let me finish the rest." Wu Chen continued to playfully tease Nancy. His hand slowly removed the layer of lingerie and said, "Since you don't want to speak, let me tell you. The Queen has not abandoned you at all. On the contrary, she even sent someone to the top hospital for the best doctors to treat you. Since then, you have become a close maid next to the Queen, who arranged for you to learn various skills and gradually mature. The Queen brought you back for two purposes. First, now is not a convenient time to talk. Second, she wants to nurture you as an envoy to assassinate the princess. The Queen understands that the greatest weakness of women is love. To prevent you from meeting men, falling into the web of love, and no longer heeding her commands, she has used your childhood experiences to construct a story about how impure thoughts between men and women will lead to illness. When confronted, she tried to respond but did not lie. The Queen would never deceive me." Wu Chen then held her hand tightly and said, "Earlier, your body had a reaction, right? That is the instinctive reaction of a mature human. And yet the Queen called it impure. So now, would you like to try it? To see if touching a man, with this so-called impurity, generates a virus?" Mr. Wu slowly helped Nancy feel that spot. Nancy was so shy that her face turned red, yet she unconsciously made no attempt to resist. Wu Chen continued, "Did you not say the Queen would not deceive you? Then let's test who between the Queen and I is really deceiving you and who is telling the truth." She replied, "Then you should hold back a bit." She gradually moved closer, her mischievous hand began to untie the towel. She said, "The Queen has deep affection for me. I would rather sacrifice my life to prove whether she is right or not." Seeing that she had started to get into it, Wu Chen said, "What did the Queen say?" "Just by touching, the virus will emerge. Now that you've touched, has the virus appeared? If you still don't believe, you can touch a bit more." Indeed, no one gives practical examples like Wu Chen, bringing out his sword. About 10 seconds later, after some playfulness, Nancy felt her body was extremely excited. Wu Chen spoke up, "Don't panic, this is just a normal physiological response. After such a long experiment, has your hand been infected with the virus yet? She immediately checked without thinking and replied, it's still as flexible as usual, not showing any signs of infection. Did the queen really deceive me? Wu Chen continued, it's good that you understand. I hope that from now on, you will not interfere in the matters between the queen and the princess anymore. Knight advised from behind, tomorrow the princess will leave Nation Q to conduct an inspection at the A.B.C Pharmaceutical Company, a group in which the royal family has shares. Sell the information, don't let her go there. I have entrusted this to the country and your highness, but betraying the queen would be truly shameful considering her kindness and care for you. She slowly grasped the gun, and tears began to flow. Messi decided to end her life right there. Hearing the gunshot, Wu Chen was shocked beyond belief. He rushed over to find Nancy lying on the floor. He said, this is not betrayal, this foolish girl. You don't even know what the queen's first intention was when she brought you here. You are truly foolish. He frowned in anger. As for the matter concerning Princess Lala, whether I want to or not, it must be managed. The queen and that doctor, both of you have succeeded in making me furious now. The scene shifts to the morning of the next day. Lala had just stepped out the door when she was surprised to see Wu Chen and exclaimed, Mr. Wu, why are you here? Wu Chen replied, Your Highness, are you planning to inspect the A.B.C Pharmaceutical Company that you feel has issues? She asked in surprise, You know about this too? He responded, If I say that the A.B.C Pharmaceutical Company truly has problems, you might not necessarily find anything by going there, but you will definitely be in danger. Could you refrain from going? Lala said, Mr. Wu, didn't you say that the heir to the nation must have a steely will, extraordinary courage, and decisive strategy? If I am afraid of a little danger, I am sure my father and you would laugh at me. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen replied, Although it's rare to see you so determined, Your Highness, I will accompany you there. But remember to stay close to me. She said, Oh, so you will be my bodyguard? All right, I understand now, Mr. Wu. Thus, the two set off to Nation B. At the outskirts of City M, the main person in charge of the A.B.C Pharmaceutical Company, named Wen Renlong, came forward to greet them. Your Highness, did you come this time to check the records, or? Lala spoke up, No, I want to see the research, development, and clinical trials of the pharmaceuticals. When Renlong replied enthusiastically, Your Highness, feel free to see anything you want, let's go to the research center first. At the entrance of the research center, he said, Your Highness must wear dust-free clothes inside. No, who was beside him, said, Let me help Your Highness change clothes. Inside the changing room, Wu Chen carefully examined every detail of the clothing and then said, the dust-free clothes are fine. But Lala, changing clothes nearby, encountered a problem. Her face now resembled a tomato. Wu Chen helped her put on the dust-free outfit as if she were 3 years old. Lala blushed, thinking, Mr. Wu, he's standing too close, I can feel his breath. After a while, when Renlong led the two into the center, Your Highness, feel free to look around but don't touch anything. If you have any questions, you can ask me if there's anything Your Highness doesn't understand. She asked, Is this the only research center? He replied, Of course, Your Highness. Building a research center requires a substantial amount of funding. How could an ordinary person build it without Your Highness's approval? If Your Highness has no other questions, let's go back to the office to continue our conversation. Lala said, All right, I'll go back to the office first. Wu Chen softly said, Your Highness, it would be better for me to help Your Highness change clothes. On that side, Wu Chen was helping her take off her clothes. Lala spoke up, Mr. Wu, it was fine when I was putting on clothes just now, so it shouldn't be a problem to take them off now. With the demeanor of a gentleman, a man of integrity, Wu Chen closed his eyes while helping her remove her garments. He continued, We have a proverb, when necessary, there is no worry. After changing, Lala bashfully said, Mr. Wu, I want to go to the restroom. Wu Chen said, All right, let's go, I'll take you there. But at the door, Lala said, Mr. Wu, please wait outside. If there's anything, I'll call you. About 6 to 7 minutes later, waiting outside, Wu Chen felt somewhat puzzled and wondered to himself, "It's been so long, why hasn't Your Highness come out yet?" He knocked on the door and spoke up, "Your Highness, are you done? If you're finished, please respond to me." But seeing that there was no movement inside, Wu Chen immediately realized something was wrong. He broke the door and rushed in, shouting, "Your Highness!" Inside, she had long since fainted in the thick smoke. Wu Chen felt uncomfortable and thought, "I'm so dizzy, the air in here is full of harmful gas, colorless, odorless, and dense. It's bad, Your Highness has been breathing this in for too long, her body must have suffered irreversible damage." The princess's trip to the restroom was an unexpected event, something that couldn't have been foreseen. It's very likely that the entire company had been set up with traps, and someone knew her whereabouts at all times and could immediately activate the traps. Most likely, it was him, Dr. Wenren Long. He grimaced and commanded, "System restart." And so the wheels of time began to turn back. At that moment, Wu Chen carried someone and reported, "Your Highness, the evidence is clear." Lala spoke up, "If it weren't for Mr. Wu arranging a body double, then the person who was poisoned earlier would have been me, so I will immediately arrest Dr. Wenren Long." After being caught, Long shouted loudly, "What are you planning to do? Besides Your Highness and the Queen, no one has the authority to arrest me." Wu Chen laughed and said, "Well, that's fine, it depends on whether you want to talk about the past between you and the new Queen of Monaco here or go back to talk to the King and Queen." Hearing these words, the old man widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What do you know?" Wu Chen turned to say, "Your Highness, I hope you won't be too agitated when you hear this." Lala, standing beside him, felt a bit anxious. Wu Chen began to recount, "Dr. Wen and the current Queen of Monaco, Ray, were once classmates at my university, Imperio. Due to shared interests, they quickly went from classmates to lovers. Not long after being together, Ray became pregnant and gave birth to a child. However, the hospital discovered that the baby was not his biological child. The doctor stated that the child was actually his brother's, which led to a heated argument between him and the doctor. Since he was the only son in the family, he decided to investigate the truth himself and uncovered an astonishing fact. He was a chimera. He said, in genetics, chimera means the fusion of two embryos that develop normally, like conjoined twins. However, there are special cases, such as the day when one embryo develops normally while the other completely dissolves in the body of Dr. Wen. This can explain that within Dr. Wen's body, a part of his brother is connected, even though it has no consciousness and no independent organs. The abandoned child soon passed away. To have a child completely from him and Ray, Dr. Wen underwent in vitro fertilization. However, Ray thought he had gone mad and wanted to break up. Later, Dr. Wen found Ray again and told her that the child was completely successful and convinced her to give birth to the baby. Lala spoke up and asked, "Are you saying that my sister? She is not father's child?" Wu Chen only closed his eyes, not answering. Mr. Wen replied, "That's enough for now. There is nothing more to explain. It's up to you to handle it." Thus, the underground research center was completely destroyed. As Lala sat in the room, trembling, she said, "Mr. Wu, next, I will go back to my country to handle my sister's affairs." He immediately approached, comforting her, "There is no need to feel guilty. As the heir of the nation, Your Highness has responsibilities and obligations, you must do it." She burst into tears, tightly embracing him and calling out, "Mr. Wu, hold me a little tighter. I need more strength from you." He caressed her gently to comfort her, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. Just relax and rest well, okay?" After bringing Lala back to her resting room, a few minutes later, Wu Chen unexpectedly flung open his door and questioned, "Why are you all here? Can you explain a little?" Inside his room, Li Ruobing and Zhou Shaoyi were already dressed in their sleepwear, sitting on the bed. Li Ruobing and Shaoyi exclaimed in astonishment, "My love! Why, Mr. Wu?" Li Ruobing took Shaoyi outside and said, "Oh, I came to fulfill the promise between the two of you. The new movie has aired 4 episodes already, and the feedback is very good. Shaoyi is now quite famous. You haven't forgotten what you promised her, right? In the past, at that time, Xiaoyi was ready to say, "So, boss, give me a chance to become your woman." He had said, "If you truly strive for your dreams, when the new movie achieves success, I will do as you wish." At this moment, Mr. Wu asked, "Of course, I remember, but my dear, do you really have to handle this right now?" Li Ruobing looked at her younger sister and replied, "Family matters are of course something to take care of. My love, you should focus on your work first, and other things can wait until tomorrow." Li Ruobing immediately gave the two of them some private space. Xiaoyi blushed and said, "Mr. Wu, I haven't let you down. The film has achieved significant success." He embraced her and replied, "I know, you silly girl." Xiaoyi then began to speak again, "Since today I've secretly learned a lot of things. Mr. Wu, please close your eyes." Wu Chen helped her remove her clothes and said, Xiaoyi, at times like this, perhaps it's you who should close your eyes." He gently pushed her onto the bed. Perhaps it was from earlier when she was learning from the older sister. Xiaoyi sweetly said, "I love you, Mr. Wu." Zhou Xiaoyi shed tears of happiness. The two of them shared a passionate night together. The next morning, Wu Chen spoke up, "Are you awake? Did you sleep well?" Xiaoyi opened her eyes in surprise. "Mr. Wu has been awake for a long time and still waited for me to wake up. In this position, your arm must be numb." She shyly replied, "Mr. Wu, you are too gentle. Can I stay by your side like this forever?" Wu Chen kissed her gently and replied, "What are you saying? Of course, I will be by your side. You were tired last night, so get some more rest. I'll go find Ruo Bing." Xiaoyi obediently replied yes with a tone of agreement. A little while later, in sister's room, Wu Chen asked, "My dear, what was the important thing you wanted to talk about last night?" Sister Li said, "After you left, the Hua sister was schemed against. Zhuo Kaiyang accused their cosmetics factory of serious pollution and linked it with the leaders wanting to take over their company." Wu Chen continued, "Zhuo Kaiyang, huh? This guy is outrageous. He wants Hua Lei to go bankrupt and then crawl into bed begging him. How arrogant can he be? I will report this to your Highness Lala, then we will return to DH." After a while, Wu Chen brought the couple along. He spoke, "Your Highness, this matter about your sister shouldn't be blown out of proportion. I trust that you will handle it well. I have arranged for someone to discreetly protect you. His name is Mr. Dao." Lala cheerfully replied, "Yes, if there's an unusual situation, I will seek Mr. Wu's advice." A day later, in Nation M, Xianan was relaxing. Wu Chen entered innocently, saying, "Director Lin really has an interesting hobby, raising puppies while letting them make a ruckus outside. Aren't you worried?" She responded, "You managed to sneak in here without alerting my bodyguards, so you must not be an ordinary person, right? Did you come to find me just to talk about Zhuo Kaiyan?" She asked, "What is he doing now?" "This is the chairman of the Infinite International Investment Bank, named Lin Shi." Seeing her sit up, he turned his face away and said, "It's nothing important. He is just a tool to attract attention from Director Lin. Actually, I'm here just to get to know Director Lin." She chuckled and said, "Many people want to get to know me, you'll have to queue up." Wu Chen replied, "Why do I feel like I can cut in line? Director Lin, with a net worth of 60 billion, thinks she's had enough in life, so she keeps a puppy for fun. But what if I told you that you have a son?" Upon hearing this, Director Lin's expression darkened as she asked him, "What are you talking about?" He smiled faintly, thinking, in the cycle of life, Lin Shi ranks 4th on the list of women I care about. While I have countless hours to learn skills, Lin Shi has not spent much time learning. She only needs to glance at something to understand it, and everything she tries once becomes a mastery. Truly a rare genius, but in the past, she was infatuated with love that was uncontrollable. She said, at the age of 25, she got married and had a child, a happy and joyful family. Unfortunately, when the child was 3 years old, the whole family went on a self-driving trip and encountered a landslide. Her husband died on the spot, and the 3-year-old child also disappeared as the car fell. Lin Shi was pierced by a piece of metal in the stomach, suffering damage to her uterus and ovaries. If it weren't for the villagers passing by discovering her in time, she might not have survived. After being brought to the hospital and saved, Lin Shi lost the ability to become a mother again. From that moment on, her fate changed, losing her passion for life. At first, she only wanted to earn a little money to live, but thanks to her sharp eyes and accurate investments, she became a shark in the financial world. Considering herself no longer a complete woman, she also lost the desire for love. Gradually, she immersed herself in fun games with young bodies, trying to see if Lin Shi could feel love again. In an endless cycle of 1,000 years, I have tried every method, and the result shows that I just need to find her child who was not dead but lost, to awaken the maternal instinct in her. He pretended to say, to know the whereabouts of her son, we need to make a small exchange. Hearing this, Lin Shi was immediately astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Seeing that Lin Shi's defenses had been broken, at that moment Wu Chen proactively approached and whispered, "Our transaction may be small, but it is not suitable to discuss it here. Lin Shi, please invite me to your office, and it is best to bring your lawyer along." A while later, in the office, Lin Shi spoke up, "Now that we have changed the venue and your lawyer has arrived, is this official enough? Can we discuss your transaction?" Wu Chen replied, "I will not beat around the bush with Lin Shi any longer. I want 51% of the investment shares and to become the CEO." Hearing this, she said, "My investment in Infinite, while not the strongest, has a market value of around 60 billion. And yet you open with a demand for half, and you think this is a small transaction?" The young lawyer sitting beside them also broke into a sweat and thought, "I've never met anyone so outrageous in my life. This person must be insane, right?" Wu Chen confidently stated, "The prerequisite for the transaction is fairness." The document on the left shows the operational situation of Infinite 1 month after Lin Shi found her son. The document on the right is the letter Lin Shi sent me after entrusting me with the operation of the company. If the actual situation does not match the documents, the share transaction will be cancelled. The lawyer will hold on to both copies of the documents. What do you think? Lin Shi said, "Arrange the documents. You can go outside first." The young lawyer looked at her, mysterious and enigmatic, and replied, "All right, I'll do as you wish." After he left, she immediately asked, "Then where is my son?" Wu Chen replied, "Don't ask anything more, Lin Shi. When the time comes, you will naturally know." Thus, the two parted ways for the time being. 10 days later, in a temple, a young man with a scar on his head was practicing. Wu Chen spoke up, "Years ago, a car accident threw him from the vehicle, rolling down the mountainside and causing a head injury. Fortunately, a llama happened to pass by and rescued him. He has lived there for years and has become an unknown llama. Here are the results of the paternity test." Lin Shi was astonished, speechless, looking at the young man. "That person is my son. My child." She immediately wanted to rush to her son after 15 years of separation. But Wu Chen stopped her and said, "Lin Shi, your son suffered a head injury, and to this day he still cannot speak. You won't be able to communicate with him." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi burst into tears, choked with emotion. "What are you saying? Is my son mute and deaf?" Wu Chen reassured, "Don't be anxious. I have a way to heal him, but you have to trust me." Lin Shi said, "If it can be cured, that's great. I want to take him to Nation M to find the best doctor for treatment. Money is not an issue." He continued, "The problem is that his illness cannot be cured by modern Western medicine. That's why I want you to trust me." Lin Shi, moved, said, "All right, I will trust you one more time. You must cure my son." Wu Chen replied, "With Lin Shi's word, we cannot delay any longer. Let's go right away." A day and a half later, Wu Chen drove Lin Shi and her son to a remote small village. Lin Shi skeptically asked, "Are you sure we are coming to a countryside like this to treat my son?" Wu Chen politely opened the car door for the two of them and replied, "Lin Shi, do I look like I'm joking with you?" Thus, the three of them walked into a nearby medical clinic. An old man spoke, "Little lady, the Tong family just left not long ago. I didn't expect to have guests visit. Tuja village has not been lively like this for a long time. Wu Chen responded, Elder 2, we are not here without reason. I hope you can use your Taisu 9 formations to diagnose my friend's illness. He replied, Taisu 9 formations? That's just a rumor from the martial world, people are exaggerating too much. Wu Chen said, Elder, you don't need to be humble. The person you are worried about, I have already negotiated with long ago. The compensation for him has already arrived in the account, right? He was astonished and exclaimed, You are Wu Chen? He changed his attitude 180 degrees, and both hands began to gently applaud with admiration. I apologize for my previous casual remarks towards you, Mr. Wu, please don't hold it against me. You have brought justice back to him, you are indeed the benefactor of the two family. Who did you mention wanting to treat? After hearing Wu Chen talk about the condition of the boy, the treatment process immediately began. As this illness had plagued the boy for over 15 years, it was indeed difficult to cure in just a few days. Thus, Wu Chen and Lin Shi stayed here. As the treatment process continued on for a week, Wu Chen said, Lin Shi, your phone has rung 40 times already. Are you really not planning to answer? On the 20th day of the treatment process, the secretary came in person to call out, Miss Li, the company has recently. Lin Shi irritably said, What are you doing here? Everything can wait until we get back. Even through the nights of frost and snowstorms, she did not miss a single day to monitor the treatment progress of her son. Wu Chen called and said, Xin, I have sent you the documents. In the coming time, please contact the suitable people, as many as possible. When needed, I will call you. The other side replied, Yes, Mr. Wu. Time passed, and the treatment process lasted a month. Finally, the boy was able to call out, Mom. Lin Shi was moved, unable to believe it, exclaimed, Oh, that's great, my son. The scene shifted back to the office. Wu Chen said, Lawyer, open the document bag on the left. Please compare the operational situation in the documents with the current one to see if they match. He replied, Due to the chairman's negligence in internal management and information leakage, Infinite Investment is currently being sold off by many other companies. Wu Chen said, Find the son back, she has devoted all her heart to him, losing her sense of the market. More precisely, since her son rekindled her passion, her absolute priority has shifted from work to life. Lin Shi, upon hearing this, only lowered her head in silence. Wu Chen placed his hand on her shoulder and continued, Perhaps asking in a different way will help her feel more clearly. Lin Shi, in the current situation, do you have any solutions in mind? On smiled as he asked, but Lin Shi just shook her head. She couldn't think of anything at all, her mind was completely blank when it came to the job now. Rather than letting the company slowly disappear, why don't I try managing it? Wu Chen added, his gaze firm. Lin Shi, your son is in the process of recovering. Surely you don't want his life to be unstable in the future, right? Listening to him, Lin Shi fell into deep contemplation. Finally, she replied, For now, you manage the company. After saying that, she wearily stood up and left the room. Wu Chen smiled triumphantly, I've been waiting for your words for a long time, Lin Shi. He continued, Xin, there will soon be 200 million transferred into your father's account. Just carry out everything according to the plan. 1 month later. Wu Chen sat confidently, reading the news that topped the hot search. Top 1 is the culinary industry in City A with major reform news thanks to the innovative model of the Tong family. Top 2 is about on-site cooking and food delivery services that are both expensive and not tasty. Top 3 is a new application that helps people buy vegetables and cook at home. For just 15 units, workers can enjoy a clean and delicious meal. Top 4 is the news that sales of major platforms like Metro and City A have sharply declined in the past half-month. He gleefully thought to himself, Xin is doing such reliable work. In just half a month, such a big impact has been made. At this moment, Lin Shi stepped forward and called out to Wu Chen, in less than 2 weeks, the food industry in City A has been turned upside down. The new model of the Tong family is about to be deployed nationwide, set to invade the trillion-dollar market. The reputation of infinite investments has returned, and the profits are hard to measure. Even during my heyday, I couldn't have done better than you. Wu Chen looked at her with a contemplative gaze and then asked, "So what now?" Lin Shi sighed and replied, "Right now, I just want to know if that document is really that miraculous. Everything seems to be in your hands." Wu Chen signaled to open the sealed document. But inside were just two small pieces of paper, with a few lines written on them. "Lin Shi, you don't want to try anymore." "I don't want to try anymore either." Lin Shi laughed, sitting on the desk, saying, "I suddenly remember about 2 months ago, when we first met. You said you could intrude at any time. You're really too much." Wu Chen leaned in, whispering back, "The outrageous part hasn't even begun. I can do much more than that." Lin Shi smirked and replied, "In the end, just how outrageous can you be? I'm truly looking forward to it." Immediately, Wu Chen gently yet firmly leaned in and pulled her into a deep, passionate kiss. The two of them lost themselves in a moment of intimacy in the quiet atmosphere of the office. Wu Chen was now starting the first round of the match with Lin Shi. Lin Shi continuously called his name, marveling at his intense pressing speed. The more she interacted with Wu Chen, the emotion she thought had cooled in her heart gradually revived, reigniting the desires she once thought she had lost. She wanted more, yearning for deeper things. Wu Chen quickly changed his strategy. Every movement of his made her feel surprised and completely captivated. It seemed as if he could read her thoughts, with each technique perfectly meeting her expectations, just as if he was fulfilling her whims. All the skills he had trained were now fully utilized, making Lin Shi feel overwhelmed with happiness. She felt as if she was pushed to her limits, nearly unable to endure any further. After a tense bout of fighting, Lin Shi exhaustedly collapsed into Wu Chen's arms. He smiled and gently said, "Lin Shi, I have only just begun. My stamina is still strong. Should we start the second round?" Lin Shi gasped for breath, hurriedly pleading, No, please. "Oh my, why do I feel like you're a machine that never gets tired? Don't you feel exhausted at all?" Wu Chen did not answer, only quietly washed his hands for her. In that moment, he pondered, realizing it was time to grasp the essential points within her heart. Ultimately, through thousands of years of reincarnation, she understood that after relying on maternal love to awaken the desire for life, the experience of love between man and woman was an indispensable factor. Over the years, she had encountered countless men, but the deep emotions within her soul seemed to exceed the normal level. No man could reach that critical point. At this moment, Wu Chen did not hesitate to tear apart her white shirt with force, his eyes shining with a confident determination. He softly said, "The 5 o'clock just now was only the beginning, you haven't yet reached the pinnacle of happiness. Lin Shi, trust me, I will make you experience the most wonderful state." Lin Shi lay beneath, her body fatigued, with no strength left to resist. She could only let Wu Chen lead. The sound of the shaking furniture continued endlessly for over an hour afterward. Wu Chen still persevered, unwavering, as if he possessed an inexhaustible source of energy. Lin Shi gasped for breath, her mind constantly racing. Wu Chen is a man with incredible business acumen, even somewhat surpassing my own. But what leaves me puzzled is his seemingly supernatural ability to see the future. How did he know exactly what I intended to write in that letter? She felt that, behind that confident facade, Wu Chen was strangely simple and sincere. But it was also his strength and mystery that made it impossible for her to fully understand him. He even held something that she couldn't quite define. After being laid face down, Lin Shi truly felt extremely comfortable. It was as if she was immersed in a sense of peace that fate seemed to have finally brought her. Tears of happiness gently rolled down the corners of her eyes. She softly asked, "Why couldn't I meet you sooner? I wasted so many years on boring men that sometimes I didn't even understand what I was doing." Wu Chen smiled, secretly thinking, "It seems Lin Shi's heart has completely belonged to me now. Another beauty has joined the harem, not bad at all." After a long while, the intimate moment finally came to an end. Just as he was about to take a break, Wu Chen received a phone call. He picked up, his tone filled with concern. My love, what's the matter? On the other end of the line, his wife's voice rang out, sharp and serious. In 2 days, a high-level forum for young entrepreneurs hosted by the provincial leaders will commence. The merger and restructuring of A.B.C will be included in the agenda. Wu Chen calmly replied, I know. Haven't I been preparing for this for the past 2 months? However, his wife's keen intuition immediately sensed something unusual. Her voice grew stern. Wait a minute, is something going on over there? Don't tell me there's someone else there. At that moment, Lin Shi's long, silky hair inadvertently appeared in the frame. Wu Chen smiled, unperturbed, and responded, It's better if I come to see you, talking directly will make things clearer. Rua Bing spoke assertively, filled with anger. What is her arrogant attitude, huh? You had better tell her to give me a reasonable explanation. Before he could react, she immediately hung up the phone. Wu Chen let out a quiet sigh, thinking to himself, it seems that the new sisters haven't been polite enough, have they? He glanced at Lin Shi, feeling troubled in his heart. The matter of explaining to Rua Bing was just a minor issue, but what worried him even more was Lin Shi's illness. Compared to 1,000 years ago, her condition seemed much more serious. 2 days later, at the main venue of the Donghai Young Entrepreneurs Summit Forum, waiting room number 1 became lively as 2 provincial leaders were discussing with Sua Kai-young. The topic revolved around the reorganization and merger of A.B.C company. The leader spoke, his tone calm but sharp. You should come up with a specific plan and send it back to us as soon as possible. Sua Kai-yang, feeling somewhat flustered, stammered a response, Leader. Actually, I have never heard about the case being dismissed. Why is it suddenly like this? The leader nodded, his expression thoughtful. Aren't you fully involved in the research and discussion process of our plan? You know very well the benefits of reorganization in every aspect, especially in boosting the GDP of Donghai. Just at that moment, Wu Chen pushed the door open and walked in, exuding a confident and powerful aura. He interrupted assertively, his voice steady, no need to waste words, Sua Kai-yang. Sua Kai-yang, dissatisfied, questioned sharply, Huh? Who are you? How did you get in here? Wu Chen replied, his voice calm yet powerful, Who I am is not important. What matters is that the leader has chosen to endorse my proposal. Sua Kai-yang frowned, looking skeptical, Oh, so what is the proposal you put forward? Wu Chen smirked slightly, explaining, the emissions from A.B.C have exceeded the permissible standards. I have invested money to replace all the equipment and implement extensive remedial measures. Regarding the pollution issue, whenever it is necessary to address or compensate, I assure the leadership that I will not make it difficult for the provincial and city people's committees. I will definitely cooperate to resolve all issues satisfactorily with the relevant parties. Sua Kai-yang was still not satisfied, continuing to question, throwing money out the window? Is this a problem that money can solve? With the existence of a company like this, the business environment in Donghai will deteriorate, and the reputation of this place will be ruined. Don't you see the consequences? Hearing this, Wu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He looked directly at Sua Kai-yang, his tone calm yet sharp, Is it really such a big problem? Alright, let me enlighten you a bit about the business environment. Have you ever heard of the new model of the Song family in City A? Donghai will be the first implementation site nationwide. This is the hottest topic being discussed right now, with extremely positive feedback. Do you think this will positively guide the business environment in Huadong? Hearing that, Sua Kai-yang sneered, his tone full of arrogance, Oh, the Song family, huh? Sounds interesting. You say the first stop is in Donghai, but where does your confidence come from? Wu Chen calmly replied, I don't carry the Song surname, but the Song family has entrusted their confidence in me. Sua Kai-yang was astonished, frowning as he asked, Wait, clearly Wu Xiandao too has invested in the Song family, so what does that have to do with you? Don't tell me you're one of Wu Xiandao too's people. Wu Chen laughed, his gaze cold. Based on the amount of money you've spent to fawn over Lin Shi, using tricks to win Taihe, then boasting and deceiving outsiders all this time, do you truly feel like you're still human? Do you think you must have Hua Lei at all costs? Zhuo Kaiyang was furious, his face turning red as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you keep fabricating and spreading false rumors like that, I will sue you." Wu Chen, upon hearing this, feigned fear, then slowly took out his phone, opening a video in front of Zhuo Kaiyang. In the video, a young man was kneeling, with a flattering expression, licking the feet of a woman and saying, "Lin's sister, your feet smell so good, so sweet, so soft." Wu Chen smiled, locking eyes with Zhuo Kaiyang, his voice challenging, "Oh, go ahead and sue me. But aren't you afraid that the lawyer and judge will watch this video? Want to sue? Perhaps it's Lin Shi who should sue you." He continued, "For the past few years, you have been nothing but a worthless scum who specializes in licking the boots of others, yet you spread rumors everywhere that Lin Shi has a romantic relationship with you and even dare to claim yourself as her boyfriend. Listen here, no matter what you do, from now on, Tai He will belong to me. Furthermore, you are not allowed to tarnish or destroy Lin Shi's reputation in the future, got it?" Zhuo Kaiyang, exposed, shouted angrily, "What the hell? Who do you think you are to claim back Tai He from me?" He charged in, intending to strike, but before he could even reach, he was met with a powerful Buddha palm strike from Lin Dong. The blow threw him back, making him look like a defeated puppy. He struggled to get back up, wincing in pain, and weakly called out, "Sister." Lin's sister. Lin Shi, seething with rage, coldly shouted, "What the hell is this? Are you still planning to hit him even after watching that video? If he hadn't shown it to me, I wouldn't have known you secretly filmed it. Can an ordinary person do something so despicable?" Saying this, she tightly embraced Wu Chen, leaving Zhuo Kaiyang in shock. Lin Shi continued, her voice full of pride, "Haven't you always wondered who he is? Let me make it clear right now. He is Wu Chen, a major shareholder and also the CEO of Wu Xiandao too. Moreover, he is my one and only boyfriend. Clear enough?" Hearing this, Zhuo Kaiyang realized he had bumped into a formidable opponent and began to scamper away like a little puppy, looking no different from someone trying to escape. Lin Shi turned to him and sweetly asked, "Wu Chen, are you satisfied with what I've done? If so, could you reward me with a kiss?" Wu Chen smiled and gently responded, But the boss is still here." The old leader, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and said, "This waiting room isn't really that formal, so feel free. But I want to ask again, is it true that the Wu Xiandao 2 group headquarters will really move to Donghai?" Wu Chen nodded firmly and replied, "Absolutely." Lin Shi chimed in confidently, "He has said that, it's not wrong." The old leader chuckled, stood up, and said, all right, I understand. You two carry on, I won't disturb you any longer." About an hour later, at El Ruabing's villa, the atmosphere turned tense. Ruabing exclaimed, her gaze icy, "Oh, are you here to explain or to provoke?" Wu Chen, knowing the situation was difficult, quickly smiled apologetically and softly reassured, "Darling, don't be angry too quickly, let me explain." He swiftly reached out to introduce, "This is Lin Shi." "Lin Shi, this is El Ruabing, my girlfriend." Wu Chen gently held both their hands and continued, "Let me clarify our roles when we move into the same house together. Just remember, she will be your big sister." However, Lin Shi still clung to Wu Chen, her face full of happiness. Ruabing sighed and asked in exasperation, "Is this your new woman? Why does she have such a strange virtue?" Wu Chen smiled and gently replied, "Today is the first day she feels happy, maybe that's why she's a bit excited. Don't worry, she has no intention of provoking you." Ruabing glanced over and casually said, "Starting from the last few, most of the women you brought back have some strange illnesses. She won't be like that for life, will she? If not, what can we do?" Wu Chen laughed and reassured her, "What can we do? Just wait for 2 days, in 2 days all her symptoms will ease, and she'll be fine." Ruabing, hearing this, replied wearily, "In 2 whole days? This is really exhausting. In 2 days, you better be prepared to clean up the mess left by the 2 sisters Huabei and Hualei. If you don't, let me warn you in advance." The scene shifts to Xicheng district, at the production factory of Yubei Zi. Wu Chen stood in front of the factory, helping Hualei on direct the work. He spoke up, his voice full of determination. All this old equipment must be discarded. We don't need to keep this old factory anymore. Move the entire factory to the new industrial zone. Hua Lei continued, a bit shy. I am very pleased to receive investment from Mr. Wu, but thinking about how much money you have to spend, I feel quite embarrassed. I already bothered you too much last time. Wu Chen laughed carefree and replied, I am not investing personally for you, but rather the Wu Xian Dao Tu Company. If you want to express your gratitude, you can thank Lin Shi, our chairman, when the time comes. Hua Lei smiled, oh, I see. Then if a thank you party is organized, Mr. Wu, you must remember to attend. Wu Chen nodded and replied, sure, there's no problem with that. Hua Lei hesitated to continue, oh, by the way, I have completed the sample of the MNHN medicine. Do you have time? I want you to take a look first. Wu Chen replied, sure, let's see what you have done with that MNHN medicine. A moment later, in another room, Hua Lei brought the finished product and placed it on the table. Mr. Wu, please take a look. Wu Chen took a sip of tea, nodded slightly, and said with satisfaction, this is the flavor. Next, we just need to wait for the factory to produce it, and we can start mass production. Hua Lei was delighted and, while speaking, reached up to grab something from a high shelf. During the research process, I tried to slightly change the formula. As a result, I found that it has very good weight loss effects. Next time, I will show you more. However, while trying to grab the item, Hua Lei accidentally dropped a clay jar. Wu Chen quickly hugged Hua Lei tightly, but the vase accidentally hit his head. The vase shattered, and the sound of the broken object startled Hua Lei, who hurried over to ask, are you okay, sister? However, the scene before her made her blush. The two of them were unexpectedly pressed against each other, and in a moment, Hua Lei couldn't help but give Wu Chen a light kiss on the cheek. Hua Bei stood watching, feeling uncomfortable. She thought, why did you kiss him? I haven't even kissed him yet, so does he really like my sister? What about me? What am I to him? Feeling disheartened, Hua Bei angrily left right after. Hua Lei quickly called out, Bei, wait. Seeing blood trickling down from Wu Chen's head, she worriedly said, Mr. Wu, you're hurt. Let me help you bandage it. The scene shifts to a bar, where Hua Bei sits alone drinking, wearing a sorrowful expression. She mumbles, although I know he has many women around him, it doesn't matter to me. I don't even hope to be the only one for him. But if I have to share him with my own sister, how can I bear it? At the same time, a young man sitting nearby spoke up, hey, look, isn't that the youngest daughter of the Hua family, Yubei Zi? He immediately took notice and laughed, haha, interesting, isn't it? This person is Bai Du Wen, the young master of the Bai family in Dongbei. The underling said, young master, you have put in a lot of effort to clean up the pups, those connected to Lin Shi. Right now is the best opportunity for you to approach your goddess. Bai Duan replied, initially, I planned to get rid of Zhua Kaiyang as well, but I was afraid that Lin Shi would hurriedly find someone else. Leaving a pesky follower like him is not harmful. The underling angrily said, who would have thought that Wu Chen would butt in? The more I think about it, the more it feels unworthy for the young master. Bai Duan snorted, you certainly know how to hit the right sore spot with me. The underling took out a certain powder and said, in my opinion, the young master should do it this way. Then he poured the powder into a glass of wine. Bai Duan was pleased and understood the underling's intention. He then exclaimed, indeed a good idea, it seems heaven is still on my side. 2 days later, Wu Chen was sitting and talking with his younger brother A Tai. A Tai said, brother-in-law, the construction of the large bridge here is progressing very smoothly. The city center club has also begun renovations. The manager and assistant have already been recruited by me. It will have a trial opening in 3 months, you must remember to come. Wu Chen replied, don't worry, A Tai. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Wu Chen said, someone is looking for you. A Tai, let's continue this later. I understand. You just go on with your work. When he opened the door, Wu Chen was surprised to see Hua Lei. He asked, Hua Lei, why are you here? Hua Lei said anxiously, Mr. Wu, Bei has not come home for 2 days, and we can't reach her by any means. Is Zhuo Kai Yang secretly causing trouble again? Do you think we should report it to the police? Wu Chen replied, come in and sit down, I'll immediately have someone investigate her whereabouts. 10 minutes later, a Huang brought a surveillance video from the street for Wu Chen to watch. She said, Wu Chen, here's what you wanted me to send, take a look quickly. Wu Chen recognized the person who carried Hua Bei into the car. He thought for a moment and said, this face is Bai Du Wen, the heir of the Bai family in Dong Bei. Seeing Wu Chen preparing to leave urgently, Hua Lei spoke up, is there news already? Mr. Wu, let's hurry and go. Wu Chen answered, no, Hua Lei, this person is not easy to deal with. You should stay at home and wait for me, I will bring Bei back. Meanwhile, on Bai Du Wen's side, he was stripping Hua Bei of her clothes. Bai Du Wen spoke up, I've been waiting for you for 2 days now, little girl, I'm quite tired of this game. You've taken too long to arrive. Wu Chen, furious, rushed forward, swinging his fist and shouted, let her go, you bastard. Bai Du Wen was not to be underestimated, he blocked Wu Chen's punch with one hand and responded, oh, you want to fight me? If you can beat me, there can't be many people in this world who can. Wu Chen growled, Bai Du Wen, I know you. You are the one who helps the Great Northern Power smuggle weapons and participates in their global intelligence network. After that, you share this information with the country, so you have some privileges here. You're very capable, but if it comes to risking your life, you're definitely the one who will die. Bai Du Wen immediately released his grip and said, do you have time to kill me? Or should you focus on saving her? She's been poisoned for 2 days, her nervous system has probably been completely destroyed, right? Wu Chen threatened as he took off his coat, I'm taking her away right now, if you dare to stop me, you will definitely die. Bai Du Wen stood still, watching Wu Chen take Hua Bei away. Wu Chen didn't forget to warn, this debt, after I save her, will be settled with you. 1 day later, at the Tujialing Nan village, Wu Chen sought out Elder Du and said, Elder, my friend is in critical condition, I have to trouble you again. After taking the pulse, the elder pondered for a moment and then spoke, this girl has poison entering her meridians, and can only be sustained using the 9 formation Tai Tu to prevent her condition from worsening. However, to cure her completely, a strong medicine is needed to detoxify the poison. Wu Chen asked, seeing the elder seem troubled, is it difficult to find the strong medicine? The elder replied, actually, we need the venom of the Bai Hua Wang snake, but since this girl has been heavily poisoned, a large quantity is required. It is best to extract the venom from a live snake to achieve the highest efficacy. Wu Chen continued, then may I ask, how much is considered a large quantity? The elder stroked his beard and said, at least enough to fill a small swimming pool. Wu Chen responded, all right, I will think of a way. After a while, the silver-haired young man spoke up, hey brother, the thing you need I have already arranged for someone to get, and I have scheduled a plane to transfer it to you. Wu Chen gently replied, we are good friends, no need to worry too much. If there's anything inconvenient, just say it directly. The young man waved his hand, it's fine. It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just because you need it urgently, I had to make a deal with someone. Pet King Bei Mei, Scarlet Mary, is facing a difficult case in Huaxia. Wu Chen said, it's okay, exchange something for something, it's very fair. I will try to think of a way to help. The young man chuckled and replied, all right, then I won't disturb you any further. 4 days later, everything was ready to treat Hua Bei's illness. Wu Chen said, Elder, the Bai Hua Wang snake venom has been collected in this pond as requested, what's next? The elder instructed, Mr. Wu, now you should carry Mrs. Hua into the pond. Her entire body must be submerged in it, leaving only her nose and mouth exposed for breathing. Wu Chen complied and carried Hua Bei into the basin. He asked, is that all? The elder continued, with one hand, support her, and with the other hand, you must press on the Tianqi acupoint. Wu Chen followed the elder's instructions. He silently thought, Xiao Hua Hua, you must get better. We are very worried about you. Right at this moment, The old man was doing acupuncture on Hua Bei. He spoke up, "Mr. Wu, the toxins in this girl's body have basically been expelled. The only thing left is to take care of her for her recovery. But remember, during the treatment, Miss Hua Bei needs to remain calm, recover step by step, and nourish her body. Avoid letting her experience too many emotional ups and downs." Wu Chen nodded in response, "Understood. Thank you, Elder." Just then, he unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. He answered and asked, "Hello, may I ask who is calling?" On the other end of the line, a voice said, "I am Mary Stanfield, introduced by Tom. Do you have some free time? Let's meet and talk." A while later, at the meeting location, a beautiful woman with plump lips slowly lit a cigarette. This woman was Mary Stanfield, who had arranged to meet Wu Chen. She said, "I apologize for dropping by without an invitation, but I simply couldn't wait any longer." Wu Chen calmly replied, "Tom told me about you, but I'm very sorry, I've been quite busy lately so I can't host you properly." Mary exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "That's not important. I came here to talk to you about something specific." She continued seriously, "The thing is, I have a friend who just returned to Nation H to deal with some personal matters. Her name is Deng Jiao, and she is originally from Nation H." She continued, while Jiao was discussing business, she caught the attention of a low-ranking official. His name is Chao Bianchang, and from the very first glance, he fell deeply in love with her, calling it love at first sight. Therefore, he deliberately made it difficult for Jiao in her business dealings, even harassing her multiple times. The night before, Xiao Bianchang found an excuse to meet Jiao and started to make advances toward her. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jiao fought back and delivered a powerful kick to his lower region, severely injuring him. His father, furious about his son's injury, sent people to capture Jiao and imprison her, and I have no connection strong enough to help Jiao. "Mr. Wu, could I ask for your assistance?" Wu Chen sighed and replied, "If it's not too urgent, I can think of a way. But right now, I am truly overwhelmed, to the point of exhaustion." Mary smiled lightly, understanding the implication, and said, "All right, I understand, Mr. Wu, then I will wait for news from you." 2 days later, Wu Chen found some time to visit Hua Bei. Seeing that she had woken up, he happily called out in a sweet voice, "Xiao Hua, you're awake." Hua Bei just opened her eyes and saw Wu Chen. She couldn't find the words to say, Wu Chen, why are you here?" Hua Bei turned her face away, tears streaming down, and questioned, "If you liked my sister, why are you coming to find me now?" "You never liked me." Wu Chen smiled and replied, "Xiao Hua, what are you talking about? Whether it's you or your sister, I like both. In fact, only children need to make choices. This Mr. Wu likes everything." Xiao Hua, hearing his shameless tone, retorted angrily, "What I mean is a pure romantic love, not the kind of love you're talking about." The old man reminded, "Mr. Wu, you must remember that during her recovery, Miss Hua needs to stay calm, nourish her body, and avoid excessive emotional ups and downs." Wu Chen thought, "I'm more grateful to Hua Lei than ever, since she was willing to sacrifice her life to save me, and it's surprising that Hua Bei misunderstood." Thinking about the scene of being in an embrace with the two sisters, he recalled, "I had never interacted with them in 1,000 years of reincarnation, so I never considered the possibility of being beside Hua Bei and Hua Lei. But now in this special situation, Hua Bei's recovery must be the top priority." Wu Chen patted Hua Bei's head and said, "What I mean is that I like you in a boy-girl way, just as you understand it." Hua Bei looked at him, her eyes full of suspicion. "Is that really true? Do you really like me?" She turned her face away and began to cry. But I was drugged. Right now my body is no different than a living corpse. I don't know if my body can recover to normal." Hoo. Wu Chen immediately hugged her tightly, reassuring, "Don't be afraid. If there's any problem, I promise to take you all over the world for treatment, at any cost." Hua Bei felt her heart warmer and more moved. She sensed Wu Chen's sincerity. 3 days later, at Huadong Beach, in an alley, the junior spoke up, "Senior, did you have fun drinking today? How do you find the drinks I made?" Bai Xiaowen laughed and replied, very enjoyable, but it's a pity that I couldn't invite the girl from earlier to the hotel. No worries, we'll continue tomorrow. However, he didn't notice Mary charging at him with a weapon. When she struck powerfully, he realized in time and reached out to block. However, the powerful force from Mary caused his staff to break in half. He angrily shouted, "Huh? Damn it! Where did this person come from?" Mary drew her knife, filled with indignation, and thought to herself, it takes a lot of money to find out the reason why Mr. Wu is so powerless. Turns out, it's to take revenge on the one who harmed his lover. In other words, as long as I can take care of this person, Mr. Wu can help me save Jiao sooner. However, just as she lunged with the knife, Bai Xiaowen quickly blocked her, his voice full of confidence, "There aren't many people in this world who can defeat me." With arrogance, he turned around, snatched the knife, and continued, "How could I let a woman make the first move? A stab at me makes it even harder. I don't know why you want to assassinate me, but I no longer wish to find out. You must die." His knife lunged toward Mary, but suddenly, a gunshot rang out, shooting straight through Bai Xiaowen's hand. He turned, glaring at Wu Chen with eyes filled with fury, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Wu Chen and a group of other warriors approached. Wu spoke up, "Bai Xiaowen, we haven't settled our old score yet, how can I let you create a new debt?" Bai Xiaowen's blonde junior shouted loudly, "You dare shoot my senior? I will fight you to the death." He was about to charge forward, but was immediately kicked by Wu's junior, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Bai Xiaowen frowned, angrily asking, "What the hell is going on? Are you and this crazy bitch in cahoots?" Wu Chen coldly shouted, "Shut up." The gun was immediately aimed at the person opposite him. Another gunshot rang out as Wu Chen shot at the hands and legs of the junior candy dealer, then he stomped his foot on the man's face, filled with rage. With a murderous intent, he said, "Last time was just a warning, but let me tell you this. Hua Bei has just recovered from a serious illness, I must save her, so I need to accumulate good fortune for her. I will spare your life this time, but don't think that having foreign forces backing you means you can do whatever you want. Remember, if there is a next time, I will make sure you won't die a complete person." After leaving, Mary spoke up, "I want to help you, but it seems like I'm actually helping you the wrong way." Wu Chen replied, "I promised you about saving Deng Jiao. In the future, I will definitely find a way. I have kept my promise and I will make it happen. Next time, don't do things like that anymore." Mary responded, "All right, Mr. Wu, I made a mistake." A while later, Wu Chen returned to his house. He intended to take a nap to recharge, but he was surprised to ask, "Huh? What are you guys doing?" In front of him were three wives, each dressed incredibly alluringly and waiting patiently for a long time. Tian took his hand and pulled him closer, smiling as she said, "You naughty one, close your eyes and obediently follow us." Xing chimed in, "Honey, we have never seen you so tired. We truly feel sorry for not being able to take better care of you." Ruo Bing, equally caring, helped him take off his shirt and said, "I don't care, from now on, for the next 2 days, you are not allowed to do anything by yourself. We will handle everything." The three of them together pushed him onto the bed to rest. Tian gently massaged his hand and asked, "Great villain, does this make you feel better?" Ruo Bing helped him lean against the soft pillows, slowly massaging as she said, "Honey, I know you haven't eaten properly for several days, right? Don't let it happen again next time." Xing tenderly fed him, gently encouraging, "Darling, open your mouth." His life was truly nothing short of special, like a king. After that, the three of them turned off the lights to go to sleep. Tian spoke up, "And by the way, great villain, you've never gone without for more than 8 days like this, right?" Xing said below, thinking it over, "I feel even more that your husband is really pitiful. So pitiful, in fact, this time let us help him a bit." And so, everyone had their part. Of course, she was prioritized to enjoy the climax first. The next morning, after a night of rest, Wu Chen woke up, full of energy, thinking, "Oh, I slept so comfortably last night, it's been a long time since I felt so refreshed." She had woken up long ago and spoke up, "Honey, are you awake? Don't wake Tian Tian and Cheng Ying, come outside, I want to talk to you privately." Outside on the balcony, Rua Bing said, "I know all about that girl Mary and your intention to repay her. The senior official has now arrested Deng Jiujio, who is Minister Chao Zhenbang, a former classmate of my father. He is well known for pampering his children." Wu Chen replied, "Actually, I know many stories about Mr. Chao too. I also have a way to handle it, but I'm afraid if I do that, it will open Pandora's box. At that point, many innocent girls will have to suffer because of this." Rua Bing handed him an envelope and said, "I know you will still leave, so I asked my father to help you arrange a meeting with Minister Chao. I hope he will maintain his dignity for my father's sake and preserve the face of both sides." One day later, in Beijing, an old man spoke up, "If it weren't for my concern for Mr. Li's dignity, I would have long ordered the guards to throw you out. I will give you 1 minute, so if you have anything to say, just say it." This is Minister Chao Zhenbang, a high-ranking official in some department, Wu Chen thought to himself. Wu said, "Minister Chao, I know your son has a reckless and indulgent nature, his interests lie in playing with women. After being dumped by Deng Jiujio, he has experienced a slight decline in function. You went to Nation M to find the best doctors, but no miracle happened. He feels life is meaningless, which has worried you all day long. But what if I could cure your son?" Minister Chao looked at him with suspicion and asked, "Oh really? Go on." A week later, at a hospital in the capital, Xiao Biancheng joyfully said, "Dad, I have recovered, I'm back to normal now." "Ha, it's amazing, truly wonderful. Brother, I can return to the world again." Xiao Zhenbang looked at his son, equally surprised. He recalled, "At first, I thought that treating a dead horse like a living one might not be effective, but it really worked." Remembering Wu Chen's words earlier, Minister Chao, "You could let your son try out my activating device, if it doesn't work, then there's nothing to lose, and if it does work, I have an advanced treatment plan." Xiao Biancheng excitedly asked, "Dad, I remember you once talked about that Wu guy. The thing inside me has an advanced treatment too? It needs your help, why don't you ask them to license it? I want to go out into the business world." Hearing this, Mr. Chao frowned and asked loudly, "What are you talking about?" He then thought about the possibility that not only would he be restored, but he could also be stronger than before, even capable of having 4 or 5 partners at once. He said, "Dad, arrange for me to train physically, but I'm not suitable to be an official. Every day, my mind is filled with thoughts of money and women, I'm so tired of it. This device not only saved me but could also help many other middle-aged men. If it hits the market, I could build a large business empire. That way, I could live a decent life and not bother you anymore." He continued, "Isn't it good for the whole family?" He saw Mr. Chao still lost in thought and immediately persisted, pleading, "Dad, please help me." Mr. Chao helplessly replied, "All right, let me talk to Wu Chen more." The next day, he scheduled a meeting in the office to discuss, "Well, the activation device inside is indeed effective. I also want to see the advanced training regimen you mentioned." Wu Chen immediately took out valuable documents and continued, "Minister, you can train with me in the advanced regimen, which is essentially martial arts. The 24 precepts of Taoism, this is a treasure for health preservation." Mr. Wu stood up, flexed his muscles, and began to practice the movements. If you just practice the breathing technique correctly, within 3 minutes, all fatigue from your body will disappear. Practicing the right way will absorb the vital energy into the Yang Ming channel, achieving a state where a man remains youthful and strong even until death. This was Wu's secret martial arts treasure to enhance his health, to serve the beauties in his harem, perhaps. 3 minutes later, Mr. Chao was practicing with Wu Chen. He said, "Indeed, after 3 minutes, all fatigue is gone." He thought to himself, Bian Cheng's gaze isn't bad, what this Wu fellow possesses is indeed a treasure. Wu Chen spoke up, "Minister, if your son's troubles have been resolved, can Deng Jiujio be released without charges?" Mr. Chao hesitated and replied, "Initially, she caused serious disturbances and injured others. To find her released without charges is nearly impossible. However, given the long-standing relationship with Mr. Lee, he asked you to come to me, and I certainly cannot refuse. It's just that. Wu Chen understood the implication and continued, it's just that the activation device within must be handed over, and the 24 precepts of Taoism must be learned thoroughly by you and your son, correct? Seeing him grasp the situation so quickly, Mr. Chow could only sip his coffee and remain silent, unsure of what else to say to ease the awkwardness. Wu Chen smiled coyly, thinking to himself, before arriving in the city, I anticipated this, no man would see these two things without wanting to claim them for himself. Half a day later, outside the prison, Wu Chen and Mary had arrived to pick someone up. A girl pushed a cart and spoke, the paperwork is complete, the person has been handed over to you. Seeing that her girlfriend had not yet regained consciousness, Mary hurriedly asked, what happened? Has Jiu been tortured to the point of becoming a vegetable? Wu Chen said, it's not that serious. First, let her go home to rest and monitor her health for 2 days, then we'll see. A while after returning, Wu Chen was surprised to ask, aren't you supposed to be at the hotel taking care of Ms. Deng? Why have you changed clothes and acted differently? Mary spoke up, I've thought it through. Jiu has been very exhausted lately. The heavy weight on her heart, I have to help her break it. That person is Liang Xiao. Hearing this, he exclaimed in astonishment, Liang Xiao? The national martial arts champion who often substitutes for physical education classes everywhere, making countless female students infatuated with him? She replied, yes, that scoundrel indeed. He fell silent, reflecting, in the cycle of reincarnation, Liang Xiao and I once bowed to Master Changgung on the peak of Mount Wudong to learn the 24 precepts of Taoism. He was my senior brother, but in the current timeline, he no longer has any memory related to me. He then held her back and asked, Mary, how did Ms. Deng get injured by Liang Xiao? Can you explain it to me? Mary replied, if you want to know, I won't hide it from you. I will tell you from the moment I met Jiu. At that time, my business was still quite small. One day, I went to Jiu's school to deliver a pet dog to a student when I encountered her. I fell in love with her at first sight, while she had just gone through a hurtful experience while studying abroad. It took a lot of effort for me to win her over. Finding a partner here at Nation BM is incredibly difficult. This was the first time in my life that I felt I had received something like that. But after being with Jiu, I realized that she does not like women. She continued, however, she always tried to accommodate me, making an effort to be close to me, but her body showed no response. When I asked, she never spoke, only when she was asleep did she sometimes mention names and a few fragmented situations in her dreams. After 1.5 years, I recorded her vague words, sought someone to analyze them, and gradually began to understand. It turned out that during her studies in her home country, Jiu had been deceived and hurt by Liang Xiao. Now, seeing Jiu like this, I don't want her to carry any regrets. If anything were to happen, I have decided I would break Liang Xiao's legs and drag him in front of Jiu to make him kneel and apologize. But just as she was about to leave, Mary hugged her chest and cried out, my chest hurts so much. She collapsed there, and Wu Chen rushed over to support her and asked, Mary, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Excuse my impertinence. He pulled down her shirt and saw a large bruise on her chest. Mary spoke up, this is an injury I sustained when facing that by Xiu 1. During the fight, he seized the opportunity to counterattack and landed a deadly blow. It really was a blow to the lung, he thought, after all, his endurance isn't any less than mine. He said, Mary, for now, you can't deal with Liang Xiao. After all, he's the national martial arts champion. Mary resolutely replied, no, if Jiu doesn't wake up, she will carry regrets for a lifetime. I must do this. Wu Chen patted her shoulder and advised, you have saved Hua Bei. If you sacrifice yourself in Nation H, I think Hua Bei would be reluctant. As for bringing Liang Xiao to apologize to Ms. Deng, leave that to me. Many female students are infatuated with Liang Xiao, but it's actually because he has practiced the 24 precepts of Taoism for many years. Especially now that this martial art has fallen into the hands of Chao Bianchang and the internet has developed. He continued, if these two join forces, I'm afraid. But I won't let that happen, absolutely not. You see, if these two charming boys are the top students, then in Nation H, there must be at least a few hundred illegitimate children. A day later, in a narrow alley behind the school, the young man Liang Xiao spoke up, Jin Shuiyan, my dear, you know I'm your teacher, how can I date one of my students? That would be impossible, it truly undermines the ethics of teaching. Jin Shuiyan replied, Teacher Liang, class is over. Once we leave the school gates, you are no longer my teacher, and I am no longer your student. We are just ordinary people, why should we care about such matters? She then hugged him tightly, her voice sweet, Xiao, kiss me, hold me. Liang Xiao seemed hesitant, responding, not here. She continued, you mean we can't do it here, right? Then let's go somewhere else. The scene shifted to a room, where Jin Shuiyan pushed him onto the bed and said, Xiao, I understand your gaze. You love me but can't say it. You are truly suffering and I know it all. In fact, I love you too. I don't want you to struggle like this anymore. Let's be happily in love together. Liang Xiao's face flushed as he replied, oh, why didn't I notice? But we are already here. Jin Shuiyan, what are you doing? Please, don't do that. She then continued, Brother Xiao, don't say anything, just relax and enjoy. At that moment, Wu Chen walked in, clapping his hands while holding a camera, saying, oh, senior brother Liang, I see you're playing this game? As your junior, I'm really enlightened. Liang Xiao was surprised and exclaimed, who are you? Senior brother, junior what? I don't understand what you're talking about. Wu Chen replied, is that so? You don't recognize me? Using the Qigong technique of the 24 precepts of Taoism to guide energy into the acuity points and eyes meridians. This is how you can hypnotize others. Wu Chen snapped his fingers, calling out, Jin Shuiyan, look over here. The girl, who was about to remove Liang Zhao's pants, noticed Wu Chen but then crawled towards him, calling out, brother, so you are my true love. She didn't say much, only took a familiar action, calling out, my guy. Wu Chen quickly knocked the girl out again, not allowing for any more time to pass as it was getting out of hand. He spoke up, sorry, student Jean, you need to calm down a bit. After placing her in a corner, he turned to brother Liang and said, don't be too tense. Liang Xiao, already upset from the interruption, retorted, who is your brother? Stop talking nonsense. Are you trying to make up a story to distract me so you can sneak attack? I'm not that foolish. Wu Chen laughed and said, Taoist 21 broken brocade, you learned just as well as I did, but I'm not here to fight with you. Do you still remember Deng Jiujiu? Hearing that, he panicked but still pretended to respond, again, bringing up the name of someone I don't know to make me think wildly. I already told you, I'm not falling for these kinds of traps. Wu Chen continued, I knew it. Brother Liang teaches countless female students, how could you remember each one? The young man challenged, stop changing the subject. What exactly do you want? He replied, I want you to promise me two things. First, to meet Deng Jiujiu. Sincerely and earnestly apologize to her. He continued, secondly, the Qigong method must not be disclosed. Taoist 21 broken brocade is out. Liang Xiao then breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought it was something serious, you want me to swear never to pursue girls again, right? Is that all? But saying sorry is easy, how do you know I'm sincere or not? Wu Chen then threatened him while holding the smartphone that recorded him seducing the student Jean, because I will make you do it sincerely. Brother Liang, you don't think I only recorded the conversation between you and student Jean, do you? Right? Let's see what else is inside. Seeing this, he was so frustrated he could hardly speak, you. Wu Chen continued to threaten, what you have cherished the most over the years is all here. Even if you don't remember their names, this is your most significant achievement. Liang Xiao obediently replied, all right, I will do as you say. Is that okay? A while later, at the hospital, Liang Xiao knelt down, slapped himself in the face, and approached Deng Jiuzhou's hospital bed saying, "Student Deng, it was the teacher who harmed you, it was the teacher who wronged you, I sincerely apologize to you, please forgive me. I am really sorry." Wu Chen stood behind, not forgetting to capture this moment. Mary called out, "Jiuzhou, open your eyes and take a look. That Liang guy looks like a dog begging for your forgiveness. Just look at his miserable and regretful expression, get up and see." But unfortunately, Deng Jiuzhou was still in a coma, unresponsive to the call. At that moment, Wu Chen received a call. "Mr. Wu, it's Lei, the CEO." He replied, "Take it easy for a moment, Xiaoyi, the sky won't fall." On the other end, the two sisters Tao Maning and Zhuang Xiaoyi were in a great hurry. Xiaoyi said, after accepting the invitation to meet Director Harvey, "Mr. Lei has been out of contact for a day and a half." Manning then explained the situation. "Mr. Wu, here's how it is. My new movie and my sister-in-law's project have yielded good results. A few days ago, we received an invitation from the Emmy Awards saying that the film was nominated for Best Actress in a Feature Film. Brother Cheng took us to Nation M to check it out. The Emmy nomination is real. Therefore, Brother Cheng was invited by the boss of TWC, Harvey Byrne, to discuss a big Hollywood film project for next year. Unexpectedly, Brother Cheng wanted to help you sign a quality contract, but then he went missing and could not be contacted." Wu Chen reassured, "Sister-in-law, I understand now, let me think of a way, I'll contact you later." At that moment, Mary spoke up, "Mr. Wu, I just heard you say that your friend is being bothered by Harvey from TWC? Perhaps I can help. A few days ago, he even called me, I often go to his house to take care of his pets." At this point, Liang Xiao, filled with irritation and anger, chose to leave. Wu Chen replied, "Oh, well then." He quickly grabbed Liang's hand and called out, "Brother Liang, wait a moment." "Ah, brother, this time I need to trouble you with one more thing." Though displeased, Liang Xiao dared not show his feelings. The next day, a girl appeared with a cart in front of a villa, saying, "Pet center, taking the little ones for care." An old man walked out and spoke, "Finally, you're back. For the past 2 or 3 days, the king of mouth cannon and the earthling haven't been eating, my joy has decreased by 90%. Hurry, check on them." As a note, King of Mouth Cannon and Earthling are the names of 2 snakes that Harvey bought from Mary to be his pets. Suddenly, Liang Xiao appeared unexpectedly in the carriage, and the two exchanged exhausted glances. Wu Chen sighed, Taoist 21 broken brocade of Brother Liang is truly a masterful display, captivating not only the little girls but even the rough guys as well. Ask him where Lei Cheng is, where he is. Harvey replied, "The King of Mouth Cannon and the Earthling are unwell, they haven't had the strength to get up for 2 days and don't want to eat. He is in their room." Wu Chen urgently said, "You keep an eye on him, I'm going in to rescue him." After searching for a while, Wu Chen burst open the door and saw his brother Lei Cheng being tenderly embraced by 2 snakes, unconscious. Wu Chen, furious, shouted, "Brother Lei?" He then threw 2 flying daggers at the snakes that were approaching. Lei Cheng slowly opened his eyes and spoke, "Harvey wanted me to lure Xiaoyi out, but I refused. Fortunately, it was only Ni who got into trouble, I didn't let her fall into his trap." Wu Chen responded, "Brother Lei, don't say anything else, save your strength, we'll talk when we get back." Later, Wu Chen brought Lei Cheng to the living room and said, "Brother Liang, force him to confess all the disgusting things he has done." Liang Xiao, after being interrogated, angrily said, "Humph, this foreign guy is truly too much, disgusting, even worse than I am, a person who does nothing decent." Wu Chen thought, he has serious issues with his mental state, anyone who goes against him is forced to use poisonous insects and snakes as threats, terrorizing people to the point of losing control, making them live in fear, and even dying slowly in pain. Fortunately, the 2 snakes were sick and without strength, otherwise, Lei would have been poisoned by now. Then Wu Chen took Lei back home, and his sister-in-law, Dao Maning, hurried out to greet her husband. Wu Chen said, "Sister-in-law, Lei has suffered a lot these past few days. I've contacted a doctor, and they will be here shortly." 10 days later, Lei's health had improved, and he invited Wu Chen to his home. Lei Cheng said, "I didn't expect that during the half month I was away, Lei took advantage of my absence to sabotage most of the underground connections I had built outside Donghai. You need to return quickly. Wu Chen replied, yes, Lei is still entangled with Ding Ruilong. Indeed, you must go back to monitor him. At that moment, Mr. Tom stepped out and said, Mary's lawsuit against Harvey has been dismissed due to filing issues. As a result, Mary's store is also facing difficulties with the Animal Sanitation Supervision Agency. Mr. Tom continued, it has caused the business to come to almost a standstill. Wu Chen asked, the forces behind Harvey have started to act in his defense. Who is the judge in Harvey's case? Mr. Tom replied, it is Judge Salmon Chase, and he is not an easy opponent to deal with. Wu added, if core interests are exchanged, then it won't be a major issue anymore. He reflected, in his many reincarnations, there are not many foreigners he remembers, but he remains one of them. Because when the successor president takes office, he will become the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the most powerful person in Nation M. What day is it today? He then approached and said, Tom, let's meet here tonight. Mr. Tom took the card from Wu Chen's hand, bewildered, and exclaimed. At 9 p.m. that evening, the two brothers went to the bar for drinks. Suddenly, there was a crash from over there, and a young man was sent flying, screaming. The other young man, with an aggressive demeanor, said, You've only said a few words, and you're already dreaming of developing a relationship with Miss Giada? What's wrong with you? They are throwing a birthday party, and you've ruined the whole atmosphere. At that moment, a stunning beauty with a curvaceous figure swept past Wu Chen. The young man then said, Giada, don't be angry and leave. I've reprimanded the troublemaker, can we continue? At this moment, the beautiful woman pushed the young man's hand away and replied, Who wants to stay here with you people? Please don't use my best friend to call me out again, it's really quite annoying. The young man, looking sincere, pleaded, Giada, I truly have no other intentions. Can we start being friends? I really want to get to know you, Giada. Giada, with a look of disgust, said, Don't think that just because you are from the upper echelons of Wall Street or some banking tycoon family, you have the right to pursue me. You aren't even close to my level. She then took the initiative to act intimately with Wu Chen, saying, If I have to choose today, then my choice is definitely him. Wu Chen, sitting quietly while enjoying his drink, felt a bit uncomfortable being disturbed. The young man was surprised and questioned, What Giada, are you joking? You don't even know him, how can you choose some nobody like that? Seeing his displeased expression, Giada felt a bit more amused. Wu Chen, having led a clean life, gently brushed her hand off his shoulder and spoke, Miss, please have some self-respect. Mr. Tom said, Hey buddy, it's really noisy here, not suitable at all, let's change our spot to talk. The young man was shocked, thinking, why is there someone so fortunate to be chosen by Giada? How can he dare to push her away? Is this guy even a man? Giada felt a bit unwilling when being dismissed. She glanced at Wu Chen and thought, I didn't expect there would be someone who doesn't know who I am well, this young man does have a bit of charisma, you've successfully caught my attention. The next day, the two were walking down the street while taking care of some business. Mr. Tom said, Hey buddy, follow me, I can investigate. But before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a supercar roared in front of the two. None other than Giada herself. She said, Where are you going? Do you need me to give you a ride? Mr. Tom was stunned and said, Hey buddy, she? Giada pointed right at him and said loudly, What do you mean she? I'm talking to him. This isn't something for outsiders to interfere with, you have no business here. Indeed, this beautiful woman has the most reckless tongue in the whole story. Giada continued, Wu Chen, right, you are the businessman selling intelligence. She continued, the capitalist is a senior partner of the two major gangs in Huaxia, a special guest of the powerful princes and crown princes in Zhongdong. By ordinary standards, you are indeed very successful. Wu Chen chuckled because he had always been the one investigating others, he never expected that one day someone would possess such detailed personal information about him. He asked, Are you investigating me? What do you want? Giada replied, I don't want to talk on the street, let's change locations. With that, she pressed the gas pedal and drove off, leaving the two standing by the roadside in the dust. Tom spoke up, Hey buddy, I was going to tell you, she is. Wu Chen smirked, thinking, she is the daughter of Judge Salmon, her full name is Giada Chase, and she is a woman destined to reach the highest positions in the political field in the future. She is also the only one who can change Judge Salmon's mind. Don't think that our little act yesterday in front of her was just for fun, okay? In fact, all the calculations had been meticulously planned by Wu Chen from the beginning, including the timing and location for going out for drinks, as well as the skills of waiting for the right opportunity. He was to be considered a master of charm at peak level. The scene shifts to an apartment, where Giada and Wu Chen find a private space to talk. She speaks up, please forget everything you saw yesterday at the bar. I have no relationship with him. Moreover, I have never had a relationship with any other man. I'm not the kind of woman who is easy. Wu Chen replies, why are you telling me this? We've only just met, right? Giada then moves closer to him, making a few suggestive gestures while her mischievous hand seems to want to wander. She says, it's nothing much, just to foster some goodwill. To be honest, I initially intended to use you to fend off the guys who were bothering me. I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. I need your help with something. Wu Chen's expression suggests he's feeling uncomfortable. She seizes the moment and reaches inside, as if to listen to his heartbeat for a diagnosis. Wu Chen quickly stops her, saying, is this what you want me to do? It doesn't seem like a very serious matter, does it? Surprised by his reaction, Giada responds, all right then, let's get to the point. Giada continued, there is a man named John Johnson. He is a former veteran of an elite special forces team, who later opened a club. On the surface, it seems like a gym, but behind that, it is an organization that organizes adventurous games with plans to expand globally. As long as you win the game, you will receive $1 million. Therefore, many people rush to participate, hoping for a life-changing opportunity. But those who lose disappear without a trace. John is backed by a very powerful force, even my father cannot fully grasp the evidence. In the upcoming presidential election, the party backing him is the biggest rival of my father's party. I need to know exactly what they are doing, and you are the most suitable person for this. Wu Chen spoke up, you want me to help gather evidence to overthrow the forces behind him, thereby helping your father's party win the presidential election. Giada immediately handed him a stack of documents, replying, that's right. Wu Chen pondered, John is a member of the active party, isn't he? I remember now, in the previous reincarnation, it was the active party that won this election. This opportunity has come at the perfect time. He seriously agreed, all right, I will investigate this matter. But I have a condition. Giada replied, as long as I achieve my goal, I agree to any conditions. 3 days later, the club will organize a game. I will arrange for you to infiltrate it. This is the uniform to participate in that dangerous game. The scene shifts to 3 days later at the Thunder and Lightning Club, where several young people are also trying to earn money for the new year. A young man with blonde hair curses, in this life, is there still a chance for a comeback? I have to give it my all. The chubby one says, if I win $1 million, I'll go to Thailand and enjoy life for 10 years. Wu Chen glanced at them, thinking, I thought I would disguise myself as a staff member, but it turns out I'm a contestant. Outside, several young men dressed in dark purple attire are explaining the rules. Today's game has 3 rounds. The first round is to break someone's fingers. The time limit is 1 hour. Whoever breaks 2 fingers of another participant first will get to go to the rest area to wait for the next round. There are no limits to the rules. Anyone who fails to achieve their goal within the time will be eliminated. Once again, I emphasize that everyone has signed a death waiver, there will be no liability for life or death. The countdown begins 3, 2, 1, start. The players rushed in different directions, and Wu Chen pretended to be at a disadvantage and ran away with a group of people. Behind him were the horrific screams and cracking sounds of several youths. A young man named Jamilo had successfully subdued 2 others, saying, sorry guys, I'm heading out first, haha. Just then, one young man took advantage of Wu Chen's inattention and confidently grabbed his fingers, stating, aren't you focused? Let me take action first, so you can remember this the next time. However, as he exerted force, he felt something was off. Even after using all his strength, he couldn't break Wu Chen's grip. He silently cursed, "WTF, is this guy's hand made of steel?" Wu Chen spoke up, "You think you can take me down just by yourself? You're still too weak." He quickly turned the situation around. A loud crack echoed as the young man screamed because his index finger had been bent backward. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Chen dashed away immediately. He felt delighted. My goal is not to win the game but to gather evidence, that is what truly matters. He immediately went to scout around and saw not far away a few masked men holding guns. He thought, breaking my 2 fingers doesn't mean I can't break my own fingers. Wu then proceeded to break his pinky finger by himself and only let out a soft sound for me. This is just a simple technique of bone contraction. Wu Chen then presented the evidence, and the 2 young guards looked on, bored, and didn't bother to speak. Unexpectedly encountering a daring yet clever person, they were doomed, announcing loudly, "Wu Chen has passed the first hurdle." Wu easily passed through, then took the opportunity to return his hand joint to its original position. I didn't expect this childish trick to be useful in getting past them. At this moment, Wu Chen stepped towards another room, slowly opening the large door in front of him, and quietly wondered, "I wonder what the next game will be." At that time, the other players were also gradually advancing to the second round. An organizer spoke up, "Everyone has worked hard, now please take a moment to rest. Rest is the next game. Each of you must find a way to survive in the designated area for 5 days. There are canned goods and drinking water available, remember to look for them. Keep in mind that prioritizing rest is the most important and do not get injured." After that, everyone was taken down to another level deep underground. Wu Chen looked at the notice board above, deeply contemplating the words of the earlier speaker. The key points are to survive for 5 days and not to get injured. It seems the implication is to seize supplies and harm others. Thus, everyone began to chaotically run around, shouting, "You fools, don't just stand there, hurry up and find supplies to survive." Wu Chen, seeing them lose their minds, had no choice but to resign himself to the situation. As long as I have no supplies, it means I am still safe. First, I need to find a suitable place to take refuge and rest. Wu Chen then found a room to get a good night's sleep and recover until the next day. At this moment, he felt, "I'm a bit hungry, so I have to go hunting." Wu Chen immediately sought a vantage point from above to observe the entire battlefield below. The bald man was slowly rampaging through everything in his path. He was robbing a young man who was desperately trying to protect his belongings. The young man shouted, "This is the item I risked my life to obtain, I won't let it go." But just a few seconds of bravado later, he was flung far away. As he intended to pick up his bag of items, suddenly, a shadow swiftly darted past. The young man stood there, bewildered and full of question marks. Once he came to his senses, he realized his belongings had been stolen, and he angrily yelled, "WTF, you dare to steal from me? Stop right there!" However, while in pursuit, a metal rod came flying in from a distance and struck his leg. Just like that, the master thief managed to escape. A moment later, there lay the spoils of war, and the master thief was none other than an incredibly alluring girl. Wu Chen appeared from behind and said, "Oh, it seems like the things you stole should be split in half with me." The girl immediately realized that this was the person who had thrown the iron box. "So it was you who helped me earlier?" Wu Chen warmly shook hands. "It seems like it won't be easy to get through this round alone. How about we team up? My name is Wu Chen, nice to meet you." Xianan replied, "My name is Kathy." He said, "I've seen your abilities, and I have a plan that I'd like to share. I guarantee it will be effective when the 2 of us combine our strengths." Wu Chen then whispered something into the girl's ear, and her expression showed great interest. A little while later, Wu Chen took his item bag and moved into a narrow alley. He pretended to be a prey, speaking out loud, "Oh, are there items here? That's great. Finally, I have something to eat. I won't have to fight outside for scraps or suffer from hunger anymore." But from behind him, a group of people with weapons appeared, ready to surround and rob him. When Wu Chen turned around, about 4 thugs were blocking his way. One of them spoke up, "Hand it over obediently, and I might be lenient. If you resist, well, let's just say you won't like the consequences." However, just as they were getting aggressive, someone quickly snatched away their bags. Kathy quickly took action to snatch and grab, making a swift getaway with 3 bags in hand. However, the attacker caught up with her and shouted, "Humph, you scoundrel, you think I will let you escape a second time?" Kathy promptly threw the 3 bags behind her and shouted, "Wu Chen, catch them." Wu Chen stepped in heroically to save the damsel in distress. He shouted, "Let her go. What you want are the items, injuring others isn't the objective of the game." He tossed the 3 bags onto the ground and declared, "Release her, and I will hand over all these bags to you." He was holding hands with the beautiful girl, but at this moment, food supplies were the ultimate priority, feelings were merely fleeting matters. He threw the girl back towards Wu Chen and continued to flee with the bags. A while later, Wu Chen brought the girl back to the room for her to rest, but she still appeared quite upset, saying, "Humph, so annoying, so careless, I almost." Wu Chen smiled gently and pulled off his jacket, saying, "It's all right, look at this, isn't this what we need? I only managed to get this much because there wasn't enough time earlier, but it will do." Kathy saw him move so quickly, and with him being a hero saving the damsel in distress, she felt a bit intrigued by the young man in front of her. Without any unnecessary words, Kathy pushed him down onto the bed. She spoke up, "You saved me twice now, and you have skills that are even quicker than mine. I think I need to know more about you." Wu Chen immediately understood her intent and replied, "Then it depends on how good your skills are." So, the two of them closed the door, and feeling a bit hot, they gradually took off their clothes to cool down, skillfully exchanging water with each other. The scene in the room was now in stark contrast to what was happening outside. While the two were intimately close inside, outside in the playground, others were fighting over food, getting battered in the process. Some unfortunate young men even lost their lives, while Wu Chen was lucky enough to be wrestling with the beauty. And so, they continued like this, waiting until the end of the 5th day. The manager then announced loudly, "Wu Chen and Kathy have successfully passed the checkpoint." They had gone out to play, and besides earning some money, they also got a girlfriend to bring back. One move led to another, indeed. After completing the 2nd day of the game, now besides Kathy and Wu Chen, 2 other people had also made it through. Entering a restroom arranged by the organizers, the others immediately rushed to the dining table and devoured the food. Over the past few days, they had eaten heartily at lunch every day, after having fought fiercely. Kathy turned around and said, "Compared to eating, taking a good shower makes me feel more comfortable." Wu Chen smiled slightly and replied, "All right, then I'll wait for you." A little later, Kathy entered the room, beginning to feel the relaxing warmth of the water. She pondered, what will the next match be like? Will I be able to handle the next game without Wu Chen? After a while, the 4 of them came out to prepare for the next round. The overseer spoke up, "The break time is over, please listen carefully to the rules of the final round of the game. This time, the rules are simpler than in previous rounds." He chuckled, the so-called rule is just to fight without rules. There are no constraints, just one person must emerge victorious, and shortly, the competitors will be chosen at random." The blond man pondered. After 5 days of vying for supplies, they suddenly began providing an unlimited and fully equipped supply. Thinking it over, it seems very questionable. That food could be the last meal of our lives. A while later, the LED board displayed the pairings, Wu Chen versus the black man, Kathy versus Donald. The game master announced, "The matches can now commence, everyone get ready. This is the time to showcase your abilities." The black man had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had been very irritated by Wu Chen and Kathy for the past few days. He threatened, "Humph, now there's no way out for you, it must end with one victor. After you, I'll deal with the little girl." On the other side, Donald was grinning with delight at the prospect of facing Kathy. "I will not hold back against a beautiful woman." Kathy's expression was serious as she thought, "This is it, a direct confrontation just as I had predicted, this will truly be difficult." Donald immediately dropped into a fighting stance and shouted, "Humph, what's wrong? Are you scared?" On the other side, Wu Chen's opponent was engaged in an intense fight, the black man launching deadly punches. Wu Chen, however, gracefully dodged them while seizing the opportunity to remind Kathy, Kathy, put all your strength into a kick to his stomach. With that, she executed a powerful kick, causing him to spit blood and let out a grunt as his eyes rolled back. Meanwhile, Wu Chen chose not to retaliate. He decided to endure his opponent's blows to assess his fighting strength. He chuckled softly and said to him, "You survived to the final round by starving yourself. You just retaliated by stuffing yourself in a short period during the break. Your current strength is nothing more than a piece of scrap paper." As Kathy observed the man slumped on the floor, she wondered, is that it? She couldn't believe that everything was so easy. The black man, infuriated, shouted, "Humph, you still have time to worry about others? Are you disrespecting me? I will tear you into pieces with each punch." Wu Chen easily dodged and replied, "Oh, there's plenty of time, if you're good, hit me first and then keep talking." Wu Chen began to strike back, and in just a few seconds, he had landed a dozen painful punches on his opponent. The man, furious, retaliated, but Wu Chen managed to dodge his attack and countered effectively. Seeing that his opponent was suffering from a stomach ache, Wu Chen continuously kicked him in the abdomen. Kathy, standing off to the side, was left in shock as she witnessed Wu Chen's fighting skills. The strikes he unleashed were as quick as lightning. The overseer watched the match, captivated by the spectacle. Blood splattered everywhere. Before the fight ended, Wu Chen took a solid shot to the stomach, but he had already drained his opponent of strength, who gradually collapsed before everyone's eyes. Both men fell to the ground, unconscious. Kathy was deeply worried for him. With both Wu Chen and the other man incapacitated, it seemed they had lost the ability to continue fighting. The overseer extended a hand to Kathy and declared, "I have seen many people, but I must say, this is the luckiest person I have ever encountered, not just once but many times. The champion of the game is Kathy." A little later, the losers were taken on a cart to somewhere. The masked man spoke up, "Another vehicle is filled with entertainment equipment and flower testing machines. Now, tell me why we need so many of these." The masked man next to him replied, "These losers are all at the bottom of society, wanting to participate in the game to change their lives. Their lives have been destroyed long ago, and now there is no distinction between choosing to live a miserable life or becoming entertainment or donating their organs to the wealthy elite." At that moment, Wu Chen opened his eyes and observed, having heard all the conversation from both sides. He thought, "To avoid fighting with my Kathy, I can only pretend to faint." At this time, the two men began to examine the people with a health check machine. The masked man said, "Well, some of these people seem to be in good physical condition, send them to the operating room." Suddenly, the black man woke up, furiously shouting, "WTF, what are you doing here, trying to steal my organs? Are you after one of my kidneys?" They were taken aback. "Huh? No way. How did he wake up so quickly?" They immediately charged in to attack, but they were no match for the black man. He had previously knocked down every one of them with his fists. Wu Chen observed and thought, the quickest way to obtain information in a short time is only through this. He picked up a piece of wood and swung it, though it was unclear what he intended to do. A moment later, a group of reinforcements arrived, consisting of several dozen people. They shouted, "You all hurry up, surrender quickly, you are surrounded." The black man asked, "I'm not clear on the specific situation, but I see you have taken their hard drive, haven't you?" Wu Chen replied, "I will publicly expose this criminal content." He said, "Really? Then let's bring these scum to justice. You take this and find a way to escape. I'll handle them." This black man, although a bit ruthless in his actions, was still a man of honor. He bravely charged into the enemy encirclement, taking down one enemy after another. The men in purple said, "Be careful, don't injure their organs or eyes, otherwise, we can forget about harvesting." One of them signaled, quickly split into two teams and chase after the one who escaped. On the other side, Wu Chen was looking for a way out, but all the doors were tightly locked. He cursed, "Damn it, another dead end?" Suddenly, Kathy called from the ceiling, "Over here, Wu Chen." She reached down to grab him, and Wu Chen joyfully said, "Kathy, you truly are my lucky star." After escaping, the two embraced and kissed as if they had been apart for a long time. Kathy sweetly said, "The data has been copied. Leave the hard drive with me as a keepsake, but I just don't know if we will meet again in the future." He replied, "As long as you want to." But before they could be affectionate for long, Kathy suddenly cried out as an arrow struck her leg. On the other side, a young man with messy hair held a crossbow in his left hand and dragged a black man along with him, laughing loudly. "Huh, you thought you could escape? In your dreams." Seeing the black man collapsed, Kathy was gravely injured by him. Wu Chen was filled with anger, and his killing intent surged as he glared at him. Without saying much, he rushed to take care of those people, daring to harm Kathy. "You all must die." A moment later, the police arrived at the scene. Gaeta hurriedly got out of the car and shouted, "Wu Chen, stop. If you kill him, those behind him will escape punishment. Calm down, let the law handle it, they won't get away." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen paused. The man, sweating in fear, realized he had narrowly escaped with his life. Grateful to have survived, he cried tears of relief. He might be the first person in this story lucky enough to escape Wu Chen's grip. At this moment, the police had taken control of the scene, capturing all the members of that organization. Gaeta quickly said, "Hurry and take the two injured people to the city's New York main hospital, quickly." The scene shifts to another location, where Wu Chen is relaxing in the bathtub, but a female figure approaches. He speaks up, "What are you doing?" Giada slowly removes her towel and steps in, responding, "Man, is there something you want?" It's quite normal for good friends to soak in hot springs together to warm up during the cold winter. He coldly replies, "This is neither a hot spring nor a beach, and we certainly aren't friends." Giada seems unfazed, gently wrapping her arms around him from behind and taking out a card that bears the image of an agent. She says, "The file on you didn't mention that you are outdated. Here's something for you, this is your new identity in this country. I hope you can take your time to embrace it." The meaning behind her words is clear, right? Wu Chen takes it and smiles, "That's not my main concern. I just want to know how Kathy is doing now." She leans in and whispers into his ear, "I've given you the good stuff. Why don't you come a little closer? It's just a polite response among friends, isn't it?" Wu Chen sighed. "You set the card aside and asked, by the way, what about the other players?" Wu Chen was helping Giada with something in the hot spring. This made her unable to contain herself and exclaim, "I never thought your skills would be this good AAA." She kept saying, "Are we almost done?" As for the injured people from the game, they have basically all been taken to the Central Hospital of Nation New York. Wu Chen responded, "Then I need to go check on the situation." He hurried up his pace to focus on his main task. Half a day later, Wu Chen arrived at the Nation New York Hospital but was stopped at the door by two police officers. "Sir, the injured on this floor are in a special condition. Visitors will need to present identification." Wu Chen presented his special agent card and replied, "This is my identification." Seeing this, the two officers eagerly invited him in, saying, "We apologize, please come in, sir." Another person asked, "Sir, have you now become an official of Nation M?" "Ha, Giada." Wu Chen coldly walked into the hospital room to visit his Kathy. He confusedly asked, "Nurse, is this patient on this bed? Where is Kathy?" The girl replied, "Please wait a moment while I check. Patient Kathy has just been discharged." Wu Chen was surprised and asked, "Huh? How long exactly has it been?" The nurse responded, "If you need specific details, please follow me." In the machine room, the nurse said, "Sir, just 10 minutes ago." He spoke up, "Even if it's been 10 minutes, they might not have gone very far." He interjected, "Sorry, please let me use this computer for a moment." She looked confused, and after checking the camera, Wu Chen saw Kathy being taken out of the hospital by someone dressed discreetly. He zoomed in on the person who had taken her out. What a pity, it won't be easy to find her. When zooming in closely, he saw a man with straw-colored hair and enchanting eyes, specifically, ghostly eyes. He murmured, "Wow, Kathy mentioned an orphanage before, so I might as well take a chance on that." So Wu Chen hurriedly went to find that orphanage from the woman's account. Some time later, the scene shifted to the basement of the orphanage on the outskirts of New York. Kathy was lying down, resting on the bed. He lamented, "Kathy, I told you not to play that game, but you didn't listen. You insisted on going, and now you're hurt like this." He then drank a bottle of beer in one gulp and angrily threw it down on the floor. "Clearly, you could have left. You didn't have to fight like this anymore. To me, it's not worth it at all." He pulled a pistol from the drawer, then immediately turned to leave as if he wanted to take revenge for her. He said fiercely, "If you're daring to play the game, then we can also compete with the other players." At that moment, Wu Chen entered the room and asked, "Are you the orphan of the same age as Kathy?" He challenged, "Huh? Who are you? How did you get here? Do you know Kathy?" Wu Chen replied, "We are friends." He then aimed the gun at him. "Humph, I grew up with her, so why have I never heard of her having a friend like you?" He immediately held up the photo of him and Kathy overcoming obstacles. "We met in the game." He burst into tears, happy for her as he said, "I only know that Kathy has a wonderful soul, a girl who deserves it. As long as she can leave here, she will definitely be able to make new friends right away. As long as she leaves here, she will have a normal life like everyone else." Wu Chen, confused, asked, "What do you mean by that? Let's not disturb her rest and talk later." A moment later, he recounted, "For over 20 years, Father Wilson has been searching for orphan homeless children like Kathy and me all over the nation. The priest said he would strive to meet all our needs for us to grow up, so we could feel secure growing up here. It sounds quite fun and wonderful, doesn't it? But one day, I discovered that Father Wilson had been drugging our food to control our minds. Some children definitely wouldn't be able to resist one day. Out of fear, I could only pretend to live like a ghost for him to amuse himself." He continued, "Until I discovered that Kathy knew the truth just as I did. And we had planned to escape. But those who were in control were hiding all over the city, doing a number on us. We tried to escape many times, but we were caught and beaten each time. Then the priest, feeling hopeless, said he would allow us to leave. But all of us were guilty and had to buy our absolution. Each person had to pay 1 million to be baptized. We worked extremely hard to raise that 1 million, specifically by engaging in thievery. Initially, I wanted her to leave first, but who would have guessed that she would actually join the game?" As he spoke, he suddenly fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. "I never imagined Kathy would get stuck in this quagmire of darkness. In this case, my responsibility is to end Kathy's nightmare." After hearing the story, Wu Chen turned and left. He instructed, "You stay here and take care of Kathy, and I will deal with that priest." A short while later, outside the church, a group of children stood waiting at the door, holding weapons and looking towards Wu Chen as he approached. But the expressions on the faces of the crowd seemed as if they had been on drugs for years, making everyone look dazed and vague. The group rushed in to attack. But Wu Chen simply stood there with his hands in his pockets. The sound of punches and kicks echoed as, in just a few seconds, Wu Chen had taken down those drugged-up people. Wu Chen then kicked open the door of the church. He saw a man holding a Bible in his hands. Upon noticing Wu Chen had come in, he quickly snapped the Bible shut. He spoke up, "Stranger, I don't know you, so why do you act so rudely?" This was indeed the priest from the story he told. The one who had drugged the orphan children to control them. His name was Adrian Wilson. Wu Chen walked in with a commanding style and, without any preamble, stated his purpose directly: "I will take Kathy away. All the complicated relationships between the two of you will be completely wiped clean right now." The man, with a dangerous expression, replied, "Let me give you some advice: those who meddle in other people's affairs do not end up well. You are not the first, and you will not be the last. If I let them go, what benefit do I gain from it?" Wu Chen slowly responded, "Oh, benefits? There's no need to waste time investigating the background. Though this method is a bit rough." He stepped forward to stand face to face with him, sneering, "Benefits? The best way to deal with scum like you is." The man interrupted, asking, "So what do you want then?" Wu Chen replied, "What I want? Of course, it is this." He swung his fist and punched him right in the mouth. Indeed, with scum like him, there was no need for many words. He took the powerful punch and was sent flying 10 meters away. Mr. Wilson, furious, shouted, "Damn it, you dare to lay a hand on me, you!" Wu Chen's face was as cold as ice. "Don't think this will end so easily. You haven't even endured a tenth of Kathy's suffering, so why are you screaming?" He was about to say something, but Wu Chen continued to throw a punch directly into his face. He shouted, "Our nation has maintained the principle for thousands of years, to repay kindness with kindness, and to repay hatred with hatred." He unleashed another blow to the stomach, followed by a free adjustment of his dislocated joints. The man immediately felt such pain that his eyes began to roll back, and blood sputtered from his mouth. Wu Chen then asked, "How does it feel?" "I want you to feel Kathy's pain more clearly than ever." "How do you feel now?" Mr. Wilson was in agony, just wanting to muster enough strength to crawl away, but Wu Chen paid him no mind. He slowly walked over to the table to pick up a golden object, intending to think of another way to continue. "After beating you to this extent, I'm a bit tired. Let's take a break and then continue." "How should I beat you next?" "I'll have to think about it." He then reached into his pocket to discreetly call someone. Wu Chen also noticed and spoke up, "So you finally called for help. What took you so long? Did you think I kept one of your hands for what?" "Of course, it was to let you secretly contact your gang." Everything was under Wu Chen's control. He wanted to sit and wait to wipe out this organization. But about 5 minutes later, just as he was about to strike, a group of police rushed in. "Police, search warrant, search warrant." This meant, "Police here, search warrant, search warrant." Wu Chen immediately stopped and said, "You came quickly, didn't you?" "That's how it should be." And so half a day later, Wu Chen was convicted quickly. But don't think this was outside his expectations. Everything was indeed calculated. When Wu Chen was taken in for a mugshot, he carried the number 831,492. He thought, sure enough, Father Adrian Wilson's reinforcements are quite capable. In Nation M, to be convicted this quickly is not an easy matter, but this is exactly the result I wanted. As a result, the big shots behind the scenes have been dragged into the light. He thought further, from now on, this will be my real round. The system, quickly rebooting, space-time reincarnation. The scene returned to earlier words, "Those who interfere in the affairs of others do not end well. You are not the first, and you will not be the last. If I let them go, what do I gain?" He spoke up, "Your accomplices, the Wall Street boss, the New York banker, and Judge Salmon. You cooperate so well, what else can you do?" Mr. Wilson, seeing this, was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat, his words barely coherent. "You." He smugly departed. "Don't be so surprised, Father Adrian, in the end, can I deal with you? Let's just wait and see. Within 24 hours, there will certainly be a result." Shortly after, Wu Chen began coding, analyzing data. In fact, both Father Adrian and Harvey were merely minor players under Belk, with Judge Salmon turning a blind eye to their crimes. This was entirely because Belk was the super donor for his party. In other words, the one who truly needed to be dealt with was Belk. 3 hours later, in a towering skyscraper, an old man holding a cigar spoke up, "Young man, I don't know you, nor did I arrange to meet you. Ha, it seems you have some tricks up your sleeve, huh? So, go ahead, tell me what you want from me." Wu Chen replied, "Mr. Belk, I want Harvey from TWC and Father Adrian to pay for their actions, and I hope you and Judge Salmon will handle their case according to the law." He laughed and asked, "What if I say no?" Wu Chen responded, "To you, they are just insignificant characters. What they bring you is nothing. For instance, Harvey can only exploit and train a few famous stars for your amusement." He confidently stepped closer. "With your abilities, don't you desire anything that can't be achieved without Harvey? And as for Father Adrian, his usefulness to you is even less. He's merely a means for you to relive punishments with a few children he brings, no different from slaves, whenever you're upset." He calmly lit a cigar and took a few puffs. He enjoyed Wu Chen. "Humph, young man, it seems your investigation isn't bad. Ha, is that all the skill you have? He replied, of course, they have other purposes. You enable and even assist them in doing evil, essentially to filter out characters within the government. Who cooperates and obeys? Who causes disturbances? When they commit crimes, it becomes immediately apparent. The man asked further, indeed, what else? He continued, you have passed the age of craving money and women. What you desire more is power. You think a lot about the future, about the development of the world. You want to leave a lasting legacy. He laughed heartily. To hear such words from the mouth of a young person like you is quite amusing, isn't it? Indeed, that is not wrong. Although it may sound foolish, it is precisely what I want. He asked, what if I said I could help you achieve that? Unlike Harvey and Adrian, I'm just a test subject. The man exclaimed in surprise, do you really have that ability? He immediately presented a data board. There are still about 10 prominent figures like you in Nation M. Among them, the harem family is your biggest rival, having deep connections with the assassination group on the dark web, known as the propagandist. They have thwarted many of your plans, and I have some experience dealing with the propagandist. As for other matters, I believe there will be plenty to collaborate with you on. He laughed heartily. An arrogant young man, but I like your spirit. To eradicate the propagandist completely will take time. Wait a moment, secretary, come in here, send all the evidence of Harvey and Adrian's crimes to Judge Salmon. Immediately, both of them were thrown into jail for review, missing out on the New Year's celebrations. The tall secretary answered loudly, yes. He said, you can leave now. He remarked, I work quickly, so I don't have time to wait for you to find evidence. If what you say is true, then today. There were ellipses for some unclear parts of the conversation. He continued, then tomorrow you will come to see me again. Wu Chen also replied something, but the author chose not to reveal it yet. So, within half an hour after the order was given, both Harvey and Adrian were rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets that shimmered like the stars. Who knows how many springs it will take to meet again. Back with Wu Chen, he was proclaimed, the new boxing champion of the night is officially born right now. Congratulations to the champion Wu Chen. The crowd below erupted in cheers. He thought, Belk's requirement was that I had to win this boxing match tonight to prove my abilities. What does this count as? A proof of what? Below, his little girlfriend Giada was cheering, Wu Chen, you're really amazing, I'll treat you later. A little while later, she affectionately wrapped her arm around him as they headed to his room. She said, in the past, I hated muscle-headed people who only knew how to use brute strength. But Wu Chen, you've made me see strength in a whole new light. You are the kind of man that others cannot resist. She blushed fiercely and pouted, asking, Wu Chen, what do you think? But he didn't care and picked up the ringing phone. Wu Chen, unbothered by the fact that he was pinned down, asked, hello Kathy, are you awake now? Giada, seeing this, immediately felt a surge of jealousy and huffed, I don't want you talking to another woman right now. Am I not attractive enough? Wu Chen thought to himself, so this is the reason Belk had me participate in the boxing match. He clearly understands his daughter's matchmaking inclinations. Once I win the championship title, Giada will consider me hers. At that point, it will be difficult for anyone else to refuse her. According to Belk's plan, only when Giada and I become a couple will he truly bind me to the same path. Wu Chen remained lost in thought, speculating about Belk's intricate plans, indifferent to whatever antics Giada was up to. Taking advantage of the moment when he wasn't paying attention, Giada immediately seized the opportunity. She seductively gazed at him and climbed onto him, intending to do something. Wu Chen quickly raised his hand to cover her mouth and said, Giada, let's be straight with each other. You have information about me. You must know that I have other women around, and while I will take responsibility for you, I will not marry you. Giada then slowly tucked her hair back. She replied, that's fine. Anyway, their lives don't revolve around here. So what if there are many? I just need to know that in this place, I am the exception and the only one. Hearing these words, Wu Chen smiled, pleased with a hum of agreement. Giada saw that he accepted and began to take off her outer shirt, saying, "Remember, from now on, you are my boyfriend." Thus, in this atmosphere, Giada began to open a new chapter in her life. She continuously called him in an affectionate tone, "My boyfriend, forever my boyfriend." So the two began their main task, and the scene shifted to the next day, with the delightful clinks of wine glasses. Mr. Belk said, "Cheers to the young man for having another lovely lady by his side." Wu Chen replied, "You didn't call me here today just to celebrate, did you?" He took a sip of his wine and continued, "Yesterday you mentioned the harem family. They have invested heavily in the development of artificial intelligence technology. Hoffman, an expert in this field, has been funded by them for a long time. Rumor has it that his robots are close to achieving a level of consciousness. If that's true, it could be quite troublesome. Yet hardly anyone knows where old man Hoffman's laboratory is." His expression grew even more serious. "When I used my connections with the CIA, I recently discovered that his laboratory is on the allure of the seas, roaming around the world without a set course. I want you to get on that ship and find a way to obtain Hoffman's algorithm." Wu Chen confidently responded, "If it comes to computers, I actually know a thing or two. If you trust me, then." He interrupted, "If my information is not wrong, one of your girlfriends is named Li Ruobing, and she seems to be on the ship as well. I advise you to go on board and see for yourself." Wu Chen furrowed his brow and thought, "Ruobing? What is she doing here?" The scene shifts to the morning of the next day. On the luxury yacht gliding over the sea, Wu Chen and Giada are happily walking arm in arm, chatting. Wu Chen asked, "No way, Giada, why are you here too?" She replied, "There's a series of events organized by Prince Laurent of Nation B on the ship. Without me, you wouldn't be able to attend. Look, today I even wore a cheongsam to match your charisma." Wu Chen gazed at her for a moment in awe, and Giada tightened her grip on his hand, calling affectionately, "Come on. Why are you standing there, my love?" Giada laughed joyfully, her eyes nearly squinting with happiness. "Starting our first love on a yacht is probably the most perfect arrangement, isn't it, my love?" Wu Chen, but she accidentally bumped into a girl coming from the opposite direction. Upon hearing the familiar name, the girl was surprised and exclaimed, "Wu Chen?" The person in question is none other than Li Ruobing. She crossed her arms, visibly irritated, and exclaimed, "Damn it, my love, you always give me different surprises. It's just impossible to predict." Seeing that the girl was looking aggressive towards him, Giada frowned and turned back, while Wu Chen was taken aback and called out, "Ruobing." Even though he knew she was coming, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Giada spoke up, "This girl is." Li Ruobing let out a disdainful huff, "Another ridiculous little sister, isn't it?" Giada, not one to back down, stepped forward with her hands on her hips and retorted, "Who are you calling your little sister?" Her face grew even fiercer as she added, "You'd better know your place and leave now, don't interfere with us attending the party." Ruobing shot back, "Humph, who do you think you are to give me orders?" The atmosphere was incredibly tense as the two women faced off, both brimming with hostility from the moment they met. Wu Chen stepped in, approaching them and wrapping his arms tightly around Ruobing, trying to calm her, "My love? Please, calm down, let me explain." Thus, the two of them went to a corner to talk, and Wu Chen explained his mission and how Giada served as a ticket to the event for Li Ruobing to hear. Li Ruobing said, "All right, since she's an important supporting character, I won't hold it against her anymore." Giada, overhearing this from the side, looked extremely displeased. Wu Chen asked, "But darling, what are you doing on this ship?" She replied, "After the special perfume sample from Royal received a very positive response in Nation B, I was invited by Prince Laurent. I heard that everyone on this ship is the C'Armée de la C'Armée from various fields around the globe." At that moment, Giada, feeling annoyed, called out loudly, "Wu Chen." He softly responded, "Sweetheart? While you might not like to hear it, I can't afford to ignore Giada right now. She might do something later, and you may have to sacrifice a little." Li Ruobing let out a cute huff of resignation. Wu Chen cheerfully introduced, "Giada, this is Li Ruobing." You should get to know her better. She is my official girlfriend. Giada replied, Of course I know that, but what just happened when she insulted me can't just be brushed off like that. Are you going to let me suffer in silence? Wu Chen sweetly said, Well, don't be so emotional, we still have a mission to complete. How about this? After a while, Li Ruobing stood to the side, smiling triumphantly, thinking, although I don't want to admit it, this trick of Wu Yurong is indeed effective. When Li Ruobing just apologized to Giada with a gentle kiss on the forehead, Giada, while choosing her outfit in the dressing room a moment later, said, The first activity is the charity card game. Uncle Belk has prepared $3 million for us, just play comfortably. He replied, I'm someone who doesn't like to lose. If I play, I must win. He thought, on the way, I gathered information about Dr. Hoffman. He is quite mysterious. He hardly completed the algorithm in my mind while having fun and enjoying himself. If the information is accurate, perhaps most of the activities on this cruise ship are aimed at Dr. Hoffman. He then helped Giada finish her outfit for the official event. Outside, the host spoke up, Ladies and gentlemen, the charity poker tournament this evening has officially begun on the 5th floor. After dining, please proceed to the 5th floor. The winner will not only have the honor of being the charity ambassador for Nation B in 2024 but will also receive the title of God of Gamblers awarded by the International Gambling Association. A couple, arm in arm, remarked, Whether it's the charity ambassador or the God of Gamblers, it will be mine. Another responded, Not so fast. We have to wait and see who the winner will be. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was also present, with Giada on his right and Li Ruobing on his left. He thought to himself, there are quite a few people here who are not just here for fun. These individuals may all have special identities. He quietly said, Ruobing, Giada, that person over there and those others with unusual gazes, you two remember their faces. I will find a way to win continuously to draw everyone's attention to me. You two cooperate with each other. Pay special attention to the people I just mentioned. Giada glanced at Li Ruobing and complained, This is your specialty. Does Wu Chen really need someone to collaborate with? Just let me handle it on my own. Li Ruobing replied, I'm about to take action. There probably won't be anything left for anyone outside the field. You don't need to worry about me collaborating with anyone. Giada suddenly lost her temper and retorted, Huh? Who are you calling an outsider? Say that again. Li Ruobing mockingly responded, Little sister, after all, I am your little sister. If anything happens, I'll take care of you, alright? Giada, fuming, said, Humph, I put up with you a lot back at the dock, don't call me little sister anymore, got it? Wu Chen, witnessing the two women arguing from the side, turned pale and broke out in a sweat as the conversation grew increasingly tense. He thought, will this mission be completed smoothly? No one can ever predict the unexpected. An hour later, the charity game had already been going on for a while. Another player started to tease Wu Chen, Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. This hand is a straight flush. 3 threes trying to scare me? I don't believe it. Meanwhile, Wu Chen remained calm. On the table, his cards included 3 threes, 1 6 of diamonds, and 1 face-down card. He smiled smugly, Sorry, my friend, but it seems like luck is on my side. He flipped the face-down card and revealed another 3 of spades. His face immediately darkened with anger. How is this possible? Winning continuously for an hour without losing a single round? You must be cheating, I don't believe it. Oh my god, are you trying to pull this stunt in the Prince's casino? Don't you want to live anymore? Seeing the commotion, a few others chimed in, I suspect this guy is cheating, but I have no evidence. Another added, Looks like there's going to be some excitement this time. Remember the last time the Prince cut off a hand for something like this? This is too thrilling. At that moment, the Prince approached with 2 beautiful maidens. Giada hurried over to explain, Prince, he is my boyfriend, I stake my honor on it. I guarantee he couldn't possibly be cheating. He spoke up, Giada, I want to trust you all, but things have come to this point. I think this guy should prove his innocence instead. Wu Chen gently patted her head to reassure her, and he said, It's okay, Giada, just do as the prince says. He then commanded, Search him. The two girls exchanged glances, understanding the cue. Wu Chen obediently raised his hands to cooperate. Behind them, a few solitary young men who had been alone for decades watched Wu Chen being searched by the girls, drooling and saying, If I had known I would be searched like this, I would have cheated instead. Yes, being searched by a beauty of this caliber is worth it for the whole night. After a while of checking, the two girls turned back and responded, My lord, we didn't find anything suspicious. Wu Chen then contacted Roa Bing through a secret method. What's the situation now, Roa Bing? She looked at him with a troubled expression and replied, We still haven't found any trace of Dr. Hoffman. The individuals we need to monitor haven't taken any action yet. Wu Chen smirked to himself, thinking, I haven't lured the doctor out yet, in other words, I need to stir things up a bit more. He spoke up to tease the young man, Hey, buddy, the prince has proven my innocence. Do you want to keep playing? The young man, frustrated, could only grit his teeth in silence with a huff before walking away. Wu Chen then leaned back in his chair, looking incredibly arrogant. He remarked, This is too dull, don't tell me you're scared of me. Is there really no one left in this casino who dares to play with me? Outside, a few young men witnessed his proud and arrogant demeanor and muttered to themselves, What a cocky guy, this one is interesting. So a few young men took a seat at the table after his provocation. The blonde guy said, Are you brave enough to play? 1 million a hand, playing small is no fun, if we're playing, let's go big. The guy in the cap added, now this is the real style of adults playing poker. Wu Chen, unafraid, replied, Deal the cards, dealer. A dealer girl began to shuffle the cards. Wu Chen, after receiving his cards, cautiously moved them slightly to examine the hidden card. When he saw that it was indeed a 3 of clubs, he noticed the extremely cunning faces behind him working in coordination. The girl gave a signal with the spade card using her earring. The old man pulled out a cigar like a man with a hat and spoke up, Unlucky, knowing others and knowing yourself makes a true hero. I'm out this round. The arrogant blonde guy laughed boastfully, so this means destiny is on my side. With this pair of kings, I'm definitely going to win against you. I'll raise it by 2 million. Weren't you very aggressive just now? Do you dare to call? Wu Chen raised his hand to speak up. You guys know the saying about destiny too? Dealer, please seal the cards and bring the prince here. I have a suggestion. A moment later, the prince himself came out. He asked, What is it again, young man? Wu Chen, after sealing the cards, said with dissatisfaction, Prince, he said he is definitely going to win this round, so I suspect he's cheating. The prince saw this and remarked, You can search him if you want, but just for that, you go and suspect him? Wu Chen pulled out a stack of dollar bills and replied, The prince, this is a check for 3 million from the New York bank, and besides, I have 1 million in cash. If I lose, all this spare change will belong to you. From now on, I will disappear from the gambling scene. But if I win? He pointed at the blonde guy, From now on, whenever he sees me, he must kneel down and lick the dust off my shoes. Upon hearing this, the prince commanded, Search him. 2 highly skilled girls meticulously checked him, leaving no spot unchecked, not even down there. He trembled and exclaimed, What? When a 3 of clubs was pulled out, he screamed in frustration, pointing and shouting, Cheating! This is definitely cheating. This 3 of clubs clearly belongs to his hand. How could it be here with me? It's a scam, you must believe me, Prince, he's the one cheating. Wu Chen smiled faintly and slowly unsealed his cards, taunting, What are you saying? My whole card is clearly this one. As Wu Chen raised it, revealing the ace of spades, he gasped in horror and broke into a sweat. The ace of spades? How is that possible? You're a scammer. Wu Chen firmly placed his foot on the table and said, Get down and lick it. He trembled unsteadily and called out, My lord, I have no reason to hide this trifling matter. The prince spoke up, Just lick it. No explanations. So he obediently went down on his knees, crying and licking the prince's shoes, thus saving the cost of shoe shining. Everyone around burst into laughter, mocking the man, and one figure laughed with delight. The young man wondered, how interesting, what trick is this? How did he manage to change the game? He was excited to the point of trembling. Forget it, indeed artificial intelligence cannot replace humans, it turns out adding variables here yields better results. So the source code needs to be modified like this. Suddenly, Li Ruobing realized, that person is Dr. Hoffman. Wu Chen signaled her, you follow along, I'll handle this part. A little later, Ruobing reported, I've attached the sensor device at Dr. Hoffman's office door. Wu Chen replied, good, then let's stay calm for now. So all three of them went back to their room to rest. Li Ruobing spoke up, little sister, this time you have achieved success, Wu Chen must follow you. Giada replied, what? Didn't I help Wu Chen change cards? Moreover, this is my first trip to the beach with him, how can I give in? Wu Chen immediately pressed Ruobing down on the bed and called out, Ruobing, anyway, the mission isn't over yet, how about the three of us together? She replied, darling, you. Hearing that, Giada standing behind immediately blushed and felt shy because she didn't expect him to want to play big. Giada walked over with a disapproving look, no way Wu Chen, this is our first time. Wu Chen immediately showed that he was not afraid of his wife. He immediately threw her down on the bed and only had time to cry, so what if I insist? So all three of them became intimate and affectionate with each other in bed, everyone had their share so there was no need to compete. In the middle of the round, suddenly a ship shook violently. It wasn't because Wu Chen was too strong. Wu Chen was surprised and exclaimed, did the ship hit something? Hearing that, the two sisters were equally surprised. At this moment, outside the boat, a hook was thrown up, securing itself tightly to the railing. From beneath the sea, a group of terrorists, armed with rifles and fully equipped, advanced forward. In just a few seconds, under the command of their leader, they took control of the area, spread out, bring everyone on the ship up to the deck. They immediately smashed the doors and burst into the rooms, even forcing Ruobing and Giada, who were in the middle of their tasks, to hurriedly put on clothes. One of the terrorists aimed his gun and shouted loudly, don't move. But Wu Chen, hiding behind the door, struck him down, knocking him unconscious. He quickly stripped the man of his clothes to wear them himself and instructed, the fact that the yacht is being hijacked is not a common occurrence, we should go out and see what this is about. The two women asked in confusion, so we just go out like this? He replied, tie this guy up and lock him in the cupboard, I will disguise myself as one of the terrorists to blend in. Thus, Wu Chen, dressed as a terrorist, escorted his wife outside to gather with the others. The leader spoke up, listen up, I have all your information, now, one by one, as I call your names, quickly transfer the money to the designated account. The commander continued, I know the names and assets of all of you. So be obedient and cooperate, or don't blame my gun for being indiscriminate. But he looked around and shouted, where is Wu Chen? Why is he not here when I call? Suddenly, the man who had been made to lick Wu Chen's shoes raised his hand to speak, let me help. I know that guy, he has a lot of money. But in response, he received a gunshot, and the commander shouted, don't say too much. It's not your turn to speak yet. He was shot in the thigh, blood gushing out as he cried out in pain, and the crowd around them was equally horrified. At that moment, Mr. Laurent stood up to intervene, let's talk this out calmly, we don't want anyone to get hurt. The commander swung the butt of his gun and struck him in the face, shouting, Prince Laurent, shut your mouth. No one asked you to speak, don't interfere. Seeing this scene, Wu Chen, Giada, and Ruobing were all astonished, he even dares to hit a prince. After being struck, Laurent could only step back and remain silent. One man approached to report, one room has been opened, but there is no one inside, it seems there are special sensing devices. Wu Chen smiled faintly and thought, Ruobing's sensor device has worked. Dr. Hoffman discovered the device and has already hidden. He laughed with delight, haha, how interesting. Do you still want to run on this ship? Search all of them for me. Thus, a team of terrorists split off, responding affirmatively and quickly began their search. The commander then pinned a girl next to Mr. Laurent and started to act inappropriately. He said maliciously, "Prince, it's such a waste for this girl to follow you. Why don't we play a game? You hand Wu Chen over to me, and I will let the two of them go, otherwise, they will have to serve me." Mr. Laurent replied, "I really don't know who he is, believe me." The commander became furious, directly firing at the girl and shouted, "Humph, do you think I would be fooled?" After being shot, the girl fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, in the fear of everyone. "Ah, someone has been killed, oh God, save me." Giada softly called out, "Wu Chen, what should we do now?" Ruo Bing asked, moreover, if they find Dr. Hoffman, will they take their anger out on him and kill him? Wu Chen replied, "I see, I understand what's going on now, you all just keep watching quietly." At that moment, two soldiers escorted Dr. Hoffman and Chief. "We found him. He was wandering around the bottom storage area, but he seems a bit crazy. He had a completely fearless expression and was rambling, 'It should be like this, yes, yes, yes.'" Laurent spoke up, "You see, I told you I really don't know this person." The leader then pulled out a knife and asked, "Are you Wu Chen?" Hoffman continued to ramble incoherently, "There won't be any problems, just a little more is needed." He lost his patience and shouted, "Damn it, aren't you listening to me? If you don't want to die, transfer the money to me." Hoffman mocked, Fool, can't you even understand this?" The other guy, insulted, got agitated and stabbed Hoffman in the chest, cursing, "Damn, what kind of crazy person is this?" Dr. Hoffman was immediately stabbed and returned to his ancestors. He angrily shouted, "Don't waste my time. The body here has both fingerprints and eye samples. We'll settle this later, you all hurry up and transfer the money. Think carefully about whether you want to keep your money or your life." Seeing that this man had a fiery temper and was quick to shoot or kill, within just over 10 minutes, the terrified individuals quickly began to transfer money to ensure their safety. Even the two sisters had to line up and wait for their turn. However, Ruo Bing was pushed down by a soldier. "Oh, hello beautiful, I can't hold back any longer." This soldier was none other than Wu Chen. He said, "From Nation H, huh? You smell so good. Let me give you a kiss." Ruo Bing, confused, whispered, "Wu Chen, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, the commander jumped up and asked, "Hey, you there, what are you doing messing around when we're in the middle of something serious?" But seeing that his subordinate was not listening, he pulled out his gun and threatened, "What are you thinking about at a time like this? You little brat, get up and get back to work." To Ruo Bing's astonishment, Wu Chen stood up and slowly took off his hat. He spoke, "You little brat, who are you calling that? You might as well call me Wu Chen." His handsome face seemed to glow, exuding confidence as he faced the commander without fear. The man, surprised, shouted, "You bastard, so it's you, Wu Chen." The other man immediately felt something was off and looked around. "Wait, if you are Wu Chen, then who was that madman just now?" Wu Chen continued, "There was someone who mistook me for being killed here." "How strange. Ha ha." He suddenly vanished. The commander turned to ask his subordinates, "Where did the body go? Which of you saw it just now?" Mr. Laurent widened his eyes in astonishment. Wu Chen turned to him and asked, "Oh my, this is quite something. Dear Prince, isn't your little drama supposed to be over yet?" Upon hearing this, Giada and Ruo Bing's expressions froze in disbelief as they wondered, what? Was all of this orchestrated by Prince Laurent? Everyone around fell silent, their attention focused entirely on the central figure, Wu Chen, who stood firm, facing Mr. Laurent. Seeing Wu Chen start to expose the truth, the prince exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What? Am I acting? What are you talking about?" The commander quickly pointed his gun and shouted, "Hey, you there, stop spouting nonsense. Are you looking for death?" Seeing the man interrupting and causing trouble, Wu Chen turned and delivered a punch straight to his chest. In the blink of an eye, the commander collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Witnessing this display of power, the prince was visibly shaken. He spoke up, "Your Highness, to be honest, from the very first time I saw these mercenaries, I found them strange. The cruise ship is only a few hours away from Nation M and still in the Caribbean Sea. If there were real pirates, they'd likely be in the Red Sea or Somalia." Hearing this, the man's face darkened, and sweat began to drip down his forehead. Wu Chen smiled confidently and continued, "For a real pirate, knowing the names and values of everyone here, whether for efficiency or safety, it would make sense to prioritize robbing the wealthiest individuals first, from the top down, such as prioritizing the richest prince." Wu Chen continued, "But why did the commander focus so much on the name Wu Chen, the one missing from the list? The most illogical thing is that Wu Chen and the Royal Highness aren't even close relatives, so why would the Royal Highness hide him? And why risk the lives of the two women beside him just to have the leader force them to reveal Wu Chen's whereabouts? Actually, the explanation is simple, it's because there's no logic at all. The appearance of these two absurd connections is essentially just a test for Dr. Hoffman." Hearing this, both Li Ruobing and Giada frowned, surprised that such a massive commotion turned out to be nothing more than a staged act. The prince, unable to refute a single word, closed his eyes and begrudgingly accepted the accusation. Wu Chen questioned, "This is to verify Dr. Hoffman's rumored artificial intelligence system, isn't it? An algorithm capable of predicting people's actions hours or even days in advance?" He then pointed at the two soldiers and exposed them. Moreover, from the sounds of all the different guns, it's clear that every single bullet fired was blank. After all, it was just a performance, with no real damage involved. The soldiers, startled, looked at their guns in disbelief and exclaimed, "What? What did you just say? These guns are fake?" Wu Chen laughed, "So you guys are just actors who aren't allowed to see the script, tools who only know how to follow orders, huh? I used to think you had some status, but now I understand you are a spy for the prince, a spy placed within the terrorist organization. You must be the one who threw the shell, right? Because most of the people on the ship are guests of the Royal Highness, and if something unexpected were to happen, it would be quite troublesome." A group of people indignantly retorted, "That's ridiculous, it's all just your speculation. They killed someone right in front of us, and there's no concrete evidence for us to believe that the prince is collaborating with those terrorists to rob us." Wu Chen looked at the two girls and said, "You need evidence, right? Isn't the biggest piece of evidence right there? How long does that beautiful girl want to stay down there? Will she get up by herself, or do I have to pick her up myself?" At this point, the blonde girl obediently stood up in front of everyone. No one was willing to be the one to die. The cowardly man exclaimed, "Damn it, I thought I was shot and was about to die, but it turns out it was just a fake. What a waste of effort for me to scream just now." A person stood up to question, "Prince, why do you want to deceive us? Please give us a reasonable explanation." Wu Chen then walked over to take the phone from one of the men, responding, "I told you, everything is just an algorithm test by Dr. Hoffman. He basically doesn't care about your little money at all." As he opened the phone to check, he smiled faintly, "Sure enough, that's exactly what I said. The first step in this game is to create the most extreme situations to test the algorithm of the doctor. The second step, regardless of the test results, the prince will take Dr. Hoffman away, and these pirates will benefit from stealing the property of everyone here." He brought the phone closer to the man's face and said, "Your Highness, all the evidence is here, so please go explain it to the Coast Guard for a moment." Upon hearing the word Coast Guard, the man looked shocked and exclaimed, "Huh, the Coast Guard?" Giada coldly replied, "I have already contacted the Coast Guard, they will be on the scene shortly." He then responded with disappointment, "Is that all? Then it's over, it seems I can no longer continue the act." Wu Chen said, "Now there's only Dr. Hoffman left, bring him out here." He commanded, "All right, bring Dr. Hoffman over here." The soldiers looked at each other in confusion and asked, "Charlie, is that the doctor you were holding?" The other replied, "Huh? How would I know? I'm not the one holding him, why are you looking at me?" Wu Chen pointed and shouted, "Over there." He raised his voice, "That guy has taken Hoffman." As a speedboat sped away in the distance, Wu Chen pondered, could this also be a game created by the prince? The expression on his face made him feel somewhat uncertain. Wu Chen then used binoculars to observe, identify exactly who that person is who kidnapped Hoffman. When he zoomed in for a closer look, he saw Hoffman tightly bound in the back, and notably, the person steering the boat had a tattoo of the number 71 on his arm. It's definitely them, the group known as the Promoter. You feel a little uneasy, he said. If the harem family is sent to capture Dr. Hoffman, then Mr. Belk's mission will be considered a complete failure. Moreover, if these guys successfully utilize the doctor's artificial intelligence algorithm, things could get very dangerous. As he watched the boat drift farther away, Wu Chen remarked, "Promoter number 71, don't celebrate too soon, I'll be dragging you back in no time." An hour later, the three of them returned to the rest area. Everyone was quite dissatisfied with what happened that day. Suddenly, Giada stopped and murmured, "Wu Chen, you. Noticing something was off, Wu Chen turned around and asked, "Giada, what's wrong?" Giada pointed accusatorily and questioned, "Wu Chen, why did you attack her earlier and not me?" "What do you mean by that?" Seeing how the jealousy had reached its peak, Wu Chen and Li Ruobing could only laugh in amusement. Quick-witted, Wu Chen immediately hugged her tightly to calm her down, flashing a sly grin. "Huh, is this what you mean? Is this what you want, Giada could only stand there, dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Wu Chen's hand began to wander mischievously. "I'm a bandit, and now I'm going to search you." Giada could only respond obediently with a meek yes. But Li Ruobing wasn't about to let things slide. She stepped forward, grabbing the weapon he mentioned, and declared, "Wu Chen, then I'm the Coast Guard, and I demand you surrender your weapon immediately." And with that, the three of them ended up wrestling playfully on the bed. The ones suffering the most at this moment weren't just us brothers watching this scene unfold. No, there was also the poor guy tied up and locked inside the closet by Wu Chen. That's right, he had been completely forgotten, left to silently weep while muffled sounds of passion echoed around him. Even if he didn't want to hear them, he had no choice. After a few hours of struggling together in a game of cops and robbers, just as they were dozing off, a phone message came through. Giada called out, "Wu Chen, there's news. The speedboat number 71 has switched to a helicopter and is probably flying to Florida right now. We need to hurry and rescue the doctor." Wu Chen immediately sat up and wrapped his arms around her, replying, "All right, if that's the case, let me empower you first." The commotion between the two woke Li Ruobing, who was sleeping, in confusion. So the three of them continued to perform the technique of transferring energy to each other. Half a day later, at the Florida airport, Wu Chen and Giada were tracking the trail of the promoter's speedboat 71. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing had other matters to attend to and could not accompany them. A blonde-haired guy drove up and called out, "Giada, why is it that the star of my life, I finally get to see you again, hurry and get in the car." This guy was Matthew, one of Giada's associates, who had once pursued her. So the two of them got into the car. Seeing Giada in the passenger seat, Matthew took a sip of his drink and said, "You know, this position really suits you." Wu Chen, a bit uneasy, asked, "Is it really okay to drink and drive like this?" Giada replied, "This is Florida, Wu Chen, you have to get used to it." But back in Nation V, there'd be nothing left. It's the new year, so everyone should pay attention to safety and obey traffic laws. Returning to the story, Giada asked, "Matthew, where exactly do I need to go?" Matthew answered, "In his jacket pocket." When they called you, you jotted it down quickly, right? However, when Matthew reached into his pocket, he suddenly panicked. "What? Where's the note with the information? Damn it, I rushed out to meet you and completely forgot to bring it. Damn it, I have to go back and get it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two became doubtful as they wondered whether they had been misled, and they felt too disheartened to say anything. Matthew slammed on the brakes and turned around, speeding back home. But before long, the car was pulled over by the police. Two officers demanded, "Show us your driver's license." Matthew hurriedly explained, "Officers, please understand. I haven't seen my girlfriend in a long time. You know that feeling, right? So I was a bit rushed and I completely forgot." Their voices were sharp and demanding, "Where is your driver's license?" Matthew clasped his hands and cried, "Oh my God, how could you separate this couple?" Wu Chen and Giada immediately covered their faces, perhaps feeling embarrassed for Matthew. Giada softly remarked, "Hayes, this guy probably had his license revoked ages ago." Wu Chen frowned, the unsettling feeling he had earlier was indeed justified. So, he had to step in to resolve the situation. When he presented his Nation M agent badge, he spoke up, "We are carrying out a secret mission and do not need to explain further to you." Upon seeing the badge of immunity, the two officers turned to leave, saying, "Oh, I see, sorry for the disturbance." Wu Chen, feeling skeptical, quietly asked Giada, "Is he trustworthy?" She paused, uncertain how to respond. "He seems so, but in critical moments, he is still dependable." Matthew then turned back, lamenting, "My love, I can't believe my heart has been stolen by an FBI guy, there's no room left for me now." Seeing Matthew rambling on, Giada quickly lost her patience and shouted, then kicked him into the car, "Don't talk too much, hurry up." A while later, the two of them stopped in front of a mansion, and Matthew pointed out, "Giada, look at my flower garden, it's full of beautiful flowers that I specifically planted for you. I'm going to get the paper, just wait for me, okay?" Seeing Matthew leave, Wu Chen began to tease, "Your little friend is quite affectionate, huh? And you don't have the heart to be moved?" She continued, 100 years ago, his family migrated from nationwide to here, relying on their exceptional scamming skills to accumulate a massive fortune. For a century, they've used their money to penetrate every industry in Florida. His intelligence network here must be top-notch. A moment later, Matthew ran out with the paper, crying out loudly, "Damn it, I wrote it out clearly, so why can't anyone understand? It must have been too crowded then. What do we do now, Giada? Forgive me." Wu Chen then asked, "Hey buddy, why didn't you call the person who provided the information before to ask?" He replied, "That's right, just call back and it will work, you really are a genius, my brother." So he immediately called as per Wu Chen's suggestion. The two of them had to wait for Matthew for a while longer. On the other end, the ringing of the provider sounded, but he and the girl were already dead. The gun was still warm in the hands of number 71. He said, "Sorry, I have to follow the rules." Behind the dark door were a pair of mysteriously shining eyes. After a while, Matthew grew impatient. "Hey Henry, what's going on? He has never ignored my calls before." Wu Chen asked anxiously, "What if something happened to him? Should we go look for him directly?" Matthew replied, "Henry is a middleman who usually lives in inns, without a fixed address. We only communicate through phone calls and never meet in person." Suddenly, that guy rushed over and clung to Giada's thigh, saying, "Oh dear, what do we do? Why does my star not guide me?" Seeing this, she was incredibly furious, but not only that, his hand was about to reach out to squeeze that place. Giada immediately kicked straight at him and shouted, "Pushing the envelope?" Being kicked continuously, he reacted with a bit of excitement, but suddenly he came to his senses. "Oh, I remember now." Giada looked bewildered, with a question mark in her head. "Huh, what do you remember? Hurry up and say it, don't be ambiguous." Matthew said, "Henry has a pet crocodile." Giada angrily clenched her fists, ready to hit him again. "Humph, you should quit drinking." Wu Chen followed up, "What about the crocodile?" He explained, "This crocodile is named Aiken. It's not simple at all. For some reason, a knife has been stuck in its head. Since then, it has developed superior intelligence compared to its kind. Aiken is even more perceptive than dogs and even smarter than its owner, Henry. If you find it, you'll find the insider and the doctor." Wu Chen pressed on. "So, where is that crocodile?" Matthew suddenly collapsed as he was about to speak, giving a weak smile as he said, "Sorry, you too, I think I really need to quit drinking. I can't stand up properly anymore. Let's go inside and have a cup of coffee first." Giada could only helplessly sigh, while Wu Chen thought, this guy is really not trustworthy at all. As they were walking, a pair of sparkling eyes appeared from the bushes, and out crawled Mr. Henry's crocodile, leaving the three of them utterly astonished, exactly as Matthew had described. Seeing the crocodile crawling outside, Matthew asked, Aiken, why are you here? Where did Henry go? Why didn't he answer my calls? Aiken seemed to understand human speech as he wagged his tail around him. Losing patience, Matthew pressed on, quickly tell me where that fat Henry is. Wu Chen, standing behind, thought, I heard it was said he had unlocked his intellect and could communicate with humans. But I don't see any signs of that. Seriously. But what is this? When he took a closer look, he noticed a hidden camera on Aiken's collar. Wu Chen promptly took it off, a bit astonished. It turned out to be something sent by him to the three of them. So the three of them gathered around and opened the video from the hidden camera to watch. Hence, what they saw was somewhat surprising. In the footage, loud grating noises echoed, accompanied by Henry's voice, so what? Aren't I much better than her husband? That guy only has 18 cm, and he doesn't even have as much money as I do. The three of them were left speechless, their expressions frozen, as they didn't know what to say. This video indeed exceeded all expectations. Giada noticed Wu Chen was focused and asked, Wu Chen, do you also enjoy playing those kinds of games? He calmly replied, no, what I care about is not what they are doing, but that I am carefully observing when someone is stealthily approaching from a distance. The closer the camera zoomed in, a shadowy figure was seen lurking behind the curtain, watching Henry. Just as he was about to make a high greeting, he suddenly drew a gun to threaten the two people. He only left one sentence, sorry buddy, I'm just following the rules. Then the sound of a gunshot rang out, and Giada exclaimed, Propaganda 71. Matthew followed up, damn it, he has killed Henry. Wu Chen speculated, Henry was trying to hide Aiken in the cupboard to record moments of fun, but inadvertently captured the scene of his own murder. Wu Chen focused even more, we need to examine this more closely. He then zoomed into the scene in the propaganda where the murderer was using the smartwatch on his wrist, but the video quality was indeed too low. Giada spoke up, Wu Chen, could this be a clue? Wu Chen pondered and replied, the banana watch is connected to the internet. We can check who clicked on the watch at that time from the back end. But the location. Matthew then picked up the crocodile and said, as for the location, Aiken must know. Alright, Aiken, you hurry and take us to meet Henry. After a while, the three of them drove to a small wooden house. Matthew's eyes widened in surprise, I never expected Henry to be so close to me. Wu Chen called his capable right-hand man, Huang, my dear sister, I have a few things to ask of you. I need you to help me hack into the banana company server. I need to check who clicked on the banana watch at your current location at a specific time. Huang replied, you mean hack into the banana company? Huang's face was filled with excitement, the banana company sounds interesting. I've wanted to try it for a long time, now I finally have a chance. Okay, leave it to me. With that, she hung up Wu Chen's call immediately, leaving him a bit stunned, not knowing what to say. So the group of 3 and 1 beast stepped inside to investigate. Giada spoke up, just as expected, for a professional like him, he left no useful clues behind. Wu Chen accidentally let it slip, well, now we can only hope for my sister. But Giada heard this and confronted him, Which sister are you talking about? Caught off guard, Wu Chen could only remain silent. After a while of searching and finding no clues, Matthew hugged Aiken and burst into tears, poor Henry, surely by now he has met his ancestors. 20 minutes later, Wu Chen received a phone call. Huang reported the search information, Alexander Springs, the latest user of that watch, just clicked once. Wu Chen hurriedly left, we have to catch that guy quickly. Meanwhile, Matthew was still taking a moment to mourn, I feel so sorry, Henry, for having to put you away, I'm sorry for calling you fat. Giada came over to console him, my condolences for your friend, but thank you for your help since this morning. Hearing the goddess in his heart say this, he joyfully replied, why is it that my star, my wounded heart is in need of the comfort of love, can you give me a kiss? He thought he would get a kiss, but when he opened his eyes, he found his car being driven away by 2 people. Matthew could only call after them, hey, that's my car. A moment later, following the trail, Giada spoke up, one of the most popular diving spots in Florida. But the dive sites here are much deeper than in other places. How will Wu Chen find him now? Wu Chen picked Aiken up and replied, "Don't we have the crocodile here?" Seeing its cute appearance, she was extremely excited. "When did you bring Aiken along?" "I didn't even notice." He happily responded. Aiken must also want to take revenge for his owner, so he followed. Propaganda 71 also came here to escape. Since this is a special underwater hotel, the only way to enter the room is by diving, and the best disguise here is actually the crocodile. Giada then realized and exclaimed, "Oh, I understand now, so that's it." He immediately put Aiken down. "Quickly go find the one who killed your master. Do you remember what he looks like? If so, hurry and find him." Aiken understood and dove down into the water. Soon, the two of them quickly changed clothes to prepare for diving. But Giada's outfit was incredibly tight and revealing, making it a bit difficult for her to say, "Oh, it's too tight on my chest, didn't you get a larger size?" "Wu Chen, help me out." But when he helped her, she complained, "Wu Chen, don't touch that spot, I'm very sensitive." Wu Chen reassured her, "Come on, just bear with it a little." After a moment, Aiken surfaced and turned back toward the shore. He said, "It seems like he has found the spot." Giada asked in confusion, "How can you be so sure?" He replied, "Look, he has no intention of coming ashore at all. He's waiting for us." So Wu Chen and Giada brought their diving gear down into the water, guided by Aiken the crocodile. Wu Chen teased, "Don't you want us to get all wet together?" After a while of diving down beneath the water surface, Wu Chen's group surfaced in an area filled with underground pipes. He spoke up, "It seems like number 71 is here." He then turned to give instructions, "Aiken, you stay here and keep watch, in case the killer tries to escape." The crocodile Aiken promptly nodded in agreement. As Giada was preparing to climb ashore, Wu Chen hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, "Wait, Giada, look over there, that ladder doesn't look right. It could be a trap." Upon closer inspection, they noticed a wire attached to the ladder. Giada then realized, thinking to herself, "If we grab that ladder to climb up, the chances are high that the pipe will explode." No wonder they are professionals. Thus, Wu Chen began to crawl up first to scout for Giada, feeling that everything was safe before helping her up. He said, "Propaganda 71 seems very alert, we need to be extremely cautious." Giada replied, "Understood." After a while of following the clues, the two of them held their weapons ready, lying in ambush at a doorway. Giada quietly said, "Is there a trap on the door handle? For instance, a bomb or something that could explode?" Wu Chen continued, "The lock is unclear, but considering the habits of 71. The two immediately became highly alert, and Wu Chen slowly but cautiously began to turn the doorknob. From inside, the deafening sound of gunfire from an automatic rifle erupted fiercely. Wu Chen quickly embraced Giada, pulling her to the side. A mere moment of delay could have resulted in hundreds of holes in their bodies. Wu Chen said, "Let's wait until he runs out of bullets first." She leaned tightly against him, not daring to move. After a while, the gunfire finally began to subside as he ran out of ammunition. Only then did the two start to advance inside, the heavy smoke making it difficult for Wu Chen to see clearly as he covered his mouth and nose. Thus, they unintentionally separated, and Giada, surprised, moved closer to examine the weapon. Just as she touched it, from beneath the brown cloth, a pair of glowing eyes accompanied by a hand reached out. In an instant, Giada was taken hostage by number 71 in a state of shock. He smiled wickedly, one hand aiming the gun while the other tightly gripped Giada's neck. He spoke, "If you don't want her to die, then drop your gun to the ground right now." Wu Chen could only obediently put down his gun because his lover was in the hands of the villains. He wondered to himself, how did he know we would come? Could it be the artificial intelligence system of Dr. Hoffman? Wu Chen was experienced enough to keep his hand hidden behind him. Slowly, he pulled out the backup dagger. In a moment of critical decision, Wu Chen swiftly threw the dagger, but Propaganda 71 was not a novice, he only needed to tilt his head slightly to evade it. He laughed maliciously. Everything went exactly as predicted. You have forced me to do this. The gun was cocked, and the forearm tightened around Giada's neck, making it increasingly difficult for her to breathe as she gasped, Wu Chen, Wu Chen? Seeing the dire situation, Wu Chen shouted anxiously, stop. But a gunshot instantly rang out. There was no negotiation. Number 71 directly sent Giada to meet her ancestors. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Wu Chen shouted, Giada! He hurriedly ran to her side. Propaganda 71 gleefully laughed and fired another shot. He didn't take his life directly, just a bullet hit his shoulder. Wu Chen suppressed the pain and approached his beloved with a look of sorrow. Number 71 was even more delighted. He spread his arms wide and said, the uncontrolled emotions made you lose your sanity. This is the price you have to pay. Don't worry, I will generously bury you together, a couple who lives and dies together, Suddenly, at that moment, Aiken lunged from behind and bit sneakily. He quickly caught Aiken and forcefully slammed him to the floor. Humph, you little crocodile, you were also within my predictions, kid. Your head has been stabbed with a dagger, and yet you're still not dead. How about a few more shots? Then the gun was loaded, bang, bang, bang several times. Aiken died. He showed no mercy to the animal either. Seeing his smug expression, Wu Chen asked, has the artificial intelligence system of the doctor been completed? He replied, who knows? Perhaps I have superpowers? But you can witness it before you die. Consider it a great gift. Wu Chen murmured, superpower, huh? You can predict the future. He smiled, what a coincidence. I can too, with a time-space system resetting time. The clock is starting to turn back to the past. In this moment, even an artificial intelligence predicting the future wouldn't anticipate this turn of events. Time was brought back to the moment when the two of them set up an ambush. Wu Chen said to Giada, now, unload all the bullets from your gun. She replied in confusion, Wu Chen? Why? We're facing a serial killer here. He flashed a confident smile to reassure her, trust me, Giada. She immediately obeyed and removed all the bullets from the gun. This completely changed the situation, as this very gun had previously taken Giada's life. Wu Chen and the crocodile Aiken proceeded through the timeline, with number 71 still holding Giada hostage as before. You forced me to do this, you all must die. She yelled, Wu Chen, Wu Chen. But when she pulled the trigger, the gun wouldn't fire. Number 71 exclaimed in astonishment, why are there no bullets? Giada could hardly believe what she was witnessing. By some kind of miracle, Wu Chen had been able to predict accurately. He gathered all his strength and charged at him, kicking the number 71's head away. Once again, Giada was taken by surprise as one kick sent him flying several meters away. Wu Chen did not let him get up. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Wu Chen quickly subdued him, grabbing his head with one hand while pummeling him with the other, shouting, aren't you supposed to have superpowers? Use them, go on, you bastard. His eyes filled with rage for daring to lay a hand on the person he loved. Wu Chen seemed to lose control as he continued to punch and kick. After a thorough beating, the face of number 71 was swollen and bruised. He wept and said, I never said I had superpowers. Seeing him lose control like this for the first time left Giada in disbelief. She watched his back, filled with questions. Did Wu Chen predict that number 71 would shoot at him? No, that doesn't make any sense at all. This isn't prediction, it's prophecy. But how could he possibly do that? After defeating Propaganda 71, Wu Chen began to question him. You used Dr. X's artificial intelligence algorithm to predict many possible future outcomes, but there's one thing I don't understand. If you predicted that we would arrive, then why did you have to kill Henry? Having his face swollen from the punch, he was now forced to answer the question, and replied with a touch of bitterness, I don't know that fat guy, but in Dr. X's algorithm, he was evaluated as a major threat to my life, so I killed him to eliminate future trouble. He thought to himself, well, I'll just answer for now. As long as he focuses on the story and gets distracted, I'll have the chance to escape. Wu Chen pondered deeply. How far can Dr. X's algorithm predict? Compared to my ability to reverse time, what truly is the real future? Seeing his opportunity, Propagandist 71 quickly turned and fled. Seeing that Wu Chen didn't chase him, he laughed with a sense of triumph. I won't die here. Next time we'll settle the score, and next time, I'll definitely win. But the next time, number 71 again did not specify when, and he failed to sense the danger lurking outside. Just as he was about to jump into the water, a face suddenly appeared that made his eyes widen in horror, so terrifying it made his hair stand on end. The young man was then bitten by Aiken the crocodile, who dragged him under the water for a delicious meal. Amidst the screams of agony, droplets of blood slowly began to rise to the surface. The two watching them had no particular emotional reaction. Giada spoke up. Aiken has avenged its master. He replied, the so-called life-threatening danger turned out to be Aiken, not Henry. In other words, this is the law of karma. If you do evil, there will come a day when you face retribution. After a while, the two of them went to find Dr. Hoffman, following a long trail that led them to a room. Wu Chen slowly observed, I didn't expect it. No security for outsiders, yet there's equipment to prevent the doctor from escaping. As soon as the doctor tries to step outside, the device will explode, and he will die. Wu Chen then focused intently, starting to defuse the bomb behind him. Giada, incredibly anxious and tense, stayed right by his side, never leaving for a moment. Just about 5 minutes later, the doctor was rescued, but judging by his appearance, he had likely been beaten to the point of fear. However, upon seeing someone come to his rescue, he rushed to hug Giada, seeking comfort. He beat me relentlessly, didn't let me eat, didn't let me talk to anyone. Without those things, I can't write, I can't find any inspiration. Hick. Giada, sensing an opportunity, became a bit annoyed and said, Hey, that's enough. She pushed him away, and Wu Chen could only smile awkwardly and say, All right, Dr. Hoffman, you're safe now, we'll take you with us. The scene shifted to 2 days later, where Mr. Belk raised his glass in a toast. This mission has been completed excellently. Cheers, let's drink to our success. Wu Chen replied, As for what happened, Dr. Hoffman has severed ties with the Harriman family and has finally agreed to Mr. Harriman's investment. This time, Mr. Harriman has made a huge profit. Mr. Belk stood up and said, When the doctor's algorithm is complete, I will apply it to fields that can truly accelerate the development of the world. Wu Chen listened to these words, and instead of responding immediately, he pondered for a moment before saying with a meaningful tone, I hope you keep your word and don't go astray. He laughed and replied, At that time, you'll come to stop me, just like you stopped those propagandists before, right? Ha. But then he suddenly remembered and added, By the way, a few days ago, a low-class woman came to see me. With her figure, I wouldn't have met her under normal circumstances, but she mentioned your name and said something about wanting to leave. Aren't you planning to check on her? Hearing this, Wu Chen's face froze for a few seconds as he realized, could it be Kathy? A moment later, Wu Chen suddenly walked over and called out, Kathy, where are you going? She was caught off guard. Wu Chen? You're back? She ran up to him and embraced him tightly, full of emotion. You suddenly disappeared, and I thought I would never see you again. Wu Chen reassured her, to send your nightmare, Father Adrian, to prison, I've done a few things. Now everything is settled. How are your wounds? Where are you planning to go? She immediately lifted her skirt to show him the wound and replied, Apart from the injury here, I'm basically fully recovered. He then placed his hand on her shoulder and said, That perverted priest is no longer around, you won't have to do those things anymore. She felt immensely grateful for everything he had done for her, and Kathy hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go. Meeting you is the best thing that's ever happened in my life. She then directly took off his jacket, and in surprise, Wu Chen anxiously said, Kathy, your wound may have healed, but it's still not the right time for that. She pushed him onto the bed and teased, Don't turn me down. Seeing that she had made up her mind to undress, he could only laugh and reply, How could I turn you down? In this romantic atmosphere, Kathy leaned closer to him, calling him lovingly, Wu Chen, I want to feel everything that belongs to you. Wu Chen replied, All right, I understand. The two of them then began to kiss each other passionately. But then, it seemed that Wu Chun choked on his own saliva, so Kathy had no choice but to sit on him and perform emergency first aid. The next morning, after a night of unconsciousness, Wu Chen woke up to the bright sunlight and the sound of questioning. Wu Chen, wake up, why are you sleeping here? Wu Chen immediately jumped up in surprise and asked, Huh, Giada? Why are you here? She placed her hands on her hips and replied, I waited for you all night in my luxurious presidential suite, and yet you ended up here, sleeping alone in this shabby place. She looked around the room, unsure of what was so special about this place. You're really strange, you know? You like these small rooms. At that moment, Wu Chen noticed a piece of paper under the pillow beside him. When he unfolded it, he found a handwritten letter from Kathy. Wu Chen, I'm so happy to have met you, but we don't belong to the same world. I can't face the reality of saying goodbye to you, so I can only leave like this. I believe you'll understand. Don't worry about me, my friends and I at the orphanage will find our way. Fate brought us together, and this thread hasn't been cut. I believe we'll meet again. Love, Kathy. Wu Chen then spoke up, Giada? I think it's time for me to return to Nation H. Hearing that Wu Chen wanted to leave, she was surprised. What? I haven't even introduced you to my friends yet, why are you leaving? Wu Chen hugged her tightly and said, there will be plenty of time later. In Nation M, you're the only friend I have. I'll need your help a lot in the future. Hearing those sweet words, Giada's face turned bright red. You said you need me? You're only saying what I want to hear. So Wu Chen had to say goodbye to her and fly back to Nation H that very night. But now he remembered, oh right, there's also young lady Xiang in Nation M. Well, never mind, she and Giada probably won't run into each other. With their personalities, if they did meet, it would be like an atomic bomb dropping on their heads. 15 hours later, at Wu Chen's private villa, Hua Bei was tidying up the house, thinking to herself, opening the window does make it fresher, but it gets dusty. Since the two of them aren't coming, I'll have to do this myself for a while. But the way she dressed so lightly had its own purpose, something to imagine. Wu Chen kicked the door open and called out, honey, I'm home. Hua Bei exclaimed, ah, you're home. He quickly rushed in to kiss her, saying, dressed so provocatively like this. Hua Bei, embarrassed, replied, you can't look at me like that. Darling, you haven't even taken a shower yet. The more she thought about it, the more Hua Bei happily laughed, her eyes squinting with joy as she muttered to herself, Wu Chen, no, I haven't. Yet. Wu Chen said, haven't. Yet. Suddenly, a question rang out, making her jump and drop the broom. Wu Chen, amused, said, haven't. What? Xiao Hua Hua, why are you dressed like this? Seeing her dream crush appear out of nowhere without making a sound, she felt so shy that she didn't know where to hide her face, thinking, could it be did he hear everything I just said? Hua Bei hesitated, then pointed and questioned, didn't you have a job in Nation M? Why did you suddenly come back in the middle of the night and startle me like this? Wu Chen laughed and then went over to explain to Hua Bei the reasons he had gone to Nation M, the experiences he had gone through, and the numerous dangerous things he had done, all to repay Mary for saving Hua Bei's life. But also, because of that, he had made many new acquaintances. Upon hearing this, Hua Bei fell into a daze and said, you did so many things just for me? Wu Chen replied, of course, it was for you. By the way, why are you dressed like this in the cold wind at midnight? At this point, Wu Chen instinctively looked from head to toe, his gaze tracing her S-shaped figure. Every part of her body was perfectly in place. Seeing him stare at her, Hua Bei shyly turned her face away and said loudly, stop looking at me like that. She quickly regretted it and said, no, actually, keep looking. It's just that when I was cleaning the bathroom, it was so hot. I thought no one would be home at this hour, but I didn't expect you to come back in the middle of the night. It's so embarrassing. Wu Chen continued, that's not what I meant. The real question is, why aren't you staying at home to take good care of yourself? Didn't you just recover? Hua Bei felt as though she was being interrogated by him, so she tried to shift the topic with an innocent expression. Well, actually, here's what happened. Let me tell you. This morning, when I arrived, I saw a little girl wandering back and forth in front of your house. At that moment, I shouted, "Hey, you little girl, who are you? Why do you have such a beautiful key? Let me see it." Startled by the scolding, Xin, a bit irritated, replied, "Oh, my mom asked me to clean Teacher Wu's house. She also told me that if no one's home for a while, I should open the windows to air it out." At that point, Huabei came up with a clever idea and said, "Ah, so you're one of his students. Give me the key. Go on, just go to school, leave this task to me." Xin then asked, is that for real or not? Even though you're willing to help me with the housework, the real question I want to clear up is, who exactly are you? What's your relationship with Teacher Wu? She immediately made up an excuse and replied, well, I'm the best friend of your Teacher Wu. Xin didn't think much and immediately handed over the key, saying, "Oh, so Teacher Wu has many good friends, I see. You're taking advantage of his absence to win his favor, right? But if my mom asks, you'll have to tell her I did everything, okay?" Huabei happily responded, "It's a win-win situation, I'll definitely keep my word, ha." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen felt a dull headache coming on. He couldn't help but think of little Xin teasing him and scolding him affectionately. "Oh, that little Xin really knows how to surprise me." She said, "Actually, I also want to thank that little girl for giving me the opportunity to help with these household chores. Well, I always make some time at night to avoid letting my business with my sister affect anything." In her heart, she thought, "It feels like I'm being a devoted wife while my husband is away on a business trip." Wu Chen, worried, said, "You haven't fully recovered yet. Elder Tu advised you to be patient and recover slowly. Rest should be your top priority." Huabei lowered her hand, grasped her dress, and seemed to be deep in thought. "I need to stay here and do something related to him. Only then can I truly focus on meditating." He then asked, "I'm really happy and thank you, but sis, do you know you were running around here in the middle of the night?" She waved her hand and replied, "Sis, I don't know, it has nothing to do with her." A response that was utterly irrelevant, accompanied by a smug expression, as she thought to herself, "He said he's happy, it seems like he really likes me now." When she recalled earlier, when she was sick, wasn't it Wu Chen who had said sweet words to comfort her? The joy she expressed then seemed to imply the love he hinted at. So, Huabei collapsed into his arms. Wu Chen's expression was confused, not understanding the meaning behind her action. She then spoke up, "Actually, I don't want to go home. I want to stay here." In her mind, she imagined hundreds of kissing positions she was about to share with Wu Chen, and she pretended to close her eyes, eagerly waiting. But after a while, all she got was a very indifferent reply, What did you say? I didn't catch that." She immediately became so angry that her face turned pale, wanting to hit the decayed wooden tree. The pink scene instantly shattered. Her face twisted in grievance, and she burst into tears. She pushed him away, thinking, Wu Chen is rejecting me. He's rejecting me, he really doesn't like me. There's no future between him and me. The more she thought about it, the louder her crying became. Meanwhile, Wu Chen, smart and capable, could only look clueless, not understanding her expression as he couldn't hear her properly. Then there was a loud crash, and she only had time to scream, "AAA." He quickly ran over, worried, and supported her, saying, "Hey, baby, are you okay? Looks like you haven't fully recovered yet." About half an hour later, Wu Chen brought Huabei home, where her older sister, Hualei, took care of her. As soon as they stepped outside, she subtly gestured, "She's asleep now, and for the time being, she's okay. Wu Chen, let's step outside and talk." Outside the tea room, he spoke, "Miss Hua, Xiao Huahua is still a patient. She ran out in the middle of the night. She still needs someone to watch over her." Hua Lei immediately poured him a cup of tea and replied, "She has been like this since she woke up and discovered that it was Mr. Wu who took her to get treated. As her sister, I feel helpless too." Wu Chen then asked, "So, what you're saying is that I didn't let her go to the bathroom earlier, and that's why she got sick?" Hua Lei responded, anyway, all I can do is go along with her. How about you, Wu Chen? How did things go in Nation M? Did you encounter any danger? So, the two of them continued drinking tea and chatting. Wu Chen shared the entire journey in Nation M with her. She was astonished and said, I didn't expect so many things to happen. Seeing his strength and talent, Hua Lei couldn't help but blush and thought, Wu Chen is truly amazing. After all these experiences, he can still speak so calmly. I really admire him. She shook her head repeatedly to clear her thoughts. No, Hua Bei is still sick. Now is not the time for me to think about this. She spoke up, by the way, if you're not too busy lately, would you be able to visit Hua Bei more often? She'll recover faster with you around. He smiled brightly and replied, don't worry, I'll come here often. The next morning, Hua Bei woke up in a daze and thought, this is my bed at home. Wu Chen walked in and continued, did you forget? You suddenly fainted yesterday, so I brought you back. Come on, have some breakfast. I just baked croissants. Hua Bei pouted and questioned, yesterday you rejected me, so what are you doing now? Wu Chen smiled brightly, like a blooming flower, and answered, isn't it obvious? I'm making breakfast for you. She immediately turned her face away, clearly sulking. Humph, I won't eat it. Wu Chen looked confused and asked, Why are you mad at me? There's no reason, I just don't eat what you cook. Wu Chen then went over to calm her down, Xiao Hua Hua, don't be so upset. Although I don't know why, if you behave and eat your breakfast, I'll agree to one of your requests. Upon hearing this, Hua Bei was taken aback and thought, Isn't this the perfect opportunity? I should take advantage of it. Her eyes lit up, and she turned to respond, Are you serious? Is there something extra involved? Wu Chen replied, yes, but judging by your expression, it seems like you might regret it a little. Hua Bei, the prim young lady, chuckled with delight. Ho ho ho, you said it, now you have to keep your word. After breakfast, Wu Chen's face looked as if he had been steaming, yet there was a hint of relaxation. As her soft hands began to caress his body, Wu Chen was momentarily confused and then spoke up, is this the condition you mentioned? At that moment, Hua Bei was in the sauna with Wu Chen, scrubbing him down. She answered, I heard that in order to save me, you had to do a lot of things, even stand in a pool full of venomous snake venom for several days straight. All I can do to repay you is this. I hope you won't refuse. Taking advantage of the moment, she pretended to slip and fall, hugging Wu Chen's broad back with great affection. At that moment, taking advantage of the opportunity to be with Wu Chen, Hua Bei slowly removed the last piece of clothing on her body to ease the heat. She hugged his broad back affectionately and called out in a tender tone, Wu Chen, I. In her mind, she began to make associations with somewhat abstract things. Back in school, I used to watch those movies where only 2 or 3 people were in the scene. Now that we're at this point, I must put this on him, and then use this part too. In her imagination, she was asking him, is it done like this? And he excitedly responded, Xiao Hua Hua, I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about it made Hua Bei feel a little dizzy, and then, I will. Seeing her acting in such a strange way, Wu Chen turned around and asked, Xiao Hua Hua, what's wrong with you? When he received no reply, he quickly turned back, only to find Hua Bei unconscious on the floor, with blood also dripping from her nose, causing him to call out anxiously, Xiao Hua Hua. Wu Chen checked and found that there was nothing too serious, so he carried her back to her room to rest. The scene shifts to the next day. Hua Bei walks down the street, still unconvinced, with a determined look on her face. Yesterday was so embarrassing, I fainted at such a crucial moment. I can't believe it. I have to pull myself together, this is a rare chance to be close to him. At that moment, she walks past an upscale fashion boutique, and her eyes are drawn to a dress that looks just like something a wealthy lady would wear. She silently thinks, I usually dress too casually, and Wu Chen sees me as a child. I need to change. She begins imagining Wu Chen saying, well done, my girl. You've successfully caught my attention. She responds, oh no, I'm not ready for this yet. Back in reality, she shyly blushes and daydreams, oh no, Wu Chen, I can't take it, please be gentle with me. Witnessing this scene, an employee of the store steps out, casting a judgmental glance at Hua Bei. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through, did you just mention Wu Chen? Startled by the cold, aloof woman in front of her asking the question, Hua Bei quickly responds, sister, you are. The store staff saw the boss arriving and immediately rushed out, bowing, hello, CEO Wu. Upon hearing the prestigious name that had shaken Nation H, Hua Bei froze and exclaimed, CEO Wu? It was Wu Yurong. She spoke up, oh, little sister, still pretending? Come in and sit down. Hearing Wu Yurong's cold tone, Hua Bei felt a sense of unease, but her body instinctively followed the invitation to enter. Yurong then slowly sat down on the chair, curled one leg, crossed it over the other in a very CEO-like manner, and asked, little girl, let's be clear. Are you the new lover of Wu Chen, here to show off to me? Are you trying to provoke me because he dotes on you? Sensing a strong smell of jealousy, Hua Bei blushed and hurriedly explained, no, I wouldn't dare, CEO Wu. It's not like you think. I'm not trying to provoke or annoy you, you misunderstood. With her sharp judgment, Yurong secretly assessed, misunderstood? From the look in her eyes, it doesn't seem like she's lying. So what is this girl really up to? She noticed the slightly tense expression on Wu Yurong's face and quickly explained, my name is Hua Bei, and I really like Wu Chen. He's been very kind to me. I came here just to change my style, to catch his attention. Because it seems like he's not very interested in me, I think. Upon hearing this, Yurong recalled the earlier words from Ruo Bing, do you think you're the only one here? There are still 2 people from the Hua family outside whom I haven't called in yet. Wu Yurong's face showed surprise, the Hua family? Could it be the 2 people Li Ruo Bing mentioned? Knowing that the girl in front of her had a special connection to Wu Chen, she cautiously asked, that's right, CEO Wu. I've met your sister here. I still have a few questions to ask her. Yurong's expression turned displeased as she replied, what do you want to ask me? I can't guarantee I can be of any help. Hua Bei quickly said, I've done some research, and Miss Li always seems to treat Wu CEO like an adversary. I think Wu Chen must really value you, and you must understand him very well, right? Yurong immediately relaxed her face and laughed, standing up to speak, you're still young, but you already know how to speak like that. I can't say I understand Wu Chen fully, but I can only say that we get along very well, in every way. Bei Bei excitedly added, that's great then, CEO Wu. Actually, I just want to know what Wu Chen likes in his daily life, like what kind of music he listens to, what games he plays, what books he reads. Anything really. Suddenly, Yurong's expression turned serious as she thought, these questions, I don't even know how to answer. Being asked like this, I actually want to know too. Seeing Yurong fall silent, Bei Bei called out, CEO Wu, what's wrong? Yurong snapped back to reality and replied, little sister, come sit here. She then confided, actually, I don't want to hide anything from you. The questions you asked earlier, I truly don't know the answers. You asking me this makes me empathize, because Wu Chen seems to see right through me, I have no secrets in front of him. But even though I've investigated him, the results were almost useless. I don't know where his talents come from, or what he likes. Honestly, I don't know anything at all. Hua Bei seemed a bit dazed as she responded, really? The more Yurong mentioned this issue, the more embarrassed she became, well, but that doesn't affect the harmony between me and him at all. Her face immediately turned red. From what I know, men are most concerned with 3 things, power, money, and women. I believe Wu Chen is no exception. Thinking about his attitude toward making money so easily, Yurong thought, Wu Chen gives me tens of billions of dollars. I believe he has even more. As for women, the number is now beyond counting with fingers. And as for power, domestically, he has connections with top families like the Li family and the Lu family. Overseas, he's close to the Prince of Qatar and the Princess of Monaco. I've heard that recently, things have been going smoothly for him in Nation M. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, and Yurong grew more and more unsure, What does this nasty man really value the most, in the end? Yurong then held Hua Bei's hand and said, "Sister, don't call me CEO Wu anymore, it sounds so distant. Call me Yurong, like he does. From now on, I won't treat you like an outsider anymore. I hope you'll be on the same page as me and help find the answer, okay?" After hearing this, Bei immediately exclaimed loudly, "Wu CEO, this is me." Yurong, with a cheerful expression, added, "If you love Wu Chen, you should know what he cares about. Let's exchange information from now on. Also, don't call him Wu CEO anymore, remember to call him Yurong." She saw the affectionate shoulder hug, as if they were sisters, and could only smile awkwardly, calling out, "Sister Yurong." Wu Yurong, with a smug expression, thought to herself, "Li Ruobing has formed a small group targeting me, pulling most of Wu Chen's women to her side. Though I'm not afraid of her, all I have as an ally is the third young master's wife, and our momentum is always weaker. I can't let this girl let Li Ruobing take her away." At the same time, elsewhere, at the Ding family's shareholder meeting, an elder spoke up. "Recently, our foreign business sector has encountered some setbacks, causing significant losses. However, thanks to domestic adjustments over the past 2 months, especially our pioneering efforts against internal competition, public opinion has responded very positively, and even the high-level classes have shown favor with policies towards us." He continued, "Indeed, after the challenge, success will come. At this moment, our Ding family can truly say that we have gathered the right time, the right place, and the right people. It is the perfect time to expand our business globally. As for the domestic sector, from now on, it will be managed by Duan Long." Standing beside the elder, Ding Duan Long had a proud and arrogant expression on his face, extremely pleased to have been promoted to the position of general manager of the clan's operations in Nation H. He smiled with satisfaction and thought, "This means the resources I control will increase 100-fold compared to before. Wu Chen, I won't let you live in peace. Ruobing, in the end, she will be mine, don't even think about trying anything. With power in my hands, who am I afraid of, that rustic fool of yours?" However, what Ding Duan Long didn't know was that at the same time, at Li Ruobing's house, the two of them were enjoying a tender moment after days of separation. After a night of passion, Wu Chen had to make her a glass of water to ease her dry throat. While Ruobing was still exhausted and sleeping soundly, Wu Chen had already woken up. He looked out the window and murmured, "Ah, it's a new day." Wu Chen had successfully helped Hua Lei accelerate the progress of the new factory, gaining a lot of recognition. In addition, he also supported Tong Xian in building a distribution channel for the Tong family's business in Donghai, while simultaneously improving the infrastructure of the film zone. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed incredibly quickly. At this moment, Wu Chen leisurely walked to his wife's family company, holding 2 cups of coffee. He thought to himself, "Ruobing has been so busy lately, I should pamper her a bit." But from afar, he heard a loud shout, "Why haven't we figured out who these companies are copying our products yet?" Someone responded, "CEO Li, there are just too many. We discovered one company, and then another popped up like mushrooms. Except for the perfume supplied to the royal family, all other products have been blatantly copied, with the only exception being the cheapest hand cream, which hasn't been affected." Wu Chen stood quietly outside, listening in on the internal meeting. He felt a bit worried for Li Ruobing. She asked, "How much has the company lost in the past week?" Someone reported, "CEO Li, based on the strategy of cheap substitute products targeting fantasy fashion, our sales have dropped by nearly half." Li Ruobing became increasingly angry as she listened, her attitude grew more resolute, and she slammed the table, commanding, "I'm giving you 3 more days to thoroughly investigate all the companies that are copying our products. If you don't find them, each of you is to leave here immediately." The meeting ended right then. Wu Chen observed the expressions of the employees as they walked out. Everyone looked terrified, some even appeared desperate. He cheerfully stepped in and said, "Miss Li, I've brought the coffee." She replied in a dull tone, "Darling, I'm not in the mood for jokes." He placed 2 cups of coffee on the table, then gently massaged her shoulders and neck as a way to comfort her. "Is that so? Well, I'll take my leave now." Before leaving, Wu Chen didn't forget to kiss Ruobing, giving her some energy to continue working. Half an hour later, Wu Chen drove to a resort. Sitting in his sports car, he thought to himself, beauty, goddess impression, pretty. All these companies copying fantasy fashion, they're all small names I've never heard of. A quick search reveals over 2 or 30 such companies. The scale is too large, something doesn't seem right. Wu Chen called his brother, Pang Wei, I'm sending you a list. Can you check it using your professional methods? Is it possible to get the results today? Pang Wei replied, whatever task Mr. Wu entrusts, even if it seems impossible, it must be done. A day later, when Wu Chen received a response from Pang Wei, at Meiyuan in the evening, a man got into a taxi, and as soon as he got in, he urgently said, quick, take me to the airport. The driver asked, Han Shan Juan, in such a hurry to go to Nation P? He suspiciously questioned, who are you? How do you know me? The driver slammed the gas pedal and sped off. A loud, panicked scream rang out, A. A moment later, the taxi drove into a quiet alley. Wu Chen, disguised as a driver, quickly subdued the man, slamming him hard against the wall. The man, frightened, shouted, Who are you? What do you want from me? Wu Chen coldly replied, don't ask too many questions, I'm just a little curious. A person with tens of billions in assets, who can make dozens of companies follow his orders, why would his home address be here? If you don't answer, that's fine. I'll let your wife and kids, whom you haven't seen for 2 years, ask for you instead. Hearing this, the moment he wanted to retort, a sense of unease suddenly overwhelmed him. Han Shan Juan hurriedly continued, No, calm down, my friend, I'll confess, just don't disturb them. Let's find another place to talk. After a while, the two were able to speak normally. Han Shan Juan even took out a pack of cigarettes and offered, Do you want to smoke, my friend? Wu Chen coldly declined. He slowly lit his cigarette and said, Since you figured me out, you must also know that everything I have right now is fake. The trip to Nation P tonight is nothing more than an act, pretending to be a business owner trading between Nation H and Nation P, all the numbers are fabricated. Wu Chen replied, Of course I know. In fact, I even know that 2 years ago, your wife called you useless, which made you so angry that you left home, swearing that you wouldn't come back until you built something of yourself. But the one who sent money to you in Nation P, asking you to play the middleman, liaising with dozens of small companies to copy fantasy fashion. That, I still haven't figured out. Han Shan Juan said, That person only contacts me online, I've never met him, and I don't know what he looks like. Wu Chen replied, I know that too. He then asked, So what should I do now? Wu Chen smiled, I just need you to do 2 things, and you've already completed the first one. He seemed confused and slightly startled, responding, What do you mean? Wu Chen replied, Don't worry, you missed tonight's flight and won't be able to reach Nation P on time as planned. When the person behind this realizes, he'll contact you. Your second task is to hand over your phone. I need to install a program to trace things back. Han Shan Juan hesitated, but Wu Chen added, What you're doing is illegal, and you've also received a large sum of money from an unclear foreign source. If I report this to the higher-ups for investigation. Before he could finish, the man, now terrified, quickly handed over his phone to Wu Chen. I understand now, I'll do as you say. So the two of them waited for the call from the mysterious person, waiting so long that the man finished an entire pack of cigarettes. Wu Chen, visibly frustrated, finally realized, So it was you behind all this, huh? You've been quiet for a few months, and now you're back causing trouble. Wu Chen continued, Ding Duan Long, if you want to play, then let's continue the game. I'm here to play with you. The scene shifted to another location, where Wu Chen approached and asked, Miss Hua, is it possible to open 2 more production lines? She asked in confusion, but our current output doesn't require 3 production lines. Wu Chen, do you have a new plan? He replied, I know you want to have a fair match with Rua Bing, to test each other's skills, but right now, fantasy fashion is being attacked by a bunch of small companies. Hua Lei, feeling indignant upon hearing about the unfair competition, asked, Why don't you sue them for copyright infringement? Wu Chen said, My intelligence was gathered through illegal means, so it can't be used as evidence. Moreover, the opposing companies have split into several brands, making it very difficult to connect them all in one lawsuit. Simply relying on similarities in product names or advertising slogans won't win the case. If we take it to court, those copycat brands will only gain more media coverage, their exposure will increase, and with the help of virtual commentators, fantasy fashion will suffer even greater losses. Wu Chen continued, what's even more complicated is that, apart from the main segment, fantasy fashion also has a product line for scar concealment and quick clotting for the military. And these business areas, based on relationships and context, are exactly what Ruo Bing doesn't want to make public. Hua Lei thought for a moment and said, I see now. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known that Miss Li's company has such a solid financial backup. So, what are you planning to do next? Wu Chen replied, I need 2 production lines to make knockoffs of fantasy fashion's own products, focusing on the budget segment. She was so shocked that she exclaimed, You're going to start a price war? He laughed and said, Exactly. They sell at 800, I'll sell at 400. If they sell at 200, I'll sell at 100. And if they dare to sell for 10 coins, I'll organize a giveaway. She hesitated for a moment and said, But if you do that? Wu Chen interrupted her, the low-end market is huge, that's why I can go all out. Once I regain market share, there will be countless opportunities to recover the investment. Hua Lei's expression was still a bit melancholic as she spoke, You're so good to Ruo Bing. But if that's the case, why not place the necklace directly with fantasy fashion instead of coming all the way to me? Wu Chen replied, Fantasy fashion is positioned in the high-end segment. Using this brand to target the low-cost market would dilute its product positioning, doing more harm than good. If that's the case, the only option is to place the production line at Jubiletsa, under the guise of a different company, but in reality, it's still ours. Wu Chen gazed at her with deep affection, Don't think I'm just helping fantasy fashion or Ruo Bing. He then walked over with a warm and intimate air, You have to understand, it's this massive market that you need right now. Am I right, Lei Lei? At that moment, it seemed as though she finally understood everything. Her face flushed with a tinge of red, stirred by a feeling of emotion toward Wu Chen, and she affectionately called out, Wu Chen. At that moment, Wu Chen and Hua Lei had just returned home from the market when they stumbled upon a scene that left them both completely frozen in place. Hua Bei, having just returned from Wu Yurong's fashion boutique, looked remarkably different in both demeanor and aura. She was dressed in an outfit that, while minimalist, was undeniably alluring. With a casual yet suggestive tone, she spoke up, You're back, and so is Wu Chen. A hint of flirtation flickered across Hua Bei's expression as she thought to herself, Thanks to Wu Yurong's advice, I must, by all means, mukbang Wu Chen today. She couldn't help but imagine the enticing scene, Wu Chen, what do you think of me today? Does this outfit suit me? Wu Chen suddenly pushed her down aggressively and responded, Xiao Hua Hua, to be honest, from the very first time I saw you, I could no longer hold myself back. His gaze was filled with unspoken desire, as if he was about to devour her whole. Why don't we just let things unfold the way they're meant to? Hua Bei could only cry out in response, Oh, AAA, Wu Chen. Standing to the side, Hua Lei interjected, My little sister's happiness is in your hands now. You better take responsibility for her. Returning to reality, Hua Bei was feeling pleased with herself and softly replied, No way, my sister is still here. Seeing this strange behavior, the other two didn't know what to say. Hua Lei spoke up, How about we go cook first? Wu Chen, not wanting to catch this peculiar mood, responded, How about I help you? Hearing that, Hua Bei immediately snapped, No. Wu Chen has to stay here. Hua Lei added, Mr. Wu, why don't you stay and keep Bei Bei company? She would be very happy. And so, Wu Chen had no choice but to stay and babysit. He ended up listening to her talk about all sorts of things. After a while, the three of them had dinner together, prepared by Hua Lei. Wu Chen then said, It's already late. You two should get some rest. Let's meet again tomorrow morning. Hua Lei replied, Yes, regarding the new production line, my sister and I will fully cooperate with Mr. Wu. Let's have a successful partnership. A while later, Wu Chen left. As he walked, he thought to himself, I can come up with a new product plan when I get back. It shouldn't be a problem, right? In that dark underground parking lot, a mysterious figure was walking toward Wu Chen. Still lost in thoughts about work, he remained completely unaware of his surroundings. As they passed each other, Wu Chen finally noticed that the person was dressed in a fully concealed outfit, with glowing red accessories. It was at that moment that he heard the beeping sound of a timer bomb, and his face darkened instantly. Explosives? But it was already too late to react. A deafening explosion erupted, sending Wu Chen flying through the air. In an instant, he crashed onto the ground and lost consciousness. Fortunately, his body remained intact without any severe injuries. Amidst the thick clouds of smoke and dust, a shadowy figure emerged nearby. Their identity remained unknown. With the last bit of strength he could muster, Wu Chen struggled to see the person clearly. But before his eyes completely shut, a chilling voice echoed, "This is just a warning, Wu Chen." 2 hours later, Wu Chen groggily regained consciousness only to find himself in a hospital room. Li Ruobing was there, her voice sharp as she questioned the police officer, "Officer Zhang, what did you just say? The bomber is dead? And he was just a deranged stalker obsessed with Hua Lei?" Ruobing continued, "How is that possible? Just because he saw Wu Chen and Hua Lei getting closer recently, he became desperate and decided to drag my boyfriend to death with him? Is this really your final conclusion?" Officer Zhang sighed and replied, "I'm sorry. We've done our best. Based on our investigation, that does seem to be the case." Just then, her mood suddenly shifted, and she smiled, "Honey, you're awake?" Meanwhile, Hua Lei and Hua Bei had been keeping watch all night, their faces filled with worry. Seeing Wu Chen regain consciousness, they finally relaxed a little. Hua Bei immediately burst into tears, sobbing loudly, "Wu Chen, you're awake." "Hoo-hoo." Hua Lei, overcome with guilt, said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wu. You were put in danger because of me." Officer Zhang then spoke, "It's already late. Mr. Wu, please get some rest. Once you've recovered, we kindly ask that you come to the station to give your next statement." Wu Chen nodded, "I understand. Thank you, officer." Officer Zhang didn't forget to give him a thumbs up and joked, "You're a lucky guy. But remember, the law only allows one wife. Don't go committing any crimes." Wu Chen could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly, "Ha." Just then, Lei hurriedly rushed into the hospital room, calling out, "Wu Chen." Seeing that Wu Chen was safe, he let out a deep sigh of relief and said, "I'm really glad you're okay. When I got the call saying you were in trouble, I was completely shocked." Wu Chen responded, "Thank you for your concern, Lei. I'm fine." Lei Chung continued, "I'm glad everything turned out all right. But do you know that Lei Yu is in trouble too?" Wu Chen was taken aback. "What? He got into an accident too?" Lei Chang lowered his voice and said, "Lei Yu had an accident. From what I heard, one side of his body might be paralyzed. Our old man told me to return home immediately. He said there's something important to discuss. I was just about to leave when I heard you were in trouble too. Don't you think something feels off?" Wu Chen frowned but replied, "I'm fine here, Lei. You should hurry home. Your situation is more urgent." Before leaving, he did not forget to give a few caring reminders. "All right, hearing that you're safe puts me at ease. I'll head back first. If there's any new development, just contact me." Wu Chen replied, "All right, Brother Lei, please be careful on your way back." He smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. Just focus on resting. I know what's going on." As the man left, it was unclear what the two had whispered to each other, but Ruo Bing suddenly had a feeling that Wu Chen was going to leave. She immediately spoke up, "My love, you have to stay here so I can keep an eye on you for the next 24 hours. You're not allowed to go anywhere." He reassured her, "You don't have to worry so much. I'm fine. Your company has been really busy lately. If you take care of me, what will happen to your work?" She anxiously said, "But your body is almost completely burned." If anything happens to you, I really don't know how I could go on. Hua Bei added, me too. Hua Lei said, it's all my fault. Let me take care of Wu Chen. He responded, my love, you're worrying too much. Ruo Bing's expression turned serious. Wu Chen, you must be insane. If another follower tries to do the same thing, you'll be dead for sure. Wu Chen had already made up his mind. Ignoring Ruo Bing's objections, he decisively removed the foredrip. My love, don't you believe that I'm fine? Then you can check for yourself. Seeing his actions, the three of them were stunned. Wait, what are you doing? Wu Chen sprang up, wrapped his arms tightly around her, and said, look, I'm really fine now. If you still don't believe me, how about I carry you, tell these two to leave for about 2 hours, and then I'll show you how strong I am now. Hearing this, Ruo Bing's face flushed with embarrassment. You're unbelievable. How can you even think about that at a time like this? Wu Chen whispered, I know you're worried about me right now, and I feel the same. We've both been so busy with work that we barely have time together. I miss you a lot. If it weren't for work, I would have taken you out to relax already. She replied, you're really sweet when you talk like that, huh? And so, the two shared a kiss in public, completely unashamed. Just then, a nurse walked in and cleared her throat. Ahem, patient, please get some rest. Visiting hours are over, so I kindly ask family members to leave as soon as possible. Ruo Bing spoke up, all right, my love, just do as you wish. But be careful, okay? I'll come visit you tomorrow. Hua Bei, teary-eyed, said, I'll come see you in the morning too. Hua Lei added, I'll be there as well. You should get some rest. Wu Chen reassured them, all right, everyone, get home safely. After they left, Wu Chen sat on his bed, gazing out at the city. Lost in thought, he began piecing together the information he had gathered, silently questioning himself. Was this really just a coincidence? Or is someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? Perhaps he was still feeling the aftereffects of the shockwave from the explosion. There were minor details he had forgotten before losing consciousness, but soon, everything would become clear. Sitting leisurely, admiring the night sky, and then nodding off, suddenly the phone next to him rang. It was his girlfriend from the nation Xiang Xiannan calling. Wu Chen immediately answered, it's Xiao Xiangzi, long time no see. She said, Wu Chen, I have something to talk to you about. I heard that Xiao Hui had an accident and is currently in the hospital. I've heard it's quite serious. As he opened FaceTime, Wu Chen's expression turned to one of great surprise. What? Even Bao Shenhui had an accident too? Seeing the wounds and the outfit he was wearing, Xiannan asked worriedly, wait, hold on. Let me see. Why are you also in the hospital? Wu Chen, what happened to you? Stand up and turn around so I can see. Wu Chen reassured her, Xiao Xiangzi, no need to worry, I'm fine, it's just a minor issue. But this only made Wu Chen more suspicious. What is happening to me, Lei Yu, and Bao Shenhui? Something is definitely not right. He hurriedly prepared to end the call. Xiao Xiangzi, there's something I find somewhat confusing. I need to investigate right away and I will let you know later. Xiang Xiannan obediently replied, all right, then I'll wait for news from you. At the same time, in A Huang's office, due to the somewhat hot weather, she had to dress lightly, with her hair up and the air conditioning on, enjoying some fries. She complained, since the last hack at Banana Tech Company, De Piao Liang has been investigating me. In the end, I had to erase all traces of information online, so I should keep the confidential information under wraps for the next few days. Bored with nothing to do, she decided to play a few rounds of a game, but after a while, she lamented, this game is really awful, so boring. What kind of game is this? The game developers must think I can play this even without charging. That's just ridiculous. What kind of marketing is this? I thought Ding Rui Long's game development company could do something more impressive, but it's just mediocre. However, she soon discovered something that excited her. Hey, this is a bright smile appearing on my face. definitely worth the time I spent playing this visually painful game. But as long as I can find this loophole, Wu Chen will definitely be very interested, huh? Returning to Wu Chen, he was deep in thought, reorganizing data, and beginning to compile information to analyze every possibility in this mysterious case. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A Huang had sent a message. Wu Chen, take a look at what I sent you, it's really interesting. Wu Chen, feeling bored and unable to think of anything, still wanted to see what it was. A smile broke out on his face, filled with excitement as he thought, fantastic, this is exactly what I've been looking for. I can't believe a Huang has such an intriguing lead. The scene shifts to the morning of the next day. At this moment, on the rooftop of some building, a sniper was preparing to carry out a remarkably mysterious task, holding a peculiar device in his hand. It looked like a phone with a cooling fan attached. From behind him suddenly came a voice, no need to measure, the wind speed is 37, but clearly, this is the moment to act. Regardless of whether the measurement is accurate or not, what's important is the purpose, right? He was taken aback and questioned, who is it? Wu Chen carried a leather bag and walked over, responding, it doesn't matter who I am. We don't need to get to know each other today, let's get straight to your job. Your boss is paying you 100,000 yuan to fire a shot without bullets. How about I pay you 1 million yuan to not fire that shot? What do you say? Wu Chen directly threw the bag of money at his feet. Hearing the amount being offered was 10 times more, the man fell silent, caught between loyalty and a heap of cash. Wu Chen said, if you don't believe me, go ahead and open it, there's 1 million inside. He hesitated, then opened the bag, revealing a significant amount of cash. After pondering for a moment, he agreed to the deal. Wu Chen then asked, aren't you going to count it? He looked bewildered before hastily pulling out the bundles of cash, saying, oh, right, I definitely need to check. He was clearly a bit unsure, as it was likely his first time betraying his loyalty. Wu Chen then took out his phone to take a picture. After you take the money, take a photo for verification. After all, you don't need to show your face. He quickly packed his belongings and left. As a person in the profession, he recognized that Wu Chen was not someone to be underestimated. He spoke up, the fact that you could find me without any investigation is as good as me showing my face. You are now the boss, and every decision goes through you. I wish you success. Wu Chen then used his scope to look down below, thinking to himself, thanks to a Huang, I was able to find traces of your conversations in the game, but I'm sorry, my brother. I have to change the script. Down below, Ding Ruilong was cutting the ribbon for some kind of opening ceremony, apparently for the launch of his business after just being promoted. He thought, Ding Ruilong isn't exactly the one who's pulling the strings behind you. Next, let's have a real match. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and a pair of slender legs belonging to a girl walked in. She took off her high heels with an irritated expression. I never thought that the thugs from Nation H would be so unreliable, completely useless. The plan had to change completely at the last minute. I made a fool of myself in front of my relatives, it's just ridiculous. Wu Chen had long been waiting in the room. He spoke up and asked, the plan? Is it that Ding Ruilong will be shot, but fate has it that the bullet cannot penetrate his bulletproof vest? Hearing a man's voice, the young woman hurriedly turned on the light. She angrily questioned, who are you? Why are you in my house? She was a distant relative of Ding Ruilong, and her name was Ding Yingji. Wu Chen sat with his legs crossed in a rather undignified manner, or rather, attempting to appear charming, and said, I think you've heard what I just said. I don't believe I need to repeat myself, do I? Yingji replied, no need. Wu Chen continued, Ding Yingji, even if there's no play directed by you, Ding Ruilong's business will still undergo a transformation. I see, it's quite popular. Ding Yingji walked over to the liquor cabinet and replied, if we only look at the popularity of the news, what good is that? The investment is lower than expected, and the results are much worse. Business leaders always have competitors who resent them for various reasons. She continued, this reflects their capabilities. However, if they fail to guard against and recognize the enemy's movements beforehand, it shows their incompetence. One could even say they have failed in their role as a business leader. The person she was alluding to here was none other than Ding Ruilong. The incidents involving Wu Chen, Lei Yu, and Bao Zhenhui were all part of the Ding family's plan. The more Wu Chen listened, the more intrigued he became. He spoke up, "Only stories told by those who can control situations and unexpected risks can attract more capital." "Is that what you mean, my lovely cousin?" Ding Yingji replied, "Exactly. Because of Ruilong's past failures, we have to talk about this, the issue of capability." Wu Chen added, "I often wondered why Ding Ruilong's way of doing things is now different from his previous reckless and irrational style. It turns out he has gathered a team of consultants, and aside from replicating Xian Tai, he has ventured into the gaming industry with the Everything application launched today. Surely, my dear cousin Ding is hiding something, he is planning something grand." Ding Yingji replied, feeling shy, "We don't know each other, and we're not close relatives. You called me cousin lover twice, please observe propriety and don't address me this way anymore, thank you." Wu Chen nonchalantly stood up and asked, "Why not? Does the term cousin lover carry another meaning?" Wu Chen then stepped closer, pressing against her with a wicked smile. You don't allow others to call you cousin lover. Is it because you want to hear a particular someone call you that?" Wu Chen teased further, "I didn't expect someone like him to have admirers, truly a stroke of luck." Ding Yingji retorted, "What do you know to say that?" She was full of admiration. For love, Ruilong would do anything, even if it meant making the world crumble. He is truly a pure and innocent person, and this insane ability in love is not something ordinary people possess. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's expression turned blank as he asked, "Is that how you understand that scoundrel? The more I hear, the more I feel there's something wrong with your outlook on life." She responded, "So you really don't understand anything about Ruilong." As Ding Yingji spoke, she reminisced about her middle school days. "One afternoon, while I was taking a shower, Ruilong accidentally barged in. To be honest, from the look in his eyes, I could tell he liked me already." However, in the midst of her joy, she failed to notice the stunned expression on Ding Ruilong's face when he saw her without clothes. Wu Chen could only scratch his face and ask, "You confirmed he likes you just based on that?" Ding Yingji wouldn't allow anyone to doubt the feelings between the two of them. She answered him directly, "You don't understand anything. Ruilong likes me, but he still has to hold back. That's the greatness of a man. To see beauty and not be moved, to remain calm like a modest gentleman." After hearing this, Wu Chen was at a loss for words. There was nothing left to say about this foolish girl. If he had to compare, she was on par with Hua Bei. Yingji continued, "In order to support Ruilong, I diligently completed my studies at Harvard and rushed back just to lend him a hand in his career. Who would have thought that during that time, he was forced to get engaged to Li Ruobing?" Wu Chen finally understood her thoughts. He asked, "So your plan is to do your utmost to carry out a series of projects, wait for all of them to succeed, so that he can't leave you for the rest of his life?" Caught off guard, Ding Yingji couldn't rebut any further. Wu Chen added, "Your thinking is quite childish. Do you really think you understand Ding Ruilong?" She replied, Are you trying to scare me just with words?" Wu Chen reacted more strongly, closing the distance between them, looking closely at her naive expression, and said, "It seems that the previous generation of your family has concealed the bloody stories too well, huh? If you don't know, let me enlighten you for free. The grandfather of Ding Ruilong, under the pretense that being gay is a disgrace in a powerful family, took ruthless measures to tear the couple apart, even willing to forsake family ties, severely injuring his own relatives, causing them to die one after another. The old story about the Ding family patriarch who killed for a forbidden love within the clan, how does that sound? Do you still think I'm just trying to scare you?" She still tried to look directly into Wu Chen's eyes, and Yingji immediately sensed that he was not joking in the slightest. Right now, she was just stunned to learn the truth about the previous generation of the Ding family, which indeed sent chills down one's spine. He added, "So if you truly violate this taboo, would the old man chop off his own grandson's head first, or would he chop off yours?" If there were no engagement between Ding Ruilong and Rua Bing, do you think you would still be alive today? Ding Yingji could no longer withstand the harshness of reality, and she pushed Wu Chen away, exclaiming loudly, "I understand, you're threatening me." Wu Chen then picked up his jacket, preparing to leave, and said, "Cousin, I'm not threatening you, I'm here to make a deal. Many of your ideas in the project are quite advanced, such as the application based on big insurance principles, along with subdivisions like elderly care and healthcare. What I want is for you to share the data of your application with me." Yingji's expression seemed still affected by his previous words. She questioned, "Indeed, that's a threat, and I have no other choice." He laughed and asked, "As part of the deal, I won't disturb you for a while. How does that sound?" Yingji cast a sidelong glance and replied with a word. He added, "Of course, to avoid being accused of bullying you, you can continue to attack me. Cousin Ding Yingji, I'm waiting for your next move. Whatever tricks you have, bring them all out for me to handle." Seeing this attitude, she couldn't back down. "If that's the case, then don't regret it." Wu Chen then boldly retorted, "Rest assured, I've never known how to write the words regret in my work. Furthermore, compared to your cousin, you have much more talent. I hope you don't get too deep. Knowing when to stop is the best way." Having said all he needed to, Wu Chen waved goodbye and left. Yingji, feeling somewhat angry, clenched her fist tightly, as if wanting to punch Wu Chen in their next showdown. The scene shifts to the following day at Wu Chen's villa. He was intently looking at his phone, reading a message from Peng Wei, a famous female streamer on Douyin is crying and accusing the father of her child of going missing. Based on the clues, netizens are searching for the father and discover that he is none other than Chen Shuang, who caused a sensation online 2 months ago and then disappeared. Peng Wei sent a message. Netizens have started to attack Chen Shuang widely, and some people even speculate that Chen Shuang is actually Li Ruobing's boyfriend. Wu Chen, Mr. Wu, this has been trending hotly, and netizens are also looking for Chen Shuang's whereabouts. What do you think about this? Wu Chen had just woken up and was still trying to understand why netizens were spreading rumors and pulling his name into the unclear situation. He felt a bit uneasy, thinking, a baseless rumor like this could even affect the film set? Even if there were really some personal issues, it shouldn't be to this extent. Wu Chen quickly replied to the message, just a bunch of fabricators. Peng Wei, ignore them. Suddenly, he received a call from his girlfriend, Lan Lan, what's wrong? She was in a very difficult position, saying, Wu Chen, Ding Ruilong's company has offered a high price to collaborate with my dad, wanting me to write a theme song for them, but I know you don't like him. Please help me find a way for my dad to refuse. Wu Chen suddenly remembered that Ding Yingji had warned him not to regret his challenge. Turns out your cousin moves quickly, but it's just a scheme to smear others. I'm not too concerned about it. Wu Chen cheerfully said, no worries, just write it for them. Suddenly, another call came in at the same time, and Wu Chen was surprised, saying, oh, the boss is calling too. Lan Lan, don't overthink it, I'll take this call first. She didn't really want to do it, fearing she would let down her beloved husband, but since Wu Chen had said that, she could only respond, sure. He said, Boss Mao, what's on your mind? Mr. Mao on the other end sounded very rushed. Mr. Wu, the film studio area is nearly complete and everything has been going smoothly, but today, the city leaders unexpectedly ordered a halt to the project. He replied, I understand. Let me investigate the reason and I will get back to you. Just after hanging up, another call came in, continuously receiving a call from Yingji, which made him frown. Is this my father-in-law calling? Now, this is the real blow? Over there, Mr. Li spoke up and asked, Xiao Wu, the higher-ups suddenly wanted to talk to you. They suspect you might be a spy for Nation M. What's going on? Wu Chen felt a headache coming on after hearing this. He replied, it's just baseless rumors, don't worry, uncle. I'll explain it to you later. He thought to himself, it seems that my cousin Ding Yingji is the real trump card in this game. While I prove my innocence, she will frantically besiege Ruobing and those connected to me, right? A delighted smile appeared on his face. Things were getting more and more interesting, as it had been a long time since Wu Chen had encountered such a strong opponent intellectually. Suddenly, from beneath the blanket, Su Qingying emerged, having just tested Wu Chen's treasured sword, now gasping in admiration, "Honey, you are truly impressive." Wu Chen pinched her cheek and replied, "I told you, don't see me as a patient any longer. Now do you believe my health issues are over? I'm still quite fierce." Xingyin continued, "I heard you were severely injured in an explosion, and I thought I might never see my beloved husband again. I was really worried, losing sleep over it. Now that you're safe, I can finally relax." Wu Chen spoke little, swiftly changing his position to pin Xingyin down. She unexpectedly called out husband twice. At that moment, Wu Chen, looking domineering, questioned her, "Do you still dare to treat me as a patient? Because you dared to doubt, now it's time for you to face the punishment." Thus, loud sounds echoed as Wu Chen made Xingyin cling tightly to the blanket to endure, only able to call out, "Husband, have mercy." Wu Chen wickedly asked, "Do you realize your mistake now?" All she could do was shout a big apology, but Wu Chen still wouldn't relent. "No, quickly call me master, then I will spare you." Pushed to her limits, Xingyin shouted, "Master, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." The scene shifts to Beijing the next day, as Wu Chen steps off the plane. While checking his phone, he thinks to himself, "My cousin Ding Yingji really is ruthless. Now I have to go all the way to the capital to explain things." He raises his hand to hail a taxi. Just as he's about to open the door and step inside, a woman walking in the same direction approaches. Wearing a cheongsam that obscures her face, she decisively snatches the taxi from him. She says, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Seeing the car door close, Wu Chen is left stunned, muttering, "What the heck? This was my taxi." As the car drives away, Wu Chen feels a twinge of frustration. He had waited for over 30 minutes just to get a ride. He mutters to himself, "What's going on? Do people in Beijing live this fast-paced?" The scene shifts to a moment later, inside a car, as a voice on the phone instructs, "Xiao Wu, to avoid suspicion, I can't meet you in person. Just go to the location I've given you. Everything has been arranged." Wu Chen replied, "Uncle, I understand now." The car immediately stopped in front of an extraordinarily beautiful villa. The driver spoke, "Hey, my friend, I can't take you any closer." The car came to a stop in front of an incredibly luxurious villa. The driver spoke up, "Hey, my friend, I can't get you any closer. You'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own. After all, the people living here aren't exactly ordinary." Wu Chen waved his hand in farewell, saying, Alright, I got it, thanks, buddy." As he reached the door, someone was already waiting to guide him, saying, "Mr. Wu, please follow me this way." After walking for a while, they arrived at the designated location. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is bigger than I thought." Suddenly, a pistol equipped with a silencer was pointed directly at him from behind. Wu Chen, with his sharp instincts, immediately sensed that a killer was right behind him. In the blink of an eye, using his remarkable agility, Wu Chen grabbed the gun with one hand and, with the other, swiped the assailant's arm away to reverse the situation. However, his opponent was no amateur. In a swift counterattack, the assailant kicked the gun out of Wu Chen's hand, and from what could be seen, a pair of long, slender legs delivered the blow. Wu Chen quickly reached out his hand, but it was in vain. In a split second, the girl took a stance, reaching for the dagger she had concealed on her thigh. Wu Chen was not unprepared either. He drew a dagger from his coat pocket to defend himself. The fiery assassin wasted no time and leaped forward, thrusting the blade toward him. Although she was a woman, her strength was no ordinary kind, and Wu Chen had to use both hands to block the deadly strike. From a distance, an old man clapped his hands and called out, Alright, Captain Ning, that's enough, we're done here, Xiao Wu." The man was a high-ranking official from Beijing, a former comrade of Li Maoran, and everyone called him Minister Zhao. So, the battle came to an abrupt halt as the two of them walked toward a nearby resting spot and said, "Yes, sir." Minister Zhao spoke joyfully, "No need to be so formal with sir, just call me Uncle Zhao. Xiao Wu, please have a seat. Uncle Li and I have been comrades in arms for decades. He even saved my life once. Don't be shy, sit down." Wu Chen comfortably called out, "Uncle Zhao, the girl beside you looks a bit familiar, but this is actually the first time I've met her. Uncle Zhao then introduced the girl next to Wu Chen. Her name is Ning Yuan. You can think of her as my bodyguard. Earlier, I apologized on her behalf for her actions, as she may have unintentionally offended you. Wu Chen found the situation quite amusing, so he asked, "Oh, Uncle Zhao, are you testing my skills through Ning Yuan?" He replied, "Xiao Wu went head-to-head with Ning Yuan and didn't suffer any losses. That shows Xiao Wu is truly someone with exceptional ability." Wu Chen was about to say, "Uncle Zhao, I came here this time because I really wanted to." But Uncle Zhao raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "I know, no need to explain." He gave Wu Chen an approving look, mixed with a bit of trust. "To be honest, when you went to Nation M last time, I had Captain Ning follow you and investigate the situation. Turns out, you're really not a spy sent by Nation M." Wu Chen scratched his head and replied, "You've been keeping such a close watch on me? No wonder I kept feeling like I've met her somewhere before." Mr. Zhao chuckled and added, Don't blame us, Xiao Wu. With the daughter of the Supreme Court judge, your influence on politics in Nation M is so significant, and yet you came here to meet him in person. I really have to pay close attention, don't I?" Wu Chen, hearing this, didn't dare to complain and simply said, "Indeed, I can understand that." Mr. Zhao continued, "But thanks to her constant monitoring, Captain Ning quickly contacted the rescue team right after the explosion you encountered." Ning Yuan, who was standing beside them, remained expressionless the entire time, cold and indifferent. Wu Chen, feeling a bit awkward, turned to her and said, "I understand now. So that's how it was. Thank you, Captain Ning." It was only then that she slightly lost her composure, staring at Wu Chen for a moment. Wu Chen thought to himself, "I could have avoided the explosion by resetting the reincarnation system, but to uncover the mastermind behind it, I have no choice but to abandon the system and let it unfold." Seeing him in a daze, Mr. Zhao gently tapped the table and asked, "But Xiao Wu, speaking of this, can you answer me a personal question, Uncle Zhao?" He replied calmly, "Yes, go ahead and speak." He asked further, "So, do you really like both the daughter of the Chief Justice of the Hong Kong Nation and Mr. Li's daughter?" Upon hearing this question, Wu Chen froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Ning Yuan then took out a notebook and began listing all the women related to the Wu Chen family. Foreign women with ambiguous relationships include the Princess of Monaco, and another case confirmed to be Kathy, an orphan from the Hong Kong Nation. Domestically, there are relations with the second daughter of the Su family, Su Xianan. Also, with the third young lady of the Lu family in Beijing, Xia Siqin, who is Ding Ruilong's ex-girlfriend. In Donghai City, there are two sisters from the Hua family, Su Qingying of Jinfu Jewelry, and Wu Yurong of the conglomerate. And many other women, but just as he was about to continue, Wu Chen shyly interrupted, "AAA, stop reading, Captain Ning." Mr. Zhao looked at Wu Chen with admiration, truly impressed by his composure. He laughed loudly, "I don't concern myself with the affairs of young people like you all, but Xiao Wu, now that things have reached this point, you need to be more careful in the future to avoid involving the girl next to you. Not everyone likes to let young people do whatever they want." Wu Chen could only scratch his head and respond, "Yes, Uncle Zhao's advice is very correct. Alright, let's talk about work. There is someone in the current leadership with close ties to the Ding family. They have been keeping an eye on you and are looking for opportunities to cause trouble for you. I don't want Mr. Li to be affected, so I specifically requested you to come here." Wu Chen then asked, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhao. So, do you already have a plan?" Ning Yuan immediately handed over a stack of documents. Mr. Zhao said, "These are the evidences against senior official Zhang Zhihao. Some clues point to him betraying national interests. The rumor that you are a spy for Nation HK was also spread by his people to help him escape punishment, but his superior is not on good terms with you. If your people investigate him, it will cause conflict and trouble." Wu Chen responded, "Yes, I understand this. I will handle this matter myself." Mr. Zhao added, "Xiao Wu, you can also solve this with Ning Yuan. She's only that serious when she's around me, outside, she's not like that." Wu Chen warmly extended his hand for a handshake. "Captain Ning, please guide me more in the future. With the same serious expression, Ning Yuan responded, same here, I look forward to your guidance. Ning Yuan was also very curious about the charm of Wu Chen, thinking to herself, what is it about Wu Chen that makes so many girls chase after him? I really want to find out more. I wonder if this young lady Ning can resist the pull of Wu Chen's charm. But it seems highly likely that another girl will soon join his harem. A few days later, in his private office, Wu Chen, exhausted, stretched his back and said, Captain Ning, I've gone through all the surveillance footage related to Zhang Jihao. I've found some useful clues. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan rushed over in surprise. What? All that surveillance footage? You managed to go through it all in just 2 days? Meanwhile, in front of Wu Chen were dozens of small screens, but it was clear that he, alone, was in a league of his own. Wu Chen simply chuckled and replied, I just turned up the speed, that's all. But that was just him talking big. In his mind, he thought, actually, it was thanks to the system resetting the time. With this many videos, an average person couldn't possibly finish watching them all in 2 days. Even though I've watched them over and over again, I have to admit that Zhang Jihao is no simple character. He's hidden everything too well, not leaving a single trace of weakness. Ning Yuan asked further, so, do you have a direction for the investigation now? He continued, if we just focus on Zhang Jihao, it'll be difficult for us to find any solid evidence. She looked puzzled, then what exactly are the clues you found over the past 2 days? Wu Chen confidently said, a man's greatest weakness is his wife, Su Yunyun. The person I'm referring to is the wife who is 20 years younger than him and is completely spoiled. Zhang Jihao gives Su Yunyun significant financial freedom, but she interacts very little with others. This shows that she is under strict orders from Zhang Jihao. They call her his wife, but it's no different from being kept. From the street cameras, you can see she dresses provocatively, craving attention, but she's unable to express herself freely. If we make a move from her, it will definitely be the right choice. Ning Yuan, a bit curious, asked further, living for so long in such a controlled environment? Su Yunyun must know her place, but can she be persuaded? Wu Chen, who had always understood women's thoughts like the back of his hand, replied with full confidence, I have a way. As long as Captain Ning cooperates with me a little, it'll work. Hearing the words cooperate, which meant becoming teammates, she was utterly confused and slightly embarrassed as she replied, cooperate? Isn't that what we're already doing? The scene shifted to the next day, where Ning Yuan was enjoying a relaxing shoulder massage at some gym, while Wu Chen was playing the role of a true simp lord, massaging her shoulders and thighs, calling her affectionately, Yuan Yuan, are you tired? Let me help you relax your muscles. I felt so sorry for you when I saw you working out so hard earlier. Ning Yuan, appearing aloof and cold, responded with a very irritated attitude, shouting, stop taking advantage of this opportunity. We're no longer in a relationship. Why do you keep following me around like a dog? Just go away. The loud argument caught the attention of Su Yunyun. Wu Chen pleaded, trying to prove his sincerity, Yuan Yuan, it's all my fault. All the money I earned went to you. I really don't have anything left for you to go out with your boyfriend. Yuan Yuan, it's because I wasn't trying hard enough. I'll change. Please believe me. She snapped back irritably, stop talking nonsense. You don't trust me at all. And now you're trying to cling on to me? We've broken up. Just go your own way. But when she saw Wu Chen acting so deeply immersed, she was also quite confused and wondered, what kind of situation is this? Ning Yuan straightened her leg and kicked the phone away, angrily shouting, don't bother me anymore. Kevin is about to pick me up. You can stay here and play alone, you poor thing. The iPhone 16 Pro Max flew and landed a short distance away. In the sadness of a heartbroken boy, Wu Chen could only call out to her twice, Yuan Yuan. Su Yunyun immediately helped Wu Chen pick up the phone and handed it to him, saying, hey, you dropped your stuff. Wu Chen glanced at her briefly, his eyes filled with sorrow as he replied softly, thank you. In that moment, Su Yunyun felt as though she had been struck by a lightning bolt of love, her cheeks flushing bright red. She stood there dazed and sweating, feeling that Wu Chen looked like her ex-boyfriend, giving her a sense of nostalgia, like the youth of her school days. Seeing Wu Chen's situation now, she couldn't help but feel that it was similar to what she had gone through in the past. This made Su Yunyan fall into a moment of silence, thinking, back then, my first boyfriend loved me with all his heart like that, but I chose my current husband for the future, she sighed, feeling regret as she walked away. She thought, if I could turn back time, would I still make the same choice as before? As for Wu Chen, he still called out in frustration, Yuan Yuan. The next day, at the same time in the gym, Su Yunyun arrived and immediately spotted Wu Chen. She thought, yesterday, that guy. Oof, what's he trying to do by adding more weight like this? Meanwhile, Wu Chen was closing his eyes as he lifted weights, as if trying to push himself to the point of failure. He then assumed the preparation stance, but lifting the bar was extremely difficult. Su Yunyun became concerned and thought, why force yourself to lift it if you can't? Gym workouts aren't about just pushing through aimlessly. If you overdo it like this, you'll end up hurting your lower back. She quickly stepped in and said, hey, take it easy, you need to train step by step. Overdoing it like this can cause injuries, it's counterproductive. But he still gripped the bar tightly, his face filled with sadness as he replied, I want to tear my muscles apart. That way, the physical pain will temporarily overshadow the pain in my heart. Just one sentence was enough to deeply touch Su Yunyun's heart. It was similar to what her boyfriend had said before, do you know? No matter how much pain my body feels, it can never compare to the pain in my heart, Yunyun. Suddenly, she became angry and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? I won't allow you to torment yourself like this. He was caught off guard as she grabbed his hand. Over the next 2 weeks, Su Yunyun guided Wu Chen in the gym, correcting every little bit of technique she knew so well. She helped him overcome his discouragement. Then, as Wu Chen began to recover mentally, he started using online resources to teach Su Yunyun how to train. The two of them continued to support and motivate each other. At this point, Wu Chen, looking tired, took off his outer jacket, revealing his muscular body, similar to Edson's. Sitting next to him, Su Yunyun couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes and couldn't look away. She spoke up, you really have a beautiful physique. I didn't expect you to achieve such results in such a short time. Wu Chen handed her water and replied, it's all thanks to a great teacher. She blushed and immediately replied to him with a word. Wu Chen then spoke up, Sister Yunyun, thanks to you, I've been able to break free from the darkness. I'd like to invite you to a meal, and I hope you'll consider it. Yunyun lowered her head, as her circumstances didn't allow her to accept. She replied, I'm afraid I can't. Wu Chen, with a sad look, responded, I understand. Someone like you, how could you possibly go out to eat with me? Unconsciously, Yunyun quickly explained, it's not like that, it's not what you think. It's because of my husband. Wu Chen forced a smile and said awkwardly, ah, so it's your husband. Well then, how about this? He took a ring-shaped pastry and a bottle of water out of his bag, offering them, we can just eat right here, it'll be like having a meal together. Seeing this scene, Yunyun's eyes widened with a nostalgic look. Even that innocent smile was the same as the young man who once stood by her side. She couldn't help but be reminded of the old days in school, and suddenly, tears began to fall without her being able to stop them. Wu Chen spoke up, Sister Yunyun, why are you crying? Did I do something to upset you, or are you just exhausted from training too much? Su Yunyun immediately broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. She hugged Wu Chen tightly, unwilling to let go. Wu Chen responded by gently embracing her and comforting her, Sister Yunyun, it's all right now. If you want to cry, just lean on me and cry as much as you need. Wu Chen then stepped back, no longer appearing innocent. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he realized that the first step in winning over Su Yunyun had been successful, just as many of his friends had predicted. At this moment, there were soft, suppressed cries from Su Yunyun, carefully controlled to be just audible. Her legs were trembling from having to stand on tiptoe for so long. By the time Wu Chen helped her with some physical therapy exercises, such as stretching, she could no longer hold back. About 40 minutes later, the two of them had finished and sat down together to chat. Shoulder to shoulder, head resting close to head. Wu Chen spoke again. Sister Yun Yun, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, I got too proud and forgot about myself. She shyly responded, Wu Chen, don't blame yourself. I volunteered for this, you don't need to apologize. She excitedly complimented, I didn't expect you to look so innocent, yet you're so skilled at this, making me constantly reach the realm level described in the books. He, on the other hand, shyly said, please, don't tease me anymore. Indeed, playing the role of the innocent lamb, Wu Chen was very much suited to the part. Anyone who had just seen him might have thought Wu Chen was thrown into this world. Su Yunyun continued, I'm serious, I believe that any woman who tries it once will never be able to leave you. Wu Chen, with a guilty expression, said, Sister Yunyun, but what about your husband? She immediately turned her face away, unwilling to listen, don't mention him. At that moment, Wu Chen could only mutter 2 words of apology, though not entirely sincere, yet it was enough to make Su Yunyun fall silent and ponder for a while. The two of them seemed to have a lot of untold thoughts weighing on them. She then fell into a contemplative mood and shared a bit, my husband is 20 years older than me. Honestly, I don't have any feelings for him at all. I chose him for the material life. Suddenly, she laughed and asked, what? Do you suddenly look down on me? Wu Chen quickly responded, no, how could I? Not at all. She continued, my husband is a highly talented expert in the field of aviation engines. When we were in school, he was my lecturer. At that time, I completely idolized him. It was because of that admiration that I gave up my youthful love without a second thought. Her face grew increasingly sorrowful. At first, our relationship was not bad, but in recent years, I've realized he's become more and more strange. Normally, people who do research like him might be a little eccentric, which is understandable, but he's too strange. Wu Chen listened, his curiosity piqued, and asked, strange in what way? She blushed, clearly reluctant to speak, but then continued, he's over 50 now, but sometimes, in the middle of the night, he sneaks into my clothes, wears my female attire, and goes out. If that's not strange, then what is? Wu Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as though the man was challenging someone to a duel, wearing women's clothes. Is that the reason the surveillance cameras didn't catch anything? She replied, I've asked him why he does it. He said it's to relieve pressure. But ever since I found out about this, I've been drifting further and further away from him. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Wu Chen continued, when did he start all this? She thought for a moment and recalled, probably about 3 or 4 years ago. Moreover, he gradually started limiting your social interactions, and now you barely have any friends left. Wu Chen asked, so before he went out in that women's outfit, was there anything unusual about him? Su Yunyun replied, it seems like he always had a phone call before going out, but he never answered it. I'm just not sure if that was the case every time. However, seeing Wu Chen ask so many questions, she couldn't help but question him, but, Wu Chen, why are you so interested in him? Aren't you? Wu Chen froze, looking completely bewildered, and stammered, I'm not interested. She pointed at him directly and asked, you're not gay, are you, Wu Chen? It was the first time in his life someone had asked him if he was gay. Wu Chen stood there, stunned, not knowing what to say. He gently stroked her cheek, challenging her, Sister Yin Yun, do you still want me to prove it? Should I show you a few more times? She shyly pushed him away, replying, all right, if we do a few more, I'll break my back. Wu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, that was close, I was in too much of a rush. She hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave, it's getting late, I have to go. After all, I still have a husband on paper. He also stood up gallantly, Sister Yin Yun, let me see you off. But she stopped him and then kissed him on the forehead as a farewell. She spoke, no need, Wu Chen is leaving now. We'd better act like we don't know each other, but I'm still looking forward to seeing how you'll perform next time. She had already left, leaving Wu Chen sitting there in silence, when suddenly the mocking voice of Ning Yuan rang out, what a tragic pair, a lovesick man abandoned and a woman yearning for true love left behind, how touching. Wu Chen, not one to be easily intimidated, retorted, a promiscuous woman, playing both sides, how's your game with Kevin going? Ning Yuan, dissatisfied, ran downstairs to respond, it was your ridiculous plot that you came up with, and you even made me cooperate in acting alone. Wu Chen smugly said, but I have to admit, this move is really effective, isn't it, Captain Ning? She couldn't help but feel helpless toward him, and couldn't deny that he really knew how to deal with women. Wu Chen asked, so what's the next step? She replied, call me Captain Ning. Besides that, I've already sent the information to headquarters, requesting the technicians to analyze the time and place where people dressed like Su Yunyun appeared, and also to trace back the person who made the missed call to Zhang Jihao, a man over 50 years old dressed in young women's clothes. Even though the surveillance cameras in the area didn't capture a clear image, there will definitely be a lot of witnesses who saw him. This time, he won't get away. Wu Chen's intention wasn't exactly like this, but he said, I want to ask, if Zhang Jihao gets arrested, then what will happen to Su Yunyun? Ning Yuan explained, if Su Yunyun knows nothing and wasn't involved, then it has nothing to do with her. The law will confiscate Zhang Jihao's illegal assets, but his legal money is enough to ensure Su Yunyun lives a life of luxury for the rest of her days. She then gave him a suspicious glance, this young master with his romantic nature really falls for anyone, doesn't he? Wu Chen didn't deny it. He just quickly swallowed and muttered a sound of acknowledgement. A few days later, at a high-end apartment building, Su Yunyun was taking care of her skin to prepare for bed. But when she saw someone approaching, she spoke up, aren't you going to answer the phone? Zhang Jihao's voice replied mysteriously, no need. I'm just going outside for a bit to get some fresh air. As she saw his figure pass by the door, Su Yunyun followed him with a suspicious look, but she didn't press further. There was no point in asking since he wouldn't answer anyway, always coming up with excuses to cover up. Zhang Jihao was dressed very conservatively, wearing a Pirate King hat and a long coat as though he didn't want anyone to see him. When she saw him like that, she quietly slipped on her high heels and went out into the night. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Su Yunyun hurried out to open it. Curious, she asked, you're usually gone for a long time. Why are you back so quickly? Did you forget something? But when she opened the door, her face turned to one of complete surprise. Wu Chen, why are you here at this hour? Wu Chen smiled affectionately and replied, yeah, it's me. But Su Yunyun couldn't help but feel cautious and said, what's going on? Why are you here? My husband just went out, and he could be back at any moment. Wu Chen immediately entered without needing an invitation, and he didn't forget to lock the door behind him. In a deep voice, Wu Chen said, her husband? He probably won't be coming back. She looked at Wu Chen, who seemed very different from when she first met him. A sense of unease washed over her, and she asked cautiously, what? What do you mean? Wu Chen bluntly stated the truth, he's suspected of leaking state secrets and is about to be arrested. To put it simply, he's an undercover spy embedded within the government. But Su Yunyun still didn't believe it. She became upset and raised her voice, are you joking? He's almost retired. How could he be a spy? Though she had no personal feelings for him, she still argued on his behalf, he spent his whole life doing scientific research, how could he possibly be a spy? At most, he's just someone with strange, perverse interests. Her gaze fell. An interest in wearing women's clothes at night. And the phone call before leaving. The more she argued, the more she felt there was a certain logic to his story. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she connected all the doubts to one single issue, could it be that he really is a spy? Wu Chen immediately relaxed and pulled Yunyun into his arms, speaking to her in a tender tone, Sister Yunyun, now that I see you like this, I'm relieved. You didn't know anything at all. She seemed to have a psychological shock and asked again, is everything true? Wu Chen comforted her gently, the national security officers already have all the evidence, and the arrest order has been issued. He will soon be captured and face justice. The scene shifted to a bustling nightclub, where someone was sitting and waiting, sipping a drink. At this moment, Ning Yuan, leading a team, approached. She presented her identification papers from the National Security Agency and said, "Zhang Jihao, you are under arrest for suspected leaking of state secrets. We request your cooperation, and you will receive leniency under the law. Men, arrest him." He pulled his cap down and, in a firm, feigned voice, denied, Who is Zhang Jihao? "It's not me, you've mistaken me. It really isn't me." But Ning Yuan would not let him get away that easily. She shouted loudly, "Quick, hurry up and grab him." The security team immediately rushed in, intending to apprehend him. Seeing that they were making a move, Zhang Jihao could not just stand still and wait for the inevitable. He grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, ready to resist, and threw it straight at the security team, forcing them to raise their arms to protect their faces. Otherwise, their lives, still unmarried, could have easily ended right then and there, courtesy of a few scars on their faces. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jihao quickly escaped. Ning Yuan took the lead in the pursuit, shouting loudly, "Chase after him, catch him." Meanwhile, Su Yunyun questioned Wu Chen about everything that had happened since they met. "So, you approached me with an agenda? Everything between us was just a show, all for the sake of capturing Zhang Jihao?" Wu Chen feared she would be hurt upon realizing the truth, and that's exactly why he had come here. Gently, he wrapped his arm around her waist and replied, "Fate brought us together this way, something that cannot be changed, but my feelings for you are not fake." Hearing the words from this charming, love-stricken young man, Yunyun blushed and pushed him away. She didn't want to believe him and scoffed, "You make it sound so convincing." Wu Chen seemed genuinely serious about this relationship. He continued, "Don't worry, I've already asked. After Zhang Jihao was arrested, since you're not involved in the case, it won't affect you in any way. You can totally take this opportunity to start over." Yunyun expressed some regret for him. Clearly, he has no shortage of money. And achievements too. Yet, he chose to become a spy. He's really just ruining himself. She sighed, "There hasn't been any affection between me and him for a long time. The only thing that kept our marriage going was money. But now that everything is collapsing so suddenly, I still feel a little indescribable emotion inside." Wu Chen replied, "Of course, after all, this is a huge matter. And with everything happening so suddenly, it's bound to leave others struggling to adapt." Su Yunyun then wrapped her arm around his shoulder, gently calling, "Wu Chen, do something, help me temporarily forget about this." What could he do? This was right in his wheelhouse. Wu Chen stepped forward and kissed her. The kiss gave him a little energy, and Yunyun didn't refuse. Meanwhile, over at the other side, Zhang Jihao was fleeing from the pursuit of the security team and Ning Yuan. Even though he had broken his leg running, he was still desperately trying to escape, because if he was caught, the decades of hard work he'd put in would be destroyed. After Su Yunyun and Wu Chen finished their foreplay, they immediately entered the first phase of their affair. He picked her up without hesitation. Tonight, there were only the two of them, so Wu Chen would display all his strength and skills, making sure she would completely forget who Zhang Jihao was. Now, the shiny silver bracelet was on his wrist, and Ning Yuan, with a single strike, could easily suppress Zhang Jihao. He was pinned to the ground, enduring a terribly humiliating situation. With the end of his espionage life, it seemed the only thing awaiting him now were the prison bars and a calendar with no dates. While he was pinned to the ground, his wife was experiencing a similar fate, though it seemed to be more pleasurable. Wu Chen took care of her with such passion, her body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, both were subdued in the same way, but their expressions were completely different. One was filled with fear and panic, while the other was on the peak of ecstasy. 2 hours later, after finishing, Wu Chen left the street in the night. Ning Yuan then called him, "Wu Chen, how's everything on your side? How's the victim's family's situation?" Well, this was right up his alley. No, not in the sense of enjoying it, but handling the situation smoothly. He responded, "Everything is going well, we can collect testimonies anytime." "Captain Ning, how's Zhang Jihao doing?" The woman, with a headache, replied, "I was about to report this. Don't be fooled by how meticulous he seems in his work. After being caught, he was so terrified that his face turned pale, and by the time they brought him to the station, he had already confessed everything. The situation is simple: someone introduced a mistress to him, and the deeper he got into it, the more he had to buy her a house and a car. To keep his wife from suspecting, he began selling national aviation engine data, and the person who introduced the mistress also dealt in selling information, even guiding him on how to set up a female profile. It's all the same person, Oh Xing Long. Upon hearing this name, Wu Chen immediately asked to confirm, huh? Who? Zhang Jihao, on the other side, turned pale with fear upon hearing the name and pleaded, I was wrong, I beg the organization to forgive me, sobbing. Ning Yuan's expression grew serious. You probably haven't heard of this name, but you know his classmate, Ding Yingji, right? The cousin of Ding Rui Long. There's no direct evidence yet linking Oh Xing Long to Ding Yingji, but considering how unjustly you were framed as a spy, it's likely connected. Wu Chen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh excitedly. No wonder everything points back to me. It looks like it's time for me to counterattack. The cousin of Ding Yingji.